Chapter 1: The Dawn of a Fallen Genius. In the Dragon Kingdom, on the awakening grounds of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, the gravel gleamed with a golden light in the afterglow of the evening. When Lin Yu stepped onto the awakening platform, the noise of the entire venue seemed to be silenced. She was wearing the school uniform with the school's logo, but it couldn't hide the heaving of her chest. Her black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, with a few strands being lifted by the sea breeze and brushing across her smooth forehead. Her skin was an almost translucent snow white, her legs were long and straight, her nose was high and straight, and her lips were a natural cherry pink, which were slightly pursed at the moment. What is most striking are her eyes, clear as pure spring water in the forest, with an innate coolness and confidence in their movement. Wow! This is Lin Yu? She's 10 times more beautiful in person than the rumors suggest. A ruthless individual who has consistently topped the rankings for years, capable of cleaving through the scales of low-level alien beasts with his bare hands in actual combat. Principal Xiao Jian once personally predicted that he would be at least SS level. More than that. When he used that basic sword technique in actual combat drills, even professionals were impressed. Judging from her aura, she's a born strong person. Goddess! Go for it! The audience erupted in excited whispers and cheers, their eyes filled with undisguised envy, admiration, and eager anticipation. Director Wei Jun, who was in charge of presiding over the awakening ceremony, had a kind smile on his usually serious face, and his voice was softer. Lin, take a deep breath and put your hand on the stone tablet. His words were full of confidence in the future. Lin Yu nodded slightly, a confident smile curving her lips. Her slender, fair fingers gently pressed against the cool surface of the stone tablet. In an instant, everyone held their breath, craned their necks, and waited for the destined to be glorious career totem to shine. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The expected dazzling light did not appear. The top of the cold, awakening stone tablet was empty. Not to mention the magnificent totem phantoms symbolizing a powerful profession, not even the faintest ray of light or a wisp of mist symbolizing successful awakening appeared. What's going on? Principal Xiao Jian, who was sitting behind him, froze with a smile and stopped in his tracks as he looked forward to investigate. No response? Director Wei frowned slightly. Impossible. Is there something wrong with the stone tablet? Didn't awaken successfully? The students in the front row looked at each other in disbelief, their expectant eyes instantly replaced by shock. Lin Yu's face was even paler than the stone tablet, her fingertips slid off the cold stone surface, and her body trembled slightly. The stark contrast plunged the entire awakening arena into an eerie silence, followed by an uncontrollable, buzzing murmur of discussion. Sigh. Xiao Jian sighed deeply, his hands behind his back slowly clenching. In the end, I still couldn't escape the bloodline seal. He didn't say anything more, but his disappointment was evident. Lin Yu staggered off the awakening platform, her beautiful eyes already filled with tears. As I passed through the crowd, I vaguely heard someone muttering, he can't even awaken his profession, he's not even as good as Wang Qing, a piece of trash who awakened an F-rank slave profession. Wang Qing was wearing a dusty school uniform and standing in the most inconspicuous corner of the line, but his face was unusually excited. As a transmigrator, his system finally arrived. Just now, when I awakened my profession, the moment my fingertips touched the stone tablet, a strange energy surged into my spinal cord. It was the phantom of a prehistoric creature, followed by a mechanical notification in my mind. Ding! Host has been detected touching the awakening stone tablet. The Founding Titan system has been activated. Current class, F rank, Emer, displayed, hidden class, SSS rank, Founding Titan, not fully awakened. Host, Wang Qing. Level, Lv.1. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Stamina, 10. Power of the Titans, based on compatibility, select 8 evolution targets and grant them the power of the 8 Titans. The host will gradually awaken the Founding Titan form as the number of evolution targets increases. Synchronous enhancement, the attribute points of the evolved giant will be synchronously fed back to the host, and subsequent attribute point increases will also be synchronously fed back. At the same time, skills gained through evolution and leveling up will also be synchronously fed back. Experience sharing, enjoy the rewards and level up effortlessly. When the target gains experience from killing monsters, they will receive 50% of the experience. See all, can detect the target's class, level, and compatibility with the 8 giants. Unlimited control, can control all titans, command their actions, and possesses the ability to modify memories. Hiss. Holy crap, that's amazing. Wang Qing gasped as he looked at the system introduction. Titan power. According to the skill description, the abilities of the Attack Titan, Colossal Titan, Female Titan, Armored Titan, Jaw Titan, Beast Titan, Warhammer Titan, and Cart Titan can be bestowed upon others based on compatibility. It is worth noting that the Titan compatibility will directly affect the final form of his founding Titan. Furthermore, there are synchronous enhancement and experience sharing, which directly feed back the attributes and skills of the evolved object, and subsequent attributes and skills will also be fed back synchronously. This is really too insane. Simply overwrite the opponent's attribute points? This means that even without the founding Titan, one's attribute points and skills will be incredibly abundant. That's not all. The most awesome, infinite control. It can control the objects of evolution, and even modify their memories. This is terrifying. It means I'll have 8 giants as my laborers. He almost couldn't wait to activate his all-seeing skill, his gaze sweeping across the students in the room like an invisible scanner. Zhang Hao, S-Rank Abyss Ice Mage, Compatibility, Attack Titan 15%, Armored Titan 5%. Emo Fan, S-Rank Crimson Flame Blade Berserker, Compatibility, Beast Giant 8%, Jaw Giant 3%. He kept searching, shaking his head slightly, but the compatibility was pitifully low. Until his gaze once again locked onto the exquisitely crafted doll at the edge of the queue, head bowed, like an abandoned figure. Target, Lin Yu. Status, unemployed. Compatibility test, Female Giant 100%. 100%. Wang Qing's heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. She's the one. A powerful impulse could no longer be suppressed. Without hesitation, he pushed through the crowded people in front of him and chased after the lonely figure that was about to disappear at the edge of the crowd. At this point, who would care about the actions of those two useless people? Lin Yu, please wait a moment. A voice came from behind her. Lin Yu paused, turning around blankly. Upon seeing who it was, a hint of wariness and embarrassment flashed in her empty eyes. Wang Qing, what do you want to do? Lin Yu's voice was hoarse from crying and icy cold. Wang Qing took a deep breath, looked directly into her tear-reddened, wary eyes, and said, word by word, do you want to reawaken your profession? A truly powerful one. What? Lin Yu looked up abruptly, her cherry lips slightly parted, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. A renewed awakening of professions? How is that possible? The nation has been researching this for over a century, and there has never been a precedent. After the initial shock came the humiliation of being mocked. Her pale cheeks flushed red with anger, and her voice rose sharply, trembling with a shrill edge. Wang Qing. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'm funny right now? Do you think an unemployed person can be easily toyed with by someone like you, an F rank? She turned to leave, not wanting to see this inexplicable person who had kicked her when she was down again. Wait. Seeing that she was about to leave, Wang Qing quickly activated the system's Giant's Power function. She had just turned around when she suddenly heard a faint buzzing sound in the air beside her. A contract scroll with a bronze sheen floated out of thin air, its edges wrapped in flowing golden runes, and slowly landed in her hand. The scroll unfurled automatically in her left hand, revealing itself to be only half the size of an A4 sheet of paper. Party A of the contract, Wang Qing. Party B. At the center of the contract, a phantom image of a giant woman, condensed from particles of light, appeared and slowly rotated. The figure was crystal clear, its muscle lines conveying a power capable of tearing apart mountains. The mere airflow generated by the spinning phantom caused the stray hairs at Lin Yu's temples to suddenly fly backward. The next second, the phantom expanded, transforming into clear text terms. Standardized contract terms, granting SS rank class female giant. Basic attribute boost, strength, speed, vitality, and other attributes all increased by 800%. Transformation contract terms, can actively trigger form evolution, body covered in eternal crystal armor, all attributes stacked and amplified without limit. At the bottom of the contract, a line of small characters burning with ghostly flames slowly lit up. Should I sign the contract and inherit the bloodline of the founding Titan? This contract, which appeared out of nowhere, defied common sense, and featured a dynamic demonstration, struck Lin Yu's worldview like a thunderbolt from the heavens. Her pupils suddenly contracted, her breath caught in her throat, and she stared incredulously at the strange contract. SS rank class? Attribute boost, 800% plus? Giant transformation? And the two characters Wang Qing are clearly visible on the client's side. This is... Chapter 2, the female titan appears, her attributes surge. The dome-shaped hall in the beginner dungeon is high in the sky, and the front wall is covered with blue magic runes, making the rock paintings on the wall look dimmer. This place is filled with high school seniors who have just awakened their professional skills, and the air is filled with a restless atmosphere. The college entrance examination in Dragon Kingdom is in 3 days, which has brought high school seniors from all over the city here to hone their skills. The difficulty levels of the Secret Realm dungeons are divided into Beginner, Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Extraordinary, and King. Most of those who come to challenge this beginner-level dungeon are students from average-income families. Although entering a dungeon means life or death is in the hands of fate, many students are still willing to take the risk in order to advance beyond their class and gain admission to a better university. After all, the leveling up methods taught by university professors are too slow. At this moment, Lin Yu nervously followed Wang Qing into the newbie dungeon teleportation hall. Her clear eyes, reflecting the light of the hall, shone with a cool, jade-like luster, and whispers and screams suddenly erupted from the crowd. Holy crap! Isn't that Lin Yu from our school? She's so beautiful. Wait, what's that person standing in front of her? How come it's that idiot Wang Qing? What's she doing in this dungeon? And bringing an idiot with her, is she just here to die? A mortal and an F-rank class slave. How did those two get together? They're such a beautiful flower, sigh. Amidst the murmurs, several figures wearing the Jianghai No. 8 middle school badges parted the crowd and walked over. The boy in the lead, sporting blonde hair, lingered on Lin Yu's face before suddenly scoffing, "So you're Lin Yu? Seeing is believing. My name is Li Nang, an S-rank professional. Can we be friends?" The boy next to him, wielding 2 axes, deliberately raised his voice. "I heard that Lin, the campus belle, hasn't even awakened a trashy F-rank profession. Stick with us, we can protect you." These words struck the crowd like a hammer blow. Students from surrounding schools turned to look, several greedy eyes lingering on Lin Yu's curvaceous figure. A beautiful but unemployed school beauty is undoubtedly a piece of easy prey in a dog-eat-dog world. "Join our team, little sister." A burly man clad in armor appeared from the side, his school uniform bearing the logo of Jianghai Sports School. "Your brothers promise you'll not only survive, but you'll also level up, but you'll have to pay a price." Lin Yu appeared somewhat panicked, her face paler than her school uniform, her fingertips trembling slightly, just about to retort. Wang Qing immediately stepped forward, completely shielding him behind him. His gaze swept over the malicious crowd around them, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Lin Yu, there's no need to pay attention to people like them. Damn, you're pretty arrogant." Before the sports school student could finish speaking, the portal in the center of the hall suddenly emitted a ghostly blue light. Then a putrid stench filled the air, and an announcement blared, "Newbie-level dungeon teleportation is about to begin." Under the watchful eyes of greedy eyes, Lin Yu and Wang Qing entered the portal. Whoosh! Beginner-level dungeon, Dark Forest. Dungeon boss, Tier 1 Dark Spider Lv.19 challenge with caution. Wang Qing and Lin Yu slowly opened their eyes and found themselves deep in a huge forest. The sky was a hazy gray, shrouded in fog, making it difficult to discern directions, and the atmosphere was cold and desolate. Although all the students entered the same secret realm in a line, they landed immediately in the line, and only Wang Chang and Lin Yu were nearby. Looking at the pop-up task panel, Wang Chang noticed a 2-hour countdown in the upper right corner. Once the time was up, he would be automatically teleported out of the secret realm. "Time is tight and the task is heavy, we need to level up quickly." He turned his head and suddenly saw Lin Yu standing under a tree, picking up some dirt from the ground and rubbing it. The soil was visibly stretched into filaments. "What's wrong?" Wang Qing asked, puzzled. "Yes, that's right. It's this instance. I remember the map." Lin Yu replied calmly. "Damn, no wonder he's the pride of Jianghai City, he can even remember this?" During the secret realm class, the teacher mentioned, "You sleep in class every day, so naturally you don't know." "It doesn't matter, I'll still crush it even if I don't remember, huh?" Wang Qing scratched his head awkwardly, then his expression suddenly changed. "Careful." A dark figure, as swift as a whirlwind, charged towards Lin Yu's position from the misty jungle. Lin Yu reacted extremely quickly, rolling backward to narrowly avoid the attack. "What the hell?" Wang Qing dodged and hid behind Lin Yu. "Giant-beaked pheasant." As the shadowy figure came into view, Lin Yu recognized it instantly. The next moment, having just dodged a fatal blow, she didn't hesitate at all, drew her ordinary great sword, and slashed directly. Clang! The sword struck the giant-beaked pheasant's beak squarely, leaving only a thin mark on its armor like hide. The power is too weak. Although the giant-beaked pheasant is only level 4, its massive beak is comparable to the armor of a tier 1 beast. The giant-beaked pheasant was about half a meter tall, covered in gray feathers, with 2 huge triangular toes like steel nails driven into the soil, and a beak as big as an adult's head. It hissed softly, its green eyes fixed on the 2 of them, preparing to attack again. Lin Yu turned around and gave Wang Qing a determined look. She pulled the bronze contract from her pocket, drew a line on her finger with her sword, and firmly pressed it onto the part.D section. Boom! The contract for the giant's power is complete. In an instant, a surge of powerful dark energy enveloped Lin Yu, lifting her into the air. She struggled and screamed in terror. Crack, crack. The bones are proliferating, cracking, and reshaping. Wang Qing could clearly hear the terrifying sounds of Lin Yu's spine being forcibly stretched, torn, and regenerated. The scapula, like the roots of a giant tree bursting from the ground, savagely pierced through the skin and flesh, instantly extending into a massive skeleton. The shin bones of his legs groaned from the unbearable weight, growing wildly at a geometric rate. Pht, sizzle. The muscle fibers twisted, wove, and hardened wildly, as if they were alive. Covering the new bones, it has a texture like polished marble. In just a few breaths, the figure of a colossal female giant, standing 5 meters tall, was fully formed. Her smooth shoulder and necklines and full breast contours are still clearly visible in her giant form. With long hair cascading over her shoulders, her enormous feet slammed down, easily crushing the surrounding trees, as thick as bowls, like withered branches, sending wood chips flying everywhere. The most captivating feature was the pair of eyes. The pupils had disappeared, replaced by 2 orbs of light emanating green glow in the thick fog, overlooking the world below. Is this still the Lin Yu I know? Wang Qing was stunned for a moment by this breathtaking transformation before hurriedly activating all-seeing insight. Name, Lin Yu. Class, SS rank female giant. Level, Lv.6. Strength, 86 plus 30 after transformation. Agility, 86 plus 60 after transformation. Spirit, 86 plus 10 after transformation. Stamina, 86 plus 70 after transformation. Professional skill, crystal hardening. Can be used to harden crystals on different parts of the body. In case of emergencies, hardened crystals can quickly envelop the entire body to defend against external enemies. Professional skill, targeted recovery, able to restore bodily functions based on the injured area. Passive skill, every 20 levels gained, base stat bonuses double after transformation, and the giant's body grows by 1 meter. Passive skill, when the female giant grows to 15 meters, she reaches her final form. Wow, the base attributes of SS level are 8 times that of F level. No wonder SS level professions are the focus of effort from all countries. My god! This transformation is incredibly powerful. I can't even imagine how powerful my evolved founding titan abilities are. Just as Wang Qing was marveling at the surge in Lin Yu's attributes after her transformation, the system kept prompting that synchronous enhancement had been activated. Name, Wang Cheng. Level, Lv.1. Strength, 96 plus 30 after transformation. Agility, 96 plus 60 after transformation. Spirit, 96 plus 10 after transformation. Stamina, 96 plus 70 after transformation. Holy crap, the synchronization enhancement skill is amazing. And it's only level 1. The base attribute value has reached 96. Even more terrifying is that the bonuses after transformation will also be applied to me. This is terrifying. This guy doesn't even need to cultivate, he can become a god just by lying around all day. The pheasant with the giant beak that had been so arrogant just moments before was now terrified, and its soul had left its body under the shadow of the 5-meter-tall giant. Its massive, hard maw, comparable to first-tier scales, was now opening and closing wildly and trembling, while its 2 thick legs shook incessantly, out of control. Bang! Chapter 3, A Massive Onslaught. The giantess simply raised her fist, which was like a giant hammer, and slammed it down with the force to crush everything. The fist tore through the air with a deafening roar. The earth trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread out from the point of impact. The poor, giant-beaked pheasant didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was crushed into a pile of minced meat. Wang Qing sensed something was wrong the moment the giantess raised her fist. The force was terrifying. He scrambled and crawled into the depths of the dense forest. The loud noise attracted 3 large beaked pheasants from the nearby bushes, who were instantly locked onto by the dark green pupils. 3 giant-beaked pheasants screeched, panicked, and shook their heads, looking around in alarm. Before they could even see clearly, one of them was struck by a whip kick from the giantess. Bang! The dull thud of bones breaking was like a firecracker. The pheasant on the far left was kicked and crashed into 3 trees as thick as bowls, its chest cavity caved in into a bloody, mangled mess. The other 2 were so frightened that they tried to spread their wings and escape, but the giantess moved with incredible speed, grabbing the giant-beaked pheasant with her 2 giant hands and squeezing it tightly. Click, click. Green blood mixed with entrails gushed from between his fingers, and his head exploded with a pop like a ripe watermelon. With a casual toss, the 2 bodies shot into the jungle like bullets, knocking down trees as thick as bowls. Wang Cheng hid behind a big tree, his mouth slightly open, watching everything that was happening intently. Wow, that's incredible. Immediately afterwards, the system panel displayed a series of rapidly flashing notifications. Defeat Lv.4 Giant-Beaked Pheasant, gain 50 experience points. The evolution target Lin Yu killed a Lv.4 Giant-Beaked Wild Chicken and gained 25 shared experience points. Defeat Lv.4 Giant-Beaked Pheasant, gain 50 experience points. The evolution target Lin Yu killed a Lv.4 Giant-Beaked Wild Chicken and gained 25 shared experience points. A smug smile appeared on Wang Qing's lips. He had gained shared experience points simply by standing there. Most importantly, without doing anything, the speed at which he gained experience was 1.5 times that of Lin Yu. I'm a little embarrassed. Ha ha. Before they knew it, Wang Cheng had reached Lv.5, while Lin Yu had reached Lv.9. This speed was a bit too fast. Ha! Defeat a Lv.1Multi-Horned Ant to gain 10 experience points. The evolved character Lin Yu killed a Lv.1Multi-Horned Ant and gained 5 shared experience points. Lin Yu felt the changes brought about by the upgrade, and she slowly adapted to her evolved body. She was overjoyed and filled with gratitude. In her search for more monsters, she suddenly bent down, grabbed a crooked tree, uprooted it like weeds, and swept the trunk across the entire thicket. Click, click. Large swathes of trees fell, turning into a shower of wood chips. At that moment, 2 Lv.6 poisonous sting rats hiding under the bushes were struck in the waist, their bodies exploding into 2 clouds of blood mist with 2 splat sounds, as if they had been run over by a truck. The dark green venom splattered on the giantess's thighs, making a sizzling, corrosive sound, but it didn't even damage the surface luster. The giantess's dark green eyes turned toward the direction where the 2 poisonous rats had exploded, her expression as indifferent as if she were looking at dust. Hiss. Deep within the bushes, the swarm of venomous rats, roused by the scent of their companion's blood, went completely berserk. Dozens of black venomous streaks shot out from all directions like arrows released from a bow. Their tiny bodies are covered in sharp spikes, carrying deadly venom, and they move so fast that they leave only after images in the air. For ordinary people or even low-level professionals, this would be an absolutely deadly encirclement and attack. However, from Lin Yu's perspective, which was 5 meters tall, the movements of these poisonous rats were as clear as if they were in slow motion. Crystal hardening. With a slight thought, a layer of hard, crystal clear material, shimmering with a diamond-like cold light, instantly covered her massive feet and calves. This is not passive defense, but active counterattack. Boom! The enormous crystal foot rose, carrying the terrifying power to crush mountains, and stomped down fiercely on the densest area of the venomous rat swarm. The earth trembled violently. Within a 5-meter radius of the impact point, the ground instantly cracked and caved in, forming a shallow crater. The shockwave, carrying debris and soil, exploded in a ring. Put! 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 The rushing venomous rats were like those that had been hit by a speeding train. The moment they touched the edge of the crystal foot, they were crushed into a cloud of blood mist and flesh by the unparalleled force and hardness. Green venom mixed with fragments of internal organs smeared the crystal-covered soils and the surrounding ground, emitting a pungent, fishy stench. Several venomous rats that were lucky enough to be on the edge were thrown by the shockwave, crashing into tree trunks and breaking their bones, letting out mournful cries. Wang Cheng hid behind a tree so large that it would take 3 people to encircle it, staring in disbelief, his throat bobbing involuntarily. This wasn't a battle, it was a devastating, crushing defeat. He could even clearly feel the aftershocks coming from the ground beneath his feet. Killed a Lv.3 poisonous sting rat, gained 40 experience points. The evolution target Lin Yu killed a Lv.3 poisonous spike rat, gaining 20 shared experience points. Defeat Lv.4 poisonous sting rat, gain 50 experience points. The evolution target Lin Yu killed a Lv.4 poisonous spike rat, gaining 25 shared experience points. The system panel was flooded with messages as experience points poured in like a burst dam. Wang Qing could clearly feel warm currents surging through his body, strengthening his muscles, bones, and nerves. This feeling was amazing. Leveling up while lying down. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased to Lv.6. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased to Lv.7. The female giant in the center of the battlefield did not pause for a moment. Her enormous body displayed incredible agility. Its dark green eyes locked onto several poisonous rats that were trying to burrow into the ground. Sizzle! Her enormous hand moved as if taking something from a bag, its 5 fingers spread wide, and plunged into the ground. The hard soil was as fragile as tofu under her fingers. With his arm muscles bulging, he suddenly swung it upwards. Boom! A large chunk of ground, mixed with tree roots, rubble, and several frantically struggling poisonous rats, was forcibly lifted into the air. Immediately afterwards, the giantess's other fist, covered in crystal, slammed down like a giant hammer from below onto the flying clod of earth. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the forest. The clod of earth, along with the poisonous rats inside, was completely blasted into a bloody pulp in midair by this terrifying punch. At this moment, the heavy smell of blood almost solidified, permeating the cold air of the dark forest. Looking at the brutal scene and then at his rapidly increasing level, he had reached Lv.11 in the blink of an eye. Wang Qing couldn't help but grin silently. This experience sharing and synchronous reinforcement feature is simply amazing. While Lin Yu was fighting a bloody battle in front, he was lying in the back getting stronger, and his attribute points were skyrocketing. This feeling was even better than drinking Sprite on a sweltering summer day. Suddenly, Wang Qing excitedly slapped the back of his head. Oh no, this is terrible. Chapter 4 Wang Qing, thank you. This commotion is too big. Wang Qing frowned, his gaze sweeping over the forest, which had been trampled into a mess by Lin Yu after he transformed into a giant, and was now littered with the blood and flesh remains of monsters. One strike, one kill, nothing left but bones. It's exhilarating, but the destructive power. The crystal core is completely shattered. Wang Qing glanced at the monsters' remains on the ground, which were almost unrecognizable and mixed with dirt and wood, and shook his head with great heartache. Although the drop rate of equipment from monsters in beginner-level dungeons is low, monster cores are materials for refining elixirs and crafting various types of equipment. For Wang Qing, this poor loser, the loss was considerable. However, before Wang Qing could react, a new prey was delivered to his door. Awoo! A deafening roar came from the depths of the dense forest, accompanied by a heavy tremor of the earth. 3 Lv.11 rock-armored wild boars, each the size of a small elephant and covered in thick, rock-like armor, charged out with red eyes. They were clearly enraged by the strong smell of blood and the huge commotion of the battle just now. The thick fangs, nearly a meter long, gleamed with a cold light, plowing through the ground with a ferocious momentum that could crush everything, and slammed into the female giant standing in the center of the battlefield in a triangular formation. Faced with this terrifying charge that could smash through steel walls, the giantess's dark green eyes showed no fear, but instead ignited a fierce killing intent. She let out a deep, thunderous roar, and her massive body, instead of retreating, sank slightly. Crystal hardening. The dazzling crystal luster instantly covered her legs, right arm, and entire chest as she faced the impact. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening, terrifying impacts rang out almost simultaneously. A shockwave, visible to the naked eye, exploded in a ring. The ground beneath the giantess's feet instantly collapsed and cracked. Countless pieces of flesh and dirt shot into the sky. The rock-armored boar at the very front, with its proud tusks capable of breaking boulders, snapped with a crisp crack the moment it touched the crystal armor. The immense recoil caused its massive head to snap back violently, its cervical spine groaning under the strain. The tusks of the other 2 wild boars also slammed into the crystal breastplate, leaving 2 dazzling sparks and shallow white marks. The terrifying impact sent the giantess's massive body sliding backward several meters, her feet carving 2 deep furrows in the ground, yet she stood firmly, completely unharmed. Roar! The giantess seemed to be ready to ram into something, her fury completely ignited. Her massive, crystal-covered arm shot out and, like lightning, grabbed the thick hind leg of a rock-armored boar in front of her. The giantess swung the massive, multi-ton rock-armored boar with her bare hands. Bang! He slammed this heavy weapon down like a hammer onto a rock-armored wild boar that had just regained its footing. The rock-armored boar that was hit didn't even have time to scream. Its thick rock armor shattered instantly like 2 hard-boiled eggs under the absolute force of the impact with its companion's body. Blood, flesh, broken carapace, and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. The wild boar, which was used as a weapon, had its bones shattered by the blow and died on the spot. The rock-armored boar, struck by the tusks, was utterly terrified. Its scarlet, ferocious eyes were filled with boundless fear. With a mournful cry, it turned and tried to flee. But the giantess would not let it go. The giantess was incredibly fast. In a flash, her enormous crystal foot suddenly rose and stomped down hard on the massive figure fleeing in panic. Boom! The earth trembled as a clear, enormous footprint sank deep into the ground. The shockwave whipped up clouds of dust. The rock-armored boar's hard carapace was crushed to pieces, and its entire hindquarters, along with its internal organs, were instantly crushed. Green blood and broken tissue gushed out. The 3 level 11 rock-armored boars were easily crushed like 3 fragile insects in the face of the giantess's ferocious power. Wang Chang hid behind a tree and, upon witnessing the horrific scene, couldn't help but break out in a sweat. This can hardly be called a battle, it's downright massacre. System notifications flooded the screen again, and experience points surged once more. But Wang Qing's smile faded slightly. It was time. He then activated the infinite control skill with a thought. Then came another series of click-clack sounds, and Lin Yu began to shrink visibly. She slowly fell from the sky, and Wang Qing caught her in his arms with lightning speed. At this moment, Lin Yu slowly recovered from the excitement of becoming a giant. She opened her beautiful eyes and saw Wang Qing staring at her with a flushed face. She broke free from the king's embrace, clutching her private parts, and ran like a madwoman into the jungle behind Wang Qing. Soon, Lin Yu took out the storage ring from his backpack, dressed himself properly, and walked out of the dense forest. The blush on her cheeks still lingered, and her long hair looked somewhat disheveled in the damp jungle. A faint, awkward atmosphere lingered in the air. Wang Chang, thank you. Lin Yu's voice was filled with excitement, and strangely enough, her feelings for Wang Qing had suddenly increased dramatically. No need to thank me, you deserve it. You're the first person to believe me, Wang Qing replied while putting on his clothes. No, Wang Chang. I still want to thank you. Without you, I might. Lin Yu's eyes glistened with tears of emotion, and her voice became choked with sobs. Wang Qing thoughtfully pulled out a tissue from his pocket. It's okay, let's shock the whole country together in the college entrance examination. The words shocking the whole country were spoken with such conviction by Wang Qing that in Lin Yu's beautiful eyes, Wang Qing's ordinary appearance instantly became so majestic. Wow, this has shocked the entire nation, yes. Oh dear, why are you crying? Wang Qing asked anxiously. What do you know? These are tears of joy. Lin Yu wiped away her tears and then giggled. Only then did Wang Qing notice the storage ring gleaming with spiritual light on Lin Yu's left middle finger. This item was no ordinary thing, it was an epic-level piece of equipment, with a market price estimated to be over several million. Could you let me have the crystal core of the monster we're going to kill next? And could I borrow your storage ring for a moment? Wang Qing pointed somewhat awkwardly to the ring on Lin Yu's hand. Brother Qing, of course you can. Not to mention a small storage ring, even I can. Lin Yu's expression suddenly turned astonished, and the blush on her face deepened. Why would she suddenly say such a thing? Thankfully I didn't say it out loud, or I would have been so embarrassed. The words Brother Qing made Wang Qing's heart flutter, but he did nothing. From now on, you don't need to worry about anything, leave everything to me. I know this map well, I know where the monsters are most concentrated, come on. I'll take you there. Lin Yu used a confident promise to cover up his embarrassment. Wang Qing smiled faintly and said nothing. Since Lin Yu has said so, let her be. Why move around when you can lie down? How comfortable. Wait, Qing. Wang Qing. Lin Yu took out a sword from his storage ring. The sword was engraved with thundercloud patterns and had a coiled dragon on the hilt. It was clearly no ordinary object. This sword. A barely perceptible hint of sadness flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Then he took out a breastplate, which was made from the ribs of an unknown evil beast, lined with dark red leather, and seemed to be filled with fine steel, making it heavy. Put them on quickly. Wang Qing took the breastplate, and a string of information appeared in his mind. 10,000 bone breastplate epic, equip level, none, stamina plus 10%, can block 1 strength attack, cooldown, 30 minutes. Then he looked at the sword in Lin Yu's hand, Dragon Thunder Sword epic, equip level, Lv.10, strength attribute plus 10%, can fire a lightning strike once when attacking, the lightning strike damage is equal to 50% of strength, cooldown time 10 minutes. Wang Qing's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but wonder who Lin Yu really was. He kept appearing with 3 epic level equipment items at the drop of a hat. What are you standing there for? Put these on, it's time to go. Lin Yu glanced at his masterpiece, the bushes that had been leveled and the remains of internal organs scattered on the ground not far away, and couldn't help but shudder. He had actually done all of this. Chapter 5. Come on, I'll carry you. The jungle was dense with bushes, and Lin Yu kept clearing the way with his sword, while Wang Cheng followed slowly. Before long, a chasm about 10 meters wide and bottomless blocked their way. Lin Yu stopped, her face full of confusion. She craned her neck to look at the chasm, kicked a stone, but heard no echo. She looked at the chasm, then turned back to look at Wang Cheng. In her opinion, it would be quite difficult for Wang Cheng, with his F-level professional abilities, to leap over that level all at once. If we take a detour, we'll have to go back a long way, which is a huge waste of time. It's important to know that the time limit for the beginner dungeon is only 2 hours. I remember there shouldn't be this chasm on the original map, how come? Lin Yu asked, puzzled, looking at Wang Cheng's unsteady posture. Ha, isn't that all your fault? Wang Cheng replied smugly. Yes, after you transformed, think about what you did? A smile slowly spread across Lin Yu's suspicious face. She chuckled a little shyly. Wang Cheng, how about? I carry you. No, I'll carry you on my back and jump over. What? Wang Cheng was stunned for a moment, looking at Lin Yu's serious expression, and then nodded affectionately. At this moment, a blush spread across Lin Yu's stunningly beautiful face. Come on. Lin Yu turned around, bent down, and squatted down. Wang Cheng was indeed quite lazy. He would rather lie down than stand. Seeing Lin Yu's posture as she was about to carry him, she didn't hesitate to climb onto Lin Yu's back. The scent of osmanthus wafted from Lin Yu's back, and her dark hair occasionally brushed against Wang Cheng's face in the breeze. It felt so comforting. Quick, hold me tight. We're coming. Lin Yu took a straight jump and landed steadily on the ground in the opposite chasm. At this moment, Wang Cheng was still unable to extricate himself from the fragrance of osmanthus. Come down quickly, we're here. So fast? Come down quickly, let's hurry up and get going. Killing monsters is the priority. As the saying goes, to die under a peony is to die a romantic death. Wang Cheng truly understood the meaning of this saying. He reluctantly got off Lin Yu's back, quickly straightened his clothes, and followed Lin Yu toward their destination. Soon, led by Lin Yu, the two arrived at a cave. 4 poisonous rats stood in front of the cave, looking somewhat nervous, with several poisonous rat corpses lying beside them, their crystal cores emptied. It seems that someone else got there first. At this moment, even though Lin Yu hadn't transformed, his eyes revealed an uncontrollable excitement when he saw these monsters. An SS rank female giant class with an 800% boost to base attributes. Even without transformation, her strength, agility, and stamina are second only to Wang Cheng in this dungeon. She dashed forward in one stride, her movements as swift as a ghost. The next moment, she flicked the Dragon Thunder sword in her hand, and a cold glint flashed at the tip of the sword. The sword thrust straight forward, and with a whoosh, the tip of the sword, imbued with immense power, pierced the head of a poisonous thorn rat in an instant. Having landed a successful blow, Lin Yu did not stop. With a flick of his wrist, he swung his sword, the speed so fast that only a blur could be seen. Click, click. The 2 charging poisonous rats were cleaved in 2. The other venomous rat was terrified when it saw this scene and darted away a few meters. Take this! Lin Yu shouted. A bolt of lightning shot out from the Dragon Thunder sword, instantly turning the poisonous spike rat into charred remains. Instant kill, a complete and utter instant kill. This is the absolute crushing power of basic attributes. Defeat Lv.4 Poisonous Sting Rat, gain 50 experience points. The evolution target Lin Yu killed a Lv.4 Poisonous Spike Rat, gaining 25 shared experience points. Killed a Lv.5 Poisonous Sting Rat, gained 60 experience points. The evolution target Lin Yu killed a Lv.5 Poisonous Spike Rat, gaining 30 shared experience points. At the same time, whoosh! A golden light flashed around Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng's level reached Lv.12, while Lin Yu's level was about to break through to Lv.15. Wang Cheng looked at Lin Yu's graceful movements and nodded in satisfaction. What could be more satisfying than being the boss and watching your employees work hard? At this rate, Lin Yu's level will soon reach Lv.15. Once he reaches Lv.15, he will be promoted from 0th rank to 1st rank and will gain a job-specific skill. This is also why you need to be at level 15 to apply for university. There are 7 tiers of professionals: level 15, level 55, level 95, level 135, level 175, level 215, and level 255 are the level requirements for advancing to the next 7 tiers. Each professional acquires unique skills based on their profession, family lineage, or even personal preferences. However, the level 215 tier 6 job advancement dungeon is extremely difficult. Globally, the success rate is extremely low. Wang Qing was very curious about what his unique skill would be. Wang Qing borrowed a sword and a storage ring from Lin Yu, and carefully took out the crystal cores of the 4 poisonous rats and put them into the storage ring. After doing all this, Lin Yu and Wang Qing headed into the cave. The two passed through a narrow passage, and suddenly the view opened up before them. A vast cavernous hall appeared before them, and the sounds of fierce fighting came from directly below them. Wang Qing and Lin Yu exchanged a glance and quickly looked down. It was discovered that a group of poisonous rats were frantically attacking a person. The team originally consisted of 4 people, but now the amputated bodies of 3 are scattered throughout the hall. The man being frantically attacked is the armored giant who had harassed Lin Yu in the hall. It's clear that their team is quite powerful, having killed many poisonous rats. However, the most difficult thing for novice professionals to deal with is being surrounded by evil beasts. Once the evil beasts surround and attack, it will cause great psychological panic to most newcomers, and they will lose their composure. At that point, forget about forming a counterattack. Just being able to accurately unleash skills would be considered a success. Looking at the somewhat excited Lin Yu, Wang Qing pointed at the armored giant with interest. "He was flirting with you like that, are you going to help him?" Wang Qing glanced at Lin Yu with a teasing look. The latter's face remained as cold as an ice lake as he stepped forward without hesitation, brandishing his sword. "It's not to help anyone, but because I need to kill monsters and level up quickly." "Wang Qing, you'd better watch yourself." After saying that, Lin Yu's figure moved swiftly like a shadow, each step appearing so free and elegant. Wang Qing couldn't help but feel gratified. "They're still concerned about me at a time like this." The armored man's armor was broken, and he kept swinging his greatsword, with blood slowly flowing from inside the armor down his calves. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck and killed the venomous rat that was about to attack the armored man's back. Then, a Z-shaped silver trail flashed past in front of the armored man. Pft, pft. The longsword killed 5 or 6 poisonous rats with the speed of wind and lightning. Boom! Brilliant bolts of lightning and cold light burst forth from Lin Yu's body. Wang Qing exclaimed in surprise at the cave entrance. "Holy crap, he's awakened his exclusive class skill?" Chapter 6 Guidance from 10,000 Thunders. In the dimly lit cave hall, the electric light emanating from Lin Yu instantly illuminated the entire underground space with blinding brilliance. The thundercloud pattern that was originally just an embellishment on the sword now spread upwards along her arm, condensing into a thunder pattern mark flashing with electric arcs on her fair neck. Her fingers gripping the sword trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the excitement of the surging power within her body almost bursting through her skin. The Lv.15 advancement bottleneck had been shattered. What is this?" The dying armored man's pupils contracted, and his already pale face completely lost all color. He watched helplessly as the unemployed loser he had once verbally humiliated thought he must try something new when they met in the dungeon, only to find that they were worlds apart. Exclusive skill awakening? Wang Qing at the cave entrance was equally shocked, but then a surge of joy flooded his mind. He immediately activated All-Seeing, and Lin Yu's brand new attribute panel instantly filled his vision. Name, Lin Yu. Class, SS rank female giant. Level, Lv.15 tier 1. Strength, 95 plus 30 after transformation plus 9.5 weapon attribute. Agility, 95 plus 60 after transformation. Spirit, 95 plus 10 after transformation. Stamina, 95 plus 70 after transformation. Exclusive skill, Guiding Lightning, rating, Epic. Skill effect, deals 80% of base mental energy as lightning damage to all targets within a 15-meter radius. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Damn, it's an area of effect attack. Wang Qing's breathing became heavier. This power was simply a killing machine born to clear the field. Lin Yu's spirit attribute is as high as 95 points, and it is estimated that the monsters in this dungeon will be unable to escape being killed in one hit. Just as Wang Qing was feeling sentimental. Ding! The evolved target has awakened its exclusive skill, Guidance of 10,000 Thunders. Synchronous enhancement activated, the host gains the skill Guidance of 10,000 Thunders. Name, Wang Qing. Level, Lv.12. Occupation, F rank slave or hidden occupation unawakened. Strength, 107 plus 30 after transformation. Agility, 107 plus 60 after transformation. Spirit, 107 plus 10 after transformation. Stamina, 107 plus 70 after transformation plus 10.8 equipment stats. Exclusive skill, Guiding Lightning, rating, Epic. Holy crap, this system is way too overpowered. I can even have Lin use exclusive skill? This means that once I awaken the power of the primordial giant, I will have at least 36 exclusive skills. Then I'll just walk around this world with my head held high. Wang Qing's lips curled into a fierce smile. Lin Yu stood in front of the armored man, her eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions, including joy and a hint of barely perceptible relief. She didn't even look at the swarm of spiky rats that had been momentarily stunned and whose howls had changed due to the sudden flash of lightning. Her right hand, gripping the sword, suddenly spread its 5 fingers wide, and the Dragon Thunder Sword in her hand became a symbol for attracting lightning, with the sword tip pointing straight at the dome. Wan Lei's guidance. Boom, crack, crack. Within a 15-meter radius of Lin Yu, lightning struck all the poisonous thorn rats within the area without warning. Before the poisonous rats could even scream, their bodies collapsed instantly in the blinding light, filling the air with the stench of burning flesh and a green mist of blood. What is this? The armored man knelt on the ground, leaning on his greatsword, blood still flowing from the hole in his breastplate. He watched as countless bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the void, striking the poisonous rats with pinpoint accuracy, like a torrential downpour. Impossible, she's level 15? The armored man's voice was trembling with tears. He suddenly remembered what he had said in the teleportation hall, I'll give something in return. Cold sweat instantly soaked through the inner lining of his back. If Lin Yu had just made the slightest move, he probably would have been turned into charcoal too. Wang Qing stared wide-eyed at the cave entrance. Just one move, and he estimated 20 or 30 poisonous thorn rats were all gone? Defeat Lv.4 Poisonous Sting Rat, gain 50 experience points. The evolution target Lin Yu killed a Lv.4 Poisonous Spike Rat, gaining 25 shared experience points. Killed a Lv.5 Poisonous Sting Rat, gained 60 experience points. The evolution target Lin Yu killed a Lv.5 Poisonous Spike Rat, gaining 30 shared experience points. The system notification sounded in Wang Qing's mind like a movie fast-forwarded 16 times, instantly flooding the screen. Experience points poured into his body at a visible speed. In a flash, Wang Qing leveled up to level 13, then to level 14. He's advanced 2 levels in a row, and he's not far from reaching the first rank. Lin Yu's level also increased to level 16. After entering the first tier, all of Lin Yu's basic attributes increased by +2. It's important to know that the base attribute upgrade bonuses for SS rank professions are enormous. For example, an E rank profession would need to reach level 135 and break through the 7th tier to get a +2 to its base attributes, which is simply a pipe dream. Similarly, even S rank professions need to break through to the 2nd tier before their basic attribute upgrade bonuses can be the same as those of SS rank professions at the 1st tier. If an SS rank class breaks through to tier 2, its base attribute upgrade bonus becomes +4. If it breaks through to tier 3, it becomes +8, and so on. SSS level professions are the strongest in this world, with a +2 bonus to their base attributes when upgraded to level 0. As for someone like Wang Qing, who is an F level professional, he can never expect to receive such treatment. That's the difference in professional levels. Awesome. So awesome. Wang Qing couldn't help but grin, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He even started fantasizing about how, once Lin Yu mastered more advanced skills, he could be invincible even while lying down. The clearing of the cave hall was nearing completion. Lin Yu flicked his wrist, and the Dragon Thunder Sword drew a silver arc in the air before pointing to the deepest part of the cave. The remaining few poisonous rats huddled together, trembling under the threat of the sword light. 2 of them were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, yellowish-green urine flowing down their bellies. It's over. Lin Yu's voice was as cold as ever, yet it carried an undeniable power. Before the words were even finished, a cold glint appeared, and the poisonous rats, without any resistance, became victims of the sword. At this moment, apart from the armored man's heavy breathing, there was no other sound in the entire hall. The rat carcasses on the ground remained in a terrified posture from when they were alive. Lin Yu raised her hand to wipe away a strand of hair from her cheek. When her fingertips traced the lightning mark on her neck, the mark flickered for a moment before disappearing into her skin. She turned to look at the dumbfounded armored man, her eyes calm and unwavering, as if she had just crushed a few ants rather than a group of monsters. The armored man swallowed a few times, then suddenly knelt down with a thud. Sister Lin. Sister Lin. His voice trembled uncontrollably, and his face, which had just been trying to take advantage of others, was now filled with fear. I was blind before entering the instance. Please forgive me, I'm magnanimous. Wang Chang watched from the cave entrance, thoroughly amused. He crossed his arms, watching this dramatic reversal with great interest. This was the awe that strength commanded, more effective than any reason. Lin Yu didn't look at him, but walked to the charred corpses of poisonous rats, her brows furrowed slightly. Wang Qing immediately understood and took out an empty bag from his storage ring and handed it over. This was excellent material for refining pills and should not be wasted. You want all of these? The armored man asked in terror. Lin Yu dropped the empty bag and hummed in response without even looking up. I'm a class of professional athlete from Jianghai Sports School, a top prospect, but now, this isn't a flower, it's a terrifying beast. The armored man was resentful, but there was nothing he could do. He could only drag his injured body and begin his work. Wait, at that moment he noticed Wang Qing standing at the entrance of the cave. He wasn't particularly good looking, but Lin Yu treated him with such respect. The armored man had also heard of Lin Yu. She was a famous school beauty at Jianghai No. 1 High School, and her suitors could stretch from Jianghai all the way to Kyoto. How come now? He seems to be Wang Qing's loyal bodyguard. Hurry up, we still need to fight more monsters. Alright, Brother Wang. Ahem. Chapter 7 Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Sun Meng, an armored man and an A-level professional heavy armored warrior from Jianghai Sports School. At this moment, there was not a trace of his previous arrogance. He endured the excruciating pain from his wounds and the stiffness caused by the paralyzing toxins from the poisonous rats, crawling almost on his hands and feet among the corpses of the poisonous rats, carefully using his dagger to dig out the crystal cores. Hey you, aren't you done getting ready yet? Wang Chan leaned against the rock wall at the cave entrance, glancing lazily at the time, 46 minutes and 36 seconds. Hee, Brother Wang, almost done. The voice was full of flattery. Sun Meng shuddered and sped up a bit. Even though he accidentally cut his finger with the dagger, he didn't dare to make a sound. More than 10 minutes later, Sun Meng, almost exhausted, respectfully presented the bag full of crystal cores to Lin Yu with both hands. She forced a fawning smile that looked more like a grimace. Sister Lin. Brother Wang, they're here. Looking at Sun Meng's miserable state, black blood was still seeping from the broken part of his breastplate, half of his face was still twitching slightly due to the poison, and sweat was streaming down his face. Seeing his appearance, Lin Yu's resentment lessened considerably. She took out a small jade bottle from her person, poured out a pill that emitted a cool fragrance, and casually tossed it over. Antidote pill, can relieve paralysis. The voice remained as cold as ever. Lin Yu wasn't a saint, she just felt that those who deserved punishment had already been punished, and that taking someone's life for a few flirtatious remarks was unacceptable. The pill landed precisely in Sun Meng's trembling hand. He was stunned at first, then his eyes flashed with disbelief. He was so excited that he stammered, Thank you, Sister Lin. He swallowed the pill almost without hesitation, and instantly a cool sensation spread throughout his body, making the numb half of his body feel much lighter. He then suddenly knelt down on both knees and kowtowed 3 times, his voice hoarse and tearful. Sister Lin, Brother Wang. From now on, my life belongs to you. I, Sun Meng, was blind and looked down on people before. You adults are so magnanimous, please don't stoop to my level. From now on, I'll go through fire and water with just a word from you. His sudden and fierce show of loyalty left Wang Qing completely stunned. Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged as she calmly said, Get up, there's no need for that. Wang Qing stood aside, a pleased expression on his face. This is what is meant by repaying evil with good. Yes, Sister Lin. Sun Meng quickly got up, wiped his face, and his expression became calm. Just then. Ha, what a touching show of recognizing a master. Sun Meng, you've completely disgraced Jianghai Sports School. A sarcastic voice suddenly came from the other side of the cave entrance. Wang Chang and the others looked over at the sound and saw Li Nang with 3 teammates, who had appeared there at some point. Li Nang crossed his arms, a mocking expression on his face. His teammates beside him wore undisguised sneers. Li Nang? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Sun Meng's expression changed, and his recently calmed mood was instantly replaced by anger. Li Nang ignored him, focusing his gaze on Lin Yu, muttering to himself, Hey, isn't this Lin Yu, the goddess of Jianghai No. 1 High School? How come you managed to win over this idiot from the sports school just by looking at her? Li Nang glanced at Wang Qing, who was leaning against the wall at the cave entrance. The F-rank slave is still alive. Ah, you guys are really lucky. Li Nang's teammate, Zhao Xiong, and a level-class, elemental shaman, immediately chimed in, pointing at Wang Qing and sneering. Ha, young Master Li is right. A useless school beauty, an F-level slave, and a piece of trash who kowtows to others and acknowledges them as his big brother. Are you three here to be funny? That's right, Sun Meng. You're an A-level professional, kneeling down to a jobless woman and an F-level trash. Are you out of your mind? The double axeman chimed in sarcastically. Sun Meng was so angry that he was bursting with energy. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were fixed on Li Nang and the others from Jianghai No. 8 Middle School. He wished he could pounce on them and fight them to the death. But seeing that Lin Yu and Wang Qing ignored him, he had no choice but to force himself to endure it. Hey, Sun Meng, you're still not convinced? Bah! The doctor from the 8th squad cursed with a face full of disdain. Wang Qing picked at his ear, his face still showing that lazy expression, completely unconcerned about their presence. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. She stepped forward and raised her voice. Li Nang, what's the use of talking big here? Do you dare to take a gamble? Gambling? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Li Nang raised an eyebrow and burst into laughter. What are you betting on? With your abilities? Let's bet on who can defeat the boss. Lin Yu's cold voice trembled slightly with anger. Ha, quite the boast. Li Nang sneered, his eyes darting around as a good idea popped into his head. His lewd gaze lingered on Lin Yu's curvaceous body, and he licked his lips with a wicked grin, saying, a bet is fine. But the stakes are up to me. Okay. Go ahead and say it. Lin Yu replied without hesitation. Ahem, if you lose. He deliberately dragged out his words, pointing at Lin Yu, you'll have to obediently become my woman. As for Wang Qing, that trash can come and be my slave. This request was utterly disgusting. Sun Meng glared at him and yelled, Li Nang, you fucking bastard. Ha, Miss Lin, you're lucky to be with our young Master Li. Our young Master Li is the eldest son of the president of the 37th ranked guild in the country, the Nanling Guild. Countless beauties are eager to marry him, Zhao Xiong chimed in from the side. We're the strongest team in this dungeon, is this woman crazy? She's betting with us. Wang Qing's eyes instantly turned cold, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Lin Yu's snow-white teeth bit into her cherry lips, her eyes filled with coldness. She took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent in her heart. Fine. What if you lose? Lose? Li Nang seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and his teammates burst into laughter. Hee hee, if we lose, you can do whatever you want with us. He was full of pride. Although he noticed the corpses of poisonous rats scattered all over the place, he also saw that Sun Meng's team had been almost completely wiped out. The outcome was clear, Sun Meng's team went all out to kill the monster, resulting in a stalemate. Wang Qing and Lin Yu arrived to pick up the scraps and save the big fool. It's a deal. Lin Yu said no more and turned to walk towards Wang Qing. Wang Qing patted Sun Meng on the shoulder and said kindly, Mengzi, you shouldn't go if you're injured. Brother Wang, it's me. Sun Meng, listen to your brother Wang. This cave leads deep into the boss's lair, and you're injured. Sun Meng listened to Lin Yu's calm but warm advice and stopped insisting. He bowed to the two of them, saying, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Let's go. Wang Qing waved to him. This scene stunned Li Nang and the others. Sun Meng, the strongest of the three, was gone. Could there be something strange about these two? Sun Meng, you've abandoned your older brother and sister so quickly? Li Nang was surprised, but he still trusted his judgment. Sun Meng glared at Li Nang and said, you'll have your day. Then he strode toward the exit. Watching Lin Yu and Wang Qing head deeper into the fork in the road directly opposite. Li Nang glanced at the two men's backs and snorted coldly, overestimating yourselves. Let's follow. The three team members followed Li Nang and quickly advanced along a slightly wider side path, their aim clearly to gain the upper hand. Chapter 8 Wang Qing's exclusive skill, is that all? The deeper you go into the cave, the more spacious it becomes, but the air also becomes increasingly damp and cold, filled with a strong smell of rotting flesh. Before long, sticky white spider webs began to appear on the rock wall, and some dried animal bones appeared on the ground. The white spider webs on the wall took on an eerie blue hue in the dim cave. This should be it. This is the silk of the dark spider. Lin Yu frowned and lowered his voice. The teacher said that the silk of the shadow spider is highly venomous. If it gets on a person's skin, it will not only cause paralysis, but the venom is also very potent. Be careful. Will it affect us? Wang Qing asked without thinking, like a complete idiot. Lin Yu looked surprised. She didn't answer Wang Qing's question, but pondered, something's not right. Logically, the spider swarm should have appeared by now, so why aren't there any? The sounds of fighting and flashes of energy attacks could be faintly heard ahead. Li Nang's team must have encountered a swarm of spiders. Ah! Help me! My god, there are so many! The cave echoed with piercing screams and terrified curses, followed by a dense hissing sound. Wang Cheng and Lin Yu exchanged a glance and quickened their pace. Turning past a massive stalactite pillar, the scene before them suddenly unfolded. This is an extremely large underground cavern with a high-hanging dome covered with sharp, inverted stalactites. In the center of the cave, a terrifying spider, about 4 meters long, covered with a black, hairy carapace, 8 scarlet compound eyes, and a pair of huge fangs half a meter high, is coiled in the middle of a huge spider web that covers half of the cave and shimmers with blue light. This is the final boss of this beginner dungeon, the Lv.19, Dark Spider. Clearly, what's attracting attention right now isn't the boss, but rather the Li Nang team, who are fighting a bloody battle at another entrance to the cave. Li Nang's team arrived first, and the spider swarm inside the cave naturally noticed the anomaly, launching a frenzied attack on them. Although these dark spiderlings are only level 8 or 9, they are incredibly fast and have amazing jumping ability. What's most terrifying is that they are fearless. The man with the double axes stood at the forefront, his weapons wielding in a dense, impenetrable manner, cutting down several young spiders that pounced on him, but he also suffered several bloody cuts on his body. The male doctor standing next to him was hanging upside down with his ankles entangled in the sticky spider silk shot out by the young spider. He was already lifeless. Li Nang, the S-rank class, Netherfire Mage, is now in a sorry state. He keeps waving his staff, sending nether fireballs at the spiderlings, but he still can't repel the fearless monster. His previous arrogance was gone, replaced by fear, clearly indicating a huge depletion of his mental energy. Xiao Xiong kept summoning various buff totems, but to no avail. There were simply too many spiderlings. Just then, Li Nang caught a glimpse of Wang Qing and his companion who had just arrived out of the corner of his eye, and a wicked plan immediately came to his mind. Lin Yu, Wang Qing, it's all your fault. A hint of madness flashed in Li Nang's eyes. When he saw that the double axe man was gradually losing strength, he decisively launched a netherworld fireball at him. Boom! The fireball ignited the double axe man's back instantly, causing him to let out a shrill scream. The spiderlings swarmed out to avoid the flames. Then Li Nang quickly stepped forward and kicked the burning double axe man towards Lin Yu and Wang Qing. You two die! Li Nang roared viciously, and his burning body naturally attracted a large number of spiderlings to attack Lin Yu and Wang Qing. Without hesitation, Li Nang turned around and shouted at Xiao Xiong, "Go!" Xiao Xiong was stunned for a moment when he saw Li Nang's outrageous act, and then he followed Li Nang in retreat. A large amount of energy gathered at the tip of Li Nang's staff, and he unleashed the Netherworld firewall on the spiderlings in front of him. The flames rose up, temporarily halting the spiderlings' pursuit. Without looking back, the two fled frantically down the fork in the road they had come from, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. In this situation, Wang Qing was not nervous. He simply patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. Then he turned around, took out a stool from his storage ring, and sat down leisurely, seemingly waiting for the show to begin. Lin Yu drew her sword, her expression completely calm. She waited a few seconds, watching the spider swarm draw closer and closer, until just as it was about to reach her face, 10,000 thunder guidance. Countless bolts of lightning flashing white light blasted towards the spider swarm. Crack! 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 It sounded like firecrackers. After the smoke cleared, what came into view was a field of dead spiders, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. Clap, clap, clap. Sitting behind Lin Yu, Wang Qing was beaming with pride and couldn't help but clap his hands. Truly excellent. Then a series of system notification sounds rang out again. Defeat Lv.8 Dark Spiderling, gain 90 experience points. The evolution target Lin Yu killed a Lv.8 Dark Spiderling, gaining 45 shared experience points. Slaying a level 9 Dark Spiderling grants 100 experience points. The evolution target Lin Yu killed a Lv.5 Poisonous Spike Rat, gaining 50 shared experience points. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 15. Congratulations on reaching level 16. Congratulations on reaching level 17. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to Tier 1 and awakening your exclusive passive skill, Original Appearance. Rating, Common. Skill description: when the evolution target enters giant mode, their clothing, appearance, and true form become identical. Wang Qing's expectant expression turned extremely ugly. Is that all? Are you kidding me? He stared incredulously at the skill description. What is this? It doesn't offer any improvement whatsoever? What's even harder to accept is that I'll never see Lin Yu's stunning body again, sob. System, what have you done? His face was filled with utter disappointment. The scene of Lin Yu shrinking and changing was still vivid in his mind. At this moment, the dark spider let out a low hissing growl, looking at Lin Yu and Wang Qing, who was sitting on a stool with a regretful expression, with some surprise. Its 8 compound eyes swayed back and forth. Without further hesitation, Lin Yu stepped over the charred corpse of the dark spider and pounced like an arrow towards the dark spider coiled in the center of the web. The dragon thunder sword in her hand was surrounded by lightning, and with a piercing sound, it slashed fiercely at the black carapace covered with long hair. The dark spider retreated rapidly on its web, its 2 scythe-like forelegs crossing to block the attack. A crisp, metallic clang rang out. What the hell? It actually managed to block Lin Yu's attack? Lin Yu felt a tremendous force of recoil coming from the hilt of the sword, his hand went numb, and he was shaken back several steps. Upon closer inspection, she saw blue blood seeping from the 2 forelimbs of the dark spider. Although its defenses were breached, the power was slightly insufficient. Otherwise, this sword strike would have surely cost it 2 front legs. Hiss! The dark spider took a few steps back in pain, its 8 compound eyes locking onto Lin Yu, this tiny provocateur, and it let out a sharp, piercing hiss. Its massive body trembled violently, causing the giant spider web covering half of the cave to shake violently as well. Then it quickly adjusted, its 2 front legs like spears, thrusting towards Lin Yu from the left and right. The speed was too fast, and Lin Yu dared not be careless. She slammed her toes on the ground, rolled backward, and the spider's 2 front legs cut off several strands of her flowing long hair. Taking advantage of Lin Yu's unsteady stance, the dark spider spit out spider silk to attack him. Lin Yu steadied himself by stepping back with his left foot, and his dragon thunder sword slashed horizontally, cutting the incoming spider silk in 2. Wang Qing sat and watched the 2 fight, especially Lin Yu's backflip, which was really beautiful. He remembered that Lin Yu had said on the way here that the most troublesome thing about the boss in this dungeon was its spider silk and shell. If Lin Yu hadn't been holding a sword, the spider silk would have been difficult to cut. Spider silk is not only highly viscous but also extremely poisonous. The dark spider's 8 compound eyes darted up and down incessantly, as if it were pondering something. Then it raised its head. Its body trembled slightly, as if it were gathering energy. In just a few breaths, it suddenly started spewing out strands of spider silk from its mouth, attacking Lin Yu. Bang! 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 Lin Yu dodged left and right, the spider silk falling to the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. It used a long-range spider silk attack, causing Lin Yu to dodge to Wang Qing's right side. The time has come. It spewed out the largest spider silk it had been brewing, which, like a giant net, attacked Wang Qing, who was sitting on a stool. Damn, you boss actually have some brains. Wang Qing muttered without changing his expression. He was already prepared to dodge. Just then, clang! Lin Yu suddenly appeared in front of Wang Qing with lightning speed, and a huge spider web covered her. Lin Yu held the dragon thunder sword horizontally to protect his head, but the venomous spider webs caused bright red blood to flow from his outstretched hand and arm. The spider webs behind her had corroded Lin Yu's clothes, exposing the bra strap on her right shoulder. When Wang Qing saw this, he was first overjoyed, then furious. He stood up and kicked the stool over. He raised his right hand, hooked his ring finger, pointed at the dark spider, and roared, "Want to kill me? Come and get me if you dare." Chapter 9: The female giant smashes the boss. The boss's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, emitting low hissing growls, as if it understood Wang Qing's taunts. It went berserk, frantically tightening the spider webs it was spewing out with its mouth. Lin Yu, thank you. Don't be so polite with her, let it die. Wang Qing looked at Lin Yu, who had been caught in the net in his place, with murderous intent on his face. His dashing moment lasted only 3 seconds. Like a wilted eggplant, Wang Qingru sat back down on the stool and leisurely picked his nose. Lin Yu could no longer contain herself in this critical moment. Transformation was the only option. Having already been frank with Wang Qing once, why should she be afraid a second time? Thinking of this, a blush quickly spread from her face to her earlobes. Without further hesitation, a surge of power erupted from her body, and the sound of bones cracking and multiplying rang out once more. Snap! Snap! Under the gaze of the dark spider's crimson compound eyes, the tiny human girl's figure expanded and grew at a visible speed, and the spider web covering her was instantly torn apart like paper. In just a few breaths, the 5-meter-tall female giant descended again, almost reaching the top of the cave. This transformation felt completely different from the previous ones. Lin Yu clearly remembered that before, muscles covered his entire body, his appearance had changed drastically, and his pupils were glowing. Strangely, his appearance remained unchanged after the transformation. Only his body grew taller proportionally. Most incredibly, his clothes were still on. She turned her enormous head and nodded with satisfaction at Wang Cheng, who was sitting on a stool. Wang Cheng, although not handsome, is truly a gentleman. It must be him. I never imagined there were such good men in this world. Wang Cheng sat on a stool and exchanged a glance with Lin Yu, revealing a meaningful smile. Who can understand the bitterness and helplessness he felt at that moment? Bring it on! Lin Yu assumed a fighting stance, and the tremendous noise caused stalactites to fall from the cave ceiling. Her beautiful eyes burned with fighting spirit. Hiss! The dark spider sensed an unprecedented threat. Its 8 compound eyes watched in disbelief as Lin Yu's injured hand and arm were rapidly healing. The toxins flew out of the wounds like water droplets and fell to the ground. It's the giantess's skill, targeted recovery. The dark spider dared not be careless. It suddenly raised its 2 front legs and used its 6 hind legs to grip the ground, springing up like a spring with great speed, and stabbed fiercely towards Lin Yu's chest and abdomen. Crystal hardening. With a thought, dazzling, hard crystal instantly covered Lin Yu's chest and abdomen. Clang clang. 2 ear-piercing metallic scraping sounds rang out in the cave, sparks flying everywhere. The dark spider's forelimbs, powerful enough to pierce steel, stabbed fiercely into the crystal armor, the immense impact causing Lin Yu's body to sway slightly. The dark spider's all-out attack only left 2 white scratches on the crystal armor and even splashed some crystal shards, but it was ultimately futile. In contrast, the dark spider's 2 forelimbs, which it was so proud of, broke in 2 during the head-on collision with Lin Yu's crystal armor, and blue blood seeped from the wounds. Ack! Darkness let out a painful howl. Great! Strike while the iron is hot. Wang Cheng stood up excitedly, waving his fist. Smash his head. Smash those 8 disgusting eyeballs of his head until they burst. Lin Yu seemed to be of one mind with Wang Cheng. Her massive body displayed an agility that was far beyond her size, taking advantage of the dark spider's slow movements. She used her enormous left and right fists, covered in crystal, to smash into the ugly head of the dark spider, which was covered in compound eyes. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud bangs, the head of the dark spider was slammed to the ground and sank downwards, several clear cracks spreading out from the black carapace covering its head. Black blood mixed with shattered eyeball tissue gushed from the wound in the compound eye. Hiss! The immense pain caused it to writhe and struggle wildly. Then, it spat out spider silk containing venom and attacked Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu tilted her head to dodge. It's trying to escape, catch it. Tear it apart with your bare hands. Wang Cheng watched with great excitement, urging her on. Lin Yu's 2 giant hands instantly grabbed the 2 thick hind legs of the dark spider. With a splatter sound, the 2 hairy legs were ripped off at the base, and blood gushed out. Oh! Lin Yu reacted quickly, grabbing the body of the dark spider with both hands and slamming it down onto the ground. Bang! 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 The jet-black carapace proved utterly vulnerable to the terrifying power, cracking inch by inch like an eggshell. Then, Lin Yu lifted it up and unleashed a powerful right punch, ending its life. So cool! Defeat the Lv.19 Dark Spider boss to gain 2,000 experience points. The evolution target. Lin Yu killed a Lv.19 Dark Spider, gaining 1,000 shared experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased to Lv.18. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased to Lv.19. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased to Lv.20. Wang Cheng squinted comfortably, having leveled up 3 times in a row. His current level was now equivalent to Lin Yu's. However, his base attributes were 20 points higher than Lin Yu's, who was at the SS level. Wang Cheng stretched smugly, packed up his stool, and said with a satisfied expression, I really enjoyed watching this. Let's pack up our spoils and get going. After the battle, Lin Yu's body had returned to normal. The 2 quickly searched around the boss's corpse and found a spider crystal core the size of the boss's head in a skill book called 10,000 Spider Hands. Lin Yu immediately picked it up, as if it were a priceless treasure. Wang Cheng asked in surprise, what good stuff can you get from a beginner's dungeon? What do you know? The 1,000 Spider Hands is an elite level skill. Although it's not very powerful, after mastering it, the palms can secrete toxins that can temporarily paralyze the opponent. We've struck gold. The drop rate for this skill book is extremely low. Many bounty hunters have farmed thousands of times and still might not find it. Skills and weapons in this world are also divided into levels, from low to high, common, elite, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Although skill books and weapons equipment are of the same level, the probability of a skill book dropping in a dungeon is extremely low. Therefore, skill books of the same level are priced much higher than weapons equipment on the market. While leveling up unlocks exclusive skills, aside from Tier 1, unlocking the other tiers requires clearing various specialized dungeons, and the quality of the awakened exclusive skills is entirely dependent on luck. Who can guarantee that unlocking a unique skill every time will be as effective as when Lin Yu was at Tier 1? Most people's unique skills are actually only at the ordinary level. Moreover, a skill book can only be used by one person, and you must be at least level 15 to learn it. This leads to the scarcity of skill books. Guilds and universities in various countries control talent by using skill books of different levels. Since they're so rare, I'll give them all to you, Wang Cheng said nonchalantly. Really? Didn't we agree that all the dungeon rewards would be yours? Lin Yu asked Wang Cheng expectantly. I don't need it. With you protecting me, I feel at ease. You need it more than I do. Wang Cheng's encouraging words to his employee made Lin Yu blush again. You're so kind. This skill book is worth over 10,000. Lin Yu said shyly. 100,000? Damn, I spoke too soon. Can you take it back, lady? Wang Cheng revealed a face even more unpleasant than bitterness, forcing out a smile. It doesn't matter, since Lin Yu has learned it, I'll learn it too. Most importantly, this skill genuinely improved Lin Yu's combat power. Chapter 10 Blood-Stained Dragon Thunder. Looking at the large bag full of spoils of war, Wang Cheng said, it smells delicious. Time's almost up. There are about 10 minutes left. Let's see if we can run into some more unlucky guys. The two retraced their steps, passed through the narrow passage, and arrived once again at the entrance to the cave hall. Kill me, I refuse to accept this. A powerful shout drew the attention of Wang Cheng and Lin Yu. Li Ning stomped on Sun Meng's face, leaving him bruised and swollen, with burn marks on his silver-white armor. It is clear that Sun Meng fought against Li Ning and Chao Xiong. I didn't want to kill you, but you forced me. Heh, I'll send you to see your sister Lin and brother Wang right now, huh? Impossible. Is it a person or a ghost? Chao Xiong's panicked murmur interrupted Sun Meng's fierce words. Sun Meng looked up, his face filled with extreme shock and disbelief. No. Impossible. How could you still be alive? Chao Xiong was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu's face turned ashen, and her eyes instantly turned icy cold. Wang Cheng stretched lazily. Hey, isn't this young Master Li from the Nanling Guild? What? Did you come here specifically to wait for us to fulfill our bet? I didn't realize you were such a nice guy. Li Ning calmed himself down. Logically speaking, the two of them should have died in the cave long ago. What happened? I understand, they must know some escape skills. You're talking nonsense. You two can defeat the boss? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Li Ning raised his voice, determined not to be intimidated by Wang Cheng, and secretly stomped his right foot hard on Sun Meng's face. Hearing Li Ning's words and seeing the change in his expression, Chao Xiong felt reassured. How could Grandpa Li's judgment be wrong? You two pieces of trash must have gotten lucky to escape. How dare you swagger in front of young Master Li? You're tired of living. Chao Xiong raised his voice, as if to bolster his courage. Wang Cheng sneered, then his face darkened, revealing a cold glint. Since young Master Li's bet is to die, then I'll grant your wish. Haha, you think you can kill me? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? Before he finished speaking, Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Wang Cheng, and as if on cue, launched an attack instantly. Clang! Lin Yu moved like a ghost, leaping up and thrusting out with his sword. Li Ning reacted quickly, grabbing his staff to block, but the huge impact forced him back several steps. He quickly struck the ground with his staff to barely stop himself, vomiting a mouthful of blood. What? So strong? Wasn't Lin Yu an unemployed person? How could this be? Lin Yu knew that Li Ning's profession only allowed him to fight effectively from a distance, so she didn't give him a chance to react and charged forward with her sword. Click! With a single slash, the sword cut Li Ning's staff in two, and the tip of the sword grazed Li Nang's chest, causing a large amount of blood to gush out. Wang Qing could tell that Lin Yu was holding back a bit in his first match against a professional. Entrusting the task of murder to a young girl, especially a stunningly beautiful one, is truly cruel. Li Nang cried out in pain and fell to the ground, clutching his wound and rolling around on the ground. Chao Xiong was already trembling with fear and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Li Nang rolled over, his body covered in mud mixed with blood. His face was flushed, and he roared fiercely, though his voice betrayed his fear. My father is the president of the Nanling Guild. If you kill me, you won't have a good life either. Lin Yu stood with his sword held horizontally, a hint of hesitation in his cold eyes. Under the gentle breeze, his hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Ha, the Nanling Guild, how powerful. My dad is Li Gang. Wang Qing said mockingly as he slowly walked up to Lin Yu. If you were allowed to live, countless innocent people would suffer. What do you want to do? Li Nang saw the undisguised murderous intent in Wang Qing's eyes and finally felt real fear. Don't kill me, I was wrong. Ah! Wang Qing snatched the sword from Lin Yu's hand and delivered a fatal blow to Li Nang's heart. Lin Yu and Sun Meng were stunned for a moment by Wang Qing's decisiveness. Chao Xiong kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead bleeding from the force of the blows. Brother Wang, Sister Lin, I was wrong. I'm not human, it was all Li Nang's doing. You did the right thing, you rid the people of a scourge. Please, have the magnanimity to let me go. Lin Yu came to her senses and advised, let him go, he didn't do anything outrageous. Before she could finish speaking. Whoosh! Pft. Lin Yu's dragon thunder sword had already pierced through Chao Xiong's head. Wang Qing drew his sword, and blood spurted out, splattering all over his face. Stop being so noisy, I'll tell you to die. Lin Yu and Sun Meng, who was lying on the ground, were speechless with shock. Especially Lin Yu, Wang Qing's movements were too fast, how was that possible? Wang Qing wiped his face haphazardly with his hand, quickly handed the dragon thunder sword to Lin Yu, then his expression returned to a lazy one. It is indeed a fine sword, so fast it doesn't get stained with blood. Sun Meng, stop lying on the ground and hurry up and clean up. Remember to loot everything. I'm going to wash up. Wang Qing said, humming a little tune as he walked towards the nearby stream. Lin Yu lowered his head in silence, staring at the dragon thunder sword gleaming coldly in his hand. He wasn't actually trying to kill anyone, it was as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Unbelievable, how could Wang Qing be so strong? Before long, Wang Chang walked over with a grin. Sun Meng, have you found any good stuff? Let me take a look. Quite a few, look. Sun Meng proudly presented his spoils with both hands. You big oaf, you're not going to leave your belongings behind? Are you trying to kill me? Hee hee, Brother Cheng, I'll be more careful next time. Sun Meng laughed awkwardly. Chao Xiong didn't have much Chinese yuan in his wallet, but he had a few hundred yuan. This amount of money was nothing to Sun Meng and Lin Yu, but Wang Qing's eyes lit up, and he quickly stuffed it into his pocket without asking the two of them. Then Wang Qing opened Sun Meng's storage ring, which contained about a dozen low-level crystal cores of various types and about 300,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, neatly arranged in a corner of the storage ring space. I'm rich. I'm rich. Oh, there's good stuff too. Wang Qing noticed that there were two exquisite boxes in the other corner of the storage ring. Wang Qing eagerly took the two exquisite boxes out of his storage ring and gestured for Lin Yu and Sun Meng to come closer. Immediately afterwards, Wang Qing rubbed his hands together, opened the first box, and his pupils dilated in surprise. Holy crap, skill books! He touched them, there were 3 of them. Unexpectedly, the son of a Nanling guild casually has 3 skill books in his storage ring. How can ordinary people bear this? How many people have to bow and scrape under the eaves for these things? Most importantly, there's a box underneath, which is definitely no less valuable than the skill book. Wang Qing licked his lips excitedly. Haha, I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich, this time I've struck it rich. Chapter 11, The Unknown Sphere. Wang Qing picked up the first book, whose cover had 3 big characters written on it, Raging Slash. Not bad, a rare grade warrior skill book, but I don't need it. Wang Qing tossed it to Sun Meng, who was standing to the side, without even lifting his eyelids. This suits you perfectly, take it and practice. Sun Meng caught the skill book off guard, glanced at the cover, and was instantly overwhelmed by shock. Are you kidding me? You just gave it to me like this? Are you testing my loyalty? A rare skill book, its market price is at least several 100,000. Brother Qing, Sister Lin, I didn't do anything, yet I'm getting benefits. Sun Meng tentatively declined. Damn it, trying to act tough? I'm just asking if you want it or not. Don't be so hypocritical with your own people in the future. Wang Qing glanced at Sun Meng. He. Sun Meng laughed awkwardly. Wang Qing then picked up the second book, The Refining Method of Qi and Blood Returning to Origin Pill. For alchemy? Wang Qing curled his lip. What's the use of this? But it sounds like it's for recovery. Oh well, I'll keep it for now. Maybe it'll come in handy later. Lin Yu glanced at it. She had no interest in alchemy, she only studied it to pass the exams. Moreover, she also has the ability of targeted recovery, which is currently of little use. Wang Cheng's starting point was very different from Lin Yu's. He was not interested in any subject and only accepted things based on the principle of buying anything that is valuable. He believed that the items in the box must be good stuff. Then Wang Qing took out the third book. His pupils dilated slightly. The cover clearly read, Fire Dragon Technique. Holy crap, this is an epic level technique. The Nanling Guild really went all out. It must be because Li Nang's level hasn't reached the requirements to cultivate this skill yet, otherwise why would it be so easy for me? Epic skill books are absolutely rare treasures on the market. Even for those from large guilds and aristocratic families, obtaining an epic skill book is by no means easy. The value of Lin Yu's awakened exclusive skill continues to rise. Wang Qing excitedly rubbed his hands together, carefully put away the Fire Dragon Technique, and placed it into his storage ring along with the Qi and Blood Returning to Origin Pill Refining Method and the box. The important treasure is about to be revealed. Wang Qing happily stroked the second exquisite box. Upon opening it, the three squinted at the reddish light. A sphere the size of a dark spiderling's core appeared before the three of them. Wang Qing glanced at the sphere, then at Lin Yu's chest. It seemed the sphere was a little too big. Its entire body is a dark red color like blood, and there seems to be liquid slowly flowing inside the sphere. Several beast beads are embedded on the surface of the sphere. Huh, is this a crystal core? It doesn't look like one, Sun Meng said warily. Lin Yu frowned, clearly sensing the immense energy contained within the sphere. I've never seen anything like it in any books. Wang Qing ignored their reactions. His eyes gleamed as he picked up the sphere and weighed it in his hand. Who cares? It looks valuable. Without saying a word, Wang Qing put the sphere into the box and put it away. It's about time, we should go. Looking at the two corpses on the ground and Wang Qing's expression, Lin Yu's expression became extremely complicated. Given Li Nang's status, he should have disdained this kind of instance, but unexpectedly, he lost his life here. Although Wang Qing's actions were cruel, they were undoubtedly correct. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, eliminating evil completely is absolutely the right choice. She would never be lenient next time, and Wang Qing's image in her mind had gained a new dimension. With a whoosh, the three of them exited the instance. Lin Yu looked around. About 70% of them had returned alive. Looking at everyone's jubilant expressions, while they were celebrating their survival, who would care about the classmates and companions who had died in the dungeon? For professionals, every step of their growth is accompanied by trials of blood in battle, which is truly heartbreaking. What are you staring at? Let's go. Let's sell the spoils first. Wang Qing said with a relaxed expression, leisurely walking towards the exit of the hall. The appearance of the stunning school beauty caused an uproar in the hall, but this time the discussion was not about her appearance, but about her escape from death. What? Lin Yu, the unemployed school beauty, and Wang Qing, an F-rank professional, are actually alive? What's going on? Oof, didn't you see Sun Meng from Jianghai Sports School in the back too? None of the team came back alive. Yes. It must be that school beauty sacrificed her looks and forced herself on him. You know, team members also get an experience bonus. Pa, how shameless. Some people are like this, the effort they put into achieving success goes unseen by others. They are more inclined to believe that they took a shortcut. Various malicious and harsh comments came one after another, but they did not affect Wang Qing and others' good mood. After leaving the hall, the three arrived at a shop called Tianbao Pavilion. The storefront was not large, but it looked quite old. The shop owner was a thin old man with graying temples and shrewd eyes. When he saw Wang Qing and the other two come in, he noticed Sun Meng's school uniform. He must be a student who just finished the beginner dungeon. He doesn't have any good items on him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and put on a professional smile. Hey, everyone, just got out of a dungeon, huh? Our shop is honest and straightforward. We buy all kinds of materials and equipment at high prices. Wang Chang leaned casually against the counter with a lazy smile on his face. Boss, what's the price of the giant-beaked pheasant crystal core, the poisonous sting rat crystal core, and the dark young plant crystal core? The shopkeeper thought he guessed correctly, but still maintained his smile. Low-level evil beasts from beginner dungeons don't fetch much, but I'd like to make friends. How about 500 Dragon Kingdom coins each? 500? That's so few? What if the quantity is large? The shop owner smiled slyly. This price isn't low. Large quantity? How much can you possibly have? There are still a couple hundred. Wang Qing said casually. The shopkeeper's pupils dilated suddenly, then his expression changed slightly. What? 1 or 200? Are you kidding me? I've been running this shop for decades and I've never seen so many loot from a single instance. Don't worry about that for now, just tell me the price. Let's say it's 600. Alright then. Without further ado, Wang Qing took out 3 large bags full of crystal cores from his storage ring. The shopkeeper's mouth gaped open in astonishment, and his breathing quickened. Good heavens, so many. Even in a beginner's dungeon, you couldn't get this many in such a short time. This isn't farming a dungeon, it's a massacre. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and casually picked up the crystal core of the dungeon boss, the dark spider, his fingers even trembling slightly. You can't judge a book by its cover, they even got their hands on the boss's crystal core. A piece of cake, Wang Qingji replied smugly. Well, how about this? It looks like there are about 200, plus the boss crystal cores. I'll take a loss and give you 130,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, okay? The shopkeeper pretended to think calmly. 130,000? Do you think I'm a newbie? A boss crystal core is only worth 10,000? It's not like you're the only store here. Let's go check out other stores. Wang Qing said casually, making a move to leave. Wait, how about 150,000? That's the most I can offer. The boss's anxious face showed a hint of determination. Deal. Wang Qing smiled radiantly, took the money, and walked out of Tianbao Pavilion. Brother Qing, these crystal cores should sell for at least 200,000 Chinese yuan. Sun Meng said weakly from the side. Lin Yu and Wang Chang had no idea about market conditions. Ouch. Why didn't you say so sooner, you big dummy? Wang Qing jumped up in a rage and slapped Sun Meng hard across the face. Sun Meng rubbed his head and said aggrievedly, didn't you say that when the older brother is talking about business, the younger brother should learn to shut up? Wang Qing's lips twitched, and he bit his lip. Damn you, you swindler. Sun Meng, you'll deduct that price difference from your future spoils. Brother Chang Ai. Seeing the two of them like this, Lin Yu covered her mouth and laughed. At the same time. Beep beep, hello, sir, something's happened, something terrible has happened. Damn it, what's the panic? Speak slowly. Li Zihua, the president of the Nanling Guild, listened to the contents of the phone call, his pupils contracting continuously, and his hand holding the phone began to tremble uncontrollably. Really? Is that thing still there? It's true, the corpse has already been teleported out of the instance, and everything is gone. Li Zihua's neck veins bulged as he roared excitedly, who did this? Find him for me, I'll make him pay with his life. Chapter 12. A warm dinner. Just as Wang Qing and the other two reached the roadside, a hoarse voice came from behind them. Looking in the direction of the sound, a man wearing a suit and a neat tie appeared. He had a small braid and his face was etched with the marks of experience. Miss, why didn't you tell me before sneaking out? What if something happens to you? How am I supposed to explain this? The man's face was full of anxiety, and his tone was reproachful. Uncle Yuanzhong, keep your voice down, there are people here. Lin Yu said awkwardly and hesitantly. Lu Yuanzhong looked Wang Qing and Sun Meng up and down with a wary gaze. So it was you two who instigated my young lady to come out with you? Wang Qing was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Sun Meng looked at Wang Qing, but he had no idea why Lin Yu had come here. Uncle Yuanzhong, how could you do this? They are all my friends. Lin Yu hurriedly pulled Lu Yuanzhong's forearm aside. Hey big oaf, why are you looking at me like that? Wang Qing retorted with a glare to Sun Meng. Aren't you Sister Lin's boyfriend? If I don't look at you, who else should I look at? You've learned your lesson, not bad, you've got some insight. Wang Qing was moved by Sun Meng's words and immediately praised him. Just then, Lin Yu walked over, her face full of apology. I'm sorry, Wang Qing. I'll go back first. Please call me if you need anything. After Lin Yu left, Sun Meng said goodbye and then happily went back home. Wang Qing walked alone through the bustling streets of Zhanghai City. The neon lights were fragmented by the increasingly narrow streets and the ever taller old buildings. He eventually turned into a deep alley filled with the damp, musty smell and cheap cooking fumes. He stopped in front of a building with mottled exterior walls and walked confidently toward home. The building wasn't very tall, but Wang Qing's home, or rather his dwelling, was on the ground floor, commonly known as the basement. It's less of a home and more of a damp space shared with 4 other households. At the end of the narrow corridor, 5 cubicles were partitioned off with thin wooden boards, all sharing a dripping faucet and a public toilet that emitted a foul odor. Wang Chang walked to the end of the room and pushed open the creaking door. A familiar, loud, and continuous noise came from above the building's old ventilation system, running day and night. The room was tiny, barely big enough for a dilapidated wooden bed and a table with a missing leg propped up by bricks. A few old clothes were piled in the corner, and a dim lamp swayed slightly from the noise. This is all there is to his bare house. Bang! Bang! Is Xiaoqing home? A familiar voice pierced through the wooden planks. What's wrong, Uncle Zhou? Come to my house, we've been waiting for you. Wang Qing was somewhat surprised, but since he was also looking for them anyway, he opened the door and followed Uncle Zhou to his house. Zhou Lei's house was the largest in the basement. Zhou Lei led Wang Qing gang to push open his own door. Brother Qing, you're back. A clear, bell-like voice rang out. A little girl wearing a faded but clean floral dress and with 2 pigtails sat at the dining table, resting her chin on her hands and turning her head to look at Wang Qing. She is Zhou Lei's daughter, nicknamed Yining, and is 9 years old this year. Aunt Zhang came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of bright green stir-fried vegetables. Xiaoqing, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I specially asked your Uncle Zhou to invite you to our house for dinner. Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhang, what's going on here? Wang Qing asked, looking puzzled. Sit down quickly, there's meat today. Zhou Lei impatiently pressed Wang Qing into a chair. There's only one dish left to cook. Yining, come help Mom serve the dishes. A moment later, a small folding square table was filled with dishes, a plate of glistening braised pork, a plate of stir-fried greens, a plate of peanuts, and a small braised fish. Looking at the meal that would be considered a feast for a miner's family, Wang Qing felt a bittersweet warmth welling up inside him. Yining sat down impatiently, staring at the meat in front of her, swallowing hard. Wang Qing immediately picked up a piece of braised pork and handed it to him. Eat up. Yining looked at her father sensibly, and under his gentle gaze, she replied, Thank you, Brother Wang Qing, hee. Uncle Zhou, it's not a big holiday today, why spend so much money? Wang Qing asked, puzzled. Ahem, today is your big day. We heard you successfully awakened your profession? You've become a professional? We're really happy for you. Zhou Lei's voice rose higher and higher, expressing a heartfelt pride. Aunt Zhang, her back hunched, rubbed her hands together with her apron and looked at Wang Qing with an incredibly sincere smile. The neighbors have all heard that you're the first professional in this area. We don't have anything fancy, we just wanted to cook a meal to celebrate for you. Her voice choked as she spoke. While eating, Yining said, Brother Qing is great. I want to become a professional like Brother Qing. Looking at the 2 faces before him, which appeared exceptionally aged due to long-term malnutrition and hard work, Wang Qing's eyes welled up with tears. Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhang. His voice became hoarse. This is too much trouble, you've worked so hard. Cough, it's no trouble at all, it's what we should do. Zhou Lei waved his hand to interrupt Wang Qing, his smile unchanged. If you hadn't saved Yining a few years ago, she would have been gone long ago. Our family owes you a life. Oh dear, I only did what I should do. Besides, if it weren't for your and Aunt Zhang's help, I wouldn't even have had the chance to continue my studies. Wang Qing replied with tears in his eyes. Aunt Zhang wiped away her tears as well. Don't mention it. Your Uncle Zhou and I were heartbroken to see you working and studying on your own after you left the orphanage. I originally wanted to help out more, but as you know, ever since your Uncle Zhou got pneumoconiosis and Xiaoying needs money for school, our family has really been struggling to make ends meet. In the past 2 years, you've always given us all the money you've worked so hard to earn. You should have paid it all back long ago. This meal is a token of our family's appreciation. Zhou Lei nodded heavily, then coughed violently a few times, his sallow face devoid of color. Yining, understanding the situation, put down her chopsticks and ran over to pat her father's back. Cough cough, I don't know how much longer my body can hold on. Come on, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's celebrate Xiaoqing becoming a professional with tea instead of wine. He's sure to have a bright future. Zhou Lei forced a smile onto his sallow face and picked up his teacup. Looking at An Zhang's rough hands, Yin Yin's prematurely sensible face, and the meal on the table filled with their heartfelt care, Wang Qing picked up his teacup, wiped away his tears, and said, "Thank you, cheers." Behind the red gates, meat and wine go to waste, while on the streets, the frozen dead lie scattered. The unemployed are forced to take on the most dangerous and lowest paying jobs, but they are undoubtedly the kindest people. Wang Qing picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of braised pork, and put it in his mouth. The meat was stewed until very tender, with a slightly charred, sweet aroma. It was delicious, but Wang Qing felt a heavy weight in his heart, a complex and indescribable feeling. This warm meal ended amidst tremendous noise and mixed feelings. Wang Qing helped Aunt Zhang clear the dishes, chatted for a few words, and then turned to leave. He walked quickly to the door, paused for a moment, and took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he turned around and pulled a bank card from his pocket. "Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhang, take this." Zhou Lei was stunned, his expression changing drastically. "Xiao Cheng, what are you doing?" "Uncle Zhou." Wang Qing interrupted him, his voice unusually clear amidst the roar of the fan, carrying an unquestionable firmness. "This is the money I'm returning to you, 450,000. If it weren't for your constant help over the years, I, Wang Chang, would have starved to death on the streets long ago, and I wouldn't be where I am today. Take this. It'll be used to treat your illness, to help Yin with her studies, and to find a quiet environment." "What? 450,000? My God, that's too much." Aunt Zhang panicked and waved her hands frantically. "This amount of money is nothing to a professional," Wang Qing grinned. He forcefully pressed the bank card into Zhou Lei's arms, then, before they could refuse again, he turned and quickly disappeared into the basement. Greedy? Yes, Wang Qing loves money. But there are some things more precious than money. Chapter 13 Sleeping? Leveled up? Wang Qing used the money he had swindled from Sun Meng to book a room in a hotel near the school. He plans to rest here until the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance examination arrives. He hadn't had a proper rest since he transmigrated to this world. After taking a hot bath, he fell into a deep sleep on the soft bed. At the same time, when Jiang Xingbang, director of the Zhanghai City Dungeon Management Center, heard from his staff that a senior high school student had cleared the beginner-level dungeon that day, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly stubbed out his cigarette, then asked with a hint of disbelief, "A high school senior, clearing a beginner-level dungeon? Are you sure? Which school are you from?" "Yes, confirmed, it's from Jianghai No. 1 Middle School." This is only the second time such a situation has occurred since the Copy Management Center started operating. This is huge news. Director Jiang Xingbang stood up, turned around, and looked at the brightly lit night view outside the window, his lips twitching slightly. He then pondered for a moment, turned back to the staff member, and said with interest, "How about this? First you report this matter to the city, and second you leak it to the reporters. You understand my intention, right? But, according to regulations, information about the instance and the professions involved is confidential, mainly to prevent revenge killings." "Master, you know the rules." "How stupid. The National College Entrance Examination is in 3 days. I asked you to reveal information, not to say who it was. Do as I say." "Can. Go out, I'm tired." Director Jiang waved his hand impatiently. After the staff left, Director Jiang immediately changed his tune and quickly made a phone call. "Hey, Lao Xiao, hello old comrade in arms." A helpless and sorrowful voice came from the other side. "What's wrong? I'm so worried. My performance in the Awakening program this year was not good, and my college entrance exam results might ruin the reputation of Jianghai No. 1 High School. Old ghost, you're quite something, you've been hiding it well. Hurry up and confess honestly." "What? I don't know, what are you going to tell me? Is it about me secretly peeing in your water bottle when we were in the army, and you found out? Damn it, no wonder it tastes fishy. You just wait, you old bastard." The unexpected gain caught Director Jiang off guard. He paused, composed himself, and continued, "All right, let's get down to business. Today, your school students completely wiped out the beginner dungeon." "Huh? What? Really? You're not kidding me, are you?" Xiao Jian couldn't believe his ears, looking completely bewildered and half believing. "We're like brothers, I wouldn't mess with you. I've arranged everything for you. I'm just waiting for you to shine on the day of the college entrance exam, so you'd better think about how to thank me." The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly rose in pitch. "My goodness. The last time someone cleared a beginner-level dungeon in a senior high school was that same old lecture. That hasn't happened in over 50 years. Xiao Jian excitedly sat up in bed. Could it be that his school had really produced a genius? Quick, tell me his name. Xiao Jian said impatiently. Are you fucking stupid? You can't say that, have you forgotten? Remember to dress smartly on the day of the college entrance exam, there will be a lot of reporters. Thanks, Lao Jiang. Let's head to the Jianghai Hotel tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jian stood up excitedly, grinning from ear to ear. Suddenly, he became a little puzzled and began pacing back and forth by the bed. Who could it be? Zhang Hao? MO Fan? Even S-rank professionals couldn't do that, right? Wang Qing was awakened by a sharp pain in his lower back, a side effect of being used to sleeping on a hard bed. He groggily picked up his phone from beside his pillow and glanced at it, 4:36. Then, several messages from the Lianxin app caught his attention. The screen displays 3:11, Sun Meng, Brother Qing, I did it. I've mastered the frenzy slash. I'm so happy. 3:12, call cancelled. 3:14, call cancelled. 3:16, Sun Meng, Brother Qing, are you there? Are you there? Damn it, this idiot. Wang Qing angrily replied, get lost. Unexpectedly, Sun Meng immediately replied, okay. Wang Qing was so angry that he sat up straight in bed, about to dial the phone and yell at him. The next second, a message appeared at the top of the screen. Sun Meng, Brother Qing said that the younger brother should reply to the older brother's messages as soon as possible. Wang Qing couldn't help but chuckle wryly. This silly guy was actually kind of adorable. He turned off his phone screen, placed it beside his pillow, rolled over, and continued to sleep soundly. Ding! Evolution target Lin Yu has learned the new skill, 10,000 Spider Hands. Synchronous enhancement activated, host gains the skill, 10,000 Spider Hands. Skill description, secretes paralyzing toxin from the palm, paralyzing the opponent for 2 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Suddenly, a series of dense system notifications woke Wang Qing up again, and he opened his eyes groggily. Ding! The evolution target Lin Yu has killed a Lv.4 Giant Beetle, gaining 30 shared experience points. Defeat Lv.4 Giant Beetle, gain 60 experience points. Ding! The evolution target Lin Yu has killed a Lv.6 Giant Beetle, gaining 35 shared experience points. Defeat Lv.6 Giant Beetle, gain 70 experience points. Ding! The evolution target Lin Yu has killed a level 8 Dual Blade Mantis, gaining 45 shared experience points. Defeat Lv.8 Giant Beetle, gain 90 experience points. In his daze, the numbness in his hands made him extremely uncomfortable. He subconsciously raised his hands and saw a spiderweb-like mark on his palms. It flickered for a moment and then disappeared into the skin of his palms. Immediately following, ding, congratulations, host, your level has increased to Lv.21. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased to Lv.22. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased to Lv.23. I was sleeping, and I leveled up? Wang Qing's lips curled up slightly as he stared blankly at his hands. Learning from skill books and awakening exclusive skills are worlds apart. One depends on effort and talent, while the other can be mastered instantly. Lin Yu is the kind of genius who was both extremely talented and extremely hardworking. Making Lin Yu an employee was the best decision in the world. What boss wouldn't love an employee like that? They could save themselves the trouble of making empty promises. Sun Meng, this big, clumsy guy is quite hardworking. If you say he has talent, Wang Chang would never believe it. It's just a pity that Sun Meng's compatibility with other evolved giants is too poor, otherwise it would still be worth considering. Ah, this feels so good, leveling up while lying down. He sat up, leaned against the soft headboard, and stretched lazily. Just last night, Lin Yu sent a message saying that she had something to do these past 2 days and couldn't study with Wang Chang anymore. They agreed to meet again during the college entrance examination. Wang Qing guessed it must be her uncle Yuan Zhong's doing, but Wang Qing was actually hoping for it. The smelly, filthy environment of the dungeon was nowhere near as comfortable as a hotel bed. Even without taking a nap, I didn't miss out on leveling up. When several people team up to run dungeons, the experience is distributed between combat and support classes. Normally, it involves a 4-person team for dungeon runs, with 2 combat classes paired with 2 support classes. When 2 combat-type classes are bound together, they will not be able to share experience, they will only be able to gain experience points by killing monsters on their own. However, if the number of people in the team is small, it is very dangerous in the perilous dungeon environment. If the level difference between the two lowest level members of a team exceeds 10 levels, the member with the lowest level will be unable to join the team. Moreover, the experience points are diluted significantly when a level 40 player carries a level 30 player, making it a losing proposition. Another issue is that experience points are lost when the number of people in a team exceeds 5, which leads to the fact that most dungeon runs are entered in teams of 4 or 5. When forming a 5-person team, it is generally necessary to bring 3 support-type professions. However, having an extra support-type profession in the team can quickly increase the team's combat power and make up for the loss of experience points. Wang Cheng smugly picked up his phone from beside his pillow and quickly glanced at it. 4:49 p.m. That was such a wonderful sleep. Absolutely perfect. He swiped his phone screen, and a screen full of notifications appeared before his eyes. The first one is that damned Sun Meng again. 6:23, Brother Cheng, I've finally reached level 15. I can participate in the college entrance exam training now, 6:25, call cancelled. 6:26, Brother Cheng, are you asleep? Why aren't you replying to me? Fuck you. Annoying. Doesn't he need to sleep? Wang Qing's good mood was completely ruined by the big, clumsy guy, and he muttered curses under his breath. Too lazy to reply to this idiot, he was suddenly drawn to a message in the college entrance exam preparation group. His pupils dilated as he stared at the information on the screen, his consciousness instantly returning, followed by a playful smile on his lips. Chapter 14: The Grand Opening of the Dragon Kingdom's College Entrance Examination. College Entrance Examination Preparation Group 99+. Administrator Director Wei Jun at all members, urgent notice, as decided by the city leaders, the Gaokao venue originally scheduled for Jianghai No. 2 Middle School has now been changed to Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. All students taking the college entrance examination are requested to arrive at the Jianghai No. 1 Middle School playground by 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Please do not be late. Zhang Hao, what's going on? Was the exam venue changed at the last minute, or is it our school? Has something serious happened? Mo Fan, Brother Hao, this is definitely great news. It's our home turf now, isn't this heaven helping you make a name for yourself? Su Chang, you two experts, haven't you seen the news? Quickly check the headlines, Dingdian, Jianghai, and other news. Zhang Nana, link shared, today's headline, suspected senior high school student from Jianghai No. 1 High School clears beginner level dungeon, a once-in-50-year event. Link shared, top news, high school seniors clear beginner level dungeons, drawing high-level attention. Student A, my god, is this for real? They cleared the beginner level dungeon. This hasn't happened in 50 years. Who could it be? Student B, who else could it be? It must be the two masters, Hao Gu and Fan Gu, who else could it be? Student C, I heard. Li Nang, the son of the Nanling Guild leader, died in the newbie dungeon. It said that he was killed by someone. The group chat exploded instantly. Zhang Hao, I know Li Nang, he's a top student at Jianghai No. 8 Middle School and also an S-level professional. He was murdered? That's a bit unbelievable. Student C, seriously, they even pulled out the corpse. Student D, really? They dare to mess with the Nanling Guild? Who's that strong? Student E, could it be Zhao Tianyu from Jianghai No. 2 Middle School? Zhang Nana, that's possible. Zhao Tianyu is the only SS-level professional in our year. Su Chang, it can't be him. I saw him yesterday. Who could it be? Student F, stop guessing. I also entered the beginner level dungeon yesterday. Although I don't know who killed Li Nang, I saw Wang Cheng and Lin Yu enter the dungeon together. Student G, holy crap, is this for real? This is getting bigger and bigger. They didn't die in there? Student F, no, I was very happy when I came out, and Li Meng from Jianghai Sports School was following behind me. Mo Fan, Li Meng? That big, clumsy guy is Wang Qing's backer? Su Chang, Wang Cheng? With that F-rank professional trash and a pretty face school beauty, how much trouble could he possibly cause? He's probably just unwilling to give up and wants to try his luck. It's just a pity about my goddess. Student H, that's right. If you can't find someone better, you can make do with me. It's better than following that good-for-nothing Wang Cheng. Student K, Lin Yu too. She used to be so high and mighty, but now she's hanging out with a piece of trash like Wang Cheng. She's really degenerating herself. Bah! The messages in the group chat were scrolling rapidly. What was originally shocking information turned into mockery, slander, and jealousy towards Wang Cheng and Lin Yu. The screen is filled with various words such as garbage, waste, and scum. The bottom group notification: Wang Cheng has been removed from this group. Wang Cheng leaned against the soft headboard of the hotel bed, scrolling through the messages in the group chat one by one, his face showing no anger or grievance. He casually tossed his phone aside, and after sleeping all day, his stomach started growling. I got up, changed my clothes, put my phone in my pocket, and walked out of the hotel. The city lights were already on outside. The entrance to Jianghai No. 1 Middle School is much more lively than usual at this moment. With only 2 days left until the college entrance examination, recruiters from some diploma mills and unknown vocational colleges, like stray dogs smelling a bone, have already occupied the sidewalks on both sides of the school gates. They set up simple stalls and forcibly handed out colorful enrollment brochures to passing students and parents. Not all students below level 15 have the courage and ability to go to beginner-level dungeons to level up. These students and parents came to the school gate hoping to find an alternative path in life. Hey student, take a look at our Tangda Vocational College. We guarantee job placement and high-paying employment. Parents, come and see our Demon Extermination Technology Academy. Graduates are elites, and receive a university degree certified by the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Education. Beautiful lady, consider joining the Dream Performing Arts Academy and make your star dream come true. Amidst a cacophony of exaggerated slogans and enthusiastic shouts, Wang Cheng walked straight through the crowd, heading to his usual small restaurant for a meal. As he walked past a stall with a simple sign, the eye-catching slogan on it, "Education for All, making the best use of everyone's talents," caught his attention. He stopped, and caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. He was an old man who was less than 1.7 meters tall, obese, wearing an old vest stained with oil, and with a big belly. What's most striking is his shiny bald head, his small, narrow eyes that gleam with a lewd light, and the flip-flops he's wearing. The old man, with his legs crossed, didn't even glance at the few pitiful recruitment brochures on his stall. His gaze swept over the passing girls like a flashlight in the twilight, occasionally making clicking sounds. Just then, a tall girl wearing a short skirt walked past the stall, looking down at her phone. A glint flashed in the bald old man's eyes, and he casually kicked an empty mineral water bottle at his feet forward. Wang Cheng's eyes lit up. This old man's casual kick was something else. Ouch! Caught off guard, the girl's high heels landed right on the rolling bottle, causing her to lose her balance and fall forward. In a split second, the bald old man darted away with an agility far beyond his physique. Careful, careful. His greasy hands grabbed the girl's skirt, which had billowed up as she fell, and swiftly groped her shapely buttocks. Slap! Get out of the way! A loud slap landed on the lewd old man's face. The old man wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked smug and gave a triumphant smile. The girl who had fallen stood up straight, quickly walked away cursing, leaving the old man squinting his lewd little eyes, savoring that moment that had just happened. The whole process was smooth and natural, with people coming and going on the street. Who would care about this scene? Wang Cheng looked the old man up and down thoughtfully, paused for a moment, and then walked in the intended direction. 2 days later. The sun shines brightly in the early morning. Jianghai No. 1 High School, a prestigious school with a new era of history, is welcoming an unprecedented grand occasion: the National College Entrance Examination. A banner was hung at the main gate of the school, with eye-catching gold characters: Dragon Kingdom College Entrance Examination Center for Professionals. The campus was packed with people, and red flags fluttered everywhere. Elite senior high school students from all over the city gathered here, wearing their respective school uniforms, and the air was filled with a tense, excited and eager atmosphere. Dozens of media outlets had already set up their cameras and microphones on the viewing platform of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School's playground, and the reporters were broadcasting the event live with great enthusiasm. In the sky, several drones bearing the television station's logo buzzed and hovered, capturing panoramic images. The city government's main leaders, the city's education bureau, representatives from major associations, and admissions officers from prestigious universities sat solemnly on the stage, their expressions revealing a hint of anticipation. Several huge, replica-sized live video screens were suspended above the playground. This crucial college entrance examination process would be broadcast live in its entirety. Silence. All candidates, please line up in the designated school area according to your examination number. Director Wei Jun's deep voice instantly echoed throughout the entire playground. The crowd began to surge, searching for their own groups, and then rousing background music began to play, followed by the broadcast of important information for the college entrance examination. Principal Xiao Jian was in an exceptionally good mood. Looking at the magnificent and grand examination venue, even he, who had seen many important events, felt a little nervous. He was wearing a sharp suit with a bright red tie, and his shoes were polished to a shine beneath his spotless suit trousers. It was clear that he had prepared it carefully. Even his usually unkempt hair was combed until it was shiny. After the exam instructions were read out, Principal Xiao Jian stood up and carefully straightened his clothes. He smiled and nodded to Mayor Chen Weiman, who was sitting in the VIP seat in the center, and then strode confidently toward the podium in the center. This will surely be a day that goes down in the history of Jianghai No. 1 High School. Chapter 15 Level Test Part 1. The rousing music on the playground gradually faded away. Dozens of media outlets focused their cameras on the center of the rostrum. Xiao Jian, the principal of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, walked steadily to the center of the stage, his professional and resonant voice stimulating the ears of everyone present. Fellow students, evil beasts run rampant, invading our territory and devouring our compatriots. At this critical juncture, heaven and earth have taken pity on us, granting us the opportunity to awaken and bestowing upon the sons and daughters of the Dragon Kingdom the power to support the heavens. Xiao Jian's opening remarks were powerful and resounding, which were met with thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. This old devil is getting cocky. Director Jiang Xingban was delighted to see his old comrade in arms acting like this. What a load of smugness. The exam sites for the college entrance exam can be changed just like that. I really don't know what the city leaders are thinking. Jiang Xingban glanced sideways and saw Sita Lin, the principal of Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, with a face full of resentment, making no attempt to hide his dissatisfaction. You can believe anything you hear. The strongest student this year is definitely Zhao Tianyu. Do you even need to guess? He met Jiang Xingban's sidelong glance and retorted fiercely, when the time comes, if Jianghai No. 1 Middle School can't produce any results, let's see how this scoundrel will save face. Jiang Xingban responded with a confident smile, ignoring him. Li Zihua, the president of the Nanling Guild, kept scanning the students below the stage with a preoccupied look. However, amidst the fervent atmosphere, a discordant malice permeated a corner of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. Zhang Hao stood in the queue and glanced at Wang Qing and Lin Yu, who were at the back of the line, a mocking smile playing on his lips. TSK, look at some people, they really dare to do this here. The voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for those around to hear clearly. Mo Fan, standing beside him, jumped out and raised his voice. Hey, a layperson and an F-level professional, don't you feel ashamed standing here? This drew sidelong glances from students at Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, their eyes filled with disdain and sarcasm. Yeah, are they just here to be funny? Lin Yu used to be so arrogant, now she's with this scumbag, I just can't understand it. Look at that scumbag Wang Qing, he's even smiling. His skin is thicker than a city wall. A barrage of sarcastic remarks rained down on Wang Cheng and Lin Yu. Lin Yu's pretty face was frosty, her eyes filled with hatred, and she ignored the noise around her. His gaze was fixed on the upright figure sitting on the platform, Lin Xueliang. Lin Xueliang, the president of the Chongtiang Guild, which ranks first in the Dragon Kingdom, is sitting next to Mayor Chen Weiman. The two were chatting and laughing, whispering among themselves. It was as if everything happening on and off the stage had nothing to do with him. Where was Wang Cheng? He was still as lazy as ever, hands in his pockets, even yawning. The first component of the college entrance examination, the level test. All candidates, in order of their examination numbers, should come forward one by one and touch the level test stone tablet. The large screen on the connection test monument in the center of the platform immediately began to flash. Although those who register for the college entrance examination have theoretically reached the minimum threshold of Lv.15, the process is still essential. This is also an important step in showcasing our strength and attracting the attention of various universities. This also prevented some candidates from taking advantage of the situation. Immediately afterwards, one by one, the candidates stepped forward and placed their palms on the test stone tablet on the other side of the platform. White light patterns lit up at the base of the stone tablet, spiraling upwards along it and finally displaying the grade number on the large screen in the center of the platform. As the host, Jianghai No. 1 Middle School was naturally placed at the very end of the test. Jianghai No. 3 Middle School, Lu Weiqiang, level 17. Jianghai Nanfang Middle School, Weili, level 19. Jianghai No. 16 Middle School, Tan Tiani, level 18. After testing for a long time, not a single student was found who was above level 21. Mayor Chen Weiman's expression changed slightly. The leaders of various guilds on the stage also took this opportunity to talk and communicate with each other, as if all of this was expected. The stage quieted down a bit when they read out Zhao Tianyu's name from Jianghai No. 2 Middle School. A young man with fair skin and a refined appearance, wearing black-rimmed glasses, strode confidently toward the platform. He walked with unparalleled confidence, his eyes occasionally glancing at the students below, a group of defeated opponents. Look! Zhao Tianyu, the SS-level professional, Taoist master, from Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, is coming up on stage. As expected of this year's champion, his every move exudes confidence. When Wang Qing saw Zhao Tianyu go on stage, he snorted coldly and then shook his head. Damn it, who do you think you are, you piece of trash? You even dared to sneer, looking down on Zhao Tianyu. Mo Fan kept a close eye on Wang Qing's every move, and he cursed him without restraint. You piece of trash, I'd love to see you on stage. Were you born to be a disgrace? Wang Qing glanced at him, his gaze calm and indifferent, yet it sent a shiver down Mo Fan's spine. Zhang Hao also frowned slightly, glancing at Mo Fan with surprise in his eyes. No matter what, you're still classmates. That's a bit malicious. I heard that Mo Fan and Wang Qing came from the same orphanage. Moreover, the two had a good relationship since childhood, so insulting the orphan's parents would seem like a sign of narrow-mindedness. Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, Zhao Tianyu, level 24. When Zhao Tianyu from Jianghai No. 2 Middle School received his test results, the entire audience gasped in surprise. Level 24. That's absolutely top tier among senior high school students. Keep in mind that the national historical record is only 26 levels. That's a difference of just 2 levels. Zhao Tianyu smiled, enjoying the attention and admiration of the crowd. The bigwigs on the platform nodded in agreement and whispered among themselves, not bad, worthy of being an SS-level professional. It seems that he is the undisputed champion of Jianghai City this year. Lin Xuelian remained calm, as if Zhao Tianyu's abilities did not impress him. The happiest person was none other than Situ Lin, the principal of No. 2 Middle School. He was the one shouting the loudest on stage, as if afraid that others would not know that this was his top student. Principal Xiao Jian was uneasy, and he began to doubt whether his old comrade in arms Zhang Xingbang's words were credible. If it's fake, then he'll definitely be in deep trouble. Wang Qing snorted a few more times. He wasn't idle, he kept activating, all-seeing, trying to find a suitable match. Surprisingly, even Zhao Tianyu's match score was very low, and he shook his head helplessly. The test proceeded smoothly, with most candidates ranging from Lv.15 to Lv.20. Occasionally, a candidate at Lv.21 or Lv.22 would cause a small stir. Wang Qing was trying his best to expand the search area, but his all-seeing divine sense was making him somewhat tired. Suddenly, a familiar and sharp shout interrupted Wang Qing's divine sense of seeing all things. Brother Cheng, take a good look at my level. Wang Qing suddenly looked up and saw that Sun Meng, that big, clumsy guy, was shouting repeatedly in a higher pitch, as if afraid that he couldn't hear him. Wang Qing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and a faint blush began to appear on his face. What the hell is this? Why are you calling me? The students in the audience recognized Sun Meng from Jianghai Sports School and burst into laughter. Sun Meng didn't care at all. He took a deep breath, walked to the testing stone tablet, and placed his large hand on it. The light shone and spiraled upwards. Jianghai Sports School, Sun Meng, level 16. Holy crap, haha, is this kid out of his mind? He's making such a fuss. Who is Brother Qing? Could he be his father? A series of harsh jeers rose and fell from the audience. Upon hearing the test results, Sun Meng jumped up and down with joy. As he was about to walk off the stage, he gave a V sign towards Wang Qing's cue. Wang Qing lowered his head, embarrassed and unable to bear the sight. There was simply no way to deal with this idiot. Mo Fan noticed something was wrong. Sun Meng, that idiot, did something like this in this situation, and his eyes were constantly fixed on our formation. Brother Cheng? Could it be? No, that's impossible. He looked at Wang Qing again, only to see Wang Qing lowering his head somewhat embarrassedly. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart. Sun Meng, Wang Qing, and Lin Yu, a beginner-level dungeon. Before he could think about it more deeply, Mo Fan's name was called. He hesitated for a moment before walking up to him with a worried expression. Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, Mo Fan, level 21. Zhang Hao lived up to expectations and reached level 23. Although he was slightly inferior to Zhao Tianyu, he still attracted cheers and admiration from the students of the school. He waved his hand arrogantly to the surroundings. Finally, it was Lin Yu's turn. Chapter 16 Level Test Part 2. The moment Lin Yu stepped out of the queue and onto the platform, the noise of the entire playground seemed to quiet down a bit. Sunlight shone on her stunning profile, outlining her perfect features. She stood tall and straight, with a cool and aloof demeanor, like a fairy descended to earth. The ordinary school uniform only accentuated her unparalleled beauty. Countless gazes were fixed on her, some with amazement, some with curiosity, and some with envy. The students at Shanghai No. 1 Middle School were waiting to see her, this unemployed person, make a fool of herself, creating an atmosphere of schadenfreude. Lin Xuelian's lips twitched slightly. He glanced at the person out of the corner of his eye, then continued chatting with the bigwig on the stage, completely unconcerned. Principal Xiao Jian was astonished when he saw Lin Yu, the former prodigy, walk up to him. He strode forward, his tone losing its previous amiability and sounding somewhat anxious. "Lin, I understand how you feel, but it's best not to take the test." Lin Yu glared at him coldly, without responding. "Your presence here represents Shanghai No. 1 High School. I can't let Shanghai No. 1 High School become a laughingstock." Lin Yu looked at the principal who had once cared for her so much, her face expressionless, and a wave of emotion washed over her. She lowered her head and replied coldly, "Who said I don't have a job?" Principal Xiao Jian was shocked by her words. He tried to stop her again, but Lin Yu politely pushed him away and walked calmly to the testing stone tablet. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, she stretched out her slender, white hand and gently placed it on the testing stone tablet. Boom! The test stone tablet trembled violently, and a soft white light instantly began to swirl and rise. A beam of white light, more dazzling than anyone before, slowly rose at an astonishing speed. Finally, the white light came to a steady stop amidst everyone's horrified gazes, and the large screen on the stage displayed Shanghai No. 1 High School, Lin Yu, level 26. Xiao Jian's voice trembled with disbelief as he excitedly announced the results. Level 26. My God! How is this possible? Isn't she unemployed? She's actually 2 levels higher than Zhao Tianyu. She's tied the record. Holy crap, the equipment must be broken. Lin Yu, how could she possibly do that? Exclamations, doubts, and gasps filled the air. Xiao Jian felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped hard. The bloodline seal is broken just like that? They must have become a professional, and at least S rank. Otherwise, this is inexplicable. Zhang Hao, Zhao Tianyu, and the others' expressions froze instantly, replaced by jealous shock and a hint of gloom. Mo Fan opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a single word. On the podium, Mayor Chen Weiman immediately clapped, followed by thunderous applause. The other bigwigs were also moved, whispering among themselves, their gazes towards Lin Yu filled with shock and admiration. Lin Xuelian, who had maintained his composure, could no longer remain calm. His sharp eyes were fixed on the aloof figure in the center of the platform. How could she possibly have awakened a class? And reached level 26, that bloodline seal, could it be? When Li Zihua, the guild leader of Nanling Guild, heard Lv.26, his pupils first dilated, and then his face became even more deep and unfathomable. Director Jiang Xingbang smugly twisted his lumbar spine in his seat, looking at the arrogant and resentful Situ Lin. Principal Situ, now do you know why we cancelled your assessment points? Hearing Director Zhang's mocking greeting, he was furious. This is only the first item, and it's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. However, the shockwave has not yet subsided. Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock Lin Yu had brought, a lazy figure slowly walked up to the testing stone tablet. Look! It's that good-for-nothing Wang Chang. A mere F-rank trash like that dares to go up there? Are you kidding me? Lin Yu is still a prodigy, no matter what. Wang Chang, Tui. Judging by his appearance, he's probably just here to make an appearance. If he can pass Lv.15, I'll eat shit. The mocking voices rose again, this time even more fiercely than before. Lin Yu's affair had slapped everyone in the face, and Wang Qing's appearance on stage provided him with an opportunity to vent his anger. Mo Fan shouted the loudest, constantly stirring up the emotions of the entire audience. Idiot Wang Qing, get down here already, don't waste our time. Wang Qing seemed not to hear, and he even lazily picked at his ear. Then, under countless scornful and disdainful gazes, he casually slapped his palm onto the test stone tablet. Boom! This time the sound was noticeably louder than Lin Yu's before. Holy crap, the stone tablet is emitting golden light. What's going on? The students below the stage exclaimed. On the large screen in the center of the platform, connected to the testing monument, the level began to rise rapidly. Holy crap, he actually broke through to level 15. The numbers are still rising rapidly. Level 20, instant breakthrough. An F-level professional? Is this for real? Zhang Hao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This is unbelievable. He broke the record. Is he a monster? Finally, to everyone's astonishment, the number on the big screen froze at Lv.29. Principal Xiao Jian was completely stunned. He stood there for several seconds, then announced in an extremely excited and incredulous voice. Wang Cheng, Zhanghai No. 1 High School, level 29. Dead silence, absolute dead silence. Immediately, it was as if water had been poured into a boiling oil pan, and the entire playground erupted in chaos. Level 29. This breaks the national record for the highest level achieved by a senior high school student. It's unbelievable that it was broken by an F-rank professional. For the first time, Lin Yu's cold eyes revealed an undisguised shock. Although she knew Wang Qing was strong, Lv.29 was completely beyond her expectations. On the podium, the bigwigs from various factions fell silent for a moment before engaging in a heated discussion. Mayor Chen Weiman stood up excitedly and personally went forward to take Wang Qing's hand. You're Wang, right? You've really brought honor to Jianghai City. I'll keep a close eye on you, so don't let me down. Mayor Chen's gentle voice made Wang Qing quite uncomfortable, and he nodded politely. Li Ziahua's face darkened completely. He stared intently at Wang Qing, who was talking to the mayor, his eyes revealing an undisguised murderous intent. It was him. Li Nang's death is definitely related to this kid. Lin Xuelian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. This little kid is quite interesting. Immediately afterwards, Mayor Chen Weiman warmly took Wang Qing's hand and walked to the front, where the cameras focused on this important moment. Mayor Chen smiled and said solemnly, I never expected that our Jianghai is full of hidden talents. This student, Wang, has actually broken the record through his own efforts. Trying hard, trying my best, I'm clearly sleeping. I hope you will continue your efforts, take Wang Qing as your role model, and strive to achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination. All the previous ridicule, disdain, and doubts were crushed in the face of Mayor Chen's impassioned speech. Wang Cheng waved lazily, a look of embarrassment on his face. Mo Fan clenched his fist so tightly that his right hand bled from the force of his grip. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was deathly pale. Even a salted fish can turn its life around. I refuse to accept that. After Mayor Chen finished his passionate speech, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. He then took Wang Qing's hand and led him to the back. The reporter showered Wang Qing with concern and took numerous photos, capturing the mayor's affability and Wang Qing's blank expression. A few minutes later, under the watchful eyes of everyone below the stage, Wang Qing slowly walked down from the high platform. At that moment, Wang Qing noticed out of the corner of his eye that a man in military uniform was sitting in the far corner of the high platform. Damn, he's so handsome. Even Wang Qing, a man, couldn't help but exclaim after seeing his face. The man had a high nose bridge, a taut jawline, and alluring lips. His only flaw was his small eyes, but they were deep-set and sharp like a sword. Wow, he's absolutely gorgeous, so handsome. The man in military uniform was expressionless, with an extraordinary air about him. His name tag on his olive green uniform read, Su Gang. Wang Qing turned and stopped, subconsciously activating, all-seeing. Immediately afterwards, his pupils dilated and his breathing became rapid. This man is amazing. Chapter 17 College Entrance Examination Dungeon Trial Part 1. Ding, System Detection, Su Gang, SSS Level Professional Champion Shinho. Compatibility Test, Attack Titan 64%, Armored Titan 78%, Colossal Titan 100%, Beast Titan 21%. Colossal Titan 100%. Wang Qing stood there, stunned, his eyes fixed on the soldier named Su Gang. Su Gang noticed Wang Qing's unusual behavior, but he responded with a friendly smile and gave Wang Qing a friendly thumbs up. Wang, are you too excited? Go downstairs and prepare for the exam. Principal Xiao Jian's gentle voice interrupted Wang Qing. Wang Qing snapped out of his daze, nodded blankly, and then sighed softly. Sigh, how could an SSS level profession accept my contract? Don't be delusional. He muttered and shook his head. The soldier had been sitting in the farthest corner of the platform from the beginning. It was not surprising that Wang Qing's all-seeing divine sense could not detect him due to the distance. Wang Cheng walked down from the platform, looking dejected, his steps still listless. As soon as he returned to the edge of the Jianghai No. 1 middle school formation, the atmosphere that was originally filled with contempt and disdain was instantly replaced by a surge of enthusiasm. Brother Qing, the voice sent shivers down one's spine. Zhang Nana, with her charming appearance, pressed herself against him, her eyes sparkling. Her school uniform collar was intentionally or unintentionally open, revealing her two breasts about to burst out. I really admire you. The next challenge is the college entrance exam trial. Can I join your team? I'll do my best. She winked suggestively and pointed shyly at Wang Qing's chest. Brother Qing, we're in the same class, why bother with her? Let's keep the good stuff in the family. My level B emergency therapist is exactly what our team needs, the boy next to him interjected eagerly. Brother Qing, I admire you so much. It's all my fault for not recognizing your talent. You've brought me along, a mere novice. I, a rank Gale warrior, will definitely not hold you back. And I can pay. Name your price. In an instant, 7 or 8 people surrounded him, chattering and offering their recommendations, flattery, and promises, a stark contrast to their mocking demeanor just minutes before. Happiness came too suddenly. Wang Qinggang was startled at first. Then he lazily glanced around, thinking it was a shame these people weren't actors. He chuckled, his voice not loud, but filled with disdainful contempt, instantly silencing the surroundings. A soft voice can be more lethal than vicious words. He ignored the crowd and remained silent, maintaining his lazy demeanor. He then put his hands in his pockets, walked straight through the crowd, and returned to his position. When Emofan saw Wang Qing return, he quickly went to greet him. Damn, what are you so smug about? Emofan roared, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging on his forehead. So what if you got lucky and reached a higher level? The fundamental attributes of an F-rank profession can't be changed. Look at you, so capable. People who don't know you would think you're something special. Emofan tried to provoke Wang Qing, but Wang Qing treated him like an unreasonable son. Emofan wanted to speak again, but Wang Qing ignored him and walked towards Lin Yu. Ignoring him completely caused Emofan's veins to bulge again. Lin Yu, think it over carefully. Level doesn't mean everything. I, Zhang Hao, have come personally to invite you to join my team. I'm confident we can become number 1. The first one, Wang Qing interrupted from behind and cursed. Wang Qing can tolerate others insulting him, but he absolutely cannot allow anyone to touch Lin Yu. Zhang Hao, you dare to come and steal my woman? Get lost while I'm in a good mood. Wang Qing unleashed his full power. The words "my woman" were like a bombshell dropped into the lake, creating a huge uproar. People around began to look at each other in dismay and whisper among themselves. Lin Yu's face flushed red as she was about to speak in her defense when Wang Qing gave her a look that interrupted her, saying, "Men are talking, women shouldn't interrupt." Looking at this situation, Zhang Hao felt like he was swallowing a bitter pill, and he was stunned for a moment. Lin Yu, your taste is a bit extreme. You actually got together with that trash Wang Qing. Damn it, what's it to you? Wang Qing glared at Zhang Hao, clearly ready to fight. At this moment, the unusual movement of the Jianghai No. 1 middle school formation was also noticed on the high platform. Zhang Hao glanced at the platform, his upturned smile instantly turning icy as he pointed at Wang Qing. A high level doesn't necessarily mean you're strong in actual combat. What kind of basic attributes can an F-rank class possibly have? Heh, why don't you give it a try? Wang Qing retorted without flinching. Zhang Hao's face changed drastically with anger. Fine, you've got guts, just you wait. He turned and squeezed through the crowded onlookers. Zhao Tianyu maintained his arrogant demeanor throughout. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses constantly focused on Wang Qing's every move. I can't believe I was defeated by a trash class with an F-rank profession. I will prove who the true king is in the dungeon. Just then, Principal Xiao Jian on the podium took a deep breath, suppressed his unexpected surprise, and strode back to the front of the stage. Silence. The level exam is over. We will now proceed to the second and most crucial part of the college entrance exam, the college entrance exam dungeon trial. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. This college entrance examination trial will take place in the specially open iron level dungeon, Lava Mine. This dungeon has 3 difficulty levels: basic, dangerous, and hell. Upon hearing this, a gasp of surprise erupted from the audience. Students below level 20 would probably find it quite difficult to tackle the dangerous difficulty level. The college entrance examination trial will use a points system. Xiao Jian's voice continued to echo. Defeating monsters of different levels earns corresponding points, and all rewards produced in the dungeon belong to the team. Special award: the team that defeats the trial difficulty dungeon boss will not only receive a scholarship of 500,000, a rare skill book, and a rare piece of equipment, but will also receive a huge score bonus. Please rest assured, everyone. As this is a special instance, a professional medical team will be on standby inside to ensure your safety. You now have 15 minutes to form teams. Teams can be formed freely. Team size is limited to 1 to 5 people. After team formation, the team leader must find a staff member to register and confirm the assessment list and trial level. Teams that have not registered within 15 minutes will be considered to have forfeited. A reminder to everyone, please assess your abilities before taking the test. Good luck! After the rules were announced, the entire playground instantly erupted in tense and noisy discussions. Students began running around frantically, trying to find strong teammates. On the podium, admissions officers from various universities and union leaders whispered among themselves. Every year, only a handful of students dare to choose the most challenging courses. Hu Yanli, the admissions director of Tsinghua and Peking universities, stroked his chin and pondered. Wang Qing, who is at level 29, Ling Yu, who is at level 26, Zhao Tianyu, who is at level 24, and that Zhang Hao might be worth paying attention to, Mao Ansheng, the admissions director of Nandong University, suggested. I don't think so. Wang Qing's F-level profession, no matter how high the level is just empty talk. As for Lin Yu, the information shows that he is unemployed. It is Zhao Tianyu who should be the focus of attention. Feng Xiaoming, the admissions director of Tiankai University, chimed in. Wang Qing stood beside Lin Yu, tilting his head slightly as he looked at her still aloof and stunningly beautiful profile. His tone was tentative as he asked, "What's wrong, beautiful Lin? So many people have come to invite you to join their teams, why didn't you agree?" Lin Yu snorted coldly upon hearing this, "Aren't you the same? You already have someone throwing themselves at you. Who's your woman now? Oh, you're quite attentive to me, aren't you? You even noticed this little detail?" Seeing that Lin Yu ignored him, he continued teasingly with a smile, "Beautiful Lin, are you jealous?" Lin Yu looked up, giving him a meaningful look, like a child caught doing something wrong. "Get out of here, who's jealous?" "No way. Since that's the case, then I'll accept Zhang Nana's advances." Lin Yu looked anxious and blared at him, "Get out! You dare! By the way, where's that big oaf Sun Meng? I haven't settled the score with him yet." After appeasing Lin Yu, Wang Qing walked towards the formation of Zhonghai Sports School. He clenched his fists and kept muttering, "This big oaf, I'll beat you to death." Chapter 18 College Entrance Examination Trial Part 2. Wang Cheng frowned, quickly walked through the crowd, and arrived at the designated area of Zhonghai Sports School. Most of the students at the sports school are tall and strong, and they are all busy forming teams. Wang Qing's gaze swept across the crowd, and finally, in an inconspicuous corner at the very back of the line, he spotted that familiar, burly figure. Unlike the others who were actively searching for the group, Sun Meng turned his back to the crowd, squatted in a corner, and lowered his head. Wang Qing strode in and clearly heard him sobbing softly. "Hey, you big oaf, what are you doing squatting here?" Wang Qing called out in a harsh voice, but seeing his appearance, his anger subsided considerably. Sun Meng was startled by the familiar voice. He turned around abruptly, wiped away his tears, and then stood up. When he saw Wang Qing, a hint of surprise flashed across his face, but it was quickly overwhelmed by immense inferiority and disappointment. "Qing. Brother." His voice was hoarse and choked with emotion. "My level is too low, only Lv.16, I'll only hold you back if I stay with you. I've tried my best," he said, tears streaming down his face again, like a young man who had just broken up with his girlfriend. Seeing his pathetic state, Wang Qing was both angry and delighted. His voice suddenly rose, "So you mean you're going to abandon me and your sister Lin?" "No. I dare not, I'm afraid." Sun Meng was a little confused by Wang Qing's question, his lips trembling. Wang Qing walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. "You call me Brother Qing, so you're my brother." "When have I ever abandoned my brothers?" Sun Meng looked up and saw Wang Qing's incredibly determined eyes, and felt a warmth in his heart. "What are you looking at? Why aren't you signing up for me yet? Sending me a message in the middle of the night? I'll beat you to death." Wang Qing kicked Sun Meng in the butt. "All right, he. Watching Sun Meng leave happily, Wang Qing laughed out loud behind him. 15 minutes later, registration was completed, and then the list of applicants appeared on the huge screen. Zhao Tianyu's team is Hellfire level. Zhang Hao and Mo Fan's team is Hellfire level. What? Wang Qing's team. Sun Meng is that level 16 guy from the sports school? Has Wang Qing gone mad? He dares to challenge a hellish difficulty level with a burden like that. Goddess Lin Yu, this is hopeless, what a pity. It's really a case of harming others and yourself, you should have teamed up with me instead. This team composition is too bizarre. No healer, no strong support, and we don't even know what class Lin Yu is. If this team can pull this off, I'll change my name backwards. Are they really courting death to test the medical team's capabilities? The jeers and doubts rose again, but after the level test proved them wrong, the volume was much lower, and there was more confusion and a sense of schadenfreude. When Mo Fan and Zhang Hao saw the information on the big screen, especially the situation of Wang Qing's team, they revealed mocking smiles. Zhao Tianyu also made a slight request, seemingly feeling that Wang Qing's choice was extremely unwise. I thought he was a formidable opponent, haha. The bigwigs on the podium sat up straight after seeing the information on the screen. 3 people dare to challenge the purgatory level difficulty? Is Wang Qing arrogant or is he really capable? Hu Yanli, the admissions director of Tsinghua University, was shocked. They're so arrogant. Even with medical personnel, this setup is suicidal. Feng Xiaoming, the admissions director of Tiankai University, scoffed. Interesting, really interesting. Mao Anqing, the admissions director of Nandong University, said with amusement, glancing at Wang Qing and the others. Mayor Chen was also somewhat taken aback. He jokingly asked, Chairman Lin, what do you think? Lin Xuelian completely disregarded Lin Yu's meaning, only speaking from a professional perspective. I don't know what Lin Yu's profession is, he's a variable. As for that F-level kid, I can't quite figure him out. Upon hearing Lin Xuelian's analysis, Li Zihua scoffed and exclaimed, they're just overestimating themselves. Chairman Li, shall we make a bet? I think Wang Qing's team has some remarkable qualities, Director Jiang Xingbang interjected with interest. Chairman Li glanced at Director Jiang disdainfully. Fine, Director Jiang should know what I want, whatever you want, it's up to you. Upon hearing Li Zihua's words, Director Jiang suddenly fell silent, his face filled with remorse. Just as he hesitated, a loud voice came from the side, I'll bet with you. Chairman Li glanced at him impatiently, but his expression immediately softened. Nephew Su, how elegant. Just kidding. I'm betting on Wang Qing's squad, but I don't have anything valuable. How about I bet on a meal at the military canteen? Su Gang's sudden, forceful speech instantly drew everyone's attention. Before Li Zihua could speak, Principal Sita Lin took the initiative to accept the challenge. Okay, I'll join. I bet Zhao Tianyu can win first place. A group of bigwigs joined in like a bunch of kids. Li Zihua was somewhat angry. Su Gang had rescued him from the predicament, but he could only go along with it out of consideration for his pride. Wang Cheng, Lin Yu. Does my son's death have anything to do with you? A cold glint flashed across his face. Principal Xiao Jian took a deep breath, suppressing his doubts about Wang Qing and Lin Yu's choices, and announced loudly. The second college entrance examination trial has officially begun. Please enter the portal corresponding to your registered difficulty level in the order you registered. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 huge spatial rifts suddenly split open in front of the platform, and then 3 spiral vortex doors appeared in everyone's eyes, with a uniformly scorching aura emanating from within. The students clearly felt that the intense heat and energy fluctuations emanating from the 3 vortex gates were different. The countdown is 3 hours. Let's begin. Most teams, especially those below level 18, rushed into the portal to the basic difficulty dungeon without hesitation when they heard the start button. Some stronger or better equipped teams also immediately entered dangerous difficulty dungeons after checking their equipment. The infernal difficulty portal now resembled a gaping wound, its edges flowing with a crimson light like magma, and its interior radiated a chilling heat. All the big shots were focused on the 3 teams in front of the infernal difficulty portal. They are Zhao Tianyu's 4-person elite team SS-level Taoist Master, S-level Death Knight, S-level Earth Guardian and a level Elemental Healer. A 5-person team led by Zhang Hao and Mo Fan S-rank Abyss Ice Mage, S-rank Crimson Blade Berserker, a rank Great Shield Monk, S-rank Flower Fairy Alchemist, a rank Holy Light Healer. Although Zhang Hao's team was slightly inferior to Zhao Tianyu's team in terms of level, they had more people and a more reasonable team composition. Warrior classes are divided into offensive and defensive types, while support classes are divided into offensive support and pure support types. Offensive support characters have a natural advantage in dungeons, as they can be positioned as either warriors or support characters, making this class undoubtedly highly sought after. For example, the Abyss Frost Mage is an offensive support class, while the Shield Bearer Monk is a defensive warrior class. Wang Qing, hands in his pockets, still looked as lazy as if he hadn't woken up yet, while Sun Mang was extremely nervous, his face flushed, and his hands, gripping the giant sword, were covered in sweat. Lin Yu's pretty face was tense, her cold eyes fixed on the person on the high platform. Her knuckles, which were tightly gripping the sword, turned slightly white, but the person did not care about her life or death. Zhao Tianyu took off his black-rimmed glasses, put on a pair of protective goggles similar to those used for swimming, and then directed his team to move quickly. He snorted coldly in Wang Qing's direction and disappeared into the portal. Mo Fan glared at Wang Qing fiercely, filled with resentment, and quickly followed Zhang Hao into the teleportation portal. Wang Qing, if we meet in the dungeon, I'll have to test your mettle in person. Wang Qing watched them leave, then pulled his hands out of his pockets. He patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and looked at Sun Meng. He said calmly but firmly, "Let's go, let's conquer the whole country." Chapter 19 will raise the level on the spot. Buzzing. After Wang Cheng's team entered the portal, several drones equipped with high-definition cameras followed closely through the portal, transmitting the scenes inside the 3 replicas in real time to the giant screen on the playground, and simultaneously to major live streaming platforms. After the screen shook violently and stabilized, a breathtaking scene unfolded before the eyes of all viewers. Beneath a massive, dark red dome lay a network of ancient mine tunnels. The ground was not soil, but a layer of blackish-yellow lava that had cooled, with hot, blazing red magma flowing through the cracks, radiating high temperatures. Inlaid on the rock face are some glowing, fiery red rocks, providing a dim light source while also illuminating the snow-white remains in the corner. The number of viewers watching the live stream has exceeded 1 million, and various comments are flooding the screens of various live stream rooms. My god, this is the Purgatory difficulty dungeon. The skeletons in the corner are a bit creepy. It seems like only 3 teams entered this trial difficulty dungeon. I feel hot just looking at it through the screen. Could someone introduce the participating teams? I just logged in, thanks. The portal is a random teleportation location. In the scene, Zhao Tianyu's team encountered a group of elite monsters as soon as they teleported to the dungeon and were fighting a bloody battle. Zhang Hao's team was relatively lucky and chose a fork in the road to start their cautious advance. As soon as Wang Qing and the other 2 stepped into the instance, a scorching wave of heat hit them, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Sun Meng coughed a few times from the heat, then asked excitedly and nervously, "Brother Qing, Sister Lin, which way should we go?" Lin Yu gripped his sword and warily scanned his surroundings. Wang Cheng replied impatiently, "What's the rush? Let's get familiar with the environment first." Wang Qing looked up and saw 3 notification messages appearing in the void above. Countdown, 2 hours 57 minutes and 21 seconds. Dungeon Boss, Elite Tier 1 3-Headed Lava Hound. Challenge with caution. Team points, 1, Zhao Tianyu's team, 21 points 2. Zhang Hao's team, 3 points 3. Wang Qing's team, 0 points. Zhao Tianyu is quite capable, Zhang Hao is so far behind. Wang Qing said with a mocking tone, as if he were just a spectator in front of the screen. Roar. A deep roar came from the corner of the mine tunnel to the side, accompanied by the sound of rocks being smashed. A monstrous beast, the size of a small calf, charged forward. Its entire body is covered with dark red scales, its head is flat, it has sharp fangs, and its tail is a meter long with flames burning at the end. It's a level 17 red scale molten lizard. I'll do it. Sun Meng shouted, his blood boiling, ready to prove himself in his first battle. His fighting spirit erupted, and he gripped the greatsword with both hands, the tip of the sword dragging on the ground, sparks flying. He rushed forward to meet the attack of the crimson scale lizard, raised his greatsword, and unleashed the newly learned berserk slash with all his might. The phantom of the giant sword was clearly visible in the air. However, the difference between his Lv.16 strength and that of an elite demon beast was far beyond his imagination. Clang! The greatsword struck the molten lizard's hard skull, sparks flying, but leaving only a white mark. The molten lizard, in pain, quickly lashed out with its thick tail in retaliation. Its tail swooped and slammed into Sun Meng's chest. Bang! Sun Meng was struck hard and flew through the air, crashing heavily into the scorching rock wall. His silver-white breastplate caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. His prized defense proved so fragile against a level 17 elite monster. Sun Meng! Lin Yu exclaimed, a hint of killing intent flashing in her cold eyes. Having landed a successful blow, the crimson scale lizard roared and charged at the fallen Sun Meng again, its gaping maw revealing its enormous tongue. At this critical moment, a figure appeared like a ghost on the side of the crimson scale lizard. The dragon thunder sword, with a piercing sound, pierced through the lizard's relatively soft neck with lightning speed. Put! The red-scaled lizard's massive body instantly lost momentum, emitting a hissing wail before its eyes rolled upwards and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. One-hit kill. That's really cool. Cough cough. Thank you, Sister Lin. Sun Meng struggled to get up, clutching his aching chest, looking at the evil beast that had been instantly killed, his eyes filled with frustration and disappointment. The gap was too big. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. He lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Wang Qing and Lin Yu. Wang Qing walked over to Sun Meng with a smile, without scolding him, but lazily patted his sunken breastplate. TSK, your gear is too low end. You can wear this for now. Give it back to me after we get out of the dungeon. This is the first gift your sister-in-law, Sister Lin, gave me. I'm lending it to you for now. Lin Yu felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this and did not stop her. Wang Qing took off the epic level equipment, the 10,000 bones breastplate, from his own body and handed it over. Sun Meng lowered his head even further and accepted the breastplate with embarrassment. Wang Qing tapped Sun Meng's silver white armor with his breastplate. What are you doing? You dare to disobey your elder brother? Sun Meng, with tears welling in his eyes, looked up at Wang Qing's small eyes and said, I wouldn't dare, I'm so sorry. TCH, what are you saying sorry for? Hurry up and take it, put it on. Wang's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Sun Meng shrugged helplessly and took the breastplate in his hand. Seeing Sun Meng's dejected look, Wang Qing said, Hey big oaf, don't be so downcast. Damn it, so what if you're a low level? We'll level you up right here and now. Wang Qing's words were astonishing, leaving Sun Meng and Lin Yu both staring at him in disbelief. What? Is it not allowed? Wang Qing asked, looking at their reactions. Beautiful Lin, Wang Qing turned to Lin Yu, his tone leaving no room for doubt. When you encounter monsters next, don't kill them directly. Beat them half to death and let Sun Meng finish them off. Wang Qing's team consists of 3 people. Wang Qing, F-rank profession slave Emer, is naturally a support class, and he is bound to Lin Yu, while Sun Meng is a warrior class. When the 3 of them teamed up, Sun Meng could only gain experience from the monsters he personally killed. The experience could not be shared. Sun Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Qing, can it really work? Nonsense. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Wang Qing rolled his eyes at him. Your sister Lin's level is too high. Even though she's an elite monster, her experience points drop off very quickly. Not to mention me. You're different. When you're level 16, you get a lot more experience when killing elite monsters of similar levels, like level 17 or 18. Lin Yu understood Wang Qing's intention, and a strange light flashed in his cold eyes. This guy may seem lazy, but he's actually very meticulous, and more importantly, he's loyal and devoted to his friends. Lin Yu smiled faintly, I'm sure I'll be fine. Looking at Wang Qing's matter-of-fact expression and Lin Yu's affirming gaze, Sun Meng felt an indescribable warmth instantly fill his heart. Yes, Wang Qing and Lin Yu never looked down on him, they truly treated him like one of their own. This feeling instantly brought tears to the eyes of this honest and simple man. Brother Qing, Sister Lin. Sun Meng's voice was thick with nasal tone as he forcefully wiped away his tears. What do you mean what? Hurry up and put on your breastplate, and stop babbling. Let's go, we're in a hurry. Wang Qing interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. On the podium. The huge screen was divided into multiple images, and they naturally focused on tracking the 3 teams that had chosen the Inferno difficulty level. Zhao Tianyu's team was far ahead in points, while Zhang Hao's team was not to be outdone and was closely chasing. Wang Qing's team's points are slowly increasing. This phenomenon attracted the attention of many bigwigs, and Mayor Chen Weiman specifically requested that the video of Wang Qing's team be amplified. Suddenly, a sharp criticism rang out from the podium. Nonsense, this is utter child's play. Chapter 20, The Importance of Following the Right Person. Feng Xiaoming, the director of Tiankai University, was the first to stand up. He was the first to see through Wang Qing's intentions. He then scoffed, Are you playing house in a black iron level Inferno difficulty dungeon? Having high-level damage dealers control the damage and finish off low-level enemies to level up? Don't you care about time? Don't you care about points? It's utterly stupid. I'm afraid this is the first time in history that a student has dared to do something like this. It's just a publicity stunt. Li Zihua sneered. What a waste of time. I bet the points they get from wasting time like this are less than what a basic dungeon team would get, tisk tsk. Situ Lin looked at Zhao Tianyu's team's steadily rising points, then at Wang Qing's team's pitiful points, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. Young man, you're so arrogant, treating the college entrance exam like a joke. Captain Su, it looks like you're in for a meal from the military region. Jiang Qingbang and Xiao Jian watched Wang Qing's indifferent demeanor on the screen and listened to the discussions among the bigwigs on stage, and slowly began to feel uneasy. Only Captain Su Gang's sharp eyes were fixed on the screen, watching Lin Yu cleanly and precisely sever the 4 legs and burning tail of the Lv.18 red-scaled lizard, leaving only its torso writhing on the ground. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Such precise control and confidence in his power were definitely not simple. And then there's Wang Qing, who seems indifferent, but without a strong heart and real strength, he probably wouldn't dare to pull this stunt on such an important occasion. Mayor Qin Weiman looked at Wang Qing's team slowly creeping points with suspicion, then at the constantly fluctuating numbers of Zhao Tianyu and Zhang Hao's teams above, his brows furrowed, and his fingers unconsciously tapped on the sofa. What on earth is this kid up to? I praised him lavishly in front of the reporters. Inside the instance. Time passed by, and more than an hour quietly slipped by. Wang Qing's team slowly searched for the elite monsters. Lin Yu was like a killing machine, the dragon thunder sword in her hand transformed into a sharp scalpel, whether she encountered a thick-skinned firemeld boar or a swift flame bat. She could cripple someone in an instant, rendering them incapable of movement and leaving them barely alive. Then, Sun Mang would rush forward, wielding his greatsword, driven by a desire to become stronger, and ruthlessly finish off the weakened monster. With each kill, Sun Mang could feel a warm current flowing into his body, and his experience points were increasing rapidly. Suddenly, a glow of upgrade shone from Sun Meng's body. Not bad, not bad. Wang Qing nodded with his hands behind his back, like a leader inspecting work. Promoted 3 levels in just over an hour, the effect is really good. Sun Meng felt the physical changes brought about by the upgrade. The injury on his chest had healed by more than half, making his hands, which were wielding the giant sword, even more powerful. Brother Qing, Sister Lin, I've reached level 19. I feel full of power. Sun Meng excitedly waved his greatsword, as excited as a child. Sun Meng knew very well that without them, he would never have been able to advance 3 levels in such a short period of time. Oh dear, it's so important to follow the right person. Wang Qing stretched and said, only level 19? Look at your lack of ambition. Keep going, try to reach level 20 in half an hour. As Sun Meng listened to Wang Qing's words, his eyes were filled with gratitude that bordered on worship. Brother Qing, Shut up. I know what you're trying to say. This is all thanks to your own hard work. If you don't reach level 16 before the trial, there's no point in me helping you. Looking at Sun Meng's excited and grateful expression, Lin Yu smiled and added, your brother Qing is right. If this wasn't a special instance, you might not even have had the chance to see Wang Qing. You should cherish this opportunity. Looking at the monster's corpse on the ground, Wang Qing's tone changed, you big oaf, go easy on me when you hit it. Crush the crystal core, and see how I deal with you. Sun Meng stuck out his tongue and said with a forced smile, I know, Brother Qing. Making good use of the loopholes in the dungeon experience sharing mechanism is a method for major factions and guilds to cultivate key targets for rapid leveling. The VIPs on the podium were quite agitated when they saw Sun Meng's upgrade. Upgraded again? In the Purgatory difficulty dungeon? And leveled up 3 times in a row? Is this an exam or a training session? Hu Yanli from Tsinghua University asked in confusion. Precise damage control, efficient upgrades, they actually managed to push a warrior to level 19 in such a short time, and it seems they have no intention of stopping yet, Director Mao Anqing murmured, resting his chin on his hand. On the leaderboard, Wang Qing's team is still at the bottom of the standings. Feng Xiaoming coldly reminded them, fellow admissions directors, this is the college entrance examination, not a test to improve your grades. Su Gang smiled slightly and stood beside him, the show has only just begun. There is still nearly half the time left before the 3-hour trial ends. After Zhang Hao's team fought their way through several elite monsters, they took a break on the spot. Get some water, bandage your wounds, rest for 5 minutes, and then continue. Zhang Hao ordered loudly. Emofan gasped for breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and glanced at the leaderboard. 1. Zhao Tianyu's team has a score of 1269. 2. Zhang Hao's team has 1117 points. 3. Wang Qing's team has 289 points. He smiled smugly. The points for mobs in the Purgatory difficulty dungeon are 3 times that of the basic difficulty. As long as he puts in a little more effort, he's sure to win first place. Then. Damn Wang Qing, let's see how long you can be so smug. We're halfway through the time, everyone hurry up. Zhang Hao said anxiously after chugging down a bottle of water. He glanced at the leaderboard, a flicker of pleasure crossing his mind, but when he thought of Lin Yu's aloof figure, that pleasure was replaced by an indescribable irritation. He suppressed his inner turmoil and maintained a calm demeanor. Let's go, everyone, keep going. Our goal is first place. Lin Yu, how could you fall for Wang Cheng? He subconsciously patted his chest. Time ticked by second. Wang Cheng was leaning lazily against the rock wall, shaving his unkempt nails. Big dummy, aren't you done yet? Stop dawdling. Lin Yu had just killed a monster, and Sun Meng was digging for crystal cores with his butt sticking out. When he heard Wang Qing urging him, he responded with a grin. Lin Yu checked the leaderboard and the time there was only 1 hour left. She walked up to Wang Qing, her cool voice carrying a barely perceptible urgency. Wang Qing, time is running out, or should we? Wang Qing straightened up, clapped his hands, and joked, getting impatient, huh? Don't worry, beautiful lady. I know what I'm doing. Then his tone turned serious. Don't worry about being at the bottom of the standings, just kill that big guy and you'll have something. He glanced suggestively toward the deeper, hotter part of the cave. Sun Meng had just finished tidying up when he slowly walked to within about half a meter of Wang Qing. Upon hearing Wang Qing's words, he couldn't help but gasp. The joy on her face faded slightly, and she tentatively asked, Brother Qing, are we going to fight that three-headed lava hound? That's an elite tier 1 boss in the Black Iron level dungeon. Having already reached level 19, he could barely defeat elite level monsters, and the thought of the boss made his legs go weak. What are you afraid of? I'm going to take on the elites. Wang Chang retorted without room for argument. Killing the boss will give you experience and enough points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You can also deal with the troublesome mobs along the way, and taking first place will be a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's worry lessened, replaced by a sharp glint in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the Dragon Thunder Sword. Killing a boss grants experience points shared across the entire team. The moment Wang Qing decided to help Sun Meng level up on the spot, he probably already had his next move planned. Without further delay, Wang Qing took the lead and began to move quickly into the depths, with Lin Yu following closely behind, her movements light and graceful. Sun Meng gritted his teeth, suppressed his fear, shouldered the giant sword, and quickly followed. As they ventured deeper, the frequency of encounters with evil beasts increased significantly, and their levels were mostly between Lv.18 and Lv.20. Lin Yu's sword light grew increasingly fierce, and he no longer held back. Sun Meng dealt with the lone monsters, while Wang Qing stayed behind as always. To save time, they began to abandon the harvesting of crystal cores in Sun Meng's experience. This greatly increased their kill efficiency, and their score began to climb steadily and rapidly as they pushed their way deeper into the territory. Wang Qing's team score, 291, 312, 386, 412. On the leaderboard, Wang Qing's team's numbers seemed to have been injected with a stimulant, and began to jump wildly. Chapter 21 in Narrow Encounter. On the podium. Look! Wang Qing's team's score is skyrocketing. Mao Anqing, the director of Nandong University, was the first to notice the anomaly and exclaimed as he pointed to the big screen. The crowd, who had been scoffing at Wang Cheng and his group, were instantly drawn to their attention. On the screen, the score representing Wang Qing's team no longer jumped slowly, but surged upwards like a wild horse, breaking through the 700-point mark from the bottom of the table in just over 10 minutes. More importantly, there is no sign of it stopping. How is this possible? The sarcasm on the face of Feng Xiaoming, the director of Tiankai University, froze. That's efficiency. Hu Yanli from Tsinghua University looked at the battle scene with sharp eyes and some appreciation. Look at Lin Yu, she swiftly and decisively took the life of the evil beast with a swift and fluid movement. Principal Situ Lin's face was somewhat grim. Although Zhao Tianyu's team was still in first place, their lead was being closed in by Wang Qing's team at a visible speed. On the big screen, watching Wang Qing's team break into the nest of Lv.17 Lv.19 molten firebats, these monsters were awakened and attacked Wang Qing and his group like madmen. A barely perceptible hint of schadenfreude appeared on Li Zihua's lips. This is going to be interesting. What? Lin Yu faced the swarm of firebats with a cold gaze and showed no fear. Wang Qing was standing behind Lin Yu at this moment, and he was unusually nervous. Looking at the dense swarm of firebats, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Lin Yu held the sword upright in front of him, and an invisible energy instantly spread out from the Dragon Thunder Sword. Sizzle, sizzle. A chilling electrical hum suddenly exploded out of nowhere. Countless fine, visible blue-white bolts of lightning, centered on Lin Yu and Wang Qing, instantly intertwined to form a massive lightning net covering an area of several meters in radius. The lightning net is not fixed, rather, it captures every fire bat that tries to approach or breathe fire with the precision of a living creature. Guidance from 10,000 thunders. What? The lightning's power has increased? Lin Yu was taken aback. What happened? Ha! 2 bolts of lightning. The exclusive skill has been enhanced? That's absolutely impossible. Incredible. The lightning bolt that followed my skill was clearly much stronger. Wang Qing's lips curled up, and just as Lin Yu activated 10,000 thunder guidance, Wang Qing activated it simultaneously. The concern is that with Lin Yu's current basic attributes, an attack might not be able to kill him in one hit. As reality has shown, the vitality of elite-level monsters should not be underestimated. How could this be? Lin Xueliang suddenly stood up from his seat and shouted in a fit of anger. His imposing face was filled with disbelief and shock, and his pupils contracted sharply. It's so similar. This is my late wife's unique skill, 10,000 thunder guidance, Lin Yu. She has actually awakened the same exclusive skill as her mother. Although he had already abandoned Lin Yu, and it was supposed to be none of his business anymore, seeing that Lin Yu used the same skill as her mother, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. He watched as Lin Yu's attack on the screen sent dozens of fire bats plummeting to the ground, their smoke billowing. In a daze, he seemed to see his deceased wife in her youth in that cold, beautiful profile. Suddenly, he frowned, something was wrong. Logically speaking, even if Lin Yu activated 10,000 thunder guidance, he wouldn't be able to kill dozens of fire bats in one blow. He carefully recalled the scene on the screen just now. That attack must have been 2 times. He couldn't have been mistaken, he was all too familiar with that skill. Unbelievable. This is absolutely impossible. Immediately afterwards, his gaze fell on Sun Meng, who was following closely behind Lin Yu, especially on the breastplate on Sun Meng's chest, which looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his deceased wife's bone breastplate. Those are her mother's belongings. How did they end up on this big, clumsy guy? Lin Xueliang's heart clenched. Could it be that Lin Yu had feelings for this big, simple-minded guy? With a single move, 10,000 thunder guidance, he directly slapped the faces of all the bigwigs on the podium who had questioned the strength of Wang Qing's team. They looked at each other in disbelief. With such a miraculous clearing technique, the outcome of the match had become unpredictable. Mayor Chen Weiman's furrowed brows finally relaxed, and an appreciative smile appeared on his face. So you had a backup plan. Situ Lin and Feng Xiaoming's smiles froze. With this deadly move, a strong sense of unease welled up in their hearts. Well done. Xiao Jian breathed a sigh of relief and clapped his hands vigorously. Inside the instance, in the lava mine tunnels, the fire bats' corpses fell like raindrops, and the air was filled with the smell of burning flesh. Sun Meng was also quite surprised. Sister Lin's skill seemed to be stronger than before. Could it be because of the upgrade? The standings have been updated again. 1. Zhao Tianyu's team, 1764 points. 2. Zheng Hao's team, 1527 points. 3. Wang Qing's team, 1022 points. The system notification tone also sounded. Ding! The evolution target Lin Yu has killed a Lv.17 Lava Fire Bat Elite, gaining 130 shared experience points. Defeat Lv.17 Lava Fire Bat, gain 260 experience points. Ding! Evolution target Lin Yu Lv.18 Lava Fire Bat Elite has gained 140 shared experience points. Defeat Lv.18 Lava Fire Bat, gain 280 experience points. Ding! The evolution target Lin Yu has killed a Lv.19 Lava Fire Bat Elite, gaining 150 shared experience points. Defeat Lv.19 Lava Fire Bat, gain 300 experience points. Woohoo! Lin Yu leveled up to Lv.27 and Wang Qing leveled up to Lv.30. Wang Qing glanced at the level experience bar and was stunned. The experience required to level up from level 30 was more than double that required to level 20. Wang Qing shook his head in frustration. If he wanted to level up quickly, he would have to find another employer as soon as possible. Holy crap, congratulations to Brother Cheng and Sister Lin on leveling up. Sun Meng exclaimed excitedly, his face flushed. Happy my ass. Let's go, let's continue. Wang Qing said impatiently. Lin Yu looked puzzled, but she didn't think much of it and continued to follow Wang Qing's steps. You can learn exclusive skills? That must be an illusion. A few minutes later, Wang Qing and the others continued toward a larger lava cave entrance. After dealing with a few lone monsters along the way, we turned and entered a relatively large mine. Almost simultaneously, another group of people emerged from an entrance not far away. Before even seeing who it was, Lin Yu attacked several lava boars in the mine's main hall. With a few splatter sounds, the blood of several lava boars had already flowed all over the ground. The fluidity of their movements and the speed of their agility left the newly arrived team speechless. This team is Zhang Hao and Mo Fan's team. The two teams have met on a narrow path. Zhang Hao's face was extremely grim as he kept a close eye on the updated leaderboard. Wang Qing's team is rapidly closing the gap in points, although the two teams are still more than 400 points apart. But Lin Yu's move just now stunned him for a moment. As expected of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School's prodigy, every move was decisive and efficient. Mo Fan spoke first, his eyes blazing with jealousy. He pointed at Wang Qing and cursed, "Wang Qing, you piece of trash, all you do is hide behind women, what kind of man are you?" Wang Qing chuckled coldly and replied nonchalantly, "Heh, you said it yourself, I'm a piece of trash. So naturally I should hide. You're a man, and no woman would let you hide behind her?" Wang Qing's retort made Mo Fan tremble with anger, his voice becoming sharp with rage. "Pa, shameless, you actually take pride in it. TCH, I can't be bothered with you, let's go." Wang Qing rolled his eyes and gestured for Lin Yu and Sun Meng to continue forward. Zhang Hao glanced at the leaderboard and fell into deep thought. If things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before Wang Qing's team surpassed them. A brilliant plan instantly formed in his mind. Since Lin Yu is the main fighting force of your team, why not? Zhang Hao interrupted Mo Fan's continued insults and spoke politely to Lin Yu. "Lin, I've admired you for a long time and have always wanted you to join our team. It's just a pity, alas, I'm not fortunate enough to have that opportunity. As the saying goes, there's no time like the present. I've always had a small wish, and I wonder if you, Lin, could help me with it?" Mo Fan was somewhat surprised by Zhang Hao's words and immediately wanted to say something. But turning to look into Zhang Hao's deep eyes, she seemed to have understood his intention. Lin Yu turned around and coldly replied, "Speak quickly." "Ha, Lin is indeed straightforward. You know that I was always second in every subject for 3 years of high school, and I was quite dissatisfied with that. It's a rare treat to meet you in this instance. Would you mind sparring with me to fulfill my wish?" Lin Yu's eyes instantly turned icy. "You want to spar with me? Here? That's not quite right. What's wrong with that? I know the rules. Let us stop here. Please grant my wish." Zhang Hao continued to plead sincerely. This. Lin Yu frowned and did not agree immediately. She didn't know what Zhang Hao was up to. Just as Lin Yu was determined to test Zhang Hao's strength, a voice called out, "Wait," interrupted her decision. Wang Qing quickly stepped in front of Li Yu, then said disdainfully, "Zhang Hao, I know exactly what you're thinking. You dare to show off such a paltry trick in front of others?" Zhang Hao's face flushed red with anger at Wang Qing. "You bastard Wang Qing, you." Chapter 22 Wing Chun Wang Qing. Zhang Hao's intentions were instantly seen through by Wang Qing, who immediately broke down. He quickly adjusted his mindset and took a soft breath. Then, with a smile, he said, "Wang Qing, I don't understand what you're saying. I sincerely want to have a friendly match with Lin Yu. Furthermore, this is between Lin Yu and me, so don't meddle in my business. Hey, why did you have to spar now of all times?" Wang Qingyin raised his voice, his tone filled with disdain. "You think you can lay a hand on my woman? You think I don't exist?" Lin Yu blushed slightly, but still didn't understand Zhang Hao's intention. Wang Chang was right. Why now of all times? Let's not beat around the bush. You just think Lin Yu is our most important fighting force and want to hold her back. Wang Qing's words were a revelation to Lin Yu, so that's how it is. She never imagined Zhang Hao could be so despicable. Zhang Hao was taken aback by his words and paused for a moment, wanting to explain, when he heard Wang Qing turn his head towards Mo Fan. "Mo Fan, didn't you look down on me? Here's your chance. Want to give it a try?" Zhang Hao gave Mo Fan a look, signaling him not to act impulsively. Mo Fan had this intention all along, but he didn't expect this trash to provoke him so actively. He's practically asking for death. Looking into Zhang Hao's eyes, he naturally understood what he meant, but how could he feel at ease if he didn't swallow his anger? "What? You called me trash, and now you're backing down?" Wang Cheng glared angrily, his voice rising higher and higher. "Damn it, I'm not afraid of you. I'll show you what it means to be courting death." Mo Fan couldn't contain his anger and had long forgotten Zhang Hao's warning. "Mo Fan, don't be impulsive." Zhang Hao urgently tried to stop him. "I'm not afraid of him. He's a piece of trash who only knows how to hide behind women. Don't worry, you take the team first, I'll leave this to you. Mo Fan replied confidently to Zhang Hao. Wang Qing laughed, his face displaying his signature laziness, but his eyes were as cold as ice, staring straight at Mo Fan. Very well, if you want to fight, hurry up and get to it, stop standing there making a fuss. Brother Qing's son Meng's eyes were filled with worry as he urgently reminded him, but Wang Qing waved his hand. You and Lin Yu, don't rush off. I'll finish this quickly. How arrogant. Wang Qing, you're just a clown who barks wildly. Today, I'll show you what real strength is. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan became furious. Without saying a word, he jumped to the open space in the hall and immediately assumed an attack stance. Mo Fan, don't hurt him. Killing is forbidden in the college entrance exam practice instance. Zhang Hao anxiously reminded him from the side. Don't worry, breaking arms and legs is allowed. Mo Fan said with a disdainful look. Shut up. Are we still fighting or not? Wang Qing casually walked to an open space and assumed a fighting stance that no one had ever seen before. Wang Qing stood with his feet apart, heels slightly wider than shoulder width apart, toes slightly turned inward, firmly gripping the ground, forming a two shape. The knees are not squatted down, but slightly bent forward, as if containing a spring, with the center of gravity between the balls of the feet, the waist and abdomen slightly tightened, and the spine naturally straightened. Lower your shoulders, bring your elbows close to your ribs, and place your palms diagonally inward with your fingers slightly spread. This strange posture, seemingly light and agile, exudes a fierce power that can move the whole group or remain still at the same time. Mo Fan stared blankly at Wang Qing's strange appearance, a sense of unease rising in his heart. What kind of skill was this? He had never seen it before. Wang Qing shouted, Wing Chun Wang Qing, please enlighten me. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What the heck? What is Wing Chun? This fighting stance, with its entire body constricted, looks somewhat awkward and out of place. In his previous life, he was weak as a child, so his parents enrolled him in a martial arts school to learn boxing. Little did they know that this style of boxing would soon amaze everyone in this world. Wang Qing doesn't even use weapons. Isn't this a blatant insult to me? Mo Fan grew angrier the more he thought about it. He gritted his teeth, and his aura exploded instantly, with raging flames already coating the blade. He gripped the fire knife tightly, and his figure disappeared from the spot with lightning speed. He used his exclusive skill, one-word flame slash, on Wang Qing. The momentum was quite astonishing, and Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a cold sweat on his palms. Whoosh! What? Mo Fan's slash missed its target. Wang Qing executed a standard Wing Chun sidestep, and the fire knife descended from the sky, grazing his fluttering clothes as it slashed down. So fast? Mo Fan's pupils constricted. Wang Qing drew his palm into a fist, and then waved his hands repeatedly with very small movements. Mo Fan felt a series of immense forces rushing towards him. He didn't even see Wang Qing's movements clearly. Bang, 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 rapid fists slammed down towards Mo Fan's face. The speed at which Wang Qing threw his punch shocked everyone present. An F-level professional? How could he be so terrifying? A terrifying force slammed into Mo Fan's face, making him feel as if he were being relentlessly pounded in the face by a giant hammer. In an instant, Mo Fan's burning steel knife slipped from his hand, and he collapsed like a wilted cabbage. Then, his vision went black, and he gradually lost consciousness. Everyone in Zhang Hao's team, including Zhang Hao himself, was dumbfounded, as if petrified. Mo Fan was defeated in one move, so cleanly and decisively that he was completely powerless to fight back. Lin Yu was also shocked, but that quickly turned into a sense of pride. Sun Meng opened his mouth wide, then suddenly burst into an excited roar, Brother Qing is awesome. Wang Qing stood up and resumed his pre-battle posture. He shook his hands as if he had only swatted a fly. He didn't even glance at Mo Fan, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, his sharp gaze sweeping over Zhang Hao and the others. Anyone else want to try? Zhang Hao's face was deathly pale, and his hand holding the staff was trembling slightly. The team members behind him were even more terrified, instinctively taking a step back. Wang Qing chuckled, ignoring the group, and turned to wave at Lin Yu and Sun Meng, let's go. Lin Yu quickly followed, walked up to Wang Qing, and couldn't help but ask a question out of curiosity. Why is Mo Fan so hostile towards you? I heard you two came from the same orphanage, you used to get along well, what's going on? Wang Qing smiled slightly, isn't it because I'm handsome? And standing next to such a beautiful woman like you? Who wouldn't be jealous? Ha ha. Just being cheeky, Lin Yu said jokingly. Wang Chang glanced at Mo Fan lying on the ground, his heart filled with mixed emotions. We used to be such good friends. Suddenly, whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 people in work uniforms appeared on the scene. The leader was of medium height, bald, with small eyes, but his face was full of fat, giving him a fierce and menacing appearance. If it weren't for these clothes, someone seeing them for the first time would have thought they were bandits from some mountain bandit camp. Don't be afraid, classmate. I'm Gung Fuching, the captain of the rescue team for this instance. And this classmate is... Before he could finish speaking, he glanced at Mo Fan lying on the ground and immediately called 2 colleagues to treat him. Before Captain Gung Fuching could get a detailed understanding of the situation, a team member shouted anxiously. Captain, this student is not in mortal danger, but his nasal bone and jawbone are broken. He has to be carried out for treatment. Zhang Hao was stunned, never expecting Wang Qing to be so ruthless. The other team members, watching Wang Qing's squad disappear into the distance, began a cacophony of curses. Zhang Hao sighed. He knew that losing Mo Fan meant they had no hope of winning the college entrance exam this time. Watching Mo Fan being lifted onto the stretcher, Zhang Hao clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at the direction Wang Qing had gone. Wang Qing, we'll meet again someday. An uproar erupted on the platform. Instant kill. An S-rank profession being instantly killed by an F-rank profession? How is this possible? Director Feng Xiaoming's voice changed. That speed, that reaction, that explosive power, this is absolutely not something an F-rank professional should have. Director Hu Yanli exclaimed excitedly, slamming his fist on the table. Monster! Monster! Principal Situ Lin exclaimed. Zhao Tianyu's advantages became insignificant in the face of Wang Qing's overwhelming strength. A barely perceptible chill flashed in Li Zihua's eyes. Looks like this year's students will have to fight tooth and nail for it again. But Wang Qing's skills are quite interesting. Su Gang's gaze was fixed on Wang Qing's back on the screen. The fact that he could possess such strength at such a young age made even this SSS-level expert feel a strong interest in the boy. Lin Xuelian's emotions became more complex than ever before. First, Lin Yu stirred his heart, then he was shocked by Wang Qing's unknown boxing style. It seemed he should bring that kid Wang Qing into the guild as soon as possible. This college entrance examination in China, due to the presence of Wang Qing and Lin Yu, completely deviated from everyone's expected trajectory, and they all began to re-evaluate Wang Qing's team. Chapter 23: 3-Headed Lava Hound. Deep within the lava mine, scorching waves of heat relentlessly assaulted Wang Qing and the others' faces. Wang Qing wiped the sweat from his brow and continued to encourage Lin Yu and Sun Meng to venture deeper. There are 2 level 20 black flame scorpions at the left fork in the road. Brother Qing, Sister Lin, be careful. Sun Meng, now at level 20, spoke with a completely different tone, exuding confidence. Lin Yu moved like lightning, his dragon thunder sword drawing 2 blinding streaks of cold light. The sword light precisely grazed the body of the black flame scorpion, instantly disarming the 2 menacing beasts by removing their pincers and venomous tails, leaving them limp on the ground, emitting hissing sounds. Watch this! Sun Meng roared, and his greatsword, imbued with the power of Raging Slash, cleaved down, neatly and decisively eliminating the target. On the leaderboard, Wang Qing's team's numbers started to rise again. 1. Zhao Tianyu's team, 2,232 points. 2. Wang Qing's team, 1,786 points. 3. Zhang Hao's team, 1,776 points. After Mo Fan was defeated by Wang Qing, he left the dungeon to heal, and Zhang Hao's team lost an important combat force, causing their points to increase more slowly. Haha, we've surpassed Zhang Hao and his gang of bastards. Sun Meng looked at the leaderboard, excitedly clenched his fist, and sweat streamed down his face. Wang Qing ignored Sun Meng's words, as it was all within his expectations. He glanced at the countdown, 29 minutes and 4 seconds, and the leaderboard. I didn't realize Zhao Tianyu was such a smooth talker. He pursed his lips. However, it's no use now. Lin Yu sheathed his sword, his cold eyes gazing deeper into the mine, where a low roar could be faintly heard. It should be just ahead, not far. She warned cautiously. Let's go. Wang Qing's eyes were resolute as he took the first step. Sun Meng tightened his grip on the greatsword, let out a long breath, suppressed the tension in his heart, and followed closely behind. On the podium. The huge screen currently displays only 2 images. One is Zhao Tianyu's team methodically clearing out a small red-scale molten lizard nest, and their points are steadily increasing. Meanwhile, footage of Wang Qing's team showed them approaching a huge cave that emitted a dark red light. It seems the outcome is decided. The top scorer in the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance examination will undoubtedly be from Jianghai No. 2 Middle School. Ha ha ha! Situ Lin's triumphant laughter echoed across the podium. I don't think so. Hu Yanli, the admissions director of Tsinghua and Peking universities, tapped the sofa and questioned. Old Hu, can't you see something so obvious? There's less than half an hour left, and the points gap is so big, it's not certain yet. Director Feng Xiaoming of Tiankai University glanced at the time, his tone quite confident. Hu Yanli did not respond immediately, but Su Gang said with admiration in his eyes, Director Hu is right. Wang Qing and his team risked their lives to go deeper into the area, and their purpose is naturally singular. What? They're aiming for the boss? Mao Ancheng, the director of Nandong University, exclaimed in surprise. Hu Yanli looked solemn, while Su Gang nodded calmly. My God! Since the establishment of the National College Entrance Examination in China, there has never been a record of a senior high school student defeating a boss in a Black Iron level dungeon trial. I need a moment to process this, I can't quite accept it. Principal Xiao Jian cried out in alarm, his heart filled with immense worry for the safety of Wang Qing and Lin Yu. That's utterly suicidal. Li Zihua scoffed. Thinking he's got some strength, he actually dares to challenge the boss. He's really overestimating himself. Upon hearing the discussion, Lin Xueliang and Mayor Chen Weiman involuntarily sat up straight, feeling both anticipation and curiosity. Inside the lava mine tunnel, the boss's low growl grew clearer, and Sun Meng's throat tightened with tension. As the three of them quickened their pace, the originally dim light in the cave grew brighter and brighter, and then they arrived at a huge lava lake cave. Dark red lava flowed slowly in the center, bubbling and gurgling, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. The cave walls are made of cool black basalt. In the center of the cave, on a huge, relatively flat black rock, lies the dungeon, level 28 tier 1 elite boss, three-headed lava hound. He was as big as an elephant, and his whole body was covered with long, dark red hair. Its three enormous heads were dozing, snoring softly, and each head had a skeletal-like hood. Even though the thick limbs were covered in hair, the massive muscles were still clearly visible. Its massive tail, burning with raging flames, swept leisurely behind it, clearly enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Wang Qing and his group's impolite intrusion directly interrupted its quiet cultivation. Its 6 eyes, as red-hot as burning coals, opened warily one after another. Upon discovering the intruder, he quickly stood up, shoved his front paws into the ground, and began to bare his teeth. Then came a deafening roar. Roar! The terrifying pressure made Sun Meng panic. He turned pale with fright and instinctively backed away. Looking at the boss's roaring, gaping maw, spewing out a lot of saliva, Lin Yu's tense mood turned into a bit of disgust. Wang Qing squinted as he sized up the enormous creature, but there was no sign of tension on his face. The three-headed lava hound pawed at the ground with its hind legs, and Lin Yu realized something was wrong. It was about to attack. Everyone be careful. Before the words were even finished, the three-headed lava hound moved. Its speed was astonishing, and its massive body transformed into a dark red afterimage, its target being the trembling Sun Meng. The head on the left opened its gaping maw, revealing a mouthful of gleaming fangs, and lunged at Sun Meng. Sun Meng, get out of the way! Lin Yu shouted, moving like lightning to try and intercept from the side. However, the boss's speed far exceeded expectations. Sun Meng could only rush to block it with his greatsword. Snap! Ah! The head on the left actually picked up Sun Meng, and the 10,000 bone breastplate burst out with a strong silver light in the mouth of the three-headed lava hound, withstanding the bite of the fangs. Sun Meng desperately used his greatsword to protect his head, but his right thigh had already been pierced by fangs. Sun Meng's painful howls rang out, "Brother Qing, save me!" Blood from his thigh flowed into the monster's mouth, and its eyes became even more excited. Wang Qing didn't expect this boss to be so strong, and was caught off guard. Lin Yu, save Sun Meng first, I'll distract it. Wang Qing shouted, and rushed forward. At this moment, Wang Qing's face no longer showed the previous laziness, but rather a serious expression of giving it his all. When the three-headed lava hound saw Wang Qing charging towards it, it swung its paws at him. But Wang Qing was incredibly fast and jumped right onto its paws, then leaped off with all his might. He flew into the air and then kicked hard on the left side of his head. Crack crack, the bone mask on the left side of the skull began to crack visibly. The boss squinted in pain and then threw Sun Meng away. Lin Yu leaped up and caught him. The silver light of the 10,000 bone breastplate quickly dimmed, and the bite marks of that beast appeared on the breastplate. Lin Yu laid Sun Meng flat, then took out some wound medicine from her storage ring and applied it to his wounds. She then turned around urgently and saw Wang Cheng dodging and weaving through the air. Lin Yu was filled with worry and used all her movement skills to attack the boss. Bang! 6 eyes are really useful. Upon seeing Lin Yu attack, the beast immediately noticed and launched an immediate counterattack without hesitation. The claws grazed Lin Yu's afterimage and slammed into the lava ground, shattering the hard rock as easily as tofu. The terrifying impact caused Lin Yu's blood to surge, and she lost her balance and flew backward. Just as she was about to crash into the wall, Wang Qing suddenly appeared and held her tightly. The two slowly descended from the air. "Are you alright, you?" Wang Qing asked with concern. "It's okay, but it's really strong." "It's alright, watch me. I have a way to deal with it." Wang Cheng revealed a confident smile. Chapter 24: Teasing the Dog? Inside the dungeon boss's lair. The three-headed lava hound's 3 gaping maws dripped saliva onto the ground, making a hissing sound. 6 eyes, like burning embers, were fixed on his prey. Lin Yu, nestled in Wang Qing's arms, cried out in alarm, "Be careful!" The three-headed lava hound pounced, its 2 sharp claws attacking Wang Qing at incredible speed. Wang Qing, holding Lin Yu, used all his strength to retreat rapidly. When the first attack failed, flames began to ignite in the 6 dog eyes, followed by 3 pillars of fire that attacked Wang Qing from the gaping maw. Wang Qingshan put Lin Yu down. "Run!" The two ran in opposite directions. The 2 heads continued to spew pillars of fire along the route the 2 were taking to escape. Lin Yu tried to escape, but was slower than Wang Qing. The 3-headed lava hound found an opportunity and put away its fire attack. It leaped up suddenly, brandishing its sharp claws as it attacked Lin Yu. Lin Yu was too late to dodge and instinctively raised the Dragon Thunder Sword to block. Bang! When the claws collided with the Dragon Thunder Sword, they sparked fiercely, and Lin Yu was sent flying by the powerful impact. Lin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood in mid-air, quickly adjusted his body, and barely managed to stand up when he landed, only to spit out another mouthful of blood. At this critical moment, "Hey! You idiot, look over here!" Wang Qing's mocking voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, he pulled out several, huge, golden brown, even oily and fragrant cow thigh bones from his storage ring. Wang Qing bought these yesterday at a restaurant near the school. He was too lazy to go out yesterday, so he bought a few more. This storage ring can not only hold equipment, but also keep food fresh. After becoming a professional, Wang Qing's appetite increased dramatically, and he bought a lot of things, which unexpectedly came in handy here. A miraculous scene unfolded. Wang Qing, as if teasing a big yellow dog downstairs in the neighborhood, weighed the bone in his hand, then threw it forcefully and far away from Lin Yu and Sun Meng. Whoosh! A cow thigh bone traced an arc through the air and landed on the edge of a lava lake dozens of meters away. The 3-headed lava hound, which was preparing to pursue Lin Yu, froze simultaneously on all 3 heads. 6 burning eyes turned in unison to the bone that emitted an enticing aroma. The head on the left was drooling, the head on the right had a hint of confusion in its pupils, and the head in the middle seemed even more agitated, but its nose twitched uncontrollably. The podium was completely silent. All the bigwigs, reporters, staff, and even the tens of millions of viewers in front of the screen were stunned as they watched this scene. What is he doing? Drop bones? Are they kidding the boss? In the iron level held difficulty dungeon of the college entrance exam? Holy crap, what kind of godlike move is that? Principal Sitalin's mouth was agape, his jaw almost dislocated. Director Feng Xiaoming looked completely bewildered, and even the well-informed Mayor Chen Weiman wore an extremely strange and incredulous expression. A few seconds later, a miracle really happened. The middle head of the 3-headed lava hound seemed to be still hesitating, but the left head couldn't hold back any longer. Oh whoa! It let go of its paws and controlled its body to run wildly towards where the bone had fallen. The head on the right seemed to feel it was beneath the dignity of a boss, and let out a symbolic low growl, but his body language was completely honest and felt perfectly natural. Its massive body moved with such force that the earth shook. It rushed to the bone, and the left head eagerly snatched it in its mouth, crunching away. The head on the right leaned in and sniffed it desperately, seemingly unhappy that the head on the left was eating it all by itself. It desperately squeezed the middle head with its neck, causing its massive body to tilt slightly. A good opportunity. Lin Yu gripped his sword tightly, stood up, and was about to seize the chance to attack. Don't rush, let it play for a while. Wang Cheng waved his hand, looking quite smug, with a leisurely air of watching the fun. He leisurely took out an even larger cow thigh bone from his storage ring and threw it in another direction, further away. Ayo! The head on the right was instantly attracted by the new target, immediately gave up the fight, and happily dragged its body towards the new bone. Good dog, run faster. Whoosh over there. That's right, good boy. Run faster, over there. In the enormous boss lair, a bizarre and comical scene unfolded. A massive, ferocious elite level tier 1 boss was being toyed with by a few cowbones. The three heads still disagreed. The glutton on the left was chasing the bone the most enthusiastically, while the one on the right was so dissatisfied that he was furious and roared angrily. The central head tried to control its body, but couldn't withstand the dragging of the other two gluttons, its massive form clumsily running back and forth along the lava lake. Even with Lin Yu's aloofness, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle when she saw this absurd scene. Sun Mang was dumbfounded. Brother Qing, this works, you're amazing. The live stream screen was filled with comments. My god, this Wang Qing, he's a genius. Holy crap, the most frustrating boss in history has been born. This live stream was absolutely amazing. Millions of people were watching the dog play, not the boss. Ha, I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing. However, joy turned to sorrow. After the last beef bone was gnawed away. 3 heads, 6 burning eyes, all turned towards Wang Qing at the same time, and the air instantly froze. The eyes of the central head blazed with fury and humiliation, its rage instantly reaching its peak. It suddenly roared to the sky, 10 times more terrifying than before. All 3 heads opened their massive mouths at the same time, and a blinding dark red light shone from deep within their throats. Not good. Get out of here. Lin Yu's expression changed drastically, and she warned sharply. Roar. 3 pillars of fire, each over a meter in diameter, shot out like fire dragons towards Wang Qing. Its coverage is so wide and its speed so fast that there is simply no way to avoid it. Wang Qing glanced at the 3 drones hovering above the nest, broadcasting live, and did not hesitate at all. He touched the ground with his toes, leaped into the air quickly, and remained suspended in the air for several seconds. Bang! 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 The 3-legged creature kicked the drones in the air toward the pillars of fire. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blinding red light instantly engulfed the drone, and on the huge screen, the image of Wang Qing's team suddenly went black, leaving only the piercing electrical noise and pitch blackness. Where's the video? What happened? The drone has been destroyed. What happened? How are Wang Qing and the others? Oh my god, the boss has gone berserk. The entire playground and the entire live streaming platform instantly erupted in chaos. The hearts of millions of viewers in front of their screens were in their throats. The fear and anticipation brought by the unknown exploded instantly. Zhou Lei and his family were watching the live stream at home, marveling at Wang Qing's intelligence, when Yining let out a scream. Without hesitation, Zhou Lei decided to immediately take his whole family to Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. Chaos reigned on the platform. Mayor Chen Weiman stood up in a panic. Quickly, notify the nearest medical team to rush to the scene immediately. Take off the backup drone immediately. I need to know the results right away. Principal Xiao Jian was also sweating profusely with anxiety. He shouted into the communicator, Gung Fuchun, did you hear me? Take your men to the boss's lair immediately, and hurry. Lin Xueliang didn't care about Lin Yu's life or death at all. He simply picked up his teacup and calmly took a sip. The admissions directors of various universities were also encountering such a situation for the first time, and they were secretly worried. Wang Qing is quite a promising talent. To remain calm under pressure and come up with such an unexpected solution at such a critical moment, that's a real talent. He absolutely must survive. Chairman Li Zihua had vacant eyes and a wicked smile playing on his lips. Chapter 25. The Giantess descends once again. Inside the boss's lair. As the pillar of fire swept past, Wang Qing traded the sacrifice of 3 drones for precious time to escape, which was part of his plan. The spot where Wang Qing had just stood had been melted into a crimson lava pool, billowing black smoke and bubbles. Cough cough, damn it, it seems this boss is really getting desperate. Wang Qing wiped the sweat from his face, and when he saw the enraged 3-headed lava hound locking its gaze on him again, a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Brother Qing, be careful, this guy is completely enraged. Sun Mang shouted a warning, panting heavily, as he stood up, leaning on his greatsword. 3 pillars of fire attacked again from the boss's mouth, and Wang Qing dodged behind a protruding black basalt pillar with incredible speed. The scorching pillar of fire turned the rock pillar red hot, and it looked like it was about to melt. Sun Mang, are you still alive? Charge up there and draw this idiot's attention. Wang Qing roared at Sun Mang. Then he looked in Lin Yu's direction and said in a firm tone, "Lin Yu, I'm leaving her to you." Lin Yu instantly understood his meaning, and she plunged the Dragon Thunder sword in her hand into the floor. "Ha? Oh. Okay." Sun Mang was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't know what Wang Qing meant, his loyalty to Wang Qing was enough for him to give up his life. He roared, his blood and energy erupted, and he charged fearlessly toward the three-headed lava hound. "You silly dog, look here. Your grandpa's son is here." As expected, the three-headed lava hound was enraged by Sun Meng's provocation, and its middle head turned to him, spitting out another pillar of fire. In that split second that drew the boss's attention, Wang Cheng roared, "Lin Yu, now!" Lin Yu's body erupted with blinding light. Ugh, ah. Her figure rapidly expanded, her bones cracked and popped, her muscles grew wildly, and she instantly transformed into a 5-meter-tall female giant. Although Lin Yu's appearance no longer changes after transforming into a female giant, the perfect smoothness of her muscle lines still contrasts sharply with her stunningly beautiful face. The earth shook violently due to Lin Yu's transformation, causing the pillar of fire to miss its target. Sun Mang, who was charging forward, was stopped by the violent shaking of the ground, which made him lose his balance. Holy crap! He caught a glimpse of Lin Yu's transformation out of the corner of his eye and was instantly terrified. Sister Lin has gotten bigger, her breasts have gotten bigger too. The moment the giantess descended, her terrifying aura startled the enraged three-headed lava hound. All three heads turned simultaneously toward the suddenly appearing behemoth that exuded a powerful aura. "Come on, you stupid dog!" The giantess Lin Yu roared, her huge fist slamming down on the massive head of the three lava hounds. Although the three-headed lava hound was surprised, its reaction speed was surprisingly fast. It suddenly jumped backward and dodged Lin Yu's fist. Then, he repeated the same trick, spewing out 3 pillars of fire from his mouth. Crystal hardening. With a thought, dazzling, hard crystal instantly covered Lin Yu's hands, chest, and legs. Lin Yu had no intention of running away. Instead, she planned to fight head-on. Despite the scorching heat of the 3 pillars of fire, she steadily approached the three-headed lava hound, her crystal armor crackling and melting as it burned, constantly reforming. At the same time, "Sun Meng, what are you standing there for? Go get him!" Wang Qing's urgent roar exploded in Sun Meng's ears. Sun Meng was startled. He was indeed shocked by the scene of Lin Yu fighting after her transformation. He received the order and charged at the three-headed lava hound with all his might, like a madman. "Cut it off right now!" Sun Meng unleashed his long-awaited, raging slash, slashing fiercely at the three-headed lava hound's foreleg. Click! The immense impact shattered the greatsword in Sun Meng's hand, but the damage only left a scar on the three-headed lava hound's foreleg. Damn, it's really hard. The three-headed lava hound was in pain, its massive body staggered from the blow, and the pillar of fire that had attacked the female giant vanished instantly. With a flick of its tail, it launched a massive, burning attack at Sun Meng. Sun Meng felt a scorching gust of wind rush towards him, and the burning giant tail, with its whistling sound of shattering air, was about to smash him into mincemeat. Clang! The giantess Lin Yu used her crystal-hardened arm to block in front of Sun Meng, and her giant tail lashed out at the crystal armor, sending sparks flying like fireworks. Lin Yu's massive body was shaken back 3 steps, and the rocky ground beneath his feet cracked open like a spiderweb. Roar! Taking advantage of the giantess's unsteady center of gravity, the three-headed lava hound slammed its left head into her side, the hard skeletal head hitting the crystal armor with a dull thud. The giantess groaned, unable to react in time. The crystal armor around her waist either failed to cover her in time or covered her too slowly. After all, fighting off 3 pillars of fire had already taken a huge toll on Lin Yu's stamina. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on her side, and bright red blood seeped out from under the cracks. Targeted recovery activated. Due to excessive physical exertion, the wounds are slowly healing. Lin Yu. Wang Qing was heartbroken at the sight, and his figure suddenly turned into a blur. Instead of attacking the boss, he rushed towards the half of the giant sword that Sun Meng had dropped. He lightly touched the hilt with his toe, and the broken sword shot towards the main head of the three-headed lava hound like a meteor. Clang! The broken sword struck the skeletal headgear but bounced off, successfully attracting the boss's attention. The middle head opened its blood-red maw, about to spew out a pillar of fire, when Wang Qing approached like a ghost. Now! Wang Qing roared, his right hand forming a fist, the tip of his fist gleaming with a faint golden light. This is his hidden true power, the explosive force of his basic attributes after simultaneous enhancement and superposition after transformation. Wing Chun Inch Punch. The fist seemed to land slowly on the three-headed lava hound's forehead, but it exploded with a thunderous sound the moment it made contact. Crack! The skeletal headgear, which was strong enough to withstand the female giant's heavy punch, was actually punched with a hole. Dark green brain matter mixed with lava like blood gushed out. The three-headed lava hound let out a shrill howl that was unlike any beast. Its massive body convulsed violently, and its other two heads thrashed wildly, but their movements were slowed by the injury to its main head. Now! Wang Chang roared again. Despite the excruciating pain in her lower back, the female giant Lin Yu caused her arms to crystallize and swell, her hands becoming like two crystalline shackles, gripping the torso of the three-headed lava hound tightly. Die! The three-headed lava hound frantically lashed her back with its burning giant tail, causing her crystal armor to shatter continuously. 10,000 spider hands! Black liquid visibly began to appear from the giantess's Lin Yu's hands, then continued to spread, and when it touched the three-headed lava hound, it was rapidly absorbed by the monster's body. The three-headed lava dog seemed to be suddenly petrified, ceasing its struggle. Wang Qing's eyes sharpened. He knew he couldn't wait any longer, as the control effect of 10,000 spider hands only lasted 0.5 seconds. He stepped on the boss's rough fur, using the momentum to leap into the air, crossed his arms, and gathered all his strength into his fists. This move will send you on your way. The golden fist shadows, like two beams of golden light, slammed into the hole in the main head with a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air. Bang! The entire main head exploded like a watermelon that had been crushed. The other two heads instantly lost their luster, and the massive bodies became limp. Perfect opportunity, Lin Yu, kill him. The giantess grabbed the dog's left head with one hand and lifted him into the air. She withdrew her right hand, transforming it from a palm into a fist, and a dazzling crystal armor instantly enveloped the giantess's massive fist. Bang bang bang! A huge impact slammed into the left side of the head, and the head was visibly flattened. The three-headed lava hound, in pain, began to struggle incessantly. Its right head reacted and tried to retaliate by spewing flames. The giantess reacted quickly, punching out the right eye of the dog's right head, swallowing the flames back into her stomach before they could even be emitted. Then the giantess flew into a rage, grabbed the dog's right head with both hands, and began slamming her body against the ground with all her might. Boom, 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 the ground began to collapse, and the lava from the lava lake began to flow slowly down the cracks, hissing as it touched the giantess's feet. This scene is too brutal. Sun Mang was so shocked by the scene that his mouth dropped open. The giants were too powerful and battle mortals could only look up in awe. Brother Chang is even more awesome than the giants, and Sun Meng's admiration for Wang Qing is beyond compare at this moment. Phew, we won. Inside the boss's lair, a dark figure revealed gleaming white teeth and cold eyes. Hee, you're quite capable. Chapter 26, Making History. Sun Meng lay sprawled on the scorching hot rock, panting heavily, his chest heaving violently, but a smile spread across his face. Seeing that the boss was no longer moving, Lin Yu instantly deactivated her giantess form. Her face was as pale as paper, and although the wound on her side was slowly healing under targeted recovery, the enormous physical exertion made her almost unable to stand. She looked at Wang Qing, and a rare hint of relief appeared in her usually cool eyes. Wang Qing wiped the sweat and blood from his face, feeling the warm current surging through his body. System sound notification. Defeat the Lv.28 elite boss three-headed lava hound and gain 5,000 experience points. The evolved character Lin Yu defeated the boss and gained 2,500 shared experience points. Lin Yu, the subject of evolution, has reached Lv.28. Lin Yu, the subject of evolution, has reached Lv.29. Congratulations, host, your level has increased to Lv.31. 3 beams of light shone almost simultaneously. Wang Qing flashed with golden light Lv.31, while Lin Yu flashed twice Lv.28, Lv.29. Sun Meng was flashed 3 times in a row Lv.21, Lv.22, Lv.23. The immense power washed away their fatigue. Sun Meng even felt that the penetrating wound in his thigh didn't hurt so much anymore. He felt the surging power within him in disbelief, and his lips trembled with excitement. Level 3. Level 3? Brother Qing, Sister Lin. I'm level 23? Look at your pathetic self. Wang Qing chuckled, but his eyes were also full of satisfaction. He walked to the boss's massive corpse and deftly began to dissect it. Stop grinning like an idiot, check your points. Almost simultaneously, the huge points leaderboard on the playground was suddenly refreshed. 1. Wang Qing's team, 1,776 points plus 5,000 boss kill equals 6,776 points. 2. Zhao Tianyu's team, 2,674 points. 3. Zhanghao's team, 1911 points. Boom! The rocket-like surge in points plunged the entire playground, and indeed the entire Dragon Kingdom spectators, into a deathly silence. This was immediately followed by a deafening roar of gasps and incredulous screams. 6,776 points? My god! Boss, they really killed the boss. That's a boss from the Black Iron level dungeon, the Infernal difficulty. A high school senior that's unprecedented. Wang Cheng, Lin Yu, and that Sun Meng. They made history in China. Incredible. Just who are these three people? Absolute geniuses. On the podium, all the bigwigs collectively lost their composure. Mayor Chen Weiman abruptly stood up from his seat, leaning forward, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets as he stared at the screen. Killed? They really did it? Principal Xiao Jian was so excited that tears streamed down his face. He grabbed the arm of Director Jiang Xingbang beside him and stammered, Old Jiang, do you see this? This is our number one middle school. This is our number one middle school's genius. Director Jiang Xingbang's face was also flushed. He gripped Xiao Jian's hand tightly, too excited to speak. A unique gleam appeared in Captain Su Gang's eyes, and he smiled. Looks like you all owe me a meal, huh? Good lad, you really can't judge a book by its cover, you gave me a big surprise. Principal Situ Lin slumped into his chair, his face ashen, muttering, Impossible, this can't be, Zhao Tianyu, he. Lin Shuelian paused in mid-air, holding his teacup, a hint of surprise in his somber eyes. He was beginning to develop an undeniable interest in Wang Qing, this F-level professional. The admissions directors of top universities like Tsinghua, Peking, Nanjing, and Tianjin University, especially Feng Xiaoming, felt their faces burning with embarrassment. They were all scheming about how to recruit Wang Qing's team into their schools. On the high platform, only Li Zihua had a gloomy face, as if he was thinking about something. Inside the dungeon, Zhao Tianyu's team had just cleared out a few mobs when they looked up and saw the leaderboard refresh. The confidence on their faces instantly crumbled. He swayed, and the staff in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Behind his glasses, his eyes were filled with disbelief and frustration. 6,776 points? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Cheating, it must be cheating. He roared incoherently, causing his teammates around him to look at each other in disbelief. Zhang Hao was struck dumb, and looking at the glaring score, a huge sense of powerlessness and shame welled up in his heart. He closed his eyes slightly and murmured, Wang Qing, I've lost this time, but we'll see. He thought of Ling Yu, and her stunning figure appeared in his mind. Ling Yu, one day, I will make you know that I am stronger than Wang Qing. Outside the instance, Mo Fan, who had just been carried out for emergency treatment, with his chin in a sling and his nose crooked, was lying on a stretcher staring incredulously at the screen. When he saw Wang Qing's team instantly climb to the top of the points, a surge of jealousy and resentment broke through his defenses once again. Losing to Wang Qing in a one-on-one duel was already unacceptable to him. Reaching the top of the points table caused his mental defenses to collapse once again. He made a hoarse clucking sound in his throat and struggled to sit up despite his injuries, but was held down firmly by the medical staff. Why? Why did a piece of trash like you get to this point? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Looking back, both of them grew up in orphanages, but Wang Qing was always the other people's child from a young age. The teachers at the orphanage always talked about Wang Qing's intelligence and well-behaved nature, and he became a role model for the children in the orphanage. Mo Fan did a great job and worked very hard, so why is it always Wang Qing who gets praised? Wang Qing's grades were consistently high during his school years, and he was admitted to Jianghai No. 1 Middle School with the highest score in the Jianghai City Junior High School entrance examination. In order to defeat Wang Qing and reclaim his own glory, Mo Fan went so far as to disguise himself and become Wang Qing's best friend. Unexpectedly, in high school, the genius suddenly fell from grace for some unknown reason, and he began to reveal his true colors. Just then, the end notification sound rang out across all three instances. Congratulations to Wang Qing's team for defeating the boss. The college entrance examination practice has ended early as scheduled. All candidates, please gather your belongings. You will be automatically teleported out of the instance in 3 minutes. Ignoring the dungeon's warning, Wang Qing was struggling to dig out a basketball-sized crystal core radiating a scorching red light from the shattered skull of the three-headed lava hound. It was scalding hot to the touch and contained fire attribute energy. Wang Qing smiled and put it into his storage ring. Then, near the boss's chest cavity, he found a two-handed sword with an ancient design, dark red body, and a blade edge that looked like it was covered with lava patterns. Lava Greatsword Rare, equip level, Lv.15, increases strength by 5%, attacks inflict a fire burn effect. Good stuff. Lucky me. Wang Qing's eyes lit up. He picked it up in his hand. It was heavy and felt good. Although the Black Iron level dungeon is said to be in hellish difficulty, getting rare equipment from it is considered incredibly lucky. He glanced at Sun Meng's broken sword, then casually tossed the heavy, lava greatsword towards Sun Meng. Hey big oaf, catch. Sun Meng caught it instinctively, glanced at it, looking somewhat bewildered but unable to hide his excitement. Brother Chang? This. Stop talking nonsense. Have you forgotten what I told you? This is what you deserve. Lin Yu had almost fully recovered by this time. She came up to Wang Qing and playfully asked, Wang Qing, when did you become so strong? What exactly is Wing Chun? I've never heard of it before. What secrets are you still hiding? Tell me the truth. Time's up. The portal to the infernal difficulty flashed, and Zhao Tianyu's team, Zhang Hao's team, and all other teams in the dungeon were instantly teleported out. However, no white light from the teleportation portal appeared where Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng were located. What's going on? Why didn't Wang Qing and the others come out? Principal Xiao Jian was the first to notice the abnormality, and his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. The students below the stage also noticed this anomaly and began to look around, but they did not find Wang Qing's team. The instance is malfunctioning? Could something have happened to them inside? That's hard to say. It's an iron-level dungeon, and it's on hell difficulty. The boss won't be that easy to kill. Well, we just broke a record, let's not risk our lives. The students below the stage began to whisper and murmur among themselves. Gung Fu from the medical team, respond immediately. Head to the boss's lair to check on Wang Qing's team and report back immediately. Hello, hello? Xiao Jian shouted anxiously into the communicator. Hiss hiss hiss, the communicator emitted a dead tone. All other dungeon staff, please proceed to the boss's lair immediately. I'm repeating this again, all other dungeon staff, please proceed to the boss's lair immediately. Chapter 27 Shocking Change. Inside the boss's lair, Lin Yu's series of questions made Wang Qing's face turn ugly, and he was somewhat at a loss. His words became hesitant. You've asked so many questions, how can I answer them all at once? Originally, he just wanted to stall for time and find a perfect excuse to get by. Before Lin Yu could speak further, Wang Qing's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Aren't we all supposed to be teleported out in 3 minutes? Just then, a shocking change occurred. Sun Meng was closest to Wang Qing when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a ghostly figure suddenly leaping out of the shadows. Brother Qing, be careful. Sun Meng's pupils suddenly contracted, and he let out an urgent shout. A dagger, gleaming with a cold, dark blue light, whistled through the air and pierced straight behind Wang Qing, who was completely unprepared. The speed was far beyond the range of a first-tier professional. Without even having time to think, Sun Meng reacted purely on instinct. He used all his remaining strength to unleash unprecedented speed and forcefully shoved Wang Qing away. At the same time, his burly body acted as the most loyal shield, completely blocking the cold light. Put! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was particularly jarring in the silent cave. The dagger, gleaming with a cold, dark blue light, pierced through Sun Meng's already damaged, 10,000 bone breastplate, in an instant, stabbing deep into his chest. The sharp tip of the blade dripped blood slowly from his right lung. Ah! Sun Meng let out a short, painful groan, looking down at the hilt of the dagger embedded in his chest. The immense force sent him staggering backward a few steps. Then, Sun Meng spat out blood, and the lava greatsword in his hand clattered to the ground. Sun Meng! Wang Qing, who had been pushed aside, was shocked and immediately recognized the attacker. This man was none other than Gung Fuqing, the captain of the rescue team who had appeared earlier. That face, now covered in thick, fleshy muscles, no longer held its previous honesty, only a ferocious murderous intent remained. Lin Yu was equally shocked. Her newly recovered strength burst forth instantly as she raised the Dragon Thunder Sword and slashed at Gung Fuqing. Humph! Overestimating yourself. Gung Fuqing sneered, facing Lin Yu's angry attack without dodging or avoiding it. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled the dagger from Sun Meng's body, drawing out a spray of blood. At the same time, his left hand moved with lightning speed, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and his white bones were revealed. He actually grabbed the sword blade that Lin Yu was slashing at. Clang! The left hand firmly grasped Lin Yu's Dragon Thunder Sword, and Lin Yu felt a tremendous force coming from the blade that was being held. What? Lin Yu was shocked. The hand holding the sword went numb from the shock, and she uncontrollably let go. Second tier, you're a second tier professional. Lin Yu exclaimed in alarm, immediately assessing the other party's strength, his mood instantly plummeting. The gap between the first and second tiers was like an insurmountable chasm. Her opponent's strength and speed completely overwhelmed her. You've got a good eye, little girl, Deng Fuqing said with a slightly surprised smile. Holding Sun Meng, who was barely breathing and bleeding profusely from his chest and back, Wang Qing was filled with an unprecedented rage and murderous intent. He slowly raised his head, staring coldly at Deng Fuqing. With a single thought, one can perceive everything. Name, Deng Fuqing. Class, S-rank Shadow Assassin. Level, Lv.79 Tier 2. Strength, 173 plus 38 is equal to 211 bonus after Tier 2 upgrade, plus 8.6 weapon attribute. Agility, 173 plus 58 is equal to 231 bonus after Tier 2 upgrade. Spirit, 125. Stamina, 125. Exclusive skills, 1, Shadow Stealth, rare, allows for concealment in low light conditions 2. Backstab, rare, allows for assassination from behind, increasing strength and agility by 10%. Self-taught skills, 1, Bone Netherhand, epic level, can grab any weapon attack from a target not higher than the user's level, 10-minute cooldown, Bone Netherhand can also attack the target too. 7 Strike combo, elite level, swings a dagger to stab the target, can stab 7 times in an instant, 10-minute cooldown 3. Ghostly movement, epic level, increases agility attribute by 10%. When Wang Qing saw Deng Fuqing's basic attribute panel, his angry expression turned into one of deep thought. Once you reach the second tier professional level, the base attribute bonuses from leveling up can be added to the attributes that need strengthening, depending on your own needs. Name, Lin Yu. Class, SS rank Female Giant. Level, Lv.29 Tier 1. Strength, 123 plus 30 after transformation plus 12.3 weapon attribute. Agility, 123 plus 60 after transformation. Spirit, 123 plus 10 after transformation. Stamina, 123 plus 70 after transformation. Name, Wang Qing. Occupation, F-rank Emer. Level, Lv.31. Strength, 41 own level plus 123 Lin Yu's attribute plus 30 after transformation. Agility, 41 own level plus 123 Lin Yu's attribute plus 60 after transformation. Spirit, 41 own level plus 123 Lin Yu's attribute plus 10 after transformation. Stamina, 41 own level plus 123 Lin Yu's attributes plus 70 after transformation. This is bad. His speed and strength are clearly far superior to ours. Deng Fuqing looked at Wang Qing staring at him fiercely and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He witnessed the battle of Wang Qing's team firsthand. These three, relying solely on Wang Qing and Lin Yu, were able to defeat a Black Iron level Purgatory difficulty boss, demonstrating their formidable strength. Although Lin Yu's transformation greatly shocked him, what he found even more unbelievable was Wang Qing holding Sun Meng in front of him. He had a vague feeling that Wang Qing's strength was unfathomable. He himself wasn't confident he could take on the boss alone, so in order to complete the mission, he planned a sneak attack. Deng Fuqing originally only planned to seriously injure Wang Qing, otherwise, he would have immediately ended Sun Meng's life. Haha, kid, you've got some luck, huh? Lin Yu, standing to the side, retorted with a cold and beautiful face, bah. You're supposed to be a second-tier professional, what kind of hero attacks like this? Haha, hero? Little girl, you're really funny. Deng Fuqing's voice became increasingly fierce. Wang Qing's voice was icy, his fists clenched tightly. He calmly asked, you were sent by the Nanling Guild, weren't you? And you destroyed the teleportation device, weren't you? Ha, you're pretty smart, kid. You should know what I want to know, what I want, right? What do you want? Wang Qing's pupils contracted slightly, just as he expected, but that sphere was actually so important. What was it? He looked directly at Deng Fuqing, without the slightest hesitation, and admitted decisively, I did it, and the stuff is with me. Ah, good, you've got guts. Deng Fuqing's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Good, admit it. Hand over the stuff obediently, and I'll leave you with a decent corpse. Otherwise, humph. Leave him whole? Wang Qing resumed his usual lazy demeanor, gently laying the heavily injured and unconscious Sun Mengping on the ground. He slowly rose to his feet, and a chilling aura rose from his body. You? I'll kill you today, not even Jesus could save you, I said it. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Who is Jesus? Lin Yu was full of confusion, but this was the first time she had seen Wang Qing like this, and her heart skipped a beat. Ha, two high school students, how dare they talk so arrogantly? Gung Fucheng laughed wildly as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Immediately afterwards, his aura exploded without reservation, and the pressure of a second-tier expert enveloped the entire cave as if it were a tangible force. Two first-tier brats dare to act arrogantly in front of me. Die. Before he finished speaking, Gung Fucheng disappeared, even faster than when he launched his sneak attack. He left only a faint afterimage where he had just stopped. This was the epic skill, ghostly movement. Lin Yu! Wang Qing shouted, then picked up Sun Meng and leaped to safety. Lin Yu understood immediately and activated Giant's power without hesitation. Click click. Lin Yu visibly grew larger rapidly, the sound of bones cracking rang out again, and the 5-meter-tall female giant suddenly reappeared in the cave. Chapter 28: Fierce Fighting. On the podium, the expressions of the various bigwigs varied. Some were worried, some were gloating, and some were completely indifferent. What happened? This has never happened before. Even Gung Fucheng's communications have been cut off? Principal Xiao Jian asked, his face full of doubt. Could it be that Wang Qing's team perished together with the boss? Director Jiang Xingbang asked with a worried expression. Hee, that's hard to say. Those are the bosses of the Black Iron level trial difficulty dungeon. And they're all high school students. Director Feng Xiaoming said with a hint of schadenfreude. That is indeed possible, after all, the gap is huge. Hu Yanli, the admissions director of Tsinghua and Peking universities, said with a look of regret. That's not right. We've made complete preparations for this kind of special instance, so how could this happen? Either there's a traitor, or all three of them are dead. Mao Ancheng, the admissions director of Nandong University, immediately alerted everyone present with these words. Gung Fucheng, a traitor? Captain Su Gang immediately became agitated, his face serious, and quickly walked to Principal Xiao Jian. Principal Xiao, when did we lose contact with Gung Fucheng? Is he reliable? After listening to Captain Su's words, Principal Xiao Jian seemed to understand what was going on. This person has been working at the school for many years and is exceptionally capable, but it's unusual that we can't contact this person. This shouldn't be happening. Oh no! Principal Xiao Jian frantically shouted for help using the communication device. Only the two bigwigs on the stage remained unfazed. Lin Xueliang continued to sip his tea leisurely, completely unconcerned about the life or death of his biological daughter in the game. The other one was Li Zihua, whose calm expression revealed no flaws, and he continued to chat and laugh as usual. Inside the boss's lair. Lin Yu activates crystal hardening. The dazzling crystals instantly covered all the vital points on his body, and the enormous palm, carrying the force to tear through the air, slammed down in the direction where Gung Fucheng might appear. However, Gung Fucheng was too fast. He dodged the giantess's attack like a ghost and appeared on Lin Yu's relatively vulnerable waist after she transformed into a giant. The orchid-colored dagger in his hand flashed with black light and stabbed down fiercely. Clang! The dagger struck the crystal armor, producing a metallic clang, and the powerful impact caused Lin Yu's massive body to stagger. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the crystal at his waist. The power of a second-tier expert surpassed that of the previous boss. Oomph, you've got some skills. I'll see how many you can withstand, Gung Fucheng sneered, his figure flickering as he moved rapidly around the female giant. Clang! Clang! Clang clang clang. The azure dagger, like a deadly venomous bee, struck Lin Yu's crystal-hardened armor with pinpoint accuracy time and again. Each collision produced blinding sparks. Lin Yu's massive body was forced to retreat continuously, his heavy footsteps leaving deep cracks in the ground, and the lava in the lava lake was shaken and splashed with crimson waves. Crystal hardening. Under Gung Fucheng's relentless attacks, the crystal shattered at a speed far exceeding the limits of regeneration. Lin Yu could barely protect his vitals. His relatively vulnerable areas, such as his waist, shoulder blades, and the back of his legs, were constantly being slashed open by the cunning dagger. Bright red blood mixed with broken crystal shards slowly flowed out, staining the black rocks beneath his feet. The intense pain caused her to let out a suppressed groan, and her movements inevitably slowed down. Although targeted recovery has been activated due to the significant stamina depletion in the previous boss battle, therefore, the targeted recovery skill effect is only moderate. Humph, so what if she's a giantess? In the face of true speed, she's nothing but a clumsy target. Gung Fucheng grinned ferociously, his movements becoming increasingly elusive. He saw Lin Yu stumble, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. 7 consecutive stabs. He let out a low shout, and his figure suddenly accelerated, almost turning into a twisted black line, heading straight for Lin Yu's right rib, exposed due to the distortion of his movements, at the thinnest part of the crystal covering. Puff! 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 7 dark blue lights almost merged into one in an instant, so fast that the naked eye could not capture the specific movement. All that could be seen was a blurry blue light covering the area below Lin Yu's right rib. Ah! Lin Yu let out a shrill roar, his huge body suddenly shuddered, and 7 clouds of blood mist instantly exploded from below his right rib. Crystal hardening, forcibly penetrated. The deep, bone-revealing wound was chapped, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Targeted recovery, attempting to repair this horrific wound, but the cumulative damage from 7 sites and the rapid depletion of stamina have exceeded the limits of recovery. Lin Yu's massive body swayed violently, his face deathly pale. At the same time, Wang Qing had already bandaged Sun Meng's wounds. His face, which had been deathly pale from blood loss, was beginning to turn black from the slow-acting poison in the dagger. Wang Qing checked Sun Meng's carotid artery and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the only thing we can do now is hold out until the rescue team arrives. Wang Qing knew that his Wing Chun was just a style of martial arts he had learned in his previous life, not a professional skill. The reason he was able to instantly kill Mo Fan was entirely due to his superior basic attributes. When the base attributes are strong enough, even grass and trees can be turned into swords. However, Wang Qing is confident that by utilizing the characteristics of Wing Chun entanglement, sticking, and striking he can stall Gung Fucheng. Suddenly, the giantess's violent shaking caught Wang Qing's attention. Oh no, Lin Yu. Witnessing 7 bursts of blood mist erupt from below Lin Yu's right ribs, this horrific scene ignited an unprecedented rage in Wang Qing, instantly shattering his reason. Gung Fucheng, you son of a bitch, come on, I'm your opponent. Wang Qing's roar echoed throughout the cave. He stopped watching over Sun Meng on the ground and unleashed his full power. He stomped his foot hard, and the hard black rock instantly cracked and caved in. His body shot out like a cannonball, whistling through the air, and hurtled straight at Gung Fucheng. The starting stance of Wing Chun has already been finalized in mid-air. Just as Gung Fucheng finished his 7-hit combo and was about to retreat, he felt a chilling killing intent rushing towards him. He turned around abruptly and saw Wang Qing was already close at hand, his small eyes burning with fury, and his speed was beyond that of a first-tier professional. You're courting death. Gung Fucheng was both shocked and furious. His left hand instantly transformed into a chilling white bone nether hand. With a whooshing sound, he viciously grabbed at Wang Qing's face, while simultaneously swinging his right dagger back to pierce Wang Qing's heart. However, thanks to Wang Qing's rigorous training in his previous life, Wing Chun had already penetrated deep into his spinal cord. With his base attributes far exceeding those of his peers, especially the agility and strength bonuses after synchronizing with Lin Yu's transformation, he displayed astonishing combat power. Snap! Wang Qing delivered a precise Wing Chun palm strike with his left hand, deflecting Gung Fucheng's skeletal claws at the last second. He narrowly avoided the fatal dagger thrust with his side, and then slammed his right elbow into Gung Fucheng's ribs. Gung Fucheng's pupils shrank sharply. How could this kid's speed and reaction speed be so abnormal? This is definitely not the level that an F-rank professional should have. He subconsciously pulled back his arm to block. Bang! The elbow struck the arm, producing a dull thud. Holy crap, this kid is incredibly strong. Gung Fucheng felt a tingling numbness in his arm and was actually forced back half a step. Wang Qing continued his attack, using Wing Chun sticky striking techniques to target Gung Fucheng's vulnerable areas such as his eyes and throat. His footwork was incredibly agile and unpredictable. His 2-character clamp sheep horse stance was as steady as a rock, and with his skillful techniques such as Bang Shou and Tan Shou, he constantly neutralized Gung Fucheng's counterattacks. Inside the cave, the 2 figures were locked in combat at incredible speed, their fists and feet clashing incessantly. Gung Fucheng grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. This was a level 79, second-tier S-rank assassin. His strength and speed should have completely overwhelmed him. But this kid in front of him, though slightly inferior in strength and speed, compensated for the difference in attributes with his uncanny fist techniques and fearless fighting style, keeping him firmly entangled. What's even more terrifying is that this kid's ability to withstand blows is ridiculously strong. The white bone nether hand grazed his body several times, but only left not very deep bloodstains, far from achieving its intended effect. Could it be that this kid's physical strength, defense, and endurance far surpasses mine? The essence of the assassin class lies in unexpectedly eliminating opponents. However, since I've already been exposed, many of my skills are unusable. Gung Fucheng grew anxious. His greatest weaknesses were physical and mental strength. Both White Bone Netherhand and Ghostly Movement Technique are skills that consume a lot of stamina, so prolonged battles are disadvantageous and a quick victory is necessary. As he hesitated, he caught a glimpse of the giantess Lin Yu, whose body was half stained with blood, not far away. Her wounds were slowly healing. Gung Fucheng was initially startled, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. If the two of them attacked together, well then, for now, the only thing to do is kill her. Chapter 29: Desperate Counterattack. Inside the boss's lair. A fierce glint flashed in Gung Fucheng's eyes, and he threw the poisoned dagger at Wang Qing at close range. Wang Qing was shocked. He hadn't expected Gung Fucheng to throw his weapon. He instinctively dodged to the side, and in that instant, Gung Fucheng saw an opening, suddenly did a backflip, and quickly escaped the fighting circle. Then, she activated the ghostly movement, skill to its fullest extent, instantly grabbed the dagger that had lost its momentum, and then turned her direction and pounced straight towards the injured Lin Yu, the female giant. The toxins have already eroded Lin Yu's body. Although targeted recovery has exerted its strongest healing power at this stage, it is currently insufficient, causing Lin Yu's massive body to move slowly. She looked up and saw that Gung Fucheng had broken away from the fighting circle and was thrusting at her with all his might. She couldn't dodge in time. Lin Yu gritted her teeth, activated crystal hardening to envelop her fist, and prepared to take the blow head on. Wang Qing had already panicked and shouted a warning, "Lin Yu, be careful." He was too far away. Even at full speed, it was too late. Lin Yu swung his right fist, encased in crystal armor, but Gung Fucheng easily dodged it with his ghostly movement technique. The powerful gust of wind from the punch barely grazed the hem of his clothes. What? He actually dodged it. How could Wang Qing and his group compare to a second-tier assassin in terms of combat experience? The instant he threw the dagger, Gung Fucheng had already planned everything. His goal was clear: a single, decisive blow Lin Yu's head. With a kick in mid-air, he leaped onto Lin Yu's upper arm, stepping on the smooth crystal armor, and thrust straight forward with all his might. At this critical moment, 10,000 Thunder's guidance activated. On his way to the rescue, Wang Qing saw that things were going badly. He didn't have time to think and relied entirely on his instincts to come up with the fastest solution. Boom! Crack! A wide-range lightning strike, without warning, erupted from Wang Qing's center. Within a radius of 15 meters, everything instantly turned into a blinding blue-white expanse. Gung Fucheng's dagger was less than half a meter from Lin Yu's head. He could even hear the metallic clang of the blade against the crystal armor. Wang Qing knew that this would hurt Lin Yu, but he couldn't worry about that right now. Sizzle, sizzle. A violent electric current instantly pierced through the bodies of Gung Fucheng and Lin Yu. The numbing sensation and tearing pain from the electric current instantly swept through Gung Fucheng's body, causing his muscles and nerves to go out of control under the high voltage. His entire body stiffened instantly, and he fell straight down from mid-air. Wang Qing knew that the current, 10,000 Thunder guidance, could only temporarily paralyze Gung Fucheng, but that was enough. "Lin Yu, are you alright?" Wang Qing appeared in front of Lin Yu and asked anxiously. Lin Yu shook his enormous head, his large, beautiful eyes fixed on Wang Qing, who was rushing towards him. Ugh! The lightning strike from 10,000 Thunder guidance made Lin Yu let out a low roar, then he braced himself on the ground with his hands and gasped for breath. At this moment, Gung Fucheng was in no better shape. He was emitting blue smoke from his body, and his hair stood on end. But this kind of lightning strike could not harm him. Enraged, Wang Qing lost his temper and leaped directly above Gung Fucheng. His eyes were filled with cold, emotionless killing intent. He clenched his right fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. All his strength, anger, and heartache for Lin Yu's injuries were concentrated in this one punch. There were no Wing Chun moves, only the most primitive and ferocious bombardment, targeting Gung Fucheng's skull. "Die!" he roared furiously. Seeing Wang Qing suddenly attack, the second-tier expert instantly regained his senses. His left hand, wielding the White Bone Netherhand, immediately met Wang Qing's strongest attack. His right hand gripped the dagger tightly, slightly raised, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Wang Qing. Bang! Crack! Wang Qing's fist slammed hard into Gung Fucheng's White Bone Netherhand. The sound of bones cracking rang out clearly. Wang Qing's right fist bone shattered, and his arm was in excruciating pain, but the enormous impact shattered the black rock beneath Gung Fucheng. The difference in basic attributes cannot be balanced by brute force. Wang Qing had been using Wing Chun's sticky striking technique to hold Gung Fucheng back, but this was only a temporary measure. But Gung Fucheng wanted to take the opportunity to kill Lin Yu, which Wang Qing could not tolerate, even if it meant being crushed to pieces. "Hey, you think you can launch a sneak attack with this? You're overestimating yourself." Gung Fucheng smirked as he saw Wang Qing injured. Taking advantage of Wang Qing's injury, Gung Fucheng sprang up instantly and thrust his dagger straight at him. Thud! It pierced directly into Wang Qing's right shoulder, and the huge impact caused Wang Qing to stagger backward. Wang Qing's defense was much stronger than Sun Meng's before the dagger only penetrated halfway into his right shoulder. He instinctively grabbed Gung Fucheng's right hand, holding the dagger with both hands, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Wang Qing gripping his right hand tightly, Gung Fucheng delivered a powerful front kick, knocking Wang Qing to the ground. He then pulled out the dagger, and blood gushed out like a fountain. At this moment, Gung Fucheng believed that victory was in his grasp. He was full of pride and mocked sarcastically. "You brat, I never expected you to push me into such a predicament. What a pity, what a pity, I'll send you on your way now." Suddenly, his smile froze on his face. "My body. I can't move my body?" It wasn't numbness, but a deeper sense of stiffness. Gung Fucheng's face was filled with terror. Had he been bewitched by some kind of sorcery? No. 10,000 spider hands. 0.5 seconds, that's enough. Wang Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Gung Fucheng with icy eyes, but a smile of satisfaction appeared on his lips. Just as the dagger pierced Wang Qing's right shoulder, he endured the excruciating pain in his right hand and quietly injected the numbing toxin secreted from his palm into Gung Fucheng's right hand through contact. No! Genuine fear finally appeared in Gung Fucheng's eyes. He understood that this was Wang Qing's final scheme. In those 0.5 seconds when his body stiffened, a massive fist covered in crystal armor, filled with rage and hatred, enveloped him once more. "Oh no, it's Lin Yu. Die, you son of a bitch." Lin Yu's roar was like thunder, and his huge crystal fist, carrying the power to crush everything, slammed down like a heavy hammer. Bang! A deafeningly loud bang. All that could be seen was a radiating explosion of rubble mixed with fragments of flesh, blood, internal organs, and bones. The ground was blasted into a crater several meters in diameter. Gung Fucheng, the hidden target of the level 79 second-tier S-class shadow assassin, didn't even have time to scream before he was completely turned into a blurry mass of flesh and blood by Lin Yu's attack. The cave fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the gurgling sound of bubbles bursting in the lava lake and the heavy breathing of Lin Yu and Wang Qing. Wang Qing, clutching the wound on his right shoulder, staggered to the edge of the pit and confirmed that Gung Fucheng was definitely dead. He exhaled a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing, but a sharp pain and a feeling of exhaustion instantly overwhelmed him, making him almost unable to stand. Lin Yu also deactivated his giant form, and his enormous body quickly shrank back to its original state. As soon as she recovered, she collapsed to the ground, her face ashen white from the 7 stab wounds to her ribs, the poison, and the immense exhaustion. Blood stained large patches of her school uniform. She looked at Wang Qing, her eyes filled with the joy of surviving a disaster and a complex mix of emotions. "Quickly, treat the wound." Wang Qingxiang struggled to stay upright and immediately rushed to Lin Yu's side. Ignoring his own injuries, he took out the wound medicine and antidote he had prepared in advance from his storage ring and hurriedly treated the wound on her waist and ribs. At the same time, he checked on Sun Meng's condition. Fortunately, although he was poisoned and unconscious, his breathing was still relatively stable. Although Wang Qing was also poisoned by the dagger, he took an antidote to temporarily suppress the effects of the poison. Wang Chang looked around the battlefield and saw it was a complete mess. All 3 of them sustained injuries of varying degrees, and a pang of pain inevitably struck them. If only there were a healer or a strong support in the team. Sigh. He glanced at the heavily injured Lin Yu and the dying Sun Meng, and realized that Wing Chun, a martial art from his previous life, was indeed powerful when one's basic attributes were overwhelmingly superior. But if you encounter a strong opponent, it's not as practical as the skills of a professional. The key point next is to find the skills that suit you. After doing all that, Wang Qingkai looked at Gung Fucheng's appalling remains. Suppressing his nausea, he shoved them around a few times with his foot. In a pile of minced meat, he covered his nose and found Gung Fucheng's dagger and storage ring. He had just taken the storage ring in his hand, opened it, and looked inside, when his eyes widened at what was there. He was about to claim it for himself. At this moment, Those inside, please respond. Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng, are you still there? Urgent shouts and chaotic footsteps came from the mine entrance. Immediately afterwards, several drones, accompanied by the beams of powerful flashlights, rapidly entered the boss's lair. Chapter 30 caused a national sensation. The horrific scene inside the boss cave, the gigantic boss corpse, the remains of Gung Fucheng in the deep pit, the heavily injured Lin Yu and Wang Qing lying on the ground, and Sun Meng in a deep coma. The rescue team members who rushed in gasped in horror at the sight. How could it be so horrific? The deputy captain of the rescue team immediately sent people to treat Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng, and then personally inspected the situation on site. He first confirmed the boss's corpse. Although he already knew that the boss had been killed, he couldn't help but feel a chill after witnessing the massive body of the three-headed lava hound. What's even more astonishing is that when he confirmed with Wang Qing that the remains in the deep pit were indeed those of Captain Gung Fucheng, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Most incredibly, despite being injured, Wang Qing maintained a nonchalant attitude, as if everything was to happen. Damn, a second-tier powerhouse was killed by 3 first-tier high school students. Is this a monster? I can't believe it. The vice captain walked to the wreckage again to confirm. Wang Qing tossed Gung Fucheng's storage ring and dagger in front of the vice captain like trash, scoffed, and then turned to look at Lin Yu and Sun Meng. The vice captain rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling, and casually opened Gung Fucheng's storage ring, his pupils dilating in shock. Then, trembling, he screamed into the communicator, "Report, report. Report to the podium, we've found him. Damn it, what's the panic? Speak slowly." Yes, breathing, the boss has been confirmed to have been killed by Wang Qing's team. But they were also attacked. The attacker was Gung Fucheng. Who, Gung Fucheng? Really? Is it confirmed? Principal Xiao Jian was also startled by this shocking news. Yes, confirmed. Gung Fucheng has been killed. The situation is horrific. Lin Yu is slightly injured, Wang Qing is seriously injured, and Sun Meng is on the verge of death. What? What did you say? To reiterate, Gung Fucheng attacked Wang Qing's squad, but has now been killed in retaliation. The vice captain's trembling voice, transmitted through the communicator, resounded like thunder across the rostrum of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School's playground. What? Gung Fucheng attacked Wang Qing's team and was killed by Wang Qing's team in a counterattack? Principal Xiao Jian was the first to jump up, his old face ashen. He couldn't believe his ears. His expression then became subtle. Gung Fucheng, the outstanding medical rescue team leader of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, has worked diligently for several years. Why would he attack Wang Qing's team? He nervously rubbed his temples, his thoughts starting to race. When Gung Fucheng first joined the company, it was indeed unusual for someone with an S-level professional status to be assigned to Jianghai No. 1 High School. I suspected something was amiss back then. If they were spies for major powers, why would they expose themselves now? For the sake of 3 students? He sat down, stunned, completely baffled. A counter kill? Gung Fucheng is a level 79 S-rank assassin of the second tier, and he was killed by 3 first-tier students? Director Jiang Xingbang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a crash and shattered. The entire stage fell into dead silence instantly, and the expressions on the faces of all the bigwigs, including the usually calm Lin Xueliang, froze completely. Li Zihua's face was full of doubt about the accuracy of the news, and a look of panic appeared on his face. How could Gung Fucheng, a second-tier expert, be? He's utterly incompetent. He can't even handle such a small matter. On second thought, so what if Wang Qing and the others know? Where's the evidence? Even you little brats don't dare to publicly acknowledge me. Thinking of this, his worried expression vanished. He tightened his suit, shifted slightly, and then gave a nonchalant smile. Mayor Qin Weiman abruptly stood up, leaned forward, and shouted sternly into the communicator, "Immediately do everything possible to treat the wounded. Bring them back safely. Relevant departments must thoroughly investigate this incident, especially the background of this Gung Fucheng." Yes, Mayor. Captain Su Gang's sharp eyes noticed Li Zihua's face, which instantly turned extremely ugly. He didn't say anything, but he had already guessed the situation pretty accurately. Although he admired Wang Qing, his life or death was none of his business. He shook his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. Let's continue to wait and see. Meanwhile, the news received by the rescue team spread rapidly amidst the commotion among the students in the front row. My God, Wang Qing and the others are still alive. Not only did they kill the boss, They even managed to kill the attacker's medical team leader. No way? That Gung Fucheng was a second-tier expert, and he was taken down by 3 high school students? Didn't you see the big shots on stage making a mess of things? This news must be true. Holy crap! Just how strong are Wang Cheng and his team? It's terrifying to think about. I heard that Wang Cheng and Lin Yu were injured, and Sun Meng is on the verge of death. This is too tragic. The students on the playground erupted in cheers. Shock, admiration, lingering fear, and discussion swept through the world like a tsunami. All the previous doubts and ridicule vanished, replaced by a fervent worship and deep awe for Wang Cheng's team's miraculous feat. Every era admires the strong. Although the live stream of the boss's lair was interrupted, the reactions and conversations of the students and the big shots on the playground instantly ignited all the live streaming platforms. The barrage of comments went absolutely crazy, and the server nearly crashed. Wang Cheng, Lin Yu, Mangu. Awesome. A counter kill against a tier 2s rank assassin from a higher rank? This isn't a college entrance exam, it's a godlike performance. It has made history, it is an absolute legend. The most glorious page in the history of the National College Entrance Examination in China. Such comments flooded the screen. Shortly afterward, when the rescue team carefully carried the seriously injured Sun Meng out of the instance on a stretcher, the entire scene fell silent. Then, Lin Yu, pale-faced and wrapped in bandages, stepped out of the portal, and the entire audience erupted in thunderous applause. Finally, there was Wang Cheng. Although his right shoulder and hand were bandaged, his face was pale, and there was still blood on the corner of his mouth. His back was straight. As he walked out step by step. Boom boom. Clap 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 clap. The entire playground of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School erupted in thunderous and sustained applause and cheers, the sound waves soaring into the sky. Countless students even waved their arms frantically in greeting. Wow, Lin Yu truly lives up to her title as my goddess, the pride of Jianghai No. 1 High School. Wang Cheng, how come you've suddenly become so handsome? I didn't notice before. We witnessed history. They accomplished the incredible feat of slaying a second-tier powerhouse. However, amidst the frenzied cheers, Emofan lay on a stretcher, his chin immobilized, his nose crooked. He struggled to lift his head, peering through the gaps in the crowd at Wang Cheng, who was surrounded by thousands and shone like the sun, and then at Lin Yu beside him, whose beauty, even in her severe injuries, could not be concealed, and whose eyes were only for Wang Cheng. His eyes were blinded by jealousy and resentment. Why? Why is this good-for-nothing who has always been superior to him now able to stand here shining brightly? Why would even a proud and beautiful woman like Lin Yu fall for him? Why should all the glory belong to him? And here I am, lying like a clown, ignored by everyone. All of this should belong to me. Wang Cheng, you took away what was rightfully mine. Wang Cheng. Emofan gritted his teeth, his gums bleeding, his eyes filled with madness and resentment. I won't let this go, you just wait. I'll take back everything that's rightfully mine with my own hands. Zhang Hao looked at the cheering crowd, lost in thought. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. He shook his head helplessly, his gaze turning regretfully to Lin Yu, whose face was deathly pale on the stage. Zhao Tianyu accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. Wang Cheng and his team proved themselves through their strength, not only killing the boss but also achieving a cross-level kill. How could he not be convinced? He pushed up his glasses, looking at Wang Cheng on the stage with a hint of admiration. Amidst the cheers, the deputy captain of the rescue team, his face grave, tugged at Mayor Chen's sleeve and whispered a few words in his ear. Chen Weiman's previously relieved and happy face instantly turned into one of utter shock. Is it true? What's the evidence? The vice captain pulled a completely black token from his pocket, which shimmered in the sunlight. The token was engraved with a sharp, menacing sword, surrounded by skulls. This was found in his storage ring. Chen Weiman glanced at the token, his heart tightened, and his eyes swept over everyone on the stage. When Li Zihua saw Chen Weiman's expression, he was startled and wiggled his buttocks. Had he been exposed? Chen Weiman lowered his head and whispered, quickly block the news. I'll gather the relevant personnel to handle this after the college entrance examination. Chapter 31 Tests and Doubts. At Mayor Chen's instruction, Wang Cheng and Lin Yu were soon brought before him. Mayor Chen's expression was solemn. He waved for the others to leave, his gaze sweeping sharply over Wang Cheng and Lin Yu before finally settling on Wang Cheng. He asked in a deep voice, Wang and Lin, what exactly happened? Why did Gung Fucheng attack you? Lin Yu's cold face was completely bloodless. Upon hearing this, her eyebrows furrowed. Mayor Chen, it's Nan. Cough, cough. A few deliberate coughs interrupted Lin Yu's words. Wang Qing clutched the wound on his right shoulder, his face pale but strangely calm. He took a half step forward, subtly shielding Lin Yu behind him, and looked at Chen Weiman with a frank gaze. Mayor Chen, we don't know the specifics either. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the several powerful figures around him who were listening intently. We just finished killing the boss and were exhausted when Captain Gung suddenly appeared. But he seemed really off and attacked us without saying a word. He was also shouting some kind of nonsense. We had no choice but to fight back desperately to protect ourselves. We thought we were doomed, but thanks to your protection, we survived by sheer luck. As for what he wants, what do we high school seniors know? Wang Qing's expression was just right. His face didn't turn red, and his eyes were particularly sincere. While appearing sincere, they also flattered him, as if they had truly only experienced an undeserved disaster. He deliberately omitted something from the list and made no mention of the Nanling Guild. Wang Cheng knew that if he were to confront them now, what evidence would he have? Could he really rely on a dead, unverifiable second-tier assassin? Making hasty accusations will only alert the enemy and put oneself in a more dangerous situation. Right now, we must be patient and find a powerful backer. Lin Yu was interrupted by Wang Qing and was taken aback at first. Then, seeing the subtle hint in his eyes, she instantly understood his intention. She suppressed her anger, pressed her lips tightly together, and remained silent. On the dais, Li Zihua sat upright as usual, his face even showing a hint of regret for the unfortunate fate of his junior. But when Wang Qing said "I don't know" and "I'm not feeling well," his hand on his knees clenched almost imperceptibly, and his knuckles turned slightly white. He subconsciously adjusted his posture. Humph, this kid knows what's good for him. Li Zihua sneered inwardly, his heart finally at ease. Unless there is direct evidence pointing to him, a dead Gung Fucheng cannot be traced back to him. He trusted his judgment. Even if Wang Qing knew that I was the one behind him, what could he do to me? He picked up his teacup, trying to conceal his inner turmoil. Just then, a figure in olive green walked steadily to Li Zihua's side. Su Gang wore a soldier's hearty smile and spoke in a loud voice, as if it were just a casual greeting. "Chairman Li, you don't look too good? Were you also shocked by the news just now? Wow, this year's students are really something. They've even managed to kill opponents of higher levels. They're truly remarkable. The younger generation is something to be feared." Seeing that Li Zihua's attitude was flawless, Su Gang continued the pleasantries. "President Li is very knowledgeable. What do you think Gung Fucheng is after?" Li Zihua forced a natural smile and waved his hand, saying, "Captain Su is too kind." I was also deeply moved by the children's bravery. As for that, Gung Fucheng, sigh, people's hearts are unpredictable. Who would have thought that the ambulance captain would do such a thing? He's been lying low for so long, his ambitions must be significant. I believe the city will thoroughly investigate and give the children an explanation. Besides, I heard this rescue team was arranged by Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. His words were righteous and impeccable, as if he were merely a heartbroken bystander. Lin Xueliang, who was not far away, kept observing the entire scene out of the corner of his eye. Li Zihua's momentary stiffness and Su Gang's seemingly casual probing both caught his eye. He didn't care about any grudges between Li Zihua and Wang Qing. He was just a little curious that cultivating a covert agent would take a lot of effort and expense. As the president of the Nanling Guild, killing a few high school seniors would be a piece of cake. Why did this have to happen now of all times? Has the death of his son driven him to madness? As far as I know, Li Zihua has quite a few sons. What's most baffling is that they actually used sleeper agents to deal with 3 high school students. That old fox Li Zihua, he won't get up early for nothing. What Wang Qing just said seems to be quite interesting. Mayor Chen Weiman gave Wang Qing a deep look, his gaze seemingly piercing through to the heart. Wang Qing looked back calmly, his eyes undisturbed. Although Chen Weiman had his doubts, he did not have any direct evidence pointing to anyone at the moment. He pondered for a moment and considered at least 5 points of doubt. Suspicion 1, Lin Yu registered as an unemployed person but displayed strength far exceeding that of a professional. Was the awakening stone wrong? This is inconceivable. Second point of doubt, how could Wang Qing, an F-rank professional, level up so many times in such a short period of time? He has no connections or background. Question 3, why use someone like Gung Fucheng, who is in disguise, to kill high school students, only to be killed in return? Question 4, if what Wang Qing said is true, then what is the thing that Gung Fucheng wants? Fifth point of doubt, Why was such a terrifying token found on Gungfucheng? In any case, now is not the time to deal with these issues, we can only address them later. Thinking of this, he looked Wang Qing and Lin Yu up and down, then slowly nodded, his serious expression easing slightly before he immediately put on an encouraging smile. Good, good. In any case, the three of you faced danger without fear and fought back bravely, not only defending your own lives but also making history. Your performance today is not only the pride of Jianghai City, but also the pride of the Dragon Kingdom. He waved, and a staff member came over carrying a tray covered with red silk. Mayor Chen personally unveiled the red silk in front of everyone. Inside was a check receipt marked 500,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, a box containing a rare skill book, and a breastplate inlaid with scales of an unknown evil beast. This is the reward you deserve for killing the boss. Mayor Chen solemnly handed the tray to Wang Qing, then pointed to the box containing the skill books. Wang Qing, you can choose any skill book from the box. I carefully selected this for you. Take a look. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Qing slowly opened the box, revealing 3 skill books. 10 Tiger Fist Rare. When fighting enemies, the fist wind is like the power of 10 tigers, which can seriously injure the enemy. Honeycomb Phantom Step Rare. This footwork is created based on the hexagonal shape of a honeycomb. It is a skill that greatly increases movement speed and evasion ability. Rock Guardian Rare. Not only can it utilize the terrain to generate a rock shield, but it can also temporarily increase its own defense. The 3 books represent attack, speed, and defense respectively. Mayor Chen has really put in the effort. Wang Qing's gaze swept quickly across the 3 books, and he pondered for a moment. Finally, his finger landed on the 3rd book. I choose Rock Guardian. Wang Qing chose this skill for Sun Meng's sake. He didn't want such a thing to happen again, and having multiple defensive skills would always be beneficial for Sun Meng. Chen Weiman nodded with a beaming smile. Good, a very prudent choice. I hope you can make good use of this skill and continue to strive for excellence. The future of the Dragon Kingdom needs pillars like you. Then he looked at Wang Cheng with approval and gently patted Wang Cheng's uninjured left shoulder. This should have been a glamorous award ceremony, but unexpectedly, due to a sudden surprise, the bigwigs present were filled with worry, and the students below the stage looked at each other in bewilderment. Almost no one was paying attention to Wang Cheng and his group. Instead, everyone was focused on Gungfucheng's background and information. A long-time employee who had worked at the school for several years turned out to be an assassin? He seemed harmless and helpful, but who would have thought he was a mole? It's truly terrifying to think about. After hiding for several years, did he deliberately expose himself just to kill Wang Qing? This whole thing is incredibly strange. After the reporters took photos of Mayor Chen and Wang Qing's team, Mayor Chen immediately signaled Principal Xiao Jian to take over. Silence. Silence. Now, we will proceed to the final item of the college entrance examination, college application. Principal Xiao Jian was beaming and spoke in a loud voice, clearly unaffected by the Gungfucheng incident. All candidates, please proceed to the admissions office of your preferred university for application consultation based on your scores and preferences. University admissions officers, please take your positions. Chapter 32: A shocking reversal. As Principal Xiao Jian's booming voice announced, the playground instantly transformed into a battlefield without gunfire. Crowds thronged the admission booths of various universities, but everyone's attention was focused on Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng, who had just woken up and was being carried on a stretcher with a silly grin on his face. Hu Yanli from Tsinghua University, Mao Anqing from Nanjing University, and Feng Xiaoming from Tiankai University, the admissions directors of the 3 top universities in China, immediately surrounded Wang Qing and the other 2. Wang Qing and Lin Yu, you should know that Tsinghua and Peking universities are the top universities in China. Their resources, faculty, and access to secret realms are all top-notch. As long as you are willing to come, full scholarships will be offered to you immediately. Hu Yangli spoke with great confidence and at a rapid pace, and the conditions he presented made the surrounding students gasp in surprise. Wang Qing, as you know, the most important thing for professionals is dungeon trials. Our school has large-scale dungeons such as Eye of the Storm and Magic Mountain Range, which far surpass the strength of Tsinghua and Peking universities. As long as you're willing to come. On behalf of the school, I promise that upon enrollment you'll enjoy elite team treatment and have the right to choose which dungeons to enter. Mao Ancheng retorted, not to be outdone. As long as Wang Cheng is willing to join our Tiankai University, we will not only immediately award him a scholarship of 500,000 yuan, but also provide him with a dedicated student dormitory and an epic skill book. Feng Xiaoming raised his voice, drawing the attention of those around him. 500,000? An epic-level skill book? Upon hearing this, Wang Qing couldn't help but swallow hard. Hu Yanli and Mao Anqing frowned, their expressions instantly turning quite grim. Old Feng, what's going on? Giving away skill books right off the bat? Didn't we agree to fair competition? What, are you throwing away your dignity just to steal someone's thunder? Hu Yanli chimed in, criticizing him. Exactly, before Wang Qing's team entered the dungeon, you were the one who led the way in not believing in them. Now what are you pretending to be a good guy for? Mao Anqing rolled his eyes at him and chimed in. Nonsense. I've always believed that Wang Cheng is a prodigy. You can't offer any real evidence, so you're resorting to slander. How is this not fair competition? Wang Qing, don't listen to him. Hee, what skill book do you want? I'll apply for it. Feng Xiaoming explained eagerly, his face full of eagerness. Ugh, Pa, you're disgusting. Mao Anqing was furious and spat without saying another word. Old Mao, you dare. Feng Xiaoming was instantly enraged by Mao Anqing's attitude and shoved Mao Anqing in the chest. Not to be outdone, Mao Anqing immediately retaliated with a push, and before long, the two were actually tearing at each other in front of all the bigwigs and students. Hu Yangli squinted and cursed, damn it, Feng the butt, you're such a hypocrite. Old Mao, I'll help you. As he spoke, he unbuttoned his suit jacket. For the first time in the history of China's college entrance examination, admissions officers from 3 top universities got into a public brawl over the competition for students. At this moment, the 3 of them looked just like the middle-aged women in the market, tearing at each other on the ground without any hesitation or discomfort. Although Feng Xiaoming was fighting 2 people at once, he didn't suffer any losses. He was seen pulling Hu Yanli's hair with one hand, choking Hu Yanli's neck with the other, and kicking Mao Anqing, whom he had knocked down, with both feet. Get off me, you bastard. I won't, so what if you bite me? The scene was truly hilarious, and Wang Qing couldn't help but laugh. He glanced at Hu Yanli and was drawn to the sword tattoo behind his ear. The tattoo lines are entirely black, only a quarter the size of a fingernail, making it extremely difficult for anyone to notice. But the lines had a sharp edge, which Wang Qing found quite pleasing to the eye. As the commotion grew louder, the dignitaries on the platform and the applicants all noticed the astonishing scene unfolding before Wang Qing. Mayor Qin Weiman shook his head helplessly and roared, "What are you 3 doing? Aren't you ashamed? You're all old, get out of the way. We're broadcasting live." The staff pulled the 3 of them apart. I'm not done with you about Feng's ass. Hu Yanli jumped up and kicked his feet to express his dissatisfaction as the staff pulled him away. Come on if you're not convinced. Feng Xiaoming was not intimidated at all. I can't be bothered with you. Mao Anqing straightened his suit and tie and wiped the blood from Feng Xiaoming's scratches on his face. Our Nandong University will match Tiankai University's offer, and our previous promises still stand. Mao Anqing shouted to Wang Cheng as he turned around. Pa, Feng Xiaoming. Tsinghua and Peking University are just as good as Tiankai University's offer. Hu Yanli spat in Feng Xiaoming's direction like a child, then immediately raised his voice. Tiankai University is giving away 2 epic-level skill books, come on, you too. Feng Xiaoming continued to raise the price with a disdainful look on his face. You? Sun Meng's eyes lit up, and he excitedly patted the stretcher, saying, Brother Qing, Sister Lin. We're rich. We can choose either of them. Although Lin Yu was aloof, she couldn't help but feel emotionally stirred when faced with so many top choices. She subconsciously looked at Wang Chang. In her opinion, Tsinghua and Peking universities, which are ranked first in the country, were undoubtedly the safest and most promising choice at present. She didn't understand why Wang Qing remained silent, his eyes darting around, as if he were deep in thought. Wang Qing maintained his signature lazy smile throughout, merely nodding in response to the olive branches extended to him, neither refusing nor expressing any opinion. His gaze kept drifting towards the edge of the playground, as if searching for something lost. Time ticked by, and other high-scoring candidates, such as Zhao Tianyu's team, chose Tsinghua and Peking universities, while Zhang Hao and Mo Fan's team chose Tianjin University. Most students on the playground had finished their applications, and everyone's attention, including the bigwigs on the podium, was focused on Wang Qing's team, which had been delayed in making a decision. Hu Yanli kept looking Wang Qing up and down, a confident smile on his face. In his view, Wang Qing was waiting for the best price, very young but quite shrewd. However, that didn't matter, his final choice would inevitably be Tsinghua or Peking University. Mao Anqing tried to persuade Lin Yu, but after talking for a while, Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged, her eyes only waiting for Wang Qing's answer. Feng Xiaoming had already realized that the 3 of them were centered around Wang Chang, while Mao Anqing was still foolishly trying to persuade Lin Yu. How can someone with that level of intelligence be a director? He was already confident of success, after all, which student wouldn't be tempted by such an astronomical offer? The setting sun cast a golden glow across the sky. Principal Xiao Jian, his face full of kindness, approached Wang Qing and gently reminded him, Wang Qing, careful consideration is certainly good, but time. I think all three prestigious universities are excellent. You won't regret choosing any of them. Wang Qing didn't even look at him directly. Just then, Wang Qing's gaze finally settled on the most remote corner of the playground, an almost forgotten recruitment point with a crooked sign. No one paid any attention there from a distance. All that could be seen was a large, fat man who looked like a temporary worker, dozing off on a table. Wang Qing took a deep breath, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he pushed through the crowd and walked unsteadily towards that corner. What is he trying to do? He walked to the table at the admissions office, picked up the ballpoint pen that was almost out of ink, and neatly wrote his name on the simple registration form. Then, he turned around, facing countless expectant gazes from the audience, and announced in a clear and calm voice. I, Wang Chang, am applying to Shanglan Technical School. Boom! The entire playground fell into a deathly silence. Even more silent than when Wang Qing had turned the tables and killed the second-tier S-level assassin. The sound of the wind blowing through the flagpole could be clearly heard. A few seconds later, it was like pouring a ladle of cold water into boiling oil, and the entire playground instantly erupted in chaos. What? Shanglan Vocational School? What kind of shady school is that? I've never even heard of it. Did I hear that right? The nation's #1 record-breaking genius is going to a vocational school? Are you crazy? Did the boss damage Wang Qing's brain? Ha, I knew it. An F-rank trash is just an F-rank trash, that's all the world he's got. He thinks he's someone special just because he's achieved a little something. This is so damn dramatic, the highest score in history to get into, what the hell? Shanglan Vocational School. Mockery, incomprehension, laughter, disdain, a flood of voices surged forth, even more jarring than the previous cheers. Chapter 33. A place without you is meaningless. Hu Yanli, the admissions director of Tsinghua and Peking universities, froze on his face, his expression originally one of confidence. Mao Anqing from Nandong University stared wide-eyed, blinking incredulously at Wang Chang. Feng Xiaoming from Tiankai University was taken aback at first, scratching his ear as if unwilling to believe it was true. Principal Xiao Jian was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. He had thought that the title of Outstanding High School for this year was a sure thing, but unexpectedly, the cooked duck is about to fly away. Like an ant on a hot pan, he raised his voice anxiously and unwillingly. Wang Cheng, is the college entrance examination a child's play? Did I hear you right? I'll give you another chance. Which university do you want to attend? The loud voice interrupted the students' discussion, and many skeptical eyes turned to Wang Qing, wanting to hear his choice again with their own ears. Wang Qing lazily raised his hands high, stretched, and his right shoulder injury still throbbed slightly. You guys are so boring. It's written in black and white. I'll say it again, I joined Shanglan Technical School. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Immediately following this, the entire audience erupted in a deafening roar of laughter. Immediately, Director Feng Xiaoming's expression changed, and he burst into undisguised laughter. Such an idiot, he's ruining his own future. Hu Yanli, a student from Tsinghua and Peking universities, was completely stunned. The deafening laughter failed to rouse him from his daze. Holy crap, am I dreaming? The person who set the record for the highest college entrance exam score is going to go to a vocational school. Mao Anqing from Nandong University pinched his arm hard. Lin Xueliang put down his teacup, his brow furrowed. Shanglan Technical School? When was it established? How come I didn't know about it? He waved his hand, beckoned to his men standing behind him, and gave them a few simple instructions in a low voice. Captain Su Gang continued to look at this unconventional young man with admiration. It was a bit puzzling why he would give up so many prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking University. But this kid seemed to do things haphazardly. I guess he had planned it all out long ago. Mayor Chen's probing of him just now has proven that this young man is definitely not an ordinary person. At such a young age, he can understand how to endure and remain calm and reasonable. This is not the kind of composure that young people should have. He is remarkable. Li Zihua was initially taken aback, but his expression quickly turned to deep contempt and a barely perceptible sense of relief. The self-degrading fool's threat had diminished considerably. Wang Qing, don't think that just because you didn't expose me in front of the mayor, I'll let you off the hook. How naive and laughable. Once I get what I want, I'll not only kill you, but I won't let any of your friends go either, Lv.4 muttered through gritted teeth, wiping the sweat from his palms on his suit trousers. Mayor Chen Weiman was completely bewildered and couldn't understand this choice at all. He pointed in Wang Qing's direction, about to say something, but could only shake his head helplessly. Lin Yu was the most shocked. She rushed to Wang Qing, her beautiful face filled with disbelief and anxiety. Wang Qing. Are you crazy? You chose a vocational school. Tsinghua and Peking University are the best choices. What are you thinking? Her voice trembled with excitement. Wang Qing looked at Lin Yu with a complex expression, filled with apology but also with determination. Lin Yu, I'm not crazy. Tsinghua and Peking University are great, but they're not suitable for me right now. I have my reasons, and you will understand in the future that my choice now is the right one. He spoke slowly and in a low voice, like a child who had done something wrong. Then, with his head bowed, he said, You can choose Tsinghua or Peking University. Your future shouldn't be ruined by me. You and Sun Meng can both go to Tsinghua or Peking University. He glanced up slightly at Sun Meng, who was also staring in disbelief on the stretcher. Bullshit. Lin Yu cursed in public for the first time, her usually cold eyes becoming unusually bright with anger and some deeper emotion. What do you mean by delaying? What do you mean by not worthy? Wang Qing. Don't you know how I got here? Wang Qing dared not look directly into Lin Yu's beautiful eyes. Lin Yu took a deep breath, her voice not loud, but it clearly pierced through the surrounding noise, carrying an unwavering determination. From the moment you struck up a conversation with me, my path has been intertwined with yours. Suddenly, a tear welled up in her beautiful eyes, and her voice choked with emotion. Wherever you go, I'll follow. I don't care about Tsinghua or Peking University. A place without you means nothing to me, Lin Yu. After saying that, ignoring the uproar and the countless jaw-dropping sounds, she walked to the admissions point in the corner, picked up a pen, and wrote her own name next to Wang Qing's name with force and careful strokes. Lin Yu. Then, she turned to look at Sun Meng on the stretcher, her eyes questioning. Although Sun Meng hadn't fully grasped the situation yet, his belief that wherever Brother Qing goes, I'll go was already deeply ingrained. He grinned, revealing bloodied teeth. Sister Lin, please write my name down. I'd be happy to pick up trash even if it's just following Brother Qing and Sister Lin. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly upward as she added Sun Meng's name to the registration form. Holy crap, someone screamed. The entire venue erupted in cheers. The level of shock was off the charts. Lin Yu, the school beauty of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, and her big and clumsy younger brother Sun Meng, actually followed Wang Qing, the top student in the country, to a vocational school they had never even heard of. My goodness, this is even more unbelievable than Wang Qing's team killing people of higher ranks. Are they all crazy? What kind of bewitching potion did Wang Qing give Goddess Lin Yu? Wow, I knew Lin Yu and Wang Qing were together, but I didn't expect her to actually give up everything for love. Is she just love-struck? Did Wang Qing use a spell on Lin Yu? Isn't this a public confession? How can this even work? Wang Qing isn't even as handsome as me, how could Goddess Lin say such cheesy things in public? I'm not having it. Damn, this world is so surreal. I've witnessed history once again. Zhang Hao was first shocked by Wang Qing's choice, and then Lin Yu and Wang Qing actually showed affection in front of everyone. Is this still the same Lin Yu, the prodigy I know? Giving up his future for a fool. His hands clenched tightly. Lin Yu's words felt like needles piercing his heart. Why? Why is this happening? Is Wang Qing really that good? Worthy of this? Zhao Tianyu took off his glasses, quickly pulled out a tissue from his pocket, and vigorously wiped them. What are those two doing? Publicly swearing to be together? Are they playing with their futures? He then quickly put on his glasses. Wang Qing, I thought you were a worthy opponent. What a pity, you can only stop here. The happiest person in the room was Mo Fan, who lay on the stretcher and chuckled. The pain in his face didn't dampen his spirits. With all his might, he raised his hands to clap. Wang Qing, I never thought I'd give you a chance, but you still couldn't pull it off. Next time we meet, I will defeat you fair and square. I will tell everyone that I, Mo Fan, am stronger than you. When Lin Xueliang heard Lin Yu's public confession, he paused for a moment, then took another sip. It wasn't Sun Meng, it was Wang Qing. He pretended not to care, but a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. At that very moment, on a teaching building not far from the school playground, two men wearing black cloaks and black masks were whispering to each other. This kid is a bit unexpected. That idiot Gung Fucheng. He's more trouble than he's worth. I trusted him so much. Wang Chang and the others joining Shanglan Technical School, this is going to be a bit tricky. Chapter 34 front page headline. Just as the entire venue descended into unprecedented chaos and noise, the chubby guy from Shanglan Technical School who had been dozing off on the table seemed to be awakened by the tremendous noise. He groggily raised his head, revealing a face with a stubble, puffy eyes, and a heavy hangover. His hair was greasy and matted, like a bird's nest on his round head. He was wearing a faded blue jacket stained with unidentified oil and paint spots, the collar of which was open, revealing an equally dirty old t-shirt underneath. He reeked of a pungent odor, a mixture of cheap tobacco and stale alcohol. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, staring blankly at the dark crowd and countless cameras pointed at him, then looked down at the registration form on the table that suddenly had 3 more names. Especially the names Wang Chang and Lin Yu, which have just become famous throughout the country. The fat man's eyes widened instantly, all sleepiness gone. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, picked up the registration form, held it up in the air, looked at it again and again, his mouth agape as if he could fit a light bulb inside. Holy shit? He exclaimed in a distorted voice, suddenly stood up, knocking over the cheap wooden chair behind him with a loud crash. The fat man forced a simple, honest smile in disbelief, his small eyes narrowed into slits, and asked in a trembling voice. Hey, classmates, are you sure you're not mistaken? You've come to the wrong place. This is Shanglan Vocational School. Not Tsinghua or Peking University. Looking at the resolute faces of Wang Qing and Lin Yu, he felt as if a golden nugget had fallen from the sky and completely stunned him. He then burst into laughter, completely oblivious to the stares of the audience and the cameras. His laughter was filled with delight. He eagerly pulled his phone out of his pocket and excitedly dialed the number. Hello, Principal Zhu? This is Fatty Young. I have some incredibly exciting news to report. A sleepy voice came from the other end of the phone. Good news? Big news? Are you drunk again? Damn it, you dare to lie to me? Watch your ass. Yang Sanbao. Fatty Yang glanced at everyone present, turned his back, and lowered his voice. Even if you gave me the guts, I wouldn't dare lie to you. Did you watch the live stream? Quickly turn on your phone. Here's what happened. This is all thanks to me. With my silver tongue, I finally won the top scholar title. Fuck you, your mouth is as clumsy as a cotton waistband. There was a pause on the phone for a few seconds. You're doing this. Yang Sanbao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he weakly asked, is this appropriate? Get lost, you don't know anything. A barrage of curses came from the phone. Yes, Principal, just you wait and see. Beep click. Fatty Yang turned around, proudly revealing his mouthful of yellow teeth. Such a grand college entrance examination in China ended in such an unexpected way. This year's college entrance exam had so many highlights, records were broken, bosses were defeated, even high-level opponents were outmaneuvered, and then there was a stunning reversal at the end. What great news material! After the college entrance examination, Lin Yu was picked up by Lu Zhongyuan in a car that had been prepared in advance. Before leaving, she looked at Wang Qing affectionately, stuck out her tongue, and made a gesture as if she were making a phone call. Sun Meng was naturally lifted into the ambulance that had been prepared in advance. Wang Qing was left alone to deal with the swarm of reporters. At this moment, he stood in front of the shabby recruitment point of Shanglan Technical School. Although his right shoulder and hand were still wrapped in bandages, his pale face did not diminish his charm in the slightest. Wang Qing, the results of the National Martial Arts Examination have been released. Congratulations on being selected as the National Martial Arts Champion. What are your thoughts? Why did Gung Fucheng attack you? What grudge do you have against him? Why did you give up so many prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking University to join that Shanglan Vocational School? What were your considerations back then? As far as we know, Shanglan Technical School was just established this year. What exactly attracted you to it? The reporter's barrage of questions caught Wang Qing off guard. He calmed himself down and was about to answer when he faced the camera. At this moment, a large, fat hand blocked Wang Qing's path, and a smiling voice replied, "Friends from the press, I am Yang Sanbao, the vice principal of Shanglan Technical School and the director of admissions for this year." He glanced quickly at Wang Qing, then used his 2 large, fat hands to tidy up the greasy strands of hair on his head. Our school has always adhered to the people-oriented educational philosophy. After my repeated and enthusiastic invitations, Wang Qing was deeply moved and finally agreed to join our Shanglan Technical School. After careful consideration, our school has decided to award Wang Qing a scholarship of 200,000 yuan to recognize his record-breaking performance. Time will prove that Wang Qing's choice was correct. This shameless fatso, what nonsense are you spouting? A 200,000 yuan bonus? With a signboard that's practically worthless, can they afford 200,000 yuan? Are they trying to fool the reporters? I think they're just trying to steal the spotlight. Ahem, Wang Qing interrupted, coughing lightly twice, which immediately drew the reporter's attention to him. With that familiar lazy smile on his face, he began to speak eloquently to the camera, his words brimming with an air of pretentious arrogance. Now I will answer the questions from my journalist friends carefully. Choosing Shanglan was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, nor was it a sign of giving up on myself. On the contrary, it was the result of careful consideration. I believe that true strength comes from mastering the basics and from hands-on practice. The characteristics of Shanglan Technical School perfectly match my original intention. My fellow journalists are surely aware of the current state of affairs in China. Ordinary people can only find low-level jobs, while professionals look down on even the most basic tasks. My actions are intended to show the world that learning a skill through vocational school is not just something ordinary people do, but something that professionals should do. Only in this way can our dragon nation become stronger. As for some reporters asking me why Gung Fucheng attacked me, I have no comment. Please wait for the official investigation report. Finally, Wang Qing turned around and pointed to the banner on the shabby recruitment site of Lanqiang Vocational School. That's what attracts me most about Shanglan. The reporters looked over and saw, bathed in the glow of the evening sunset, a banner at Shanglan Technical School clearly displayed the words, "Education for all, making the best use of everyone's talents." This speech, which was described as having a broad vision, lofty aspirations, and closely following the pulse of the times, coupled with Wang Qing's sincere expression of serving the country and the people, left many reporters speechless for a moment. They even had a nagging feeling that Wang Qing might be a prodigy. Even their gazes towards the disheveled vice principal beside him held a hint of admiration. The following day, the front pages of major news media outlets in the Dragon Kingdom featured the following headline in bold, large font. Shocking. Wang Qing, the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, and Lin Yu, a prodigy from Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, have joined Shanglan Technical School. Top scorers Wang Qing and Lin Yu gave up Tsinghua and Peking universities to attend vocational schools. The underlying reasons have sparked heated discussions across the country. Unveiling the secrets of how Shanglan Vocational School attracts top national scorers, is it due to its strength or some kind of conspiracy? Vice Principal of a Shanglan Technical School, we teach real skills, and the top student's choice proves it all. Attached photo, a bewildered, unkempt Vice Principal. Chapter 35. What? Check, please. That evening, at the repeated invitation of Vice Principal Yang of Shanglan Technical School, Wang Qing followed him to a decent-looking restaurant near the school gate. The streetlights cast their shadows long and short, and Wang Qing's mind was racing. This fat man's sudden attentiveness couldn't be anything good, and since he also had something to do, there's no better time than now. The private room was so small it was like a stuffy can. A round table would take up most of it, and it could only squeeze in a maximum of 5 people. The air was filled with the smell of cheap incense mixed with cooking fumes. Before Wang Qing could even sit down, Vice Principal Yang had already ordered the dishes to be served. In the blink of an eye, braised pork knuckle and braised prawns, among other hearty dishes, filled half the table. He rubbed his fat hands, which looked as if they had just been scooped out of lard, his face beaming with a smile like over fermented dough, a mixture of excitement and nervousness, as if he were hiding something. Wang Qing, come on, have a few drinks with me. Vice Principal Yang deftly unscrewed the bottle, and the amber-colored liquor was poured into Wang Qing's glass with a whoosh. Wang Qing leaned back in his chair, his knuckles lightly tapping the table. Principal Yang, I'm injured, and the doctor forbids me from drinking alcohol. I hope you'll understand. Yang Sanbao seemed not to hear him, picked up his cup and took a big gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing as he smacked his lips and exclaimed, this wine, it's damn strong. Wang Qing didn't touch his chopsticks. Looking at the steaming dishes on the table made him feel uncomfortable. The fat man drank wine and ate meat in large gulps, completely oblivious to the oil splattering on his clothes. From the moment he drank his first cup of wine, he completely ignored Wang Qing's presence. Listening to the smacking sounds of him chewing, Wang Qing immediately felt a bit disgusted. Principal Yang, you didn't call me here just so I could watch you eat, did you? Ha, young man, getting impatient, aren't you? I'm here to fulfill my promise to you, the bonus. He then downed another drink. Wang Qing's eyes lit up. A real bonus? Would such a terrible school really come up with so much money? Had I misjudged them? Wang Qing initially thought that this fat guy was just talking big in front of the reporters, just to save face. In a few breaths, Fatty Yang had downed several more cups of wine. His face was flushed and his neck was thick. He patted his chest and began to make empty promises. Wang Qing, don't worry. The school, old Yang, will definitely not treat you unfairly. Your choice has brought immense prestige to Xianglan. The advertising effect is fantastic. Saving, 200,000 yuan in student aid is absolutely worth it. On behalf of Principal Zhu, I assure you that you can use all of Xianglan's resources freely. Don't worry, once the school grows and prospers, we will absolutely not let you down. In this situation, Wang Qing thought of his boss from his previous life, and his disgust for the fat man instantly intensified. Wang Qing, somewhat impatient, didn't even lift his eyelids. Principal Zhang, empty promises are meaningless. You've been beating around the bush for ages about the scholarship you mentioned. Hiccup. Yang Sanbao wasn't angry. Instead, he let out a burp and then flashed his signature smile. Ha ha. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. A school as big as ours wouldn't be short of you. He took a sip of his drink, lit a cigarette, and continued, Principal Zhu and I are both men of integrity, so rest assured. We promised, and we will definitely keep our word. Especially in front of so many reporters. Wang Qing was taken aback. Was this a direct reference to him? I promised, and I will definitely do it. Yang Sanbao then exhaled a smoke ring and continued, however, the school's budget, is a bit tight, but it's all temporary. The fat man rolled his eyes, took out a piece of paper from his pants pocket, and handed it to Wang Qing. Wang Qing took it, glanced at it, and felt as if he'd been struck hard in the chest with a club. He almost couldn't catch his breath, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Just as he expected. The note read, I owe Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng a total of 200,000 Chinese yuan 200,000.00 in scholarships. This is hereby established as proof. Debtor, Xianglan Technical School, originally written as Yang Sanbao, but he crossed it out. Date, XXXX year X month X day. Wang Qing looked at Yang Sanbao speechlessly, but Yang Sanbao actually had a I'm very reliable expression on his face. He muttered to himself, look, it's all in black and white. We absolutely won't renege on our debt. Once the funding comes through, we'll pay you back as soon as possible. Wang Qing looked at the absurd IOU, his lips twitched, and he slowly folded it and put it in his pocket. He then sighed deeply and shook his head helplessly. It seemed there was no other way at the moment. Principal Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. With that, Wang Qing got up to leave. TSK, good wine. Yang Sanbao skillfully threw his cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it. Wang, you're too impatient. Don't you want to know what Principal Zhu wants to say to you? Wang Qing paused for a moment, then unusually sat back down, his expression of disgust clearly intensifying. Wow, Principal Zhu was right. This kid definitely wants something from me. No wonder he chose Xianglan with such good grades. Now it's time for a good chat. Yang Sanbao was secretly delighted. Then he slowly said to Wang Qing, Principal Zhu means that the school is currently facing financial difficulties. As a newly enrolled student, aren't you worried? Wang Qing couldn't believe his ears. He instantly understood what the fat man meant. He gritted his teeth, his face turning deathly pale with anger. He suppressed his anger and forced a smile. I understand. How about this? I'll lend this prize money 500,000 Dragon Kingdom coins from the boss dungeon to the school for working capital and to support its development. What do you think? Yang Sanbao's eyes lit up instantly. Great, that's fantastic. Wang Chang is indeed a smart student, he understands immediately. And he's quick to address the school's urgent needs. Such vision. However, Wang Qing changed the subject, his smile becoming somewhat friendly. Since it's a borrowing, there should be some guarantees, right? My requirements aren't high. First, the three of us need single dorm rooms while on campus. Second, our team has complete freedom to choose our own training sessions and off-campus practical assignments, without being bound by regular school rules and courses, and only needs to report them. Third, and most importantly, fourth. Wang Qing explained each point clearly, and Yang Sanbao nodded in agreement. These are no problem. Yang Sanbao said confidently. Wang Qing kept crumpling the 500,000 Chinese yuan check in his pocket, even though he was very reluctant to part with it. Wang Qing's love of money is well known. Without further hesitation, he slammed the check on the table. One last request, write a guarantee that if the above cannot be accomplished, you must return 10 times the amount. Upon hearing that he would receive 10 times the amount back, Yang Sanbao's face fell, but looking into Wang Qing's calm yet unwavering gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, fine. I'll do whatever you say. Wang Qing reluctantly placed the check on the table and turned to leave. Yang Sanbao immediately pounced over, picked up the crumpled check, squinted and carefully checked the amount, his mouth almost stretched to his ears in a grin. Just as Wang Qing touched the doorknob, Yang Sanbao's voice came from behind him, tinged with a smug smile. Wang Qing, don't worry, we are absolutely trustworthy. Oh, and here's another chance for you to show your honesty, pay the bill. What? Pay the bill? Wang Qing froze, his chest felt like it was about to explode, every vein in his body throbbing. He didn't eat or drink anything, lent them money, and then expected them to pay the bill? He slowly raised his hand at the doorway, gently patted his chest, and tried to make his tone sound calm. Okay, Principal Yang. Please enjoy your meal. I'll be going now. Yang Sanbao, behind the door, laughed even harder. Haha, you're a quick learner. I'm rooting for you. Wang Qing closed the door, the corridor light illuminating his tense profile. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, with only one thought in his mind: he would get his revenge sooner or later, with interest. Chapter 36 Attacked in the Dead of Night. Wang Qing walked out of the greasy little restaurant, and a night breeze blew, carrying away some of the stale air from the private room. He squeezed the flimsy IOU for 200,000 yuan and the loan certificate for 500,000 yuan in his pocket, and the anger he felt from being swindled by Fatty Yang strangely dissipated by more than half. You have to give up something to gain something. He muttered to himself, as if trying to convince himself. His biggest worry now is that he's staked everything on Shanglan Vocational School. What if they lack integrity? No way. He can't afford to misjudge. Just as he was beginning to doubt himself, his phone rang. It was a message from Lin Yu. Wang Qing, how's your injury? Don't push yourself. Uncle Yuan Zhong found the best therapist to treat me, and I'm basically recovered now. Would you like to come to my house for treatment? His words were filled with deep concern. Wang Qing's lips unconsciously curled up, and the slight unhappiness in his heart was completely dispelled by this warm feeling. He quickly replied, don't worry, I'm as strong as an ox, and I'm already jumping around like a madman. Even without Lin Yu's giant form, Wang Qing could still utilize the giant form's targeted response, but to avoid suspicion and to keep up appearances, he didn't want others to discover his secret yet. How could a strong man say he couldn't do it in front of the woman he loved? Even now, the pain in his right shoulder and hand constantly reminds him. Really? You're not kidding me, are you? When have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, come here. I can hug you and I'll be fine. Who wants you to hold me? It's so annoying. By the way, the municipal government has established a joint investigation team for the college entrance examination attack, headed by the director of the Municipal Security Bureau, Yan Binli. I heard he's a tough guy to deal with. They're not only investigating the attack, but also the two of us. I reckon they might contact us tomorrow. Lin Yu, don't worry, I've already thought of a way to deal with this. Just do as we agreed before, don't panic, I've got you covered. You get some rest first, I'm going to the hospital to see Ningzi. Lin Yu replied instantly, okay, I believe you. Be careful. She even added a small smiley face at the end. Wang Qing put away his phone, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Zhenghai Hospital. In the ward, Sun Mang was grimacing as he tried to move his pierced thigh. His face was still pale from blood loss and residual toxins, but he was in good spirits. Seeing Wang Qing enter, his eyes lit up. Brother Qing, what brings you here? Are you all healed? You won't die. Wang Chan walked to the bedside and looked at his injured leg. How are you feeling? Hee, we're celebrities now. They hired the best doctors and used the best medicine for me. Most importantly, the city paid for it. The doctor said I can get out of bed in a few more days. It's just that this poison is a bit troublesome, it takes a long time to clear. Sun Mang scratched his head, then looked somewhat dejected. Brother Qing, I'm so sorry, I've let you down again, and I even broke the precious breastplate you gave me. Wang Chang waved his hand, interrupting his self-blame. Equipment is meant to be used. If it broke, it means it took the fall for you. If it weren't for it, you'd probably be dead by now. I'll ask around tomorrow what materials are needed to repair this breastplate. Don't worry about it, just focus on recovering. He paused, then took out the skill book with an earthy yellow sheen from his storage ring, Rock Guardian, and casually tossed it onto Sun Meng's chest. Here you go. It's a reward skill book, a defensive one, quite suitable for you. Study it well. Wang Qing moved casually, a smile always on his face, his gaze gentle as he looked at his brother who fought alongside him. Sun Meng glanced at the skill book, then looked up at Wang Qing, his eyes instantly turning red. He sat bolt upright, ignoring the pain that twitched at the corner of his mouth from the aggravation of his wound, clutching the skill book tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Brother Qing, I. Hold back your tears. I hate grown men crying like this. Okay, stop being so sentimental. Wang Qing turned his face away in disgust. Get well soon, you still have to suffer in that lousy place, Xianglan. Without you, who will run errands for me? Although his tone was fierce, Sun Meng felt incredibly at ease and warm inside when he heard it. It was nearly midnight when Wang Qing left the hospital. The streets were much emptier, and the dim streetlights cast a long shadow of him. As he walked through a relatively quiet alley lined with old-fashioned residential buildings, an indescribable chill suddenly pierced his spine. It wasn't the temperature dropping, but a pure, tangible killing intent that instantly locked onto Wang Qing. Wang Qing's hair stood on end. He didn't even have time to think, his body reacted instinctively. He instantly assumed the defensive stance of the Wing Chun's two-character clamping goat horse, his muscles tensing, and his all-seeing divine sense swept out frantically. On a rooftop not far away, Insight quickly scanned out a piece of information. Name, Li Fuxing. Class, S-rank swordsman of Broken Mountains. Level, Lv.99 Tier 3. Strength, 217 plus 92 bonus after Tier 2 upgrade equals 309, plus 22 weapon attribute bonus. Agility, 217. Spirit, 125. Stamina, 217, plus 22 defensive equipment bonus. Exclusive skills, Gale Sword, Rare Skill, increases agility and strength, speed by 10%, duration 2 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes, wrist strength enhancement, Elite Skill, increases wrist strength by 5%, duration 2 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes, amplifies weapon strength. Windsword, Epic Skill, adds wind attribute to the weapon, slightly increases attack power. Self-taught skill, Plucking Flowers from 1,000 miles away, an epic skill, describing incredible speed, light steps, and the ability to instantly take someone's head with elegant movements. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. The information panel was densely packed with data, only the level and job name were clearly and glaringly obvious. Tier 3. A being far superior to Gung Fucheng. The difference is too great. It's fortunate this guy's profession is a swordsman. If he were an assassin, Wang Qing's current mental strength would be completely incapable of detecting him. Wang Qing felt an overwhelming and terrifying pressure rushing towards him like a tsunami, making it extremely difficult for him to even breathe. The lights in the alley suddenly became incredibly dim, then began to flicker, seemingly affected by the condensed murderous intent. Damn, no wonder you killed Gung Fucheng, you're something else. I underestimated you. A dark figure leaped down from the rooftop in an instant. He was masked, dressed in night clothes, and carrying a sword in his arms. Humph. Wang Qing forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart and let out a cold snort, his voice particularly clear in the dead silence of the alley. The laws of the Dragon Kingdom forbid professionals from engaging in vendettas in the real world. You are a third-tier professional. Do you also intend to engage in this clandestine assassination business? Law? Hey, you can say you're ignorant, but don't use ignorance to intimidate others. The masked man sneered, then drew a sword, its cold gleam shining brightly in the flickering lamplight. Seeing that he was about to make a move, Wang Qing tried to calm him down. I know who sent you. Are you going to kill me now? Don't you want what you have? Thought he casually tossed the scabbard onto the ground, and it actually pierced 3 inches into the ground. Are you scared? Ha, killing you, no need. I have my own ways to make you wish you were dead. Then, you'll naturally confess everything obediently. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. Suddenly, a blurry figure, as fast as lightning, appeared in the flickering light. The afterimage was faster than the limits of vision, aiming straight for Wang Qing's brow. Without sound or trajectory, it was his prized ultimate move, plucking flowers from 1,000 miles away. It's over. The shadow of death instantly loomed over Wang Qing's heart. Chapter 37. If you don't come soon. Are you waiting to collect my corpse? Wang Qing's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He immediately used all his strength to retreat and dodge, but the speed of a third-tier expert far surpassed his, making his retreat futile. If Lin Yu were in her Titan form, Wang Qing could certainly have dodged the attack, but At this moment, Wang Qing's Wing Chun footwork and body movements appeared so pale and powerless in the face of such an absolute difference in strength and speed. This guy came right off the bat with his ultimate move. Damn, he really went for the kill. Just as the cold light was about to reach Wang Qing's face, Wang Qing shouted hoarsely, "Damn it, aren't you coming? If you don't come soon, are you waiting to collect my corpse?" Before the words were finished, splat! A crisp sound, like an iron basin falling to the ground. A greasy, half-eaten braised pork rib appeared out of nowhere, just 3 inches from Wang Qing's face, precisely blocking the deadly cold light. The moment the bone came into contact with the cold light, the plucking flowers from 1,000 miles away skill, which was powerful enough to pierce through steel, vanished without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. Only a few drops of oil splashed onto Wang Qing's face. At the same time, a lazy voice, heavy with nasal tones and the smell of alcohol, sounded behind Wang Qing, accompanied by the sound of chewing. "TSK, TSK, you little brat, what are you howling about? It's just a third-tier bug, why are you so scared? You're wasting one of my braised pork bones." Wang Qing turned around abruptly and saw the bald old man with a lewd look who had been setting up a stall to recruit students at the entrance of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. He was wearing flip-flops, shorts, and an old vest with oil stains and creases, and had appeared out of nowhere behind him. The old man held a half-eaten braised pork rib in one hand and casually wiped it on his shorts with the other. His mouth was stuffed full, and he rolled his eyes at Wang Qing, clearly disgusted by his overreaction. Not far in front of him, a figure completely shrouded in a black bodysuit, with only a pair of cold eyes visible, was suddenly jolted upright as if struck by an invisible fist, and was forcefully slammed out of the void. He staggered back several steps, each step leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the hard cement floor, his eyes filled with disbelief, horror, and fear as he looked at the old man. Who are you?" Li Fuxing's voice was dry, filled with extreme vigilance and a barely perceptible tremor. That attack was easily neutralized, and the recoil even cracked his hand, nearly causing him to drop his sword. "The disheveled old man in front of me is no ordinary professional. His seemingly unkempt appearance belies a deadly threat." "Me?" Principal Zhu Zhiyong, principal of Shanglan Technical School, took another bite of the bone and mumbled incoherently. "You don't need to know who I am. You're not worthy to know." Then he raised his voice, "But you, kid, dare to mess with the future pillars and cash cows of our school? You're asking for trouble, aren't you?" His greasy finger pointed at the still shaken Wang Qing. Wang Qing, panting heavily, wiped the oil off his face. Looking at the old man's smug face, a mix of relief at surviving the ordeal and a nameless anger welled up inside him. "Holy shit, can't you guys be a little more reliable? I almost really died here. 500,000 for this little bit of service, no, 700,000. Damn, that really scared me to death. Bullshit." Principal Zhu turned and glared. "I'm here now. Precise interception, not a millisecond off. With this level of service, you should be grateful it's only 700,000. Besides," he rubbed his fingers together slyly, "that 700,000 is a loan, understand? It's an investment. Do you understand what an investment is? You have to pay it back later. This bodyguard service is a freebie, don't you know how to be grateful at such a young age?" Wang Qing rolled his eyes in exasperation at his shameless logic. "I'll be damned if you say that. I'm paid to do things. I'm a major investor in the school, after all. Whose father are you talking to? You're so young and you don't know how to respect people." The old man immediately got angry and questioned Wang Qing loudly. "I'm almost killed. I've spent so much money, it's only right that I call myself I. Is this how you treat your sugar daddy? Go ask around." Wang Qing was not intimidated at all and refused to back down. Seeing the two bickering as if no one else was around, the assassin in black knew that his mission had completely failed, and that the old man was unfathomable. He made a decisive move, his figure suddenly blurred, transforming into several indistinguishable black shadows, which shot off in different directions. This is precisely his ultimate survival technique, shadow escape transformation. "TSK, TSK, why are you running? I haven't finished speaking yet." Principal Zhu muttered in dissatisfaction, casually tossing the cleanly gnawed bone towards one of the seemingly most illusory black shadows. The movement was so casual, it was like tossing away trash. However, that ordinary bone club, after drawing a strange arc in the air, seemed to ignore the distance in space and instantly appeared in the back of a dark figure. Puff! A muffled thud. The speeding black figure suddenly froze, then plummeted from mid-air like a black garbage bag, crashing to the ground with a thud. It twitched twice, then became completely still, and the other shadows vanished instantly. One-hit kill, a third-tier expert. Incredible, and he even used bones. Wang Qing felt a chill run down his spine. To this old man, killing a Tier 3S rank professional was as easy as crushing an ant. Principal Zhu strolled over, kicked Li Fuxing's corpse, and glanced at the sword in his hand. Pa! Damn it, with your skill level, you don't even deserve to use a sword? He then bent down and rummaged around with his greasy hands for a while, pulling out a storage ring. He immediately opened it, glanced at its contents, and muttered, "Poor wretch, this is all the stuff he has, tisk tsk, and he calls himself a swordsman." He casually put the sword into his storage ring and unceremoniously stuffed it into his greasy trouser pocket. He walked back to Wang Qing, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Kid, see that? 700,000 for this service, a steal. Alright, I'm off." It wasn't until Principal Zhu said he had to leave that Wang Qing reacted, "Principal Zhu, now you know to call me Principal? If you have something to say, then spit it out." Principal Zhu glanced at him impatiently. "The things I discussed with Principal Yang before," Wang Qing said before he could finish. "Get lost. Don't mention him. Just mentioning him makes me angry. He eats and drinks well while all he buys me is some braised pork ribs. Go back and see how I deal with him." Principal Zhu instantly transformed into a mischievous child, cursing through gritted teeth. Then, as if he had just thought of something, his expression instantly became calm. "Don't worry, I'm the most trustworthy person. How did you know I'm the principal of Shanglan Vocational School? Were you already prepared to negotiate with me? Do you know me? I'm old enough to be your grandfather. Does your father know me?" His cold gaze caught Wang Qing off guard, and Wang Qing stammered in astonishment, I am. Well, I don't care how you knew. I'm helping you this time because of the money and your performance in front of the reporters. As for why, I don't care." I'm leaving. After saying that, he left without waiting for Wang Qing's response. He hummed a little tune, his flip-flops clattering as he disappeared into the depths of the alley in a few flashes. Wang Qing stood there, looking at the corpse on the ground, smelling the lingering smell of braised pork bones and alcohol in the air, speechless for a long time. It seems like this money was well spent? I guess I made the right bet. Chapter 38 Principal Zhu's After-Sales Service. Nanling Guild Headquarters, President's Office. Li Zihua sat behind his large desk with a gloomy expression, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the surface. Standing beside him was his most capable deputy, Li Pinrun, an SS-rank professional ghost summoner. "President, it seems Li Fuxing has lost contact with us," Zhao Gang reported in a deep voice, his brows furrowed. The last location transmitted was near the target's attack point, then the signal suddenly dropped. 2 hours have passed, I'm afraid. A flash of malice crossed Li Zihua's eyes. Useless. Can't even handle a seriously injured high school student? Gung Fuxing is useless, and Li Fuxing is useless too. Just then, the air in the office froze without warning. An indescribable odor, reeking of greasy food and cheap alcohol, instantly filled the entire office. Several teacups on the table shattered with a crack, spilling tea everywhere. Li Zihua and Zhao Gang's expressions changed drastically, their bodies stiffened, and cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. Li Pinrun even subconsciously grabbed the summoning staff beside him, but his fingers were so stiff that he couldn't move them at all. In the center of the office, the space distorted slightly, and the bald old man wearing flip-flops, shorts, and a tank top appeared out of thin air like a ghost. This time, he was also carrying half a roast chicken in his hand. While gnawing on the chicken leg, he glanced at Li Zihua with his lewd little eyes. "President Li, you're quite busy, aren't you?" Principal Zhu mumbled, pointing at Li Zihua with his greasy finger. Li Zihua's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. He forcibly suppressed his shock and spoke with extreme caution. "Senior, is there any honor in your presence? What can I do for you?" The moment the old man appeared out of nowhere, he recognized him as the Sword Saint, one of the 3 saints of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhu Jian, known as Old Pervert. Large beads of sweat visibly seeped from Li Zihua's forehead. The Sword Saint truly lived up to his name. The sheer aura and pressure he exuded were enough to instantly kill all the experts from the Nanling Guild. I wouldn't call it giving you pointers, but you're not bad, kid. You actually recognize this old man?" Principal Zhu finished the chicken leg in a few bites, then casually tossed the bone into the trash can in the corner. He wiped his hands, which were still munching on a chicken leg, on his vest. "I just came to tell you that I've taken care of that swordsman brat in the alley for you." "You're welcome." Li Zihua and Li Pinren's hearts sank. Li Fuxing had indeed fallen. He had actually fallen into their hands. Li Zihua forced an awkward smile and tentatively asked, I wonder when my Nanling Guild offended you, that you would personally have to teach them a lesson. No, I'll do whatever I want, okay? Principal Zhu sat down directly across from Li Zihua's desk, eating roast chicken without even looking up. Seeing the arrogant and slovenly old man, Li Pinran interrupted without hesitation, Senior, what you're doing doesn't seem to follow the rules. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziyang, with chicken still in his mouth, glanced at Li Pinran. His lewd little eyes revealed a hint of disdain. He quickly swallowed the chicken and glared at Li Pinran, who gives you the right to speak here? Her rules, my word is the rule. You. Li Pinran stared at him defiantly, his hand unconsciously stroking his staff. Oh ho, you want to fight? Zhu Ziyang's lips curled up, a hint of mockery on his face. Before Li Pinran could speak, he heard Li Zihua roar angrily, Pinran, shut up. Apologize to the senior right now. Li Pinran was stunned. This old man looked unremarkable, but his strength was unfathomable. This was the territory of the Nanling Guild, where there were many experts. Why would the guild leader be so afraid of him? Haha, I haven't been in the martial world for 20 years, and today I'm being looked down upon by a junior. Zhu Ziyang's eyes narrowed into slits, then his expression changed drastically, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Seeing the situation was turning bad, Li Zihua immediately pleaded, Senior, you are magnanimous. Don't argue with him. Before Li Zihua could finish his plea, there was a loud bang, and the roast chickens in Li Pinran and Zhu Ziyang's hands flew out of the window together. The loud noise caused the underlings of the Nanling Guild to rush into Li Zihua's office without prior arrangement. They were stunned the moment they entered. Chairman Li Zihua stood expressionless behind his desk, while the cold wind blew in through the window, and shards of glass littered the floor. President, what happened? They all looked up and down at the bald old man who had his back to them. Get out! Who let you in? Get out! Li Zihua's eyes widened, then he erupted in impotent rage, his emotions finding an outlet at this moment. Bang! The subordinate rushed in and, seeing the chairman's anger, immediately slammed the office door shut. Li Zihua was panting heavily, as if those roars had exhausted all his strength. What, you're not convinced? Principal Zhu asked squintingly. Li Zihua immediately changed his attitude, putting on a flattering smile, Senior, how could I dare? My subordinates are ignorant and have made you laugh. Principal Zhu wiped the grease from his mouth, speaking casually as if chatting about everyday matters. Little Li, I've been giving you face, otherwise, oomph. Li Zihua wiped the sweat from his forehead, clasped his hands in thanks, and said, Thank you, Senior, for sparing his life. Alright, since you're so sensible, I'll tell you why I'm here today. That kid Wang Cheng, and that pretty girl Lin Yu beside him, are now under my protection at Xianglan Technical School. You know what to do, right? He stood up abruptly, then said in an undeniable tone, So, whatever happened between you two in the past, it's over. For the first time, Principal Zhu's small eyes lost their lewdness, leaving only a cold indifference to life and death. Did you understand? Li Zihua's face was deathly pale, and his lips were trembling. As the president of the Nanling Guild, how could he have ever been threatened like this to his face? But he absolutely couldn't afford to offend this old man. He even had a feeling that if he dared to say even half a word of dissent, he would become a bone in the old man's mouth the next second. This is a world where the strong are respected. Even if this old guy killed someone, or even if he slaughtered the entire Nanling Guild, no one could do anything to him. A profound sense of humiliation and fear welled up within him, and Principal Zhu's terrifying power forced him to slowly lower his head. He managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. I understand. I will follow your instructions, Senior. But I don't know what connection you have with Xianglan Technical School, and why. Principal Zhu nodded in satisfaction, reverting to his sleazy and greasy demeanor. Seeing how well behaved you are, I'll tell you, I'm back in action. Xianglan Vocational School is mine. What, Senior? Li Zihua's pale face instantly turned to shock. Alright, you guys are busy, I'm going back to catch up on my sleep. If anything happens to Wang Cheng and the others, you know the consequences. After saying that, his figure twisted and disappeared again in a strange way, leaving behind a terrified Li Zihua, who was covered in cold sweat. He then slumped into a chair, as if all his strength had been drained, his eyes filled with lingering fear and deep apprehension. Damn it, that old bastard is going too far. Ugh, how can we get that thing back? No, I will not accept that. Chapter 39 Under Control. The following afternoon, Zhanghai City Security Bureau. In a solemn interrogation room, Lin Yu sat upright, her cool face expressionless. Wang Qing was taken to another interrogation room. The principle or technique of the interrogation was to separate the accomplices into different rooms. If there were women, they would definitely become the key targets for conquest. Sitting opposite Lin Yu was Yan Binli, the leader of the joint investigation team, a middle-aged man with a cold face and sharp, eagle-like eyes, and next to him was a female investigator in charge of taking notes. Lin Yu, according to the original records of the awakening ceremony at Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, you did not awaken your profession before the college entrance examination and were registered as unemployed. Yan Binli's voice was devoid of any emotion, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. What's strange is that in the college entrance exam instance, you not only demonstrated strong professional abilities, but also reached a level of Lv.26. How do you explain this? Lin Yu had already rehearsed her story with Wang Qing, and calmly and sincerely replied, the problem lies with the awakening stone. I didn't awaken any professional abilities at the time, and I was very dissatisfied with the result. That afternoon, while I was practicing alone, my professional abilities suddenly appeared. It could be a delayed awakening, or the awakening stone might have been misread at the time. I don't know the specific reason, or what happened. Sudden appearance? Delayed awakening? Yan Feng clearly didn't believe this far-fetched explanation. What kind of training? Where was it conducted? How long did it last? Who can vouch for it? I practiced basic swordsmanship alone in my home training room. About an afternoon, and no one could vouch for me, Lin Yu answered flawlessly. There has never been a case of awakening stones malfunctioning in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, but it just happened to happen to you? How would I know? Lin Yu retorted dismissively. Yan Feng frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. So, regarding Gung Fuqing's attack on you. According to Wang Qing's initial statement, he claimed that Gung Fuqing was after something, but he couldn't explain what it was. Were you aware of this? Did Gung Fuqing make any related remarks during the attack? Lin Yu shook her head, I don't know. He was acting very strangely when he appeared, like he'd gone mad, shouting incoherent things like give it to me and hand it over, but we had no idea what he meant. Hearing Lin Yu's sophistry, Yan Binli was not angry, because it was something he had expected. He then picked up a piece of paper that had been prepared beforehand from the table. Do you recognize this pattern? Look at it carefully. Lin Yu carefully examined the paper in Yan Binli's hand. It had a sword drawn on it, and it was actually quite well drawn. She shook her head, then chuckled, Sir, you're being a bit strange. What kind of pattern is this? I've never seen it before, this is the first time I've seen it. This time, Lin Yu wasn't lying, she really hadn't seen it before. Yan Binli paused, then revealed a sly smile. You just said that you practiced swordsmanship in your training room at home that afternoon, and practiced all afternoon, right? Lin Yu nodded without hesitation. Then why did someone see you and Wang Qing going to play the newbie dungeon that afternoon? Yan Binli suddenly raised his voice. I think I remembered it wrong. Lin Yu's cold face twitched slightly. Yan Binli crossed his arms and raised his voice again, you misremembered? I think you won't admit it until you see the coffin. Show it to her. The female recorder placed the documents in her hand in front of Lin Yu. They were all screenshots of her and Wang Qing at the entrance of the newbie dungeon hall and video screenshots of the two whispering to each other on the playground on awakening day. Lin Yu's expression began to show signs of panic, and Yan Binli seized the opportunity to press further. Tell me quickly, is your reawakening of your profession related to Wang Qing? Why did Gung Fuqing attack you? What was his reason? Have you seen this picture somewhere before? Why are you lying? What exactly does Gung Fuqing want? Yan Binli's voice rose higher and higher as he raised the question, attempting to break down Lin Yu's psychological defenses by exploiting the loopholes in Lin Yu's explanation and exerting constant psychological pressure. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on Lin Yu's cold and beautiful face. She bit her cherry lips. He was taught from a young age to be an honest and trustworthy person. The fact that he has been able to hold on for so long is actually an extraordinary performance. All of this is because he believed in Wang Qing. She wasn't intimidated by Yan Binli's increasingly loud voice. Instead, she took a deep breath and stubbornly said, I really don't know what you're talking about. Her trembling voice was now her last act of defiance. Yan Binli knew in his heart that it was almost time. With just a little more effort, he could break through Lin Yu's psychological defenses. Then, his eyes turned cold, and he picked up the piece of paper on the table again, pointing to the pattern on it with his finger. This is the symbol of Dawn, the secret organization that Huaya Kingdom established in our Dragon Kingdom. Their goal is to divide and split our country. Do you know how serious this is? Knowing the truth and not reporting it makes you an accomplice. You're covering it up. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom and a professional, you should understand your obligations. Don't ruin your life because of personal feelings. Lin Yu was shocked by Yan Binli's words, her eyes widening in disbelief. The Dawn Organization? Her resolve was still slowly wavering. Yan Binli suddenly changed his tone, becoming gentle. Lin Yu, I know you're a good kid, and you definitely have nothing to do with the Dawn Organization, but what about Wang Cheng? I hope you can provide useful clues. This concerns the country. You can tell what's more important. After Yan Binli finished speaking, the interrogation room fell silent, and Lin Yu silently lowered her head. Why could Wang Cheng allow someone to change their class again? Is the sphere in Li Nang's ring really related to this organization? Could it be that Wang Cheng is a spy? Suddenly, two loud haha sounds broke the silence. Lin Yu lowered her head and laughed self-deprecatingly, leaving Yan Binli looking completely bewildered. Wang Cheng, I'm sorry. I, Lin Yu, actually doubted you. I deserve to die. Without you, where would I be today? Lin Yu's gaze immediately hardened, and she said coldly, I really don't know what you're talking about. If you have evidence, then show it. I'm the victim in this incident. Yan Binli looked at Lin Yu with some surprise. Just when her psychological defenses were about to crumble, she suddenly stood firm. It was unbelievable that the little girl's eyes had suddenly become so determined. The inquiry immediately stalled. Just as Yan Binli was about to continue questioning from other places, the door to the interrogation room was gently pushed open. A staff member in a suit whispered a few words in his ear in a flustered manner. Yan Binli's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he hurriedly followed the staff member out. Hello, Mayor Chen, I'm currently making inquiries and there will be a breakthrough soon. Release them all. Yan Binli couldn't believe his ears and persisted, unwilling to give up. Mayor, things are looking promising. Please give me a little more time. This matter is of utmost importance. All right, I've investigated thoroughly. Do you doubt my words? Release them immediately. Mayor Chen's unquestionable voice came through the phone. But, we haven't questioned the main suspect, Wang Cheng, yet. Shut up. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Just follow orders. Mayor Chen shouted sternly. Click. Yan Binli glanced at the phone in disbelief. It was the first time he had seen Mayor Chen so angry, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, Wang Cheng was sitting in another interrogation room, legs crossed, humming a tune, his face full of confidence and composure. Because all of this is under his control. Chapter 40. Old Chief? Is it really you? When Yan Binli saw Lin Yu again, his aggressive aura seemed to dissipate almost instantly. He sat there blankly, waved at Lin Yu, and said in a tone of inexplicable helplessness, All right, Lin Yu, your questioning is over. You can leave now. Ha? Lin Yu was completely stunned, her beautiful face caught off guard by the shock. They were pressing her relentlessly just moments ago, how did it suddenly end? She was even mentally prepared to be repeatedly questioned or even detained. Director Yen, this. The female investigator asked, looking bewildered. Go out. Yan Binli didn't explain, but simply waved his hand again, signaling the female investigator next to him to open the door. Filled with doubt and confusion, Lin Yu walked out of the interrogation room in a daze. As soon as she stepped into the corridor, she saw Wang Cheng leaning against the opposite wall, waiting for her. His right shoulder and hand were still wrapped in bandages, and his face was somewhat pale, but his expression was calm and composed, with even a lazy smile on his lips, as if he were visiting the security bureau. You're out? Wang Cheng straightened up naturally when he saw her. Wang Cheng. Lin Yu walked over quickly, lowered her voice, and asked urgently, what happened? Director Yen received a phone call and then sent me out. He looked very unhappy. Did you do something again? Looking at her anxious yet curious expression, Wang Cheng's smile deepened, a hint of smugness in his eyes. He extended his finger and gently tapped his temple, making a gesture of secrecy. It cannot be told, it cannot be told. I have a clever plan. Don't worry, when the time comes, you will know. You. Lin Yu was annoyed by his mysterious manner and couldn't help but glare at him, her cold eyes filled with anger and helplessness. But seeing his grinning face, my anxiety finally subsided. Everyone's finally gotten through this hurdle. As long as Wang Cheng is alright? The two then walked out of the security bureau's gate side by side. The sun was shining brightly outside, and a low-key yet luxurious black sedan was already parked by the roadside. The car window rolled down, revealing Lu Yuanzhong's serious face, etched with experience. He saw Wang Qing and Lin Yu walking out side by side, chatting and laughing freely, and his eyes became complicated and profound. Lin Yu glanced at Lu Yuanzhong and said to Wang Qing, "I have to go. You, remember to take your medicine on time, don't get your wound wet, and heal as soon as possible." Her tone was full of undisguised concern. Wang Qing nodded, his gaze sweeping over her slightly pale face. "Okay, I understand. You too, go back and get some rest, don't think too much. You're also injured, don't forget to continue your treatment." Lu Yuanzhong then got out of the car. He had initially been hostile towards Wang Qing, the poor boy who had corrupted the young lady, but that day, he had witnessed Wang Qing's phenomenal performance in the college entrance examination. Especially after Lin Yu's declaration in front of everyone that a place without you is meaningless, his hostility strangely faded, and he even felt a faint, inexplicable sense of approval that he himself hadn't noticed. He walked up to the two of them with a serious expression, his gaze lingering on Wang Qing for a moment. Surprisingly, he didn't have a cold face, but rather spoke in a slightly stiff but definitely polite tone. "Wang Qing, please take good care of your injury." "Miss, we should go back now." Lin Yu glanced at Lu Yuanzhong with some surprise, then nodded to Wang Qing, turned around and got into the car. Watching the black sedan merge into the traffic and disappear into the distance, the lazy smile on Wang Qing's face gradually faded. He subconsciously touched the IOU and receipt in his pocket, then turned and left. On the way, Wang Qing recalled his first encounter with Principal Zhu. Chapter 14. Before the college entrance examination, he was fortunate to have the skill of seeing through everything and the slogan that read "Education for All," making the best use of everyone's talents. He then discovered the world's most unparalleled master, a true hidden master in plain sight. Most importantly, Principal Zhu's character. This old man may seem unkempt and slovenly, but he is actually a good person. With such formidable strength, in this dog-eat-dog world, he actually lowered himself to take advantage of others, and even after being slapped in public, he wasn't angry. What kind of magnanimity and composure does he possess? Rewind 10 minutes to the mayor's office in Zhanghai City. Director Yan reports, the questioning of Wang Qing and Lin Yu has begun. The male secretary, dressed in a suit and sporting a buzz cut, reported to Mayor Chen Weiman, who was sitting behind his desk reading documents. Beside Mayor Chen, a female secretary named Shi Wenli, dressed in a cheongsam with a smooth, curvaceous figure, a slender waist, and meticulously fastened buttons on her chest, was carefully preparing tea. Her makeup was exquisite but not heavy, her eyebrows and eyes were gentle, and her black hair was tied into a simple and neat bun at the back of her head, revealing her beautiful swan neck. "Okay, I understand," Mayor Chen said in a deep voice without raising his eyelids. "Mayor, our city has begun a comprehensive investigation into Gung Fuqing's background, and has also activated an emergency plan to investigate the Dawn organization, but there is still no news." The male secretary continued to report, his voice somewhat timid. Bang! Mayor Chen slammed his hand on the table, spilling the tea that Shi Wenli had just brewed all over the table. She skillfully took out a handkerchief from her pocket and began to wipe it up. "What are those people at the National Security Agency doing? It's been so long, and there's still not a single word. I've already urged the Security Bureau, but Director Yen said, there's a shortage of manpower." The male secretary's voice trembled slightly as he saw Mayor Chen getting angry. "That old Yen is truly disappointing. The Dawn organization is already in action. Someone must have infiltrated their ranks. Pass on my message, send more people to investigate. At the very least, we need to find out their purpose." "Yes." Shi Wenli remained calm and continued wiping. Mayor Chen Weiman stood up, turned around, and stared blankly at the city view outside the window. His brow was furrowed, clearly still pondering the attack on Wang Qing's team and the strange movements of the Dawn organization in Hoya. He was completely baffled as to why this organization would target Wang Qing. Was there really something so important that even Gung Fuqing, a mole planted in Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School, had to be mobilized? Suddenly, a barely perceptible ripple came from the air behind him, and the smell of cheap liquor spread out. Immediately afterwards, Shi Wenli suddenly cried out in surprise, "Ah!" One of her hands touched the teacup, splash, and tea spilled all over the desk. Her other hand instinctively covered her shapely buttocks. Sorry little beauty, I'm an old man with a loose tongue, sorry for touching your butt." A cheerful voice mixed with lewdness rang out from the void. Chen Weiman turned around abruptly, and when he saw the figure that suddenly appeared on the chair opposite the desk, greasy vest, shorts, flip-flops, a signature bald head, and a pair of squinting eyes. The thoughtful look on his face instantly transformed into immense excitement and heartfelt admiration. Old chief?" Is it really you? Chen Weiman's voice trembled slightly. He almost instinctively stood at attention, his back straight, as if he had returned to the days when he served in the army. The seemingly disheveled old man before him was none other than the highest-ranking commander of his former unit, and also his savior, Zhu Ziyong, one of the three saints of the Dragon Kingdom, the Sword Saint. Chapter 41 Reminiscing about the past Part 1. At this moment, Zhu Ziyang was leering at Shi Wenli, the female secretary next to Mayor Chen, and his hand, which was touching Shi Wenli's shapely buttocks, kept rubbing on the chair, completely ignoring Chen Weiman's reaction. Looking at the bald old man's lewd appearance, Shi Wenli suppressed her displeasure and muttered, "You old scoundrel! Shut up! How dare you disrespect the old commander? Get out of here!" Chen Weiman's expression changed and he immediately scolded. Shi Wenli was stunned for 2 seconds. How could Mayor Chen say such a thing? It was clearly that old rogue. She looked indignant, lowered her head, grunted and quickly walked out, giving Zhu Ziyang a fierce glare before closing the door. As Chen Weiman watched Shi Wenli leave, he looked at Zhu Ziyang sitting opposite him with a lewd expression, and his eyes instantly welled up with tears. "My old commander, where have you been all these years?" At this moment, Zhu Ziyang's gaze was still fixed on Shi Wenli's voluptuous figure. He only reacted when he heard this, but seeing Chen Weiman's reaction, he simply waved his hand casually. He said impatiently and vaguely, all right, Xiao Chun, you're a mayor now, stop with the nonsense. You're lucky, kid. Hey, look at this girl, she's really pretty. Sit down. Chen Weiman dared not sit down, but simply sat down in the chair next to the desk, his back still straight, his face showing undisguised excitement and respect. "Old chief, you've come? How have you been these past few years?" He sized up Zhu Ziyang. Time seemed to have left few marks on this legend, except for his rather unappealing attire. "Great, we have wine, meat, and fun." Zhu Ziyang's expression turned serious. "Enough with the nonsense, I'm here to have you release 2 people. Upon hearing this, Chen Weiman looked at Zhu Ziyang's serious expression in disbelief. Release them? Release whom? This is completely unlike the old commander's behavior. He would never get involved in such things. In his mind, the old leader had always been a model of impartial law enforcement and upright conduct. Could it be that these 2 people are very important to the old leader? Chen Weiman paused, then asked with a puzzled look, "Please tell me." "I will definitely do what I can for you, and if I can't, the old leader will understand my predicament." Zhu Ziyang was not angry when he heard this. On the contrary, he felt very gratified. The little Chen had grown up, learned to stick to his principles, and had become more smooth. He nodded in satisfaction, then said calmly, "These are Wang Cheng and Lin Yu, whom you summoned for questioning today. I hope this didn't cause you any trouble?" Chen Weiman immediately looked surprised. "You mean Wang Cheng and Lin Yu from Jianghai No. 1 Middle School?" "Yes, I'm a freshman at Shanglan Technical School." Zhu Ziyang nodded, his small eyes gleaming. Mayor Chen Weiman hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to give face to his former superior, but rather that it concerned the secret organization of Huaya Kingdom, and he had to be responsible for the citizens of Jianghai and even the entire Long Kingdom. Mayor Chen's face showed a troubled expression. "Haha, I've got my eye on those 2 kids. How could 2 high schoolers be spies? They're just victims. As for why that lousy organization is after them, I'll investigate that. Don't you trust me? How could I dare?" Since the old commander has spoken, then he immediately picked up the phone on the table and dialed, "Director Yin." A moment later, he put down the phone, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Zhu Ziyang with deep emotion. "Old chief, you still care about me so much and understand my predicament. By the way, the Shanglan Technical School you mentioned. That's something I created myself, and it only started enrolling students this year." Zhu Ziyang leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and let his flip-flops dangle in the air. A glint of light flashed in Chen Weiman's eyes. "You've returned to the martial world? And you've even founded Shanglan Technical School, that's wonderful. This is truly a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom and for humanity." Zhu Ziyang waved his hand, interrupting him, all right, enough with the mushy talk. I'm involved with Shanglan, not to listen to your flattery." Immediately, the nonchalant expression on Zhu Ziyang's face vanished, and a sharp glint flashed in his small eyes. This world may seem glamorous on the surface, but it's fraught with danger. At its core, it's still the same old story. Resources are controlled, and upward mobility is tightly blocked, especially those skill books that professionals crave. His tone turned heavy, filled with suppressed anger and deep helplessness. Since the beginning of the new era, the human population has decreased by 2/3. It was only with great difficulty, under the guidance of the sages, that humanity awakened professions to resist the evil beasts. But what have we done over the past few centuries? We should have been united and worked together against external threats, but Zhu Ziyong's heartfelt words resonated deeply with Mayor Chen Weiman. Zhu Ziyong paused for a moment, then continued, so-called skill books? Humph. They become the leash that major guilds and powerful families use to hold on to their talent. Ordinary professionals are like rootless brats. Even if they have immense potential, without books and resources, they're still destined to be nothing but a piece of trash. Is that fair? Is that reasonable? I just can't accept this. Does that mean that professionals can only learn their skills through dungeon drops? Can't we professionals pass on our skills? Let us not forget that humanity did not have professions at the beginning, and it was only through the efforts of our ancestors that we were able to develop them. Therefore, I must forge my own path. Seeing his old commander becoming increasingly agitated, Chen Weiman was deeply moved, his eyes filled with heartache. Yes, old commander. Just like back then. Tianmen Pass. When he mentioned those 3 words, his voice lowered, filled with profound sorrow. The atmosphere in the office instantly became heavy and solemn. The words Tianmen Pass brought a touch of sadness to the eyes of this cynical old man. His narrowed eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp, razor-sharp light, as if he could see again that blood-soaked, desolate ruin, filled with the deafening cries of battle. He remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking, his voice hoarse. Those treacherous bastards from Hoya Kingdom, the army of alien beasts is surging in like a tide, and Tianmen Pass, as humanity's last line of defense, is teetering on the brink of collapse. Everyone has their own agenda, they're all scheming against each other, only thinking about preserving their strength and vying for power. The major powers? Humph, they're all cowering in the back, watching coldly from the sidelines. It's all because I don't want to join any faction or guild, and I want to use this as a tool to kill people. I just pity you good brothers who followed me. Zhu Ziyong's narrow eyes were filled with tears of resentment. Chen Weiman's eyes instantly reddened, his voice choked, and his body trembled slightly. Old commander, please don't say that. Defending the country is a man's duty. If we back down, the pass will be breached, people will die, and the country will be devastated. It was you, old commander. It was you, alone with your sword, who built a great wall of flesh and blood at the breach in the collapsed gate. Sword energy soared into the sky, stretching for 3,000 miles, severing the heads of strange beasts until they piled up like mountains. We, the bruised brothers, only had a sliver of hope to survive. If it weren't for you, we would have long since become piles of white bones beneath the pass. He recalled the monstrous beasts that blotted out the sky, the deafening roars, the desperate cries of his comrades, and even more so, the proud, solitary figure that stood firm amidst the blood and gore, seemingly able to support the heavens and the earth. Zhu Ziyong waved his hand again, as if trying to dispel the heavy memories, leaving only a calm after seeing many things and a trace of deep weariness. Why bring up old grievances? I'm tough, I've worn down the threshold of the King of Hell's palace before they dare to take me. I just can't swallow this insult when I see these bastards still playing those monopolistic, suppressive, and power-grabbing tricks. He stared intently at Chen Weiman, as if making a vow to himself. I set up this Xianglan technical school because I wanted to see if I could forge a new path. Why must we fixate on those few lousy books when it comes to skills transfer? Isn't there another way? Can we enable more talented and hardworking young people who were just born into bad circumstances to truly hold their power in their own hands, instead of having to be slaves to others? Only in this way can we humans achieve final victory in the war against the alien beasts. Then, a flame flashed in his eyes. I know that my idea will cost many people their lives, but I don't care. Chapter 42, Reminiscing about the Past, Part 2. Zhu Ziyong's last few words were like a red-hot branding iron, burning Chen Weiman's heart. The air in the office seemed to freeze, with only the distant rumble of traffic outside the window adding to the deathly silence inside. Chen Weiman stared blankly at the aloof figure across the desk. The greasy vest hung loosely on his obese body, his shorts were washed until they were white, and his flip-flops were even covered in mud from who knows where. His bald head gleamed in the afterglow, and his squinty eyes always held an inexplicable air of worldliness. Yet this old man, who looked no different from any other idle street urchin. Immediately afterward, Chen Weiman's vision blurred. The disheveled image before him faded and peeled away rapidly, replaced by a towering figure amidst the blood and gore. The deafening roar of Tianmen Pass collapsing, the dying howls of strange beasts, the desperate shouts of comrades, countless tragic memories that had been deliberately sealed away, along with the majestic sword energy that once soared to the heavens and seemed capable of cleaving the entire battlefield, crashed into my mind. A surge of hot liquid rushed to my eyes, and my throat was so tight that I couldn't make a sound. The composure he had cultivated over a decade of navigating the treacherous waters of officialdom was shattered in an instant. The mayor, who held absolute power in Jianghai City, now resembled a lost child who had finally found someone to rely on, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Hot tears streamed down my face, dripping onto the desk with a plop, plop sound. Old Commander, His voice choked, thick with emotion. My achievements over the years are nothing compared to yours. Over the years, he has painstakingly managed Jianghai City, believing he has made a tremendous contribution by balancing the conflicts between various factions, ensuring that ordinary people can have enough to eat, and prioritizing education in Jianghai. But compared to this old man who built the last line of defense for thousands of people with his own flesh and blood and almost burned out his own life, his self-satisfied so-called achievements are as insignificant as dust. Xu Ziyang was rubbing his fingers as usual, seemingly savoring the amazing elasticity of the secretary's buttocks, when he was taken aback by Chen Weiman's sudden breakdown and wailing. He frowned in disgust and tapped the table impatiently with his greasy fingers. Tisk, what's with the crying? The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable penetrating power. You're a grown man, still acting like a woman. I hate that kind of thing. Hold back your pee. Chen Weiman shuddered, instinctively straightened his back, wiped his face hard, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed his surging emotions, but his eyes were still red. Yes. Xu Ziyang then gave a satisfied swung his crossed legs, and his flip-flops made a soft clattering sound. A few seconds later, Xu Ziyang abruptly changed the subject, as if the heavy past had never been mentioned. That brat Wang Qing is interesting. He squinted his small eyes, which gleamed with the light of discovering a hidden gem. I checked. He's an orphan with no family background, raised on charity from many families, from an orphanage in Jianghai City. Chen Weiman immediately composed himself and listened carefully. The fact that the old leader had personally gone to investigate was of great significance. Hey, here's the interesting part. Xu Ziyang said with a playful smile. A little brat from an orphanage, starting with the ridiculously low F-rank profession slave Emer, somehow managed to become the top scorer in the national college entrance examination. And he even managed to kill a second-rank S-rank assassin. Isn't that bizarre? He paused, seemingly recalling Wang Qing's seemingly cowardly demeanor when facing a third-tier swordsman in the alley, yet with a fierce glint in his eyes like a wolf cub. This kid has a certain energy, I like it. Xu Ziyang rubbed his chin and continued. For an F-rank professional to become the national champion, this kid must have some extraordinary abilities, if not the result of his relentless hard work. And you might not know this, but this kid came from a poor background, yet he donated all the loot he got from the beginner dungeon to the mortals Zhou Lei's family who had helped him before. What kind of character is that? Chen Weiman was also surprised when he heard what the old leader said. At such a young age, he regarded money as dirt. Such a hard-working and morally upright young man is extremely rare. Xu Ziyang glanced at Mayor Chen, whose face was full of surprise, and laughed triumphantly. I really think he is like a piece of uncut jade covered with a thick layer of dust. He seems lazy and unserious, but deep down he exudes composure and shrewdness. On the day of the college entrance exam, amidst the deafening roar of ridicule and astonishment, this kid remained completely unfazed. His laziness was more like a mockery of the world? Or perhaps, a protective camouflage? Don't you think so? This kind of person either rots completely in the mud, or, if given a chance, he can soar to great heights. At my age, I just want to try and see if I can personally polish this dusty jade. Chen Weiman recalled Wang Qing's performance that day and suddenly realized something. He nodded in deep agreement. Wang Qing's performance in the college entrance examination scenario and during the attack had indeed overturned everyone's understanding. He hesitated for a moment and asked, then, what about Lin Yu? What do you think of her, old chief? When Lin Yu was mentioned, the lively expression on Xu Ziyang's face completely disappeared. He remained silent for a moment, and Mayor Chen, being perceptive, poured the old leader a cup of tea. He picked it up and, without caring whether it was hot or cold, gulped down a large mouthful. He let out a barely audible sigh as he put down the cup. That little bastard Lin Xueliang is truly ruthless. Xu Ziyang's voice carried a hint of cold sarcasm. Chen Weiman's heart skipped a beat. Lin Xueliang? Chairman Lin of Chongtiank? Lin Yu is related to him. Right. Everyone believes Lin. Lin Yu is that little bastard's own daughter. He actually kicked his own daughter out of the house. Xu Ziyang's eyes were already filled with anger. As for Lin Yu's mother, you know her too. Sigh, what a tragedy. A complex mix of reminiscence and sorrow flashed across his face. Her mother's name is Luing Luo. She was a very famous person back then, an SS-level professional, thunder swordsman. She was also in the Battle of Tiananmen Pass. Chen Weiman gasped. It was actually Ying Luo's daughter. He was shocked, never expecting that Lin Yu was the daughter of an old friend. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu when he saw her. Ying Luo, like herself, was one of the old commander's subordinates, and one of the few who fought alone and returned alive. Back then, Ying Luo was incredibly talented and with a fiery temper. When she joined our Yong'an army, she was already pregnant. Xu Ziyang shook his head, his voice lowering. For the sake of righteousness, Ying Luo resolutely disregarded the Lin family's objections and joined us. It was my fault for not protecting her properly, allowing her to be sealed by the bloodline of the heavenly demon. Although she survived by chance, but... Xu Ziyang took another sip of tea. That old scoundrel Lin Yaodong also had ulterior motives. And just like that, the sealed-away Ying Luo was expelled from the Lin family. This was a lot of information. Chen Weiman was still processing his old leader's words with disbelief. Lin Yaodong was also one of the 3 saints of the Dragon Kingdom, and he was the one who founded the Lanshao Guild. He instantly recalled the scenes from the college entrance examination. Lin Xueliang, that old dog, sitting on the platform, watching helplessly as his daughter was almost beaten to death, stabbed through by a second-tier assassin. He didn't even utter a fart. My own daughter. Even tigers don't eat their cubs. Xu Ziyang leaned back in his chair, his face full of anger, staring blankly at the ceiling, muttering to himself, human hearts, sometimes are colder and more venomous than the claws of an evil beast. Chapter 43 Peace Talisman. Silence fell in the office once again. Chen Weiman's heart was filled with turmoil, and he also felt a chill to the bone. After a long while, Xu Ziyang sat up straight again, his eyes regaining that ruthless yet all-knowing glint. He looked at Chen Weiman, his tone resolute. So, I'm definitely protecting Wang Qing. And I've got my eye on Lin Yu too. Keeping them under my watchful eye at Shanglan is a million times better than sending them to those ruthless so-called prestigious schools or big guilds. He paused, then added with an almost obsessive certainty in his voice, I've spent my whole life relying on my intuition to judge people. Just like how I took a liking to you back then. He glanced at Chen Weiman, whose tone was tinged with self-doubt. Perhaps Wang Qing and Lin Yu really have the potential to untie the knot of inheritance. Chen Weiman looked at the flame burning in the old leader's eyes, a pure light that belonged to the country and the people. His suspicions about Wang Qing and Lin Yu had largely dissipated. He then took a deep breath, nodded solemnly, and a genuine smile appeared on his face. Old chief, I understand. You're right. Wang Qing and Lin Yu, they might really be able to do it. Your ideals might really be able to forge a new path through them. 3 days later, the afternoon sun brought a lazy warmth. Wang Qing stood at the door of Zhou Lei's newly rented apartment and knocked. The door opened quickly, revealing Zhou Lei's face, which was filled with surprise and gratitude. His previously sickly appearance was noticeably more energetic than before. Wang Qing, come in quickly. Zhou Lei warmly ushered him into the house. The house is small, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The furniture is simple but clean, the windows are bright and the tables are spotless. Sunlight fills the small living room, and the air is filled with the faint aroma of food. It's a world of difference compared to the dark, damp, and noisy basement I used to live in. Brother Wang Qing. A clear, childlike voice rang out. Yining ran out of the inner room like a happy little bird, clutching something tightly in her hand and presenting it to Wang Qing like a treasure. It's a small amulet woven from colorful silk threads, its shape a bit crooked, but you can tell it was made with care. 2 crooked characters, peace, are embroidered on it in childlike handwriting. This is for you. Yin Yin's little face was flushed, and her big eyes were sparkling. Mom said you've helped us so much. This will protect brother Wang Qing and keep him safe and sound so he'll never get hurt again. She pointed to Wang Qing's right shoulder, which was still in a sling. Wang Qing felt a warmth in his heart. He then squatted down and took the small amulet with his uninjured left hand. His fingertips brushed over the crooked characters for peace, and he felt incredibly at ease. Thank you, Yining, I like it very much. He smiled and ruffled Yining's hair, carefully hanging the amulet around his neck and tucking it into his collar, close to his skin. With this, my brother will definitely be safe and sound from now on. Aunt Zhang brought out hot tea from the kitchen, her eyes a little red, and kept saying thank you. During the meal, Wang Qing chatted with them for a while and learned that Uncle Lei's illness had begun to receive effective treatment thanks to his help and was well under control. Seeing the long-lost smiles on the family's faces, full of hope for life, Wang Qing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Uncle Lei, Aunt Chang, Yining, Wang Qing stood up solemnly, preparing to take his leave. I'll be going to Beijing to report for duty soon. Shanglan Technical School is starting. I'm here today to say goodbye. Yining, you must study hard. Wang Chang chuckled and patted Yining's head. Don't worry, brother, Yining will definitely work hard and become someone like brother Wang Chang. Her bright eyes sparkled with admiration. After repeatedly declining Zhou Lei and Aunt Zhang's attempts to persuade him to stay, Wang Qing left the apartment building with a hint of reluctance. The afternoon sun was a bit dazzling. Wang Qing walked slowly along the slightly old street outside the residential area, pondering his trip to Kyoto and that Shanglan Technical School that seemed unreliable no matter how he looked at it. Ding ding, the phone notification sounded, and Wang Qing took out his phone and swiped the screen to look at it. Sun Meng, brother Qing, the poison in my body has been almost completely cleared. A happy smiley face. Sun Meng, the doctor said that we professionals have good physical fitness. In about 10 days, I should be able to get out of bed. Wang Qing, congratulations, brother. Sun Meng, I'll go to Kyoto first to scout things out for brother Qing and sister Lin. Brother Qing, please rest well these few days, you don't need to come see me. Wang Chang, yeah, take good care of your injury, no rush. I'm counting on you to protect me. A smug expression. Sun Meng, you can rest assured when it comes to handling things. Wang Chang, don't worry at all. Wang Qing turned off his phone, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He was happy for Sun Meng. Just then, a familiar warm current surged up from deep within my body without warning. It instantly swept through my limbs and bones. The system's mechanical notification tone suddenly sounded. Ding! Evolution target Lin Yu has killed the Lv.17 elite level evil beast Shadow Hunter, gaining 130 shared experience points. Defeat the elite level fell beast Shadow Hunter and gain 260 experience points. Ding! Evolution target Lin Yu has defeated the Lv.18 elite level evil beast Rock Armored Earth Lizard, gaining 140 shared experience points. Defeat the elite level evil beast Rock Armored Earth Lizard to gain 280 experience points. Ding! Evolution target Lin Yu has defeated the Lv.21 boss level evil beast Rotting Poison Swamp Lord, gaining 500 shared experience points. Defeat the boss level evil beast Rotting Poison Swamp Lord and gain 1000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased to Lv.32. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has increased to Lv.33. A series of system notifications flooded Wang Qing's mind, and waves of warmth washed over his muscles and flesh. The numbness and itching in his right shoulder wound intensified several times over, and a faint crackling sound came from the fracture in his hand. Wang Qing stood frozen on the roadside, as if struck by lightning, his mouth slightly open, his eyes wide open, his face completely dumbfounded. Holy shit? He blurted out a curse instinctively, feeling the surging power within him and the slight dizziness from jumping 2 levels in an instant. Lin Yu, you crazy girl, you've only rested for 3 days. Is it worth pushing yourself so hard? Wang Qing said with some heartache. He casually brought up the system panel and looked at his basic attributes. Name, Wang Cheng. Occupation, F rank Emer Founding Titan, not yet awakened. Level, Lv.33. Strength, 43 own level plus 129 Lin Yu's attribute plus 30 after transformation. Agility, 43 own level plus 129 Lin Yu's attribute plus 60 after transformation. Spirit, 43 own level plus 129 Lin Yu's attribute plus 10 after transformation. Stamina, 43 own level plus 129 Lin Yu's attributes plus 70 after transformation. Exclusive skill, True Form, common level. Self-taught skills, none. Evolution target skill, Thunderous Guidance, epic. When Wang Qing saw Lin Yu's basic attributes, he knew that Lin Yu was already level 31. Each of these 30 levels requires more than twice the experience points needed to level up from level 20. Even with the system's synchronous enhancement buff, although I gained 1.5 times the experience points Lin Yu did, I only leveled up 2 times. Thinking of this, Wang Qing felt a surge of unhappiness. He wasn't bothered by the slow leveling up, since he hadn't done anything and had leveled up just by lying down. The upgrade was supposed to be a good thing, but Wang Qing was more concerned about Lin Yu's health at this moment. As we all know, if a boss starts caring about an employee's health, there are only 2 possibilities: either it's someone of the opposite sex, or it's a personal relationship. Just as he was deeply moved and distracted by Lin Yu's frantic leveling up. Across the street, on the second floor of an inconspicuous hardware store, the curtains were slightly lifted. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes, like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, were fixed on him through the crack. The gaze was scrutinizing, and then the curtains closed silently, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 44 Shanglan Technical School Part 1. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At Zhanghai Railway Station, people come and go in a constant stream. Wang Qing, carrying a worn-out canvas backpack and a bulging snakeskin bag, stood in front of the ticket gate, looking every bit like a simple young man coming to the city to work, completely out of place with the students around him dragging their fancy suitcases. The bandage on my right shoulder has been removed, and I can move around freely, but I still feel some slight pain when I exert myself. The fracture in his hand healed much faster, and he was holding his phone in that hand, the screen displaying a message from Linyu. Linyu, I've arrived at the gate of Shanglan Technical School. Sun Meng is already waiting for me there. He looks quite comical leaning on his crutches, which has attracted a lot of onlookers. Come quick and rescue me. Location shared. The text was followed by an eye-rolling emoticon and a photo of Sun Meng. Wang Qing glanced at the photo and saw that Sun Meng was wearing a hat he had somehow gotten his hands on, a work uniform printed with Shanglan Technical School to pick people up, and was directing traffic while leaning on a cane. He couldn't help but chuckle, and one could see the comical look on Sun Meng's face and the barely suppressed disgust on Lin Yu's aloof expression. He typed a few words quickly in reply. Hang in there. His older brother is on his way. Keep an eye on that big oaf, don't let him use his crutch like a magic staff and accidentally hurt the students who are registering. After sending the message, he put away his phone and looked up at the passageway leading to the platform. The happy smile on his face gradually faded, and a sharp glint flashed deep in his eyes. Kyoto. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the center of power, and also a vortex where countless ambitions and opportunities collide. The unknown journey is finally about to begin. He picked up the snakeskin bag at his feet, slung it over his shoulder, and strode towards the ticket gate with the flow of people. His back view, amidst the bustling crowd, exuded a maturity and composure that seemed incongruous with his attire. More than 5 hours later, we arrived at Kyoto West Station in China. As Wang Qing dragged his snakeskin bag out of the station exit, he was instantly overwhelmed by the scene before him. Beneath the enormous dome, the crowd surged and the noise was deafening, like a boiling ocean. A diverse flow of people converged into a torrent, rushing in all directions. Huge electronic displays scrolled through train information and bizarre advertisements. Towering skyscrapers create a breathtaking steel forest skyline outside huge floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting the glaring afternoon sun. The air was filled with the smells of sweat, perfume, fast food, and a fast-paced, noisy atmosphere unique to megacities. Wow! That's impressive. Wang Qing clicked his tongue. Even though he prided himself on being well-informed from watching TikTok and TV in his previous life, he was still taken aback by the magnificent aura of the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. This is far more prosperous than Zhanghai City, it's like two completely different worlds. Following the signs, he finally found the taxi waiting area in the maze-like West Railway Station Square. The line was so long it was daunting. He waited for nearly an hour before finally squeezing into a mint green taxi. Master, go to this place. Wang Qing handed over his phone, which showed the address of Shanglan Technical School sent by Linyu, Dragon Kingdom University Town, affiliated hospital of Tsinghua and Peking University, number 7 Shiyuan Road. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a Beijing accent, glanced at the address and chuckled, "Oh, Tsinghua and Peking University? Incredibly talented students. All right. Buckle up." He stepped on the gas and the car merged into the traffic. Wang Qing leaned back in his chair, watching the bustling street scene rushing past the window. Skyscrapers stood tall, cars and people thronged the streets, and huge billboards flashed with images of popular celebrities and the latest technological products. This is the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, the place where countless dreams begin. He subconsciously touched the small amulet Yin had given him under his clothes. Holy crap, wait a minute? What did Master just say? Tsinghua and Peking University? Wang Qing realized what was happening, took out his phone and carefully checked the location Linyu had sent. Could it be a mistake? Wang Qing opened his phone's map app and searched for Shanglan Technical School, but the result showed, no results found. He then opened Yang Sanbao's messaging interface, and the location was the same as the one Linyu had sent. What was going on? He was full of questions. He sent messages to Linyu and Sun Meng, but neither of them replied. Throughout the journey, the driver was very polite to Wang Qing, constantly interrupting his worries and sharing various stories and experiences. This is a top student from Tsinghua or Peking University in the master's opinion. Who knows, he might be a big shot someday. Before long, the car was already driving on the wide and clean roads of the university town, passing by university gates of different styles and magnificent buildings full of academic atmosphere. Dragon Kingdom Tianba University, Jinghua University, one after another, these resounding names flashed past the taxi. "Master, are we there yet?" Wang Qing couldn't help but ask after the car had been circling around the university town for almost 20 minutes. He felt that the car was circling outside the endless, magnificent walls of Tsinghua and Peking universities. "That's strange." The driver frowned, glancing repeatedly at the navigation. "The affiliated hospital number 7. The navigation says it's nearby. Qingbei Shiyuan Road, that's right." The car eventually stopped at the intersection of a relatively quiet side road. The driver pointed ahead. "Look, young man, the navigation says this is it, the affiliated hospital of Tsinghua and Peking University, number 7 Shiyuan Road." "But I don't see any affiliated hospital sign." "Get out and look for it, I'm really sorry." Wang Cheng paid the fare and got out of the car, then stood at the intersection looking around. To the left is the iconic ancient wall of Tsinghua and Peking Universities, covered with vines, and the grand and imposing side gate. To the right are some old-looking street-facing shops and small restaurants. Ahead, there's only a row of low walls painted white with peeling, mottled plaster, and an inconspicuous, rusty iron gate with no sign at all. "Master, are you sure this is the place?" Wan Chang was a little dumbfounded. "It can't be wrong. Look at the navigation." The driver turned his phone screen around. "These are the coordinates. The affiliated hospital of Tsinghua University at number 7 Shiyuan Road. Maybe it's a small branch hospital inside? Go in and ask yourself." After saying that, the driver stepped on the gas and sped away. Wang Qing carried the snakeskin bag and walked to the rusty iron gate. The door wasn't locked, it opened with a gentle push. Inside was a narrow, uneven cement road, with construction debris and abandoned desks and chairs piled up on both sides. At the end of the road was it was more like a dilapidated building than a proper building. What was that thing? The 4-story building was dusty and gray, with dark brown stains and cracks on the walls left by rain. Many windows were broken and haphazardly blocked with wooden boards or cardboard. The waterproofing layer on the roof was curled up and peeled off, like the fur of a mangy dog. The entire building exudes an air of decay, ravaged by time and oblivion. A rickety sign made of plywood hung at the entrance of the building, with 4 large characters written in red regular script, "Shanglan Technical School." A gust of bleak autumn wind blew by, swirling up a few withered leaves on the ground. With a soft thud, a small piece of red paint that had peeled off the character skill fell right at Wang Qing's feet. Wang Qing shook his head and couldn't help but curse. "Damn, what kind of godforsaken place is this?" Chapter 45 Shanglan Technical School Part 2. At this moment, Wang Qing felt the veins on his forehead bulging. He quickly pulled out his phone, his fingers turning white from the effort, and dialed Sun Meng's number. After 2 phone calls, Sun Meng finally answered the phone. Before Wang Qing could speak, Sun Meng's signature loud voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, Brother Chang. Have you arrived yet? Sister Lin and I have been waiting for you at the door for ages." "The entrance?" Wang Qing's voice was a little unsteady. "Which entrance are you at?" "I'm standing right in front of a dilapidated building with a tattered wooden sign that reads Shanglan Technical School. The walls of Tsinghua and Peking universities are right next to it." "Yes, that's it. Brother Ching, you have a sharp eye." Sun Meng's voice was filled with obvious excitement. "Come on in, we're right at the building entrance. Let me tell you, this place is amazing. It's inside Tsinghua and Peking University. Isn't that incredible? We're neighbors with Tsinghua and Peking University, their dorms are right next door, huh?" Wang Qing was speechless, a string of black lines appearing on his forehead. What kind of place was this? This idiot Sun Meng thought it was an excellent location. He silently hung up the phone, picked up the snakeskin bag, and stared blankly at the dangerous building in front of him, which was under the shadow of the magnificent walls of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Neighbor? This is more like mold parasitizing Tsinghua and Peking universities. He then took a few deep breaths, constantly reassuring himself that even though it looked like a dangerous building, it might actually be luxuriously decorated inside. Just then, the creaking, dilapidated wooden door of that dangerous building was pushed open. Sun Meng, leaning on a single crutch, limped out with a ruddy face, followed by Linyu, who had a cold expression but whose eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. "Brother Chang. Over here. Come in quickly." Sun Meng waved his hand without the crutch, full of enthusiasm, as if inviting Wang Qing to visit Buckingham Palace. Sister Lin said this is called "The truly wise live in seclusion." This vocational school is amazing. They managed to build a building right in the heart of Tsinghua and Peking University's campus. The principal must be quite something. Wang Qing looked at Sun Meng's silly, grinning face, and then at Lin Yu's "since I'm here, I might as well stay" expression. He took another deep breath, suppressing the raging in his heart, resignedly picked up the snakeskin bag, and walked towards the broken wooden door. Well, he'd already come this far. He wanted to see what new tricks this Shanglan Technical School had up its sleeve. When Wang Chang and his group entered the first floor, the scene before them made Wang Qing's self-consolation a joke. What a piece of junk! He steeled himself and followed Sun Meng upstairs to the third-floor dormitory. The so-called dormitory was filled with a damp, musty smell and dusty odor in the corridor. The lighting was dim, the walls were mottled, and large patches of plaster had peeled off, revealing the yellowed cement underneath. Half of the overhead light bulb was broken, but the remaining one flickered stubbornly, emitting a buzzing sound of electricity. Sun Meng, leaning on his cane, enthusiastically pushed open a wooden door painted green but with peeling paint. "Brother Qing, look. This is your private room, and Sister Lin and I are next door." Wang Qing peeked inside. The room was about 10 square meters. There was a rusty iron bed frame with a thin palm mattress on top, so thin you could see the steel wire underneath. There wasn't even a sheet. A dilapidated wooden table, its 3 legs precarious, supported by a brick for the 4th. In the corner, piles of unidentified junk, covered in a thick layer of dust. The only light source was a dusty, low-wattage bulb on the ceiling. There was a window, though, but the glass was cracked in several places and crookedly taped together. The window faced directly at the bright and shiny student dormitories of Tsinghua and Peking Universities. The most striking thing was the corner of the ceiling, where there was a noticeable, dark brown water stain, with the edges slowly seeping. A murky droplet of water was stubbornly gathering, and then plop, it fell to the ground. Although there was a private bathroom, the dust on the sink was thicker than Wang Qing's skin, the greasy walls had a disgusting yellow tinge, and the worst part was the squat toilet. Imagine it yourself. The shower head was cracked, leaking water with a drip, drip sound. Upon seeing this, Wang Qing's lips began to twitch uncontrollably. He slowly took out his phone, found Yang Sanbao's number labeled Young Fatty Vice Principal Shanglan, and dialed it. The phone rang several times before being answered. The first thing you heard was deafening sounds of drinking games in Yang Sanbao, clearly drunk and slurring his words. "Hello, who is it?" "Oh, Wang Chang, are you at school? The environment, hiccup, are you satisfied?" Wang Qing's voice was eerily calm. "Satisfied? Satisfied my ass. Tell me, is this the single dormitory you promised?" "A single dormitory? That's right." Yang Sanbao's voice was confident and assertive, with someone in the background shouting, "Principal Yang, come here and I'll toast you again. Look, you're the only one living in that room, right? It's a single room, isn't it? No problem. Wang Qing, young man, you need to learn to endure hardship. Frugality and thrift are virtues, as Principal Zhu remembered back in the day." Click. Wang Qing hung up the phone expressionlessly. He was afraid that if he listened any longer, he would lose control and crawl over to that fat man to strangle him. He turned around and looked at Sun Meng, who had an innocent and bewildered expression, and Lin Yu, who was covering her mouth and trying to suppress her laughter. He exhaled a long breath. "Fine. That's fucking brilliant. I've been tricked." Wang Qing felt like he was swallowing a bitter pill, and at this moment he was extremely distressed about the money he had lost. He then threw the burlap sack onto the 3-legged table, which shook violently, resignedly saying, "Pack it up, what else can we do?" "Brother Qing, there was a notification in the group chat tonight, saying there's going to be a freshman orientation meeting." Sun Meng knew Wang Qing was angry, so he tentatively reminded him. "Damn it, I must get revenge." A rare rage flashed in Wang Qing's eyes. He had been thoroughly outmaneuvered this time. He then looked at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with apology. "Lin Yu, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out like this." A tender look appeared in Lin Yu's beautiful eyes. "What are you saying? How could you have known in advance? How can I blame you? Okay, let's start cleaning, we'll help you." A little while later, Wang Cheng and Sun Meng were wiping the dormitory windows with old newspapers, while Lin Yu was cleaning cobwebs off the walls. Sun Meng was leaning on his cane with one hand and wiping the glass with the other when he suddenly cried out in surprise. "Holy crap, Brother Cheng, look!" He pointed downstairs. "What are you yelling about?" You scared the hell out of me. Wang Qing was already annoyed and was plotting how to get revenge when he was interrupted by the big, dumb guy's scream. Naturally, he cursed unhappily. Seeing Sun Meng's surprised expression, he looked in the direction he was pointing. Downstairs, a group of people dressed in sharp suits had laid out a red carpet. Wang Qing looked up and saw that the red carpet stretched from the broken door all the way to the foot of the dangerous building. Watching their skilled movements and coordinated division of labor, I couldn't help but wonder. Who's here? Such a grand entrance? Old lecher Zhu Ziyong? Or old scoundrel Yang Sanbao? Definitely neither. Just as he was wondering, the staff members below, dressed in sharp suits, quickly lined up and stood straight every few meters. What's most incredible is that the staff all seem to be around the same height, and their movements are all synchronized, showing that they are well trained. Immediately afterwards, a long luxury car slowly drove in and stopped directly in front of the dangerous building. A man in a black suit and a white bow tie quickly opened a black parasol and then opened the car door. Wang Qing curiously craned his neck to see who it was, but his view was blocked by a black parasol. Who the hell is this? Such a grand entrance. Chapter 46 Mo Fan offers advice. Nanling Guild Headquarters, President's Office. The evening glow streamed through the large French windows, casting a slanting light on the expensive stall. A faint fragrance of osmanthus filled the office. The huge leather executive chair was pushed aside, and Li Zihua, who was slightly overweight and had thinning hair, occupied the comfortable soft couch in the corner in a very unusual posture. He closed his eyes, his head nestled deep against his secretary Xiao Ling's chest. Xiao Ling wore a well-tailored off-white suit that accentuated her slender yet voluptuous figure, with a small pearl earring shimmering slightly in the light around her neck. Her body was visibly stiff, and she tried her best to remain calm on her fair face. Only her slightly pursed lips and held breath betrayed a hint of tension and discomfort. Li Zihua's head rested heavily on that warm, undulating surface. With each careful inhale and exhale of Xiao Ling, he could clearly feel the elastic, soft support. Xiao Ling's hands, slender and icy cold, were gently pressing on his temples, her fingertips applying just the right amount of pressure, trying to dispel the weariness that had accumulated between his brows. Suddenly, Li Zihua's relaxed facial muscles tensed up abruptly. His tightly closed eyelids trembled violently, as if he had been stabbed hard by a thought that suddenly leaped out from the depths of his mind. Li Zihua recalled Zhu Ziyong's greasy, lewd face and his words, "My word is law," which pierced his mind like a thorn. Shameful. Utterly shameful. He, the dignified president of the Nanling Guild, was threatened to his face by an old geezer and didn't dare to utter a single word. My son died, and I lost everything I had painstakingly tried to get. In the end, I was forced to give up by that old bastard with just a few casual words. Damn old bastard. A deep, angry curse burst from the depths of his throat, like a muffled thunderclap in the quiet room. Xia Yu was so frightened by the sudden roar that her whole body trembled violently. The hands that were pressing on the temples jerked back as if electrocuted, and pressed against the heaving chest. Just then, bang, bang, a steady knocking sound rang out. Li Zihua suddenly opened his eyes, bloodshot and still retaining a violent aura. He roughly pushed Xiao Ling away, sat up straight, straightened his disheveled clothes, and said in a voice filled with suppressed anger, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Li Pinran limped in, leaning on his cane. He wore a well-tailored black trench coat, his face was pale, and bandages were faintly visible on the cuffs. He glanced at Xiao Ling, who was pale and still in shock, and at Li Zihua's ashen face, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly, but he didn't ask any further questions. "Chairman," Li Pinran's voice was deep and clear, "we finally have news. We've found a lead on the murder of young Master Li. Speak quickly." Li Zihua's violent expression softened with a hint of anticipation. He glanced at Xiao Ling and impatiently waved his hand, signaling her to leave. Xiao Ling gave Li Pinran a meaningful look, then lowered her head and quickly left. "We've found a key witness. Quick, quick, let him in." Li Zihua's eyes gleamed with eagerness. Li Pinran nodded, "Come in," and stepped aside. A figure pushed open the door and walked in from behind him. His chin and nose were still in splints, and his face looked somewhat pale, but his eyes were flashing with a venomous light. This person was none other than Mo Fan. President Li. Mo Fan's voice was somewhat muffled by the restraints, but his tone was exceptionally clear, carrying a hint of ingratiating flattery and an eagerness to prove his worth. "I know who killed young Master Li Nang." Li Zihua's eyes instantly sharpened. "Speak quickly, or you'll regret it. You should know what will happen to you." Mo Fan shuddered at the piercing gaze, but the thought of Wang Qing's current glory in his own defeat at the hands of Wang Qing during a live national broadcast filled him with humiliation. However, Mo Fan knew exactly what he wanted. He steadied himself and said, "President Li, you don't need to threaten me. I dared to come here today because I must have important clues, but you should understand what I mean." Heli Zihua sized up Mo Fan. "Kid, who gave you the courage to negotiate with me? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Mo Fan smiled and said, "I'm afraid, but I'm just a worthless life. If you don't want to know the clues, then you might as well kill me." Li Zihua's expression changed slightly. The little guy did have some courage. "Alright, what do you want?" "An epic level skill book," Mo Fan said decisively, without avoiding Li Zihua's gaze. "Haha, you really dare to ask for such an exorbitant amount. How am I supposed to know if your clues are true?" Li Zihua's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "Believe it or not." Mo Fan raised his head, looking completely indifferent. Li Zihua paused for a moment, then his expression became complicated. "Good lad, I'll trust you this once. As long as you can provide a clue, I'll give you a copy." "President!" Li Pinran exclaimed, his eyes wide. Li Zihua raised his hand, signaling him to shut up. "Haha, Chairman Li is indeed a remarkable person. Isn't it obvious? Li Nam was killed by Wang Chang and Lin Yu. Hey, why should I believe you? Where's the evidence? I need evidence." Li Zihua's voice suddenly rose when he heard Wang Chang and Lin Yu's names. His excited voice was tinged with coldness. He also guessed that his son had died at the hands of Wang Chang and Lin Yu. Deng Fucheng, who was at the second level, had been killed. The only possible reason for killing Li Nan was the two of them. But what could prove it? Mo Fan remained calm and composed, a sly smile spreading across his face. He pulled an envelope from his chest and casually tossed it onto Li Zihua's soft couch. Li Zihua glanced at it, his breath hitched, and his pupils contracted sharply. Where did you get this from?" Li Zihua looked at the boy in front of him again in disbelief. Li Pinran peeked out and looked at Mo Fan's smug smile with a trembling expression. On the envelope on the table was written a line, "Dragon Kingdom Instance Center Archives. Top secret. Even Mayor Chen Weiman has no authority to access or view the files at the Dragon Kingdom's copy center," yet Mo Fan casually threw out a trump card. Looking at their expressions, Mo Fan felt incredibly smug. "President Li, this is excellent proof, isn't it? It contains detailed information about entering the dungeon that day and records of the boss being killed. Since the beginning of the new era, humanity's research on dungeons has never ceased." The three major powers Dragon Kingdom, Huaya Kingdom, and Sakura Kingdom jointly signed the public statement on dungeon research, thus establishing the Dungeon Center. In reality, the three kingdoms were constantly defending against attacks from strange beasts that emerged from the secret realm into the real world, and the situation on the front lines was always very tense. To defend their homeland, the most outstanding talents of the three kingdoms gathered at the center of the secret realm dungeon, all in order to solve the three major historical questions: what is the secret realm, where did it come from, and how to destroy it? The relevant legislation explicitly states that fights in the game are not protected by law, but revenge killings are prohibited in the real world. The reason for this is self-evident. Mo Fan's ability to easily retrieve top-secret files suggests that someone extraordinary is behind him. Li Zihua now knew perfectly well, but that wasn't his concern. He was now 100% certain that the thing was on Wang Chang. The overwhelming killing intent almost broke through his rational restraints, but Zhu Ziyang's greasy old face with a mocking expression reappeared in his mind. Seeing the twisted expression on Li Zihua's face, a mixture of burning murderous intent and forced suppression, a sly glint flashed in Mo Fan's eyes. He lowered his voice, hissing like a viper's tongue. "President Li, it seems you have some reservations?" Li Zihua's expression changed immediately, as if this person knew everything about his situation. Mo Fan ignored his reaction and continued, "Wang Qing didn't just spring from a rock. He grew up in an orphanage on the outskirts of Jianghai City and has a close relationship with a miner's family named Zhou Lei. I think with Chairman Li's intelligence, he should know what to do." Haha. The violence in Li Zihua's eyes was instantly replaced by a cold calculation. He slowly leaned back onto the soft couch, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest, making a dull tap-tap sound. "We can't touch Wang Cheng and Lin Yu, but a few mortals who are like ants, surely that old scoundrel Zhu Ziyang wouldn't even care about this?" A cruel and cold smile slowly crept onto Li Zihua's lips. "Li Pinran." His voice regained its calmness, yet carried a chilling, sinister tone. "Go and find out the details about Zhou Lei's family. Be quick, and get all the information." "Yes, Chairman." Li Pinran understood immediately, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan revealed a triumphant smile. "Wang Qing, so what if you have someone protecting you? I'll kill everyone who's close to you. Chapter 47. The Visitor is Hostile. Kyoto, the dilapidated building of Shanglun Vocational School. Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng had barely managed to tidy up the musty dormitory to the point where it was barely habitable, and they had just caught their breath when they heard. Is Wang Chang here? A soft, low voice, like a woman's, echoed in the empty corridor. Who is it? Who's looking for my brother? Sun Meng shouted in response. It's me, Zhao Tianyu from Jianghai No. 2 Middle School. We should have met during the college entrance exam. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Tianyu walked to the dormitory door, his expression seemingly somewhat embarrassed. When Wang Cheng and Lin Yu saw that it was Zhao Tianyu, their expressions changed slightly. Jianghai No. 1 Middle School and Jianghai No. 2 Middle School have never gotten along. What are you doing here? Looking for a fight? Sun Meng limped to the dormitory door, glaring at Zhao Tianyu with a face full of provocation. Hey, you big oaf, what are you doing? They didn't mean any harm. Wang Qing scolded, wiping his forehead. Lin Yu then resumed her aloof and stunningly beautiful expression without any reaction. Zhao, we don't seem to know each other well, what do you want? Wang Qing returned to his previous lazy state, walking over with his hands in his pockets. Wang Qing. I never expected to see you at Tsinghua or Peking University. Your performance during the college entrance exam was absolutely amazing. I've never had a chance to get to know you. Zhao Tianyu said awkwardly. You're too kind, Zhao. I was just lucky. You didn't come here today to tell me these things, did you? Wang Qing replied politely. Zhao Tianyu lowered his head, pushed up his glasses, and looked a little embarrassed. Hey, you're acting like a woman. Get to the point. Sun Meng said impatiently. Sun Meng, shut up. Wang Cheng glared angrily at Sun Meng. At that moment, he noticed that Zhao Tianyu's right arm was slightly raised than his left arm, indicating that the guy must be injured. He. Zhao, as you can see, we're all busy. If you just want to get to know each other, let's arrange a time to meet up another day. After all, we're all from Jianghai City, so it'll be good to have someone to look out for us in the future. As he spoke, Wang Qing turned to leave, clearly in a gesture of seeing the guest off. Wang Qing, please wait a moment. I do have a favor to ask. He lowered his head even further, took a deep breath, and continued speaking. Sima Yunfeng from Tsinghua and Peking University wants to see you. He asked me to come and invite you. He subconsciously touched his slightly swollen right arm. Who? I don't know Sima Yunfeng. Wang Qing now realized that Zhao Tianyu had likely been threatened by this person. He didn't know Sima Yunfeng, but the fact that this person could force Zhao Tianyu, a top SS-level professional from Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, to such a state meant that he must be incredibly strong. Seeing Zhao Tianyu's helpless and troubled expression, Wang Qing continued, how about this, have him come see me, and say it was me who said so. Don't go back now, just call him directly, otherwise I'm not going to keep you company. Zhao Tianyu raised his head slightly, his expression becoming even more unpleasant. He hesitated for a moment, then asked in a trembling voice, Sima Yunfeng is the eldest son of the Imperial Gene Guild in Kyoto, an SSS-level professional, is this really appropriate? Wang Qing nodded firmly, he's the one who wants to see me. I don't want to see him, so naturally we'll do as I say. Zhao Tianyu was taken aback. He realized that Wang Qing was not intimidated by the title of the eldest son of the Huang Jin Guild or the title of an SSS-level professional. He actually sent an SSS-level professional to meet him, an F-level. How could he possibly explain himself? He touched his injured right arm again. Just as he hesitated whether to continue persuading Wang Qing, he heard Wang Qing shout loudly, Lin Yu, quickly get the medicine out. Zhao seems to have suffered some injury. Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu felt a warmth in his heart, and most of his worries disappeared. Not long after. Wang Chang? Get your ass out here. You're asking for it. Coward. Hiding in this garbage dump, you dare to call yourself the top scorer in the country? Come out and let me see how many heads you have, another voice echoed, full of provocation. Wang Chang frowned and exchanged a glance with Lin Yu. Sun Meng, leaning on his cane, said angrily, damn it, who is it? So arrogant? Brother Chang, I'll go check it out. Zhao, why don't you rest here for a bit? We'll be right back. The three of them walked to the broken window in the third-floor corridor and looked down. On the uneven cement ground downstairs, 7 or 8 well-dressed, arrogant young men stood, seemingly out of nowhere. One of them, in the lead, was surrounded by a group of people, like a star being fawned over. The man was tall and slender, dressed in an extremely sophisticated silver-gray casual outfit made of an expensive material, with a burgundy silk short-sleeved shirt underneath. He had a near-perfect face, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips that were slightly upturned, exuding an innate arrogance and nonchalance. What's most striking is his slightly curly hair, dyed silver, which gleams with a cool sheen in the sunset. He had his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed, but his narrow, slightly squinted eyes flashed with undisguised contempt and scrutiny. His henchmen, all exuding impressive auras, were clearly skilled professionals, and were currently shouting at the dilapidated building. "What are you looking at? Wang Cheng. I'm talking to you. Come down here if you dare." One of his henchmen spotted Wang Cheng and his two companions on the third floor and immediately pointed at them and shouted. The silver-haired youth also raised his head, his gaze like a searchlight, instantly locking onto Wang Cheng at the window. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly, with an air of arrogant languor. "Hey, so this is the F-level top scorer who made history? I've heard so much about him. Hiding in this cesspool of Tsinghua and Peking universities, his taste is truly unique. Ahem, let me introduce myself, Sima Yunfeng, SSS rank class, Void Lord. Originally, this year's national champion should have been me." His tone deliberately emphasized the words SSS level and should have been mine, clearly conveying a strong sense of provocation. Before Wang Qing could speak, Sun Meng next to him exploded, "Bullshit. So what if you're an SSS level professional? You're the top scholar, you gave yourself the title? You're shameless, what are you barking about here for?" Although Sun Meng was using a cane, his voice was loud and his momentum was not weak at all. Lin Yu's cold gaze swept over Sima Yunfeng as if he were looking at an insignificant object, and she said indifferently, "A bunch of defeated wrestlers are really noisy and not worth mentioning." Xiao Qian's smile froze slightly, and a shadow crossed his eyes. His followers were even more indignant. "You stinking woman, don't think you can talk so arrogantly just because you're pretty. How dare you be so disrespectful to young Master Sima? Are you tired of living? You're nothing but good-for-nothings who got lucky and stumbled upon a bargain. You really think you're something special?" Wang Qing reached out and stopped Sun Meng, who was about to rush down, and lazily leaned on the windowsill, looking down at Sima Yunfeng with his signature lazy smile on his face. "Oh my, who is this? A stink bug with silver hair has actually sprung out of the cesspool of Tsinghua and Peking University, and it's even an SSS level professional. As expected of Tsinghua and Peking University, which is the best in the country, even their stink bugs are so filthy." Wang Qing directly retorted to Sima Yunfeng's cesspool comment. "You." A hot-tempered lackey behind Sima Yunfeng was about to rush forward, but he stopped him by raising his hand. Sima Yunfeng's smile vanished completely, his eyes turning icy cold. "What's so great about being sharp-tongued, Wang Qing? That's all you've got left, a silver tongue. An F-rank trash like you only got to where you are today by relying on women and luck. Do you really think you can rise to the top in one step? You're still far from it. But at least you have some self-awareness to choose Shanglan Vocational School. This godforsaken place is more worthy of you. I'm here today to tell you that in the face of true power, your luck and cleverness are nothing. Kyoto is a deep place, be careful you don't drown, you toad that crawled out of the stinking ditch." Wang Qing ignored his words and simply covered his nose in retaliation. "It stinks." Sima Yunfeng was instantly enraged by Wang Qing's attitude, and the atmosphere became tense and volatile, almost igniting a firestorm. Just as conflict between the two sides was about to erupt, a gentle yet undeniable voice rang out. "Stop it, all of you." Chapter 48 Freshman Welcome Meeting. Suddenly, Hu Yangli, the admissions director of Tsinghua and Peking Universities, appeared at the dilapidated iron gate of Shanglan Technical School. He strode in, his face serious and with a hint of concern. "Sima Yunfeng. Have you forgotten the rules of Tsinghua and Peking Universities? You've just arrived at the school and you're already causing trouble? Take your men and leave immediately." Hu Yangli first reprimanded Sima Yunfeng, his tone stern. Sima Yunfeng was clearly wary of Hu Yangli. Although he still looked resentful, he snorted and didn't say anything more, only giving Wang Qing a cold look. Hu Yangli then turned to Wang Qing and the other two upstairs, his stern expression instantly turning into regret. "Wang Qing, Lin Yu, Sun Meng, are you alright? Sai, I really feel bad for you, how could you choose such a place? Seeing you like this, I feel terrible too." He sighed, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated dormitory building, his eyes practically overflowing with heartache. Director Hu, Wang Qing said with a forced smile, "Thank you for your concern, we're doing fine. The place is a bit run down, but it's quite comfortable. Sigh, if only you kids had chosen Tsinghua or Peking University back then." Director Hu's bright smile was tinged with regret. "Director, you're too kind. Tsinghua and Peking University are good, but they're really not suitable for us." Wang Qing echoed, politely declining. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed in Hu Yongli's eyes, but his face still wore a gentle smile. "It's good that you're all right, it's good that you're all right. Heroes emerge from among the young. If you encounter any difficulties in Kyoto in the future, feel free to come to me." He gave a few more words of concern before leaving with Sima Yunfeng and the others. As he watched them disappear through the broken iron gate, the fake smile on Wang Qing's face vanished instantly, and his eyes turned icy cold. "This director who seems like a nice person." A touch of warmth appeared on Lin Yu's usually cold face. Wang Qing's lazy smile vanished instantly, and he muttered to himself, "Unsolicited kindness is either a trick or a theft." Lin Yu glanced at him. "Damn it, that silver-haired pretty boy looks like he deserves a beating." Sun Meng spat. As night fell, a few dim incandescent lights were lit in the largest room on the first floor of the dangerous building, which might have originally been an activity room. A few broken tables were pushed together, and on them were some cheap cold dishes such as peanuts and smashed cucumbers, as well as some melon seeds and candies. This was the scene of the grand freshman orientation meeting at Shanglan Technical School. Yang Sanbao, with his beer belly protruding, sat in the main seat, a greasy smile plastered on his flushed, drunken face. 4 people sat sparsely around the table. The atmosphere was very quiet, and the 4 of them hardly spoke. The only sound was Yang Sanbao's occasional hiccups. Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Mang walked in, their eyes sweeping over the 4 people. A long-haired boy sat to the left near the door. He wore a faded gray jacket with patches in some places, jeans, and black sneakers. His hair was casually tied back with a black hair tie, with a few unruly strands hanging down his forehead. He sat casually, his fingers idly drawing circles on the table while he muttered to himself, seemingly unable to stay still, his eyes revealing a boredom. Beside him stood a burly, bald young man wearing a dark-colored, starched short-sleeved shirt and a string of shiny ebony beads, each the size of a walnut, hanging around his neck. His eyes were fixed blankly ahead, his lips moved silently and rapidly, but his facial expression was somewhat strained, as if he was trying to restrain something. The first person on the right is a woman, wearing an elegant light blue dress, her long hair tied up with a warm white jade hairpin, exuding a gentle and serene temperament. Her face was slightly flushed, and she held a yellowed, old thread-bound book in one hand, reading it with great concentration. Every now and then, she would pick up the wine gourd on the table with her other hand, take a sip, as if everything around her was irrelevant. The last one, and the one that contrasts most sharply with this environment, is the big-breasted Lolita girl wearing a gorgeous Lolita dress. She sat in the closest seat to Yang Sanbao's right, wearing a light purple tulle dress adorned with delicate lace, ribbons, and embroidery, with an exaggerated bow tied at the neckline. Her fair, doll-like face had large, bright, sparkling eyes with long eyelashes like tiny fans. Her cherry lips were slightly pouting, and her flaxen curly hair was draped over her shoulders, adorned with a matching lace hairclip. She was idly fiddling with her nails, which were studded with tiny diamonds, and her shiny little leather shoes gleamed in the dim light, completely out of place in this dilapidated environment. What's most striking is her impressive bust, which contrasts dramatically with her petite figure and is accentuated by the voluminous skirt. She was like an overly fancy packaged candy, exuding a cute and cloying aura. Oh my! Our top scholar, second-place scholar, and fierce general have finally arrived. Yang Sanbao stood up enthusiastically, his fat face beaming with smiles. He took a few steps around the table, staggered, grabbed Wang Qing's arm, and led him to the empty seat next to the head of the table. Come, Wang Qing, sit here. Let's give him a warm welcome. This is Wang Qing, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in China. The man who made history with his F-level professional skills. This is Lin Yu, and here is Sun Meng. These are the future hopes of our Shanglan. Yang Sanbao's voice was particularly loud in the empty room. The other 4 remained busy with their own things, completely ignoring Yang Sanbao's words. Immediately afterwards, Fatty Yang grabbed Wang Qing's hand tightly, showing no sign of letting go, and began his spittle-flecked speech. Wang Qing only joined our school after I strongly persuaded him, as you've probably seen in the news, so I won't go into the details. Wang Qing thought to himself, damn, I've been shameless enough, but I didn't expect this guy to be even more shameless than me. He can lie with such conviction. I admire him. Back in the day, I followed Principal Zhu, and we went through thick and thin. What haven't we seen? Don't be fooled by our school's current low profile. It's just that we're keeping a low profile. We're also known as biding our time. From now on, under Principal Zhu's leadership and under my brilliant management, our Shanglan Technical School will definitely, soar to new heights. Hiccup. Looking at Yang Sanbao's face, which was covered in spittle, and then thinking about the leaky dormitory and the 700,000 yuan loan, Wang Qing felt a surge of anger rising to his head. He suppressed the urge to shake off the fat man's hand, forcing a look of extreme disgust yet forced intolerance on his face, his lips twitching slightly. Lin Yu sat down next to him expressionlessly, her cold gaze sweeping over everyone. Sun Meng, leaning on his cane, looked at the four classmates with curiosity and a bit of wariness, lingering on the little girl for a few more seconds, thinking to himself, what kind of weirdos are these? Apart from brother Chang and sister Lin, I should be the strongest here, right? Alright, everyone's here. Our first orientation meeting for the elite class of Shanglan Technical School is officially starting. Wang Qing rolled his eyes in embarrassment. An elite class, my foot. Only 7 people? And they have the nerve to hold a meet and greet? My life is truly miserable. Chapter 49 Self-Introduction. When Yang Sanbao saw that no one paid any attention to his words, he instantly became half clear-headed. He cleared his throat, trying to create a lively atmosphere. First of all, let's all get to know each other. Sun Meng, you're the most active, you go first. Set an example for the new students. Upon hearing this, Sun Meng immediately straightened his back, took half a step forward with his crutch, and wore a smug look on his face, as if to say, it's finally my turn to shine. He shouted loudly, my name is Sun Meng, from Jianghai City, and a level professional, greatsword guardian. My best skills are tanking and charging. If you need someone to be at the front in a fight, you can't go wrong with me. He also emphasized, classmates, you can bully me, but you must never offend Wang Qing and Lin Yu. Because Wang Qing is my older brother and Lin Yu is my older sister, I follow them around. If you mess with them, don't blame me for not showing any mercy to my classmates. After saying that, he looked around smugly, as if to declare his strength and status among this group except for Wang Qing and Lin Yu. Wang Qing waved his hand smugly, signaling Sun Meng to keep a low profile, while Lin Yu remained expressionless. After all, an A-level professional was indeed quite good in this rundown place. But what followed left Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng completely dumbfounded. The man in the tattered coat with his hair tied up was the first to raise his head. As if he had been holding it in for too long, he spoke rapidly, hello everyone, my name is Rinqing Yuan, from Dongshan City, SS-level profession, refining void Taoist. Let me tell you, this place is so run down, even more run down than my house. I was so tired from cleaning this afternoon. By the way, my family consists of my father, mother, and my adorable younger brother. My father works at an ordinary company, he's just an ordinary person, and his work is very hard. Also, this light bulb is too dim, which affects my reading at night. The food is pretty good, at least I can eat my fill. He rattled off a long string of words, the most important thing being that it was completely illogical, with sentences that seemed to come out of nowhere. Yang Sanbao was almost asleep when he glanced at the time. A full half-hour had passed, and Rinqing Yuan was still rambling on, completely oblivious to what others thought. The other students, except for the big, clumsy Sun Meng who kept nodding in agreement, didn't care at all. Yang Sanbao couldn't stand it any longer and said tactfully, hey Ren. Ren, time is limited, can you speak next time? Huh? I only said half of it, that part about elementary school in. Alright, Ren, please sit down. We understand. Next one, please. Yang Sanbao's eyes darted towards the bald boy next to him. The bald boy, staring blankly, was stunned for a long time before he realized Yang Sanbao's hint, the hint that made him almost feel uneasy. He was completely bewildered, his eyes wide open, a sharp glint clearly visible in them, but he struggled to speak, his face turning red with difficulty. My name is Feng. Feng. Sure. Shiran. I come from Chengdu City, SS. SS rank. Wrathful. Wrathful Vajra. The veins on his neck bulged as he spoke, and the string of ebony beads trembled slightly with his laborious pronunciation. Saying this seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He quickly closed his eyes, and his lips began to move rapidly and silently again, as if trying to calm himself down. Holy crap, he took over a minute to say just one sentence. Seeing that Feng Shiran had finally finished speaking, the woman in green took a big gulp of wine, picked up a peanut, chewed it, and swallowed it. He then slowly closed the ancient book in his hands, his movements extremely elegant and practiced. She raised her head, revealing a delicate and gentle face, though her eyes held a hint of languor from a hangover. She said gently, "My name is Dong Kyer, SS rank profession, sacred scholar. I have some literary knowledge, and I like to drink, haha, hiccup." Her voice was warm and pleasant, but as soon as she finished speaking, she took another small sip of wine with lightning speed, and a satisfied blush immediately appeared on her face. Wang Cheng, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng were completely stunned upon hearing this. Holy crap, 3 SS rank? What's going on? Why would they all be willing to come to Xianglan? Unbelievable, unbelievable. What's most interesting is the personalities of these three people. One is a chatterbox, one stutters, and one is a female alcoholic. A combination of Zhuge Liang, Feng Chu, and a foolish tiger? What kind of weird combination is this? Where did they find these oddballs? This dilapidated building, ridiculed as a cesspool by students from Tsinghua and Peking universities, actually harbors so many top-tier geniuses? Sun Meng's previous smugness of "I'm the strongest except for brother Cheng and sister Lin" instantly shattered, his mouth gaping open wide enough to fit an egg. Wang Cheng and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, both seeing shock and deep confusion in each other's eyes. What magic does this broken Xianglan possess? Or, is the water inside this place frighteningly deep? Lin Yu sensed something amiss. Judging from the professions these three had awakened, it was clear that they represented a convergence of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. These three individuals may seem to have their own strengths, but in reality, they are all absolute powerhouses from the same local high school. Coincidence? Absolutely not. Then what is it? What exactly is Xianglan Vocational School trying to do? In the eerie silence and shock, the little girl dressed in gorgeous Lolita fashion suddenly stood up, her little leather shoes stomping loudly on the floor. "Utterly boring," she said, wrinkling her small nose. Her voice was sweet but full of impatience. "Listening to your self-introductions is more annoying than doing experiments. I need to go back to see my little babies." She picked up her rhinestone-studded handbag and turned to leave. "Hey Lu, please wait." Yang Sanbao sprang up from his seat, his face plastered with an almost fawning smile, and jogged around the table, almost tripping over himself. Hee, don't rush, it'll be over soon, you're the only one left. Look, everyone's waiting to meet you, this, future scientific giant." He rubbed his hands together, his tone almost pleading. "No. Why bother getting to know them? They're not fun." Lu pouted, twisting her body, her large breasts trembling with the slight movement. Wang Qing was deeply moved by what he saw. Yang Sanbao's eyes darted around, and in a flash of inspiration, he lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Student Lu, haven't you been looking for that rare copy of the Illustrated Compendium of Ancient Wonders?" I think I have a clue." "Really?" Her big, watery eyes widened in surprise. "Really, Principal Zhu already got it for you. If you leave, I'll tell him not to give it to you." Only a fool would believe Yang Sanbao's words. Where would Zhu Xiong, this penniless old lecher, possibly find a rare book like this? But Lu believed it instantly. "Really?" He turned around abruptly, his big eyes shining like stars. His previous impatience vanished, replaced by innocent surprise and curiosity. "Hurry up and get old man Zhu to give it to me. You can't lie to me." "Ahem. Principal Zhu will be back soon. After you finish your introduction, I'll personally take you to see him. I promise I'm not lying to you." Yang Sanbao patted his chest and made a sincere promise. "Well, okay then." Lu believed it and immediately became obedient, walking back to her seat and sitting down. She calmly straightened her skirt, raised her small face, and said in a sweet voice with a hint of pride, "My name is Lu Jianan, I come from Kyoto, and I'm an S-rank professional, anyway, a very powerful combat professional. I love researching potions and making all sorts of fun gadgets." "Okay, I'm done. Fatty Yang, take me to find that lecherous old man," she urged impatiently. Seeing how humble Yang treated this beautiful young girl, Wang Cheng and Lin Yu couldn't help but become curious. Lin Yu carefully examined her, then whispered in Wang Cheng's ear in a cool voice. "The dress Lu is wearing is a limited edition haute couture piece from Starry Fantasy, the shoes are a limited edition handmade model from VL Crystal, the small handbag is a limited edition Gucci, and the watch is a limited edition Fei. This entire outfit, taken together, is enough to buy a decent villa in Kyoto." Wang Qing's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Lin Yu's words. How much would this cost? He couldn't help but think of. Holy crap, when I was cleaning this afternoon, I saw that the person who came in with such a grand entrance was her? Those three absolute geniuses definitely don't have that kind of power. Almost subconsciously, Wang Qing had a sudden thought, insight into everything, and began to scan the four people. Immediately afterward, his heart skipped a beat, and his pupils trembled violently. After searching high and low without finding it, the next target has finally appeared. Chapter 50. The next target. The system's mechanical voice echoed in Wang Qing's ears. He stared incredulously at the busty beauty lowly, his eyes flashing with a strange light. This little movement naturally did not escape Lin Yu's notice, and a sense of disappointment filled her beautiful face. Wang Qing eagerly opened the system panel. Name, Lu Jianan. Class, S-Rank Great Hammer Berserker Tier 1. Level, Lv.29. Strength, 99. Agility, 99. Spirit, 99. Stamina, 99. Exclusive skill, Hurricane Hammer, Epic. The user swings the giant hammer and spins for 5 seconds, dealing damage equal to 10% of base strength to enemies within the weapon's range. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Self-taught skill, 1, Endless Fury, Legendary level. Awakens the dormant bloodlust within, causing blood to surge from the body and envelop the entire being for 5 seconds, granting immunity to all physical attacks. Side effects: due to severe blood loss, the user will enter a coma and lose combat ability. Use with caution. 2. Raging Charge, Epic. The user unleashes all their energy and charges in one direction. The next attack deals damage equal to 10% of the user's base strength attribute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. 3. Flower Spirit Barrier, Epic level. When the user releases a Flower Spirit, a defensive barrier is created, lasting for 10 minutes with a 20-minute cooldown. Compatibility test: Attack Titan 11%, Armored Titan 38%, Cart Titan 100%, Beast Titan 79%. Car Power Giant 100%. Wang Qing's pupils trembled violently. Ignoring the state of those present, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy shit! Holy shit!" What shocked him most wasn't the 100% compatibility with the cart giant, but that this seemingly harmless little girl actually possessed self-taught legendary skills. Even the worst one was an epic skill. Yang Sanbao's humble attitude towards her suddenly became reasonable. This girl's background was unfathomable. Yang Sanbao ignored Lu Jianan's urging and was worried about how to change the subject. Suddenly, Wang Qing exclaimed in surprise, his eyes gleaming with delight as he looked Lu Jianan up and down. The opportunity has arrived. Ahem. Wang Qing, why do you admire Lu Jianan so much? The way you look at her is so different. See, Lu, even this year's top scorer is looking at you with such admiration. Don't you think it was the right decision for me to have you introduce yourself? Ha ha. Everyone's eyes turned to Wang Qing, while Lin Yu's face turned ashen. Wang Qing then realized he had lost his composure, but couldn't immediately explain. He forced a smile in his current situation, he could only suffer in silence. That damned fatso. Lu Jianan noticed Wang Qing after being reminded by Fatty Yang, and a blush instantly appeared on her cute baby face. She carefully sized up the ordinary-looking, medium-height boy who had once caused a national sensation. A surge of pride and self-satisfaction instantly rose within her. My sister is naturally beautiful, so it's normal for her to admire me. A smug smile played on her lips, making her fair, doll-like face even more adorable. Well, that's good. Everyone knows each other now. Yang Sanbao quickly smoothed things over, seemingly aware that the atmosphere was starting to become awkward. Now, I have an important announcement to make. He straightened his back, trying to appear serious. To help everyone integrate into Shanglan more quickly and improve their skills, starting tomorrow, we will be conducting a week-long Shanglan Spirit intensive training program. This will be a deep exploration of everyone's will and potential. I hope everyone is prepared. Special training? In this tiny place? What kind of training? How will it be conducted? Wang Qing sneered, deliberately raising his voice to contradict Yang Sanbao, a powerful rebuttal to Yang Sanbao's everywhere he tries to frame him. Yang Sanbao's fat face jiggled. Pretending not to hear, he waved his hand and announced, "Meeting adjourned. Everyone, conserve your energy. Tomorrow morning, I will use a whistle as a signal to wake you all up." Seeing that his rebuttal had hit a brick wall, Wang Qing persisted, deliberately saying, "I disagree. When the three of us came to Shanglan Technical School before, we agreed on the terms, we wouldn't have to participate in the school's scheduled courses. Wang Qing, as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, should set an example. Let me tell you, tomorrow's special training is going to be really interesting. Don't come begging me later if you don't participate. A playful smile appeared on Yang Sanbao's flushed face. Before Wang Qing could continue speaking, Lin Yu blurted out without hesitation, "I'll participate, Sun Meng, what about you?" Even if Sun Meng were stupid, he could tell that Sister Lin Yu was angry with Brother Qing. But what should they do now? Participate or not? Sun Meng, you go too, don't worry about Wang Qing. Lin Yu said bluntly, seeing Sun Meng's troubled expression. "Ha, top scholar, look at that, Lin Yuming is the best. This was specially arranged by Principal Zhu, don't worry, it will be absolutely wonderful." He patted his round belly. Wang Qing was stunned for a moment, still not understanding why Lin Yu was acting this way. He was about to explain to Lin Yu, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest now, Principal Yang." After saying that, Lin Yu turned and left. Seeing this, Zhang Qingyuan yawned and muttered, "I'd better go to bed early. What time is dinner tomorrow? I'm outta here." Feng Shiran stood up and looked around, trying hard to say something, but his face turned red with frustration. He shook his head helplessly and walked out. Dong Kaier had long understood the relationships between the characters here. Holding her wine jug, she swayed and muttered, "The east wind is cruel, joy is fleeting. A heart full of sorrow, years of separation. Ron. Ron. Ron." Lu Jianan clearly failed to notice the subtle atmosphere at the scene. She immediately clung to Yang Sanbao, following him around and constantly asking when Principal Zhu would return. Wang Qing knew that Lin Yu must have misunderstood, and he could only explain later. The most important thing now was to win over Lu Jianan, the adapter for the car power giant. Securing Lu Jianan means not only improving my own and the team's strength, but also instantly learning legendary skills without breaking a sweat, hee. Thinking of this, Wang Qing immediately took action, ignoring Sun Meng's invitation, "Brother Qing, let's go familiarize ourselves with the environment," and went straight to Yang Sanbao, who was racking his brains over how to fabricate Principal Zhu's activities. "Lu, you seem to have a deep understanding of pharmacy? I happen to be very interested in some special formulas that can quickly restore physical strength and enhance stamina. Would you be willing to ask me a few questions?" Wang Qing tried his best to make his tone sound sincere and to bring up topics that the other person was interested in. Lu Jianan, who was annoyed by Yang Sanbao, turned around upon hearing this, blinked her big eyes, and said with a hint of scrutiny, "Oh? You know alchemy too? You're not just saying this to get close to me, are you?" "Humph, I've seen this kind of flirting all the time." She crossed her arms, raised her chin, and wore a self-righteous expression that said, "This lady is irresistibly charming." "Of course not." Wang Qing immediately denied. "I've always paid close attention to areas related to endurance and lasting power, whether it's pharmaceuticals or other aspects. Those who know." He was implying something. TCH, who would believe that? "You're not good looking, and your way of picking up girls is so outdated." Lu Jianan scoffed, but the endurance and stamina that Wang Qing mentioned were indeed a direction she had been researching recently, which piqued her interest a little. "I'm busy right now, I need to go find some books." "Fatty Yang, tell me quickly, where did Principal Zhu go?" He was just here?" "Where did he go?" Seeing Wang Qing come over and chat with Lu Jianan, Yang Sanbao felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly used his movement skills to go upstairs in an instant. "That fatso, he dared to lie to me." Seeing Yang Sanbao escape, Lu Jianan ignored Wang Qing and immediately went upstairs to chase after him, with Wang Qing following closely behind. "Holy crap! Brother Qing! Where are you going?" Sun Meng looked at Wang Qing's back as he chased Lu Jianan upstairs, his face full of disbelief. Lin Yu hadn't gone far, he was actually waiting for Wang Qing to give him a reasonable explanation. As she watched Wang Qing chase after Lu Jianan's retreating figure as she disappeared down the stairs, a clear sense of loss and bitterness flashed in her cool eyes, and her fingertips unconsciously dug into her palm. Chapter 51 Renqing Yuan. Wang Qing followed Lu Jianan up to the 4th floor. Pushing open the equally dilapidated wooden door connecting the 3rd and 4th floors, the scene before him gave him an instant sense of disorientation, as if he had traveled through time. Downstairs is a dilapidated slum, but this 4th floor corridor is practically a 5-star luxury hotel. The marble floor is as smooth as a mirror, the walls are covered with elegant and sophisticated wallpaper, the delicate wall lamps emit a soft glow, and the air is filled with a pleasant fragrance. This level of luxury is miles ahead of the dorms downstairs. Lu Jianan ran to a heavy solid wood door, quickly took out her key and opened it, muttering, "Damn it." Wang Qing seized the opportunity to step forward. "Student Lu, I really didn't mean to hit on you, I just wanted to exchange research experiences." For example, have you researched the possibility of things that can keep a person in a high-intensity working state for a long time, or even morphological changes? He is trying to steer the process toward evolution into gigantism. Reawakening one's profession and growing to gigantic size are just pipe dreams for professionals. The door opened, and a complex aroma, a mixture of herbal fragrance, smelting metal, and crystal cores, wafted out. The interior space is enormous. One half is a dressing room and small living room filled with gorgeous Lolita dresses and piled with luxury brand packaging boxes. The other half is a fully equipped luxury laboratory filled with precision instruments and semi-finished products. Lu Jianan stood at the door, turned around, put her hands on her hips, and said impatiently, "Hey! Why are you so annoying? I've already told you I'm busy." She blinked her big, watery eyes. I get it, you're playing hard to get. You said you wanted to discuss the potion with me, but you just wanted to flirt with me. Trying to get my attention this way, huh? Let me tell you this, it won't work. Although you are the top scorer in the college entrance examination and your appearance is acceptable, I prefer people who are quiet and focused on research. You are not my type, so please stay away from me. She raised her small face and directly labeled Wang Cheng as a pursuer who plays hard to get. Wang Cheng was dumbfounded. He was so speechless, completely taken aback by this bizarre line of thought. This naive and innocent girl is not only narcissistic, but her logic is also so touching. No, Lu, you've really misunderstood. I won't listen. You're just spouting nonsense. Lu Jianan covered her ears, shook her head vigorously, and slammed the heavy solid wood door shut with a bang, almost hitting Wang Cheng's nose. Wang Cheng stood in the luxurious fourth-floor corridor, looking at the tightly closed door, feeling utterly frustrated and speechless. The cart giant's compatible partner is right in front of me, but I can't communicate with them. This feeling is worse than swallowing a fly. He turned around and went downstairs in a sullen mood. Just as he reached the entrance of the third-floor corridor, a figure enthusiastically approached him. It was none other than the chatterbox Rinxing Yuan. Oh my, Wang Cheng, what a coincidence. You also live on the third floor? I live in the room diagonally opposite yours. Renxing Yuan put his arm around Wang Qing's shoulder as if they were old friends, and his spittle almost sprayed onto Wang Qing's face. He curled his lip with interest. That Miss Lu was pretty hot, wasn't she? But classmate, your way of pursuing girls isn't good, it's too direct. He then confidently declared, let me tell you, to win over a rich heiress like this, you have to cater to her interests. For example, if she likes alchemy, you have to pretend you know about alchemy too. Although I think you were a bit fake just now. Hey, you don't look too good. Did you get rejected? It's okay. Failure is the mother of success. Everyone says Dongshan is full of beautiful women, and I know quite a few myself. Want me to introduce you to some? His eyes gleamed with a lewd light. Wang Qing felt uncomfortable being held so tightly by him, smelling the strong stench of sweat on his body, and hearing the endless noise in his ears, his temples throbbing from the stimulation. He struggled, trying to break free. Brother, I'm a little tired, I want to go back to my room to rest. Tired? What time is it? How can a young man say he's tired? Renxing Yuan completely missed Wang Qing's attempt to get rid of him, and instead hugged him even tighter, full of enthusiasm. It's normal to be tired. It means there's something wrong with the feng shui of our lousy school. It's full of yin energy. You know my profession is a Taoist master, I could feel it as soon as I came in. Haha, no wonder you wanted to research endurance and stamina potions, it's all because of this feng shui. Come on, let me do a fortune telling for you, I guarantee it will make you a real man. Wang Qing was so annoyed by him that he had no idea how to get rid of him. Then, he had a sudden idea. He led him to Lin Yu's dormitory door and knocked on the door. Lin Yu? Are you there? After a few seconds of silence, Lin Yu's cold voice, tinged with obvious aloofness and a hint of barely perceptible resentment, came through. I'm going to sleep. Her tone was stiff. Just as Wang Qing was about to speak, Renxing Yuan immediately interrupted, his voice booming, Lin Yu. You're asleep? Oh dear, what a coincidence. Wang Qing just came downstairs. It seems he was rejected after confessing his feelings to that flashy Lu. He's in a bad mood and wanted to talk to you. I was just trying to talk him out of it. This whole mess, that Miss Lu was obviously hard to get. Her family's so rich, and she has such a bad temper. How can she compare to you, Lin Yu? You're way prettier than her. Roll. Before Zhang Qingyuan could finish speaking, a suppressed shout of anger suddenly came from inside Lin Yu's dormitory. Then came a muffled thud, like something heavy slamming into the door, causing dust to fall from the doorframe. Wang Qing looked distressed and hurriedly tried to explain, "Linyu, don't listen to his nonsense. It's not true. Open the door, I want to explain things to you properly." At this moment, Wang Qing really wanted to strangle this talkative Ren Qingyuan who was so outspoken and adding fuel to the fire. This misunderstanding is like mud falling into your crotch. It's not shit, but shit, and you can't clear it up even if you jump into the Pacific Ocean. Oh my. Lin Yu's temper is really fierce. Ren Qingyuan shrank back in fright from the loud noise and roar, patted his chest, still shaken, and turned to Wang Qing, whose face was ashen, to begin a new round of coaxing. "Wang Qing, look at that. A woman's heart is like the weather in June, changing in an instant. She just got turned away by Miss Lu, and now she's offended Lin Yu. Hey bro, let me tell you, love is a tough nut to crack. Back in my days at Dongshan No. 1 High School, I had a deeply unforgettable relationship, but I can't compare to you. You were so much more frivolous. And let me tell you the truth, this word love is the most harmful to the body. You shouldn't bother studying endurance and stamina anymore. I'll teach you a breathing technique that can calm your mind and reduce your desires. What do you think?" He had a serious smile on his face. Wang Qing was too exhausted to be angry at this moment. He only felt a deep sense of fatigue and absurdity. He grabbed Ren Qingyuan, who was still babbling on, and growled in a low voice, "Shut up, Ren Qingyuan. Lin Yu, open the door. It's not what you think. I have my reasons. Let me explain. Endurance, endurance?" Lin Yu heard it clearly in the dormitory, and her pure and innocent face almost burst with anger. She never expected Wang Qing to be this kind of person. "I misjudged you, haha, men, not a single one of them is any good." Chapter 52. Am I a sucker? The musty smell in the third-floor corridor, mixed with the dampness of the rainy season, felt like a tattered, waterlogged cotton wad stuck tightly to the mouth and nose, making one's chest feel constricted. Wang Qing stood anxiously in front of Lin Yu's dormitory, his canvas shoes creaking unconsciously on the uneven cement ground, hoping that the tightly closed door would open so he could have a chance to explain. "Get out of here. Get as far away as possible." Lin Yu's cold voice, filled with anger and grievance, pierced the door like an ice pick, making Wang Qing freeze. He had never seen her so resolute. He was so stunned by her scolding that only confusion and disappointment remained on his face, which eventually turned into a long, muffled sigh. Startled by Lin Yu's renewed outburst, Ren Qingyuan was unusually quiet for a few seconds. Then he saw Wang Qing's dejected expression and presumptuously began what he considered to be comfort. "Oh my, I didn't realize the top scholar was so devoted. How could he be eyeing what's in the bowl while also thinking about what's in the pot?" Ren Qingyuan leaned against the mottled wall next to Lin Yu's door, his jacket zipper open, revealing a faded t-shirt underneath. As he spoke, he deliberately leaned closer to Wang Qing's ear, his spittle almost hitting the other's earlobe. "I knew it. You need to be more tactful when pursuing someone. How can you be so old-fashioned?" He smirked, a mocking smile playing on his lips, completely disregarding Wang Qing's feelings. Lin Yu's roar caused everyone in the dormitory to stick their heads out. Sun Meng limped over, leaning on his cane, his voice filled with indignation. "Brother Qing, how could you do this? How could you be so fickle? What's so great about that girl besides her big breasts and flashy clothes? Sister Lin did all this for you. You don't know anything." Wang Qing was already annoyed, and Sun Meng's meddling only made him more irritable. He couldn't help but curse back, wanting nothing more than to pull Ren Qingyuan, who was still nagging beside him, away from this troublesome place as soon as possible. "Humph, I don't understand football, but you do. You're the only one who knows about big and small." Sun Meng rolled his eyes in anger, muttered to himself, and staggered back to his dormitory. Ha ha ha! Sun Meng's blunt remarks instantly ignited laughter in the third-floor corridor. "Ha, Sun Meng, that comment is absolutely spot on, brilliant. Wang Qing also has excellent taste, two stunning beauties with completely different styles." Ren Qingyuan, not wanting to miss out on trouble, continued to fan the flames with his teasing, his face full of excitement at watching the show. "Ha ha ha, absolutely brilliant." Standing at the dormitory entrance, Feng Shiran suppressed his laughter, his face turning red as he struggled to squeeze out a few words of agreement. "The world is cruel, human relationships are fickle, rain sends the flowers falling at dusk, difficult. Difficult. Difficult." Hiccup Dong Kyer, with a tattered old book tucked under her arm, leaned against the doorframe, sipped her wine, and shook her head as she uttered literary sentiments, appearing detached yet enjoying herself. The roar of laughter echoed through the narrow corridor, causing the dim incandescent light bulb on the ceiling to flicker on and off. Wang Qing's temples throbbed with anger. He glared around and roared, "Shut up, all of you! Sun Meng, you stop right there!" Sun Meng didn't even turn his head. The sound of his cane tapping the ground grew louder, and he only threw out a sentence, "Heartless and ungrateful." Another burst of even louder laughter erupted from the corridor on the third floor of the dormitory. Wang Qing felt his blood rush to his head and was about to rush over to teach Sun Meng a lesson. Renqing Yuan reacted quickly, grabbing the enraged Wang Qing from behind and holding him tightly, muttering, "Wang Chang! Wang Chang! This is wrong. How could you lay a hand on Sun Meng? Since we're all in the same school and good brothers, let's talk things out." Wang Qing felt as if Renqing Yuan's incessant chatter was like countless needles piercing his brain, causing a sharp pain in his head. After struggling for a few moments, a deep sense of powerlessness washed over him, and he suddenly gave up, his face showing only an almost numb expression of resignation. He exhaled a deep breath, as if to release all the pent-up frustration in his chest, and then patted Renqing Yuan's arm that was wrapped around his chest. "Hey, alright, let go." Renqing Yuan was taken aback by his sudden calmness, and his words caught in his throat. But in just half a second, his face immediately returned to its usual beaming expression. He leaned closer to Wang Qing and, thinking himself clever, lowered his voice, but the volume was still clear and jarring in the quiet intervals. "That's more like it. What's the big deal? If you fight here and Principal Yang and Principal Zhu find out, what will you do with your precious scholarship? It's so stupid to turn down money." "A scholarship? What scholarship?" Wang Qing suddenly turned his head, as if struck by something, instantly dispelling all his numbness. He stared intently at Renqing Yuan, his eyes sharp and frightening. "Hey, what are you pretending to be stupid for?" Renqing Yuan felt a little uneasy under his gaze, but once he started talking, he couldn't stop. "Weren't you specially invited by Principal Zhu and Vice Principal Yan? Otherwise, who would come to this godforsaken place? That's why I came here." They patted their chests and guaranteed that as soon as someone arrived, they would immediately receive a scholarship of 200,000 Chinese yuan. Tuition would be completely waived. Room and board would be provided. He curled his lip in disgust, glancing around at the moldy walls and leaky ceiling. Although that accommodation included condition is, cough cough, it's a bit meager, but 200,000. That's real money. My family is dirt poor, this money is our lifeline. Feng Shiran's parents are seriously ill and dirt poor, not to mention Dong Kaier, that drunkard. I heard she owed a ton of money, so we all came. This deal is a steal, a steal. Hee, Wang Qing, didn't you also get 200,000? It's no secret. Hey! Why do you look so pale? Like you've swallowed a dead fly? Did I say something wrong again? He belatedly covered his mouth, looking completely embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing felt a rush of heat to his head, and his vision blurred. 200,000? Tuition waived? Room and board included? They used the money I, Wang Qing, risked my life to earn to recruit talent? And here I am, their sugar daddy, living in a moldy, leaky dorm room. Moreover, they can receive a 200,000 yuan scholarship if they graduate smoothly, while I get nothing. Isn't that just being a sucker? A surge of overwhelming rage at being fooled, mixed with an extreme sense of absurdity and frustration, surged wildly in his chest like volcanic lava. The two greasy, chubby faces of Zhu Ziyang and Yang Sanbao loomed infinitely large in his mind, as if they were silently mocking him. "Zhu Ziyang, you old lecher, and that old bastard Yang Sanbao." Wang Qing squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his anger almost setting him ablaze. Holy crap, this is a total rip-off. Chapter 53 Shanglan Special Training Part 1. At 4 o'clock the next morning, the night was as dark as ink, and all was quiet. Even the scattered lights in the dormitory area of Tsinghua and Peking universities, which had been burning all night, seemed to be drowsy. The biting cold seeped into every crevice of the dilapidated building of Shanglan Technical School. Suddenly, a whistle blew, and Yang Sanbao blew it for a long time in the corridor of the dormitory on the third floor, but no one got up. It was obvious he was being ignored. Knock, knock, knock. He started knocking on each door one by one. "Get up, all of you. Special training is starting. Assemble downstairs in 5 minutes. Latecomers will have their student stipends deducted." Yang Sanbao's raspy voice, accompanied by the sound of violently banging on doors, rang out in the quiet dormitory building. The voice was rough and filled with an undeniable sense of oppression, instantly tearing apart the deepest tranquility before dawn and completely waking everyone who was immersed in their dreams. He actually only knocked on the dormitory doors of Ren Qingyuan, Feng Shiran, and Dong Kaier. He was hesitant to knock on the dormitory doors of Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng. Wang Qing, sporting dark circles under his eyes and seething with anger, was woken up, but he didn't get up, shouting, "Special training my ass. Leave me alone, I want to keep sleeping." Lin Yu flung open her equally creaking door, her face so cold it seemed like frost could be scraped off, clearly having tossed and turned all night. Sun Meng, leaning on his crutch, got dressed and hopped out on one foot. They had already agreed to Yang Sanbao's special training yesterday, so they really couldn't pretend they didn't hear it. Zhang Qingyuan yawned, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and muttered, "Disturbing someone's peaceful sleep, they deserve to be struck by lightning." Feng Shiran was in high spirits, but when he opened his mouth to say something, he blushed. Dong Kaier staggered out, her hair disheveled, clutching her ever-present wine gourd tightly in her hand, her eyes glazed over, as if she were still hungover. Lu Jianan was the last person Yang Sanbao personally invited down from the 4th floor. She was wearing a fluffy bunny onesie and holding a giant carrot pillow in her arms. Her flaxen curly hair was piled up messily on her head, her delicate face was scrunched up, her eyes were barely open, and she was humming and muttering to express her serious dissatisfaction. Except for Wang Qing, who was still lying in bed with his head covered, everyone else went to the 3rd floor corridor. Without saying a word, Yang Sanbao herded the group of sleepy-eyed and resentful elites downstairs to the uneven cement ground, like herding ducks. A cold night wind blew, and everyone shivered, their sleepiness vanishing almost entirely. "Principal Yang, what kind of special training are you calling us to assemble at 4 in the morning for?" Ren Qingyuan asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. Lu Jianan yawned and chimed in, "That's right, I've never seen special training that starts at 4 in the morning. What are they doing? It's so mysterious." Hiccup, "Did Principal Yang drink too much last night and have a fit? I've been like that before, so please understand. I'll just drink more next time." Dong Kaier scratched her messy hair and said in a serious tone. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had an icy expression, clearly still reeling from Wang Qing's incident last night. Unconsciously, her beautiful eyes began to glance at Lu Jianan from time to time, her gaze filled with a chilling intent. Feng Shiran was already rubbing his hands together, his face full of anticipation for the start of this special training. Sun Meng didn't sleep well last night either. He was deeply remorseful, wondering if he had gone too far with what he said to Brother Qing last night. It's Qing Ji's right to like whomever he wants, and besides, Sister Lin has never admitted to having a relationship with Qing Ji. By the way, maybe Brother Qing is testing Sister Lin's reaction, he definitely is. I'm so damn smart. I figured out something this difficult in just one night. Brother Chang is loyal and righteous, he's definitely not wrong, but what should I do? A sense of fear welled up inside me. Yang Sanbao's demeanor changed from usual, his face becoming serious and composed, and he spoke loudly. Today's special training was specially arranged by Principal Zhu. He instructed me to complete it with high quality and quantity, and I will naturally follow his requirements. Just as everyone was wondering, Yang Sanbao turned to face the sparsely lit dormitory buildings of Tsinghua and Peking universities, stuck out his huge beer belly, took a deep breath, and his belly bulged high like an inflated balloon. Special Training Item 1 Voice Volume Limit Breakthrough Training. The voice was like a thunderclap, instantly breaking the silence of the night and making the windows of Shanglan's dilapidated building buzz. This special training is to improve the lung capacity of professionals and forge an indomitable will. Let's roar out the majestic spirit of the blue sky. Everyone, shout after me. He suddenly raised his thick finger, pointing it directly at the brightest area of the Tsinghua and Peking University dormitory building across the street. The veins on his neck bulged, and he let out a thunderous roar with all his might. Tsinghua and Peking Universities, you son of a bitch, I'm not convinced. You guys from Tsinghua and Peking University are all blockheads, I spit on you. You're all talk and no action, you're all cowards in real combat. What kind of bullshit top university is this? We at Shanglan University are the first to disagree. He cursed with extreme passion and venom, the enormous sound waves seeming almost tangible, spreading wildly through the silent night sky. Across the street, in the dormitories of Tsinghua and Peking Universities, the windows lit up one after another, like a disturbed beehive. At first, there was a blank, deathly silence, as if no one could tell where the source of this insane noise was or what was making the noise. When Yang Sanbao's distinctive, raspy voice and even more offensive insults clearly reached our ears, the brief silence was instantly ignited. Doubts, speculations, and angry roars erupted from every floor and every window like a volcanic eruption. Can't a person get any sleep? Which mad dog escaped from a mental hospital? Are you tired of living, daring to insult Tsinghua and Peking universities? Looking for death so early in the morning, huh? State your name. I'll kill you. Look, it's from Shanglan Vocational School. How dare they insult us for no reason? It really is that bunch of trash from Shanglan, have they lost their minds? The scene instantly spiraled out of control, and the angry shouts from Tsinghua and Peking University instantly drowned out Yang Sanbao's solo fight. All sorts of offensive and even obscene language, including insults directed at Shanglan's ancestors, swept in like a tsunami. Yang Sanbao's outrageous move completely baffled Linyu, Sun Meng, and the others. What the hell? The first special training item is insulting Tsinghua and Peking universities? Are you crazy? Isn't this just plain ridiculous? Did Tsinghua and Peking universities offend Shanglan? What are Tsinghua and Peking University? They are among the best universities in China, with countless outstanding professionals. If we really anger Tsinghua and Peking University, what can a few of us do? Why are you insulting Tsinghua and Peking University? Lu Jianan looked up at the dormitory of Tsinghua and Peking University with the lights on because she was being insulted, and asked from the bottom of her heart. Just then, a boy in pajamas with messy hair, who was angrily peering out from a window on the third floor diagonally above, saw Lu Jianan looking up with an innocent expression and muttering something under his breath. He immediately flew into a rage and unleashed a torrent of malicious insults. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you, you ugly freak who's as thick as a vat but not as tall as one. What? Ugly monster? Lu Jianan's bewildered face instantly turned furious. She let out a roar that was almost distorted in her voice. You damn Tsinghua and Peking University bastards, get down here right now. Thus, apart from Linyu, the others, like Lu Jianan, were innocently caught in the crossfire and forced to join the verbal battle. Chapter 54 Shanglan Special Training Part 2. As the scene descended into a state of stalemate, especially with Lu Jianan and others being forced to join the battle, a smug look began to appear on Yang Sanbao's face. He seemed to have been injected with stimulants, and he cursed even more fiercely, his face as red as a boiled egg, spitting as he cursed, becoming more and more vulgar. They even started targeting specific floors and specific people who peeked out, launching precise and personally insulting attacks. Seeing that Lu Jianan had been bullied, he took a deep breath, his chest bulging to its limit, and roared with all his might at the window of the boy on the third floor above who had been insulting Lu Jianan. You've gone too far. How dare you call my rich man an ugly monster? You pretty boy, are you asking for trouble, you big idiot? Boom. Crash. 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 The tempered glass of that window was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks under the immense power of Yang Sanbao's shout, and then it shattered completely with a crash. Countless shards of glass rained down with a crash, terrifying the boy who had been peering out. He screamed and shrank back inside, and the sounds of gasps and curses could still be faintly heard coming from within. Hearing the insults from below, Wang Qing jumped up from his bed in the dormitory, quickly got out of bed, and peered out the window. He thought it was Tsinghua and Peking University students causing trouble again, but Wang Qing stood on the windowsill of his third-floor dormitory, coldly observing this utterly absurd farce instigated by Yang Sanbao, feeling utterly ashamed. He patted his chest, instantly feeling brilliant and invincible. What a load of rubbish special training, it was definitely a trap. See, just as I predicted. He deliberately stood a little further away from the window, as if that would draw a clear line between himself and Shanglan. However, while the idea was good, reality was far from ideal. Students living in the upper floors of the dormitories at Tsinghua and Peking universities discovered Wang Qing standing on the windowsill, seemingly spying on them with ill intent. Wang Qingke was the top scorer in the college entrance examination and a star who was broadcast live across the entire internet. Who wouldn't know a freshman at Tsinghua or Peking University? To make such a big fuss clearly indicates that it was premeditated and planned for a long time. This matter must be related to Wang Qing, he might even be the mastermind. Then, Wang Qing, you F-rank trash. You trash who climbed to the top by relying on women, you scum, how dare you mess with me? Wang Qing, you big idiot. Wang Qing started out looking completely innocent, just like Lu Jianan and the others, as if this had nothing to do with him whatsoever. What had he done to deserve this? As the shouting and unrestrained insults from the other side escalated, Wang Qing, enraged, grabbed a pair of shorts, bared his chest, and rushed downstairs to join Yang Sanbao and the others in their battle. Wang Qing is an extremely tolerant and quite calm person. But this impulsive act was completely unlike Wang Qing's usual style. Normally, he would just laugh it off. However, a series of recent events have left him with a burning desire for revenge. He recalled the 700,000 yuan he had been swindled out of, the frustration of being publicly rejected by Lu Jianan, the depression of being misunderstood by Lin Yu and unable to explain himself, the anger of being tricked by the talkative Taoist priest, and the school environment in front of him, which was like a cesspool. Screw rationality. Screw forbearance. I'm not pretending anymore. A surge of suppressed rage, a mixture of all negative emotions, burst forth with a deafening roar, completely shattering Wang Qing's remaining restraint. He took a sudden step forward, and the hard cement ground seemed to crack under his foot. He ignored the surprised look Lin Yu gave him and the astonishment of the others at Wang Qing's sudden arrival on the battlefield. Then, taking a deep breath, facing the brightly lit dormitories of Tsinghua and Peking universities across the street, I mustered all my strength and unleashed a roar that pierced the clouds and shattered rocks, a roar powerful enough to shake the entire Tsinghua and Peking universities. You bunch of trash from Tsinghua and Peking University. I'm the top scorer. If you're not happy, come and beat me up. You bunch of idiots. This roar, like a thunderclap, instantly drowned out Yang Sanbao's hoarse voice and the tsunami of insults from the Tsinghua and Peking University students. The cacophony of noise throughout the Tsinghua and Peking University dormitory area seemed to freeze, as if the sudden, furious roar had been put on pause. In that brief moment of pause, Sima Yunfeng, dressed in a silver silk robe, finally heard Wang Qing's roar of insults against Tsinghua and Peking University from a balcony in a prime location with a wide view in the Tsinghua Peking University dormitory building. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He took a deep breath and, with a rousing voice, clearly and like a broadcast, resounded throughout every corner of the Tsinghua and Peking University dormitory area, and clearly reached the ears of everyone at Shanglan. Did you all hear that clearly? It was Wang Qing, that F-level useless top student from Shanglan, who led the insults against all of us Tsinghua and Peking University students. Guys from Tsinghua and Peking Universities, can you still stand this? If you're a guy, come out with me. Let's teach these arrogant maggots in the cesspool what respect is and what the gap is with our strength. Sima Yunfeng ruthlessly focused all his anger on Wang Qing alone. The brief silence in the Tsinghua and Peking University dormitory building was instantly swallowed up by a surge of anger. Countless windows were suddenly pushed open, and countless fingers pointed directly at Wang Qing downstairs. Wang Qing, UF rank trash, you dare to come here looking for death? Idiot, you think you can take on the entire Tsinghua and Peking University by yourself? You think your arrogance is too much to bear? Today I'll teach you what death really means. Brothers, kill him. Let's vindicate Tsinghua and Peking University. Wang Qing felt like crying, realizing that all the blame had fallen on him after he had just uttered that one curse. He felt a tremendous sense of absurdity, as if he were being completely put on the hot seat and made the target of everyone's criticism, and a slight, indescribable excitement. This special training, this Xiang Lan, this Fatty Yang, this Sima Yunfeng, it's all fucking awful. I'll still follow your path, but since there's no way to avoid it. Wang Qing slowly clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking once more, a fierce glint flashing deep in his eyes. Yang Sanbao noticed the change in Wang Qing's expression. He paused his own battle and looked around to check on everyone's battle situation. Lu Jianan's fair, baby-faced features had turned bright red, and her giant carrot-shaped pillow had died in her furious hands. Ren Qingyuan was having a great time, a smile on his face, without a trace of anger, making the most of his strengths, and his scathing remarks even made the Tsinghua and Peking University students on the opposite building want to avoid his sharp edge. Dong Kaier had long since thrown the wine gourd aside and was now drunkenly hurling insults, completely disregarding her feminine image. Sun Meng, holding his crutch, was clearly at a disadvantage in this fight, as he was usually not good with words. However, he kept repeating an insulting phrase and kept retorting until his voice became hoarse from exhaustion. The worst off was Feng Shiran. Already at a disadvantage, he was so frustrated that his face turned red, and he made woo-woo sounds as he glared angrily at the dormitory opposite. On the battlefield, only Lin Yu remained unmoved, silently watching everyone's absurd actions. Haha, Yang Sanbao laughed triumphantly, pointing and gesturing, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and curse back. Good for you. Don't worry, everyone. Tsinghua and Peking University have school rules, they won't be able to come out at this hour. This earth-shattering battle lasted until after 6 o'clock, and only ended miserably when the students from Tsinghua and Peking Universities and the Shanglan team were all exhausted. If we're talking about who won or lost, Shanglan will definitely win, because with Ren Qingyuan, the world's #1 mouth cannon, how could they possibly lose? As the cursing subsided, Yang Sanbao, his voice hoarse and his face full of smugness, gave a summary. I'm very satisfied with today's performance. I'm sure you all understand the significance of this special training. You all get some rest now, hee, the second training session is about to begin. Chapter 55 The Wind Rises in Qingbei. The inexplicable voice volume training at Shanglan Technical School caused an uproar at Tsinghua and Peking universities, just like water being poured into boiling oil. After the battle ended, the dormitory areas of Tsinghua and Peking universities, especially the Shiyuan area which directly faces the dangerous building of Shanglan, are filled with indignation. Sima Yunfeng stood on the balcony of his dormitory, his face ashen, listening to the angry curses and discussions rising and falling from downstairs and in the corridor. He had successfully focused all the blame on Wang Qing. Did you all hear that? It was that F-rank Wang Qing who led the charge. Who does he think he is? A piece of trash from a vocational school, daring to shit on our Tsinghua and Peking University campuses? Sima Yunfeng deliberately emphasized Wang Qing and led the way. His clear voice echoed through several nearby buildings. He is challenging the century-old reputation of Tsinghua and Peking universities, and Shanglan must pay the price. That's right. Kill them. This is outrageous. We can't tolerate it. Boss Sima, what do you say we do? We'll do whatever you say. The response grew louder and louder. Sima Yunfeng quickly gathered a group of equally distinguished and proud freshmen around him. They began contacting the best of their class, especially those SS and S-class professionals with formidable combat abilities, to discuss how to teach Shanglan a lesson she would never forget. They also signed a petition entitled To Tread on Shanglan, Defend Its Reputation. After signing the petition, Xian Fu, standing next to Sima Yunfeng, looked worried and deep in thought, his eyes gleaming with dark circles under his eyes. As far as I know, Shanglan Technical School is enrolling students for the first time this year, and I heard there are only 7 students. My only concern is that damned Wang Qing. After all, he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Haha, you're scared like this by a piece of trash from an F-rank profession? 7 pieces of trash are nothing. I don't believe that we freshmen from Tsinghua and Peking universities can't beat Wang Qing and his 7 pieces of trash. Xiang Liang interrupted with a look of disdain. Xian Fu rubbed his face to clear his head and then said calmly, that's true, but as everyone saw in the livestream, Wang Qing's team was able to kill someone of a higher level. We can't let our guard down. Sima Yunfeng's lips twitched slightly. Xian Fu's words made a lot of sense. This matter was by no means a personal grudge, it had escalated into a battle for reputation. Wang Qing was a man who could not be ignored. He frowned slightly and pondered, contact SS-level demonic cultivator Kai Yanyan, and SSS-level ice phoenix Jiang Wanqing. With their help, crushing Shanglan should be a piece of cake. Sima Yunfeng's eyes flickered slightly when Jiang Wanqing was mentioned. This girl, one of only 2 SSS-level geniuses among the freshmen of Tsinghua and Peking universities this year, possesses unfathomable strength, and she is breathtakingly beautiful. He then added, you others go, but be sure to tell them the importance of this matter. I'll go to Jiang Wanqing's place personally. Sima Yunfeng hadn't slept all night. He quickly washed up and changed into some decent clothes. After carefully tidying her appearance, she glanced at the time with the petition in hand. It was already 9 o'clock, and Jiang Wanqing should have been in the training room at this time, as usual. In the training room of Tsinghua and Peking universities, a figure is meditating. When Sima Yunfeng explained his purpose and handed over the joint petition, Su Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. Sunlight streamed down on her through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. She wore a simple white workout outfit that accentuated her near-perfect figure. Her waist-length purple hair was as smooth as a waterfall, with only a few strands tied up with a simple silver hairband. Her skin was so fair it was almost translucent, and her features were exquisite. In particular, her deep purple eyes, as dark as the starry sky, were indifferent and aloof, like a fairy descended from the moon palace. She merely glanced at the petition, her cherry lips parted slightly, and her voice, though melodious, carried an undeniable coldness. I'm not going. Wang Qing, this was Wang Qing, that good-for-nothing from Shanglan Technical School, who led the charge in provoking the dignity of Tsinghua and Peking universities. The battle was so intense last night, of course I heard it. Su Wanqing interrupted him, her purple eyes staring directly at Sima Yunfeng, as if she could see through his thoughts. You were the one who provoked us first, weren't you, Sima Yunfeng? The people from the vocational school used very harsh language, but it all started because you went to their doorstep yesterday and acted all high and mighty, right? Her expression was frighteningly calm. You're just angry because Wang Qing and the others humiliated you in public that day, and you want to use the entire Tsinghua and Peking universities to settle a personal score for you? Is that it? How naive. Sima Yunfeng felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, his face flushing red. I did go and show off that day, but you heard it clearly last night. They deliberately provoked Tsinghua and Peking University, it wasn't because of me. This concerns Tsinghua and Peking University's reputation. Heh, you know it was a deliberate provocation against Tsinghua and Peking Universities, but you deliberately incited hatred. Wang Cheng wasn't even there at the beginning, I know exactly what you were thinking. Sima Yunfeng's expression became complicated, with a sense of panic that his thoughts had been seen through. Jiang Wanqing lowered her head, no longer looking at him, closed her eyes again, and coldly said, using someone's power to bully others is the most incompetent thing. If you want to fight, go fight yourself. Don't drag Qingbei into it, and don't drag me into it either. How boring. Sima Yunfeng had clearly met with a tough challenge, his face turning red and then pale. However, he dared not vent his anger on this SSS-level Ice Phoenix whose background and strength were unfathomable. He could only shake his head and leave reluctantly. Meanwhile, the internal forums of Tsinghua and Peking universities were in complete uproar. Shocking. Maggots from the Shanglan cesspool insulted Tsinghua and Peking universities in the early hours of the morning. Wang Cheng led the charge. This is intolerable. How can the century-old reputation of Tsinghua and Peking universities be trampled upon by Shanglan Vocational School? Call to arms. Crush Shanglan today. Various posts flooded the screen, accompanied by blurry audio recordings and screenshots from the scene. In particular, Wang Cheng's line, "You bunch of trash from Tsinghua and Peking University, I'm the top scorer, come and beat your grandpa if you disagree," was played repeatedly, igniting the anger of all Tsinghua and Peking University students. It is now clear that public anger is widespread, and the demand for severe punishment of Xiang Lan and Wang Cheng is the dominant voice. The atmosphere at the student union headquarters of Tsinghua and Peking universities was somber. Yi, the student council president in his third year and an SSS-level professional, quicksand controller, sat in the main seat with a cold and stern expression. Standing in front of him was Sima Yunfeng, whose expression was still not very good. I have a general understanding of what happened. Yi's voice was calm and steady, carrying an invisible pressure. Sima Yunfeng, are you sure it was Wang Cheng who led the provocation? It's absolutely true, Chairman. Everyone heard it. He is openly defying the authority of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Sima Yunfeng replied immediately, displaying the most popular post on the forum. An F rank, leading a bunch of rabble, dares to be so presumptuous? They're simply courting death. The hot-tempered vice chairman Xiao Beifeng slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Chairman, I suggest we immediately organize manpower to level that garbage dump. Why would Wang Cheng lead the charge against Tsinghua and Peking University? As far as I know, Director Hu Yanli strongly invited Wang Cheng to join Tsinghua and Peking University. Is there some other reason behind this? Yi stroked his handsome chin and pondered. To hell with it, no matter what the reason, insulting Tsinghua and Peking University is a capital offense. Xiao Beifeng said immediately, his face flushed and his eyes glaring angrily. Calm down. Yu Chenxi, another vice chairman with glasses and a calm demeanor, pushed up his glasses. Something is indeed strange. Why would Shanglan hurl insults at us in the early hours of the morning for no reason? Junior Sima, did you go to Shanglan yesterday? Sima Yunfeng's expression changed slightly, and he said vaguely, I was just passing by and wanted to see what kind of person this so-called top scholar was. I'm afraid it's not just about looking, is it? Yu Chenxi's gaze sharpened. According to some students, you had a verbal altercation with the other party at the entrance of Shanglan yesterday. Was this a deliberate act of retaliation? Moreover, the insults they used were so vile, it seemed like they were deliberately trying to provoke us. Would starting a fight without the school's permission play right into their hands? Is there some kind of conspiracy? We can't let ourselves be easily manipulated. Vice Chairman you overestimate those scumbags. Xiao Beifeng turned around and rebuked them mercilessly. He paused, then continued, no matter the reason, in the face of absolute power, everything is just empty talk. If we tolerate this, we'll be finished in Kyoto University City. Why are you in such a hurry? We haven't even figured things out yet, and you're already showing such an attitude at the school. What do you mean, no what? They've already insulted us right at our doorstep, and you're too scared to go? I'll bring my men over. Xiao Beifeng roared at Yu Chenxi. Yu Chenxi wanted to explain his opinion, but he heard a stern rebuke, all right, stop arguing. Yi pondered for a moment, then glanced around with a worried look, well then, this matter is no small thing. Everyone, don't act rashly. Let's first apply to the school leaders for a solution in the name of the student council. Then his expression turned cold. No matter the reason, I believe the school leaders will absolutely not tolerate such an act of bullying Tsinghua and Peking University. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Sima Yunfeng. Since the other party is a freshman, then let you freshmen handle this. Let's see what the school's attitude is first. In any case, I want to see Shanglan pay the price for their arrogance. Yes, please rest assured, Chairman. Chapter 56: The Principal's Troubles in Zhu Zhiyong's Scheme. Almost at the same time the student council made its decision, the atmosphere in the president's office at Tsinghua and Peking universities also plummeted. Principal Guan Sanhai, a kind-faced and refined old man, frowned as he looked at a petition signed by hundreds of freshmen from the Shiyuan Road dormitory area. The letter was filled with anger and humiliation, strongly demanding that the school immediately expel Shanglan Technical School and severely punish Wang Qing and others. Vice Principal Huang Baichuan's face flushed red with anger. He fired the first shot, spittle flying. Principal Guan, what are you still hesitating for? They've already bullied us on our doorstep. In the 100-year history of Tsinghua and Peking universities, when have we ever suffered such humiliation? Hu Yangli, the director of the admissions office, also looked indignant and chimed in, Principal, look at this. If we don't intervene, the consequences could be unimaginable. We have to give the students from Tsinghua and Peking universities an explanation. I told you from the beginning that we couldn't let Shanglan Vocational School in. Now look what's happened, one bad apple spoils the whole bunch. We can't let Tsinghua and Peking University's century-old honor be ruined in our hands, Principal Guan. Sitting opposite Principal Guan, the young and beautiful female vice principal, Zhua Honglian, crossed her legs and said indignantly. Another vice principal in charge of logistics, Lan, continued to complain, that's right, Zhu Zhiyong of Shanglan is a scoundrel. I don't know what the Education Bureau was thinking, insisting on approving that abandoned, dilapidated building for him to use as some kind of technical school site. And what's with this special talent introduction nonsense? Damn it, now look at us, disgusting us right under our noses. How are we supposed to maintain order on campus? Principal, we must act swiftly and decisively. I suggest we immediately notify the Security Bureau and arrest them all on charges of provoking trouble. Hu Yangli suggested again, his tone vehement. Principal Guan Sanhai rubbed his temples and sighed, arrest them? What grounds are there to arrest them? They were shouting within their own campus, at most it's just noise pollution. Where did a vocational school freshman like Wang Qing get such audacity? Someone must be behind him. No need to say more, it must be that old bastard Zhu Zhiyong. Do you think the Education Bureau approved that land for him according to regulations? He then looked out the window towards the dilapidated Shanglan building, his eyes filled with complex emotions. 30 years ago, if that old man had wanted to, I might not have even gotten the position of president of Tsinghua or Peking University. For some reason, he insists on opening Shanglan Vocational School inside the campus of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Even the Ministry of Education of China has to give him some face. Now that we've torn off relations, who among you is confident you can get him to leave? Everyone fell silent as they recalled the terrifying rumors about the lecherous old man Zhu Zhiyong, and the office instantly became shrouded in a heavy silence. Then, what can we do? Just let them curse us like this every day? Where will that leave Tsinghua and Peking University's reputation? The students are about to explode. Huang Baichuan said unwillingly. If our school does nothing about this, it will greatly affect the image of the school leaders in the eyes of the students. If it gets out to outsiders, Tsinghua and Peking University, the #1 universities in China, will be finished. Principal Zhua Honglian reminded him with a pressuring tone. Principal Guan Sanhai was also having a headache at this time. He certainly knew the importance of this matter. The only way forward was to talk to that lecherous old man first. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just then, a lazy voice suddenly rang out at the office door. Hey, in a meeting? Are you discussing how to deal with me? Everyone was startled and turned to look. Zhu Zhiyong was seen leaning against the doorframe, still wearing his usual greasy vest, shorts, and flip-flops. Haha, Xiao Guan, with our relationship, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to talk about me behind my back? Zhu Zhiyong picked at his ear with his little finger and flicked it. Xiao Guan? Principal Guan should be older than Zhu Zhiyong, right? The office was completely silent at this moment, and no one dared to utter a word of rebuttal. Principal Guan's worried face instantly turned awkward. He forced himself to suppress it and said, to receive a word of praise from Elder Zhu, I am truly honored. Seeing that Zhu Ziyang didn't respond and was still picking his earwax, he continued somewhat awkwardly. I don't know what Tsinghua and Peking University have done to offend you, that you would dare to insult our school in the early hours of the morning. Isn't this a rather unrefined way to resolve issues? Refined? Haha, little Guan, you're talking about refinement with a thug? Zhu Ziyang didn't care about being called a hooligan. On the contrary, he was quite proud of it. His attitude was, I'm a rogue, who am I afraid of? His tone was full of provocation, and even the composed old man Guan Sunhai could hardly suppress his anger. Principal Guan let out a soft, almost imperceptible sigh, his tone shifting slightly. Professor Zhu, let's speak frankly. Did you come here today to resolve the issue, or to continue challenging the bottom line of Tsinghua and Peking universities? Zhu Ziyang knew he couldn't continue any longer. The timing was about right. Then, with a lecherous glint in his eyes, he glanced at the still charming Zhua Honglian and said loudly, of course, it's about solving the problem. I don't want to waste my time arguing with you guys every day and ruining my drinking time. As he spoke, he walked to Principal Guan's desk, plopped down, and sat down next to Zhua Honglian. He crossed his legs, tilted his head, and continued to lewdly sized up Zhua Honglian, saying something in a vulgar way. How about this? Your Tsinghua and Peking University institutions are large and powerful, with plenty of resources in dungeons and secret realms, and advanced teaching facilities. Could you lend some to our Xianglan? I don't need much, just grant me access to the dungeon and let my people attend classes at Tsinghua and Peking universities for free. Let our students use your training facilities, library, art gallery, canteen, etc., and I guarantee they'll be quiet. How about that? Dream on, you filthy scoundrel. Zhua Honglian rolled her eyes and retorted angrily, looking at Zhu Ziyang's lewd face. Why should we give you our resources? Don't even think about it. Hu Yangli asked angrily. Exactly, that's wishful thinking. Other school leaders also chimed in with their angry rebukes. Zhu Ziyang stared at Zhua Honglian's thigh, then continued picking at his ear, looking completely indifferent. You won't lend it? That's fine too. We'll continue tomorrow. With that, he flicked his earwax, got up, and was about to leave. Mr. Zhu, why are you acting like a child? We're discussing this, not just children sulking. Principal Guan urgently called out to Zhu Ziyang, who was standing up. He now understands what that old bastard Zhu Ziyang's purpose is. Now I understand why that old bastard insisted on building the school inside the Tsinghua and Peking University campuses. He's got a good plan. Since that's the case, Xiao Guan, then I'll give you face. Zhu Ziyang smoothed the few hairs left on his head. How about we make a bet? Let's have a freshman martial arts competition. We, the freshmen of Xianglan University, against you, the freshmen of Tsinghua and Peking University. 7 days from now, at the Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena. Then he put down the hand that was smoothing his hair, held up a finger provocatively, and said, if we lose, I'll take these little brats and pack my bags and get out of here, disappear forever. But if Tsinghua and Peking University lose, the resources we just mentioned, we'll still provide. In addition, we'll compensate Xianglan with a sum of emotional damages, not much, just 5 million Chinese yuan. Do you dare to accept? How much? 5 million? Why don't you just rob someone? That's utterly arrogant. Overestimating yourself. You bunch of ugly and deformed people, do you think you're qualified to compete with the elites from Tsinghua and Peking universities? The meeting room erupted in chaos. Everyone thought Zhu Ziyang had gone mad. Aside from Wang Qing and Lin Yu, who are a bit strange, what kind of people are the others at Xianglan? How can they compare to the elite freshmen at Tsinghua and Peking universities, which gather the nation's top geniuses? Principal Guan Sunhai looked at the cunning uncertainty in Zhu Ziyang's eyes, and his mind raced. This old man wouldn't make a fuss without reason. He must have something to rely on to dare to propose this bet. However, the strength of the elite freshmen from Tsinghua and Peking universities is genuine. There are SSS level Sima Yunfeng and Su Wanqing, as well as many SS level and S level geniuses. No matter how you look at it, Xianglan has no chance of winning. However, for now, this is indeed a good way to quell public anger and solve the problem once and for all. All right. Principal Guan Sunhai said in a deep voice, Elder Zhu, it's a deal. 7 days from now, at the Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena, the freshmen will compete. I hope you can keep your promise then. Ha ha ha. That's awesome. Zhu Ziyang slapped his thigh and laughed. Don't worry, I keep my word. Get your money and resources ready. I'm off. He swayed his greasy body, humming a little tune as he left, leaving behind a room full of Tsinghua and Peking University executives with livid faces. Chapter 57 Barriers and Awakening. The useless students at Xianglan Technical School slept until the afternoon before being woken up by hunger, their throats burning and sore. When Wang Qing stepped out of the dormitory, he saw that even the talkative Ren Qingyuan was subdued, his voice hoarse. "Hey, brother. Yesterday, how did you suddenly appear out of nowhere, and you were really going at it?" Seeing that Wang Qing didn't respond, he walked downstairs and said to himself, Why did I curse so fiercely yesterday? What did it have to do with me? I feel like I was fooled by Fatty Yang." At that moment, Sun Meng, leaning on his cane, saw Lin Yu and Wang Qing leave the dormitory at almost the same time, and he looked worried. "Brother Qing, Sister Lin, did we offend Tsinghua and Peking University too much yesterday? Will they retaliate? I heard they're full of top talents." Lin Yu didn't say anything, but just glanced coldly at Wang Qing before packing her things to go downstairs to the cafeteria. Seeing this, Wang Qing quickly moved closer, a fawning smile on his face, his voice a little hoarse. "Lin Yu, about yesterday. I'm hungry." Lin Yu interrupted him, her tone icy, without even glancing at him, and went straight downstairs. Wang Qing was rebuffed and awkwardly touched his nose. Sun Meng leaned closer, scratching his head with a guilty look on his face. "Brother Qing, I'm sorry, I was just being a smart aleck yesterday, talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart, I know you're not that kind of person." He was referring to the misunderstanding last night about Wang Cheng pursuing Lu Jianan. Wang Cheng waved his hand impatiently. "Why would I argue with a fool? This isn't your fault." His mind was still preoccupied with Lin Yudi's indifference and the possibility of retaliation from Tsinghua University. Sun Meng felt as if he had been granted a pardon. His guilty expression instantly turned into a beaming smile. "Come on, Brother Qing, let's go downstairs for dinner." The two went downstairs and saw that, apart from Lu Jianan, the others were already waiting on the first floor. At this moment, Dong Kaya shook the empty wine gourd, frowning. "The wine is gone. I have to go buy some." She staggered out of the school gate. However, when she reached the rusty iron gate of Xianglan Technical School, it was as if she had bumped into an invisible wall. Thump! With a muffled thud, Dong Kaya was caught off guard and staggered back a few steps, almost falling. She covered her forehead, staring blankly at the empty doorway with a confused look. "Huh? A wall?" Others were also drawn to the commotion. Wang Cheng and the others quickly walked over to check. Even Lu Jianan poked her head out from the fourth floor. "What happened? Did the drunkard sister run into the wall?" "No. It's not a wall." Dong Kaya reached out and touched it in confusion. Sure enough, about half a meter away from the iron gate, a transparent energy barrier, almost imperceptible to the naked eye and rippled slightly, appeared out of thin air, blocking her way. "A barrier?" Wang Cheng and Lin Yu exclaimed almost simultaneously, their eyes flashing with shock. Sun Meng limped over and tried to reach out, but was blocked as well. "Holy crap! We really can't get out? Who did this? Who else could it be?" Wang Qing looked at the transparent barrier that covered the entire Xianglan broken building and suddenly everything became clear. All the previous inconsistencies quickly connected. He still doesn't know why Old Man Zhu and Fatty Yang are doing this. Just then, a lewd laugh came from the stairwell. "Hey everyone, are you all here? I had something to do yesterday and missed the freshman orientation, sorry." Xu Zhiyong was seen carrying 7 boxed lunches, swaying as he walked down the street, followed by Yang Sanba with a fawning smile. "Come on, eat up. Principal Zhu specially bought this for you." Yang Sanba took the lunchbox from behind Xu Zhiyong and greeted him with a bright smile. "Old Zhu. What's with this barrier? Why did you lock us up?" Lu Jianan came running down the stairs, angrily questioning him loudly. Xu Zhiyong turned around, his small eyes darting over Lu Jianan, and chuckled. "Little god of wealth, isn't this all to protect you? You guys gave those brats from Tsinghua and Peking University a thorough dressing down yesterday. What if they get angry and come in as a group? I had good intentions." "Pa, I don't believe you," Lu Jianan said, hands on her hips, her voice hoarse. "Protect? I think you have ulterior motives. Where is my rare copy of the Illustrated Compendium of Ancient Rare Flowers? Fatty Yang said it was with you, so give it to me now." Zhu Zhiyong's smile froze. He glared fiercely at the trembling Yang Sanbao, then chuckled awkwardly. "Oh dear, it's a rare book, I forgot where I put it. You'll have to let this old man think about it." His expression suddenly turned lewd, and he stared lecherously at Lu Jianan's ample bosom, trying to change the subject. "Little Nan Nan, it's been a few days. You look haggard, and your voice is hoarse. Come here and let Grandpa give you a checkup. Get lost, you lecherous old man. Lu Jianan hid behind Wang Qing in a panic, instinctively grabbing his shoulders with both hands and peeking out to curse. Haha, let's get back to the main topic. His lewd little eyes suddenly flashed with a gleaming light as he quickly looked around. Fellow students, you must have seen the difficulties Shanglan is facing. We don't even have a decent training ground. I've reached an agreement with Tsinghua and Peking universities. In 7 days, I'll have a fair match with their freshmen at their martial arts arena. If we win, we can use Tsinghua and Peking universities' canteens, libraries, and even dungeon resources at will. He scratched his shiny bald head and said with some emotion, I've gone to great lengths for you lovely kids, hoping you can have access to the same excellent resources as Tsinghua and Peking universities. I dare not expect you to understand my predicament, but if we lose this match, we'll all be packing our bags and leaving. I've staked everything on this. Then he solemnly announced, from this moment on, the 7-day grueling training officially begins. You must train hard and improve your skills. Right now, the entire Tsinghua and Peking universities are outraged by your criticisms. Even if you step into the ring, I'm afraid. Therefore, the next 7 days are a crucial period for you to narrow the gap with elite students from Tsinghua and Peking universities. You must cherish this opportunity. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. What kind of places are Tsinghua and Peking University? How dare they challenge them with just 7 green onions? Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and the others present already understood that this was a trap. Even if they don't want to fight, students from Tsinghua and Peking universities won't let them off the hook. They're already in a very difficult position. Kids, don't worry. Believe in your abilities. So the second training theme of the Shanglan spirit is never give up. What nonsense about Tsinghua and Peking University, are you really afraid? We're taking down the elite. He encouraged enthusiastically. They spent a lot of money to invite SS-level students to join, using these problem students as pawns, and provoking Tsinghua and Peking universities in the most brutal way to create irreconcilable conflicts. Then set up this barrier to protect them temporarily from possible private retaliation by Tsinghua and Peking university students. Was all that scheming just for this? Old Zhu, Fatty Yang, you two really know how to play the game. Wang Qing muttered to himself, a complicated smile playing on his lips. Immediately afterwards, Wang Qing suddenly raised his voice, interrupting Zhu Ziyang's impassioned speech. Boring, I'm not participating. He ignored everyone's reactions, only giving Zhu Ziyang a meaningful look before quickly going upstairs. Chapter 58 Bargaining. The tragic look on Zhu Ziyang's face hadn't completely faded when he was choked up. He looked at Wang Qing's stubborn back and his face instantly turned awkward. Hey, this kid. He squinted his small eyes, ignoring the other people looking at each other, and followed along, his flip-flops making a clattering sound on the broken stairs. Wang Qing pushed open the door to his deluxe single room, plopped down on the tattered bed, leaned his back against the cold wall, and put one leg up on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling in the corner that was still stubbornly seeping water. Zhu Ziyang followed him in. He glanced around the dormitory, his gaze sweeping over the windows polished to a shine by newspapers, the corners cleaned of cobwebs, and the brick used to prop up the table leg. He nodded, a rare occurrence, his tone carrying a hint of feigned appreciation. It's quite clean, not bad, not bad. He tried to break the silence. Wang Qing didn't even lift his eyelids, letting out a soft, ambiguous hum as a response. Zhu Ziyang wasn't embarrassed at all. He happily moved closer to the bedside, plopped down on the edge of the bed, and made the bed creak. Hey kid, what's wrong with you? He rubbed his thick hands together, a greasy smile plastered on his face. This is a fantastic opportunity we've secured for you. The resources of Tsinghua and Peking universities are something so many people would kill to get into. If you win, you can run dungeons as much as you want, and use the canteen, library, and training hall whenever you want. Isn't that better than being stuck in this shabby building? Wang Qing turned his head slightly, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain and a hint of insightful mockery, and slowly spoke. Old Zhu, give me a break. Do you really think I'm as easy to fool as that big idiot Sun Ming? You're quite the smooth operator. He counted on his fingers, his voice soft, yet every word pierced the heart. The first step is to spend money to win over the 3 oddballs, Ren Qingyuan, Feng Shiran, and Dong Kaier. My involvement with Lin Yu should be purely accidental, right? His sharp gaze caused Zhu Ziyang's expression to change slightly. The second step is to have Fatty Yan conduct a voice-heavy training at 4 in the morning, cursing so much that Tsinghua and Peking universities are in chaos, drawing all the hatred. Then you went to Tsinghua and Peking universities and forced them to agree to a martial arts competition. Wang Qing paused, ignoring Zhu Ziyang's reaction, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Your purpose is probably not just the facilities and resources of Tsinghua and Peking universities, is it? Honestly, tell me how much benefit you've prepared? Zhu Ziyang's smile froze for a moment, his small eyes blinked even faster, and he subconsciously touched his shiny bald head, coughing twice. Ahem, well, resources are the main thing, this is all for your own good. As for the other bets, we have to win them first. He immediately changed the subject, trying to appeal to people's emotions. Damn, so what if I made a bet? I've risked everything, can't I even get a little pocket money? Besides, if it weren't for my protection, would you still be standing here safely? Those bastards from the Nanling Guild wish they could tear you apart. And that Yan Binli from the Security Bureau, do you think he could have gotten out so easily without my help? I've cleaned up so many messes for you, why don't you know how to be grateful? Gratitude? Wang Qing scoffed, his tone resolute. Did I ask you to do your work for nothing? I've already paid you. Without my money, how would you recruit those three? I'm not participating. I don't care who it is. Don't try to scare me. I'm just a piece of trash. What am I afraid of? You. Zhu Ziyang was speechless at Wang Qing's unyielding attitude and pointed at him. He glared at Wang Cheng, and Wang Qing glared back without backing down. For a moment, the only sound in the dormitory was the plop of water dripping from the corner of the wall. After a few seconds of stalemate, Zhu Ziyang looked at Wang Qing's nonchalant attitude, his eyes darting around, his fat face jiggling, and finally, as if he had made a huge decision, he slapped his thigh. Fine, you're ruthless, kid, he said in a low voice, with a hint of heartache in his tone. Here's the deal, as long as you participate and win this competition, I'll settle the 700,000 IOU, principal and interest, immediately. How about that? 700,000. Settled? Wang Qing's originally lazy eyes flashed instantly, like a hungry wolf seeing meat, and he even straightened his back a little involuntarily. Is this really true? I keep my word. Zhu Ziyang patted his chest and solemnly promised. Wang Qing stared into Zhu Ziyang's eyes for a few seconds, seemingly trying to gauge the truth in the old fox's words. Ultimately, the lure of 700,000 outweighed all concerns and dissatisfaction. He grinned, a smile that wasn't exactly handsome but was undeniably genuine, and jumped off the bed. Haha, deal. Let's go downstairs for dinner. The scene changes. The atmosphere in the large room on the first floor, which served as an activity room, was somewhat somber. Several broken tables were pushed together, and the boxed lunches that Yang Sanbao had just handed out were spread out on them. The contents of the boxed lunch were really not appealing. The white rice was a bit hard, and a few lonely green vegetable leaves with wormholes were placed on top. A few scattered pieces of fatty meat were pitifully curled up in the corner, and the only thing that could be considered meat was a small handful of salted vegetables and minced meat. Sun Mang was wolfing down his lunch when he saw Wang Qing and Zhu Ziyang come down and immediately greeted them warmly. Brother Qing, come over here, I saved your food. He pushed his lunchbox, which looked like it had a few extra slices of fat, over. Wang Qing didn't answer. His gaze was fixed on Linyu, who was sitting in the corner, shoveling rice into her mouth without even looking at him. He brazenly moved closer, placed his lunchbox next to Linyu, and plastered a fawning smile on his face. Linyu, are you hungry? Here, take mine. Linyu seemed not to hear, but simply moved her body to the side, drawing a line between them with her actions. On the other side, Dong Kaya shook the completely empty wine gourd, frowned, and spoke directly to Zhu Ziyang with undisguised annoyance on her face. His voice was hoarse, tinged with the pain of last night. The wine is gone. Principal Zhu, if there's no wine, I won't participate. Her meaning was clear: if there was no alcohol, she would immediately go on strike, and no one could persuade her otherwise. Zhu Ziyang glanced at her. Dong Kaya was drunk all the time, but she could be quite pretty if she dressed up. I've already prepared everything for you, Kaya. Of course old Zhu, know you like this kind of thing, but well, you have to let your uncle hug you, right? A lewd glint flashed in his eyes. Stop clinging to your grandma's leg. Give it to me right now, or I'll burn down this damn school. Dong Kaya shouted, swaying unsteadily. Kid, I was just joking. Besides, it's just an elder showing affection to a younger person when your uncle hugs you. As he spoke, he took out an old-fashioned earthenware wine jar with a red paper label from his storage ring. Here you go, the best Shadaozi liquor. See how much your uncle loves you. Get out of here. Dong Kaya's eyes lit up, and she snatched the wine jar, breaking the mud seal. The rich, spicy aroma of the wine instantly filled the air. She took a deep, intoxicating breath, her face immediately brightening. She then sat down to one side, clutching the wine jar. Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and others were stunned by Zhu Ziyong's outrageous actions. Can anyone really be so shameless? Lin Yu began to worry secretly about how she should deal with this lecherous old man if he harassed her. I bet I'd be tempted to punch him. Chapter 59. It's good to be rich. Zhu Ziyong ignored everyone's reactions, smugly believing he had one down. He immediately turned to Lu Jianan, who was eating vegetables in small bites with a look of disgust on her face, and his expression instantly switched to a fawning mode as he rubbed his hands together and leaned closer. Hey, little Nan Nan, are you getting used to the food? Look at this training, don't we need some handy equipment? Lu Jianan looked up and glanced at him warily. You lecherous old man, what are you up to now? I don't have any equipment to lend you. Look at what you're saying, how could I possibly want your treasure? Zhu Ziyong's smile widened, and he magically pulled things out of his storage ring. A 7-petaled blue flower emitting an eerie glow, several strange minerals shimmering with metallic luster, a few pieces of a boss's skull, a small crystal bottle containing some kind of writhing, living golden liquid. This 7 blue shadow ephemera only blooms in the extremely in-realm dungeon. I went to great lengths to find it. This is a mineral called star gold, a top-grade auxiliary material for crafting spirit-enhancing equipment. And these skulls from high-level specific dungeon bosses. The most valuable is this bottle of active source essence, the core ingredient for concocting high-level potions. Every time Zhu Ziyong took out an item, Lu Jianan's big, watery eyes lit up a little more, her breathing became rapid, her small mouth opened slightly, and her face was full of longing. These are all materials she urgently needs. How about it, Xiao Nan Nan? Use these to trade for those outdated and unused little gadgets of yours, and equip your classmates with some new gear? Now that our strength has improved, how could I possibly treat you unfairly? Zhu Ziyong coaxed patiently, like a lecherous uncle trying to lure a child with candy. Lu Jianan looked at the treasures on the table that made her heart race, then at Zhu Ziyong's chubby face full of sincerity, and was torn between her own feelings and his inner turmoil. She knew the old man was up to no good, but the temptation of these things was just too great. I'll put all these things away first. She pouted and quickly put the materials on the table into her storage ring, afraid that this old man Zhu would try something funny. Then he calmly took things out of his storage ring. In an instant, the entire dilapidated activity room seemed to be lit up. Each piece of equipment, shimmering with various colors, with designs ranging from ornate to rustic, and exuding either a sharp or heavy aura, was placed on a greasy, worn-out table. Lu Jianan smiled, her face genuine, not hypocritical. Actually, I've been wanting to give everyone something for a while, but I hadn't decided what to do until this lecherous old man reminded me. Holy crap, he casually pulled out over a dozen epic-level items. Wrenching Yuan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Feng Shiran forgot to stutter and just stammered, Dong Kaier forgot to drink from the wine jar she was holding, Sun Meng forgot to swallow the food in his mouth, and even Lin Yu couldn't help but glance at him. Wang Cheng was completely dumbfounded. I guess this busty lowly was rich, but I underestimated her. What's even more shocking is that these were all gifts. It's good to be rich. You can just throw around equipment worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Poverty really does limit imagination. Ha ha. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Lu Jianan said, casually tossing the glassy beast brush to Dong Kaier, who was holding a wine jar. This is for you. Snap. The glassy beast pen is about half a meter long. The pen tip is made of high-level evil beast hair, and the pen handle is made of a whole piece of glass. It shines brightly in the dim activity room. The glass beast pen fell at Dong Kaier's feet. Drunkard sister, this suits you. Then she paused, picked up a golden staff with dragon patterns coiled at both ends from the table, and tossed it to Feng Shiran, who was staring in disbelief. Stutterer, this weapon, the golden dragon coiling staff, is suitable for your profession. And this copper bone golden string sword is for the chatterbox. A sword made of high-level evil beast bones, with coins strung together in a copper color, was handed to Rinqing Yuan. The three were initially shocked, then their faces lit up with joy, and they thanked them repeatedly. Those three penniless men had no idea they'd ever seen such good weapons. Hey Big Oaf, I think I have some equipment that would suit you. Here, take this, Dragon Fang breastplate. Sun Meng stood up nervously, and only dared to reach out to take it after a long pause. Lin Yu, Wang Cheng, come and choose whatever you want. Lu Jianan looked worried. He really didn't know what to give them. Lin Yu merely glanced at the equipment gleaming on the table, her expression remaining cold, and scoffed, "No need, I don't need it." Wang Qing was completely stunned by this rich little girl, but he reacted very quickly. He immediately went to Lu Jianan's side, putting on what he thought was the most amiable smile, which was actually a bit obsequious. "Student Lu, I don't need it either, can I get cash instead?" "Cash out? What are you talking about?" Lu Jianan looked blank. If it was true, this guy was much more shameless than old man Zhu. Wang Qing realized he had misspoke. I was just kidding, but there's a small thing I'd like to ask you for help with." "How about this, I'll come find you tonight." Lu Jianan's face turned cold, and she asked warily, "What do you want?" "Can't you say it to my face?" Wang Qing suddenly realized something, leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. Lu Jianan's expression changed slightly. "Okay, then see you tonight." Lin Yu's face turned ashen when she saw the two acting so intimately, and she turned her head away. After distributing the equipment, Zhu Xiong nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "Barrier, remove." The invisible barrier that had enveloped the dilapidated blue building vanished instantly. He then looked at everyone and explained calmly, "I've already talked to Tsinghua and Peking University. They won't cause any trouble before the competition, so this tortoise shell is unnecessary." Then, his expression turned serious. Although his clothes were still comical, he exuded an aura of power that could crush mountains. He casually pulled out 7 rough-looking wooden swords from his storage ring. "Watch closely," Zhu Xiong shouted in a low voice. Without making any apparent gesture, he simply flicked his wrist casually. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 sharp whistles rang out almost simultaneously. The 7 wooden swords transformed into 7 gray shadows, almost invisible to the naked eye, like powerful arrows shot from a crossbow, whistling sharply as they instantly covered a distance of more than 10 meters. Bang, bang, bang. 7 deep, clear sounds of wood being struck came in unison. Everyone looked on in horror and saw 7 wooden swords embedded in the hard blue bricks on the thick, ancient wall of Tsinghua and Peking University across the window, covered with vines. All that remained were 7 bottomless holes and the slightly trembling tip of the sword hilt. The 7 swords were arranged in a straight line, and the depth to which they penetrated the wall was exactly the same. This move was executed with effortless skill, a true marvel of technique. It instantly stunned everyone, including Wang Cheng. Even Lin Yu's cold eyes flashed with a hint of shock. Is this the power of a top expert? The wooden sword he casually tossed out possessed terrifying power. Chapter 60, Experiments in front of the dangerous building. The activity room on the first floor of the dangerous building of Shanglun Technical School. Zhu Xiong was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He put his hands behind his back, took a couple of steps, and slowly opened his mouth, his voice carrying a kind of smug and deep tone. Everyone knows that skill books drop in dungeons, and that you can learn the skills by observing them with your divine sense, and master them by practicing diligently. But they don't know that they know how, but they don't know why. What a skill book ultimately bestows is someone else's form. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. After years of research, I've found that the bodies of us professionals are like cell phones. Professional awakening and skills seem to be available simply by downloading them, and the method is extremely simple. I've discovered that besides attributes and skills, professionals also possess another kind of power? A kind of primal power flowing through their limbs and bones, hidden within their flesh and blood? I call it qi. Qi? Everyone was stunned. This concept was far too unfamiliar to them. Only Wang Qing, being a time traveler, naturally knew what old man Zhu meant by qi. As old Zhu said, the professionals in this world acquire skills quite easily, unlike those in some online novels from my previous life who required various forms of cultivation. Zhu Xiong paused for a moment, then continued in a deep voice, when the level is low, skill combinations and attribute stacking are very important for us professionals. But the deeper you go, the more important it becomes to understand the essence of your own power. In university, we teach you about rare herbs, the weaknesses of dungeon bosses, and even how to remove unsatisfactory skills and choose new ones. All of this is to help you make better combinations and solidify your foundation. But the qi I'm talking about is something deeper, concerning the fundamental application of power. Professionals can typically master 5 self-taught skills. Another key aspect of university education is teaching professionals how to use external resources to eliminate unsatisfactory skills in order to learn higher-level, more adaptable skills. He pointed to the 7 wooden swords on the wall that Thro just now used qi. He concentrated the power flowing within his body into a single point and released it outwards. Your current level is low, and your mental strength is still weak, making it difficult to truly utilize it in combat. However, perceiving it and attempting to guide it is the starting point for reaching a higher level. Wang Cheng scoffed. This guy was just putting on an act. To put it bluntly, the professions in this world don't require time and effort to learn. You can learn them with a scan of your divine sense. Who would bother to study these things like this old man? This is also the fundamental reason why professionals in this world do not have a system of inheritance and rely solely on skill books. Moreover, learning new skills, without relying on skill books, depends more on a professional's aptitude and perseverance. This is why the inheritance system has completely disappeared after hundreds of years. Come out with me, all of you. Each of you, stand facing the wooden sword on the wall, find an open space and sit cross-legged. Calm your minds and concentrate, use your spiritual power to sense it. Xu Shiyang shouted sternly. Seeing that everyone was ready, he solemnly said, focus your attention on your lower abdomen, just 3 inches below your navel. Feel carefully, is there something warm and flowing there? That is the source of qi, which I call the sea of qi. Use your professional mental strength to visualize and guide this qi, letting it flow down your arms to your palms. Then, figure out a way to lure out the wooden sword that belongs to you on the wall. Everyone closed their eyes as instructed, trying to sense the ethereal sea and qi. Wang Qing closed his eyes, but his heart was filled with turbulent waves. 3 inches below the navel? Qi high? Isn't this the dantian from traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts in my past life? Guiding the flow of energy through the arms, isn't this the concept of internal energy circulating through the meridians? Hundreds of years have passed in this world, and the theory of traditional Chinese medicine has long been lost. Xu Zhiyang actually managed to reach this level through his own exploration. Although his description was still very primitive and rough, the direction was right. This old guy was indeed quite impressive. He suppressed the shock in his heart and focused his mental energy into his lower abdomen. Sure enough, deep below his navel, he could clearly see a warm, active mass of energy that slowly rotated like a nebula. This was much clearer than his previous experience of simply relying on attribute enhancements to strengthen his body. He tried to use the spiritual power of this world to guide a wisp of warm qi. Imagine it starting from the dantian, going down through the perineum, rising along the spine due meridian to the Baihui point on the top of the head, then going forward and down through the brow, throat, and Tanzhong point, finally sinking back to the dantian, completing a small cycle. This was the most basic guiding method from his previous life. Then, he tried to separate a wisp of energy, starting from his dantian, flowing along the inner side of his arm, the 3 yin meridians of the hand to the Laogong acupoint in his palm. The others were clearly in trouble at this point. Ren Qingyuan frowned, muttering something silently to himself, sweat beading on his forehead, seemingly unable to even find the qi see a point on the body's energy center. Feng Shiran's face turned red, and his muscles were tense, as if he were wrestling with an invisible enemy but couldn't find a way to do it. Dong Kaier was getting drunk, her eyes were glazed over, and she was clearly unable to concentrate. Lu Jianan's small face was serious, but she was trying more to imagine than to actually perceive. Sun Mang was completely baffled, scratching his head in bewilderment. Lin Yu was extremely talented and had strong mental power. She was the first to sense a faint warm current in her lower abdomen. She tried to guide it and attempted to stimulate her arm. When she focused her mind on her own wooden sword on the wall, the hilt seemed to tremble very slightly. Although it was almost imperceptible, it did move. Meanwhile, Wang Qing, as he focused his mind and guided the faint but real qi to his palm onto the wooden sword on the wall, imagining pulling it out. Buzz. The wooden sword in front of him, deeply embedded in the blue bricks, suddenly emitted a low, resonant thud from its hilt. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the hard blue brick made a soft cracking sound. The entire wooden sword had been moved outwards, by a full half-inch. Although it was still deeply embedded in the wall, the clear displacement and cracks in the bricks were incredibly glaring. Xu Zhiyang's eyes, which had been half-closed, suddenly opened, and a sharp glint flashed in them. He stared intently at the wooden sword in front of Wang Qing, which had moved half an inch, then suddenly looked at Wang Qing, who still had his eyes closed and was covered in fine beads of sweat. For the first time, his face showed an expression of extreme shock and disbelief. This little brat, his first attempt at guiding qi, actually managed to move external objects? Although it was only half an inch, it meant that his perception and initial application of qi had surpassed everyone present, and even surpassed his speed when he first glimpsed the beginning. How could this be? Could he be my chosen one? After decades of hard work, I've finally seen hope. While feeling a mix of emotions, Xu Zhiyang was also incredibly shocked. Just then, Wang Qing opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, wiped his sweat, looked at the shocked Xu Zhiyang, and said in a matter-of-fact tone, Principal Zhu, is the Qi Si you mentioned also called the Dantian? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Moreover, I feel that this Qi comes out of my Dantian, but it doesn't travel in a straight line. Instead, it flows along several specific paths, such as from here. He pointed to his lower abdomen, then down to the middle of his back, then to the top of his head, then down to his chest, and finally back here. And then to his arms, along several lines on the inside of his arms. This route seems to have a fixed pathway? Wang Qing's words struck Zhu Zhiyong's heart like a second thunderbolt. Dantian? Fixed route? Channel? The shock on Zhu Zhiyong's face froze instantly, then transformed into an almost fanatical light. He spent decades exploring before he could vaguely perceive the sea of qi in the direction of qi flow. This kid not only attracted external objects on his first try, but even seemed to know the fixed path of qi flow? This is absolutely revolutionary for people in this world. Chapter 61 One Sword Breaks All Laws. Zhu Zhiyong's voice changed with excitement. He took a step in front of Wang Qing and stared at him intently with his small eyes. What did you say? Dantian? Route? Fixed passage? Quick, tell me in detail. Wang Qing chuckled inwardly, but feigned ignorance. It's just a feeling, like there are some invisible tubes inside my body, and air is flowing through them. Zhu Zhiyong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming excitement in his heart. He gave Wang Qing a deep look, his eyes filled with complex emotions, including the ecstatic joy of discovering a rare treasure. He feigned sudden realization, stroked his non-existent beard, and nodded mysteriously, You're a quick learner. Not bad, not bad. The direction you perceive is correct. This is precisely the profound truth of the movement of qi. Although your description is still quite rudimentary, this level of understanding is extremely rare. He tried his best to maintain the demeanor of a master, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner excitement. He whirled around, his brow furrowed, and suddenly shouted, Fatty Yang, where the hell have you been? Here. Yang Sanbao immediately stood at attention and responded loudly. Take them to the instance center, everything is arranged. Let Lin Yu and Dong Kaier be in one group, Rinqing Yuan and Lu Jianan in another, and Feng Shiran and Sun Meng in yet another. You all have only one goal, level up like crazy within 7 days. Don't let me down. Just you wait and see. Yang Sanbao accepted the order and immediately urged the others to set off. Wang Qing was surprised for a moment, then a slight smile appeared on his lips. This old man had planned every step of the way. Dong Kaier, Rinqing Yuan, and Feng Shiran are all offensive support classes, while Lin Yu, Sun Meng, and Lu Jianan are all combat classes. Despite Feng Shiran's inability to utter a single fart for a long time, he is the strongest among the three, followed by Rinqing Yuan and Dong Kaier. This combination must be the best approach after careful consideration. Lin Yu stood up, her cool gaze lingering on Wang Qing for a moment, carrying a hint of subtle complexity, before finally following Dong Kaier away. Sun Meng, leaning on his cane, glanced at Wang Chang with concern before being half supported by Feng Shiran and left. Soon, only Wang Chang and Zhu Zhiyong remained on the first floor. Zhu Zhiyong looked at Wang Qing, his small eyes shining with an alarming light. His previous sleazy and greasy demeanor had vanished, leaving only an expectation of facing a rough gem. Kid. Zhu Zhiyong's voice was deep and serious. They're going to upgrade. You, stay. I'll personally train you. Wang Qing's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Zhu Zhiyong grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth, yet exuding an aura of unstoppable force. I'll teach you a move. One move, and it'll be enough to benefit you immensely. Damn it, I have no interest. I want to. Before Wang Qing could finish speaking, the disdainful expression on his face instantly turned terrified. Zhu Zhiyong pointed his fingers like a sword, and an invisible, chilling aura instantly locked onto Wang Qing. Watch closely, this move is called One Sword Breaks All Laws. Before he finished speaking, his entire demeanor suddenly changed. That sleazy, greasy air that belonged to the old lecher vanished instantly, replaced by an arrogant disdain for the world. Zhu Zhiyong leaped into the air, and the air around him visibly began to distort. Countless solid sword energies instantly condensed around him, without dazzling light or earth-shattering sound. He pointed his finger at the sky, and instantly a massive sword aura rapidly condensed. Immediately afterwards, he casually swiped the broken iron gate at the entrance of Xianglan Technical School. Boom! A very faint yet sharp sound pierced the air. Wang Qing felt an indescribable chill pierce his bones, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and saw an invisible, intangible sword aura extending from Zhu Zhiyong's fingertips. Wherever that sword energy passed, the space seemed to be subtly distorted, and light was silently torn apart. Just as the sword energy was about to reach the dilapidated iron gate of Shanglan Vocational School, it suddenly vanished. Xu Xiong laughed triumphantly in midair. Fortunately, I sheathed my sword in time, otherwise, the entire Shanglan would probably be wiped out. This sword strike, seemingly silent and stealthy, was absolutely domineering. Wang Qing didn't hear what old man Zhu said at that moment. His mouth was slightly open, and his mind was blank. Is this the true power? Zhu Xiong slowly lowered his finger and withdrew it, and the earth-shattering aura dissipated. He glanced sideways at the dumbfounded Wang Qing and chuckled. So? Kid, want to learn? Wang Qing suddenly snapped out of his daze, his eyes blazing with unprecedented fervor, and nodded vigorously. Yes, please teach me, Principal Zhu. Want to learn? Hee hee, 700,000, I'll deduct 100,000 first. Xu Xiong's small eyes darted around. Why aren't you playing by the rules? How can you go back on your word? Wang Qing quickly withdrew his fanatical gaze, his face turning disgusted. Haha, I was testing your sincerity. Why did you back down as soon as money was mentioned? Zhu Xiong teased. Fine, 100,000 it is. Wang Qing said fiercely, biting his lip with a look of disgust. Haha, I'm testing you. Looks like you're really interested. Zhu Xiong's lips curled into a smile. He pointed to the 7 wooden swords on the opposite wall. See them? Use the chi you just comprehended to pull them out one by one. Wang Chang was somewhat surprised. Was old man Zhu being so kind? Could there be some trap here? He had to be careful. Hurry up. What are you standing there for? I might change my mind at any time while I'm in a good mood. Wang Qing glanced at old Zhu, took a deep breath to suppress his doubts, walked to the wall, sat down cross-legged, and faced one of the wooden swords. He closed his eyes, focused his mental energy into his dantian, and once again sensed that warm energy nebula. This time, he had a clearer goal, to guide this chi and direct it towards external objects. He carefully guided a wisp of chi along the meridians on the inside of his arm, the 3 yin meridians of the hand that he had sensed earlier, slowly flowing towards the Laogong acupoint in his palm. His mental energy was firmly locked onto the wooden sword that belonged to him on the wall, imagining an invisible hand grasping the hilt and pulling it outward. Buzz. The hilt of the wooden sword emitted a very faint hum, clearer than the first time it was used. The blue bricks surrounding the sword made a soft crackling sound as a thin crack spread out. The wooden sword began to move outwards extremely slowly, 1 inch, 2 inches. This process was incredibly difficult. Veins bulged on Wang Qing's forehead, sweat instantly soaked his clothes, and his mental energy poured out like a flood. After an unknown amount of time, with a soft plop, he finally managed to pull the first wooden sword out of the hard blue bricks and it fell to the ground in front of him. Wang Qing collapsed to the ground as if he had lost all his strength, panting heavily, feeling as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer. Too slow. You think you can learn my secret techniques with this? Xu Xiong mocked without any politeness, but a hint of surprise was hidden in his small eyes. He managed to pull it out on the second try. Considering he had no prior knowledge of the skill, this speed far surpassed his abilities from back then. Wang Qing gritted his teeth, did not refute, struggled to sit up, wiped his sweat, and turned his gaze to the second sword. Having learned from the first experience, the second time seemed to go more smoothly. The process of guiding the chi became smoother, and the coordination between mental strength and intention was more harmonious. Although it was still difficult, and sweat poured down, the time to pull out the energy was shortened by nearly 1/3. With each attempt, the third, the fourth, Wang Qing felt his perception of chi became clearer, his guidance smoother, and the consumption of his mental energy seemed to decrease. The speed at which he drew his sword increased rapidly. As the scorching midday sun baked the earth, 6 wooden swords were neatly arranged in front of Wang Qing. He was soaked to the bone, his face pale, but his eyes shone with an astonishing light. He was facing the last one. He held his breath, guiding the much more condensed chi in his dantian, his mind highly focused. The wooden sword emitted a clear, resonant tremor as it shot out from the wall, tracing an arc in the air before landing precisely in the ground in front of Wang Qing with a crack, its blade still trembling. The 7th sword has been drawn. Chapter 62, Stone Splitting Training. After spending the entire morning exhausting all his mental and physical strength, Wang Qing finally completed the sword-pulling task. He collapsed to the ground, gazing at the blazing sun, his chest heaving violently, yet a weary but satisfied smile played on his lips. Xu Xiong had appeared beside him at some point. He looked down at the 7 wooden swords on the ground, then at Wang Qing lying on the ground, his face showing an incredulous ecstasy. Good lad, he's a fucking monster, he murmured, his voice trembling slightly. It took you all morning to make something so simple, you're such a big idiot. Xu Ziyang suppressed his shock and resumed his smug look. He kicked Wang Qing, who was slumped on the ground, and said, pulling him out is only the first step. It means that you can initially activate qi and spiritual power to act on external objects. Next, let's move on to the second item. He pointed to a huge granite rock not far away, about half a person's height, with sharp edges and a hard texture. See that rock? Control this wooden sword, he said, kicking a wooden sword in front of Wang Qing to his side. Split it open for me. Wang Qing struggled to sit up, picked up the rough wooden sword, and found it incredibly light in his hand. Split a solid boulder with this thing? And he even had to control it? Without a second thought, he retorted, Old man, are you crazy? Xu Ziyang lifted his foot and lightly stomped on it. The other wooden sword he had drawn flew directly over and disappeared into the granite. The movements were so casual, like walking. Xu Ziyang did not answer Wang Qing's question, his actions spoke for themselves. He solemnly instructed, remember, don't use your brute force to chop. You must infuse qi into the sword and unleash your power attribute as a professional. Simply put, it's about controlling and guiding with mental power, and unleashing physical attributes. Only by combining the two can one become invincible. Wang Qing paused for a moment, nodded, and quickly walked to the boulder, sat cross-legged, and placed the remaining 6 wooden swords in front of him. Replenish fluids and rest for a while. He immediately closed his eyes, sank into his dantian again, and mobilized his body's qi to inject it into the wooden sword through his spiritual power. At the same time, he mobilized his professional power attributes. He felt a warm force enveloping the wooden sword, making the blade seem heavier. Drink, he growled. Crack. With a crisp sound, the wooden sword snapped in two. It left only a shallow white mark on the surface of the boulder. Wang Qing opened his eyes and saw the wooden sword broken in two lying on the ground. He then looked at the undamaged boulder and was speechless. What a blockhead! Who told you to use brute force? Xu Ziyang scolded urgently. You need to combine your mental strength, qi vital energy, and physical power, and concentrate them into a single point before you start again. Wang Qing switched to a wooden sword and tried again. This time, he carefully controlled the flow of qi, attempting to unleash his power at the very moment before the blade touched the boulder. Snap! The wooden sword broke again, but this time it didn't even leave a white mark. Once, twice, 3 times, wooden swords broke one after another, but the boulder remained unmoved. Seeing that Wang Qing had failed to use the wooden swords in 6 attempts, Xu Ziyang shook his head in disappointment, took out a bag full of wooden swords from his storage ring, and went back to his office to rest. Wang Qing's physical strength was rapidly depleting, and his mental energy was also exhausted from constantly guiding qi. Each failure gave him a deeper understanding of the delicate balance between qi and strength, but he was always just a little short. Before we knew it, night fell, the stars twinkled, and the dim lights of the dilapidated building of Shanglan Technical School came on. Accompanied by a series of tired complaints and footsteps, Yang Sanbao returned with Lin Yu, Sun Meng, and others. Ouch, my back. Fatty Yang, you're inhuman. There were so many monsters in that dungeon, my legs are about to break. Ren Xingyuan collapsed to the ground as soon as he entered the room, complaining in a hoarse voice. It's Principal Yang, too ruthless. Feng Shiran was also exhausted, and his stuttering became even worse. Clutching the half-empty wine jar, Dong Kai'er mumbled drunkenly, hiccup, I'm exhausted. You surnamed Yang, if you do this again tomorrow, I'll burn your underwear. Lu Jianan's delicate face was also full of fatigue, and although Lin Yu was still aloof, there was a deep weariness between her brows, and her face was paler than usual. Sun Meng, leaning on his cane, saw Wang Qing sitting alone on the open ground, staring blankly at a large rock, his clothes covered in wood chips, and couldn't help but call out curiously. Brother Cheng? What are you doing sitting there daydreaming? We're all exhausted. Lin Yu's gaze swept over Wang Qing and the broken swords scattered around him, as well as the intact boulder in front of him. A complex emotion flashed in her cold eyes, but she quickly regained her indifference and walked straight towards the stairs. Wang Qing was awakened by Sun Meng's shouts, only to find that it was already dark and the others had returned. He subconsciously brought up the system panel and was shocked to find that his level had quietly increased by 1 level without him even realizing it. Level, Lv.34? Thank you for your hard work, Lin Yu. This is all thanks to you. He ignored Sun Meng and muttered to himself. In the dead of night, all was quiet. Wang Qing dragged his tired body, but his spirits were somewhat excited. He knocked on Lu Jianan's boudoir on the 4th floor as agreed. The door opened, and Lu Jianan, wearing fluffy bunny pajamas, looked at him warily. What? It's so late, a man and a woman alone together, what do you want? She subconsciously hugged the carrot pillow in her arms tighter. Big sister, didn't we agree on this morning? Wang Qing rolled his eyes helplessly, took out the book The Refining Method of Qi and Blood Restoration pill from his storage ring, and handed it over. Here you go. This is what I looted from a dungeon. I don't really understand it, but it should be useful to you. Lu Jianan's eyes lit up, and she snatched the book, quickly flipping through it. A look of surprise appeared on her face. Wow. I'd been looking for this for so long. She hugged the book to her chest like a precious treasure. Don't get too excited yet. Here you go. As agreed, you have to fix this. Wang Qing then handed over the damaged, 10,000 bone breastplate that Lin Yu had given him. Lu Jianan, holding the book in her arms, glanced at it and said, "This piece of junk doesn't even need fixing. I'll just give you a better one." Wang Qing shook his head, staring blankly at the hole in the 10,000 bones breastplate. He said very seriously, "No need, this is very important to me, you have to fix it properly for me." Well, alright then, consider it a favor I owe you. After all, the value of this book is much higher than this breastplate. Lu Jianan said bluntly, looking at Wang Qing's serious and earnest expression. This guy usually seems lazy and a bit greedy, but at this moment, all he could see was the expectation of repairing his breastplate, and he didn't pay any attention to Lu Jianan's words. Suddenly, Wang Qing's face showed some hesitation, as if he had something on his mind. Seeing his worried expression, Lu Jianan said impatiently, "Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to rest." Wang Qing touched his storage ring, inside which lay the strange metal sphere he had obtained from Li Nang, the one that the Nanling Guild had hunted down at all costs. Should we show it to this well-informed rich woman? Perhaps she'll recognize what it is? But considering the enormous trouble this thing might bring, and the unknown nature of Lu Jianan's background, Wang Qing ultimately suppressed the idea the time was not yet right. That's all. Wang Qing's expression changed slightly, but he put on a smile and prepared to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, casually leaning against the doorframe, watching Lu Jianan eagerly flipping through her new book under the light. "Hey, Lu," he said, his tone slightly seductive. "Have you ever thought about switching to a career that suits you better? Like, one that can satisfy your research interests and also make you, well, incredibly stamina and endurance?" Lu Jianan didn't even look up, just pouted and a blush crept across her face. "TCH, here we go again. Wang Chang, I know what you mean by endurance and stamina. I'm a grown woman, you're disgusting, that's such a direct pickup line." Lu Jianan only learned the meaning of these two words today by asking the drunkard Dong Kaier. She frowned and angrily cursed, "Get out of here, I told you you're not my type." Directly? Wang Qing was bewildered and was about to explain when she pushed him out the door and slammed it shut. Chapter 63 The Mighty Endurance Pill. On the 4th floor of Shanglan Technical School, in front of Lu Jianan's dormitory, Wang Qing stood outside the door, shook his head with a wry smile, and wondered what to do. He turned and went downstairs, not seeing Lu Jianan behind the door. She was leaning against the door, her delicate face slightly flushed, her heart beating a little faster. This guy, he's awful, but he's so direct. All the other suitors are so hesitant. She touched her slightly flushed cheeks. His gaze fell on the pharmaceutical formula notes on the lab bench, and a thought suddenly popped into his head. "If you always bring up endurance and stamina, I'll let you endure to your heart's content." She smiled slyly, immediately pounced on the lab table, and began rummaging through the materials. Soon, a strange medicinal fragrance filled her room. The next morning, everyone was once again awakened by Yang Sanbao's raspy voice and gathered on the first floor to prepare for another day of grueling training. After a night's rest, Wang Qing had recovered considerably and was pondering how to overcome that boulder today. Lu Jianan ran down the stairs with an excited smile on her face. She walked straight up to Wang Qing and, in full view of everyone, placed a delicate, transparent crystal bottle containing a few pink pills into his hand. "Hey, Wang Qing, this is for you." Her voice was clear and crisp, with a hint of pride. "Didn't you keep talking about lasting power and endurance last night? I made it for you right here last night. This is Mega Strength and Longevity Pill. An exclusive formula, guaranteed to satisfy you. Take one, and you'll be full of energy, incredibly strong, and able to fight for endurance without a problem." "You're welcome." She deliberately emphasized the word lasting and blinked her big, watery eyes. the air froze instantly. Ren Qingyuan was the first to react, bursting into laughter and clutching his stomach, doubled over with mirth. Haha, a super powerful stamina pill? Ha ha. Wang Qing, this is a man's business, come to me. How could you ask a girl for this? Dong Kaier spat out the mouthful of wine she had just taken a sip, choking and coughing repeatedly. She pointed at Wang Chang and Lu Jianan, laughing so hard she couldn't speak. Feng Shiran laughed so hard his face turned red. He wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Sun Meng's eyes widened as he looked at the pink pill in Wang Qing's hand, then at Lu Jianan, and finally at Lin Yu, whose face had turned icy cold. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind: it's over, it's completely over. Even if Brother Qing jumps into the Yellow River, he can't clear his name. Yang Sanbao and Zhu Zhiyong were also stunned. Zhu Zhiyong's small eyes scanned back and forth between Lu Jianan and Wang Qing, revealing a smile that was both sudden realization and extremely lewd. Lin Yu's beautiful face instantly lost all color, turning deathly pale. Her cold eyes were fixed on the bottle of glaring pink pills in Wang Qing's hand, then swept over Lu Jianan's smiling face, and finally landed on Wang Qing's bewildered and speechless expression. A chilling anger and deep disappointment swept over her like a cold wave, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly. She turned around abruptly, said nothing, and strode towards the door. Wang Cheng held the bottle of mega strength and longevity pills and watched Lin Yu's resolute departure. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't explain them. He felt a surge of anger rush to his head, and he cried out in his heart, "This misunderstanding is completely confirmed." "Little brat, you're playing pretty fancy games," Zhu Zhiyong said bluntly without any hesitation. "Principal, we're getting old, we can't compare to the young anymore," haha, Yang Sanbao joked from the side. Before long, the awkward atmosphere of the meeting was dispelled by Zhu Zhiyong and Yang Sanbao's urging. The group was once again sent to the center of the instance for a hellish leveling grind, leaving Wang Qing alone to continue facing that stubborn granite boulder. Wang Qing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing all his embarrassment and frustration, and his gaze became sharp and focused again. He picked up a new wooden sword and stood before the boulder once more. This time, he didn't rush to close his eyes, but carefully recalled the feeling of countless failures yesterday, especially the insights he gained while sitting in quiet contemplation. Utilizing qi, the power and spirit of a professional, essentially involves infusing the professional's power into qi, guided by spirit. The key lies in how to achieve the fusion of the professional's power and qi. After figuring out the key point, he once again guided the airflow into the wooden sword. This time, his mental energy was clearer, and he used most of his mental energy to precisely control the flow of energy inside the sword, especially to concentrate it at the very tip of the blade. At the same time, he mobilized the power of professionals, but no longer by brute force. Instead, he regarded it as a kind of momentum that could be unleashed following the guidance of qi. He slowly manipulated the wooden sword, his movements solemn. When he wielded the sword to the highest level of control he could, a glint flashed in his eyes, and his spiritual power and qi erupted simultaneously. Put. This time, it wasn't the crisp sound of a wooden sword breaking, but a dull, tearing sound. The tip of the wooden sword was deeply embedded in the granite. The hard rock surface, centered on the sword tip, was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks that spread over a half-inch radius. Although they were unable to completely split the boulder, it was still a huge breakthrough. Although the wooden sword did not break, the blade could not withstand the enormous reaction force and became covered with cracks, on the verge of shattering. Wang Qing pulled out the almost ruined wooden sword, looked at the deep cracks and embedding points on the boulder, and a wildly joyful smile appeared on his tired face. In the time that followed, Wang Qing was as if possessed, trying again and again. Failure still exists, and the wooden sword still shatters, but the cracks on the boulder grow deeper and wider. As the afterglow of the setting sun once again painted the sky red, Wang Qing was soaked to the bone and panting heavily, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. He transformed his fingers into a sword, channeling his entire being into his mental power to control the last intact wooden sword, gathering all his energy and strength. Break it! With a deep roar, the wooden sword transformed into a blurry gray shadow, precisely piercing the deepest crack in the center of the boulder. Boom! With a loud bang, a massive, half-person high granite boulder was cleaved in two from the middle, sending fragments flying and dust billowing everywhere. Wang Qing looked at the boulder split in two on the ground, panting heavily, a smile of accomplishment spreading across his face. Good lad. Zhu Zhiyong's voice rang out at the right time. He had somehow wandered over again, looking at the cracked boulder on the ground with undisguised admiration and amazement in his small eyes. He's splitting the rock successfully, much faster than I expected. This comprehension, this tenacity. Damn it, I wasn't wrong about him this time. Wang Qing caught his breath and looked at Zhu Zhiyong, his eyes filled with anticipation. Old Zhu, the stone has been split, can we learn that sword technique now? Xu Zhiyong chuckled, what's the rush? Splitting rocks is just to teach you how to envelop your chi with your professional power and unleash destructive force under the guidance of your mental strength. But the true essence of using a single sword to break through all techniques lies in the ability to control the sword with ease and precision, achieving effortless mastery. Damn it, anyone can destroy things. The difficult part is maintaining absolute precision while destroying them. Now, let's practice this. He magically produced several more raw eggs. He picked one up and placed it on a flat stone. Wang Qing wiped the sweat from his face, looking completely bewildered. We still need to practice? What's with the raw egg? Chapter 64, Retrieving the Egg from the Shell. Xu Zhiyong looked at Wang Qing, who was covered in sweat, and pointed to the eggs placed on the flat stone. He said calmly, now comes the hardest part. See that? Use your wooden sword to crack this eggshell. The requirement is, the eggshell must crack, but the egg white and yolk inside must remain intact. Not a single drop can spill. You fatso, are you kidding me? How could that be possible? Wang Qing immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Xu Zhiyong ignored Wang Qing's words and simply waved his hand casually. There was a very faint click sound. The eggshell on the flat stone cracked open, and then little by little, the eggshell fell off, leaving the egg white and yolk intact. Wang Qing's mouth was wide open at that moment, as if he could swallow the egg whole. Practice hard, hurry up, I'm going to have a drink. After saying that, he disappeared, leaving a dumbfounded Wang Qing behind. Looking at the round, fragile raw egg on the rock, Wang Qing's initial joy at splitting the boulder was instantly overshadowed by the immense challenge. He felt unprecedented pressure. Using mental power to control a wooden sword to split open an eggshell without damaging the inside? This requires not destructive force, but rather precise and meticulous control. Wang Qing sat down cross-legged, but did not act immediately. He picked up the wooden sword and carefully touched the eggshell with the tip of the sword. With a little more force, crack, the eggshell split open, and the egg white immediately spilled out. With a slightly lighter touch, the sword tip slid away, leaving only a small white mark on the eggshell. He experimented to experience the force required to crack the egg. Then he began to try, closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, controlling the wooden sword as if splitting a boulder. Once, twice, 3 times, one egg after another broke, egg white and yolk spilled all over the floor. With each failure, Wang Qing would close his eyes and contemplate, feeling the sensation transmitted back from the sword tip, the subtle feedback as the sword tip was about to touch the eggshell, and how the power attribute became gentle and precise under the guidance of his mental power. He gradually realized that the key to splitting the egg lay in the ultimate micro-control of qi, which had to be extremely weak, and even spiritual power was wrapped around the tip of the sword, becoming an extension of perception and control. For professionals, strength is no longer the main force for explosive power, but has been transformed into a support and transmission mechanism. When the sword tip touches the eggshell, the force needs to be guided by qi and instantly transformed into a high-frequency, low-amplitude oscillation that only affects the outermost layer of the eggshell. This is more than 10 times harder than splitting a rock. And the mental strain it consumes is enormous. Wang Qing was completely absorbed in the moment, forgetting the passage of time and his physical exhaustion. All he could see was that round egg. Before we knew it, the night had deepened once again. When Yang Sanbao returned to Xianglan with a group of elites who were exhausted like dead dogs, cursing and swearing, this was the scene he saw. Under the moonlight, Wang Qing sat cross-legged on the open ground like an old monk in meditation, with countless eggshell fragments and sticky egg liquid stains scattered in front of him. He was facing an egg, and the tip of the wooden sword in the void trembled slightly at an extremely subtle frequency that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, slowly approaching the eggshell. Holy crap! Why is Brother Qing playing with eggs? Sun Meng had already abandoned his crutches after applying Lu Jianan's medicine, and he looked completely bewildered. How, play with eggs? Ren Qingyuan was too tired to speak. Dong Kaier glanced at him through her blurry, drunken eyes and muttered, "We're exhausted, and he's just messing around here?" Feng Shiran looked exhausted and shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand. Lu Jianan pursed her lips, but her gaze involuntarily lingered on Wang Qing's profile, which was focused to the extreme. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the mess in Wang Qing's focused figure. A very subtle ripple flashed in her cold eyes. Ignoring everyone, she strode upstairs. Wang Qing seemed oblivious to the commotion around him. His entire focus was on the tip of the sword. His mental energy, like the most precise probe, extended through his qi, allowing him to clearly perceive the subtle textures on the eggshell surface. He guided the faint, thread-like energy to evenly cover the tip of the sword, while simultaneously mobilizing a trace of power attribute, transforming it into a high-frequency, low-amplitude oscillating force. The tip of the sword finally touched the eggshell gently. There was no direct impact, no pressure. The high-frequency vibrations at the tip of the sword acted like countless tiny carving knives, instantly impacting the outermost structure of the eggshell. Click! A very faint sound, like a bubble bursting. To everyone's astonishment, the top of the eggshell appeared to have been precisely sliced around by an invisible carving knife, and a perfectly round eggshell cap silently fell off. It revealed the crystal clear, intact egg white and the round yolk in the center, without spilling a single drop of egg liquid. Damn, I finally succeeded. Wang Qing let out a long, deep breath, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Looking at the masterpiece on the stone, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, it's done, old man Zhu, I've succeeded. The laughter was especially clear in the quiet night. A loud crash, the sound of a wineglass shattering on the ground, came from not far away. Zhu Ziyang was standing to the side at some point, and the wineglass he was holding fell to the ground, splashing wine everywhere, but he was completely unaware. He stared wide-eyed at the perfectly hatched egg on the rock, then suddenly looked at Wang Qing, who was exhausted but laughing loudly, his expression extremely complicated. Shock, ecstasy, relief, even a touch of moisture? He strode forward, grabbed the egg, and examined its smooth, mirror-like cut and intact interior. His fingers even trembled slightly with excitement. Good. Good. Good, he said 3 times in a row, his voice slightly choked with emotion. He suddenly looked up and patted Wang Qing's shoulder hard, so hard that it almost knocked Wang Qing down. Kid, you've really opened my eyes. Zhu Ziyang's voice was filled with unprecedented excitement. In just 2 days, you've drawn your sword, split rocks, and cracked eggs. I originally thought that just drawing your sword would take you several days. Wang Qing rubbed his shoulder, which was sore from being patted, his eyes filled with anticipation. Then, Principal Zhu, can we learn that sword technique now? Seeing the longing in Wang Qing's eyes, Zhu Ziyang's excitement slowly subsided. He shook his head, but his eyes were unusually bright and certain. It's still early, brat. The profound meaning of one sword breaks all laws goes far beyond this. That sword strike was the ultimate fusion of intention, qi, strength, and spirit, a sharp edge that shattered all rules and constraints. You have now only obtained the key to learn it. He paused, looked at Wang Qing, and said, word by word, with utmost seriousness, but I can tell you, you already have this key in your hands. You are the successor I have been waiting for decades, the one who is truly qualified to inherit my mantle. Chapter 65. I'm here. The remaining days passed quickly. Early in the morning, Zhu Ziyang, for the first time ever, put on a neat suit and a bright red tie. He straightened his bald head, which had only a few hairs left, and the pressure of the tie made his fat neck extremely uncomfortable. He slowly walked downstairs, a smug smile on his face. Upstairs came Yang Sanbao's booming voice, I told you to get up at 7. It's already 8. Still dawdling. Half an hour later, Wang Qing and the others came downstairs, still half asleep. When they saw old Zhu dressed like that, they all looked surprised. All right, Fatty Yang, stop yelling. Zhu Ziyang waved his hand impatiently. Principal, we agreed to start at 8 o'clock. It's already 8:30. Yang Sanbao reminded him impatiently. You don't know anything. The main characters always arrive late. But Tsinghua and Peking University over there, Yang Sanbao replied hesitantly. Shut up, let them wait a bit longer, they won't die. Zhu Ziyang looked at Wang Qing and the others who still looked like they hadn't slept properly, a smirk playing on his lips. After breakfast, we'll rehearse a bit, no rush. Rehearsal? Everyone looked puzzled. Half an hour later, when Zhu Ziyang led this lazy team into the campus of Tsinghua and Peking Universities, a completely different atmosphere came over them. Underfoot are smooth, mirror-like, and reflective dark green anti-slip stone bricks that stretch all the way to a magnificent architectural complex in the distance. On both sides of the road, there are carefully trimmed and layered green plants. The low-lying holly bushes are pruned into full geometric shapes, interspersed with flowers that bloom in all seasons, and the air is filled with the delicate fragrance of flowers and the scent of grass. In the distance, the modern teaching buildings and the huge library gleamed golden in the sunlight. Further away, the dome outlines of the training hall, the dungeon center, and other facilities are clearly visible, all showcasing the profound heritage of the Dragon Kingdom's highest institution of learning. My goodness! Sun Meng's mouth dropped open, his eyes wide with disbelief. The floor is cleaner than our dorm room. The talkative Ringxing Yuan smacked his lips and, unusually, shut his mouth. Dong Kaier, holding her wine gourd, glanced at the scene before her with a dazed look. Feng Shiran uttered a few ahas sounds, clearly quite shocked as well. Only Lu Jianan pursed her lips and muttered under her breath, "It's not even as big as my backyard." What an ignorant country bumpkin. Lin Yu followed behind Wang Qing, her face cold and stern, seemingly oblivious to the scenery of Tsinghua and Peking University's campus. Meanwhile, the Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena was already in an uproar. The huge circular stadium was packed to capacity, filled with the lively chatter of the crowd. In the center was a fighting arena large enough to accommodate several people. The surrounding stands were packed with teachers and students from Tsinghua and Peking universities, especially the area where the freshmen were located, where the crowd was indignant and the noise was deafening. "What's going on? You're 2 hours late. I bet those trash from Shanglan are too scared to come." Of course they are. A bunch of maggots hiding in a cesspool. Do they even deserve to step onto the training ground of Tsinghua and Peking universities? As soon as a shout of Xianglan broke their promise, "Expel them from the university," was uttered, the entire training ground instantly erupted in chants of this slogan. On the platform, Principal Guan Sunghai stood with his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed, pacing back and forth, his face clouded with worry. Several vice principals turned ashen-faced, with Vice Principal Huang Baichuan slamming his fist on the table and shouting, "Outrageous! Outrageous! This is blatant disrespect to Tsinghua and Peking universities." Hu Yangli gritted his teeth and said, "Principal, we can't wait any longer. That old man is untrustworthy. Let's report this directly to the Education Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom and ask them to make a decision." "Yes, Director Hu is right. Principal Guan has been waiting for 2 hours. Let's make a decision soon." The other vice principals echoed in unison. Principal Guan stopped and looked towards the entrance of the venue, his eyes filled with anger and disappointment. "Old man, I gave you face, and you play me for it? This is intolerable." Just when this clamor of condemnation was about to become uncontrollable, "I've arrived." A deafening roar, delivered without warning, reached the ears of every student at Tsinghua and Peking University. The sound contained unimaginable power and instantly overwhelmed all the noise in the venue. The tens of thousands of people in the arena seemed to have been collectively choked, coming to an abrupt halt. Countless eyes turned to the entrance of the giant pine door in the martial arts arena. Squeak! The heavy pine door slowly opened to both sides. Light streamed in from outside, outlining a group of extremely eerie figures at the doorway. The leader was none other than Zhu Jian, who had changed into a sharp suit, had a shiny spiky head, and looked quite respectable. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his belly sticking out, his head held high, looking down on the entire training ground with disdain, and a smug smile on his face. Beside him, the 7 members of Shanglan made their appearance in a crooked and comical pose. Wang Qing stood lazily to his left, looking diagonally upwards, one arm outstretched, the other half outstretched and raised to his chest, his eyelids drooping, looking as if he hadn't woken up yet. Lin Yu stood close to him, her beautiful face cold and frosty as she stared ahead, the dragon thunder sword in her hand drawn half an inch. Sun Meng bared his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger, and struck a pose that showed off his muscles, carrying his giant sword on his back. On the other side, Renqing Yuan muttered something and struck the same pose as Wang Qing. Beside him, Feng Shiran held his wine gourd high, looking ahead with a hangover-like expression. The funniest one was Lu Jianan, who was wearing a bunny pajama set and holding a huge watermelon pillow. Her big, watery eyes were deliberately making a fierce expression. At the very end, Feng Shiran's face turned bright red, and the veins on his neck bulged out, as if he were constipated. "Damn it," he shouted. Just as the pose was perfect, a loud bang erupted, the timing just right. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. Tens of thousands of eyes were focused on this uniquely styled team. Time stood still for a few breaths. Pfft, ha ha. Someone couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Immediately afterwards, like a powder keg being lit, the deathly silence was instantly drowned out by the roaring laughter of tens of thousands of students from Tsinghua and Peking universities. "Ha, what the hell is this hairstyle? Is that big-breasted loli hugging a watermelon pillow a joke? Look at that big guy, his eyes are wide open like saucers, it's hilarious. And that fat guy in the suit, does he think he's here to walk the runway? Such an opponent is a disgrace to Tsinghua and Peking universities." The roar almost lifted the dome, filled with undisguised contempt and the glee of watching a monkey show. Even the vice principals on the podium, who were originally furious, couldn't help but twitch their facial muscles as they watched this absurd scene. They wanted to curse but found it utterly ridiculous. Principal Sunhai's lips twitched violently twice. Looking at Zhu Ziyong's smug and arrogant face, he felt a surge of anger rising to the top of his head. He suppressed his anger, his voice booming through the loudspeaker, carrying a chilling undercurrent. Principal Zhu, since you're here, let's begin as agreed. Zhu Ziyong nodded in satisfaction and whispered a reprimand: maintain formation and uphold the spirit of Shanglan. With firm steps, he led the team behind him, who were still struggling to maintain their strange formation, through the huge arena passageway as if no one else was there, and walked step by step toward the central arena. Wherever he went, laughter, boos, and whistles surged like a tide, but he seemed not to hear them. He even waved in several directions with a rather smug look, as if he were accepting the cheers of Tsinghua and Peking University students. Chapter 66, A Battle of Attacks. Zhu Ziyong slowly walked to the center of the arena, raised his hand, and said, "Stop." Wang Cheng and the others stopped their ugly poses with a sigh of relief. They didn't feel embarrassed at all, on the contrary, they were a little proud. It's true that the kind of school you attend produces the kind of students you become. Then old Zhu cleared his throat, and with his powerful strength, his voice clearly reached every corner, instantly suppressing some of the laughter. Ahem, Principal Guan, friends from Tsinghua and Peking Universities, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. He forced a smile, his small eyes scanning the room before finally settling on the podium. A martial arts competition should be fair, just, and transparent. To showcase the strength of our Shanglan. He paused deliberately, whetting everyone's appetite, before slowly raising one finger. In our Shanglan, the order of appearance for the competition is as follows: Sun Meng first, Lu Jianan second, Dong Kaier third, followed by Rinqing Yuan, Feng Shiran, Lin Yu, and finally Wang Cheng. As for you Tsinghua and Peking University students. He chuckled, his smile brimming with arrogance and provocation. Come at me, a tag team battle. One by one. If Tsinghua and Peking University can send just one person today to beat all 7 of our Shanglan brats to a pulp, then we'll consider it a loss. I'll pack my bags and get out of here right now. Before he could finish speaking, he abruptly added, his voice rising even higher, oh, right. One more rule: pills and supplementary medicines can be used. How about that, Principal Guan? Zhu Ziyong, with an arrogant air of I'm just that awesome, swept his gaze across the entire room. Boom! The entire Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena was in complete chaos. Who is this bald guy? So arrogant. This is utterly reckless. This is a blatant challenge to Tsinghua and Peking Universities. A relentless battle? Where do you get your confidence? You want to prove yourself against Tsinghua and Peking University? How much do you even know? Junior students, kill them. Let them know what they're made of. Holy crap, they can even use pills and auxiliary medicines? Do they really think our alchemy department at Tsinghua and Peking University is just for show? The crowd in the stands was furious, and their shouts and curses almost broke through the stadium. The students from Tsinghua and Peking Universities were so angry that their faces turned ashen, and their fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Sima Yunfeng's handsome face instantly turned so gloomy it could drip water, his eyes flashing with cold light as he stared intently at the fat man in a suit who was spouting nonsense on the stage. The elites behind him were even more murderous, wishing they could rush up and tear Xianglan and his group to shreds immediately. Zhang Wanqing sat among the crowd in the stands, remaining silent and cold-faced. Her eyes were only on Wang Qing, who was stretching lazily in the center of the stage. Was this the top scorer in the college entrance examination? On the podium, Principal Guan Sunhai trembled with rage. He slammed his fist on the table, unable to maintain his refined demeanor any longer. Old Zhu, you've gone too far. What kind of rules are these? Are you implying that Tsinghua and Peking University have no one to rely on? Huang Baichuan stood up abruptly, pointing his finger at Zhu Ziyong and roaring, you old bastard, you're insulting Tsinghua and Peking University. And you call that a relay race? You're deliberately courting death. Faced with a torrent of angry curses and accusations, Zhu Ziyong simply picked his ear with his little finger, then blew on his fingertip, his arrogant and unrestrained smile remaining unchanged. Of the 7 people from Shanglan behind him, only Wang Qing rolled his eyes and Lin Yu maintained a cold expression. The others had various expressions. Sun Meng was so aroused by the overwhelming hostility that he tried to widen his eyes even more. Rinqing Yuan shrank his neck, Feng Shiran blushed even more, Dong Kaier took another swig of wine, and Lu Jianan buried her face in the watermelon pillow, only revealing her big, humiliated eyes. Zhu Ziyong looked at the podium with an extremely calm expression and asked, what? Scared? You think Tsinghua and Peking University are afraid of you? That's ridiculous. It starts in 5 minutes. Principal Guan Songhai stood up excitedly and retorted sarcastically. Okay. Before Zhu Ziyong could finish speaking, he instantly disappeared from the high platform and arrived directly in front of Guan Songhai. Little Guan, let's see what we're made of, ha. He plopped down next to Principal Guan, a seat that had been reserved for him long ago. Principal Guan Songhai's face turned ashen with anger, and his chest heaved violently. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the angry rebuke that was about to burst out, and glanced at Yi, the student council president who was not far from him. Yi sensed the principal's gaze, immediately understood, and quickly walked to Sima Yunfeng's side. His face was stern, and his voice was extremely low, yet it carried an undeniable tone. Junior brother Yunfeng, this is not an ordinary sparring match, but a battle to defend the century-old reputation of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Principal Guan's meaning is very clear: we must win completely. We cannot afford to lose a single one. Let those arrogant clowns from Shanglan get out of here completely, understand? A ruthless glint flashed across Sima Yunfeng's face. He nodded slightly and said, Chairman, rest assured, I will make them regret coming here today. The freshman elites behind him also clenched their fists, their murderous intent constantly conveying to Yi their determination to annihilate Shanglan. Listening to their words of loyalty, Yi felt inexplicably uneasy. If Zhang Wanqing could join the battle, victory would be almost guaranteed. It's just a pity. I don't know why this girl. Meanwhile, below the arena, in the preparation area where the 7 members of Shanglan were located, Yang Sanbao tried his best to appear serious and passionate, rubbing his hands together and spitting as he spoke. Students, the crucial moment has arrived. Think about Principal Zhu's good intentions, think about the future of Shanglan. Show your spirit, let those arrogant guys from Tsinghua and Peking University see what's what. Yang Fatty, shut up. The talkative Rin Qingyuan was the first to interrupt impatiently. You woke me up so early in the morning, I barely ate anything, and now you're nagging me endlessly. Feng Shiran, with a cold expression, expressed his agreement. Dong Kaier, her eyes blurry with drunkenness, mumbled, so noisy. If you keep making noise, I'll slap you to death. Get out of here. Why are you so annoying? Lu Jianan lifted her face from the watermelon pillow, her delicate face full of disgust. Yang Sanbao's chubby face flushed red and then turned pale as he was rebuked. He coughed awkwardly a few times and looked at Wang Qing and Lin Yu for help. Lin Yu remained expressionless, his gaze coldly fixed on the arena, as if everything around him was irrelevant. Wang Qing completely ignored Fatty Yang. He walked over to Sun Meng and patted the big, strong guy's arm. Sun Meng was straining his eyes, and when he saw Wang Qing approaching, he immediately tensed up even more. Brother Chang. Mingzi Wang Qing's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable tone. You're going first, so the pressure is the greatest. Remember, if you can't win, admit defeat, it's not shameful. Don't push yourself, we're here for you. He knew Sun Meng's personality all too well. When he got carried away with passion, he was prone to being stubborn and inflexible. Sun Meng felt a surge of warmth in his heart and a lump in his throat when he saw the concern in Wang Qing's eyes. He nodded vigorously, looking firmly at Wang Qing, who cared about him. With the great battle approaching, there's no need for many words between brothers. In fact, Sun Meng has already made up his mind. Chapter 67, Vast Disparity in Strength. Wang Qing's gaze then shifted to the aloof and stunningly beautiful figure beside him, Lin Yu. She remained with her back to him, her posture upright like a pine tree, as if she were isolated from all the noise around her. Wang Qing hesitated for a moment before taking out the 10,000 bones breastplate from his storage ring. The originally gruesome damage has been repaired to its original state, and the broken bone spurs have been perfectly connected by a strange metal with a pale golden hue. Not only were there no signs of repair, but it also faintly exuded an even stronger aura of energy. This was naturally Lu Jianan's doing. He carefully walked to Lin Yu's side, handed her the breastplate, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Lin Yu, this. Lu fixed it. You, be careful. He wanted to explain the previous misunderstanding, but 1,000 words stuck in his throat. He hummed in response and turned to leave. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly. She didn't turn around immediately, but her peripheral vision caught sight of the brand new breastplate. A complex emotion welled up in his cold eyes. Did he seek out Lu Jianan because of the need to repair his breastplate? We've misunderstood him. She pursed her lips, as if she wanted to say something. Just then, Director Hu Yongli of Tsinghua and Peking Universities spoke in a chilling voice that pierced the hall. Silence. The exchange competition between freshmen from Tsinghua and Peking Universities and Shanglan Technical School is now beginning. Match 1, Xianglan Technical School, Sun Meng vs Tsinghua University, Tan Bin. Lin Yu's words were abruptly interrupted by this sudden announcement. She quickly suppressed all outward emotions, her face regaining its cool and aloof expression. She didn't look at Wang Qing's departing figure, her gaze lingering on the 10,000 bones breastplate, for a few seconds.
Mengzi, it's your turn. Yang Sanbao was extremely excited and quickly gave Sun Meng a push.
Sun Meng took a deep breath, stomped his foot, and strode onto the stage with his powerful body exuding an arrogant aura. He stood in the center of the arena, looking around at the sea of Tsinghua and Peking University students in the stands, feeling the countless disdainful and curious gazes. He suddenly puffed out his chest. Sun Meng from Xianglan Technical School, a level profession, Greatsword Guardian, level 29, nice to meet you. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire training ground erupted in a frenzy of mockery.
A level? Haha, did I hear that right? And a level dares to go on stage? Does Xianglan have no one else? Sending some rank big oaf to lead the charge? That's hilarious. Any freshman from Tsinghua or Peking University could be better than him, right? Sure, come on, get down here, don't embarrass yourself.
In the stands, students from Tsinghua and Peking universities were laughing so hard they were almost in tears. Even the high-ranking officials from Tsinghua and Peking universities on the podium couldn't help but show contempt and a just as I thought expression on their faces.
Principal Zhu, is this your Xianglan's top student? Head Vice Principal Hua Honglian said disdainfully, sitting next to Zhu Xiong.
Zhu Xiong's lips curled slightly, and unusually, he didn't even glance at the still charming mature woman.
Principal Guan glanced at Zhu Xiong. A war of attrition, and you can even use pills. You old fool, you're asking for it, don't blame me.
Sun Meng stood in the center of the ring, listening to the unrestrained taunts. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fire, and the muscles on his arms bulged out like hard rocks. He suddenly pulled out the lava greatsword, which was almost as tall as him, from his back with a clang. The heavy tip of the sword slammed heavily onto the hard ground of the arena, making a dull thud.
Stop your damn nonsense. Come on, my greatsword is itching for a fight.
Sun Meng roared angrily, his face resolute, his left hand tightly gripping the 3 pills Lu Jianan had given him.
These pills come in 3 colors, blue, yellow, and red.
Before going on stage, Lu Jianan repeatedly instructed her on how to use them. He knew full well that his abilities were far inferior to those of the elite students from Tsinghua and Peking universities.
But don't worry, Brother Cheng and Sister Lin, Sun Meng will definitely fight his way to clear the way for you.
On the other side of the ring, a short-haired young man wearing the standard training uniform of Tsinghua and Peking universities, with a clearly disdainful smile on his face, was flexing his wrists and easily jumping onto the ring. Tan Bin looked at Sun Meng, who was holding a giant sword, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. He casually cupped his hands in greeting to the podium and the audience. Tsinghua University, Peking University, Tan Bin, SS level profession, bloodthirsty werewolf, level 31, please give me your guidance. The contempt in his tone was palpable. Sun Meng's copper bell-like eyes were fixed on Tan Bin, who jumped onto the ring.
This kid only reached Sun Meng's chest in height.
He wore a plain Tsinghua Peking University training uniform that was loosely draped over his shoulders. His hands were empty, there was no armor or weapon.
Look down on me?
The suppressed anger in Sun Meng's heart suddenly rushed to his head.
Take this.
Sun Meng roared like a wild beast, his veins bulging beneath his bronze skin.
With a loud boom, the lava greatsword he gripped tightly burst into flames, instantly engulfing the massive blade in scorching heat.
His massive body charged toward Tan Bin with unstoppable momentum, his greatsword trailing behind him, carving a scorched mark on the ground before cleaving down with immense force. Trash, Tan Bin sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Faced with the overwhelming force of the giant sword slash, he neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he brought his right fist to his waist, and a dark brown energy instantly coiled around it, causing his muscles to bulge slightly. Just as the giant sword was about to strike, Tan Bin twisted his waist and unleashed a powerful punch.
There were no fancy techniques, only a pure burst of elemental power. Bang!
The force of the punches clashed violently with the flaming greatsword, and a visible ring of air suddenly exploded outwards from the two of them, causing the protective shields at the edge of the arena to fluctuate violently. Sun Meng felt a tremendous force coming from the sword, his arm trembled violently, and his tiger's mouth instantly split open, blood staining the sword hilt red. His massive body was blasted backward by the punch, staggering back 7 or 8 steps before he could barely regain his balance. His chest heaved with blood and chi, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Tan Bin simply swayed in place, shook his slightly numb fist, and his mocking expression deepened.
This level of skill is enough to represent Xianglan? You're not even worthy of standing on this stage. Ha, you're too weak. You fucking want to die.
Sun Meng's eyes were bloodshot, completely enraged. He clearly felt the difference in strength. He was no match for them on his own. The sly look in Lu Jianan's eyes when she handed him the pills flashed through his mind, along with her words, "Use it only when it's absolutely necessary." Without hesitation, Sun Meng shoved the sky blue pill from the 3 pills he had been clutching in his left hand into his mouth and swallowed it hard. He then stuffed the rest of the pills into his breastplate. The pill melted instantly in the mouth, and a violent, surging energy swept through the body. Sun Meng's body trembled violently, the veins on his skin twitched wildly as if they were alive, his muscles expanded again at a visible speed, and his bones made a crunching sound as if they could not bear the weight. His eyes were bloodshot, and a sense of power far exceeding that before filled his entire body, even his breath carried scorching white vapor.
Enhancement pills?
Tan Bin frowned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes.
Chapter 68 Fierce Battle Between the Two Sides. Seeing this, Wang Qing glanced at Lu Jianan, who was beaming with pride.
Such a pill that could enhance potential in a short time must have huge side effects.
Mengzi, why bother?
A fleeting hint of worry crossed Lin Yu's stunningly beautiful yet icy face and eyes. On the podium, Principal Guan Sunhai's previously relaxed brows twitched slightly again.
That old bastard wants to use pills that drain his potential and body to fight us? Tan Bin's strength is not limited to this. On the arena, Tan Bin could feel that Sun Meng's aura had suddenly surged by a large margin.
But he immediately sneered, "You've overdrawn your potential, but once the effects wear off, you're nothing but a dead dog.
You're the one who'll die."
Sun Meng felt the surging power within him, and his confidence soared.
He stopped wasting words and charged again, this time faster and with greater power.
The burning giant sword was no longer a simple slash, but rather a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air as Sun Meng unleashed his own exclusive skill, splitting gold and shattering stone. The giant sword, trailing a long fiery tail, slashed straight at Tan Bin. Tan Bin intended to use the same tactic to block the attack, but Sun Meng's speed and strength at this moment far exceeded his expectations. The violent sword aura made him feel threatened. His expression changed slightly, and he pushed off with his feet, retreating rapidly to the side and back.
Put.
Although the sword avoided a direct hit, the burning edge of the blade still grazed Tan Bin's right arm and chest. The training uniform was instantly torn and charred, leaving a charred wound with blood seeping out slowly.
Tan Bin grunted, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. This pill? How can it be so potent? Ha!
A gasp escaped the students in the Tsinghua and Peking University stands, who were momentarily stunned. No one expected that Sun Meng, who was on drugs, could actually injure Tan Bin, an SS-level fighter. That ferocious slash made many people gasp in shock. At that moment, Lu Jianan excitedly waved her little fist, her baby face full of pride. See, isn't my medicine amazing?" On the podium, the faces of Guan Sunhai and other high-ranking officials from Tsinghua and Peking universities instantly darkened.
How could this medicine be so potent?
Tan Bin looked at Sun Meng not far away, his expression turning ferocious, the pain in his chest constantly reminding him of this. His eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. Trash.
I underestimated you, but you've successfully enraged me.
He roared, his voice suddenly changing tone.
Awoo.
Suddenly, a mournful wolf howl echoed throughout the entire training ground.
Tan Bin's body began to undergo terrifying changes.
Bones cracked, muscles bulged wildly, tearing through training clothes, thick gray-black fur quickly covered the entire body, hands and feet transformed into sharp wolf claws, mouth and nose protruded forward, fangs were exposed, and eyes turned into bloodthirsty scarlet. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying werewolf, 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and exuding a brutal aura, appeared on the arena. Tan Bin's SS-level exclusive skill, Bloodthirsty Werewolf Transformation. After his transformation, Tan Bin's speed, strength, and defense were all greatly enhanced. He was in stark contrast to his previous petite figure, which made Wang Qing and the others in the audience tremble with fear. Sun Meng struck successfully and grinned widely. Although Tan Bin's werewolf transformation was impressive, it paled in comparison to Sister Lin's. He was about to continue his attack while Tan Bin was in werewolf form, but he didn't expect the side effects of the drug to have already appeared. He felt his steps were very heavy and his bones began to ache intensely. Suddenly, Tan Bin pushed off with his foot, and the hard arena floor cracked instantly. He turned into a gray afterimage and appeared in front of Sun Meng, who was panting heavily due to the side effects of the drug.
Die!
Tan Bin, now in his werewolf form, whimpered like a wolfhound as his massive wolf claws slammed into Sun Meng's chest. Sun Meng instinctively raised his burning greatsword to parry.
Clang!
A deafening sound erupted, and Sun Meng felt an indescribable force. His arms were in excruciating pain, and his tiger's mouth was completely split open. The heavy lava greatsword was forcefully knocked out of the wolf's hand by its claws, spinning and crashing with a loud thud onto the edge of the arena more than 10 meters away, its flames instantly extinguished. The moment the giant sword left his hand, Sun Meng was wide open, and Tan Bin's eyes flashed with ferocity as he unleashed a barrage of punches from his claws like a storm. Werewolf Whirlwind Fist.
Bang, bang, bang. Countless fist shadows rained down on Sun Meng's massive body.
Sun Meng only had time to cross his arms to protect his head and face. His whole body swayed violently with the force of the punches.
Pft. Mouthfuls of blood gushed from Sun Meng's mouth, staining the arena red.
If it weren't for the Dragon Fang breastplate gifted to him by Lu Jianan, which blocked most of the attacks aimed at his vital chest and abdomen, he would probably have already suffered internal organ rupture and lost consciousness. Seeing his brother being brutally beaten in the ring, he shouted, "Mingzi, admit defeat.
Admit defeat now."
Below the stage, Wang Qing roared frantically, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his nails digging deep into his palms.
Junior Tan, beat him to death.
Let him know the consequences of offending Tsinghua and Peking University.
Junior Tan, well done. Don't hold back.
The students in the stands of Tsinghua and Peking universities erupted in deafening cheers and insults. Sun Meng was beaten until he was swaying and his vision was blurred, with a buzzing sound filling his ears. With a loud crash, Sun Meng finally gave in and collapsed heavily to one knee, spitting out another mouthful of blood that stained the ground in front of him. He lowered his head, breathing heavily, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth and chin. After unleashing a barrage of attacks, Tan Bin, now in his werewolf form, looked at Sun Meng kneeling before him with disdain in his bloodshot eyes. "Just admit defeat already, you're utterly pathetic." Tan Bin raised his wolf head, as if everything had been settled. In this moment of despair, Sun Meng, his left hand stained with blood, reached with incredible difficulty into his robes, groped for the yellow pill, and with his last ounce of strength, shoved it into his mouth. "Damn it, I'll never acknowledge your grandmother's legs again."
Sun Meng's kneeling body suddenly trembled, and an abnormal red light quickly emanated from his body.
He let out a beast-like roar of pain, and his muscles swelled up strangely once again. He suddenly raised his head, and his white pupils had turned blood red.
What? Tan Bin quickly took a few steps back, observing Sun Meng's change warily. Holy crap, he actually stood up?
What kind of elixir is this, so powerful?
The entire audience instantly erupted in a murmur of disbelief.
Everyone watched with slightly changed expressions as the man, covered in blood and fighting fiercely, actually stood up again, albeit unsteadily. Sun Meng stared intently at Tan Bin with bloodshot eyes. Dragging his almost broken body, he suddenly burst forth with astonishing speed and lunged at his fallen giant sword. He grabbed his weapon, and flames instantly coated the greatsword, making the flames even more intense than before. Seeing Tan Bin's surprised expression, he leaped into the air and unleashed a raging slash. Like a madman, Sun Meng recklessly hacked and slashed at the equally shocked werewolf Tan Bin. Each sword strike carried the momentum of mutual destruction, its power so great that even the transformed Tan Bin had to temporarily avoid its edge and parry with his wolf claws. Clang-clang sparks flew everywhere, and the loud collision sounds were deafening. Tan Bin grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. What kind of drug was this? How could Sun Meng's strength still be increasing even at this stage? Moreover, his reckless fighting style began to restrict his movements. He could clearly sense that his werewolf transformation was nearing its end, and once the transformation ended, the consequences would be unimaginable. A fierce glint flashed in Tan Bin's eyes. He took a step back to avoid Sun Meng's heavy strike, and at the same time quickly took out 2 pills from his waist and stuffed them into his mouth. One pill is the feral essence, that maintains the werewolf form, and the other is the berserk pill, that temporarily boosts strength. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, Tan Bin's aura suddenly surged. He looked up at the sky and let out an even more ferocious wolf howl, and a dense crimson light gathered on his claws.
"Oof, it's time to end this endless binding."
Tan Bin seized the slight opening after Sun Meng's slash, his figure transforming into a bloody shadow, his sharp claws fiercely grabbing at Sun Meng's wide-open chest. This strike was his strongest skill, and he was determined to tear Sun Meng to shreds.
"Brother, get out of the way."
Wang Chang's excited voice was tinged with despair.
Chapter 69 Blood-Burning Soul-Igniting Pill.
In the center of the arena at the Tsinghua Peking University Martial Arts Arena, within a huge insulating light barrier, the werewolf-like Tan Bin was attacking Sun Meng.
Don't take it head-on, get out of the way.
Lin Yu frowned, raised her body slightly, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Sun Meng watched as the deadly blood-red claw shadow rapidly enlarged before his eyes, and the chilling aura of death instantly enveloped him. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he had no time to block or dodge. At the critical moment, a thought flashed through his mind, which was in a state of confusion due to pain. Rock Guardian. A thick layer of yellowish-brown rock with rock textures instantly appeared around Sun Meng, which was the life-saving skill that Wang Qing had given him.
Boom!
The crimson wolf claw slammed into the yellow rock layer, causing it to tremble violently and crack with a piercing sound. It lasted for less than half a second before exploding into pieces. But it was this precious half-second that gave Sun Meng a lifeline. He used the recoil from the breaking rock layer to lean his body backward. At the same time, it gathered all its remaining strength and, in a desperate move, slashed upwards towards Tan Bin's neck, whose defenses were wide open due to the all-out attack.
Clang! Ugh! Two voices rang out almost simultaneously.
Tan Bin's blood claws, imbued with terrifying power, though weakened by the rock layer, still ripped open Sun Meng's dragon fang breastplate, leaving 5 deep, bone-revealing claw marks on his chest, from which blood gushed out. Sun Meng's body was sent flying by the terrifying skill, spraying out a large amount of blood mist in the air. However, to Tan Bin's utter astonishment, Sun Meng's reverse-slash sword, burning with dark red flames and embodying all his power, was instinctively blocked with one hand. Bloodclaw's massive fingertips were sliced off, slashing viciously at his upper arm. The tough werewolf fur and muscles were torn apart, revealing a huge wound from which blood gushed out like a fountain.
Tan Bin let out a blood-curdling scream.
The massive werewolf body was staggered backward by the sword strike, almost collapsing to its knees. The wound was charred black, and the flames were still burning. With a thud, Sun Meng crashed heavily more than 10 meters away, falling face down into a pool of blood. His body twitched slightly a few times before becoming still. The blood beneath him spread rapidly, a horrifying sight for everyone present.
This bastard is fighting me head-on with a death wish, trying to kill me, Pa.
Tan Bin clutched the wound on his upper arm, blood gushing from between his fingers. He knelt on one knee, panting heavily in pain. His werewolf form began to become unstable due to the intense pain and blood loss. His hair was fading and his body was shrinking. He quickly began treating his wounds and immediately stopped the bleeding. At this moment, the entire Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was shocked by this fierce battle that they initially thought had no chance of winning. Watching one person lying in a pool of blood on the stage, their life hanging in the balance, and another kneeling on the ground, screaming in agony from serious injuries, the heavy stench of blood seemed to permeate through the protective shield. On Xianglan's side, Wang Qing was struck dumb, his mind went blank, and the next second, boundless anger and grief overwhelmed him. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to rush onto the ring without regard for anything else.
Big dummy, my brother. Don't be impulsive. Yang Sanbao reacted quickly, grabbing Wang Qing's waist tightly. Sun Meng is still breathing, the results haven't been announced yet, don't be impulsive. Let me go, he's my brother. Wang Qing struggled desperately.
Just then, Wang Qing suddenly saw Sun Meng's blood-stained left hand move slightly, laboriously, and slowly reaching into his pocket again, where only one last, blood-red pill remained.
No!
Wang Qing instantly understood what Sun Meng was trying to do, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Mengzi, stop eating.
Stop right now.
He whirled around, grabbing Lu Jianan, who was equally stunned by the brutal battle, his voice trembling with excitement. What exactly are those red pills?
Tell me.
Lu Jianan's delicate face was deathly pale, and her large, watery eyes were filled with panic. She looked into Wang Qing's eyes, which were practically spitting fire, and her voice trembled with tears. That's the blood-burning soul-igniting pill. It can forcibly raise attributes to the limits of stamina and physical strength for a short time, but... She glanced at Sun Meng's hand, still struggling to find its way on the stage, and tears welled up in her eyes. But if he takes 3 pills in a row, the drug will completely ignite his life essence, burn his soul, after the effects wear off, maybe.
What could it be? Tell me quickly.
It will kill me, but I made this myself, so I'm not entirely sure about the specific side effects.
What?
Wang Qing felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He turned his head sharply to look at the arena and at Sun Meng's trembling hand that was still groping in the pool of blood. A huge fear instantly overwhelmed him.
Yang Fatty, quickly raise your hand to admit defeat on behalf of the school. Wang Qing roared impatiently at Yang Sanbao.
The talkative Rin Qingyuan and others rushed up to Yang Sanbao, echoing Wang Qing's request. On the platform, Zhu Jian, who had been squinting as if it were none of his business, slowly sat up straight. He looked at the big, clumsy man lying in a pool of blood on the stage, his fingers still stubbornly searching for the pills. Looking at his tattered armor soaked in blood, for the first time, a clear invisible emotion appeared in his cloudy old eyes. "Silly boy, that's enough, you've done enough," Zhu Jiang murmured, unconsciously tightening his grip on the armrest and crushing a corner of the hard armrest. He then quickly raised his hand and announced in a loud voice, "All right, we concede the first round." Upon hearing this, Principal Guan Songhai's lips twitched slightly, and he gestured with his eyes to open the protective shield. Rescue personnel from outside the field quickly entered the scene to assess Sun Meng's injuries.
I never imagined that an A-rank profession could push an SS-rank profession to such an extent.
Xianlan's alchemy skills are not to be underestimated, he muttered to himself, moved. The preparation area for Tsinghua and Peking University elites erupted in cheers.
But Yi Wei had an incredulous expression on his face. Xianglan, the weakest Sun Meng.
He was starting to worry about Qingbei's future situation. Tens of thousands of eyes from students at Tsinghua and Peking universities were focused on Sun Meng's bloodstained, trembling hand in the stands of the martial arts arena. At this moment, they were not happy because of Xianglan's surrender, but were deep in thought. Time seemed to stand still, and the air was filled with a suffocating sense of tragedy. Just after the medical team lifted Sun Meng onto the stretcher, the unconscious Sun Meng kept groping for his chest.
"Brother, didn't we agree on this?"
Wang Qing rushed forward with tears in his eyes, looking at Sun Meng on the stretcher. The familiar voice made Sun Meng slightly lift his eyelids. He saw it was Wang Cheng, and his lips trembled as he said, "I'm sorry, it's me, I'm useless, Brother Cheng." Tears welled in his eyes.
"Don't speak anymore, that's enough, you've done enough."
"Hey, it's really useless.
Even burning yourself is nothing. Is this what Xianglan relies on? You might as well admit defeat sooner."
Sima Yunfeng, who had deliberately followed along, said sarcastically upon hearing this. Wang Qing ignored Sima Yunfeng's clamor and watched as Sun Meng was carried out, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes.
Chapter 70: The Starfall Skull Crusher.
The moment Sun Meng's blood-stained body was carried away from the training ground on a stretcher, the vast Qingbei training ground fell into an eerie silence. Those glaring bloodstains and that indomitable spirit are etched into everyone's heart like a brand. Just as the silence seemed to freeze the air, a loud and clear applause suddenly rang out from the Tsinghua Beihai stands.
"It's Zhang Wanqing."
She sat upright in the front row of the freshman area, her purple hair flowing like a waterfall, her face exquisite and beautiful, no less so than Lin Yu. Those deep, star-like purple eyes were now fixed on Sun Meng, who was being carried away, and were filled with deep emotion. Her applause wasn't enthusiastic, but it was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the silence. Immediately afterwards, sporadic applause rang out from various parts of the stands. Soon, this spark spread like wildfire, transforming into deafening applause that was like a tsunami. This applause no longer carried contempt or mockery, but was the purest respect for a warrior and an indomitable will.
"Well done. You're a real man.
I admire his courage knowing there are tigers in the mountains." He still went into the tiger's den.
Xianglan, is he underrated?
He may lose the battle, but he will never lose his spirit.
The roar engulfed the training ground and slapped Sima Yunfeng hard across the face.
His sarcastic remark still seemed to linger in the air, but now it sounded so vile and grating.
His handsome face flushed crimson instantly.
He looked around at the applause in disbelief, his gaze falling on the purple hair. "Zhang Wanqing, what the hell do you mean?" Yang Sanbao, his face flushed with excitement, stood in the Xianglan preparation area, rubbing his hands together, ready to launch into his motivational speech on the Xianglan spirit. "Students, do you see this?
This is our Xianglan." "Shut up."
Wang Qing suddenly turned his head and glared at him fiercely. His eyes were filled with suppressed anger and warning, as if he would pounce on Yang Sanbao and tear him to pieces if he uttered another word. Yang Sanbao trembled at that look, and the words he was about to say were swallowed back. At the same time, a soft white light shone on the bluestone floor in the center of the arena. The bloodstains, scorch marks, and cracks left from the previous battle were wiped away as if by an invisible eraser, and quickly restored. Even the wolf blood spilled by Tan Bin disappeared without a trace, and the ground was as clean as new. Immediately afterwards, with a soft hum, the transparent protective shield rose up again, isolating the inside from the outside.
The second round will begin in 3 minutes. Contestants, please prepare.
Director Hu Yangli's voice carried a hint of smugness, but the disdain he had shown before was gone.
Zhu Zhiyon's lips curled into a disdainful smile.
This was clearly favoritism towards the students from Tsinghua and Peking University's. 3 minutes was more than enough time for the injured Tan Bin to receive proper medical treatment. If it were a student from Shanglan who was injured at this moment, it's estimated that
Shanglan Technical School, Lu Jianan, versus Tsinghua Peking University, Tan Bin. Please welcome both players to the arena.
Upon hearing this, Sima Yunfeng's expression changed slightly, and he cautiously gave instructions to Tan Bin, who was receiving emergency treatment at the edge of the arena.
Brother, we can't let our guard down again.
We must take down one more and show Shanglan that a war of attrition is just asking for humiliation. Tan Bin's left arm was wrapped in thick bandages. The hemostatic agent had temporarily closed the wound, but the pain and weakness from blood loss were still obvious. He took the medicine to stabilize his injuries, and upon hearing Sima Yunfeng's order, he gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce light again, and dragged his injured body back onto the arena.
It's my turn now. Just you wait and see, I'm here to avenge Sun.
Lu Jianan angrily shoved the huge watermelon pillow into Feng Shiran's arms, her delicate face full of eager anticipation. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, she did something that made everyone's eyes almost pop out. She actually started to take off her fluffy bunny pajamas.
Wow, her enormous bust naturally attracted the attention of many students from Tsinghua and Peking universities. She is taking off her clothes? What's she going to do?
The students from Tsinghua and Peking universities in the stands even made some indecent whistles. Beneath the pajamas lay not the thin undergarment everyone had imagined, but a set of close-fitting battle armor that shimmered with dark gold, boasting an extremely ornate yet imposing design. The armor's smooth lines perfectly outlined her petite yet incredibly proportionate figure, especially her impressive bust, which stood out even more against the armor's backdrop. The armor's surface shimmered with a silvery sheen, the shoulder armor was shaped like a roaring lion's head, and the dragon head at the very center of the chest was carved from a single piece of red gemstone. She casually tossed her pajamas to the dumbfounded Rin Qingyuan, then casually pulled out a weapon from her storage ring. The moment that weapon appeared, the entire training ground fell into a deathly silence.
It was a warhammer with a ferocious design and an unimaginably huge size.
The hammer handle is as thick as a bowl, and the whole thing is made of some strange dark gold metal, engraved with ancient and complicated runes. The hammerhead is irregularly shaped, resembling an irregular meteorite, with sharp edges covering its surface.
Its size is more than twice that of the petite Lu Jianan.
Just by placing it on the ground, it gives people an incredibly heavy sense of oppression. Lu Jianan casually hopped and skipped onto the stage, carrying the giant sledgehammer on her shoulder. Principal Guan Sunhai rubbed his eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief. On the platform, the other high-ranking officials from Tsinghua and Peking universities had also recognized the weapon and armor in the petite girl's hands. They couldn't help but glance at old man Zhu, who was yawning with a smug look on his face.
My God! Legendary weapon.
Starfall Skull Crusher? A senior student from Tsinghua or Peking University who recognized the weapon exclaimed in disbelief from the stands.
How is this possible? She's just a student.
That armor, a legendary piece of equipment, the Dragon Lion Heavenly Broken Armor.
Holy crap, really? Who's this little girl?
Even a large guild would have a hard time collecting just these two pieces of equipment.
As the voices recognizing the equipment rang out, a brief moment of doubt fell over the entire arena, followed by an even more uproar.
Countless students and faculty members from Tsinghua and Peking universities, including high-ranking officials on the podium, were utterly horrified.
Legendary weapons and equipment were treasures in the entire Dragon Kingdom.
And now they were in the hands of a vocational school student. These god-tier weapons and equipment are extremely rare, and their appearance often sparks fierce competition among the three kingdoms, sometimes even leading to war.
Next are legendary weapons and equipment.
These weapons and equipment provide huge ability bonuses to their wielders and are usually the prized possessions of major guilds. While epic-level weapons and equipment have a low drop rate in dungeons, they are still quite common.
However, legendary-level weapons and equipment are extremely rare.
The mockery and disdain on Tan Bin's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme shock and a hint of fear. Looking at the legendary weapon that was even taller than himself, and then at the legendary luster flowing on the opponent's armor, his previous contempt vanished, leaving only a solemn sense of impending doom. Without hesitation, he took out a heavy breastplate that gleamed with dark light from his storage ring, quickly put it on, and stood ready for battle.
Seeing Tan Bin's tense expression, Lu Jianan proudly raised her small chin, her big, watery eyes curving into crescents. "Hey, big dog, are you ready to be flattened by this young lady?"
Her voice was sweet and innocent, but her tone was incredibly fierce.
Chapter 71 The Thousand Shadow Illusionist.
At the Tsinghua Peking University Martial Arts Arena, in the center of the arena, Lu Jianan stretched out her fair and delicate hand and easily grasped the hammer handle, which was several times thicker than her arm. Before everyone's incredulous eyes, she swung the terrifying giant hammer off her shoulder as if it had no weight, as if testing its weight. Students from Tsinghua and Peking universities outside the protective light shield clearly felt the chilling wind brought by the legendary weapon. Tan Bin's back was already soaked with cold sweat. He mustered his courage and activated bloodthirsty werewolf transformation.
Xianglan, Lu Jianan, Lv.33 Giant-Hammer Berserker, please guide me.
Lu Jianan said in a serious voice as she watched Tan Bin transform into a werewolf. Then, her small body erupted with a violent power completely disproportionate to her size. She didn't even use any skills, but relied solely on the pure strength attribute bonus Starfall Skullbreaker passive. Strength attribute increased by 50%. Carrying a giant hammer, he took long strides, like a running white rabbit, and charged towards Tan Bin with a loud shout. The scene was incredibly impactful. A cute little girl dressed in gorgeous armor, carrying a ferocious hammer twice her size, charged menacingly towards a wounded werewolf who was on high alert.
The stark contrast made everyone hold their breath. Lv.4 Guardian.
Tan Bin's pupils shrank sharply, and he dared not be negligent in the slightest, roaring wildly. A thick layer of crimson energy instantly covered his entire body, forming a sturdy shield. At the same time, his remaining right claw gathered endless binding, preparing to confront the seemingly clumsy but actually destructive charge head-on. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jianan had rushed in front of Tan Bin. Her petite body twisted sharply, and using the momentum, she swung the Starfall Skull Crusher in a wide arc, whistling as it tore through the air, and smashed it down on Tan Bin's head without any fancy moves.
Simple, brutal, pure power crushing. Boom!
The giant hammer clashed violently with the wolf claws and the blood shield. The deafening explosion shook the entire training ground, causing the transparent protective light shield to tremble violently. The crimson shield of Lv.4 Guardian shattered like fragile glass the moment it made contact.
Tan Bin's SS-level professional power, endless binding, was utterly vulnerable in the face of the absolute power amplified by the legendary giant hammer. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking rang out. Tan Bin's right arm, which was used for blocking, bent at an unusual angle. However, misfortune never comes singly. The side effects of the rage pill he had taken earlier suddenly erupted when his body was severely injured and his blood and chi were churning violently. Put!
A torrent of blood gushed from his massive wolf mouth, and his entire body was slammed half a meter into the ground. Tan Bin's eyes were glazed over, and he had lost consciousness. His werewolf transformation began to disappear, and Tan Bin returned to his original state. His entire body fell backward uncontrollably, and his 2 feet were deeply embedded in the arena. At this moment, everyone, including Xianglan's own people, stared in disbelief at the center of the arena. The petite figure easily slammed the enormous and terrifying Starfall Skull Crusher to the ground, put one hand on her hip, and wore a smug smile on her doll-like face. She even playfully stuck out her tongue in the direction of the Tsinghua University preparation area.
Elite students from Tsinghua and Peking universities, is that all? I haven't even used my full strength yet. One strike? And you were defeated? Tan Bin. Tan Bin was actually killed in an instant? That little girl, what kind of monster is she?
On the platform, Principal Guan Songhai stood up abruptly, his face deathly pale, his lips trembling, and his eyes filled with utter shock. The other vice principals were even more ashen-faced. Xu Zhiyong hummed slowly, a broad smile spreading across his chubby face.
He winked at Guan Songhai, who was standing there dumbfounded, and said, "Hee little Guan, what do you think? The student I picked, isn't he pleasing to the eye?"
No rush, the real show is just beginning.
Yi stood beside Sima Yunfeng, his face terribly gloomy.
He looked at Tan Bin's gruesome corpse on the stage, then glanced at Sima Yunfeng, whose face was pale and who had not yet recovered from the blow, and said in a cold, low voice,
"What a bunch of idiots. Didn't you say it was foolproof? What are your men doing?"
Sima Yunfeng shuddered, realizing what was happening, and protested, "Senior Yi, this was purely an accident. Who would have thought that this unassuming little girl could produce 2 legendary weapons and equipment?" Yi frowned, stood calmly for a moment, and said, "Gu Pingping, it's your turn to appear." Although the voice was calm and unremarkable, it made Sima Yunfeng understand instantly. He raised his handsome face and said, "Chairman, you are wise indeed. With Gu taking the lead, it should be a piece of cake. Her speed is unmatched among the elite students from Tsinghua and Peking universities this year. When Tan Bin was quickly carried away by the medical team, the deafening applause had long since ceased, replaced by an awkward silence.
Lu Jianan proudly shook her head and flashed a victory V sign towards the Shanglan preparation area. See? Isn't this girl amazing?
Hu Yanli took a deep breath, his expression deliberately calm. The second match, Shanglan Technical School wins.
The third match, Lu Jianan from Shanglan Technical School versus Gu Pingping from Tsinghua University. Please enter the arena. Does that mean the people from Shanglan don't need to rest? That's clearly unfair.
As soon as she finished speaking, a figure, like a weightless ghost, silently floated down to the center of the arena. There was no sound of air being cut, no sound of footsteps, as if she had always been standing there. This woman was none other than Gu Pingping. She wore a tight-fitting, matte black leather armor that accentuated her slender figure. The armor had no superfluous decorations, except for thin, dark silver plates covering the joints. Her face wasn't stunningly beautiful, but she possessed a unique charm. Her long black hair was simply tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of calm, even somewhat vacant, eyes. What is most striking are her slender hands, with distinct knuckles and a faint, light gray aura swirling around her fingertips. She stood there, her aura completely contained, as if she had merged with the shadow of the arena. This was in stark contrast to Tan Bin's previous rage and Lu Jianan's flamboyance, like an elusive shadow. SS rank profession, 1000 shadow illusionist, Gu Pingping, Lv.34. Her voice was not loud, carrying a cold indifference that kept people at a distance.
Hee, another one coming to feed? Take this. Lu Jianan didn't care about the other party's temperament.
She was in the middle of a fight and charged forward with the Starfall Skullbreaker on her back, the giant hammer dragging behind her, creating a howling wind pressure. However, just as the giant hammer was about to strike, Gu Pingping's figure swayed slightly, like a reflection in water. Exclusive skill, Phantom Shift. In an instant, it seemed as if 3, 5, or even more Gu Pingpings appeared on the stage at the same time. Their figures were indistinguishable from reality, like afterimages left behind by high-speed movement, rapidly spinning and shuttling around Lu Jianan. Each afterimage has a slightly different movement. Some are in a dodging posture, some seem to be about to attack, and some are standing still. The real and the fake are so different that it is dazzling.
Boom!
Lu Jianan slammed her hammer down hard on empty air, creating another shallow crater in the arena floor. A look of surprise flashed across her small face. She immediately turned around and swung her giant hammer. The wind howled, covering most of the arena, but as the hammer flashed by, it only scattered a few illusory afterimages. The real Gu Pingping was like a ghost, always narrowly avoiding the terrifying hammer blade. Her speed wasn't necessarily faster than Lu Jianan's burst of power, but her unpredictable movement and the blurring of lines between reality and illusion made Lu Jianan's immense force completely ineffective.
It's disgusting. It's a guy who beat me up one-on-one.
Lu Jianan stomped her foot in anger, her baby face turning bright red.
Lu Jianan was unaware of the strategy that Tsinghua and Peking universities were employing against her. Chapter 72 Dragon Lion Heavenly Armor.
On the arena, looking at the ethereal Gu Pingping, Lu Jianan was furious and began to frantically swing her giant hammer, unleashing the Hurricane Hammer skill. Her petite body unleashed astonishing power, and she swung the Starfall Skull Crusher into a massive death whirlwind. The entire arena was enveloped in a violent hammering wind, the air was torn apart, and it emitted a piercing shriek.
This is an area of effect attack. Theoretically, it can cover all afterimages.
However, Gu Pingping's figure flitted like a butterfly at the edge of the hammer wind. The afterimages swept by the hammer wind shattered instantly, but her true form always managed to flash by in the gaps of the storm. She didn't even retaliate, she simply used her extreme speed and illusions to dodge.
5 seconds of the Hurricane Hammer ended.
Lu Jianan leaned on the giant hammer, her small chest heaving violently, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, clearly indicating that she had exerted herself considerably. Gu Pingping remained standing quietly at the edge of the arena, her breathing steady, not even a strand of hair disheveled, and a barely perceptible hint of mockery seemed to flash in her empty eyes. In the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area, Uya finally smiled slightly.
He nodded and whispered to Sima Yunfeng beside him, "See? This little girl is nothing but a brute. He hasn't even touched Pingping's clothes yet. This brute has all the divine equipment, but his combat awareness is extremely crude.
He's being toyed with by Pingping.
Once she's exhausted, she can defeat him in one move."
Sima Yunfeng breathed a sigh of relief, his face regaining its arrogance and pride. Chairman is indeed wise. Gu has lived up to expectations.
On Shanglan's side, Yang Sanba was so anxious he was scratching his head.
Wang Qing frowned. Lin Yu's cold eyes were also fixed on the scene, and Dong Kaier even forgot to drink, her hand holding the wine gourd tightening slightly.
Idiot. Don't just use brute force, pay attention to her trajectory. Wang Qing couldn't help but growl to remind her. Little Nan Nan, stay calm, she's trying to wear you down. Even the usually talkative Ren Qingyuan was unusually concise.
Lu Jianan, panting heavily, stared at Gu Pingping with her big, watery eyes, clearly only now realizing the crux of the problem. She gritted her teeth and began to calmly observe Gu Pingping's movements.
Just then, the time came.
Gu Pingping, who had been dodging and weaving, suddenly blurred, and in the next instant, she appeared without warning directly in front of Lu Jianan, less than a meter away, the two almost face to face. Even more bizarrely, Gu Pingping's originally empty and calm eyes instantly turned crimson, radiating an eerie and captivating light.
Illusion, double crimson demon eyes. Don't look into her eyes.
Dong Kaier, a professional with extremely high attainments in illusion magic, was the first to nervously remind her.
But it was too late. Caught off guard, Lu Jianan instinctively bumped into those crimson, demonic eyes.
In an instant, her petite body stiffened, and her eyes became dull and empty, as if her soul had been instantly ripped away. The giant hammer, which was raised high, also stopped in mid-air, and the whole person seemed to be frozen in place.
Oh no, this is terrible.
The red light in Gu Pingping's eyes intensified, and a cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. Her right hand flashed from her waist with lightning speed, and a jet-black dagger silently and ruthlessly stabbed Lu Jianan's unsuspecting, full breasts. The speed was incredibly fast, clearly avoiding vital areas, but it was enough to incapacitate her. This style of play has clearly gone beyond the scope of sparring.
Just as the dagger was about to touch Lu Jianan's armor. Boom!
A high-pitched roar, as if from ancient times, resounded throughout the entire venue. The crimson dragon head gem on the chest of Lu Jianan's dragon lion heavenly broken armor suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. A majestic dragon shadow, formed entirely from dazzling silver light, suddenly soared into the air from the armor, its head raised in fury, and with overwhelming momentum, crashed fiercely into Gu Pingping, who was standing right next to it.
Bang! A terrifyingly loud bang. Gu Pingping felt a tremendous force, like a mountain collapsing, slam into her chest.
The power she had concentrated on the dagger was instantly shattered. The dagger, which was clearly no ordinary weapon, snapped in two the moment it touched the silver dragon phantom. Well! Gu Pingping was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood in mid-air, the blood mist filling the air above the arena. She fell heavily more than 10 meters away, rolling several times before barely stopping. The leather armor on her chest shattered, revealing a blood-red 5-clawed dragon mark underneath. Her aura instantly weakened, and after struggling a few times, she was unable to get up for a while.
Lu Jianan was jolted awake from her daze by the dragon's roar.
She blinked her large eyes blankly, staring at the broken dagger at her feet, and Gu Pingping collapsed, coughing up blood, in the distance. Then she looked down at the dragon head gem on her chest, still faintly glowing, and instantly understood. "Wow, Grandpa's armor is amazing, thank goodness I stole it," she murmured in delight. Her face immediately hardened, and she glared angrily at the struggling Gu Pingping. "I almost fell for your trick, thank goodness, you're finished now, take this." She doesn't care about taking advantage of someone in distress, and she won't show any mercy. Taking advantage of Gu Pingping's severe injury and inability to use her ghostly movement technique, Lu Jianan picked up the giant hammer, rushed forward, and delivered a simple, unadorned blow to Gu Pingping, who was barely able to support her upper body.
Bang!
Gu Pingping barely managed to raise her arm to block, but how could she possibly defend herself at that moment? A clear cracking sound came from his arm, and he was sent flying, crashing into the protective light shield before slid down and completely losing consciousness.
The third match, Shanglan Technical School, Lu Jianan wins.
Hu Yongli's voice was full of dissatisfaction as he quickly announced the result. The medical team immediately rushed onto the stage to provide emergency care to Gu Pingping. As the results were announced, the entire training ground was once again engulfed in heated discussion.
Holy crap, 1-2? How is that possible? How can the freshmen be so incompetent? They can't even win over this little girl. Are we really going to lose all face for Tsinghua and Peking University? Don't rush, it's still early.
The little-known Shanglan team actually took the lead on the home turf of Tsinghua and Peking universities, under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of teachers and students. This result was like a resounding slap in the face to all Tsinghua and Peking University students. The smug smiles on Yi Yue and Sima Yunfeng's faces had frozen, replaced by incredulous astonishment.
Yi Yue's face turned ashen. I never imagined this legendary equipment would be so powerful. The strategy was right. If it weren't for this armor, this brute would have lost long ago. But, damn trash. Sima Yunfeng was speechless and began to curse under his breath. Alright. Have you ever seen such strong trash? Quickly think of a solution. Yi Ya glared angrily, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. I can't let her continue to be so arrogant. Her weaponry is too troublesome. Got it. His gaze swept toward a silent figure in the back row of the preparation area. Chapter 73 King of Guns. Lu Jianan stood on the stage, proudly shaking her head, and flashed a bright smile as she made a victory V-sign towards Wang Qing and the others. On the podium, Principal Guan Songhai frowned as he looked at the Tsinghua and Peking University elite preparation area, his hands resting on his lap, anxiously rubbing together. Xu Zhiyong glanced at him and smacked his lips. Tisk tsk, our little girl Shanglan doesn't know how to deal with it. I have to spank her when we get back. Ha ha. The top officials from Tsinghua and Peking universities on the podium fell silent, each suppressing their anger. Tsinghua and Peking University elite preparation area. Yi Ya walked quickly to the corner of the back row. With his head bowed in a serious expression, he commanded with an unquestionable authority, Junior Zhang Shiji, it's your turn. The reputation of Tsinghua and Peking University rests on your shoulders. The man had a dark complexion and small but remarkably bright eyes. Her cheekbones were prominent, and her fluffy hair with bangs hanging down was used to cover the scar on her forehead. Zhang Shiji wasn't wearing a school uniform, but rather a specially made gray-green combat suit. He didn't have much conspicuous equipment on him, except for a sniper rifle with a long barrel that radiated a brass-colored energy, which he casually slung over his shoulder. The young man slightly raised his head, his dark face expressionless, and simply nodded indifferently. He steadily raised the sniper rifle from his shoulder with one hand, and skillfully checked the magazine with the other. At that moment, the lights of the training ground swept across the barrel, reflecting a blinding yellow light. In the fourth match, Lu Jianan from Shanglan Technical School will face Zhang Shiji from Tsinghua University. Please prepare to enter the arena. After the announcement, Zhang Shiji stepped onto the ring with measured strides, as if he had measured the distance beforehand. His small eyes, like those of a night hawk, stared at the petite figure opposite him, who was carrying a giant hammer and making faces at him. Qingbei, Zhang Shiji, SS rank professional, King of Guns, Lv.32. The voice introducing himself was as cold as his expression. Lu Jianan curled her lip and sized up her new opponent. Who are you trying to scare with that piece of junk gun? Watch me smash you and the gun together. Although she was still sharp-tongued, after experiencing the danger just now, there was a hint of caution in her eyes, and she subconsciously touched the dragon head gem on her chest, which was still slightly warm. Zhang Shiji ignored her shouts, simply bent his knees slightly, lowered his center of gravity, and steadily rested the sniper rifle on his shoulder, the dark muzzle pointed at Lu Jianan. An invisible killing intent instantly spread out. Junior Zhang, SS rank, King of Guns? That's a rare class. Zhang Shiji, that name sounds familiar. He comes from outside the Great Wall, and I heard he never went to school. He was specially recruited because of his outstanding abilities. Holy crap? Really? How did he survive in that place beyond the Great Wall, where strange beasts roam? How did he awaken his profession? Hope was rekindled in the stands of Tsinghua and Peking universities, and discussions began about Zhang Shiji's background. On the ring, Lu Jianan carried a giant hammer, her large, watery eyes warily fixed on Zhang Shiji. Although she was reckless, she wasn't stupid. Gu Pingping's illusion and assassination attempt had served as a warning to her. She adjusted her breathing slightly, bent her knees slightly, and prepared to charge or dodge. Zhang Shiji remained motionless, like a cold sculpture. Only those sharp eyes, peering through the sniper scope, were fixed on Lu Jianan's brow. His aura was completely concealed, as if he had become one with the gun in his hand. The match begins. Hu Yangli's voice had barely faded when... Bang! A highly penetrating gunshot rang out, striking Lu Jianan squarely between the eyebrows. Almost at the same moment the gunshot rang out, Lu Jianan, relying on her intuition and observation, suddenly lunged to the side and forward with incredible speed. Sizzle! A streak of light, almost invisible to the naked eye, grazed past Lu Jianan's afterimage shoulder armor. A small, charred dot instantly appeared on the protective light shield behind where she had been standing, accompanied by violent energy fluctuations. Scorpion armor-piercing rounds. The bullet missed its mark, but Zhang Shiji's eyes remained unmoved. His movements were as fast as a machine. Pulling the bolt, ejecting the shell, and loading the cartridge were all done in one smooth motion,
producing a series of crisp metallic clanging sounds. Lu Jianan paused for a moment, then brandished Starfall Skullbreaker and charged forward. As Zhang Shiji watched Lu Jianan charge towards him, his feet moved as fast as my skateboard shoes, instantly shifting several meters to the side and firing several shots in the straight line of Lu Jianan's charge. Bang bang bang, several shots were fired in quick succession, and Lu Jianan's defensive skill, Flower Spirit Barrier, was activated. A fairy, no bigger than a palm and dressed in a flower petal dress, flew from between her eyebrows to the top of her head and instantly formed a protective shield. The scorpion armor-piercing round struck the protective shield in front of him, leaving a dent the size of a grain of rice. Even someone as naive as Lu Jianan knew that this was a ranged support class, and she had to close the distance and end the fight with a single blow, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Despite the intense gunfire, Lu Jianan activated her protective shield and charged forward, swinging her giant hammer. "Where do you think you're going?" She missed her target, but upon landing, she didn't stop, swinging her giant hammer and launching another charge. Rapid charge. Her speed suddenly increased, and she crashed into the spot where Zhang Shiji had just been standing, like a silver car. However, Zhang Shiji was no longer there. Bang bang. The sniper rifle shots began to ring out continuously. Zhang Shiji's figure moved at high speed on the stage, each pause extremely brief. He fired, moved, and fired again. He never closed the distance with Lu Jianan, always maintaining a safe firing range that the giant hammer could hardly reach. It was as if several Zhang Shijis appeared on the stage at the same time, with each gunshot coming from a different direction. Bullets whistled in from all directions, and Lu Jianan was plunged into an unprecedentedly fierce battle. She possessed ferocious strength. Her giant hammer could split mountains and shatter rocks when swung, but at this moment she resembled a silly bear surrounded by countless poisonous bees. She could only rely on her fighting instincts, dashing left and right on the ring, desperately chasing after Zhang Shiji's figure. The giant hammer had become a burden, as each swing consumed a great deal of energy. "Damn it, this is so annoying!" Lu Jianan yelled angrily, her face flushed red, and sweat soaked the stray hairs on her forehead. Zhang Shiji's dark face remained expressionless, only his eyes remained sharp as ever. He was like a hunter, calmly observing his prey's every move through the scope, predicting her next move. "Well done, Zhang. Keep it up. That's it, wear her down. Let's see if she's still so arrogant, relying on her amazing gear to look down on Tsinghua and Peking universities. Kill her." The cheers for Tsinghua and Peking University students rose again. Sima Yunfeng straightened his back again, as if victory was in his grasp. In his view, Lu Jianan's defeat was inevitable, it was only a matter of time. That legendary armor and giant hammer had now become Lu Jianan's biggest burden. Junior brother Sima, junior brother Zhang's abilities are not limited to this. Just you wait and see. Yi Ya's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Wang Qing suddenly felt something was amiss. Although speed and attrition were the best options against Lu Jianan, he felt inexplicably uneasy looking at Zhang Shiji's eyes and movements. He glanced at the arena floor and shouted impatiently, "Oh no! Little Nan Nan, look at the ground. Be careful." At this moment, Lu Jianan heard the shouts and glanced at the arena floor out of the corner of her eye. A look of shock quickly appeared on her face. "Why is the ground frozen? And it's gleaming. What's going on?" Chapter 70 for the terrifying Zhang Shiji. The rough bluestone arena surface beneath Lu Jianan's feet was now covered with a layer of crystal clear, smooth, mirror-like thin ice. The ice was spreading and thickening at a visible rate, and a strong, ominous premonition instantly welled up in her heart. Although she was surprised, she didn't pay much attention and tried to rush forward to close the distance with Zhang Shiji. However, her foot slipped and whoosh, her petite body immediately lost its balance, staggering backward several steps in a disheveled manner. She barely managed to regain her balance only by shoving the Starfall Skullbreaker to the ground. Unwilling to give up, she got up and charged again, but she lost her balance after only a few steps, making her look quite comical on the ring. Wang Qing's pupils contracted sharply, and he instantly realized, "Damn it, this kid has been using two types of bullets. As a professional, how could I not know that the previous shots at Lu Jianan were ineffective? So the scorpion armor-piercing round was just a feint. The other one must be a special round used to create the ice surface." Although Zhang Shiji loaded and changed ammunition very quickly, Wang Qing still discovered the key point after careful recollection. This kid, under the intense pressure of a series of defeats, still managed to methodically load two types of bullets into his magazine. He's been weaving a trap all alone. Every seemingly casual movement and shot by Zhang Shiji precisely hit the area where Lu Jianan might move, silently constructing this icy prison.
Everyone in the training ground was focused on Lu Jianan's defense and movement, who would pay attention to Zhang Shiji's subtle movements. Yi looked at the scene and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This kind of bullet was Zhang Shueti's frost-slowing bullet. What to do? How to break this deadlock? In a moment of inspiration, Wang Qing realized that the only solution now was to use brute force to overcome all other strategies. Little Nan, quick, smash the ground, smash the ice layer along with the arena. Wang Qing shouted anxiously, his voice piercing through the protective shield and the noise. Upon hearing the reminder, a resolute glint flashed in Lu Jianan's large, watery eyes. She let out a sharp cry, swung the giant hammer, and tried to break the deadlock as instructed. However, would Zhang Shiji give her that opportunity? Just as Lu Jianan was gathering his strength, he swung the sniper rifle behind him and, with lightning speed, pulled out a strange weapon with a rough design and a short, thick barrel from his storage ring, the Thug anti-riot gun. Bang bang bang. Instead of the crisp sound of a sniper rifle, there was a muffled explosion. Large nets woven from special alloy wires and edged with heavy lead weights were slammed down on Lu Jianan, whose movements were restricted. Magnetic storm spider web bomb. Ah! Lu Jianan cried out in surprise, forced to stop her slamming motion. She struggled to twist, jump, and roll on the smooth ice. The giant hammer had become a huge obstacle, and she dodged it in a very awkward manner, almost falling to the ground several times, which drew even more boos and laughter from the audience. Wang Cheng and the others were on tenterhooks, and even Lin Yu, who didn't get along with Xiao Nan, became nervous. Zhang Shiji executed his tactics flawlessly, every step was in line with his plan, and he completely restrained Lu Jianan. Just as Lu Jianan narrowly escaped another giant net and was exhausted, a cold glint flashed in Zhang Shiji's eyes, and he quickly changed the magazine of the blast net gun with a smooth and admirable movement. Lu Jianan was standing in the exact same spot where Zhang Shiji had stood when he first went on stage. Now! Lu Jianan thought she had caught the enemy while they were reloading. A ruthless glint flashed in her eyes, and she swung the giant hammer with all her might again, determined to smash the damned ice surface to pieces. Wang Qing suddenly realized something: the ice on the entire arena surface was only in this one area, and it was noticeably thinner than in other areas. His expression immediately changed drastically. Oh no, that might be a trap. Get out of the way. But his warning came too late. Just as the Starfall Skull Crusher was about to shake the ground. Click click. Two mechanical sounds came from the ice beneath Lu Jianan's feet. Two dark, shiny chains covered with barbs burst through the ice in an instant, locking Lu Jianan's ankles with lightning speed. This is the Diamond Beast Lock. It's a military-grade piece of equipment used to imprison high-level strength-type beasts. Its strength and toughness are terrifying, and it's definitely not a restraint that a first-tier professional can easily break free from. What? Lu Jianan was shocked and struggled desperately, but her feet seemed to be welded to the ground. No matter how much force she exerted, the chain did not budge. Instead, it tightened and the barbs dug deep into her ankles. The intense pain covered her cute, doll-like face with beads of sweat. However, as if things weren't going to go wrong, the duration of the flower spirit barrier on her body just ended, and the little flower spirit fairy let out a faint cry of sorrow before dissipating into the air. Holy crap! Wang Qing couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Shiji had already calculated everything in his mind as soon as he entered the arena, even including his own reload speed, firing speed, and Lu Jianan's movements. This person is so intelligent that he is definitely not an opponent to be underestimated. For the first time, Zhang Shiji showed a clear expression on his face, a greedy smile, like that of a hunter seeing his prey finally fall into the ultimate trap. He raised the blast net gun in his hand again. This time, the muzzle flashed not with a metallic luster, but with a terrifying blue arc of electricity. It's time to end this. He greedily licked his upper lip. Bang sizzle. A superconducting lightning net, larger than any of the previous nets and entirely woven from raging electric currents, shot out at an astonishing speed. With her feet firmly planted, Lu Jianan had no way to avoid being caught in the electric fence. Ugh! A childlike scream echoed through the arena. The high-voltage current raged wildly, penetrating the defenses of the Dragon Lion Heavenly Armor, and mercilessly ravaging her body. The Dragon Lion Heavenly Armor's exceptionally high defensive attributes are utterly useless at this moment. Her petite body convulsed violently, the air filled with the smell of burning flesh, her flaxen curly hair stood on end, smoke rose from her body, and her delicate face was contorted with immense pain. Junior Zhang, you've got some skills. With meticulous planning and a step-by-step approach, Shanglan's players are doomed to lose. We won. We're finally going to win. That damn Xianglan, let's see if you're still so arrogant.
The stands at Tsinghua and Peking University erupted in cheers.
Everyone was impressed by Zhang Shiji's brilliant tactics, and the cheers were deafening. Yi smiled smugly and explained to the dumbfounded Sima Yunfeng beside him, "See?
That's what makes Zhang Shiji so terrifying.
His unique skill is bullet modification, which allows him to perfectly integrate his basic skills, such as ice creation and electric grid creation, into his bullets. Armor piercing, frost, spider web, thunderstorm. You think that's all? Junior Zhang's ammunition arsenal is quite extensive."
He paused for a moment, then continued, "His greatest strength lies in his exceptionally high intelligence. What appears to be a casual movement is actually anticipated step by step, and executed flawlessly."
Listening to Yi's explanation, Sima Yunfeng showed an expression of sudden realization.
Suddenly he realized that Yi truly lived up to his reputation as the student council president of Tsinghua and Peking universities. He seemed to know everything about the freshmen who had just entered university. It can truly be said that knowing yourself and your enemy will lead to victory in every battle.
Chapter 75 Endless Fury. On the ring, Zhang Shiji coldly watched Lu Jianan struggle painfully in the electric net, her breath rapidly fading.
He took the sniper rifle off his shoulder in one fluid motion, as if performing a procedure. It was clear that Zhang Shiji was quite cautious. Even with Lu Jianan in such a terrible state, he did not dare to move forward rashly and always stayed at a safe distance. Next, he loaded a glass pellet containing a green, viscous liquid that emitted a strong, pungent odor, acid-corrosive bullet. He slowly raised his sniper rifle, the crosshairs firmly locked onto Lu Jianan's immobile head. This shot was intended to end the battle completely, and might even cause permanent damage to Lu Jianan, but it would not be fatal. At this critical moment, Lu Jianan, whose body was charred black and whose consciousness was blurred by the electric shock, tilted her head and saw her reflection on the smooth ice surface of the ground. Her body was charred black and her hair stood up like a ghost. How could such a beautiful girl be treated like this? Physical harm can be endured, but damage to her appearance is absolutely unacceptable. An overwhelming rage instantly brought her to her senses. The legendary skill, Endless Fury, is activated instantly. Ugh! You've made me so ugly, this is absolutely unforgivable. A furious roar suddenly echoed throughout the entire area from the electric grid. Immediately afterwards, a chilling aura surged from her petite body. The charred blackening on her body peeled off instantly, revealing skin that was as red as blood, with countless dark red ancient runes flashing across her skin. Even more terrifying were her eyes. Those big, watery eyes now completely transformed into two burning, blood-red flames shooting out. Bang! The Vajra beast trapping lock that bound her feet shattered inch by inch under the sudden burst of power. The superconducting lightning net binding her was forcibly torn apart and ripped apart by a tyrannical surge of crimson energy. Zhang Shiji was shocked, his pupils trembling violently. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and the bone-corroding acid bomb roared out. However, Lu Jianan, engulfed in a state of endless fury, has elevated her speed, strength, and reflexes to an inhuman level. She didn't even look at the bullet. Her left hand, burning with blood-red flames, swiftly swung out like lightning. A loud smack rang out. That acid bomb, powerful enough to corrode finances and bones, was actually swatted away by her bare hands. The green acid splashed onto the ice surface of the arena, immediately corroding deep pits that hissed and crackled. Absolutely unforgivable. Die! At this moment, Lu Jianan, who had completely lost her mind and was only driven by the instinct to destroy, caused Zhang Shiji's body to tremble slightly. He immediately started pulling the trigger repeatedly and used his movement technique once again. However, it was all in vain. Lu Jianan picked up the Starfall Skullbreaker from the ground with one hand. The huge warhammer felt as light as a feather in her grasp. The next moment, she transformed into a blood-red afterimage, braving a hail of bullets, and appeared almost instantly in front of the horrified Zhang Shiji. Starfall Skull Crusher, with a furious rage that seemed capable of crushing everything, he swung his weapon at Zhang Shiji in a simple and brutal manner. Zhang Shiji subconsciously formed a hand seal, and his life-saving skill, Metal Protection, instantly enveloped him, with the sniper rifle blocking in front of him. Clang, bang! Zhang Shiji's Metal Protection and special firearms exploded instantly. He was sent flying through the flying metal fragments, spitting blood, and crashed hard into the protective light shield in the distance. The protective light shield, which could withstand high-intensity attacks, was now as fragile as glass, instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks centered on the point of impact. Then Zhang Shiji slammed heavily onto the edge of the ring, his bones shattered in countless places, and he completely lost consciousness, his fate unknown. On the ring, Lu Jianan, who had decided the outcome with a single blow, swayed slightly. The side effects of endless fury instantly backfired. The crimson on her skin rapidly faded, the blood flames extinguished, and her eyes regained their clarity, replaced by extreme weakness. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. Everything went black, and her petite body fell straight backward with a thud onto the ice-covered arena, losing consciousness.
The entire Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena fell into silence. Everyone's expressions froze, filled with utter shock.
From a desperate situation to a counterattack, from the brink of defeat to a one-hit kill, even nearly shattering the protective shield, this reversal came too fast, too fiercely. It's simply unbelievable.
What kind of skill is that?
It can actually deflect a bullet with bare hands. On the platform, Principal Guan Songhai suddenly stood up, oblivious to the clatter of the chair behind him as it tipped over.
His finger trembled as he pointed at the arena. That could be the legendary skill, Endless Fury? How could she?
Other senior officials from Tsinghua and Peking universities were equally astonished, their eyes filled with surprise and doubt as they looked at Zhu Ziyong.
Where did this old man find such a monster student?
Zhu Ziyong himself also dropped his cynical smile, narrowed his small eyes, and looked at Lu Jianan, who had collapsed on the stage, muttering, "This little moneymaker used all his trump cards, he's really made a killing." The smugness on Yu's face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a solemn expression.
Even Jiang Wanqing, who had been observing coldly, now showed an unprecedented shock in her deep purple eyes.
She leaned forward slightly, and for the first time, a violent emotional fluctuation appeared on her face. In the Shanglan preparation area, Wang Qing had known for a long time that Sha Nannan had such an incredible skill, but he was still shocked when he actually saw it with his own eyes. A strange light flashed in Lin Yu's usually cold eyes, and a slight smile appeared on her beautiful face.
This little guy had underestimated her. Fourth match. Xiang. Shanglan Technical School. Lu Jianan wins. Director Hu Yongli announced the result with obvious trembling.
The medical team rushed onto the stage again, carefully treating the two seriously injured patients. After a moment of silence, chaos erupted in the training ground.
Did you see that? What was that just now? He deflected a bullet with his bare hands? The aftershock almost shattered the protective shield? Is Zhang Shiji going to die? Isn't she only S rank? This is a monster. That lowly is a monster.
Tsinghua and Peking University lost another match, but thankfully, that little girl has lost her fighting ability. Wang Qing looked at Lu Jianan, who was lying on the stretcher with her breath barely a whisper, and felt extremely complicated.
Although Lu Jianan left in this way, it undoubtedly greatly boosted the morale of the remaining members of Shanglan.
On the other hand, the pressure is immense for those at Tsinghua and Peking universities.
2-3, trailing. This second point is a disgrace for Tsinghua and Peking universities.
Tsinghua and Peking University were defeated in 2 consecutive matches by the opponent with an unstoppable and overwhelming strength.
Are all the people who will be fighting after Shanglan like her?
This ominous feeling spread rapidly throughout the Qingbei Martial Arts Hall.
At this moment, no one dared to look down on the once cesspool Shanglan Technical School anymore. Sima Yunfeng's face was ashen, his body trembled slightly, and his gaze swept over the remaining members of Shanglan with a gloomy expression.
His gaze finally fell on the female alcoholic who had been barely noticeable, clutching a wine jar.
Next, it's her turn to compete, but what should Tsinghua and Peking University do? Chapter 76 Drunkard Dong Kaier.
In the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area, Yu's eyes were sharp, and his face showed a slight panic.
He paused, then analyzed. Lu Jianan is indeed a problem for Shanglan, not because of her strength, but because of her equipment.
But Shanglan can't possibly have everyone equipped with a legendary item or even awakened a legendary skill. The probability is too low. Seeing that Yue remained silent, Sima Yunfeng anxiously asked, "Chairman, how about I go up myself in the next round?"
Upon hearing this, Yue's expression changed slightly, and he interrupted without any politeness. "What are you panicking for? You idiot!
Xiang Lan still has 5 players behind her.
If you rush onto the field and get worn down by the opponent, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Jiang Wanqing is currently unwilling to play and help. If something happens to you, Qingbei will definitely lose."
But Sima Yunfeng turned to look at the elites in the preparation area behind him.
Xan Fu and the others hung their heads and remained silent.
Just as Yue was about to give a passionate speech to boost morale, a man from the back row of the preparation area volunteered to stand up. "Chairman, Brother Sima, why don't I take the lead next?"
Xiang Liang, an SS rank beastmaster, stood up and volunteered, his eyes scanning the room with fury. They may be afraid, but I'm not. They're just a bunch of vermin from a cesspool. I've been wanting to settle things with them for a long time.
Good, good. Junior Xiang has truly shown his loyalty in times of trouble. It's impossible for everyone in Shanglan to have legendary equipment and skills. But Junior, please don't be careless. Junior Tan suffered because of this.
Please rest assured, Chairman, even if I, Xiang Liang, am no match for you, I will fight my way out alone to clear the way for Brother Sima.
Commendable courage. This is the spirit that Tsinghua and Peking University men should have. Yi Ya glanced at Xian Fu and the others, who were now even more dejected, and said with satisfaction.
Meanwhile, in the Shanglan preparation area. With a helpless expression, Yang Sanbao reminded Dong Kaier, who was about to go on stage, "My little darling, didn't I tell you to drink less?"
Dong Kaier slumped in the chair, her eyes glazed over, and it took a lot of effort for her to stand up unsteadily.
"You don't know anything. If you keep babbling on, watch out for your underwear." She lost her balance and fell directly into Yang Sanbao's arms.
"Hey, Ren Xingyuan, quickly give her some water to sober up. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go."
Ren Xingyuan remained unmoved. "Yang Fatty, what do you know? Doesn't Dong know the importance of this battle?"
"Don't worry, she knows what she's doing."
In the fifth match, Xiang Liang from Tsinghua and Peking University will face Dong Kaier from Shanglan. Please enter the arena.
As Director Hu Yangli announced, Xiang Liang from Tsinghua and Peking Universities leaped into the center of the stage. He wore a black basalt armor that exuded a shadowy aura, and his fists were clenched tightly. Of medium build, he has well-defined muscles, a square face with a small mustache, and bright eyes that are fixed ahead as he waits for his opponent, Dong Kaier, to take the stage. Inside the martial arts hall, after waiting for several minutes without seeing Dong Kaier appear, the students in the Tsinghua and Peking University stands looked at each other, discussing among themselves.
What was going on? Where was she? Shanglan's contestant Dong Kaier, why aren't you entering the arena yet? If you don't enter soon, I'm going to declare Shanglan the loser.
Director Hu Yangli seemed to have seized the opportunity and reminded her quickly. At this moment, Dong Kaier was completely drunk, still lying in Yang Sanbao's arms, her toes touching the ground, swaying and seemingly unconscious.
Wake up, little darling, wake up. It's time to go on stage. Quick, lend a hand and lift her up. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Yang Sanbao urged Ren Xingyuan and the others standing to the side helplessly.
In the center of the arena, Yang Sanbao held one of Dong Kaier's arms with a look of disgust, Ren Xingyuan held the other arm, and Feng Shiran simply picked up her feet. The three men carried Dong Kaier under the spotlight and threw her directly into the center of the ring like a dead pig. "Ouch, I fell and hurt myself, you bunch of brats who need to be taught a lesson." Hiccup. She rubbed her sore buttocks with a bit of clarity, and without even kicking her legs, she fell back down in the center of the ring.
Haha, you can still fight when you're this drunk? Xianglan, are you guys here to be funny? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. A drunkard can fight? She's a complete mess, just declare Shanglan the loser, this match is pointless.
Inside the stands of the martial arts arena, deafening laughter erupted, but its momentum was noticeably weaker than before. At this moment, many people realized that Xianglan was not an opponent that could be easily defeated. But the way this drunkard made his entrance was indeed a bit baffling. Xiang Liang didn't care about any of that. He looked at Dong Kaier, who was slumped on the ground, and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Xiang Liang from Qingbei, level 35, SS rank profession, Beast Tamer Master, please give me your guidance." Then he assumed a serious and focused fighting stance.
Hiccup, where am I? Who are you? Brother, have you seen my wine gourd?
Dong Kaier rolled on the ground, touching her wine gourd. Xiang Liang's face darkened, he felt slighted, and his piercing eyes blazed with anger as he prepared to take action immediately.
"Ah, I'm here, bro, don't rush, let me have a drink. Let me introduce myself."
She lay on the ground, slowly unscrewing the cap of her liquor bottle, taking a small sip.
"Damn, this is really good liquor, that's enough, that's enough."
Immediately afterwards, Dong Kaier sprang to her feet, her flushed face suddenly turning cold in her eyes, though her steps remained unsteady.
"Shanglan Dong Kaier, Lv.4, SS rank profession, sacred scholar, Hiccup, please take care of me." Xiang Liang was startled.
He saw an extreme chill in Dong Kaier's eyes.
Could it be that she was faking it all? Just as Xiang Liang was stunned, plop.
Dong Kaier plopped down in the center of the ring again, her eyes darting around as she looked at Xiang Liang. Why did you hit me?"
"Why, it hurts."
She then started rolling around on the ground and crying. Faced with this ridiculous scene, Xiang Liang was stunned.
When did she hit him? Was she having a drunken rampage?
He looked completely bewildered, then bursts of laughter from inside the martial arts hall reached his ears.
Garbage, just garbage. You made me tense for nothing. Pa, I thought you were some kind of expert. Forget it, I'll just take him down with one blow, saves me the time.
Then Xiang Liang frowned, his eyes fierce, and his aura suddenly exploded. He took a step forward and raised his left leg high, doing a split. He stomped down hard with his left foot.
Bang! What? Dong Kaier seemed to sense the danger.
She rolled over and landed on the other side, then wobbled to her feet, muttering, "So you don't know how to be gentle with a lady, kid?
You're no gentleman.
You're in for a world of hurt." Xiang Liang looked at Dong Kaier, who had sat up, incredulously. She slowly took out a yellowed, old thread-bound book from her storage ring, carefully unfolded it, and began to read it aloud with a thick tongue, completely absorbed in her work. What heaven ordains is called human nature. To follow this nature is called the way. Cultivating the way is called education. The way is something that cannot be departed from even for a moment. If it can be departed from, it is not the way. Therefore, the superior man is cautious about what he cannot see, and fearful of what he cannot be certain of.
Nothing is more important than. What the heck is this? I don't understand a word.
Just as Xiang Liang was preparing for his second attack, he incredulously felt the surrounding air being compressed, and then the words were continuously outlined in the air, actually revealing their substance.
Damn, it's an exclusive skill called turning words into gold. Chapter 77: The Drunken Scholar Battles the Beast.
Xiang Liang's pupils shrank as he watched in disbelief as the golden characters that had floated out of the ancient book materialized in mid-air, like golden flying blades that hurtled towards him.
Turning words into gold? On the podium, Vice Principal Huang Baichuan exclaimed in shock, "That scroll, could it be the weapon of the deceased SSS-level professional Wu Haoren scroll? How did this girl obtain it?"
When a powerful predecessor passes away, they will attach a wisp of their remnant soul energy to the weapon they once used.
This is what makes a magical artifact.
Don't underestimate the vast scroll, just because it's only an epic-level equipment.
Because it possesses this wisp of remnant soul energy, it's far more powerful than ordinary epic-level equipment.
Huang Baichuan explained to the high-ranking officials from Tsinghua and Peking universities around him with some disbelief. Dong Kaier's profession is sage scholar, no wonder she can wield such a magical artifact.
She's truly a formidable opponent.
Principal Zhua Honglian adjusted her posture and sighed with a worried expression. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziyang remained silent, but smiled confidently. Principal Guan Sanhai's face grew even uglier as he stared intently at the still swaying figure on the stage.
On the arena, Xiang Liang was in a sorry state. He retreated hastily, his fists flailing as he parried, the basalt armor clanging and sparks flying from the golden characters hitting it.
Each strike sent numbness through his arm. The power contained in the words far exceeded his expectations.
Damn it, how dare you play me? Xiang Liang was both shocked and furious. Only now did he realize that the woman's previous drunken madness was all a charade.
Ha hiccup, others laugh at my madness, but I laugh at their ignorance. Dong Kaier stood swaying, took another swig of wine, and a mocking smile appeared on her flushed face.
You only realize that now?
You're a bit slow. Xiang Liang felt a chill run down his spine and dared not be arrogant in the slightest. He slammed his hand on his storage ring and roared, "Come out, my companion."
With flashes of light, 3 fierce and violent auras descended upon the arena in an instant.
Ordinary beast tamers can usually only control one beast, but Xiang Liang has awakened his exclusive skill, beast control technique, which allows him to control 3 beasts of a lower level than himself at the first rank. Sima Yunfeng, who had been carefully observing the battle, said somewhat nervously,
"For against 1, the advantage is in our hands."
Although the opponent has a magical artifact, the outcome is still uncertain.
Yi Yue said, trying to boost morale.
In the center of the arena, 3 strange beasts suddenly appeared in front of Dong Kaier. The first one resembled a cheetah, but its entire body was covered in dark purple crystal scales.
Its fangs protruded and flashed with lightning.
Where its claws stomped on the ground, the arena floor was slightly scorched. It was a first-tier elite lightning-type beast called Amethyst Thunderstorm. The second one was a giant, mottled python as thick as a bucket, with a crimson fleshy growth on its head resembling a rooster's comb.
As its scarlet tongue flicked in and out, pink poisonous mist could be vaguely seen in its huge mouth.
It was a first-tier elite poison-type beast called the rooster-crested illusion python. The third one was a two-headed eagle, nearly a meter tall, with feathers standing upright like sharp knives, skin with a bluish-black metallic sheen, sharp eyes, and claws as sharp as knives. It was a first-tier elite speed-type beast called the two-headed fierce eagle. The moment the 3 elite-level beasts appeared, their terrifying pressure shook the entire training ground.
Junior Xiang is getting serious. These 3 beasts clearly have complementary skills. It must have taken a lot of effort to acquire such elite-level beasts. With 3 elite beasts and junior brother Xiang on our side, let's see what this drunkard can do. Go, Junior. You have to prove yourself. You must win this game. A burst of enthusiastic cheers and encouragement erupted once again from the stands of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Dong Kaier, her eyes glazed with drunkenness, glanced at the 3 beasts, seemingly unconcerned. Instead, she pointed at the coxcomb illusion python and laughed. This worm, it's really ugly, it definitely wouldn't taste good in soup. The coxcomb python seemed to be enraged and launched the first attack. Its huge body was surprisingly agile, turning into a colorful stream of light. It opened its mouth and spewed out a large amount of pink poisonous mist, which instantly enveloped Dong Kaier. At the same time, its tail swept silently towards her lower body like a steel whip. Kaier, be careful of the poisonous fog.
Ren Xingyuan couldn't help but shout from Shanglan's side. Dong Kaier laughed heartily, her steps seemingly chaotic as she shifted, her body swaying lightly like willow catkins in the wind, perfectly avoiding the poisonous fog and the sweeping snaketail. Then the double-headed falcon soared into the air, its feathers, sharp as knives, attacking Dong Kaier who had just landed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sharp feathers missed their target. Dong Kaier's seemingly unsteady steps were actually her skill, Void Step. Just as she dodged the feather attack from the two-headed falcon, the amethyst thunder leopard seized the opportunity and, with incredible speed, slammed its claw directly into her chest. Dong Kaier moved with lightning speed, taking out the epic-level weapon, Glassy Beast Brush, given to her by Lu Jianan from her storage ring to parry. Clang! Dong Kaier was jolted back several steps by the immense force. Your opponent is me. Xiang Liang had already anticipated her position and threw a punch that landed directly on Dong Kaier's face. The blow was extremely powerful, sending Dong Kaier flying several meters before she could barely regain her footing by inserting the Glassy Beast Brush into the ground. Dong Kaier licked her tongue around inside her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He muttered to himself, "You little rascal, you're quite teachable." The beast and your true form worked together perfectly. At this moment, a strong fighting spirit appeared in her eyes, and the Righteousness Scroll, placed on the ground, turned its pages rapidly without any wind. She raised her head and recited aloud, her voice carrying a peculiar penetrating power. Heaven and earth possess righteous energy, which manifests in myriad forms. Suddenly, the golden characters in the air converged and transformed into a huge golden ruler phantom, which slammed down hard on the snake head that was spewing poisonous mist closest to the vast scroll. The crisp sound of snap was like a teacher reprimanding a student. The coxcomb python let out a painful hiss, and the crest-like growth on its head was shrunk by the blows, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. Xiang Liang's expression changed, and he immediately commanded, "Thunder Leopard, Thunder Strike. Fierce Eagle, Tear Claw. Attack from both sides and tear her to shreds." The purple crystal Thunder Leopard roared, its body crackling with lightning, transforming into a streak of purple lightning as it charged forward. The double-headed falcon received its command in mid-air, raised its menacing talons high, flapped its wings, and fiercely attacked Dong Kaier's skull. Facing attacks from both sides, Dong Kaier's eyes became even more intoxicated, and her body swayed so much that she almost fell over. She slammed her wine gourd to the ground and mumbled, "To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people." Skill, 4 lines of Henku, activated. In an instant, 4 thick stone pillars suddenly rose from the arena floor centered on her. The pillars were engraved with the 4 Confucian classics, forming a solid cage that trapped the charging, amethyst thunder leopard inside. The thunder leopard roared repeatedly, its claws slamming wildly against the stone pillar, sending stone chips flying everywhere. Even with the lightning strikes, the cage remained unmoved. At the same time, Dong Kaier neither dodged nor avoided the fierce attack of the double-headed falcon. With a flick of her wrist, she grasped the Glassy Beast Brush in her hand, its tip shimmering with brilliant light. She used the void as paper and her talent as ink, drunkenly drawing a stroke in mid-air. Skill, Divine Stroke. Whoosh! The Glassy Beast Brush transformed into a streak of 7-colored light, moving at incredible speed and imbued with the power of Confucianism. It pierced the head of the double-headed falcon with unparalleled precision, the tip of the brush emerging from the back of its head. My beast! Xiang Liang cried out in anguish as he watched his painstakingly raised, two-headed falcon die tragically.
Chapter 78: The Flying Immortal of the Wine Jar. On the martial arts stage at Tsinghua and Peking universities.
The momentum of the two-headed falcon's forward dive came to an abrupt halt, and it fell directly from the sky. Its wings flapped a few times, and then it was silent.
One fatal blow. The entire audience was stunned.
Just as the coxcomb phantom python, which had just recovered from the blows of the golden ruler, was about to pounce again, Dong Kaier lightly tapped her finger. The rock cage that imprisoned the amethyst thunder leopard shone brightly, and a powerful binding force spread out, affecting even the nearby, crested illusion python, whose movements were instantly slowed down. Then the glassy beast brush flew back into his hand, and the vast scroll kept turning pages automatically. The golden characters slowly flew to Dong Kaier's sky, and the tip of the brush touched them, turning them into an even sharper rain of golden arrows that pierced the sluggish, coxcomb illusion python.
Put.
A massive rain of golden arrows pierced the head of the coxcomb phantom python, and it collapsed on the arena before it could even scream.
In the blink of an eye, of the three elite beasts, two were dead and one was trapped. The situation reversed in an instant. I'll make you pay with your life. Xiang Liang's eyes bulged with rage, and he went completely insane.
He slammed his hands together in a bloody handseal, striking his chest, and roared hoarsely, with blood as the catalyst, with souls as the sacrifice.
Beast sacrifice.
The corpses of the coxcomb phantom python and two-headed falcon, lying on the ground, suddenly withered, turning into two streams of pure purple energy that surged wildly into Xiang Liang's body.
At the same time, the trapped, amethyst thunder leopard also let out painful roars, and their power was forcibly extracted and poured into Xiang Liang through an invisible link. Xiang Liang's body visibly swelled up, his muscles bulged, and amethyst scales and the phantom of a falcon appeared on his skin.
His aura surged wildly, briefly breaking through the level limit and reaching a terrifying level close to Lv.40.
Die.
He gained the speed of a thunder leopard, the agility of a falcon, and a trace of the venomous energy of a phantom python. He transformed into a blur, instantly breaking the sound barrier, and threw a punch at Dong Kaier. The power of this attack was astonishing.
Dong Kaier seemed stunned by the sudden outburst, but she didn't dodge or avoid it.
She just subconsciously held the wine gourd in front of her.
Bang!
A muffled thud, like the striking of a bell. Xiang Liang's punch, which combined the power of three beasts and was confident that it could split mountains and shatter rocks, actually landed squarely on the seemingly ordinary wine gourd. However, the scene he imagined, the gourd exploding and the opponent's bones breaking and tendons snapping, did not occur. The gourd remained motionless, its surface shimmering with a barely perceptible dark light. Instead, it emitted a tremendous force that sent shivers down Xiang Liang's spine, making his arm go numb and his fist ache.
What? Xiang Liang was shocked, feeling as if he had hit steel.
Hiccup. Dong Kaier was jolted back 2 steps, shook her wine gourd, grinned, revealing her snow-white teeth. Not bad.
What a pity, it's almost there.
After she finished speaking, she suddenly tilted her head back and gulped down the remaining wine in the gourd. As the wine went down her throat, the intoxication on her face reached its peak, but her eyes suddenly became clear, and she exuded a powerful and righteous aura.
Confucius said.
She hiccuped, her steps unsteady, like a drunken immortal strolling, yet she was reciting the purest Confucian words. To learn and then practice what you have learned is a pleasure indeed. With each word uttered, a tangible golden seal script materialized in the air, carrying a majestic aura of righteousness, and crashed towards Xiang Liang. Xiang Liang gained a power boost, becoming incredibly fast as he frantically dodged. The golden seal script slammed into the arena's protective shield, creating violent ripples.
Isn't it a joy to have friends coming from afar?
Dong Kaier's figure became elusive. Although she looked like she was about to fall over from being drunk, she always managed to avoid Xiang Liang's frantic counterattacks by the slightest margin.
To remain unperturbed when others do not understand you, is this not the mark of a gentleman?
As she finished reciting the last line, she casually tossed the empty wine gourd in her hand aside. The gourd spun in the air, and suddenly a phantom of a giant bronze bell wrapped in golden characters appeared, unleashing the ultimate move, Flying Immortal of the Wine Jar.
Bang! The giant bell phantom attacked Xiang Liang directly.
He tried to block with both hands, but was blasted away, vomiting a large amount of blood in mid-air before crashing heavily onto the arena and falling silent. Dong Kaier staggered, clapped her hands, her face flushed even more, and looked around in a daze before letting out a loud burp.
Kid, you lost. Go back and study more, we'll fight again another day. Hiccup. The entire Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena was completely silent.
Everyone stared at the woman in blue robes swaying on the stage, seemingly drunk and ethereal, as if they were witnessing a drunken immortal descended to earth. In the fifth match, Shanglan Technical School's Dong Kaya won. Shock once again filled the faces of every teacher and student at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Just how many monsters are still lurking in this azure sky? Well done, we won. Let's see if Qingbei still dares to call us maggots in a cesspool. Ren Qingyuan excitedly hugged Feng Shiran, whose face was equally excited. His cheers echoed through the silent Tsinghua and Peking University Stadium. Damn, this year's freshmen are so bad. They've lost 3 games in a row. Could it be that the reputation of Tsinghua and Peking universities, the top universities in China, is being ruined by them? This is truly unacceptable. What are you freshmen doing? You've completely disgraced Tsinghua and Peking universities. Immediately afterward, voices of dissatisfaction and accusation from senior students began to rise from the stands of the Tsinghua Peking University martial arts arena, instantly gaining widespread support, and countless vulgarities were hurled at the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area. On the podium, Principal Guan Sanhai could no longer remain seated. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes filled with utter disappointment reminded Vice Principal Huang Baichuan, who was sitting next to him, to go down and find out what was going on. At this moment, the crowd in the training ground was already in a state of high spirits, but this time it was not directed at Xianlan, but at their own disappointing comrades. In the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area, Sima Yunfeng and others faced a barrage of insults and accusations, daring not to speak out. Chairman Yi, what should we do? Sima Yunfeng, no longer displaying his previous arrogance, asked cautiously. Yi Yue looked up at the excited crowd in the Tsinghua Beihai stands and was speechless for a moment, his face full of resentment and disappointment. Vice Principal Huang Baichuan stormed up to the two men, his face contorted with rage. Wuya, Yunfeng, what on earth are you doing? You've completely disgraced Tsinghua and Peking universities. Faced with Vice Principal Huang Baichuan's reprimand, Sima Yunfeng raised his head. Principal, I'll take on the challenge. I'll make Shanglan pay the price. What will happen next if you lose? Right now the key is to salvage the reputation of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Vice Principal Huang Baichuan questioned angrily. Then he sighed deeply. Alas, Jiang Wanqing refuses to go, and you're our last resort, so we have no choice but to. Yi Yue instantly thought of someone and replied without hesitation, you mean to have Kai Yanyan go? Huang Baichuan nodded helplessly. Originally, Kai Yanyan was supposed to be the second to last to exit the station, but now there was no solution. Sima Yunfeng was taken aback. Kai Yanyan was the third best candidate in this year's competition after him and Jiang Wanqing. This was the only option left. Silence. Silence. The game continues. Director Hu Yanli gritted his teeth and maintained order at the Tsinghua Peking University venue. Chapter 79. The child's name has been decided. Sixth match, Kai Yanyan from Tsinghua University vs Dong Kaya from Shanglan Technical School. Please enter the arena. Hu Yanli's hoarse announcement finally quelled the clamor of the entire arena. Before the words were even finished, a sudden change occurred in the direction of the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area. A thick, inky black mist appeared out of nowhere without warning, accompanied by waves of a somewhat nauseating odor. The black mist rapidly condensed and contracted, outlining a blurry, distorted black coffin phantom in the air. Immediately afterwards, with a soft bang, the black coffin phantom exploded, turning into black ashes scattered all over the sky. A tall, slender figure, accompanied by flickering will-o'-the-wisps, silently landed in the center of the arena, right where Xiang Liang had been carried away. The person who arrived was Kai Yanyan. Her entrance was extremely bizarre and eerie, instantly drawing everyone's attention. She was wearing a uniquely tailored, dark black long dress, with intricate Taoist talismans embroidered on the hem in dark red silk thread. The long dress was not a traditional wide-sleeved robe, but a more modern fitted design that perfectly outlined her shapely figure, especially her incredibly slender waist and pert hips, exuding an irresistible allure. Her skin was a cool, pale white, as if it hadn't seen the sun in a long time, creating a stark contrast with her dark dress. Her face was small and delicate, with features so sculpted that they seemed almost perfect, and her eyes and brows were particularly striking. Her eyes were slightly upturned at the corners, giving her a natural allure, but the color of her pupils was extremely peculiar, somewhat whitish, and her gaze was indifferent and aloof, devoid of any emotion. Beneath her straight nose were thin lips, a natural crimson color, which were slightly pursed at the moment. Her long black hair was not tied up, but cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and the white bone hair ornament added a touch of eeriness. Tsinghua University, Kai Yanyan, SS level profession,
Corpse Immortal Sect Leader, Lv.36. Her voice rang out, clear and melodious, carrying a chill that seeped into the bones, and clearly resounded throughout the entire venue. Below the stage, in the preparation area for Xianglan, Renqing Yuan, who was cheering for Dong Kai'er, stopped abruptly the moment he saw Kai Yanyan's face. His mouth was slightly open, his eyes were wide open, and he stared straight at Kai Yanyan on the stage. Hiss! He gasped, instinctively clutching his chest, his heart pounding wildly. Graceful as a startled swan, lithe as a swimming dragon, radiant as autumn chrysanthemums, flourishing as spring pines, faintly like light clouds veiling the moon, drifting like swirling snow in the wind. He began to recite unconsciously and rapidly, a visible blush rising on his face. Upon hearing the words Corpse Immortal Sect Leader, his eyes lit up even more, and he slapped his thigh. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I never imagined such a profession existed in the world, Corpse Immortal Sect Leader. Yin gives birth to Yan from Yin. The orthodox sect of Xianmen, all paths lead to the same destination. This profession, this aura, it's a match made in heaven for my, refining void Dao venerable, dual cultivation, cough cough, we're definitely a perfect pair of Taoist partners. Wang Qing stood next to him, and seeing his absent-minded, muttering, lustful appearance, he almost burst out laughing. He nudged Renqing Yuan with his elbow and teased in a low voice, "Hey, chatterbox, wipe your drool off, it's practically dripping onto your feet." "You've already taken a liking to him?" Renqing Yuan suddenly came to his senses and, surprisingly, did not immediately refute. Instead, he grabbed Wang Qing's arm and spoke even faster. "Brother, you don't understand. This can't be described simply as pretty. I'm quite handsome myself, and back then, I had tons of suitors, but I've always remained chaste. But this one is different. Look at her demeanor, her profession, she's a perfect match for me." "Ugh. Sha, you're kidding me." Wang Qing rolled his eyes at him. He paid no heed to Wang Qing's reaction, growing more and more excited as he spoke, even beginning to envision the future. "In the future, we'll be inseparable, studying professional Taoist arts together. She'll control the Corpse Immortals, and I'll cultivate the Yang spirit, Yin and Yang in harmony. I've even thought of names for the kids. A boy will be named Rin Xiancheng, and a girl will be named Kai Lingshu. What do you think? Aren't they poetic?" Wang Qing. He was completely defeated by this guy's shamelessness and lightning-fast imagination. He could only suppress his laughter and give him a thumbs up. "You're amazing. Nothing's even started yet, and you've already thought of what the child will be called. I'm so impressed." Their conversation wasn't actually very loud, but when Renqing Yuan got excited, his voice would unconsciously rise, and he would speak incredibly fast. Keywords such as dual cultivation, Taoist partners, and child's Taoist name still drifted out intermittently, attracting the attention of several people from the Xianglan and Qingbei preparation areas nearby. Kai Yanyan on the stage seemed to have vaguely heard something. Her pale pupils shifted slightly as she indifferently swept towards Xianglan's preparation area, where she saw Renqing Yuan grabbing Wang Qing's arm with an excited and enthusiastic expression. When Renqing Yuan saw the goddess's gaze sweep over him, he immediately let go of Wang Qing and hurriedly straightened his faded clothes, forcing out what he thought was a dashing but actually somewhat lewd smile. Kai Yanyan's gaze lingered on his tattered clothes and lewd expression for half a second, her delicate brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Immediately, a clear look of disgust flashed in those indifferent eyes. He rolled his eyes coldly, turned his head away, and refused to look at her again. "Did you see that? Brother Qing, she saw me. It must be my aura that attracted her." Renqing Yuan excitedly and relentlessly bombarded Wang Qing with his praises. Wang Qing felt his head was about to explode, and he even felt a little embarrassed to interrupt the man's incessant ramblings. At this moment, Dong Kai'er had already assumed her fighting stance on the stage, and black mist began to emanate from Kai Yanyan's body. Renqing Yuan suddenly shoved Wang Qing aside, grabbed the edge of the ring, and shouted at the top of his lungs with astonishing speed. "Sister Kai, please go easy on him. This Kai student is a fellow practitioner. Our exchange is for the sake of skill, so please stop here. Never let things damage the harmony, as the saying goes. It's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester, and true friends are hard to find in this vast world." His shout was extremely abrupt, and the content was even more bizarre, instantly drowning out the noise in the venue. All eyes in the room immediately turned to him. The students from Tsinghua and Peking universities were completely bewildered. What's wrong with this idiot? Is he pleading for our people? Has he lost his mind? On Xianglan's side, Yang Sanbao covered his face with his hands, unable to bear to look. Wang Qing was laughing so hard he was almost convulsing. Lin Yu glanced at him but remained silent, while Feng Shiran suppressed his laughter.
On stage, Dong Kaier almost lost her balance due to her drunken state and glared at Rin Qingyuan with annoyance.
"Shut up, you babbling nonsense again, and I'll beat you up too."
Hiccup. Dong Kaier cursed, then hiccuped again, completely ignoring his nonsense and turning her attention back to her opponent.
Cai Yanyan didn't even lift her eyelids again, completely ignoring Ren Qingyuan's presence.
She slowly raised her right hand, her fingers slender and long. With a flick of her palm, a tiny coffin, no bigger than a palm, entirely black and carved with countless black runes, appeared in her hand. Dong Kaier's drunken, hazy eyes instantly cleared, and she stared at what Cai Yanyan was holding, unconsciously taking a few steps back. That's the magical artifact, the Corpse God Coffin.
Chapter 80 Corpse Immortal Sect Leader.
On the stage, Cai Yanyan watched Dong Kaier's expression change slightly, but his face remained unchanged as he said calmly, "I didn't expect you to have such good taste."
As soon as the miniature coffin was brought out, an unsettling clicking sound seemed to emanate from within. "You'd better watch out, I won't hold back." Cai Yanyan's voice remained icy, carrying a hint of murderous intent.
She lightly flicked her fingertip on the miniature coffin lid. A soft click sounded.
The coffin lid slid open a crack.
The next moment, countless strange, pitch-black beetles, like a black tide bursting its banks, surged wildly out of the cracks in the coffin. These insects grew rapidly in the wind, swelling from the size of a grain of rice to the size of a fist the moment they landed.
Completely black, they buzzed with their wings, swarming towards Dong Kaier like a tidal wave.
Wherever it passed, even the arena floor was corroded, emitting hissing white smoke, clearly indicating it carried a potent poison.
Cai Yanyan's skill, corpse-rot poison insects. Dong Kaier dared not be negligent.
She quickly tapped the glass beast brush in the air while reciting aloud, "The world is filled with righteous energy." The vast scroll moves automatically without wind, flipping through pages wildly, with huge golden seal characters swirling out as if summoned.
A myriad of shapes and forms.
The golden characters shone brightly, carrying a majestic and righteous aura, like a golden meteor shower, crashing headlong into the surging black swarm of insects.
Bang bang bang.
With each impact of the golden characters, a swarm of corpse poison worms was burned to ashes by the righteous energy, emitting a shrill cracking sound. Black insect fluid, broken insect limbs, and golden shards of light flew everywhere, and the scene suddenly became extremely intense. Dong Kaier staggered, using the void step technique to dodge attacks from the stragglers within a limited area. At the same time, he wielded the glassy beast brush with ease, constantly adding new golden characters to supplement the attack, while chanting incessantly, transforming Confucian sage words into tangible power, continuously destroying the endless stream of corpse worms. However, the number of corpse-rotting poisonous insects released by Cai Yanyan was simply too great, seemingly endless, with one after another rushing forward. The entire Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena fell silent once again, everyone holding their breath as they watched this thrilling duel.
Ren Qingyuan, watching from below the stage, was extremely anxious.
He scratched his head and started muttering unconsciously, "Oh, be gentle, my little baby."
"Sister Kaier, be gentle too, we're all family, why bother?"
Wang Qing was speechless. All he wanted to do was find some tape to shut this guy up. Suddenly, Cai Yanyan leaped into the air, continuously pulling out black talismans, explosion talismans, from his storage ring. With a casual flick of his wrist, a barrage of explosion talismans attacked Dong Kaier, who was dodging and weaving. Seeing Cai Yanyan's black talisman rapidly approaching her face, Dong Kaier activated her for sentences of Henku, causing 4 thick stone pillars to suddenly rise from the arena floor around her, trapping her within them. This was not only a binding skill but also a life-saving technique. "The cooldown for Flying Immortal with Wine Jar hasn't expired yet, so I can only passively stall for time."
Bang, bang, bang.
Under the combined onslaught of the fearless, venomous corpse-eating insects and the exploding talismans, the stone pillars and light barrier of the Henku 4 sentences prison began to crack.
Dong Kaier was shocked.
Her clothes were already soaked through. At this moment, the vast scroll was turning faster and the chanting in her mouth was also increasing. At this moment, she wished she had Rin Qingyuan's fast mouth.
At the same time, on the podium, Wan Sunhai's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed.
Dong Kaier had clearly revealed all her cards, and Cai Yanyan's victory was only a matter of time.
He glanced at Zhu Zhiyon and noticed that Zhu Zhiyon's face was completely expressionless. Could it be that Dong Kaier still had a trump card? Even with a trump card, it's useless. Although Cai Yanyan is only an SS-level professional, her strength is definitely comparable to an SSS-level professional. I'm actually looking forward to this match.
On the arena, Cai Yanyan's eyes narrowed. Seizing the moment when Dongkire was suppressed by the insect swarm and the exploding talisman, he suddenly accelerated the speed of his hand seals and threw the corpse god coffin in his hand into the air. It made a buzzing sound, and the black gas overflowing from the gaps in the coffin lid became even more concentrated. 10,000 insects devour the heart. Her cold voice carried a hint of murderous intent. The endless rotting venomous insects seemed to receive a command, no longer blindly charging forward, but suddenly gathering together to form several ferocious black giant pythons. They crashed violently into the already cracked stone prison of Henku 4 lines from different angles. At the same time, she threw out more than a dozen explosion talismans. These talismans did not directly attack the stone prison, but were precisely attached to the outer perimeter of the stone prison and detonated instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Under the double attack, the stone prison could no longer hold on and exploded with a deafening roar, scattering debris everywhere. The powerful shockwave shattered most of the golden text within its range. Dongkire groaned, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her body was pushed back by the shockwave. She seemed to be awakened, and a serious expression appeared on her face for the first time. The black swarm of giant pythons tore through the defenses, and then several black pythons began to converge, instantly forming a gigantic python that moved with incredible speed to devour her. Sister Kyer, be careful. Ren Qingyuan was jumping up and down anxiously from below the stage, speaking so fast it was almost inaudible. Sister Yenner, we're all family, why are you doing this? Offstage, Wang Cheng frowned, and Lin Yu unconsciously clenched her fists. Yang Sanbao and Feng Shiran were both covered in sweat. Just as the black swarm of giant pythons was about to reach Dongkire, she kept muttering, "My heart is pure, what more is there to say?" Suddenly, the vast scroll appeared in front of her as if by teleportation, and two huge characters in regular script, light, flew out of the book and slammed directly into the black insect swarm python. A flash of golden light appeared inside the black wasp python, lasting only a few seconds, followed by a loud boom. The giant python of the insect swarm was torn to pieces, and the enormous impact sent Kai Yanyan, who was in mid-air, crashing to the ground. He staggered a few steps before regaining his balance, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ugh! Dongkire spat out another mouthful of blood. A hint of surprise flashed in Kai Yanyan's indifferent eyes. She could sense that her opponent's aura had undergone a qualitative change in an instant, lasting only a moment before plummeting. Clang clang, two shimmering white pills were casually tossed from Dongkire's hand. The two discarded, luminous white pills emitted a strong medicinal fragrance, which even reached Kai Yanyan's nose, who was more than 10 meters away. What? The power of the elixir? No. In this desperate situation, she actually abandoned the elixir. The scene of Sun Meng taking Lu Jianan's powerful pills flashed through Kai Yanyan's mind. Could it be that he wants to compete with me based on his own strength? What a worthy opponent! Kai Yanyan looked at Dongkire, who was vomiting blood, and a sense of respect quietly rose in his heart. On the platform, Guan Sanhai gripped the armrests of his chair tightly with both hands in a tense manner. This little girl actually managed to comprehend the power of the remnant soul of the vast righteousness scroll, while still at the first rank. However, this girl is already at the end of her strength. She can only borrow its power once at most, and it won't last much longer. What was lost, was it pills? He glanced at Zhu Ziyong, a hint of disappointment already creeping onto his face. On the arena, Dongkire wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and burst into laughter. Although her body was exhausted after borrowing the power of the remnant soul of the vast scroll, her laughter was still unrestrained. You are strong, but I will never admit defeat easily. Dongkire said weakly, looking at Kai Yanyan with tired eyes. I admit you're a worthy opponent, but Tsinghua and Peking University are a sure winner. Let's settle this in the next move. Come on, that's exactly what I was thinking. Is Chapter 81 a martial arts competition or a blind date? On the arena, a look of madness flashed in Dongkire's eyes. She raised her hand and threw the wine gourd into the air. Then, she wrote rapidly in the air with the glassy beast brush in her hand, twice as fast as before. At the same time, she pointed her other hand like a sword, causing the vast scroll to flip wildly. He loudly proclaimed, with my will, I invoke the power of sages. The righteous spirit of heaven and earth, heed my command. Defeat. The gourd instantly grew to enormous size, and the phantom of the bronze bell reappeared. Flying wine jar, combined with turning words into gold, attacked Kai Yanyan. In fact, Kai Yanyan had no need to fight so hard, but for some reason, she already felt a sense of mutual respect. Fine, you forced me to use this move, you should be proud of yourself. Death leads the way, and the underworld knocks at the door.
The lid of the corpse god coffin burst open with a bang.
This time, what surged out was not a swarm of insects, but an enormous phantom of the Grim Reaper emitting painful howls. The temperature around him plummeted instantly, and the protective light shield was covered with frost. Death, cloaked in black and wielding a massive scythe, exuded an incomparable chill and an eerie power to devour souls, as he faced Dong Kair's final attack head-on. This was the strongest attack Kai Yanyan could currently muster, and she showed Dong Kair the utmost respect. Boom! The earth-shattering roar seemed to tear everyone's eardrums apart. The terrifying energy shockwave caused the entire protective shield to flicker wildly, instantly covered with countless cracks, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. Gasps of surprise rose and fell from the stands, and the light lasted for several seconds before gradually fading away. In the center of the arena, there was a complete mess. Kai Yanyan knelt on one knee, supporting her body with one hand. Her long black dress was torn in several places, her face was as pale as paper, blood was hanging from the corner of her mouth, and her breathing was disordered. The light of the corpse god coffin above her head dimmed and fell beside her. Clearly, using that move had taken a huge toll on her. Opposite her, Dong Kair's vision went black, and she could no longer hold on. She fell straight backward and crashed heavily onto the ring, unconscious. Sixth match. Tsinghua University and Peking University, Kai Yanyan wins. Then, thunderous applause erupted throughout the Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena. The applause was not only a consolation for Tsinghua and Peking University finally winning a point and stopping their losing streak, but also an acknowledgement of the strength Dong Kair had demonstrated. The medical team rushed onto the stage and carefully lifted the unconscious Dong Kair onto a stretcher. Kai Yanyan, on the other side, was also greatly exhausted and slowly walked back to the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area. As soon as he got back, Sima Yunfeng, who had been unable to contain himself any longer, rushed up to him with a livid face, his tone full of complaints and accusations. Kai Yanyan, do you know what you're doing? Dong Kair was clearly at her last gasp. Why did you use Yellow Spring's knock on the door? You could have just avoided it. Kai Yanyan's already pale face grew even colder. She glanced indifferently at Sima Yunfeng, too lazy to pay him any attention, and went straight to the side to rest. Seeing that she was ignoring him, Sima Yunfeng became even more furious and relentlessly blocked her path. I'm talking to you. Are you jeopardizing the reputation of Tsinghua and Peking universities? Shut up, you bastard. Kai Yanyan's voice was full of anger and disgust, then she said coldly, next match, I'm surrendering. If you're so good, you go. You. Sima Yunfeng was speechless, and the several elite students from Tsinghua and Peking universities around him were stunned. Admit defeat? Are you kidding me? Seeing this, Uya immediately stepped forward, pulled Sima Yunfeng away from arguing, and smoothed things over, saying, Alright, Yunfeng, junior sister Kai has done enough. She won a crucial round and boosted morale. Although it's exhausting, the result is the most important thing. Junior, you should rest and recover first. As he spoke, he winked at Sima Yunfeng, signaling him to stop bothering him. Sima Yunfeng was so angry that his face turned pale. He could only snort angrily and turn his head away. Meanwhile, in the Shanglan preparation area. Seeing Dong Kair being carried down, Yang Sanbao, Wang Cheng, and others rushed forward to show their concern. However, one person seemed completely unconcerned about his teammate's injury. Runching Yuan's eyes lit up, he rubbed his hands excitedly, his face filled with barely suppressed excitement and a flutter of romantic feelings. It's my turn, it's my turn. Ah, what a coincidence. He suddenly grabbed Wang Cheng next to him with a frighteningly strong grip. Brother, did you see that? That's my future Taoist partner. What do you think? Isn't she breathtakingly beautiful? Isn't her a perfect match for me? Wang Cheng felt dizzy from being shaken so much, and tried to shake him off irritably. I see you, let go of me first. Stop being so presumptuous. Oh, feelings can be cultivated. Rinxing Yuan wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he leaned closer and asked eagerly in a low voice but still loud enough for everyone around to hear, Brother, quick, teach me a few tricks. You're good at flirting, how can I win her over? How can I marry her? Wang Cheng was utterly dumbfounded. Looking at Rinxing Yuan's incredibly serious expression, he exclaimed in astonishment, Damn! Didn't you brag before about how many junior sisters chased after you in Dongshan City, and how your love history was unforgettable? So it was all just bragging? And now you're asking me? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu glanced at Rinxing Yuan with her cold eyes, revealing a hint of dislike that she made no attempt to hide, and coldly uttered two words, boring. Then she turned away and stopped looking at them. Ren Qingyuan, with his thick skin, didn't care about Lin Yu's opinion at all and kept pestering Wang Qing. That's different. How can those ordinary women compare to my Yenner? This is true love, understand? Quick, help your brother think of a way. Wang Qing was so annoyed by him that he just wanted to get rid of him on stage as soon as possible. Get out of here, it's time for you to go on stage. Go ask her yourself. Use your sincerity to win her over. Sincere? These two words seemed to remind Ren Qingyuan, and he nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, Hu Yangli's voice rang out again. 7th match, Kai Yanyan from Tsinghua University vs Ren Qingyuan from Xianglan Technical School. Please bring your contestants to the stage. Upon hearing this, Ren Qingyuan was instantly energized. He immediately straightened his faded clothes, put on what he considered a dashing smile, and with a swift movement, used a surprisingly agile technique to lightly leap onto the arena and stand opposite Kai Yanyan. Kai Yanyan had just taken the pill and was taking the time to regulate her breathing when she saw Ren Qingyuan come on stage. Especially his burning gaze and strange smile, her brows, which had just calmed down, furrowed again, and a look of disgust appeared in her eyes. Ren Qingyuan seemed not to see it and spoke first, his words coming out very quickly. Xianglan Technical School, Ren Qingyuan, SS level profession, refining void Taoist venerable, level 34. Yenner, no, classmate, it's a pleasure to meet you. May I ask your age? Are you married? Oh, I'm 18 this year, single, and have never been in a relationship. My family background, though poor, is ambitious. Kai Yanyan? The entire audience? Is this some kind of martial arts competition or a self-introduction at a blind date? Chapter 82. Are you going to marry me? On the stage, Kai Yanyan was taken aback by the sudden checking of household registration, and her face turned even colder. She didn't bother to reply and just wanted to end this farce as soon as possible. Her previous, corpse-rot poison insects, were mostly depleted when dealing with Dong Kaier, and it would be difficult to recover in a short time, but she still had other methods. She formed hand seals, and the corpse god coffin floated up again. The coffin lid slowly opened, and an even colder aura than before spread out. Hey, classmate, don't rush into anything. Let's talk about life and ideals first. Ren Qingyuan continued rambling on. Just then, the corpse god coffin began to grow back to its normal size, and a figure slowly sat up inside the coffin and then stepped out. It was a man wearing tattered silver armor and holding a gleaming silver spear. His face was handsome, but bloodless, his eyes were empty, and his body was surrounded by deathly aura. However, the aura of a strong person had not completely dissipated. Instead, it became even more eerie because of the aura of death. That's Silver Spear Yi Shuihan? The freshman who perished in the dungeon last year? He was actually an SS rank class, Azure Silver Spear. He willingly became Kai Yanyan's puppet? On the stands, a student from Tsinghua and Peking University recognized the corpse puppet, immediately causing a stir. I heard that Yi Shuihan and junior sister Kai are from the same school. Really? I don't know about that, but given Kai's current strength, unless she does it willingly, it's impossible for her to have such a corpse puppet. Ren Qingyuan also dropped some of his playful smile, his eyes becoming more serious. Wow. Classmate, you actually have such a corpse puppet, but, His gaze was sharp, and he suddenly noticed the corpse puppet. When its empty eyes looked at Kai Yanyan, there seemed to be a subtle fluctuation. Interesting, Ren Qingyuan muttered to himself. The battle erupted instantly. The corpse puppet moved, its speed as fast as lightning. The bright silver spear in its hand transformed into a point of cold light, piercing straight for Ren Qingyuan's throat. The spear moved like a dragon. Ren Qingyuan kept talking, but his movements were not slow at all. Look, classmate, isn't my Qingyun footwork cool? Doesn't it look like something a master would do? Hey, that corpse-slaying spear technique is pretty good, but it lacks a bit of agility. How do you usually control it, classmate? Do you need a Taoist partner with plenty of yang energy to help you harmonize it? Behold my Jade True Sword technique, he said, pulling out an ordinary grade longsword from his storage ring and wielding it with a graceful, almost dancing style. How about it, classmate? Want to learn? I'll teach you. Pa! Kai Yanyan licked his lips as Yi Shuihan's spear technique attacked him like a storm. Unexpectedly, Ren Qingyuan used extremely exquisite movement techniques to dodge while continuously using his ordinary grade sword to block the corpse puppet's silver spear. And he kept chattering on, spewing provocative words. Although the SS-level corpse puppet's attacks were fierce, it couldn't do anything to him for the time being. On the platform, Zhu Zhiyong squinted his small eyes, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. That kid Ren Qingyuan, he's all talk, but he's hiding his true strength quite well. He can even imbue an ordinary grade sword with sword energy. He's got some skill. Kai Yanyan became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed, realizing that she was unable to gain a decisive advantage while controlling the corpse puppet. Ishuehan suddenly sheathed his gun, created some distance, and unleashed the wooden vine binding technique. In an instant, countless vines appeared out of thin air on the ground and attacked Ren Qingyuan. Then, Kai Yanyan's eyes turned cold, and she leaped into the air, took out a explosion talisman, and threw it out.
Boom boom boom. Mother, are you trying to murder your husband? Ren Qingyuan dodged the attack of the exploding talisman with his superb agility. Oh no.
As he joked, his right foot was already tightly wrapped in wooden vines. The more he struggled, the tighter they became, and the vines had already spread to his waist. Ishuehan, the corpse puppet, had been waiting for this opportunity, and thrust his silver spear straight at Ren Qingyuan's chest with all his might.
Holy crap, you're ruthless, but that teamwork was brilliant. Clang.
The silver spear was only half a meter away from Ren Qingyuan, but it could not get any closer, as if it had hit an invisible wall of energy.
Heavenly chi. The silver spear was bent due to the immense force. Kai Yanyan's pupils dilated in shock. This was possible? It didn't even hurt him in the slightest? At this moment, the wooden vine continued to spread and had already strangled Ren Qingyuan's neck.
He calmly and slowly took out the copper bone golden string sword, given to him by Lu Jianan from his storage ring with one hand.
Crack crack.
The vines on his body were easily cut in two by his copper bone golden string sword. Then, in a flash, the immobilization talisman was already on the corpse puppet.
The movements were extremely fast and incredibly elegant.
At this moment, the corpse puppet remained rooted to the spot, maintaining its thrusting motion, and Ren Qingyuan glanced at it. Kai, I didn't expect you to have already turned this corpse puppet into an iron corpse at the first level. Your strength is indeed remarkable. It's just a pity that you met the wrong opponent, Ren Qingyuan said smugly, seemingly not in a hurry to attack immediately. To win a girl's heart, you first need to show her your capabilities.
Shut up. Don't get cocky.
Kai Yanyan finally lost her temper and snapped.
Ren Qingyuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Classmate, you finally spoke to me? Your voice is so nice. Say one more thing?
Kai Yanyan was so angry that her chest heaved, wishing she could tear his mouth off with her own hands. She knew that if things continued like this, she would exhaust herself even more, and she might really lose. Prepare for this move first.
If I catch it, will I marry you and become your Taoist partner? Ren Qingyuan asked without hesitation. Daydreaming. Kai Yanyan took a step and leaped into the air.
The corpse god coffin immediately flew into her hand. Then the coffin opened again, and a huge white bone hand phantom, filled with cold anger, attacked Ren Qingyuan.
The hand of death.
She floated in the air, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth due to the immense exertion.
Kai, how about we stop playing? You look so tired, it breaks my heart. Let's come down and have a proper talk about our future.
Although she was joking, her actions betrayed her true feelings. Ren Qingyuan dared not be negligent at this moment, and muttered to himself, scattering flowers and gathering at the top is ultimately an illusion, and soaring through the clouds is not real either.
Go!
The copper bone golden sword instantly soared into the air, heading straight for the giant skeletal hand.
Slay the evil spirits with a single sword. With a loud boom, the protective shield trembled violently.
The copper bone golden string sword pierced through the huge white bone phantom with a single strike, its momentum showing no signs of weakening, and thrust towards Kai Yanyan, who had leaped into the air. In desperation, Kai Yanyan hurriedly threw out more than a dozen explosive talismans, attempting to temporarily slow down the sword's attack.
However, it was all in vain.
Ren Qingyuan had no intention of harming his future Taoist partner, he was merely displaying what he considered to be his damn charm. The sword slashed past Kai Yanyan's head, miraculously without harming a single hair on her head, only knocking off her white bone hairpin.
Ren Qingyuan swiftly caught the white bone hairpin in his hand, held it to his nose and smelled it. It smells so good? Is this a token of love?
Kai Yanyan, who had landed on the ground, touched her hair, her eyes blazing with anger. Give it back to me, you shameless bastard.
Here you go, fine. Will you marry me?
At this moment, Kai Yanyan was filled with regret and anger. If it weren't for the huge energy depletion from the first battle, and if she hadn't been temporarily unable to use Yellow Spring's knock and corpse rot poison insects, she wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. Looking at Ren Xingyuan's grinning face, he just wanted him to disappear as soon as possible. Without thinking, he blurted out, his voice filled with extreme impatience, "If you admit defeat now, I'll agree." She was stunned for a moment when she said this. It was clearly a sarcastic remark made out of anger. However, Ren Xingyuan's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 83: Returning to the Origin Pill. On the stage, Ren Xingyuan was suddenly stunned, as if he had taken a powerful calming pill. His eyes widened, and his face instantly lit up with immense, ecstatic joy. His voice trembled with excitement. "Really? You really mean it, classmate? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Oh no, a lady's word. I concede. I concede." Before Kai Yanyan could even react, he suddenly raised his hands and shouted to the referee and the entire audience, "Director Hu, I concede. I lost this match. Tsinghua and Peking University won. Holy crap, what kind of crazy move is this?" Everyone was stunned, including Kai Yanyan on the ring, referee Hu Yanli, the top officials from both sides on the podium, and tens of thousands of spectators in the stands. What happened? Why did you suddenly give up? That last move was clearly, you could have. In the preparation area of Shanglan, Wang Qing slapped his forehead, unable to bear looking at himself. "I knew it, this bastard who forgets his principles for the sake of a pretty face." Xu Zhiyong was first taken aback, then became so angry that his beard bristled and his eyes widened, his hands clenching so tightly they cracked. "You little bastard, you haven't even grown your first hair yet, and you're already trying to flirt with girls." Yang Sanbao stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it was real. Feng Shiran's face turned even redder with anger. He pointed at the arena and stammered you, for a long time, but couldn't manage to utter a complete sentence. On the Tsinghua and Peking University side, Wan Sunhai, Yuya, and others were also stunned and bewildered, completely unable to understand how this sudden victory came about. Ren Xingyuan, completely unconcerned about the stares of everyone present, grinned at Kai Yanyan, who was still in a daze, and said with utmost seriousness, "Classmate, I keep my word and admit defeat. You can't go back on your promise to me." After saying that, he even winked at her. Kai Yanyan finally snapped out of her shock and realized what she had just said, and that the other person had actually. She was instantly filled with anger and shame, a rare blush rising to her cheeks. She snapped, You shameless. I was just joking, didn't you understand? Don't even think about it." Ren Xingyuan chuckled, looking like he knew what he meant, and easily jumped off the stage while turning back to shout, "It's nothing, it's nothing. The goddess's joke is like a royal decree. After the match, don't forget to add me on WeChat. Oh, and watch out for the next Feng Shiran from Shanglan. He's stronger than me and has a bad temper, so please don't get injured." His words, seemingly a reminder, actually revealed Shanglan's strength and expressed his concern to the fullest extent. Hearing his last reminder and watching his retreating figure as he jumped off the stage, Kai Yanyan felt a strange pang in her heart, but it was quickly overwhelmed by an even stronger anger. Get out now." Ren Xingyuan returned to the Shanglan preparation area with a smug look on his face, only to be met with disdainful looks from Wang Qing and others, while Yang Sanbao looked utterly miserable. Feng Shiran rushed forward and finally burst out in a furious roar, Ren Xingyuan, you bastard." Ren Xingyuan smiled and waved his hand dismissively, "Hey, brother, don't get excited. This is a strategic retreat for a longer-term happiness. Now it's your turn to perform. With your strength, defeating him is more than enough, but please don't break my future, Kai." Feng Shiran was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe, her face turning purplish red. Ren Xingyuan looked at the combat item in his hand, the white bone hairpin, and glanced smugly towards the Qingbei preparation area. The 7th episode ended in a way that no one expected. Tsinghua and Peking University won another game, bringing the score to 4-4, but the atmosphere in the entire training ground became incredibly strange, with whispers and discussions erupting. Kai Yanyan returned to the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area and immediately began panting heavily as soon as she sat down, clearly indicating that the two formidable opponents had taken a toll on her. Sima Yunfeng changed his expression and walked over with a smile. "Student Kai is indeed very strong, winning 2 games in a row. Although this victory was somewhat suspicious, in the end, Tsinghua and Peking University won, and you are a hero to us. Get out of my way and don't bother me." Kai Yanyan said impatiently, her face flushed. She was adding insult to injury, which was already an unfair victory. What's so great about you? If others can't see it, do you think I can't see it either?" Sima Yunfeng retorted irritably. "Yunfeng, shut up." Yuya arrived in front of Kai Yanyan and sternly reprimanded her. He glared at Sima Yunfeng, then spoke gently to Kai Yanyan. Kai, you've worked hard. Regardless, you've won 2 consecutive games for Tsinghua and Peking University, but your stamina is a bit too much.
I'm afraid the next match. I have no need for Senior Yi to worry, I'm fine.
Kai Yanyan turned her head away, responding indifferently.
Yi smiled, his smile still on his face, seemingly unconcerned about Kai Yanyan's reaction.
He then took out a deep blue, candy-sized pill from his storage ring and handed it over. Kai, here.
Look what I brought you.
Kai Yanyan glanced at it out of the corner of her eye, then suddenly turned her head, her pupils trembling. This is the Rusha pill? Junior Kai, you really have good taste. It was Principal Huang who asked me to give it to you. Sima Yunfeng's eyes flashed with a golden light when he saw the pill. The returning to origin pill was a sacred healing medicine. Consuming it could not only restore the user's condition but also temporarily enhance their strength. The fact that Tsinghua and Peking universities have brought out such a miraculous medicine is enough to prove how much they value this battle. Kai Yanyan paused for a moment, then pursed her lips. I don't need to. I want to prove myself to Tsinghua and Peking universities through my own abilities.
What?
Sima Yunfeng exclaimed in shock. Are you being incredibly rude?
Slap. Yi slapped Sima Yunfeng across the face with his backhand. If you say another word, see how I deal with you.
Junior Sima, your performance has disappointed me greatly.
Tsinghua and Peking University aren't just about individual ability, more importantly, it's about uniting classmates against external threats. I originally intended to focus on developing you, unfortunately. Chairman Yi,
Sima Yunfeng covered his swollen face and was about to explain when he was forced back by Yi's fierce gaze. This slap drew the attention of all the elites in the Tsinghua and Peking University preparation area, but none of them dared to utter a sound. Junior Kai, don't act rashly. This battle is not only your honor, but also the honor of Tsinghua and Peking universities.
Moreover, Xianglan also took the pills, so this is not an unfair victory.
Yi said to Kai Yanyan with a serious expression.
Kai Yanyan didn't speak, staring blankly ahead, as if she was thinking about something.
Suddenly, Hu Yanli's voice rang out. 8th match, Tsinghua Peking University's Kai Yanyan vs Xianglan's Feng Shiran, please enter the arena. Seeing Kai Yanyan stand up, Yi quickly stepped forward and forcefully stuffed the Rusha pill into her hand, his voice urgent. Junior Kai, the reputation of Tsinghua and Peking University rests in your hands.
I believe you can discern what's more important.
Kai Yanyan looked at the rejuvenating pill in her hand, her cool eyes flickering a few times.
Chapter 84 Stuttering Feng Shiran. On the stage, Kai Yanyan took a deep breath, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Xianglan's preparation area.
Ren Qingyuan made a heart shape with his hands, blinked wildly at her, and even blew her an exaggerated kiss.
Kai Yanyan felt a wave of nausea. This lecherous scoundrel was utterly shameless.
Suddenly, a sense of powerlessness filled her body, and Ren Qingyuan's words flashed through her mind. Be careful of the next Feng Shiran from Xianglan, his strength surpasses mine.
Even that shameless chatterbox admits he's inferior. This stutterer is probably a tough nut to crack.
Having fought 2 battles, he was greatly exhausted and had no chance of winning without the aid of elixirs.
Without further hesitation, she quickly stuffed the deep blue, returned to origin pill, into her mouth.
The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, and a surge of pure, powerful energy rushed to her limbs and bones, rapidly healing her injuries and causing her aura to rise steadily, even briefly breaking through her previous bottleneck. Her pale face instantly regained a rosy hue, the black corpse aura surrounding her became even more intense, and her whitish pupils shone with a light that seemed to return to normal.
Kai Yanyan from Tsinghua University, SS level profession, Corpse Immortal Sec Leader, Lv.36.
Her voice remained cold, but contained a powerful confidence. In the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area, Yi sensed the changes in Kai Yanyan's body and a triumphant smile appeared on his lips. Junior sister Kai's, death leads the way, the underworld knocks on the door, is extremely powerful, even she herself dares not be careless. With this ultimate move, victory should be in her grasp.
Kai Yanyan's powerful aura caused the expressions of the Tsinghua and Peking University executives to shift from worry to joy. Vice Principal Huang Baichuan jogged back to his original seat and gave Principal Duan Sunhai a meaningful nod. After receiving the signal, Principal Duan Sunhai's tense expression relaxed. He glanced at Zhu Zhiyong, who sat beside him with an unchanging expression, and muttered, "Old man, let's see how long you can be so smug." In the Xianglan preparation area, Wang Qing was the first to notice the fluctuation in Kai Yanyan's aura. Her originally dim aura instantly intensified, probably because she had taken some kind of auxiliary pill.
However, this fluctuation seemed a bit unusual, so he looked at Feng Shiran with concern. Seeing Wang Qing's furrowed brows, Feng Shiran realized Wang Qing's worries.
He didn't say anything, but nodded firmly and turned to walk towards the arena.
Immediately afterwards, a burly, bald young man, head down, walked stiffly and awkwardly onto the stage. He stood opposite Cai Yanyan, his muscular physique exuding a strong sense of pressure, but he seemed somewhat nervous, his hands unconsciously rubbing against his pants.
All eyes immediately turned to him.
He opened his mouth, his face instantly turning bright red, veins bulging on his neck, as if he had used all his strength to squeeze out a sound through his teeth, intermittently.
Xiang, Xianglan, Feng, Shiran, SS. SS rank, wrathful, angry, Vidra. Level, LV. Lv.35. In short, he spoke haltingly, seemingly wearing down everyone's patience.
Cai Yanyan stood on the stage, her initial nervousness almost turning into laughter at Feng Shiran's self-introduction. She managed a slight smile, suppressing her inner joy.
Haha, I really want to hear him say a few more words, ha. Haha, how come he's a stutterer? Xianglan has truly broadened my understanding once again. Sending up a stutterer? He can't even speak properly, how is he supposed to fight? Look at his dumbfounded look, it's absolutely hilarious. If he can win, I'll eat the ring. Laughter erupted from the stands of Tsinghua and Peking University.
The dissatisfaction and frustration that had been suppressed by Xianglan seemed to have found an outlet at this moment.
Feng Shiran seemed not to hear the harsh laughter.
He took a deep breath and tried to calm his violently heaving chest. His flushed face eased slightly, but his eyes became extremely focused, locking onto Cai Yanyan. The competition begins.
Director Hu Yongli suppressed a smile, his voice becoming intermittent.
Cai Yanyan launched the first attack, starting with her signature move, Corpse Rot Poison Insects. The corpse god coffin, the coffin lid opened, and an even more turbulent black swarm of insects roared out, like the Ganges River bursting its banks in India, emitting a corrosive stench, and surging towards Feng Shiran like a tidal wave. Clearly, the attack power and number of the corpse-rotting poisonous insects were far more terrifying than when they were used for the first time. The bluestone floor of the arena was now covered with deep, dense traces of corrosion.
Cai Yanyan's expression changed slightly. She stood there in surprise, not expecting the power of the Rusha Guiyuan pill to be so strong.
Faced with this terrifying swarm of insects, Feng Shiran neither dodged nor avoided it, but simply clasped his hands together and lowered his eyes. Just as the swarm of insects was about to engulf his ankles, he suddenly looked up, his eyes wide open, and his originally honest face instantly became solemn and dignified, with bursts of magnificent Buddhist energy erupting from his body. A sharp shout, as resounding as a great bell, instantly drowned out the clamor of the entire arena.
With this shout, a soft yet undeniably dazzling halo appeared behind his head. A halo suddenly appeared from his left shoulder to his right shoulder, radiating a dazzling Buddhist light. Unique skill, Buddha's light shines everywhere.
Buzzed the brilliant golden Buddhist light spread outwards from him like waves, creating a visible wave of Buddhist light on the arena. The surging black swarm of insects, upon contact with the dazzling Buddha light, instantly emitted a piercing hissing sound and turned into ashes and swathes, with foul-smelling black smoke spreading rapidly. With a single strike, the massive horde of rotting corpses and poisonous insects was completely eradicated. At this moment, the entire audience erupted in uproar. The laughter from Tsinghua and Peking University abruptly stopped, and everyone's expressions froze, filled with disbelief. Cai Yanyan's pupils contracted, her heart filled with horror. The insect swarm strengthened by the return to origin pill was so easily purified? This is impossible. Just as she was surprised and confused, that annoying voice suddenly came to her ear. Well done, brother Shiran, that was enough. Just show her the power of Xianglan. Don't fight anymore, or you'll ruin my future happiness. Little baby, just admit defeat, you can't beat him. Ren Qingyuan, whether excited or worried, shouted loudly from below the stage, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, speaking at an extremely fast pace, as if afraid that the two on the stage might not hear his reminder and would start fighting again. Enraged, Wang Qing covered his mouth and grabbed his arm, yelling, "Shut the hell up! If you keep babbling and interfering with the match, I'll sew your mouth shut." Lin Yu's stunning face froze along with the teachers and students in the Tsinghua and Peking University stands. She instantly realized, Zhanghai City is really small. Aren't Lu Jianan, Dong Kaier, Ren Qingyuan, Feng Shiran, and the elites from Tsinghua and Peking University all top talents? She used to be so smug, but in reality, she was just a frog in a well. Even Wang Qing beside her was an insurmountable mountain. Thinking of this, her hands unconsciously clenched on her thighs. It seems there's still a long way to go.
Lin Xueliang, I must seek justice for my mother. On the stage, Ren Qingyuan's words did not change Feng Shiran's expression, while Kai Yanyan heard them clearly. At this moment, she was both angry and annoyed, but dared not be distracted. She rolled her hands, sweat seeping from her palms. This bald stutterer was indeed very strong, no wonder that wretched guy had specifically reminded her. What? You wiped out the enhanced corpse rotting venomous insects with a single strike? Sima Yunfeng glanced at Yuya, who was equally shocked, with some panic. Kai Yanyan was now in danger. On the podium, the faces of the Tsinghua and Peking University leaders, who had initially been confident of victory, also turned serious. Principal Guan Songhai had been paying close attention to Zhu Ziyang's expression, and only now did he truly understand why this old scoundrel dared to challenge Tsinghua and Peking universities. It wasn't just his own extraordinary strength, even the monster student they recruited from who knows where was an eye-opener. He couldn't help but tremble with fear. Professor Zhu, what exactly are you planning all this for? Is it just for the resources and faculty of Tsinghua and Peking universities? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Chapter 85: The Dharma Image of Arhats. On the stage, Kai Yanyan was somewhat shocked, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. She roared, as if to encourage herself, Senior E, it's all up to you. The powerful SS-level corpse puppet Silver Spear Shuehan heard the summons and instantly burst out of the corpse god coffin. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and his figure moved with lightning speed. The bright silver spear in his hand twirled in a series of spear flowers, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as it pierced through the air, aiming straight for Feng Shiran's vital points. Feng Shiran showed no fear and pulled out the epic weapon, Golden Dragon Coiling Staff, given to him by Lu Jianan from his storage ring. As soon as the staff came into my hand, golden light shimmered around it, and a faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. He wielded his long staff, employing the Jedi staff technique, his moves wide and powerful, incredibly fierce. Clang, clang, clang. The Vajra staff and the bright silver spear clashed fiercely, sparks flying and the clanging of metal echoing incessantly. Feng Shiran's strength was clearly superior, each strike carrying immense power and weight, causing the corpse puppet Shuehan's arm to tremble slightly and his spear technique to gradually become chaotic. Tension beads of sweat appeared on Kai Yanyan's pale face. She immediately manipulated the corpse puppet to change its move, activating the wooden vine binding technique once again. The arena floor cracked open instantly, and a dozen dark green vines covered in sharp thorns shot out like venomous snakes, wrapping around and attacking Feng Shiran's lower body. The corpse puppet Shuehan continued to fiercely attack Feng Shiran's vital points with his spear, preventing him from being distracted. However, Feng Shiran, though seemingly clumsy, was exceptionally agile, his figure weaving through the gaps in the vines like a dragon, managing to dodge unscathed, yet his long staff attack remained undiminished. The corpse puppet Shuehan, whose marksmanship was originally erratic, launched a series of fierce attacks with his spear, exposing his own openings. Boom! Finally, Feng Shiran seized an opening and slammed a heavy stick into Shuehan's bright silver spear shaft. The bright silver spear, which was clearly no ordinary weapon, could not withstand the powerful blow and broke with a crisp sound. The corpse puppet was also shaken back by this tremendous force. Kai Yanyan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly activated the corpse puppet with all his might, unleashing its ultimate killing move, 10,000 Vine Silver Spear. Countless sharp vines, gleaming with metallic luster, sprouted instantly from the broken gun barrel and the ground. They twisted and intertwined, transforming into countless sharp wooden spears that pierced towards Feng Shiran from all directions. The vines covered a very large area, and Feng Shiran had nowhere to escape. But there was no sign of panic on his face. He quickly wielded the golden dragon coiling staff so tightly that it formed a golden barrier to defend against the corpse puppet's killing moves. Clang clang clang, countless rattan spears were blocked, but there were too many rattan spears, densely packed together. Despite his meticulous planning, Feng Shiran made a mistake. A wooden spear with an extremely tricky angle eventually pierced through his defenses and, with a thud, stabbed into his left shoulder, instantly staining his clothes with blood. Feng Shiran's pupils narrowed, and he let out a muffled groan, but his movements did not stop, as if he could not feel the pain. He even charged forward despite the countless flying vines and wooden spears. Just as he was about to approach the corpse puppet Shuehan, who was casting a spell, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he took a sudden step forward, causing the ground to crack. He raised the golden dragon coiling cudgel high in his hand, and with a force like Mount Tai pressing down, he slammed it down on the corpse puppet Shuehan. Although he was also pierced in the left chest by a wooden spear, this killing 10,000 enemies while losing 8,000 of your own tactic was indeed effective. Oh no! Kai Yanyan exclaimed in shock, a hint of heartache and worry flashing in her eyes. With a deafening roar, the entire arena shook violently twice.
Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the incredibly tough iron corpse of Ishuehan was seen being smashed into the arena floor by this blow. The silver armor on his chest was completely shattered, and his body was twisted into a bizarre angle, clearly indicating that he had completely lost the ability to move. The entire audience was stunned by this blow. Even Wang Qing couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the stutterer was.
That was an iron corpse. It was crippled with a single blow?
Feng Shiran gasped for breath as he pulled the wooden spear from his shoulder and chest, drawing a spray of blood.
But he didn't even look at her.
He simply raised his hand, beckoned to Kai Yanyan with his finger, and made an extremely obvious provocative gesture. Although stuttering can prevent someone from speaking, or it could be said that they are too lazy to speak, this action is more insulting than any words. Seeing Ishuehan, who had been smashed and rendered immobile, Kai Yanyan's originally pale face began to tremble with rage, and a subtle, unusual glint flashed in her eyes, a peculiar glint.
She gritted her teeth. You.
Her eyes seemed capable of devouring Feng Shiran alive. She wasn't actually angered by Feng Shiran's provocative actions, but rather because this corpse puppet held special significance for her. Without hesitation, she leaped into the air, frantically forming hand seals. The corpse god coffin hovered above, trembling violently. The coffin lid burst open, and energy even more terrifying than that used against Dong Kaier began to gather.
Death leads the way, the underworld knocks at the door. She bit her finger, spilling a mouthful of blood onto the coffin, and roared fiercely.
In an instant, an even more solid and enormous phantom of death struggled to crawl out of the coffin, and a terrifying aura of death swept across the entire area. The protective light shield flickered wildly and even cracked.
She's going to fight this hard.
However, this was the moment Feng Shiran had been waiting for. He was already poised to strike. Facing this terrifying attack, he did not retreat but advanced, forcefully plunging the golden dragon coiling staff into the arena in front of him. With hands clasped together, his muscles bulged, and a rich golden glow emanated from his skin. A dazzling halo reappeared behind his head. Immediately afterwards, a huge, benevolent-looking, and solemn golden Arhat phantom suddenly appeared behind his body. Following Feng Shiran's movements, the phantom of Arhat Vidra also made a fist-throwing gesture.
He chanted, Namo Ratnatraya. Namo Arya. Avalokiteshvara. Bodhisattva. Mahasattva. Maha Karunajaya. Great Compassion Mantra.
The sound of Buddhist chanting arose, seemingly blessed by Buddhist teachings, and the chanting could be clearly heard by everyone present.
This is Feng Shiran's ultimate skill, Arhat Dharma form. The enormous golden fist shadow clashed fiercely with the death god phantom carrying the death aura of the underworld in mid-air. Boom! A deafening roar, as if the world had just been created, erupted as a terrifying energy shockwave surged outwards like a tsunami. Snap! Bang! The already cracked protective shield finally gave way and shattered completely. A violent blast of air, carrying smoke and dust, rushed up onto the stands, causing a commotion and screams. When the light fades. In the center of the arena, Kai Yanyan fell to the ground, clutching her chest with her right hand and supporting herself with her left, kneeling down as blood gushed from her mouth. Her eyes were unfocused. She tried to stand up again, struggling a few times, but ultimately failed and fell into a deep coma. Feng Shiran remained seated cross-legged in the center of the arena, his shoulders and chest covered in blood, his breathing heavy, and a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his eyes remained sharp, and the illusory image of the Arhat slowly dissipated. At this point, the outcome is decided. Chapter 86, Inviting Zhang Wanqing. Xianglan Preparation Area. Such a fierce battle actually quieted down the talkative Rinqing Yuan. This stutterer is terrifyingly strong. I underestimated him.
Just as Feng Shiran took a step, seemingly to check if the other party had lost their fighting ability, he heard Rinqing Yuan's pig-like screams.
Go easy on him, brother. They're all on our side.
That's your future sister-in-law. He was so nervous he seemed to want to rush onto the stage. Wang Qing was stunned for a moment, clearly also somewhat stunned by the scene of the ultimate showdown. He heard Rinqing Yuan shout and immediately came to his senses. Then she hugged his waist tightly, covering his mouth again with her other hand. You fucking shut up, it's over, Kai is fine, brother Feng knows what he's doing. Feng Shiran paused, glanced at the unconscious Kai Yanyan, a hint of doubt appearing on his blank face, but ultimately shook his head and stood still. The 8th match, Xianglan Technical School, Feng Shiran, wins. Director Hu Yongli announced the result with an incredulous tremor in his voice. All the previous mockery and laughter disappeared from the entire Tsinghua Peking University training ground. Tens of thousands of students and faculty from Tsinghua and Peking universities stared in disbelief at the bald, silent boy on the stage, his shoulder and chest bleeding.
Stammer?
Yes, he stutters. But his strength was breathtaking. He smashed the Iron Corpse head on and directly defeated Kai Yanyan's ultimate killing move that she was so proud of.
5-4, we're behind again. The pressure instantly shifted entirely back to Tsinghua and Peking University.
In the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area, Sima Yunfeng looked nervous and could no longer utter a single arrogant word.
Yi Yae's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. On the podium, Principal Guan Sunhai could no longer remain seated.
He slowly stood up, his face extremely solemn. He glanced at Zhu Ziyong, who was sitting next to him, looking bored and completely in control, and the last glimmer of hope in his heart was shattered. He no longer cared about his image at this moment, and quickly walked to the still charming female vice principals Hua Honglian next to Zhu Ziyong, and leaned down to whisper.
Honglian, we can't wait any longer. Go, personally invite Zhang Wanqing to fight.
Tell her that the honor of Tsinghua and Peking University needs her to defend it.
This is my order, not a question.
Vice Principals Hua Honglian, who had been shocked, suddenly became serious. Upon hearing this, she nodded solemnly, stood up, and quickly left. Not only the top students at Tsinghua and Peking universities, but even the senior faculty and students in the stands couldn't help but turn their attention to the purple-haired figure who had been sitting quietly in the stands.
Junior Jiang Wanqing, will she make a move?
Feng Shiran, who was on the stage, silently walked off the stage.
Ren Qingyuan immediately broke free from Wang Qing's grasp and ran over excitedly.
He first patted Feng Shiran on the shoulder. Good brother, you're really a friend.
Just go easy on him.
Then he looked anxiously at Kai Yanyan, who was being carried away, his face full of heartache.
On Shanglan's side, the atmosphere was exhilarating.
Wang Qing narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the commotion in the direction of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Taking advantage of the repair of the arena's protective shield, Feng Shiran got a break. Yang Sanbao and Wang Qing carefully took off Feng Shiran's shirt. 2 bottle cap-sized wounds on his chest and shoulder were still oozing blood.
Sweat poured down Feng Shiran's forehead, and his face, flushed with pain, resembled his speechless state.
Wang Qing and Yang Sanbao hurriedly applied the hemostatic medicine they had prepared to Feng Shiran, and then frantically wrapped bandages around his body. They all knew that Tsinghua and Peking University would never give up easily, and the next person to appear would definitely be stronger than Kai Yanyan. Wang Qing glanced at Lin Yu, whose face was cold and indifferent, with some worry. Brother Feng, with your strength, you can definitely handle those 2 arrogant Tsinghua and Peking University elites behind you, so Lin Yu won't have to leave the station. In the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area, the arrogance and self-importance of the early stages were long gone. Each of these self-proclaimed prodigies hung their heads, convinced that going up was futile. Their only hope lay with Sima Yunfeng. Sima Yunfeng was also feeling uneasy at this moment, not expecting Kai Yanyan to lose so decisively. Faced with 3 opponents, former top scorers in the college entrance examination Wang Qing and Lin Yu, plus the formidable Feng Shiran, he lost his confidence. Looking at the arrogant prodigies in the Tsinghua Peking University preparatory area, all of them looking dejected, Yi Yae felt a surge of anger. Isn't Shanglan a maggot in a cesspool? Didn't you keep saying that anyone could pick Shanglan Vocational School? What's wrong with you all? Have you all gone silent? Gone cowardly? You call others trash? The century-old reputation of Tsinghua and Peking universities is about to be tarnished by a bunch of vermin. He had long lost his former composure, and the more he cursed, the more enthusiastic he became. None of the elites in the Tsinghua and Peking University preparatory areas dared to argue back. They simply lowered their heads and listened silently. Sima Yunfeng listened to Yi Yae's vile insults and, feeling indignant, came up with a plan. After Yi Yae finished venting, he whispered something to him. Chairman Yi, I'm going up next. If I lose, in case. The last spot will go to Vice Chairman Yu Chenxi. Anyway, the people at Shanglan won't be able to tell which ones are freshmen. Yi Yae couldn't believe his ears. His previously calmed mood instantly turned into a rage. He stared wide-eyed at Sima Yunfeng, who was still rambling on. Slap. A powerful slap landed on Sima Yunfeng's face, and blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. You are utterly shameless. How could you think of such a despicable method? Chairman Yi, What? You lost? Then Tsinghua and Peking University should just admit defeat openly and maintain their dignity. If we win by doing this, won't we be ridiculed? You've really disappointed me. Yi shook his head and stopped talking, his eyes filled with disappointment. He sat down and continued, "You should think about how to play well in the next game. You don't need to worry about this."
Yes.
Sima Yunfeng covered his face expressionlessly, responding with great indignation.
Damn it, Yi, you only entered the school 2 years earlier? You're showing me no respect at all. Just you wait, this feud is now officially on. In reality, Sima Yunfeng was extremely powerful.
Although he was confident in himself, Wang Qing and Lin Yu had, after all, achieved the top score at the first tier and even managed to kill a second-tier expert. These 2 points alone were enough to make him extremely cautious. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Zhua Honglian found Jiang Wanqing, who was observing the Shanglan preparation area, in a corner of the Tsinghua Peking University stands.
Wanqing, why are you sitting so far away? It took me ages to find you.
Vice Principal Zhua Honglian gestured for the student next to Jiang Wanqing to leave, and then sat down next to Jiang Wanqing herself, speaking politely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing turned her head, her purple eyes lingering for a moment on Zhua Honglian's forced smile, seemingly unsurprised by her arrival. "Principal Zhua, what do you want to see me about?" she asked in a cool, aloof tone, feigning ignorance. Looking at her blank expression, Zhua Honglian felt a little displeased, but still said in a gentle voice, "Wanqing, you probably already know why I came to find you.
The current situation is very unfavorable for Qingbei. Principal Guan Sanhai wants you to be the final player. What do you think?" Jiang Wanqing deliberately feigned a look of sudden realization. "Principal Zhua, wasn't the list of participants already finalized? If I'm chosen to participate now, won't Xianglan think we're cheating?" Hearing Jiang Wanqing's deliberate excuses, Zhua Honglian's expression changed slightly. "When we first arrived, you heard it too. Principal Zhu on the other side said that any freshman from Tsinghua or Peking University could participate. How can that be considered cheating? But I wasn't prepared at all." "What?
Jiang, you're a member of Tsinghua and Peking University.
They've already come knocking on our door, and you're just making excuses like this?" Zhua Honglian could no longer suppress her anger and said.
Seeing that Jiang Wanqing still had the same expression, she raised her voice further. "I'm not discussing this with you, this is Principal Guan's personal order.
You should know the consequences of not participating in the war."
Jiang Wanqing turned her head away, snorted coldly, and then added, "At worst, I'll just drop out of school.
No one can force me. You." Chapter 87: The Formidable Sima Yunfeng.
Match 9, Sima Yunfeng from Tsinghua University vs Feng Shiran from Shanglan Vocational School.
Please enter the arena.
As soon as he finished speaking, Sima Yunfeng took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, tossed his silver hair which he thought looked handsome, and strode onto the stage with a smug look on his face, as if he were on a grand fashion show. At this moment, the gazes cast from the Tsinghua and Peking University stands were incredibly complex. They were no longer the fervor and contempt they had shown before the start of the game, but rather a mixture of anticipation, anxiety, and even a hint of sympathy. They all knew that Tsinghua and Peking University had already revealed all their cards, and among the freshmen, he was the only one left who could compete. He will face the stuttering monk who just withstood Kai Yanyan's ultimate attack, and behind him are the unfathomable Lin Yu and Wang Qing. Most of the teachers and students in the stands had watched the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. Wang Qing's strange boxing-style Wing Chun still seemed to be fresh in their minds. What was even more remarkable was that the two of them actually killed a second-level expert while at the first level. This strength and courage were enough to make any first-level opponent fearful.
Sima Yunfeng stood on the arena, his posture still upright, trying to maintain the pride of an SSS-level genius.
His gaze swept over Feng Shiran, who was being helped to his feet by Wang Qing and Yang Sanbao. The bandages on Feng's shoulders and chest were soaked with blood, and he was breathing heavily, clearly indicating that his injuries were not minor.
Tsinghua University, Peking University, Sima Yunfeng, SSS-level profession, Void Lord, Lv.36.
He deliberately raised his voice slightly, trying to dispel the wavering that shouldn't have been there in his heart. The students and teachers from Tsinghua and Peking Universities watched as Feng Shiran shook his huge bald head, broke free from Wang Qing's support, and walked step by step to the center of the arena. Unexpectedly, this time, instead of laughter from the stands, there was a burst of encouraging applause. Although it wasn't enthusiastic, it was enough to show the change in attitude. They acknowledged Feng Shiran's abilities and placed their last hope on Sima Yunfeng. Arriving at the center of the arena, Feng Shiran looked at Sima Yunfeng without any fear on his face. Instead, he grinned and revealed an excited smile.
Xianglan, Feng Shiran, SS. Rank, Angry, Vidra, Lv. 35, please, give me your guidance. He almost shouted these words, and although he was still stuttering, he carried a chilling fighting spirit. The wounds on his body started bleeding again from the exertion. On the platform, Principal Guan Sunhai watched Zhua Honglian return alone, and he was well aware of the disappointment on her face. He sighed helplessly. He glanced at Jiang Wanqing sitting in the corner, a surge of anger rising within him. You brat, do you really think you're so great? Since you look down on Tsinghua and Peking University, then Tsinghua and Peking University have no reason to keep you here. The match begins. The massive, repaired protective shield rose in response. In the center of the arena, Sima Yunfeng did not hesitate. He knew he had to finish the battle quickly and could not give Feng Shiran time to recover, much less let him drag it out until that damned Arhat Dharma image cooled down. He suddenly pulled the staff inlaid with a purple gem from his storage ring and slammed it to the ground. Buzz. An invisible wave instantly spread outwards from him. The lights in the entire arena suddenly dimmed, as if they had been sucked into another dimension. The surface of the arena and the protective light shield were stained with an eerie, transparent black, and the air was filled with a cold, suffocating aura of nothingness. Exclusive skill, Void Territory. Within this domain, Sima Yunfeng's aura suddenly surged, and his spiritual power spread outwards like a barrier, sensing everything within the domain. Moreover, within this barrier, Sima Yunfeng even received a 10% boost to his basic attributes such as strength and speed. In contrast, Feng Shiran felt a sudden heaviness around him, as if invisible shackles had been placed upon him, significantly suppressing his strength, speed, and even the flow of his mental energy. Humph, you're an honored worm in a cesspool. Now enjoy the terror of the void. Sima Yunfeng said arrogantly, raising his staff high, the purple gem on it shining brightly. Immediately afterwards, the skill, Skeleton Army, was activated. Click click. A sickening, bone-grinding sound echoed from all around the barrier, which emitted an eerie black light. Skeleton soldiers, wielding rusted swords and clad in tattered armor, crawled out of the void. Their eyes blazed with a ghostly purple flame of soul, and they roared silently as they surged toward Feng Shiran in the center of the arena like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, Feng Shiran was surrounded by a dense sea of skeletons. As far as the eye could see, all he saw were stark white bones and cold, sharp blades. Good, good. Feng Shiran showed no fear on his face, but rather excitement in his eyes. He struggled to say good twice, forcibly suppressing his physical discomfort, and gripped the golden dragon coiling staff tightly with both hands, taking the initiative to face the sea of skeletons. With a sweeping motion, a flash of golden light appeared. The jetty staff technique was swung once more. However, the expected scenario of the skeleton shattering did not occur. The club struck the skeleton soldiers with a dull thump, causing them to stagger backward and their bones to crack, but they did not immediately fall apart. With the blessing of the Yi Void Territory, the defense and strength of these skeleton soldiers were greatly enhanced. However, Feng Shiran's own strength was severely weakened. Buddha's light shines everywhere. Feng Shiran frowned, knowing something was wrong, and immediately shouted in a low voice. A dazzling halo reappeared behind their heads, and a radiant Buddhist light spread out, attempting to purify the spirits of the dead. The Buddha's light clashed fiercely with the deathly aura of the void, emitting a sizzling sound. The approaching skeleton soldiers were noticeably slower, with black smoke billowing from their bodies, but the skeletons behind them still surged forward fearlessly. At this moment, Feng Shiran was like a Vajra Arhat stuck in a quagmire, charging left and right through the endless sea of skulls with only his staff. The stick flashed, each swing powerful and heavy, smashing and shattering skeletons. The Buddha's light protects them, preventing the spirits of the dead from getting close. But there were just too many skeletons, an endless stream, and his stamina was being used up too much. As more and more bone fragments piled up under his feet, his movements inevitably slowed down. His wounds reopened, and blood almost stained half of his clothes. Although Feng Shiran stuttered, he wasn't stupid. He knew that his body had already suffered internal injuries from fighting Kai Yanyan's Yellow Springs Questioning Road, and with the addition of the thorns from the vines, he was now as good as dead. Seeing that Sima Yunfeng could activate a barrier like the Void Territory, Feng Shiran already knew he was doomed to lose. However, he still wanted to gamble and force Sima Yunfeng to use more skills, so as to provide information for his comrades in the next battle. Everyone present seemed to know Feng Shiran's purpose perfectly, to stall until the Arhat Dharma form skill was off cooldown. Only in this way could he have a chance to inflict even the slightest harm on his formidable opponent, Sima Yunfeng. He didn't really need to do this, because this was already Tsinghua and Peking University's trump card, and Shanglan had 2 more people behind them. This scene was truly tragic. The stands were completely silent. Everyone held their breath as they watched the bald boy, covered in blood, fight alone against the army of skeletons in the dark barrier, relying on Buddhist light and an iron rod. Chapter 88: A Fierce Battle. Sima Yunfeng stood at the edge of the barrier, his expression cold and stern. He hadn't expected Feng Shiran to be so tenacious, able to hold on for so long despite being seriously injured and suppressed. No matter how tenacious you are, you're nothing but a maggot in a cesspool. Accept your judgment. Thorn of Fear. He leaped into the air, looking down at Feng Shiran, who was fighting to the death, and then swung his staff again. The dark ground beneath Feng Shiran's feet suddenly rippled, and sharp spikes formed entirely of shadow and void energy burst forth without warning. At the same time, the surrounding skeleton army attacked even more frantically. Feng Shiran frowned, used his stick to support himself on the ground, and used the force of the stick to balance himself on the ground. Then, he kicked the attacking skeleton soldier in the air as if he were walking. This move not only dodged the spikes that rose from the ground, but also kicked down the approaching skeleton soldiers. But all of this was a futile struggle. As soon as he landed, the shadowy spikes attacked again. He hurriedly raised his foot to dodge, but being in midair, he immediately became a live target for the newly attacked skeleton soldiers, and several rusty swords slashed hard at his back and legs. Blood spurted out. Despite the protection of the halo behind his head, several deep wounds that exposed the bone were still added. He landed heavily, staggered, and barely managed to stand up by using a long stick for support, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Before he could catch his breath, he rolled away to avoid a new, shadowy spike, the blood that spilled as he rolled contrasting sharply with the dark shadows on the ground. It's time to end this. Time roaming. Sima Yunfeng didn't want to drag it out any longer and launched a vicious killing move. Within the void territory, his figure became blurry and unpredictable, like a ghost, and his speed suddenly increased to an incredible level. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He instantly appeared to Feng Shiran's left and struck out with a palm strike containing the power of the void. Although Feng Shiran barely managed to block it, the force of the palm strike made his arm go numb. The next second, Sima Yunfeng appeared on his right side again, his staff glowing with an eerie light as it pointed towards the wound on his ribs. Feng Shiran dodged with difficulty and swept back with the end of his staff, but only hit the afterimage. Just as he swept the end of his staff back, the shadowy spikes had already pierced his left lung. He groaned as his entire body was pierced by the huge earth spike. Sima Yunfeng casually waved his hand, and the earth spike retracted. Immediately, a large amount of blood gushed from Feng Shiran's chest. Feng Shiran stubbornly tapped the ground with the stick. His vision began to blur, and he vomited a large amount of blood before collapsing to the ground. Seeing Feng Shiran collapse, Sima Yunfeng instantly appeared in front of him. I thought he was so strong, but a maggot is just a maggot, utterly vulnerable. Before he could finish speaking, Feng Shiran suddenly raised his head, and Sima Yunfeng quickly retreated, his expression changing. What? Feng Shiran's momentum suddenly intensified. He stood up abruptly, picked up a stick, and swung it at Sima Yunfeng. Boom! Sima Yunfeng was startled, but he disappeared instantly, leaving a deep crater in the ground beneath his feet. Haha! Mocking laugh reached Feng Shiran's ears, and then it seemed that the entire barrier space echoed with sarcastic laughter. I forgot you had that lose something or others pills, I almost fell for your trick. However, you're doomed. I am the god within the void barrier, and I can control everything. Whoosh! Feng Shiran was struck from behind again. Feng Shiran was shocked. He hadn't expected that even after taking the blood-burning and soul-burning pill, he was still in a passive position. Is this the terror of the barrier? The skeleton army and shadow spikes continued their attack. Feng Shiran's blood-stained hand ran down his forehead and chin in 3 straight lines, his eyes now contorted in a ferocious and terrifying rage. He then brandished his golden staff and launched a fierce attack on the skeleton army. At this moment, Feng Shiran was completely on the defensive, with more and more wounds on his body, and blood almost turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Suddenly, he was struck on the back by Sima Yunfeng, who appeared in an instant. The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. He then staggered a few steps and fell to the ground. This time, everyone thought he would never be able to stand up again. Brother Feng, that's enough, you don't need to stand up anymore. Wang Qing murmured softly from below the stage, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white. A hint of emotion flashed in Lin Yuqing's cold eyes, and Rinqing Yuan, unusually, shut his mouth, his eyes tense. Covered in blood, Feng Shiran collapsed, as if time had frozen. That stutterer did a great job. He fought to the death without backing down. He's a respectable opponent. You've already done your utmost for Shanglan, but I still admire your perseverance. I'll remember the name Feng Shiran. You don't need to push yourself anymore. With your abilities, you've already earned our approval.
Suddenly, a different kind of discussion arose in the Tsinghua Bebe stands, all voices filled with approval, which was followed by enthusiastic applause. Sima Yunfeng hid in the shadows with a disdainful look on his face.
I am the one who should be praised. Seniors from Tsinghua and Peking University, are you all blind? Just as director Hu Yangli was about to announce the end of the match.
Suddenly, a cry of surprise, "Look at the arena," caught Sima Yunfeng's attention. The blood-red figure swayed, using a long stick to support its body, and stubbornly stood up, panting heavily. His eyes remained fierce as he stared at Sima Yunfeng in the corner, as if calculating something or waiting for something.
Sima Yunfeng was terrified. Was this guy made of iron? How could he not fall down?
A strange sense of anxiety and impatience arose in his heart.
You asked for your own death, don't blame me. Sima Yunfeng continued his attack, wielding his staff. Finally, a glint of light flashed in Feng Shiran's eyes.
Right now, the cooldown period for our hot appearance is over.
Nan. Woo.
He managed to utter hoarsely, ignoring the attack that was coming again, and clasped his hands together with difficulty.
A burst of dazzling golden light erupted once more. The enormous golden Arhat phantom, though less solid than before, still possessed an undeniable power as it suddenly appeared. Holy crap! Sima Yunfeng was shocked.
He had been on guard against this move, but he never expected that his opponent could still forcefully launch it despite being so seriously injured. But he had a plan in mind, the Void Barrier. He instantly stopped attacking, and with a swift tap of his staff, a dark barrier that seemed capable of absorbing all light enveloped him. Then, all the shadows in the Void Barrier rapidly formed a second barrier towards his location. At the same time, he urged his mind frantically and roared urgently, "Stop him!" Countless skeleton soldiers swarmed forward as if committing suicide, layering up in front of the illusory figure of the Arhat, attempting to deplete the power of this attack.
3 barriers, no matter how powerful your move is, you can't break through them.
In an instant, the golden fist shadow collided violently with the tidal wave of skulls, followed by a second barrier, a third barrier.
Boom boom boom.
Golden light and dark shadows raged wildly, turning large numbers of skeleton soldiers into dust under the Buddha's light, but the power of the fist shadows was also greatly weakened. Finally, the weakened fist struck the last, Void Barrier. The barrier twisted violently, flickering with light and shadow, and finally shattered with a pop, but the fist shadow also exhausted its last bit of power and dissipated into nothingness. Sima Yunfeng stood behind the barrier, unharmed, though his face was slightly pale, clearly indicating a huge depletion of his mental energy. He looked ahead. Feng Shiran maintained his punching posture, but the Arhat Dharma image had already dissipated. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly, his body swayed, and finally he could no longer hold on. With a thud, he fell face down into the pool of broken bones and blood, completely losing consciousness.
Damn it, that troublesome guy, I finally won.
Sima Yunfeng breathed a sigh of relief, then a smug smile appeared on his face.
Chapter 89. You are our Shanglan's trump card. As Feng Shiran collapsed, Sima Yunfeng's arrogant expression returned.
He waited a moment to confirm that Feng Shiran had indeed lost consciousness, then deliberately walked over to Feng Shiran with a nonchalant gait. Looking down at the opponent who had caused him so much trouble, he felt a surge of pleasure throughout his body. He raised his right foot and kicked Feng Shiran's blood-stained bald head with the tip of his shoe, his voice filled with the mockery of a victor.
You blue-haired maggot, you've finally fallen, haven't you? You dare to challenge me? Bah, you piece of trash.
Suddenly, he stopped talking. Because Feng Shiran, who should have been completely unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed devoid of consciousness, filled only with an indomitable fighting instinct. He unleashed his last bit of strength from somewhere, and his left hand shot out like an iron clamp, grabbing Sima Yunfeng's ankle as he kicked out. Immediately afterwards, he clenched his right fist, sprang up, and concentrated all his anger and will into this final blow, slamming it hard into the chest of the unsuspecting Sima Yunfeng.
Bang! A loud bang. Sima Yunfeng's arrogance instantly turned into shock and pain. He had never expected that the other party could retaliate.
He felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if his ribs were broken. He was thrown off the ground by the punch and flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood in mid-air.
Ugh!
He fell awkwardly several meters away, struggling to get up, but the movement aggravated his injuries, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. After delivering that earth-shattering final punch, Feng Shiran's arm fell limply to his side, the light in his eyes went out completely, and he truly fell into a deep coma.
Grass!
Everyone in the audience was stunned by this incredible scene. Immediately afterwards, deafening applause and cheers erupted like a tsunami, this time entirely dedicated to Feng Shiran, who fell in a pool of blood and fought to the last moment.
Even though they're rivals, they're fucking awesome. This stutterer is a true man of steel. I apologize to him for my previous words. He's incredibly tenacious. I'm totally impressed.
However, as Sima Yunfeng struggled to his feet, he was met with countless disdainful and contemptuous glances from the stands.
Villains die from talking too much. Don't you even understand that, Junior Sima? He was already in that state and he still went up there acting arrogantly. He deserved it. He won the competition, but lost his integrity.
I really don't know how someone like that got into Tsinghua or Peking University. Hearing the curses around him and seeing the bloodstains on his chest and his disheveled appearance, Sima Yunfeng trembled with anger and shame. He suddenly looked at the unconscious Feng Shiran, a ferocious killing intent flashing in his eyes. He raised his staff again, and dark energy began to gather. Holy crap, he actually tried to finish him off.
Stop!
Director Hu Yongli's voice rang out in shock and anger, and a figure instantly stepped between the two, blocking Feng Shiran.
He glared at Sima Yunfeng. The match is over. What do you want to do?
After being reprimanded, Sima Yunfeng regained his composure. Looking at Director Hu Yongli's stern eyes and the angry stares of the entire room, he could only resentfully dissipate his energy, his face turning ashen.
At this moment, Shanglan's people had already rushed onto the arena.
Wang Qing was the first to rush to Feng Shiran's side, carefully checking his injuries. Seeing his battered and bruised appearance and weak breathing, his eyes couldn't help but redden. He gripped Feng Shiran's bloodied and wounded hand tightly. Brother, I won't say anything more.
You should rest well. Yang Sanbao and Ren Qingyuan were also standing nearby, their faces grave.
Medical team members quickly entered the scene and lifted Feng Shiran onto a stretcher. Director Hu Yanli walked up to Wang Qing, patted him on the shoulder, smiled without saying a word, and reminded him that if it weren't for him, Feng Shiran's life might have been in danger. This was a huge favor.
Wang Cheng remained silent, only offering a faint glance in return. Shameless brat. You won and then resort to poison?
Yang Sanbao's face turned red with anger as he pointed at Sima Yunfeng and cursed him, even having the urge to slap him twice. Wang Qing tugged at Yang Sanbao's arm, his gaze gradually hardening until it locked onto Sima Yunfeng, a fierce glint already gleaming in his eyes.
Ren Qingyuan followed Wang Qing's gaze and looked at Sima Yunfeng. What kind of bullshit Tsinghua and Peking University prodigy is he? His character and conduct are even worse than my dog's. Even a dog knows a thing or two when fighting.
He stood with his hands on his hips, watching as Sima Yunfeng, who had sat down to recuperate from severe chest pain, began to launch into a tirade of insults, much like a quarreling old woman from the countryside. The unexpected scene certainly made the teachers and students in the Tsinghua and Peking University stands feel utterly humiliated. Tsinghua and Peking universities are supposed to be the hallowed halls of learning professionals for China, yet they produced such stupid and arrogant students who, without even confirming whether the enemy had lost its fighting ability, rashly acted arrogantly. They could have tolerated the loss, but instead, they recklessly resorted to poison. What kind of bullshit SSS-level professional powerhouse is this? How could Tsinghua and Peking University, with their prestigious reputations, produce such impulsive and stupid donkeys? In the stands of Tsinghua and Peking universities, many senior teachers and students could no longer stand it and began to hurl insults at Sima Yunfeng.
They might as well just admit defeat.
This year's freshmen are all hopeless idiots.
What a pity that an SSS-level class awakened in such a despicable person. He's disgracing Tsinghua and Peking University.
He's finished.
Even if he wins every game afterward, I have no interest.
On the podium, the faces of Guan Sunhai and other high-ranking officials from Tsinghua and Peking universities were extremely grim. Shortly after, Director Hu Yanli, suppressing the commotion, announced the results. In the 10th match, Tsinghua University and Peking University, Sima Yunfeng wins. Then, somewhat timidly, he lowered his voice, both sides have injured players.
We'll rest for 5 minutes, then the match will continue.
Hu Yanli's announcement only amplified the uproar at the scene, with more and more teachers and students from Tsinghua and Peking universities beginning to change their stance and start speaking out against Shanglan.
However, there's nothing that can be done about it.
If Sima Yunfeng loses again, Tsinghua and Peking universities will have no one left to send. Amidst the tremendous noise and commotion, both sides returned to their respective preparation areas, and Sima Yunfeng was helped off the stage by his little brother. Wang Qinggang had just returned to the preparation area when, without even sitting down, he hurriedly walked up to Lin Yu, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, and said in a low, unyielding voice, "Lin Yu, I'll play in the next match. You'll be the last one to hold things up." Lin Yu glanced at him, her cold eyes sweeping over Feng Shiran, who was being carried away on a stretcher, before looking at Sima Yunfeng, who was receiving treatment with a pale face opposite her. She snorted coldly, no need. I'll handle him." Her tone was icy cold, yet carried an undeniable resolve clearly. Feng Shiran's blood had ignited the fire of anger within her. "Lin Yu, now is not the time to act rashly. Sima Yunfeng is very strong, I will fight." Lin Yu interrupted him impatiently, "What do you mean? You're stronger than me? Am I destined to lose?" "No. I was just worried about you," Wang Qing explained, somewhat intimidated by Lin Yu's cold gaze. He Wang Qing, I can do without you. Stop showing me pity, I, Lin Yu, don't need it." Then she stood up, walked to the side, and turned her back to Wang Qing. Wang Qing stared at her as she stood up in her stubborn profile for a moment, stunned. Just as he turned around, wanting to persuade Lin Yu, he heard a clear but somewhat warm voice coming from behind Lin Yu's back. "Brother Qing, the blood of Feng Shiran and the others cannot be shed in vain. You are our Xianglan's trump card." Chapter 90 Pre-Match Probes and Preparations. The noise continued inside the Tsinghua Peking University Martial Arts Hall. In the preparation area for Tsinghua and Peking University, a professional medical team was urgently treating Sima Yunfeng's injuries. A middle-aged female doctor with a calm demeanor and wearing gold-rimmed glasses placed her hands, which glowed with a soft emerald green light, on Sima Yunfeng's heaving chest. The light of the advanced healing spell, Azure Saint Healing, continued to flow in, repairing his broken ribs and damaged internal organs. Beside him, an assistant physician was quickly preparing medicine to stabilize his mental energy and blood circulation, feeding it to him. The fact that the school's top medical staff personally intervened demonstrates the importance that Tsinghua and Peking University's top leaders attached to this competition, as well as their determination not to tolerate Sima Yunfeng's defeat again. Sima Yunfeng's face was pale, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, but his eyes burned with resentment and bitterness. Feng Shiran's near-death counterattack punch not only injured his body, but also trampled on his pride as an SSS-level genius. This is absolutely intolerable. Damn Xianlan, you will pay the price. Yu walked over with a livid face and waved for the elite junior students around him to step back. Looking at Sima Yunfeng's disheveled appearance, a faint hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper worry. He leaned down, his voice low but filled with barely suppressed anger. "Junior Yunfeng, look what you've done. You won the competition but lost people's hearts. You've almost completely disgraced Tsinghua and Peking University." Listening to the commotion inside the venue, a hint of humiliation appeared on his face. This could have boosted morale and enhanced the prestige of Tsinghua and Peking Universities, but you, instead, didn't even have basic vigilance, and even tried to commit a heinous act in front of all the teachers and students. Are you fucking a pig brain? Upon hearing this, Sima Yunfeng's lips twitched. He wanted to retort, but was interrupted by a sharp pain in his chest and could only let out a muffled groan. Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and took out 2 pills from his storage ring, placing them in Sima Yunfeng's hand. His tone was extremely serious, even carrying a hint of warning. This was specially approved by Principal Guan. The blue one is the Return to Originality pill. You've already witnessed its power, it can help you recover quickly. The other one, purple, is the Transformation and Purification pill. He stared into Sima Yunfeng's eyes and said, word by word, this pill is extremely potent. It can greatly enhance all your attributes in a short period of time, and may even help you temporarily break through your bottleneck. But the side effects are equally severe, causing irreversible damage to your foundation and potentially affecting your future potential. Never use it unless absolutely necessary. And another thing, Yu's voice grew even colder, put away your arrogant attitude and calmly face the enemy. Don't do anything stupid that would damage Tsinghua and Peking University's reputation. Otherwise, even if you win, Tsinghua and Peking University won't tolerate you. Understand? Sima Yunfeng lowered his head, accepted the pill, and forced a look of respect and remorse on his face. Yes, Chairman Yi, I understand. I acted impulsively just now. I will definitely calm down and never let the school down again. However, deep within his downcast eyes, a completely different emotion was surging. Bah! Yi, who do you think you are, daring to lecture me? Reputation? Bullshit. The victor is king, the loser is villain. If I win, I'll be the hero of Tsinghua and Peking University.
Then who will dare to criticize me? Hua Qing Shenlian Dan.
Humph, with this divine pill, Lin Yu and Wang Cheng, you are nothing but two lambs to the slaughter. He carefully put away the two pills, especially the purple, transformation and purification divine refining pill, which he regarded as his last trump card. On the podium, Principal Guan Sunhai looked at the tense rescue scene below and rubbed his throbbing temples. He turned his head, forcing a friendly smile on his face, and said to Zhu Ziyong, who was sitting next to him with his legs crossed, humming a tune. Old Zhu, look, the duel has progressed to a 5-5 tie, they're evenly matched. If we continue, there will likely be more injuries, which would really damage the harmony.
To avoid unnecessary harm. He paused, carefully observing Zhu Ziyong's reaction. How about, we just call it a draw? We can still discuss the conditions you mentioned before, such as the use of resources. Why do we have to fight to the death?
Guan Sunhai attempted to retreat in order to advance, hoping to preserve the last shred of dignity for Tsinghua and Peking universities, while also trying to probe Zhu Ziyong's true purpose in making such a big fuss.
Zhu Ziyong picked at his ear with his little finger, flicked it, glanced at Guan Sunhai, and chuckled, Little Guan, are you chickening out already? You weren't being all friendly when your men were attacking you like that, were you?
He shook his head, adopting a thuggish tone. A bet is a bet.
We agreed on a series of matches, so what's the point of a draw? If Tsinghua and Peking University admit defeat, then I might give you some face. As for resources. Zhu Ziyong's small eyes darted around, a sly glint in them. Hee, once Shanglan wins, we'll use it fair and square. Why would we need to discuss it to you? Don't worry, I don't have a big appetite.
I'll just take what we agreed on before, and I definitely won't take a single extra advantage from Tsinghua and Peking University.
Mr. Zhu, your elaborate scheme isn't just about resources, is it? We can discuss anything.
After all, you're a titan of the Chinese martial arts world. If Tsinghua and Peking University can provide it, why make these kids fight to the death?
Guan Sunhai unconsciously tapped the table and asked tentatively. If not for resources, then for what? For a few pretty female teachers from Tsinghua and Peking universities? Haha, I'm not greedy, I think Principal Zui is pretty good.
Zhu Ziyong's fat face revealed a lewd expression. Upon hearing this, Principal Zhua Honglian rolled her eyes.
Shameless old lecher.
Zhu Ziyong's words were watertight, completely blocking Guan Sunhai's probing intentions and turning the tables on him. Guan Sunhai was so angry that his chest felt tight and his face turned red and white in turns. But he didn't dare to really break ties with this old scoundrel, so he could only force a smile and nod, while cursing the heavens in his heart.
The 5-minute break passed in the blink of an eye. In the Shanglan preparation area, Wang Cheng walked up to Lin Yu.
Looking at her cool and beautiful profile and her deep, cold eyes, he felt a sudden tightness in his heart.
Lin Yu.
His voice softened unconsciously, carrying a hint of barely perceptible worry.
Sima Yunfeng's barrier is very strange, so don't try to fight it head-on. If things are hopeless, don't force it, use all the means you can. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. If you can't win, admit defeat, there's no shame in it.
As he spoke, he subconsciously reached out to help Lin Yu straighten the shoulder straps of the repaired 10,000 bones breastplate. His movements were somewhat clumsy, like a nagging old father. Lin Yu's body stiffened slightly, but she did not dodge, only glancing at him with her cold gaze. Ren Qingyuan, who was standing to the side, saw this and his eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. He lowered his voice and chuckled mischievously, damn.
Brother Qing's move is brilliant. This is how you pursue a girl, showing meticulous care. I've learned something new. Sigh, I wonder how badly my little baby is hurt. I'll have to go check on him later. He was completely absorbed in his own fantasy.
Wang Cheng glared at Ren Qingyuan with annoyance, too lazy to pay attention to this clown, and turned his gaze back to Lin Yu. Lin Yu gently brushed Wang Qing's hand away, smoothed out the last wrinkle on her breastplate, and then looked up at the arena. How long-winded, she uttered lightly, but her slight nod showed that she had listened. Wang Qing, it's because of you that I have the opportunity to directly challenge the strong students from Tsinghua and Peking universities. You may be very strong, but I will never admit defeat. It's time to show the results of my hard work.
Chapter 91: A Bitter Future. Match 11. Sima Yunfeng from Tsinghua Peking University vs Lin from Shanglan Technical School. Please bring your players to the stage. With director Hu Yongli's announcement, the most intense drama has only just begun.
Lin Yu took a deep breath and strode towards the arena with firm, cold steps. Her aura began to rise with each step, growing stronger and stronger, causing the surrounding air currents to hum slightly. Under the care of the school's top medical staff, Sima Yunfeng's injuries were almost completely healed, and his strength returned to its peak. He snorted coldly, regained his composure, and leaped back onto the ring, attempting to regain his footing. He looked at Lin Yu, who was slowly walking towards him, and that repulsive arrogant smile reappeared on his face. So you're Lin Yu, the one who broke records with that trash Wang Chang? Today I'm going to take back what I've lost. His words came to an abrupt end. At that moment, Lin Yu stood in the center of the arena and slowly raised his head. An immense aura erupted from her body without reservation. The air seemed to freeze, and the invisible pressure made those near the stands feel oppressed. Her icy voice clearly echoed throughout the deathly silent training ground. Lin Yu from Xianglan Technical School, SS rank profession, female giant, Lv.41.
What? My god. Level 41? Female giant? What kind of profession is that? I've never heard of it before. Is it a new kind of profession? Are you kidding me? She was only level 20-something when she took the college entrance exam, right? It hasn't been that long. However, there's no need to worry too much. After all, junior brother Sima is an SSS level professional. Although the difference between the two is only one level, the gap between an SSS level professional and an SS level professional cannot be bridged by simply being 5 levels higher. Exactly. If Lin Yu also possessed the incredible skills of his former teammates, perhaps they could still put up a fight. The entire Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena erupted in an uproar. Exclamations, doubts, and whispers began to fill every corner, all captivated by Lin Yu's rank and that unheard-of profession title. On the stands, Vice Principal Zhua Honglian, hailed as an authority on professional studies in the Dragon Kingdom, suddenly stood up, her face filled with disbelief and extreme curiosity. Female giant? A profession that has never been recorded since the new era. How is this possible? It's simply unbelievable. Is it a bloodline inheritance or just a coincidence? Principal Guan Sunhai was also curious, but she was only an SS-level professional, just a higher level. It seemed this little girl had put an unimaginable effort. Xu Zhiyong squinted his small eyes, a smug smile like that of an old fox on his face, as if to say, the surprise is yet to come. Sima Yunfeng's arrogant smile on the stage froze completely, replaced by utter shock and a hint of barely concealed panic. Lv.41? Holy crap, is this a machine upgrade? Really? It's a full 5 levels higher than me. His initial contempt and indifference vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented level of vigilance. His wariness wasn't because Lin Yu was 5 levels higher than him, but because he worried that Lin Yu might possess a deadly move like Feng Shiran. Suddenly, Sima Yunfeng's expression as he looked at Lin Yu on the stage changed slightly. Her flawless face, high nose, luscious lips, and perfectly proportioned figure, her beauty surpassed all the women he had ever seen. Lin Yu seemed like a fairy descended from heaven, exuding a magical power that stirred the hearts of all. Good heavens! How come I didn't notice such a stunning beauty before? At this moment, the faces of the Tsinghua and Peking University teachers and students in the stands who were closer to the ring also changed slightly. How could Lin Yu be so different from the live broadcast? She was more than 10,000 times more beautiful in person than on camera. Their eyes were all fixed on the stunningly beautiful girl who had already assumed a fighting stance, and the chatter rose again, but this time it was about Lin Yu's appearance. In a corner of the Tsinghua Peking University stands, Lin Yu's class of 41 clearly stirred something in Jiang Wanqing, who had been watching the game closely. Just as she was about to calm down, Lin Yu's appearance involuntarily aroused a sense of jealousy in her. Her purple eyes gleamed with a hint of arrogance as she began to anticipate the duel, even harboring a subtle urge to change her stance. Sima Yunfeng was determined to win. Oh my, so you're a stunning beauty, Lin Yu, are you interested? Sima Yunfeng hadn't finished speaking when he heard Lin Yu's battle-ready words, stop being so noisy, if you want to fight, then come on, otherwise get lost. You're really asking for it. Sima Yunfeng from Tsinghua University, SSS level class, Void Lord, Lv.36. Provoked by this, Sima Yunfeng became angry and immediately assumed a fighting stance after introducing himself. The battle is about to begin. At this moment, Wang Qing, standing below the arena, seemed even more nervous than Lin Yu, with sweat constantly pouring from his palms. He immediately activated his divine sense, insight into everything, to carefully analyze the combat strength of Lin Yu and Sima Yunfeng. Although Wang Qing possessed such an extraordinary skill, he absolutely could not let others know about it. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Yu, who had once fought alongside him through thick and thin. Name, Lin Yu. Level, Lv.41 Tier 1. Strength, 95 base attribute plus 52 first tier attribute bonus plus 60 after transformation equals 207. Agility, 95 base attribute plus 52 first tier attribute bonus plus 120 after transformation equals 267. Spirit, 95 base attribute plus 52 first tier attribute bonus plus 20 first tier attribute bonus equals 167. Stamina, 95 base attribute plus 52 first tier attribute bonus plus 140 first tier attribute bonus equals 287. Exclusive skill, Guiding Lightning, Epic. Self-taught skill, 1000 Spider Hands, Elite level. He turned his head to look in the other direction. Name, Sima Yunfeng. Class, Void Lord. Level, Lv.36 Tier 1. Strength, 100 base attribute plus 30 th tier attribute bonus plus 64 first tier attribute bonus equals 194. Agility, 100 base attribute plus 30 th tier attribute bonus plus 64 first tier attribute bonus equals 194. Spirit, 100 base attribute plus 30 tier attribute bonus plus 64 1 tier attribute bonus equals 194. Stamina, 100 base attribute plus 30 tier attribute bonus plus 64 1 tier attribute bonus equals 194. Exclusive skill, Void Territory, Epic level. Creates an exclusive barrier within the area, increasing the user's abilities by 5% while reducing the base attributes of all opponents within the barrier by 5%. Also allows for indiscriminate attacks with fear spikes. Can manipulate everything within the shadow barrier. Derivative skill, Time Walk. Can create invisible wormholes within the barrier for instantaneous attacks on opponents. Self-taught skills, Skeleton Army, Rare, summons a massive army of skeletons to attack the opponent void barrier, Rare, creates a void barrier around the user for protection evil descent. Demon descends? Wang Cheng stared intently at the 4 words appearing in All-Seeing Insight. Could this be Sima Yunfeng's ultimate killing move? Although Lin Yu's agility and strength surpassed his opponents after the transformation, this duel between Qingbei and Shanglan made Wang Qing deeply realize the secret of professionals. In the basic attribute panel, as long as the difference isn't too great, professionals rely on skills to determine everything. Clearly, both he and Lin Yu are weak in this area. While Lin Yu's Thunder Guidance is an epic level skill and a powerful tool for clearing mobs in dungeons, it's not very useful in one-on-one combat. In contrast, Sima Yunfeng possesses 4 types of skills: Tank, Barrier, Defense, and Ultimate Move, and his versatility is quite high. Lin Yu's level is 5 levels higher than Sima Yunfeng's, but as the level continues to increase, even with the enhancement of the transformation skill, the basic attributes of SS level are still inferior to those of SSS level. Wang Cheng grew increasingly terrified. His faded short-sleeved shirt was now soaked with cold sweat. It seemed Lin Yu was in grave danger. He couldn't help but sigh to himself, it seems there's still a long way to go. There are countless powerful beings in the new world. When will I be able to collect all the Dragon Balls and transform into that hidden level profession similar to Old Man Zhu? Chapter 92 Detailed discussion in a hotel room. On the arena, Sima Yunfeng launched the first attack. His Void Territory expanded outwards from him, instantly enveloping Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt her power weakening within the barrier. She now understood why Feng Shiran's aura had suddenly dropped when he fought Sima Yunfeng. It was indeed an exclusive skill of an SSS level class. Sima Yunfeng slammed his staff on the ground and grinned maliciously, "Little girl, it's too late for regrets now. Let me show you what true despair is, the skeleton army." Click click. The teeth-grinding sound of bones grinding together rang out again, seemingly more intense than before. Countless skeleton soldiers wielding rusted weapons surged out of the shadows of the void barrier like a white tide of death, instantly filling most of the arena and rushing towards Lin Yu. Facing this suffocating tsunami of undead, Lin Yu's eyes were icy cold, showing no fear. She didn't even move her feet, but simply slowly raised the Dragon Thunder Sword she took out of her storage ring. Just as the frontline skeleton soldiers were about to swing their weapons at her, she shouted, "Exclusive skill, Thunder Guidance." Boom! In an instant, countless bolts of violent lightning, as thick as a child's arm, crashed down from the void, centered on her. The blinding lightning instantly engulfed the entire arena, illuminating the dark barrier as if it were daytime. The lightning surged wildly, weaving into a destructive electric grid that precisely struck each skeleton soldier. Thump thump thump. The continuous explosions sounded like firecrackers, and the surging sea of skulls collapsed in swathes the moment they came into contact with the lightning. Rusty weapons fell onto the lightning platform with a sharp sound. With a single move, the massive army of skeletons was annihilated.
Only the lingering arcs of electricity remained.
What?
Sima Yunfeng's sinister smile froze instantly, his pupils contracted sharply, and his face was filled with disbelief.
In that moment of distraction, Lin Yu's body moved instantly.
Her figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, tearing through the pervasive arcs of electricity. The Dragon Thunder Sword pierced straight at Sima Yunfeng's face with astonishing speed.
Sima Yunfeng was horrified and hastily held his staff in front of him to block.
Seeing that his first attack had failed, Lin Yu swung his sword 3 times in quick succession. Sima Yunfeng hurriedly dodged and kept using his staff to block. Due to the extreme haste, Lin Yu's sword cut off half of Sima Yunfeng's proud silver hairstyle. Sima Yunfeng immediately activated Time Walk, teleporting to a corner behind Lin Yu, where strands of silver hair drifted down in front of him. Lin Yu's continuous attacks, Sima Yunfeng, who had narrowly dodged the combo, felt a tremendous force coming from his arm. He looked at the strands of silver hair falling down and his blood surged instantly.
You're ruthless.
Sima Yunfeng hadn't expected Lin Yu to be so merciless, and now he felt a wave of fear. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu turned to face Sima Yunfeng, but after a slight pause, he stood with his sword in hand again, his eyes still cold.
In just a few seconds, Sima Yunfeng seemed to have discovered something, and his previous shock turned into disdainful elation. Haha, you scared the hell out of me.
You're just all show and no substance, your skills are nowhere near as good as that stutterer's.
You dare to go on stage with such little ability?
He shook his hand, his face regaining its arrogance and contempt. In fact, Lin Yu's attack had already made the difference in skill level immediately apparent.
Miss Lin, it's not that I look down on you, but your strength is too weak. You might as well just admit defeat and you'll suffer less. My Sima family is a prestigious clan in the Dragon Kingdom. Regardless of Shanglan's victory or defeat this time, with just one word from me, you can join my Sima family. How about we book a room tonight and discuss it in detail? This is an opportunity that ordinary people can only dream of. Sima Yunfeng looked at Lin Yu with a lewd expression and said seductively.
Lin Yu's beautiful face remained expressionless. Too many people wanted to book a room with her for a private chat every year, and she was already used to it. He merely curled the corner of his lips and said casually, "Let's chat in a room? Judging from your flustered look, it'll probably only last 2 seconds. You should take some time to nourish your body." Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire venue, eliciting laughter from the audience in the stands. They never expected that such a beautiful woman could say such things. Lin Yu herself was also surprised. She only subconsciously wanted to retort, but she didn't expect to say such a thing.
This is truly a case of one is influenced by one's surroundings. If it were before, Lin Yu would have just laughed it off. Which man could bear such ridicule in public? You, what did you say? You shameless bitch, you really don't know what's good for you. Sima Yunfeng had never been insulted like this before, especially in front of tens of thousands of people.
He instantly turned ashen with rage, his reason consumed by fury. You stinking bitch, you're asking for it. Sima Yunfeng no longer held back, unleashing Fear Spike and Time Walk. Suddenly, countless shadowy spikes erupted from the dark ground beneath Lin Yu's feet. At the same time, Sima Yunfeng's figure became blurry, disappearing like a ghost in an instant, and the next moment he appeared behind Lin Yu, his staff carrying dark energy and slamming hard into her back. Lin Yu was startled but remained calm. He swept back with the Dragon Thunder Sword to deflect the staff behind him. At the same time, a flash of lightning appeared under his feet, narrowly avoiding most of the ground spikes. However, he was still grazed on the calf by a few spikes, leaving several bloody marks. His movements paused slightly. In that moment of pause, Sima Yunfeng seized the opportunity and activated Time Walk again, following him like a shadow, launching a fierce attack from various tricky angles. The staff was swung and smashed, the void energy surged, and sarcasm was interspersed from time to time. Keep hiding. Where did your arrogance from before go? What's the use of maggots being high grade? Lin Yu parried with his sword, fighting and retreating, but under the suppression of the barrier and the opponent's strange movement, he was completely at a disadvantage and looked quite disheveled. She narrowly escaped being hit in vital areas several times. Although she managed to dodge, the wounds on her body continued to increase, and her breathing became rapid. Bang! Finally, unable to dodge in time, she was struck hard on the back by a vicious palm print. She felt a sweet taste in her throat, spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. Ah, die! Sima Yunfeng laughed triumphantly, deliberately stopping his attack and looking at the staggering Lin Yu with the eyes of someone looking at a dead man. Sima Yunfeng was already certain of victory in this battle, so he might as well give this sharp-tongued woman a good beating. The entire Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena was now filled with a noisy discussion.
That's it? Lv.41? Their performance is even worse than that stutterer and the drunkard.
After all this time, all they'd used is a clearing skill, which was a bit impressive.
Is that all they can do? Looks like this match is over, the outcome is already decided. I thought she was so formidable, turns out she's just a pretty face. It seems Lin Yu from Shanglan only got the top score by relying on Wang Cheng. His skill level is terrible, I was actually quite looking forward to it.
Jiang Wanqing watched Lin Yu, who was on the defensive, from a corner of the stands, and began to look forward to Wang Cheng's duel. On the platform, Huan Sanghai and others shook their heads slightly, clearly believing that Lin Yu's defeat was inevitable, and even feeling that she had failed to live up to such a high rank and the reputation of that mysterious profession.
In the preparation area of Shanglan, Yang Sanbao and Ren Qingyuan watched with bated breath.
Ren Qingyuan blurted out without thinking, "Sister Lin Yu, she seems to be the worst besides Sun Meng, what a waste of all her hard work." Wang Cheng stood to the side and glared at him fiercely, which startled him so much that he quickly covered his foul mouth. Wang Cheng turned back to look at the disheveled Lin Yu.
"Lin Yu, what are you still waiting for?" Chapter 93. The giantess's appearance terrifies everyone.
On the arena, Lin Yu leaned on his sword, breathing heavily, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. She raised her head, her cold gaze sweeping over the contemptuous and disappointed faces in the stands, finally settling on the worried face below the ring. She smiled at Wang Cheng, and Wang Cheng nodded in response, as if by telepathy. Wang Cheng knew that Sima Yunfeng was extremely arrogant and domineering, and his battle with Feng Shiran had made him a frightened bird. Lin Yu's approach was to lower Sima Yunfeng's guard and encourage his arrogance, so that he could strike unexpectedly and win when he transformed.
Lin Yu knew it was time.
She took a deep breath, and the last trace of calculation in her eyes completely disappeared. Looking at Sima Yunfeng's smug and repulsive pale face, a resolute determination flashed in her cold eyes. She suddenly stood up straight, ignoring the pain in her body, and slowly brought her hands together in front of her chest, forming an ancient and strange hand seal. An aura far more violent and terrifying than before, like a dormant volcano, suddenly awakened from within her petite body.
Sima Yunfeng's smug expression froze instantly. Sensing that chilling aura, he subconsciously took a step back. This bitch has a backup plan? What kind of skill is it?
Lin Yu stared intently at Sima Yunfeng, chilling him to the bone. Then, a low, cold roar escaped his lips.
Giant strength. Boom!
A terrifying beam of energy suddenly erupted from Lin Yu's body and shot into the sky. The sturdy protective light shield of the arena was as fragile as paper, instantly bursting apart by this brute force and dissipating into countless points of light. Under the watchful eyes of countless horrified onlookers, Lin Yu's body swelled up at a visible speed. Lin Yu's spine was forcibly stretched, and her shoulder blades, like tree roots breaking through the soil, instantly extended into a massive skeleton. The bones and muscles in her legs grew at a geometrical rate. His skin turned a tough bronze color, and his muscles bulged and jutted out like a coiled dragon, exuding explosive power. In the blink of an eye, a 6-meter-tall female giant, with bulging muscles and an unchanged appearance, suddenly appeared on the arena. She simply stood there, and the shadow she cast almost covered half of the arena. The oppressive feeling brought by her massive body made the entire martial arts arena suffocate. Die! The giantess roared, her voice booming so loudly it made the eardrums of the spectators in the stands ache. At this moment, the entire audience was stunned into a deathly silence by this sudden transformation. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, as if petrified, dumbfounded at the incredible female giant on the arena. Principal Guan Sanghai suddenly stood up, gripping the counter with both hands, leaning forward, his face filled with utter shock. "A giant? This is the female titan?" Vice Principal Zhua Honglian covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes gleaming with extreme excitement and a thirst for research. Is this a bloodline inheritance? Or a genetic mutation? Or just a coincidence? How could such an incredible thing happen in the world? This is simply a miracle in professional history. This was the first time Zhu Ziyong had ever seen someone transform their physique so terrifyingly in an instant. His small eyes gleamed with disbelief, and he excitedly slapped his thigh. The teachers and students from Tsinghua and Peking universities were completely dumbfounded, their minds went blank, and all their previous contempt and disappointment turned into extreme shock. SS rank class, female giant. So, this is its true meaning? I just don't know how strong this female giant is. Is she all show and no substance?
Sima Yunfeng was closest to the location and felt the impact most strongly. In the shadow cast by that giantess, he felt as small as an ant. The terrifying visual pressure made him tremble involuntarily, his face turned deathly pale, and he uncontrollably retreated, his teeth chattering. Damn it, what monster is this? However, Sima Yunfeng was, after all, an SSS-level professional. Although the arrival of the female giant had momentarily distracted him, he quickly regained his composure. Throughout the new era, professionals have acquired countless skills, but none of them can directly alter basic attributes. This is probably just some bluffing trick by this jerk. Don't be intimidated by her. However, in the instant he was thinking, the giantess suddenly moved. That massive body displayed terrifying speed completely out of proportion to its size. With just one step, the arena trembled violently. The enormous fist tore through the air, carrying terrifying power, and slammed towards Sima Yunfeng in a simple and brutal manner. Holy crap, that was so fast. I almost didn't see it. Sima Yunfeng didn't even have time to block with his staff in front of his chest. With a loud thud, the punch landed squarely on his body, and the crisp cracking sounds of his bones breaking echoed in all directions. He coughed up blood and flew backwards, crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena dozens of meters away. His staff slipped from his grasp and fell to the giantess's massive feet. "Mom, what's that?" a Tsinghua and Peking University student exclaimed from the stands. The wounds inflicted on the giantess by Sima Yunfeng were healing at a visible speed. Scabs formed, fell off, revealing new skin underneath. Powerful self-healing ability, targeted recovery. Wang Cheng knew that according to the skill description, Lin Yu would grow 1 meter taller every 20 levels, but he didn't expect that her skill would also be enhanced. Ah, no. Impossible. Sima Yunfeng struggled, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the giantess, who had almost instantly recovered, his eyes filled with terror. His right leg, broken by the giantess's blow, lay on the arena, his face contorted in pain. Damn it, time walk. He instantly retrieved the staff that had slipped from his hand and activated the barrier with all his might. Countless terrifying spikes erupted wildly, aiming for the giantess's ankles and legs. His figure blurred again as he attempted to use teleportation to disrupt her and find an opening to attack. However, when faced with the swarming spikes beneath her feet, the giantess merely let out a disdainful growl. Crystal hardening. The dazzling crystal light instantly covered her legs and feet, as if she were wearing a pair of crystal boots. The sharp, shadowy points pierced the crystal, producing a crisp clinking sound, and the crystal shattered, unable to harm it in the slightest. At the same time, her huge arms swept across, precisely striking the spot where Sima Yunfeng had teleported. Although Sima Yunfeng narrowly dodged again with his time walk, the terrifying palm wind still stung his cheek. Sima Yunfeng grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. The intense pain caused beads of sweat to soak his back. He discovered that the giantess's strength, speed, and defense were completely different from before. His own attacks were completely ineffective, while every attack from the opponent was enough to kill him. Could this be the real secret behind Lin Yu's ability to win first place in the country alongside Wang Qing? In the stands, countless people shared the same thought, utterly overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 94: The Devil Descends. Bang! With another accurate prediction, the giantess's huge fist slammed into the void barrier that Sima Yunfeng had hastily conjured. The barrier twisted violently, groaning under its strain, and Sima Yunfeng was once again thrown back, coughing up blood. He slammed heavily onto the arena, rolled several times, screamed, and unleashed the full power of the barrier, shouting, "Shadow binding!" The darkness beneath the giantess's feet writhed like a living thing, instantly coiling around her and locking her ankles tightly, attempting to bind her. However, the giantess only let out a roar and stomped her foot. Crack! The powerful shadow bindings were forcefully broken. Immediately afterward, she took a step in front of Sima Yunfeng, her massive fists crashing down like a meteor shower. Bang bang bang! Sima Yunfeng tried his best to mobilize the remaining barrier shadows to form a defensive barrier, but it was all in vain. The barrier was completely shattered with just the first punch. He lay on the ground, struck solidly by a punch, spitting blood as he struggled, several ribs broken, completely incapacitated. The giantess looked down at him as if she had just crushed a bug. The giantess knew she couldn't continue attacking. Another punch would probably end his life. At this moment, a hint of joy appeared on the giantess's face, and her eyes swept across the entire area triumphantly. Damn, Sima Yunfeng lost just like that? This is absolutely stunning. It's like a game changer. Will the female giant's performance once again break history, with an SS rank class defeating an SSS rank class in a head-on confrontation?
Inside the Tsinghua Peking University Martial Arts Hall, those who witnessed the scene dared not speak loudly, only whispering among themselves, while the rest remained silent with grim faces. At this moment, the most shocked person was none other than Jiang Wanqing, who had been eagerly anticipating Wang Qing's appearance. Her purple eyes narrowed to pinpoints, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes.
Sister Lin Yu is amazing, so awesome. We won.
Tsinghua and Peking University students, let's see if you still dare to call us trash.
My dear Kai, I wish you could see this amazing scene. Ren Qingyuan started celebrating with great joy. Wang Qing's tense expression only gradually relaxed at this moment, and a fortunate smile appeared on his lips. Thankfully, Lin Yu was able to defeat Sima Yunfeng before he could unleash his final killing move. This is the best possible outcome.
On the high platform of Tsinghua and Peking Universities, even the battle-hardened President Guan Sanhai was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time, only managing a few sounds. Sima Yunfeng's loss meant a complete failure for Tsinghua and Peking Universities, something he simply couldn't accept. A smug expression flashed across Zhu Zhiyong's fat face.
It seems that Tsinghua and Peking University are completely finished now. Oh dear, when will I get my 5 million?
He started fantasizing about getting rich overnight and how he would drink Lewis wine the next time he went to Yangchunla and invite at least 10 or 8 girls to drink with him.
Ha ha.
Inside the Tsinghua and Peking University preparation area, the numerous so-called elites from Tsinghua and Peking University remained silent as they watched Sima Yunfeng, who stood motionless on the stage. Yi sat in the chair, his eyes sweeping over these once arrogant junior students, his heart filled with utter disappointment.
Sima Yunfeng, you idiot, can't you see that the other party is deliberately feigning weakness? These kinds of people are more trouble than they're worth.
It's a real shame that Tsinghua and Peking University's century-old reputation is being ruined by this group of self-righteous idiots.
He was extremely unwilling, but now who could fight for Tsinghua and Peking University?
Principal Zhou personally went to invite Jiang Wanqing, but that girl dared to stand by and watch her die. Just as he was racking his brains over who would be the last one to fight, he heard Hu Yanli's voice.
The 11th match, the winner is Lin from Xianglan Technical School.
Wait.
A faint voice interrupted his announcement. Damn it, who said I lost?
Under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, Sima Yunfeng struggled to sit up, spitting out mouthfuls of blood.
Could there still be a chance?
That's right, the pills.
Yi thought instantly upon seeing this scene.
It seemed that junior brother Sima was not a useless fool after all. On the arena, Sima Yunfeng's eyes flashed with extreme madness and unwillingness. He used his last bit of strength to suddenly pull out the 2 pills from his storage ring. Without the slightest hesitation, he stuffed the blue, return to origin pill, and the purple, transformation and purification pill, directly into his mouth with great difficulty. The instant the pill entered his stomach, a vast, even violent, energy exploded within his body. Sima Yunfeng's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon, his broken bones instantly reconnected, his injuries healed rapidly, and his aura surged wildly at an abnormal speed. The void energy emanating from his body almost materialized, and the entire barrier fluctuated violently because of his power.
You wretched bastard, this time I'm going to kill you.
He roared in pain and excitement, suddenly standing up, his eyes turning bloodshot as he stared intently at the enormous creature in front of him.
The giantess's expression changed slightly. She dared not be negligent and quickly assumed a fighting stance.
Sima Yunfeng, his eyes bloodshot, frantically waved his staff, shouting, "Shadow binding." A shadow 10 times stronger than before once again coiled around the giantess's legs. Wang Qing was taken aback and hurriedly shouted a warning, "Lin Yu, be careful of his move."
Wang Qing knew that this must be Sima Yunfeng's final killing move. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart, and he watched everything nervously. Hearing Wang Qing's warning, the giantess cried out, "This is bad." Her legs were indeed bound and imprisoned by the shadow.
She let out a low growl, bent down, and used all her strength to pull at the damn shadow. However, despite her great effort, she only managed to break a few strands. Sima Yunfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Damn it, you forced me to this.
You're lucky to die from this move." He slammed his staff into the ground and roared, "Invitation to the void, demon's descent."
Within the void barrier, a blurry, yet malevolent and destructive demonic phantom slowly rose from the ground, first its head, then its massive body. Its entire body was covered in translucent shadows, with pale purple nebula-like patterns floating on its surface. Its forelimbs were split into 3 pairs of sharp claws, with faint shadow threads hanging from the tips of its fingers. Its hind limbs had thick hooves covered with black scales. With a blue face and fangs, and two huge, tattered wings on its back, its size is comparable to that of the female giant.
This move was originally Sima Yunfeng's ultimate trump card, reserved to deal with Wang Qing.
The giant that Lin Yu had transformed into also felt a deadly threat from that power. She tore apart the shadow spikes with all her might, and then let out a low roar as if she were ready to die.
Go to hell, you wretched wretch! Sima Yunfeng's face was contorted with rage as he brandished his staff, seemingly channeling all his spiritual power into this single strike.
The demonic phantom let out a silent roar, carrying an all-consuming darkness, and slammed its forelimbs toward the giantess in front of it. A resolute glint flashed in the giant eyes beneath the crystal-covered female giant.
She abandoned complete defense, concentrating all her power into her fists.
Brilliant crystal instantly enveloped her two enormous fists, which she fiercely met head-on against the terrifying demonic phantom.
Boom! A devastating energy shockwave raged once more, shattering the newly repaired edge of the arena once more. Chapter 95, Using Oneself as Bait. Lin Yu, are you alright?
Wang Qing clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on the flashing lights on the stage, and called out urgently. Wang Chang already knew the outcome, but he still clung to a sliver of hope.
Suddenly, a sinister laugh, ha, echoed from within the light.
When the light fades, the giantess staggered back several steps, her massive body cracking under the weight of her crystal armor. She suddenly opened her enormous maw, spitting out a large pool of hot blood, and her life force instantly waned.
She's still alive. She's pretty resilient.
Sima Yunfeng said this, but inwardly he felt a chill. He hadn't expected that his full force attack wouldn't even knock her out of her fighting spirit.
Her defense was incredibly strong.
He knew he couldn't give this behemoth a chance now, so he activated Terror Spike and time travel again. On the high platform of Tsinghua and Peking universities, teachers and students watched as Sima Yunfeng, seemingly teleporting, relentlessly swung his staff at the giantess who was already panting heavily, her hands on the ground. He moved like a black dot of light, constantly traversing her body.
Bang bang bang.
New wounds kept appearing, old wounds burst open, and blood almost turned Lin Yu into a blood-red giant. She kept her hands on the ground, her eyes slightly glazed, seemingly having given up resisting.
Her entire body's crystal hardening and targeted regeneration processes continued unabated.
Silence fell over the stands. Everyone could see that Lin Yu was at his last gasp. The female giant's form is becoming unstable, and the edges of her body are beginning to blur slightly, as if she might collapse at any moment. "It's over," Principal Guan Sunhai murmured, his tone a mixture of regret and relief. Xu Zhiyong narrowed his small eyes, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the armrest, the carefree smile on his face long gone, replaced by a deep solemnity.
"Sister Lin Yu, fight back." Renqing Yuan was so anxious he was jumping up and down, but he was powerless to do anything about it.
Wang Qing's eyes were bloodshot, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping from between his fingers. He stared intently at the arena, his mind racing.
What to do? What to do now? Director Hu, we admit defeat.
Wang Qing shouted in such a panic for the first time, but Hu Yunli pretended not to hear him and remained in a spectator posture.
At that moment, Sima Yunfeng found an excellent opportunity.
The giantess's crystal-hardened armor on her back failed to regenerate in time due to a heavy blow.
Now! Crush me completely! Sima Yunfeng's eyes blazed with bloodlust as he frantically poured all his remaining spiritual power into his staff, unleashing a final strike that slammed directly into the giantess's back. At the critical moment,
the near-death experience, the bloody battle with her comrades, her own pride, and her resentment towards the figure who always stood in front of her, all sorts of emotions suddenly surged into Lin Yu's heart. The giantess suddenly raised her head, and she curled the corners of her lips at Wang Qing. On her blood-stained face, her huge eyes no longer held pain and weakness, but instead burned with an almost insane determination. The giantess suddenly locked onto Sima Yunfeng, who was teleporting nearby, and saw him leap high into the air and strike the giantess's back with all his might. However, a sudden change occurred. 10,000 Thunder's guidance was activated suddenly, and a huge arc of electricity with a radius of tens of meters around the female giant struck down instantly. Even Sima Yunfeng, who now possesses the time walk skill, was inevitably struck by lightning. Although this level of electric shock did not cause him any real damage, the momentary paralysis was enough. The giantess's hand suddenly shot out at a speed far exceeding that of before, almost tearing through space, and grabbed Sima Yunfeng, who was momentarily stunned by the electric shock.
No! It's impossible, let me go!
Sima Yunfeng struggled in terror, the void energy around his body fluctuating violently, but he was unable to break free from the giant hand that was like molten steel.
Damn it, this is bad. This time it was Yi Ya's turn to cry out in alarm.
At this moment, almost everyone present understood that the giantess's decision to brace herself with her hands on the ground without resisting was twofold: first, to lure Sima Yunfeng into a frenzied attack, and second, to wait for the cooldown of her 10,000 Thunder Guidance skill. The flaw on the back was intentionally left. The giantess would never let go of the opportunity she gained by feigning weakness at the cost of her life.
10,000 Spider Hands, skill activated. The giantess's hand rapidly secreted black venom.
The instant the venom touched Sima Yunfeng, his eyes widened and he froze. Then the giantess let out a low roar, gripped Sima Yunfeng, and with all her might, slammed him hard into the ground like a rag doll.
Boom!
A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. The entire arena collapsed and shattered completely around the point of impact. Smoke and debris shot into the sky, as if an explosion had occurred.
Immediately afterwards, a huge crater appeared on the spot.
As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, at the bottom of the deep pit, the giantess knelt, panting heavily, her body rapidly shrinking until she gradually returned to Lin Yu's original appearance. Her face was as pale as paper, her body covered in blood, and she swayed precariously, struggling to stand up, but the final blow had exhausted all her strength. Before her, Sima Yunfeng lay sprawled at the bottom of the pit like a rag doll, countless bones shattered, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his eyes rolled back, completely unconscious, only the slight rise and fall of his chest proving he was still alive. The void territory barrier also collapsed. Tears streamed down Lin Yu's beautiful face as she looked at Wang Qing's small eyes at the edge of the ring and struggled to force a smile.
It seems to be saying, "Brother Qing, I did it. Sima Yunfeng is not worthy of seeing our Shanglan's trump card."
Then Lin Yu's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious in the center of the arena. Using himself as bait to turn defeat into victory, his act is truly admirable and moving. Winning against all odds, using strategy rather than brute force, our Tsinghua and Peking University students didn't lose unjustly in this match. Although it was just a competition between schools, I saw in Shanglan a spirit of never giving up easily, which is exactly what we professionals should possess. Throughout the Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena, many teachers and students in the stands were moved to tears by this scene, and burst into enthusiastic applause and praise. After an unknown amount of time, Director Hu Yongli's trembling, incredulous voice rang out with difficulty: "The 11th match, winner, Shanglan Technical School, Lin Yu." Wang Qing's eyes also welled up with tears. He was the first to rush onto the stage and pick up Lin Yu. Looking at Lin Yu, who was covered in blood and whose bones were broken in countless places, he murmured comfortingly, "Lin Yu, I've always been watching your back.
You've always been my pride. Medical team, where the hell are you? Come quick and save people."
On the Tsinghua and Peking University rosters, President Guan Songhai was visibly moved. Just like the murmurs in the Tsinghua and Peking University stands, he also felt a silent respect for Shanglan's 6 opponents. He glanced at the nervous Zhu Ziyong, his eyes now filled with respect, no longer disgust and anger.
"Old Zhu, I am ashamed to admit my inferiority in judging people."
At this moment, in the world of professionals, the strength or weakness of a profession or skill becomes insignificant. The perseverance and the spirit of never giving up shine brightly.
Chapter 96. No one accepted the challenge.
Holding Lin Yu, who was covered in blood, in his arms, Wang Qing's eyes were filled with an indelible hatred. He stared intently at Sima Yunfeng, who was paralyzed in the deep pit, and at this moment he really wanted to go up and kick him. The medical team members only came to their senses after that and hurriedly carried the stretcher to begin the rescue. Wang Qing held Lin Yu's hand tightly until he saw her to the door before turning around, his eyes wide with anger as he swept across the stands, also giving a vicious glare to the fatso on the dais. Upon realizing this, Zhu Ziyong shrank back slightly, a hint of fear in his eyes. Wang Qing recalled Lin Yu's pale yet stubborn face on that blood-stained stretcher, which felt like a dull knife grinding against his heart. An indescribable sense of loss and anger surged within him, threatening to engulf him. His brothers Sun Mang, Feng Shiran, and Lu Jianan, and the unspeakable concern he held for Lin Yu, all fought valiantly for the dignity of Shanglan, sustaining numerous wounds. He watched as the arena ruthlessly began to slowly recover, and Lin Yu's blood was wiped clean in an instant. The hatred in his heart was accumulating little by little.
Now, it's time for Tsinghua and Peking universities to pay the price. He slowly walked step by step onto the restored arena.
His steps were heavy, yet carried a chilling resolve. His gaze swept across the Tsinghua and Peking University preparation areas, his expression icy and devoid of any warmth. However, he stood there for a long time, but the other side of the ring remained empty.
What's going on? No one from Tsinghua or Peking University is going to play.
Time ticked by, and the atmosphere at the Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena gradually shifted from initial shock and encouragement to restlessness and doubt, finally culminating in an uproar.
What's going on? Where is everyone? Why haven't they come on yet? Sima Yunfeng will just give up after losing? Are freshmen from Tsinghua and Peking Universities going to be cowards? What a joke! This is even more embarrassing than losing. Why isn't anyone doing anything about it? What was the plan beforehand? Where are the freshmen? Are they all dead? Send one of them out here. Damn it, I was blind. Wasn't this year's freshmen supposed to be the strongest class in the last decade?
Turns out they're just a bunch of cowards. Discontented boos and angry curses filled the stands, almost lifting the dome of the stadium. Countless gazes, like sharp arrows, were directed at the Tsinghua and Peking University preparation area, filled with disdain and disappointment. On the podium, President Guan Sunhai and others looked extremely grim, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They never imagined that the prestigious Tsinghua and Peking universities would be forced into a situation where they had no one left to rely on. Sima Yunfeng's swift defeat, even with the aid of 2 miracle drugs, was something Principal Guan had not anticipated. He quickly considered the matter, then summoned Zhua Honglian and Huang Baichuan, instructing them, Principal Zhua, go find Jiang Wanqing again and make sure to tell her the consequences of not participating in the war. Huang Baichuan, go to the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area. Under no circumstances can we surrender without a fight, otherwise Tsinghua Peking University will lose face big time. Xu Ziyang glanced at him slightly, smiled, and remained silent, but he was overjoyed inside. 5 million was about to be in his hands. Inside the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area, Yi Huai's face was ashen, and veins bulged on his forehead. He turned around abruptly and looked at the elites behind him who had once been arrogant but were now cowering like quails.
Who can represent Tsinghua and Peking University in the next match?
After a few seconds, no one answered.
Are they all mute?
His voice trembled slightly with extreme anger. His voice gradually rose, completely disregarding whether anyone could hear him. The honor of Tsinghua and Peking University is about to be ruined.
Aren't you all usually so good at bragging? Now that we need you, you're all chickening out?
His gaze swept across the crowd like a knife, finally settling on one person, Xin Fu. He was the highest ranking and most powerful among the remaining people.
Xin Fu. Junior brother Xin. Yi Hua practically shouted. You're going next. No matter what, you absolutely cannot let the other side think that Tsinghua and Peking University have surrendered without a fight. Xin Fu's body trembled violently. He raised his head, his face filled with fear and resistance. He glanced at Wang Qing, who looked like a demon on the arena, and then thought of the fierce battle between Sima Yunfeng and Lin Yu. His voice trembled with tears as he said, Senior Yi, even Sima Yunfeng, was defeated so badly. If I go up there, won't I just be throwing my life away? How could I possibly beat Wang Qing? He's the top scorer in our year's college entrance exam. His voice grew softer and softer as he spoke, and finally he lowered his head deeply, not daring to look into Yi Huai's eyes, which were practically spitting fire. What a bunch of trash. You're giving up already? How dare you call yourselves professionals? Yi Hua trembled with rage, yet there was nothing he could do. At the same time, Zhua Honglian ran all the way to find Jiang Wanqing sitting in the corner. Jiang Wanqing glanced at the panting Principal Zhua with her purple eyes, then looked straight ahead at Wang Qing on the arena without saying a word. Principal Zhua Honglian hurriedly advised, Student Jiang, this is a critical moment. Can you really sit idly by and watch the century-old reputation of Tsinghua and Peking universities be ruined in an instant? Principal Guan has given a death order. If you really don't participate in the battle, then neither Tsinghua nor Peking University will tolerate you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing frowned slightly but remained silent, allowing Principal Zhua Honglian to continue her persuasion. Seeing Jiang Wanqing's reaction, Principal Zhua Honglian said helplessly, Fine, since you're so heartless, then there's no need to complain that Tsinghua and Peking University are being ruthless. As she turned and left, Jiang Wanqing remained unmoved. She didn't actually care about the honor of being admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University, nor did she care whether she could stay at Tsinghua or Peking University in the future. She had an innate pride and wasn't used to being told what to do. These monsters from Shanglan did catch her eye, but she felt that they were not worthy of her help, even Wang Qing, who had won the top score in this year's competition. Inside the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area, Yi Hua vented his anger, but to no avail. Just then, Vice Principal Huang Baichuan jogged over, his face equally anxious. He lowered his voice and scolded the elites in the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area. What are you all standing around for? Haven't you decided who will go to fight yet? He glanced at Yu, whose face was full of helplessness, and at that moment he understood. Then, in a commanding tone, he said, "You must choose one of you to go up. Even if you lose, you must lose on the stage. If you just admit defeat and forfeit, Tsinghua and Peking University will truly become a laughingstock of the whole world." He glanced at Xian Fu, who was hiding behind him. "Xian Fu, it's you. You're the strongest among them, and it's for the sake of Tsinghua University's last bit of face. You have to go, or pack your bags and get out." Xian Fu looked at Vice Principal Huang Baichuan's murderous gaze, his face drained of color, and finally, under immense pressure, he nodded with extreme difficulty and barely perceptible force. He took a deep breath, as if using all his strength, and dragged his heavy steps toward the arena. His pace was as slow as if he were heading to his execution. Chapter 97 F Rank? The Power of a Single Punch. Xian Fu slowly and nervously stepped onto the ring amidst boos and stares from the crowd. The spotlight shone on him. Xian Fu was not tall, appearing rather thin. He wore a set of grayish-brown heavy armor, the surface of which was engraved with some incomprehensible runes. He tightly gripped a large tower shield in his hand, with an earthy yellow gem embedded in the center of the shield, radiating energy fluctuations. He had a square face and thick eyebrows, which were now tightly furrowed together. His eyes darted around, and his lips were pursed white. Standing opposite Wang Cheng, his legs were even trembling slightly. Finally seeing the contestants from Tsinghua and Peking Universities take the stage, Director Hu Yanli eagerly announced, "Match 12, Shanglan Wang Cheng vs Tsinghua and Peking University Xian Fu. Xian Fu, Tsinghua Peking University, SS Rank Class, Barrier Paladin, Lv.34. Xian Fu introduced himself in a voice so soft it was barely audible, lacking any real presence. The jeers from the stands subsided slightly, and everyone looked at this last hope who had been forced onto the stage, their feelings a mix of emotions. An SS rank defensive warrior class sounds good, but how strong is he? Looking at his opponent, who was so nervous he was almost moving in unison, Wang Qing's anger quickly subsided. He spoke slowly, his voice calm yet clearly carrying throughout the entire venue. "Shanglan Technical School, Wang Qing, F-level professional, EMER, Lv.45. My goodness." The entire training ground erupted in an unprecedented uproar, as if a bomb had been dropped on it. How many? Lv.45? Did I hear that right? F-rank profession? Really? F-rank? EMER? What kind of class is that? I've never heard of it before. What a joke. An F-rank profession can reach level 45? I've been fighting tooth and nail to reach level 38 with an S-rank profession. It's fake, right? It must be fake. How could this be? Lin Yu is already freakish at level 41, but damn Wang Qing is even more freakish. How did they train? F rank. Haha, what's the use of a high rank? The basic attributes are trash, and the skills are probably non-existent. So, the top scorer in the college entrance exam just coasted along? Go, Junior Xian Fu. His rank is fake. Take down this F-rank trash. A cacophony of doubts, mockery, and exclamations filled the air as everyone was utterly bewildered by Wang Qing's level and his unheard of F-rank profession. Jiang Wanqing was originally looking forward to Wang Qing's appearance, but when she heard Wang Qing's profession and level, she shook her head disdainfully. This guy was just a slacker. On the platform, Huan Songhai and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xu Zhiyon's small eyes widened, and he muttered, "F-rank? EMER? Lv.45? This kid, how the hell did he do that? He's been training with me these past few days, so when did he go to the dungeon to level up? And so quickly? F-rank professions are indeed a bit lacking. The difference in profession levels is like an insurmountable chasm. Even with the skills I've taught them, it seems there's nothing that can be changed. These basic attributes simply can't be utilized. Did I misjudge it? Holy crap, where's my 5 million? Zhua Honglian, standing to the side, frowned slightly. Although she herself had never heard of this EMER, such low-level professions are usually diverse, and it is normal that they are not recorded in books. Yang Sanbao and Renxing Yuan were so surprised by Wang Qing's self-introduction that they stared straight ahead. Renxing Yuan, spouting nonsense, said, Am I still half asleep? Did I hear you wrong? He blinked. How did Brother Qing get the top score in his profession? Was it really because he followed Sister Lin Yu? Or was it just luck? Damn, if I follow my sister, I won't have to worry about food or drink. He thought of Kai Yen Yen again, fantasizing about the wonderful future, and chuckled. In the Tsinghua Peking University preparation area, Yi was first stunned, then a twisted hope appeared on his face. F rank? Could it be? Could there really be a turning point? Xin Fu's defense and strength are still quite good.
On the stage, when Xin Fu heard the words F level, his previously lifeless eyes suddenly lit up, and his trembling body miraculously stopped.
Rank F? Just a high rank? That's terrifying. It's nothing but a paper tiger.
Overwhelmed by immense joy, his fear was instantly replaced by ecstasy and disdain. Haha, this is truly heaven's help. I never expected Shanglan to put the worst one last. It's my time to make a name for myself. Xin Fu roared inwardly, immediately throwing all his worries to the back of his mind. Holy Light Protection, Iron Barrier, Thornmail. He activated all his defensive skills instantly without hesitation. A holy halo enveloped his entire body, and the tower shield grew enormous and solid like a mountain, with sharp energy spikes even popping out from its surface. At this moment, he was confident that his defense had reached its peak, and he was confident that he could withstand even Sima Yunfeng's full-force attack. Even if an F-rank trash is level 45, how strong can its attack power be? It probably can't even break through its own defense. However, just to be on the safe side, he should activate all his defensive skills. Better safe than sorry, his teammates had already taught him a lesson with bloody lessons.
Unlike Sima Yunfeng, Xin Fu was not without brains.
He would wait until Wang Qing was exhausted before striking him decisively. He had even already figured out how to mock Wang Qing and redeem himself on behalf of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Wang Qing looked at the opponent's instantly stacked defensive stance and undisguised contempt in his eyes, his face expressionless. In fact, among everyone present, only one person truly understood how terrifying Wang Qing was, Hu Yanli, the admissions director.
However, as the referee, he couldn't openly warn him. He kept trying to remind Xin Fu with his eyes on the stage, but this idiot didn't even glance at him.
On the arena, Wang Qing did not use any skills, nor did he even take out his weapon. He simply lowered his body slightly, bent his waist and stood up, with his hands in front of him and behind him, assuming a starting stance that most people present had never seen before. The posture is simple and unadorned, yet it carries a sense of coordination and explosive power. It was Wang Qing's Wing Chun. TCH just playing tricks. Xin Fu scoffed disdainfully, holding the tower shield firmly in front of him, ready for battle. Wang Qing's eyes were cold as he took a step forward. His movements lacked dazzling light and shadow, and there was no violent burst of energy. The figure blurred for a moment, then appeared silently and with incredible speed in front of Xin Fu.
So fast. Xin Fu's pupils shrank, but due to his absolute confidence in his own defense, he did not panic.
Instead, he raised his shield to meet the attack. Then, he saw Wang Qing simply throw a punch lightly. That punch seemed slow and weak, even somewhat casual.
Bang bang bang. The speed of his punches was extremely fast, almost faster than the naked eye could see. 3 faint, almost inaudible sounds.
The moment Wang Qing's fist touched the holy halo, the epic skill, Holy Light Protection, shattered and vanished instantly, like paper.
Next up are Iron Barrier and Thornmail.
The seemingly indestructible tower shield, along with the energy spikes that popped out from it, shattered into countless fragments instantly, like glass being struck by an invisible giant hammer, scattering in all directions.
Xin Fu's face froze completely, turning into shock and disbelief. What the hell? How is this possible?
Before his mind could even process what was happening, the seemingly light fist that had destroyed all his defenses was already imprinted on his face, which was completely exposed from shock.
A muffled thud. Xin Fu felt an indescribable, terrifying force strike him. His face instantly contorted, his vision went black, and his mind went blank. Before he could even feel the pain, his feet left the ground and he shot backward. Boom!
He slammed heavily onto the edge of the arena dozens of meters away, rolled several times, and only stopped after hitting the transparent protective shield. His eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness. A clear fist mark quickly swelled up on his face. From the moment he activated his strongest defense to the moment he was blasted away by a punch and fell unconscious, the whole process took less than 2 seconds.
Chapter 98 that requires extra money.
Wang Qing stood in the center of the ring, shaking the fist that had just slammed into Xin Fu's face. Everything seemed so casual and natural. The entire Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena, with tens of thousands of people, seemed to be collectively silenced.
Silence, deathly silence.
Everyone's expressions froze, their mouths agape, their eyes wide open, as if they were witnessing the most unbelievable and mind-blowing scene in the world.
A light, weak punch? And not even a skill. Just a basic physical attack? Could this be a complete suppression of basic attributes? Otherwise, it's impossible. Wang Qing actually broke through the entire defense of an SS-level defensive class in an instant?
And he killed them with a single punch, without any hesitation.
This is an F-rank profession. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard first.
Immediately afterwards, a huge roar erupted from the stands of Tsinghua and Peking universities.
Holy crap, just one punch? An SS rank class was finished off with just one punch? What did we just see? Was it a hallucination? No, it must have been a hallucination. What kind of skill is that?
No, this is definitely not a professional skill. There's no energy, no technique, just a few light punches, like children fighting.
An F-rank profession? You're saying this is an F-rank profession? What kind of F-rank profession is like this? What's going on? Another monster? Are Tsinghua and Peking University really going to be defeated so easily? Could they be using some new technology?
On the platform, Zhu Jiang stood up excitedly, completely ignoring the disgusted looks from the Tsinghua and Peking University executives. Like a child who had won a game, he danced around and shouted loudly, "Shaoguan, you lost."
Ha ha ha.
He was overjoyed. Wang Qing's performance was indeed somewhat unexpected, but none of that mattered.
What mattered was that he had the inheritance and that the little brat was not to be underestimated. The most important thing is the 5 million. As for the 700,000 I promised Wang Qing, he was so excited that he was almost incoherent.
President Guan Sunhai's hands were clenched so tightly they turned white, his heart filled with resentment and helplessness. He was unwilling to let the reputation of Tsinghua and Peking universities, with their centuries-old traditions, be ruined in his hands.
But what else can we do? The facts are undeniable.
In a corner of the stands, Jiang Wanqing, who had been watching indifferently, suddenly stood up, her deep purple eyes filled with unprecedented shock. She stared intently at Wang Qing, as if trying to see right through him. She originally thought that although the Xianglan group was strong, they were all within her comprehension.
However, Wang Qing's punch completely exceeded her understanding. Ren Qingyuan was completely dumbfounded in the audience. After a long while, he suddenly grabbed Yang Sanbao, who was also staring in disbelief, and shouted incoherently, Did you see that? Our brother Qing, one punch, just an ordinary punch.
My God, it turns out Qing is the biggest monster among the 7 of us. Who cares about his profession, as long as he's awesome, haha. Yang Sanbao was jolted back to his senses, his face also showing a look of utter disbelief.
He muttered, Level 45. Rank F. One punch. I'm a little dizzy.
On the ring, Wang Qing slowly withdrew his fist and stood up straight.
He didn't even glance at the unconscious Xian Fu in the distance.
His gaze turned coldly back to the Tsinghua Beifong preparation area and then to the podium. His voice remained calm, yet carried an inexplicable sense of oppression.
Director Hu, shouldn't we announce it now? It's all over. Xianglan has won. We won. We won. That was awesome.
We defeated Tsinghua and Peking University with our strength.
Ren Qingyuan shouted triumphantly. They were the ones who defeated Tsinghua and Peking University, but you weren't. Yang Sanbao glanced at the ecstatic Ren Qingyuan and said sarcastically. Ren Qingyuan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Damn it, Fatty Yang, why did you have to say that? Didn't I go up on stage to fight?
This is a strategic retreat for my true love.
What do you know? If you keep babbling, I'll beat you up. Come on then. Yang Sanbao patted his butt provocatively. Get lost, you pervert. I can't be bothered with you.
Just as Wang Qing thought it was over and turned to walk off the stage, a figure suddenly leaped down from the platform.
Wang Qing instantly felt an unusual chill creeping down his neck.
Director Hu Yongli, who was about to go on stage to announce the results, was stunned and at a loss for what to do.
Yi Yue excitedly placed his hands on the edge of the arena, his face showing a mixture of excitement and disbelief. What are you doing?
The uninvited guest leaped directly into the ring, turning the already disappointed and skeptical atmosphere in the Tsinghua Peking University Martial Arts Hall into a tense one. Guan Sanhai's expression changed slightly, and for the second time, a rare smile appeared on his lips.
Zhu Ziyong was a little confused. What did that mean? Did Tsinghua and Peking University not want to lose? He turned to Guan Sanhai with a somewhat displeased and even threatening tone. Little Guan, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to renege on your debt after losing? Are you all going to come at me?
He quickly added, if it's about fighting, I've never been afraid of anyone. Principal Guan Sanhai squinted, his expression completely different from before, a confidence instilled by the person who had taken the initiative to appear.
He looked at Zhu Ziyong, whose face was full of displeasure, and said calmly, Mr. Zhu, what are you saying? Didn't you say that every single freshman from Tsinghua or Peking University could come forward and challenge? Little Guan, stop trying to fool me. There are only 7 of us. How many people are there from Tsinghua and Peking University?
Zhu Ziyong knew that this was just using what he had said before to brush him off.
Haha, how dare I? Xin Fu, who just went into battle, was just a reserve. The real fighters are the ones on the stage. What's wrong? Didn't you keep saying you wanted to defeat Qing Bei head-on? Don't try to fool me, you bastard. If you piss me off, I'll rip the roof off the house. Old Zhu, everything is done according to your instructions. Are you afraid just because we added one more person? Afraid? Zhu Ziyong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Since you're not afraid, let's have one more match. It's the last one.
We at Tsinghua and Peking University can agree to any conditions you set. Principal Guan Sanhai was already in the wrong, and dared not really offend Zhu Ziyong in front of him, but he had to do something to salvage his reputation. Zhu Ziyong, feigning seriousness, put his hands behind his back, turned around, paused for half a second, and then, having already made up his mind, suddenly nodded and revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth to Principal Guan Sanhai. Wang Qing is my trusted and beloved disciple if I let him fight another match.
That will cost extra. What kind of ridiculous request is this?
Then Zhu Ziyong said in a sinister voice, there's one more condition.
I'll tell you later, and then I'll consider it a yes. Ha ha.
Principal Guan Sanhai, who had been outmaneuvered, cursed inwardly, that old scoundrel is truly shameless.
Losing a little money is nothing. I knew he had other motives. But by then, they were already in a bind.
Who else could be the uninvited guest on the stage besides Jiang Wanqing?
Chapter 99 I want them all.
The arrival of the uninvited guest made Wang Qing stop in his tracks and turn around, only to see a purple figure silently land in the center of the arena. The newcomer was a young girl, tall and slender, with cascading purple hair and a pair of deep purple eyes that were fixed intently on him. Her face was stunningly beautiful, with a coldness that carried a wild and aggressive feel, in no way inferior to Lin Yu's, only their temperaments were completely different, like an ice rose with thorns. Wang Qing paused for a moment, frowned, and looked her up and down.
His tone was clearly impatient. Hey, who are you? Isn't the competition over?
He turned to look at Director Hu Yongli, who stood at the edge of the ring with a look of astonishment, and raised his voice. Director Hu, are you guys from Tsinghua and Peking University sore losers?
What do you mean? You're breaking your promise, aren't you?
Director Hu Yongli did not respond, and lowered his head as if somewhat embarrassed.
He understood, of course, the meaning behind Jiang Wanqing's sudden appearance on stage.
Even if Tsinghua and Peking University were in the wrong, they could not side with outsiders.
Jiang Wanqing was not angry upon hearing this.
Instead, a faint smile appeared on her lips, and her voice was cold. My name is Jiang Wanqing.
This competition represents only me personally, not Tsinghua University.
I just saw a worthy opponent and my hands were itching to fight. Wang Qing chuckled, striking a lazy pose, and rubbed his nose. I don't care who you are. It was supposed to be 7 against 7, but I have absolutely no interest in that.
I've completed my mission, I'm exhausted, and I need to go back to sleep.
Hey, Director Hu, stop playing dead and come up here to say a few words. He spoke lightly, but he knew exactly what was going on in his mind. The moment Jiang Wanqing landed, a thin layer of frost silently condensed on the arena beneath her feet. Although it was fleeting, the chill and energy fluctuations emanating from that instant were anything but ordinary. Although he knew that the old lecher must have gotten a lot of benefits from Tsinghua and Peking University in this competition, Wang Qing could guess with his own eyes that one of the benefits was definitely the dungeon resources and all cultivation resources from Tsinghua and Peking University. Otherwise, given Xianglan's educational resources, even if all the students they recruited were monsters, they would be overtaken by them all within 6 months. I heard that even the dungeon fees for the 7-day intensive training were borrowed, but Wang Qing didn't care about that. With laborers around, he could level up even while lying down.
Since the mission was already completed and he had 700,000 in hand, why bother with more dungeons?
There was no benefit to be gained. Seeing that Hu Yangli remained silent, Wang Qing stopped pressing him and turned to walk off the stage on his own. This left the entire Tsinghua Peking University training ground completely stunned.
What's going on? Why is Junior Jian Wanqing up there? Didn't she not participate in the match against Xianlan? And it's already over, 7 against 7. Although it's not a happy ending, Xianlan has already won. What did she say? Personal behavior? Doesn't represent the school? What kind of weird move is this? I don't understand. Why did Wang Qing just leave? Was he scared? Impossible. He killed Xin Fu with one punch. Is the competition really over? Shanglan has already won, so what's going on with Jiang Shueme?
The stands were abuzz with discussion, filled with confusion and bewilderment.
Jiang Wanqing's appearance and words, along with Wang Qing's completely illogical reaction, left everyone baffled.
In the Shanglan preparation area, Ren Xingyuan was the first to jump up, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Qingbei is shameless.
We agreed on a 7-on-7 match, and we've already finished it. Now they're sending someone else up?
If they can't accept defeat, they should just say so.
It's utterly shameless."
His loud voice was particularly jarring amidst the noise, drawing angry glares from countless teachers and students from Tsinghua and Peking universities, yet they were unable to refute him, since Jiang Wanqing's actions were indeed somewhat abrupt and in the wrong. Jiang Wanqing watched Wang Qing's retreating figure without hesitation, a hint of surprise flashing in her purple eyes, which was then replaced by an even stronger fighting spirit. She snorted coldly, her voice not loud, but clearly drowning out the noise in the room, carrying undisguised mockery.
So the so-called top scorer in the college entrance examination is just a coward who dares not accept challenges?
It seems that Xianlan is nothing more than that, only able to hide behind the victory that his teammates won with their blood and bloat. Wang Qing didn't even pause, as if he hadn't heard anything, and continued walking off the stage. Now it was Zhu Zhiyong's turn to panic. Just as the cooked duck was about to fly away, his obese figure vanished from the podium in an instant. The next instant, he appeared directly in front of Wang Qing like a ghost, a kind smile on his face like never before, and rubbed his hands together.
"Oh, my good apprentice, Qing Ji.
Don't be in such a hurry to leave.
Look, that young lady is sincerely challenging you. Why don't you just give in and stretch your muscles a bit more?"
Wang Qing abruptly stopped, looked up at Zhu Zhiyong's obsequious old face, and his pent-up anger instantly erupted.
"Activity my ass.
You bastards, look at Sun Meng, Feng Shiran, Lin Yu, and the others.
Who didn't fight half to death for this piece of trash of yours?
And now they're still lying there, clueless about whether they're alive or dead.
You still have the nerve to ask me to hit them again? Hit your mother my ass. If you want to hit someone, go hit them yourself."
His voice was loud and merciless, and his scolding made Zhu Zhiyong's smile freeze instantly. Everyone who heard this stared in disbelief at Wang Qing, then at Zhu Zhiyong, who looked embarrassed but unusually remained silent. The top executives at Tsinghua and Peking universities looked at each other in disbelief. They knew Zhu Zhiyong's temper very well. He was the kind of guy who dared to curse Guan Sunhai to his nose. Now, he was being publicly berated by his own student and didn't even dare to talk back.
Just who is this Wang Qing? Why is old man Zhu so timid in front of him? Zhu Zhiyong's face flushed red and then turned pale.
He suddenly leaned close to Wang Qing and whispered, almost biting his ear, "Little ancestor, keep your voice down. I just managed to negotiate some more benefits."
Wang Qing, with an "I knew it" expression, shook him off and continued walking.
Zhu Zhiyong gripped his arm tightly, lowering his voice even further, and spoke rapidly with a smile. "How about this? Let's have another match. The benefits, we'll split them 50-50.
Wang Qing unceremoniously shook off his hand. "What the hell are you hitting me for? I'm going back to sleep."
June 4th. You get 60%, I get 40%.
73.
You get 7, I get 3.
Is that all right?
Air. You son of a bitch, don't be too greedy.
Zhu Zhiyong's face was contorted with heartache.
The audience could only see the two pulling and tugging at each other by the ring, their lips moving rapidly, but they couldn't hear the specific content. All they could see was Zhu Zhiyong's extremely rich expressions, sometimes pleading, sometimes in pain, and sometimes gritting his teeth, as if he were haggling over a price in a vegetable market. They were all dumbfounded and completely bewildered. What was going on this time? Wang Qing finally stopped, looked at Zhu Xiong, and wagged his index finger, saying in a cheeky tone, "I won't fight, unless
I want them all." Zhu Xiong was instantly dumbfounded, his mouth agape like a duck being choked.
After a long pause, he nodded weakly, as if his bones had been removed, and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, "You little bastard." Before Zhu Xiong could finish speaking, he threw out a sentence, "If you don't agree, I'm leaving,"
and continued walking forward. "Little rascal, it's a deal. Is that all right now?" Zhu Xiong was completely exasperated.
He never imagined that he, who had been so shrewd all his life, would be defeated by this little bastard.
Chapter 100, A Test of Strength.
Upon hearing Zhu Xiong's words of compromise, Wang Qing turned around with satisfaction. The laziness and impatience on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a sharp, knife-like fighting spirit. Zhu Xiong stepped forward again and solemnly reminded him, "Don't blame me for not being clear. If you lose, we'll have nothing left, including your 700,000.
Wang Chang waved impatiently, "Don't worry about me. What are you standing there for? Waiting to eat? Get down here. You little bastard, watch your mouth when you talk to me."
In the blink of an eye, he was back on the stage, awkwardly muttering to himself, "They're really relatives, there's just no way around it, hee hee." Then, Wang Qing walked back to the center of the ring step by step, his eyes fixed on his next opponent, Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing watched this farce with a cold eye from beginning to end, her purple eyes showing no ripples, only an ever-growing desire to fight. For her, competitions and school reputation are meaningless, the only real fun is competing against strong opponents. She is never bound by rules, because she believes that in this world, only the strong are the rules.
Shanglan Technical School, Wang Qing, F-level professional, Emer, Lv.45.
Wang Cheng announced his name again, this time with undeniable seriousness in his voice. Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly, her body radiating a chilling aura that caused the temperature of the arena floor to plummet. Qingbei University, Jiang Wanqing, SSS rank class, Ice Phoenix, Lv.38.
Please enlighten me, Wang.
Before she finished speaking, she flipped her jade-like hand, and a strange weapon appeared in her hand. That was not a long sword in the traditional sense, but more like a huge bird feather that had been forcibly broken off but had been carefully polished. The feather shaft was as white as jade, incredibly tough, and the broken edge was jagged, yet it gleamed with an unparalleled sharpness. The feathers exhibit a gradient of icy blue, with wisps of cold air emanating from them as if they were alive, making the surrounding air seem frozen.
That's Ice Phoenix Feather Blade?
On the podium, Vice Principal Zhua Honglian, who was well versed in the world, exclaimed in surprise. Rumor has it that the former mayor of Wangnan City in the north used the life essence of a 6th-tier ice-type overlord beast to forge it. Although it is only an epic-level beast, it contains a trace of the Ice Phoenix's original power due to the heaven-defying materials, making its power comparable to a legendary beast. I never expected it to be in her hands. Back on the stage, Zhu Xiong narrowed his small eyes, his previous playful expression gone, and muttered, "I knew it felt familiar." As expected, she's old Ice's precious granddaughter. This broken feather sword is a weapon that has drunk the blood of a 6th-tier alien beast. This kid is probably really going to run into a tough opponent. On the arena, Wang Qing's gaze also became extremely solemn. His all-seeing divine sense had already swept over the area.
Name, Jiang Wanqing. Class, Ice Phoenix SSS rank. Level, Lv.38 Tier 1. Strength, 100 base attribute plus 30 th tier attribute bonus plus 72 first tier attribute bonus equals 202.
Agility, 100 base attribute plus 30 th tier attribute bonus plus 72 first tier attribute bonus equals 202. Spirit, 100 base attribute plus 30 th tier attribute bonus plus 72 first tier attribute bonus equals 202. Stamina, 100 base attribute plus 30 tier attribute bonus plus 72 1 tier attribute bonus equals 202. Exclusive skill, Ice Phoenix Domain Epic creates a barrier within a certain range. Within the barrier, the user's base attributes are increased by 5%, while the opponent's base attributes are reduced by 5%. The user has control over everything within the barrier and can use it at any time for both offense and defense. Self-taught skills, Extreme Cold Thrust Epic, concentrates power into the weapon to form a giant ice spike, increasing strength and agility by 10%, cooldown 5 minutes Frozen Path Rare, creates a giant ice cage on the ground to trap opponents, cooldown 5 minutes Winter's Guardian Rare, covers the entire body in ice armor to defend against enemy attacks. Ice Emperor's Feather Epic.
Weapon, Ice Phoenix Broken Feather Blade Epic, enhances strength and stamina. Its attributes are all extremely high, and its skill configuration is excellent.
In particular, its weapon looks no less powerful than Shao Nanan's Starfall Skullbreaker and Ice Emperor Feather, which are obviously extremely terrifying killing moves. Damn it, I shouldn't have agreed to that old lecher's offer so easily. This little girl is a bit troublesome. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, and the faint yet condensed qi in his body began to circulate. He lowered his waist and straightened his stance, placing his hands one in front of the other, and once again assumed the starting posture of Wing Chun. This time, his posture was more composed, his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, and his muscles were in a state of perfect coordination, like a fully drawn bow. This weird pose again. Jiang Wanqing's purple eyes flashed, and without saying another word, she flicked her wrist. Sizzle. The Ice Phoenix broken feather blade sliced through the air, leaving a visible icy blue trail, and the surrounding temperature plummeted once again. Her figure blurred instantly, like an ice rainbow flying close to the ground at an astonishing speed, heading straight for Wang Qing's central palace. Wang Qing's pupils contracted. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping to the side and delivering a precise right-hand punch to the side of the broken feather blade, attempting to deflect the incredibly sharp thrust with skillful force. Clang! The fists clashed, producing a crisp sound like metal striking metal. Wang Qing felt an extremely cold and domineering energy surge into his body through his fist, instantly covering his entire arm with a thin layer of ice. The bone-chilling cold almost froze his blood in bones. At the same time, the sharpness of the broken feather blade far exceeded expectations, and a slight cutting pain came from the place where the fist made contact with it. What a terrifying weapon! What an eerie, chilling force! Wang Qing grunted, his blood surging. He instantly activated the warm energy in his dantian, forcefully dispelling the chill in his arm. He turned his fist into a clenched fist, stuck it to the handle of the feather blade, and pulled it backward. At the same time, his left palm silently struck Jiang Wanqing's ribs. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. She hadn't expected that the other party could withstand her feather blade with his bare hands and instantly neutralize the cold air to launch a counterattack. She floated backward as if weightless, her feather blade spun back, slashing at Wang Qing's wrist, forcing him to withdraw his palm. The two fought with lightning speed, exchanging more than 10 moves in an instant. Wang Qing's Wing Chun style features short, narrow stances, explosive bursts of power, and close-quarters combat. His moves are exquisite and concise, allowing him to defuse crises and launch counterattacks at the last possible moment. Jiang Wanqing had actually been testing Wang Qing's strength with these dozen or so moves, but she didn't expect his strength to far exceed her expectations. Each collision made Jiang Wanqing's wrist slightly numb. Even more incredibly, Wang Qing's bare hands were able to withstand her ice blades, and a faint glow could be seen emanating from his arms. What exactly is this? Is it a skill? Xu Xion, standing on the high platform, saw everything clearly. He was filled with pride. He couldn't believe that in just 7 days, Wang Qing had managed to circulate his qi throughout his body and knew how to fully combine and utilize his physical strength with his qi. He was truly a promising young man. Otherwise, Jiang Yatu would probably have dislocated his hand with those few blows. Hee little Qingqing, she has a bit of a temper, but she's a real rough gem. Chapter 101. But I haven't done my part yet. Jiang Wanqing's movements were unpredictable, like dancing on ice, agile and unpredictable. Her Ice Phoenix broken feather blade was extremely sharp, and with each swing, a chilling aura spread, constantly trying to slow down and freeze Wang Qing's movements. She lightly tapped her feet from time to time, instantly casting the Frozen Path spell in an attempt to trap Wang Qing. Wang Qing's fist whistled through the air, shattering the ice cage with a single punch. The two sides exchanged blows, sometimes producing dull thuds of collision, and sometimes rang out with the sharp whistling of blades cutting through the air. One is powerful and experienced, the other is swift and decisive, with excellent control over the field. This unexpected tiebreaker was more exciting and dangerous than any of the previous battles. The two sides only exchanged tentative blows, yet the teachers and students on the stage were dazzled and held their breath in the excitement. Although the match between Tsinghua University and Shanglan had already shocked the Tsinghua University leadership, what shocked them the most was Wang Chang. They were deeply suspicious that someone could withstand Jiang Wanqing's Ice Phoenix broken feather blade with just their bare hands. Since ancient times, the difference between the strength of different professions has been as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Could it be that Wang Chang has broken free from the shackles of professional ranks? This is simply unbelievable. On the ring, Wang Qing seized an opening and threw a punch. Jiang Wanqing hurriedly took 2 steps back to avoid the force of the punch. The two sides then distanced themselves from each other. Wang Qing's expression was indifferent. He put his hands behind his back and shook them, saying, "Damn, my hands are almost frozen." Jiang Wanqing stood opposite Wang Qing, her Ice Phoenix broken feather blade held in front of her chest. The dozen or so moves she had exchanged with Wang Qing had completely shocked her.
An extremely strong opponent, definitely not just an F rank. After a few seconds of stunned silence, a chilling glint flashed in Jiang Wanqing's purple eyes. Ice Phoenix Domain. Jiang Wanqing shouted, finally activating her exclusive barrier skill.
Centered on her, a light blue spherical field with a diameter of over 30 meters suddenly opened up, enveloping Wang Qing within it. Within the area, the temperature instantly dropped to extremely low levels, and countless tiny ice crystals condensed in the air.
Wang Qinglian's simple gesture of raising his hand became visibly slowed down.
Each breath he took carried a cold white mist, frost formed on his eyebrows and hair, and even the circulation of qi within his body was somewhat hindered.
Wang Qing quickly brought up his basic attribute panel. Name, Wang Cheng. Class, F rank Emer Hidden Class, Founding Titan, not yet awakened. Level, Lv.45 Tier 1.
Strength, 10 base attribute plus 45 0 tier attribute bonus plus 147 Lin Yu attribute bonus equals 202. Agility, 10 base attribute plus 45 0 tier attribute bonus plus 147 Lin Yu attribute bonus equals 202. Spirit, 10 base attribute plus 45 0 tier attribute bonus plus 147 Lin Yu attribute bonus equals 202. Stamina, 10 base attribute plus 45 0 tier attribute bonus plus 147 Lin Yu attribute bonus equals 202.
Exclusive skill, True Form. Synchronized skill enhancement, Thunderous Guidance. Spider Hands. TSK, this is troublesome. Wang Qing felt his movements were hindered and his aura was obviously weakening, so he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Without Lin Yu present, the basic attribute bonuses after transformation cannot be simultaneously enhanced, and Wang Qing's current basic attributes are evenly matched with Jiang Wanqing's.
But this damned barrier has already put Wang Qing at a disadvantage.
With the enhancement of her domain, Jiang Wanqing moved faster and launched a more ferocious attack.
The broken feather blade transformed into a sky full of icy blue light and shadow, enveloping Wang Qing. Wang Qing could only push the defensive stance of Wing Chun to its limit, using techniques such as spreading, swinging, crouching, pillowing, choking, circling, lifting, and parrying. His arms moved like wheels, desperately protecting his vital points. His fists, palms, and arms clashed repeatedly with the terrifying broken feather blade, producing a continuous series of clanging sounds. Ice shards were constantly shaken off his arms, while new ice continuously covered them. His steps became heavy, but he still maintained the unique rhythm of Wing Chun, rapidly dodging the ice spikes that occasionally protruded from the ground and the most deadly feather blade strikes within a small area. The situation reached a stalemate, but it was clear to everyone that Wang Qing was extremely passive in his opponent's territory, and defeat seemed to be only a matter of time.
Brother Qing, be careful. Ran Qingyuan was sweating profusely from below the stage.
Xu Zhiyong clenched his fists on the platform, his small eyes filled with worry. Damn it, the little brat is suddenly at a disadvantage.
Guan Songhai and the others looked delighted. Were they finally going to save face?
Just when everyone thought Wang Qing was about to be defeated, a ruthless glint flashed in Wang Qing's eyes.
We can no longer use the conventional approach.
He took a deep breath, and the nebula-like qi in his dantian began to spin wildly at an unprecedented speed. A scorching power instantly flowed through his limbs and bones, and the ice on his arms shattered. He took the full force of Jiang Wanqing's feather blade slash aimed at his shoulder. As blood spurted out, his right fist, like a cannonball, gathered all his energy and power, ignoring the suppression of the surrounding area. With a simple and brutal inch punch, he struck Jiang Wanqing's wrist holding the blade. This is a strategy of trading blows for blows, with the aim of forcing her to withdraw her attacks.
Jiang Wanqing's purple eyes suddenly narrowed.
She had not expected the other party to be so bold. The power contained in that fist made her feel threatened. Without hesitation, she flipped her wrist, and the broken feather blade spun back, slicing towards Wang Qing's wrist tendons in an attempt to force him back.
However, Wang Qing neither dodged nor avoided the attack.
The feather blade was extremely sharp, instantly slicing open Wang Qing's wrist, and blood gushed out. But his fist also landed squarely on Jiang Wanqing's wrist. A clear crack sounded as bone broke. Jiang Wanqing groaned, feeling a sharp pain in her wrist, and the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade almost flew out of her hand. Staggered backward from the force, Wang Qing pressed his advantage, enduring the pain in his hands as he relentlessly advanced, unleashing a barrage of Wing Chun punches that rained down on Jiang Wanqing's wide-open chest. Despite the immense pain, Jiang Wanqing remained calm and, by activating the barrier's energy, instantly teleported to a corner of the arena. Wang Qing's punch missed its mark, and he immediately withdrew his hand, turning around to face the direction where Jiang Wanqing had appeared, not daring to be careless at all. Jiang Wanqing looked at Wang Qing, who was facing her warily. Her purple hair was a little messy, and her cold eyes finally ignited with unprecedented shock and excitement. She steadied herself, glanced at her right wrist, which was obviously swollen and bruised, and might even be fractured, and then looked at Wang Qing's left shoulder and right wrist, which were still bleeding profusely. You truly deserve to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination, but it seems you've already given it your all, while I haven't even put in my effort yet. Her voice remained icy, yet carried an unparalleled confidence. She slowly raised the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade, holding it upright between her brows. The chilling aura emanating from her body began to converge, compress, and condense inward at an alarming speed. The temperature of the entire arena, and even the entire venue, seemed to be converging on the broken feather blade in her hand. An intense, chilling cold began to spread. Extreme cold thrust.
Chapter 102. Who gave you your confidence?
Wang Cheng watched as Jiang Wanqing manipulated the cold air on the field to rapidly condense, and the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade emitted a piercing hum. He then glanced down at his still bleeding wrist, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips, revealing an undisguised disdain. Just as Jiang Wanqing was about to unleash her full power with extreme cold thrust, she keenly caught his fleeting expression and was taken aback, her movements pausing almost imperceptibly for a moment.
How can he still be laughing at a time like this? Has he given up? Impossible.
Wang Cheng knew for a moment that if he didn't produce something truly impressive, he might really be in trouble today. He took a deep breath, and his tense Wing Chun stance suddenly relaxed. He stood up casually, his face returning to its lazy and nonchalant expression. He even raised his hand to scratch his hair.
A deadly move is imminent. What is he doing? I'm a little confused. Is this a surrender? What else can they do? Are you scared out of your wits? Retracting your fist now? Are you out of your mind?
A gasp of surprise erupted on stage. No one could understand what was happening. Even Zhu Ziyong on the podium almost jumped up, cursing inwardly with a fierce expression, "You little bastard.
Are you really trying to throw the game for me?
My money, if you lose, just wait until I get back and see how I deal with you."
Amidst the gasps of surprise and disbelief, Jiang Wanqing's deadly move was complete.
The Ice Phoenix broken feather blade floated in the air, frantically absorbing all the cold air within the Ice Phoenix domain. It continuously condensed and extended at the broken edge, transforming in the blink of an eye into a complete, flawless, and crystal-clear sword. The sword gleamed with a cold light, its sharpness sending chills through people from afar, as if it could easily cut through metal and stone. The continuous stream of cold air instantly enveloped the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade, forming a huge ice spike like a ground spike. The power of this move lies in this: even if it can break through the initial ice spike attacks, the real killing move is within the Ice Phoenix feather-severing blade.
Take this! Jiang Wanqing shouted coldly, pointing her finger.
The enormous ice spike, encased in the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade, emitted a sharp, piercing whistle as it hurtled straight at Wang Qing's body. Wherever it passed, the air froze, and even the arena floor was plowed with a deep icy ravine by the escaping cold air. Faced with this terrifying attack, Wang Qing's eyes sharpened, and his hand suddenly formed a hand seal that only a mage would make in front of him.
Roar! Suddenly, a loud dragon's roar, seemingly coming from a high-level dungeon, was heard.
A scorching wave of heat suddenly spread out from Wang Qing, instantly dispelling the chill around him. A ferocious fire dragon, composed entirely of crimson flames, roared and soared into the sky from between his hands, which were forming a hand seal, lunging at the giant ice cone with bared fangs and claws.
What? This is Fire Dragon Technique. The entire venue was instantly stunned. Fire skills only mages can use? Isn't he an F-rank class called Emer? F-rank professions are the worst. How could he use such powerful magic? And this power is absolutely comparable to that of an SSS rank mage.
Holy crap, this has really shattered my worldview.
You can actually do this?
It's true that Wang Qing is an F-rank class, Emer, but this class, which is considered the worst by everyone, has a hidden advantage that is overlooked by most people and can be described as heaven-defying. Emer is a slave, specifically an F-rank slave Emer, who can be either a warrior or a support character. This means she has no fixed skill restrictions. As long as one has sufficient mental strength and the energy attributes are compatible, theoretically any skill can be learned and mastered. But if it weren't for Wang Qing's system support, who would have allowed an F-rank class to learn the invaluable epic skill, Fire Dragon Technique? Even if a regular F-rank character were to learn the skill, their base stats would be pitifully low, making it a complete waste of their potential. This fire dragon technique was a loot he obtained from Li Nang's storage ring after defeating him in the beginner dungeon. The flaming dragon and the ice cone were about to collide in mid-air, and everyone was waiting for the earth-shattering explosion. But the next second, something happened that made everyone's eyes pop out. The flame dragon suddenly twisted its body in mid-air, avoiding the direct impact of the giant ice spike, and carrying the scorching heat that could burn everything, it crashed hard into the barrier of the Ice Phoenix domain that covered the entire area. Boom! Amidst a deafening explosion, flames and icy energy collided violently. The entire pale blue spherical barrier fluctuated violently, emitting a crack sound as it collapsed under the strain, and the temperature inside began to rise again. What? His target is the barrier? Jiang Wanqing's purple eyes narrowed instantly, completely shocked. Then her expression changed slightly. The flame dragon is attacking the barrier. Do you think my ice spikes can withstand it head-on? That's overestimating yourself. Just as Jiang Wanqing had disdainfully predicted, Wang Qing, at the very moment the flame dragon crashed into the barrier, crossed his arms in front of him and directly met it head-on. At the same time, he uttered a low shout, crystal hardening. The most unbelievable thing happened. Lin Yu's signature defensive skill actually appeared on Wang Qing. A dazzling crystal light instantly covered his arms and spread rapidly. Look! Wang Qing's injured arm. A cry of surprise immediately drew everyone's attention. Under the crystal covering, the wound that had been cut by the feather blade was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it! It's the exact same skill as Lin Yu in her giantess form. A loud clang was heard. The giant ice spike slammed into Wang Qing's crossed crystal arms, and the huge impact propelled Wang Qing backward for more than 10 meters, carving 2 deep furrows into the arena floor with his feet. But incredibly, he actually withstood it. Immediately afterwards, fine cracks began to appear on the ice cone, and huge ice shards fell down with a series of cracks. Cut it off right now! Wang Qing roared. With a bang, the huge ice shard shattered, but the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade continued to pierce forward with its kinetic energy unchanged the instant the ice cone broke. That's a really tricky skill. Wang Qing suddenly looked up, his hands still in a blocking stance. The dazzling crystals all over his body rapidly condensed towards his arms, growing thicker and thicker. At the same time, his chi combined with his physical attributes circulated on his arms to form a secondary defense. With 2 louder clangs than before, the crystal armor on Wang Qing's arms fell off, and the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade lost its momentum, its blue aura dimmed, and the intact sword tip shattered. Wang Qing then flung the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade more than 10 meters away, where it was deeply embedded in the arena floor. He shook his slightly numb arm. The Ice Phoenix broken feather blade had only caused a minor abrasion on his right arm. Then he looked at Jiang Wanqing, whose face showed surprise for the first time, and sneered, "What are you so smug about? You think I went all out in just a few moves? Who gave you that confidence?" That being said, Wang Qing was actually unwilling to reveal his skills too early, but unfortunately, Jiang Wanqing was indeed very strong. Chapter 103 The weak practice swordsmanship, the strong comprehend the way of the sword. Wang Qing's amazing performance moved everyone in the audience. Xu Ziyang grinned and shouted smugly, "Goodness, I didn't expect this little brat to have a trick up his sleeve. I really underestimated him." Upon hearing this, everyone on the platform turned pale and remained silent. Yi was also stunned and remained silent for a long time. He had always thought that Wang Qing's title of champion was undeserved, but he was surprised that Wang Qing could fight Jiang Wanqing to such an extent, which completely refreshed his understanding. "Brother Qing, kill her. Don't be gentle with her. You have sister Lin Yu and Xiao Nannan, that's enough. Otherwise, your back won't be able to hold up. I'm doing this for your sake." Ren Qingyuan loudly reminded him without any restraint. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing's forehead creased with annoyance. "Shut up, or I'll make you mute." After saying that, he moved again, as fast as a ghost, and instantly closed the distance between himself and Jiang Wanqing. With the Ice Phoenix domain broken, Jiang Wanqing could no longer use her teleportation speed. Jiang Wanqing quickly snapped back to her senses, rapidly forming hand seals with her left hand and shouting sharply, "Winter Guardian." The icy aura on the arena instantly formed a rotating ice crystal shield, blocking her way. "Break it for me." Wang Qing gave her no chance to escape. He unleashed his Wing Chun inch power, and his fists pounded out like piledrivers. Bang bang bang. The fist, hardened by crystal, contained powerful basic attributes and its own chi, each punch as heavy as a mountain. The ice crystal shield shattered after only 3 punches. The fourth and fifth punches landed squarely on Jiang Wanqing's crossed arms as she tried to block. Although Jiang Wanqing was wearing defensive armor, the armor shattered after only withstanding one punch. Bang bang bang. Jiang Wanqing felt an irresistible force coming at her. Her arms were in excruciating pain, blood spurted out, and she was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena. She struggled for a few moments before managing to kneel and steady herself. Wang Qing licked his lips. Tenderly cherish women? He's Wang Qing, absolutely not. At this moment, the entire venue fell into dead silence once again. No one could believe their eyes. Wang Qing actually shattered Jiang Wanqing's killing move and defense head-on in such a brute force way? He even broke through Jiang Wanqing's barrier with a feint attack. Jiang Wanqing struggled to lift her head, her purple hair disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and her armor tattered. As she watched Wang Qing approach step by step, her eyes blazed with shock, but also with an even more intense fighting spirit and the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Good, very good. Wang Qing, you are the first person to push me to this point. Her voice was breathless, but still carried an air of unyielding pride. Wang Qing stopped a few meters in front of her, shook his hand, and the hardened crystal slowly faded, revealing the skin underneath that had already healed. He curled his lip. Would it kill you to put on less pretense? If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. Why all the nonsense? Lose? A resolute glint flashed in Jiang Wanqing's eyes. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand and slowly straightened up. It's not over yet. She clasped her hands together abruptly, and the remaining chill around her gathered behind her at an unprecedented speed. A huge and magnificent ice phoenix totem slowly emerged in the void behind her, exuding an aura of ancient ice phoenix power. That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Let's see how you counter this move. Ice Emperor transformation. His words carried an indomitable spirit. The Ice Phoenix broken feather blade, deeply embedded in the arena floor, seemed to be summoned, letting out a clear cry before soaring into the sky and merging into the totem. The next second, the totem shone brightly, and countless thin, yet incredibly sharp, ice-blue feather blades instantly condensed in the air, densely packed and blotting out the sky, all pointing their tips at Wang Qing below. This scene made even seasoned Tsinghua and Peking University faculty and students, who had seen many grand occasions, tremble. Wang Qing looked up at this spectacular yet deadly scene, but his face showed no fear whatsoever. He even had a moment to glance at Zhu Ziyong, who had stood up nervously on the podium. When Zhu Ziyong met his gaze, he was taken aback at first, then seemed to understand something. His cloudy little eyes suddenly burst with excitement, and his lips trembled slightly. Little brat, are you going to show the results of your efforts over the past 7 days? Wang Qing withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath. The nebula-like chi within his body circulated wildly at an unprecedented speed, flowing through his limbs and bones, even causing the energy in the surrounding air to emit a slight hum. He pointed his fingers like a sword and slowly raised his arm. An incomparably powerful aura, capable of severing everything, emanated from him. Buzz. In the void surrounding his body, countless translucent, pale golden sword-shaped phantoms materialized out of thin air. These sword shadows were not physical entities, yet they exuded a chillingly sharp sword intent, trembling and emitting soft ringing sounds. The weak practice swordsmanship, the strong comprehend the way of the sword. This is not a move from a skill book, but the signature move of Zhu Ziyong, known as the Sword Saint of the Dragon Kingdom. One sword breaks all laws. In just 7 days, the sword intent has begun to take shape. Wang Qing's sword intent alone was enough to awe the entire audience. What is this? Principal Guan Songhai stared at Zhu Ziyong in shock. The scene before him was all too familiar. He couldn't believe there was another person in the world capable of such a feat. Zhu Ziyong was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He seemed to see his former self in Wang Qing. Go! Cut! The two spoke almost simultaneously. A barrage of icy blue feather blades rained down like a torrential downpour, hurtling towards Wang Qing. Meanwhile, the countless sword-intent phantoms surrounding Wang Qing surged upwards, transforming into a pale golden torrent that tore through the heavens and earth. Ice and gold, sword and feathers, two extreme forces collided violently in mid-air. Boom boom boom. An unprecedentedly intense explosion resounded throughout the Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena. The violet energy shockwave suddenly spread out in a ring, and the protective light shield of the arena could not even withstand it for half a second. It shattered completely in an instant, just like paper, and energy fragments flew everywhere. The teachers and students in the stands who were nearby were blown about by the blast wave and screamed in surprise. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, eagerly awaiting the final outcome of this battle, which far exceeded the strength of a first-tier opponent. As the light gradually faded, Wang Qing stood in the center of the arena, his clothes torn in several places, looking somewhat disheveled, and his breathing was rapid, but his eyes remained bright. On the other side, Jiang Wanqing knelt on one knee, supporting her body with the broken feather blade, with a pool of glaring blood in front of her. The ice phoenix totem behind her had vanished, and her face was as pale as paper, clearly indicating that she was no longer able to fight. Wang Cheng knew that his sword intent had already pierced her left shoulder, so there was really no need to finish her off. The students and teachers from Tsinghua and Peking universities in the stands were still hoping that Jiang Wanqing could stand up again, but the outcome was already decided. Jiang Wanqing coughed up a large amount of blood, then her vision went black, and she collapsed. Chapter 104. Strength is always the hardest fist to break through prejudice. Everyone in the entire venue was stunned and at a loss as they watched the two men's amazing moves. A first-tier professional with this level of skill? Unbelievable. Why does Wang Qing possess Lin Yu's skills? It doesn't make sense. Aren't skills usually dropped from dungeons? Could it be that two identical skill books dropped from the same dungeon? The probability of that is too low. Didn't you see? Wang Qing's last move was far stronger than an epic level skill, it's even more illogical. Guan Songhai, Zhou Honglian, and all the other top officials from Tsinghua and Peking universities on the podium had faces filled with utter shock and disappointment. An F-rank class used something resembling sword intent and directly shattered the strongest attack of the SSS rank class, Ice Phoenix. Is this still a skill? If so, how did Wang Qing obtain the skill book? This has completely overturned their understanding of the professional system. Yuya stood in the preparation area of Tsinghua University, his face deathly pale, his lips trembling, muttering to himself, sword intent, it's actually the nascent form of sword intent, how is this possible, how old is he, a sword saint, could he be a sword saint? No, this is impossible. It doesn't make sense. The Tsinghua and Peking University elites beside Yuya all hung their heads. Wang Qing's performance was like a powerful slap in the face, making them unable to lift their heads, their faces full of disappointment. Xu Xiong was overjoyed, his face flushed with excitement. He slapped his thigh and burst into laughter, his voice echoing throughout the room. Wow, did you see that, Xiaoguan, Zuomeizi, and you bunch of arrogant guys, did you see that clearly? He pointed triumphantly at Wang Qing on the arena, his voice filled with triumphant satisfaction, this is the successor I chose. Although this brat can only unleash less than a tenth of his power, he has already begun to display sword intent. You all lost to my move, one sword breaks all laws, so Tsinghua and Peking University aren't shameful. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Principal Guan Songhai's body trembled violently. He looked at Xu Xiong in disbelief, then at the figure below the stage, and murmured in a trembling voice, Successor, one sword breaks all laws, so you were scheming all along for this, how is this possible? Then Guan Songhai was startled again. Successor? He hadn't heard that title in so many years. In today's world, professionals pursue skill benefits and are willing to serve as oxen and horses for various skills and forces. If schools did not have access to resources such as dungeons, weapon crafting, and alchemy, who would still go to university these days? I reckon the profession of teacher has long since disappeared into the annals of history. However, Master Zhu still holds fast to his original intention of imparting knowledge, teaching skills, and resolving doubts, and it seems he has already achieved some success. Based on this original intention alone, we can only look up to him from afar. Xu Xiong's image seemed to have grown even more impressive in Guan Songhai's mind. What was Zhu Lao's purpose in doing all this? Is it merely to demonstrate the success of training a successor? Even if Master Zhu had mastered the method of spreading the way, how could an ant shake a great tree? He was somewhat puzzled. Before the dust had completely settled on the stage, the medical team rushed forward to quickly check on Jiang Wanqing's condition. Wang Qing stood still, calming the surging blood and qi within his body and his almost depleted qi, looking at his opponent surrounded by medical staff with a complicated expression. After emergency treatment and administration of highly effective healing pills, a trace of color returned to Jiang Wanqing's pale face. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those deep purple eyes immediately spotted Wang Qing's figure. She showed no anger or resentment, but rather revealed an extremely complex emotion, including helplessness, scrutiny, and even a sense of regret for not having met sooner. She gave Wang Qing a deep look, her gaze seemingly trying to see right through him. Then, a faint smile appeared on her lips, a hint of self-mockery mixed with something else. She then slowly closed her eyes, allowing the medical staff to lift her onto the stretcher. Wang Qing was taken aback by her last look, and his heart skipped a beat. It was definitely not the simple resentment of a loser, it contained so much that he couldn't quite grasp it.
We won. Brother Cheng, we won.
You're amazing, I'm bowing down in admiration, ha ha ha. Ren Qingyuan and Yang Sanbao then rushed onto the stage like madmen, hugging Wang Qing tightly on either side, jumping and shouting excitedly, their spittle almost spraying onto his face.
Awesome, absolutely awesome. Brother Qing, you're inhuman. From now on, you're my big brother.
Ren Qingyuan shouted incoherently. Wang Qing was jolted back to his senses by their movements. He frowned and tried to break free, but his eyes still unconsciously followed the stretcher that was being carried away. Ren Qingyuan followed his gaze and saw Zhang Wanqing being carried out of the stadium. He immediately nudged Wang Qing with his elbow and chuckled in a low voice.
Yo, Brother Qing, you're something else.
Not satisfied with having two stunning beauties like Sister Lin Yu and Shan Nan, you've now set your sights on the Tsinghua and Peking University campus, Belle? You have good taste, but this girl seems to have a high sex drive, can your kidneys handle it?
Fuck you, who's your older brother?
Wang Qing was already annoyed by Zhang Wanqing's gaze, and upon hearing this, a nameless rage erupted within him. She abruptly shook off Ren Qingyuan's arm, glared at him fiercely, and said, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you into a mute."
Ren Qingyuan was startled by his reaction, shrank his neck, and muttered, "Just kidding, why are you so angry? Could it be that I was right?"
"Shut up.
Don't make me slap you when I'm in a good mood."
Wang Qing snapped impatiently. All right, you're the eldest brother, I'll shut up. I just wonder if Sister Lin Yu will be jealous if she sees this. Ren Qingyuan made a face at Wang Qing and stuck out his tongue. Before Wang Qing could finish cursing, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted, like a long-accumulated flood breaking through a dam. The entire Tsinghua Peking University Central Martial Arts Arena suddenly erupted with earth-shattering applause and cheers. Wang Qing ignored the annoying chatterbox, raised his head, and saw tens of thousands of people standing up at the same time, their eyes focused on him. The disdain and doubt that had been there before were gone from their eyes, and their place was sincere admiration, awe, and the purest respect for the strong. Thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. Regardless of victory or defeat, Wang Qing and the Shanglan Technical School he represents have earned everyone's respect through a series of fierce and exciting battles. Strength is always the strongest fist to break through prejudice. Wang Qing stood in the center of the applause, feeling the burning gazes coming from all directions, and let out a long breath. We won, even though the process was tortuous and the cost was heavy, we still won in the end. Just then, Wang Qing, looking around the stands, noticed that many dark-skinned students from Tsinghua and Peking universities, despite the outcome being decided, still wore disdainful expressions and hurriedly left the stage.
What's going on? Wasn't the slap in the face severe enough? Chapter 105 Heavenly Pavilion. Tsinghua University, Peking University, President's Office.
The atmosphere was completely different from the previous excitement at the martial arts arena. The faces of the vice presidents of Tsinghua and Peking universities seemed to be covered with frost. Principal Guan Sanghai sat behind his large desk, his face calm, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner turmoil.
To his left and right stood several vice principals, including Huang Baichuan and Zhua Honglian, their faces extremely grim.
Xu Zhiyong sat casually on the sofa opposite them, his obese body almost sinking into it. He crossed his legs, his little finger leisurely picking at his ear, and wore his signature, extremely smug smile.
Ahem. Guan Sanghai cleared his throat, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere.
He knew that Elder Zhu had come to negotiate terms. He forced a smile, admitting defeat. Mr. Zhu, congratulations. I never expected Shanglan to be so impressive.
Every student you've taught is a dragon among men.
Hee, not bad, just average in my opinion.
As long as I can beat you Tsinghua and Peking University students.
Xu Zhiyong chuckled, his arrogant expression seemingly telling everyone, if you're so capable, then beat us. Seeing this, Principal Zhua Honglian rolled her eyes in disgust, while Vice Principal Huang Baichuan wished he could slap this fat pig to death.
Xu Zhiyong's provocative words seemed to make the air in the office freeze even more.
He then smiled, knowing that he couldn't go too far at this moment.
If he completely fell out with Tsinghua and Peking University, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain?
He quickly changed the subject. Xiaoguan, you know I can be sharp-tongued, so let's skip the pleasantries and get down to business.
We, Shanglan, won the bet.
Guan Sanhai remained expressionless, having already accepted the fact that he was indeed inferior in skill, and there was nothing more to say. He took a deep breath, knowing there was no way to avoid it, and said in a deep voice, "Please speak, Elder Zhu. Tsinghua University is by no means a person who goes back on his word. We will agree to your previous requests regarding resource sharing, teacher sharing, access to dungeons, and even the 5 million Dragon Kingdom coins investment.
I just don't know what your conditions are afterward. We can discuss it further." Hey, hold on. Didn't we agree on one more match, and I could name my terms after that? Xu Xiong interrupted him bluntly. I'm the one who's bringing it up, not discussing it.
He then slowly extended 2 fingers as thick as carrots. The original conditions remain unchanged, but the investment amount will double.
In addition, one more condition.
He paused, his small eyes gleaming with greed, and solemnly said, word by word, my people must enter the heavenly descending pavilion.
What? The heavenly pavilion? That's absolutely impossible.
As soon as he finished speaking, Vice Principal Huang Baichuan, who had long disliked Zhu Xiong, stood up excitedly, his face showing an expression that left no room for negotiation.
Principal Guan Sunhai was also taken aback. He leaned forward, placed his hands on the table, and his voice changed. Elder Zhu, do you know what the Descent of Heaven Pavilion means? Doubling the amount is negotiable, but entering the Descent of Heaven Pavilion, I'm afraid I can't comply. The Heavenly Pavilion is an extremely special place for Tsinghua University, Peking University, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. It is not simply a treasure trove or a skill library. Legend has it that this pavilion is not a modern building, but a mysterious tower left over from ancient times. It was moved here by the ancestors of Tsinghua and Peking universities with great power and was covered with many restrictions. The pavilion has 3 floors, each of which is a self-contained space, and is incredibly mysterious. The first floor contains a vast collection of epic skill books, rare materials, and high-level equipment blueprints, making it one of the most important treasure troves for Tsinghua and Peking universities to reward outstanding students and inspire their potential. However, the entry requirements are extremely stringent, requiring a massive amount of credits and special contributions to earn a single entry opportunity, and access is usually restricted to a limited area. The second level is even more dangerous. The space inside is extremely unstable, the environment is harsh, and it even randomly connects to some unknown and dangerous dungeon fragments, where ferocious beasts of several levels may appear out of nowhere. That place is a place for powerful senior students and teachers to undergo life or death trials and seek opportunities. The mortality rate is always high. Without the strength of the 3rd rank or above, going in is basically suicide. As for the 3rd level, no one has actually entered and returned safely for over 100 years. There are very few records about that place, they only exist in the oldest fragments of the school's history. Rumor has it that the place is filled with bizarre and fantastical illusions that can reflect the deepest desires and fears in people's hearts, and may even allow glimpses into fragments of the future and past, making it easy for people to lose themselves and go completely insane. Its danger level far exceeds that of the 2nd level. It can be said that the 3rd level is a sealed and forbidden place. Xu Xiong picked his nose and flicked it, looking completely nonchalant. What? Trying to renege on the deal? Everyone in the audience heard it just now. Tsinghua and Peking University lost. Now you're trying to pull this on me? Guan Sanghai's face was ashen as he suppressed his anger. Elder Zhu, with your strength and knowledge, whether or not you enter the Heavenly Descent Pavilion is of no concern to you. Then, speaking at breakneck speed, he said, if it's just to find suitable epic level skill combinations for Wang Qing and the others, I can grant special permission to open the 1st level. Make a list of what you need, and we'll try our best to meet your requirements. Why do you have to go in personally? Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Huang Baichuan became somewhat anxious and reminded him, Principal Guan, I'm afraid. Guan Sanhai raised his hand to interrupt him, staring intently at Zhu Xiong in front of him. Xu Xiong chuckled at the extremely serious Guan Sanhai. Hee little Guan, you're quite generous. You're truly a man of your word. He paused, his voice turning cold. Unfortunately, what I want isn't the 1st level of access, nor the 2nd level. Then, leaning slightly forward, his small eyes meeting Guan Sanghai's burning gaze, he slowly said, what I want is full access to the 3rd level. The 3rd floor? A collective gasp filled the office. At this moment, even the most composed Guan Sanhai completely lost his composure. Old Zhu, have you gone mad? Guan Sanhai's voice was filled with disbelief. Don't you know what's going on the 3rd floor? It's a forbidden place that even I, the principal, don't have the authority to open easily. No one knows what's inside. No one has ventured there for 100 years. The danger is immeasurable. Are you willing to take such a risk for a few 1st-tier students? Please consider this carefully. Shanglan students are excellent, but they absolutely cannot pass even the second level.
Ah, Xiao Guan, you're such a kind person, but that's not something you need to worry about.
Xu Shiyong leaned back, reverting to his lazy demeanor. I know what I'm doing. Just tell me, yes or no?
His words carried a hint of threat.
No, absolutely not.
Vice Principal Huang Baichuan shouted excitedly.
This is no longer a matter of a bet.
You can joke about the lives of your students, but Tsinghua and Peking universities have to take responsibility for the sealing of the Heavenly Pavilion. Wan Sanhai glanced at Vice Principal Huang Baichuan but remained silent, as his words represented his stance. Xu Ziyang was somewhat stunned, staring blankly out the window for a moment. At this point, the negotiations seemed to have reached a dead end.
Chapter 106: The Rival I've Always Been Chasing.
Inside the president's office at Tsinghua and Peking universities, Xu Ziyang snapped out of his daze, glanced at Huang Baichuan's excited expression, and said, I was talking to Xiao Guan, why did you keep interrupting?
Can't you tell the difference between the big and small kings? Damn it, are you the boss of Tsinghua and Peking University? You. Alright, shut up, sit down and listen to what old Zhu has to say. Principal Guan Tsunghai scolded Vice Principal Huang upon hearing this. Huang Baichuan shook his head helplessly and sat down in his seat. After a few seconds, Zhu Ziyang said slowly, so you mean there's nothing to discuss? Fine, then I don't want any of the conditions we discussed before, including doubling the money. I only need access to the third level of the Heavenly Descent Pavilion this once. How about it? You Tsinghua and Peking University won't lose out on this deal, right? What's going on? The vice principals exchanged glances, their eyes meeting. They'd given up a 5 million Dragon Kingdom currency investment just for access to the Forbidden Land? What exactly is this old fox up to? What is it about the third floor that's attracting him? This is completely out of character for his greedy and lustful nature. Guan Sanhai frowned, staring intently at Zhu Ziyong, trying to find the answer in his face. But Zhu Ziyong's nonchalant expression revealed absolutely nothing. He quickly calculated in his mind. Should he agree? The third level was too dangerous. If something happened to Zhu Ziyong or his students inside, Tsinghua and Peking University would be held responsible. Moreover, opening the third level itself carried unknown risks. If we don't agree, then the label of Tsinghua and Peking University breaking their promise will be firmly attached to us, and that old guy definitely won't let it go so easily. Who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause in the future. More importantly, his decision to give up all practical benefits in order to enter the third level is extremely strange in itself. Is there some secret hidden behind it? After struggling for a long time, Wan Sanhai seemed to have aged considerably. He rubbed his temples wearily and asked in a hoarse voice, Elder Zhu, why are you so determined to enter the third level? What, is there there? Xu Ziyong looked up and around, then just smiled and remained tight-lipped. It's nothing, it's just that this old man has had enough of living and wants to go in and find a good burial place to put himself down. Is that not allowed? Then he gave Principal Guan a meaningful look. If it doesn't work, I'll take Wang Qing in with me. No matter how dangerous it is inside, can't I protect Wang Qing? Principal Guan Sanghai seemed to understand Zhu Ziyong's meaning, and he said cautiously, you all go out, I want to talk to Mr. Zhu alone. Headmaster. All right, get out of here. Principal Guan Sanhai commanded without room for argument. Seeing everyone leave with confusion and resentment, Zhu Ziyang blew a rogue whistle at Zhua Honglian, making her want to tear him to pieces. After everyone had left, Guan Sanhai patiently asked, Old Zhu, can you speak now? Zhu Ziyang was still captivated by Principal Zhua Honglian's graceful figure when he heard Principal Guan's question again. His face turned serious. Little Guan, you're quite perceptive. Seeing how sensible you are, I might as well tell you. Guan Sanhai sat down, listening with some anticipation to Zhu Ziyang's reasons. There's no grand purpose to it, really just two. As you've probably seen, Wang Qing is my successor. The second is, well, my own selfish motive. Principal Guan Sanhai's eyes welled up with tears as he listened. I never imagined. Elder Zhu, you. Zhu Ziyang chuckled twice. That's all I want. I hope you'll grant my wish, brother. Guan Sanhai wiped away his tears, then solemnly said, all right, I promise you. I'll grant you access to the third level of the Heavenly Pavilion once. But you must sign an agreement, and you will bear all the consequences yourself. Tsinghua and Peking universities will not be held responsible. Moreover, the entry time and personnel must be strictly reviewed and supervised by Tsinghua and Peking universities. Xu Ziyong's small eyes lit up immediately, and he slapped his thigh. Deal. Xiao Guan, you're so decisive. Ha ha ha. Kyoto First People's Hospital, Special Care Ward Area. Wang Qing, Ren Qingyuan, and the now lively Lu Jianan arrived here.
Sun Meng, Feng Shiran, Dong Kaier, and Lin Yu were all receiving treatment here for their serious injuries. Lu Jianan, who was only suffering from exhaustion and the side effects of the pills, recovered the fastest. At this moment, she was chattering excitedly, pulling Wang Qing along and waving her arms and legs.
Brother Qing, you're amazing. I heard it all from Ren Qingyuan. That last move, wow. So many golden swords. You defeated that purple-haired lady? Tell me in detail. And also, has Sister Lin Yu really gotten that big?
She exaggeratedly gestured with a huge hand, her eyes sparkling. Wang Qing was getting a headache from her nagging, so he gave her a few simple replies. Ren Qingyuan immediately seized the opportunity and began to boast, describing Wang Qing's final battle in glowing terms, emphasizing Wang Qing's brilliance and his own keen eye for talent. Lu Jianan's eyes lit up as she listened, her gaze towards Wang Qing filled with admiration. But when she heard that Lin Yu had transformed into a female giant and fought against Sima Yunfeng, her mouth gaped open in an O shape, her face filled with disbelief and envy. Wow, Sister Lin Yu is amazing, she can actually grow that big. So cool. Hearing Lu Jianan's envy, Wang Qing seized the opportunity to interject with a purpose. Do you want to grow as big as Sister Lin Yu? Lu Jianan blinked her big eyes repeatedly, looking at Wang Qing's serious expression with disbelief, her heart pounding. Stop listening to Brother Qing's bragging, look, we've arrived at the ward. Ren Qingyuan interrupted inappropriately. You should have your stinking mouth sewn shut, Wang Qing muttered to himself. Wang Qing then quickly walked to Lin Yu's hospital room. Through the glass window, he saw that Lin Yu had woken up and was leaning against the headboard. Her face was still pale, but her eyes were clear. He gently pushed the door open and went in. Lin Yu heard the noise, turned around, and saw that it was Wang Qing. Her clear and cold eyes flickered slightly as she looked him up and down. Seeing that he was a little tired but unharmed, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief imperceptibly. Are you, all right? Her voice was still a little weak. Yes, it's all right. We won. Wang Qing walked to the bedside, his voice unconsciously softening. Looking at Lin Yu's pale face and the bandages wrapped around her body, he felt a pang of pain and heartache, as if something had tugged at his heartstrings. Yes, I know. Lin Yu responded softly, her gaze falling on Wang Qing's slightly torn clothes and the faint, visible minor injuries. The last match, was it very difficult? It's all right, I took care of it easily. Wang Qing didn't want to talk about his fight, and looked at her with concern. How are you feeling? Are you badly injured? Their eyes met, and neither of them spoke, creating a quiet atmosphere in the ward. Some things don't need words, yet they can be clearly felt. Worry, relief, and a faint, almost imperceptible feeling of superiority over teammates are quietly flowing between them. After a while, Wang Qing looked away somewhat awkwardly and said dryly, you should rest well and not think too much. Sun Meng and Ran are out of danger. Lin Yu replied softly, lowering her eyes. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the door, get the hell out of here. Wang Qing looked at Lin Yu with some surprise, I'll go out and see what happened. Lin Yu nodded, watching Wang Qing's departing figure. Although she didn't know what happened in the last match, she could imagine that it must have been an even stronger opponent than Sima Yunfeng. Brother Qing, only today did I realize that you are the rival I've always been chasing. Chapter 107 The Damned Old Bastard. Kyoto First People's Hospital, Special Care Ward Area. At the same time that Wang Qing visited Lin Yu, Ren Qingyuan somehow managed to produce a bunch of gaudy roses and sneakily made his way to Kai Yanyan's hospital room. He straightened his collar, put on what he thought was a deeply affectionate expression, and pushed open the door to enter. The next second, Kai Yanyan's cold and angry voice came from inside, get the hell out of here. Then the bouquet of roses was thrown out, almost hitting Ren Qingyuan in the face, with petals scattered all over the ground. Ren Qingyuan awkwardly dodged away, but wasn't angry. He continued chattering through the crack in the door, Sister Yenner, don't be so heartless. Look, you're injured. I'm just concerned about you. Don't all girls like roses? As the saying goes, no fight, no friendship. This is a match made in heaven. How about you consider my suggestion? Dual cultivation, cough cough, let's improve together. Stop daydreaming, I'd rather die than do that. If you say another word, I'll make sure you never speak again. Kai Yanyan's voice was filled with murderous intent. Nurses and patients' families passing by outside watched the scene with curiosity, pointing and whispering at Ren Qingyuan. Renqing Yuan, with his thick skin, didn't care at all and was still trying to persuade him. No, feelings can be cultivated. Ouch. A vase flew out of it, and Renqing Yuan sheepishly pulled back, rubbing his nose and muttering, "I love your fiery temper." As soon as Wang Qing stepped out of Lin Yu's ward, he saw the vase smashed on the ground and Renqing Yuan's lewd appearance as he peered through the crack in the door. He had already guessed what had happened. He strode forward, grabbed Renqing Yuan's arm, and said, "Don't embarrass yourself here, let's go." "Where's Xiao Nannan?" Renqing Yuan remained unmoved, his eyes still yearningly fixed on Kai Yanyan through the glass, and replied impatiently, "She said she went home and told us not to wait for her, we can go back now." Hearing the sound of a vase shattering again coming from Kai Yanyan's ward, Wang Qing forcefully pulled Renqing Yuan back. Renqing Yuan, unwilling to give up, continued shouting without even looking at Wang Qing, "My little Yanyan, I'll come see you again tomorrow. Get out of here." Wang Qing felt ashamed for him. After leaving the hospital, Wang Chang and Renqing Yuan took a taxi back to Shanglan Technical School in the suburbs. Along the way, Renqing Yuan was still excitedly rambling on about today's battle and Kai Yanyan's fiery nature, while Wang Chang leaned against the car window, watching the scenery rush by, thinking about Jiang Wanqing's gaze, his teammates lying in the hospital, and how much benefit old Zhu had extorted from Tsinghua and Peking universities. As the car approached the school, Wang Qing suddenly sat up straight and looked out the window with a puzzled expression. "Master, we didn't make a mistake, did we?" he couldn't help but ask. "That's right, it's Shanglan Technical School, right here," the driver said confidently. The once dilapidated and deserted entrance of Shanglan Technical School was now occupied by several construction vehicles. Inside, the sounds of hammering, drilling, and moving equipment filled the air, creating a bustling construction scene. "What's going on? Did we go to the wrong door?" Renqing Yuan's eyes widened as well. The two paid and got out of the car, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. A sign at the school gate read, "Undergoing renovations, no unauthorized personnel allowed." But through the gate, you could see many workers busy inside. Some were repairing the damaged wall, some were replacing the old windows of the teaching building, and others were removing the old, worn-out paving stones. Holy crap! Has the sun risen in the west? Has old man Zhu had a change of heart? He's starting to invest money in renovating the school? Renqing Yuan muttered incredulously. Wang Qing frowned, his first thought also being Zhu Xiong. But that old guy was incredibly stingy, wanting to pocket every penny he earned. How could he suddenly invest so heavily in a school? Absolutely impossible. Could it be the wealthy and powerful Xiao Nannan? I've never heard her mention it before. Just then, a large truck pulled up and stopped at the entrance. Two people wearing uniforms from an e-commerce mall jumped out of the truck, which was loaded with home appliances, including washing machines, refrigerators, and air conditioners. "Excuse me, is this Shanglan Technical School? Which one of you is Mr. Wang Qing? Please sign for this," a staff member called out, holding a delivery slip. Wang Qing blinked his small eyes, startled. "I am Wang Qing." "But, who sent you here?" "Oh, Mr. Wang Qing, right?" The staff member smiled and handed over the delivery slip. "The address is correct, Shanglan Technical School, recipient, Wang Qing. A Mr. Yang placed the order with our store, saying that boss Wang Qing asked him to deliver it, and the payment has already been settled." Wang Qing felt a sudden and extremely ominous premonition. He quickly took the delivery slip and saw that it was densely packed with all sorts of items: a refrigerator, a washing machine, an air conditioner, a computer, brand new beds, tables and chairs, and even a set of luxury kitchen equipment. The total amount at the bottom is 148,546 Dragon Kingdom currency, and the payer's name is Wang Qing. Wang Qing's vision went black, and he almost fainted. "Holy crap, Brother Qing, that's awesome." Renqing Yuan came over for a look and immediately exclaimed, "Are you going to replace all the equipment for our school?" "You're so rich, I didn't realize," haha. He excitedly patted Wang Qing on the shoulder. "When did you place the order? Are you planning to give us a surprise?" Wang Qing shoved him aside, his hands trembling slightly, and hurriedly grabbed the staff member, asking, "Who? Who placed the order? Is it someone surnamed Yang? Is he a fat guy?" Yes, he's a rather plump gentleman. He said he's the vice principal of the school and was ordered to make the purchase by Mr. Wang Qing," the staff member confirmed. Wang Qing felt his blood rush to his head. He rushed towards a foreman-like man who was directing workers in the school and asked urgently, "Master, who hired you to do the renovations? Who's paying you?" The foreman glanced at him and took out a construction contract. "It's from boss Wang Qing." "How come you didn't know you were living here?" Vice Principal Yang signed the contract with us, saying that you had given him full authority. 30% of the project cost has been prepaid. The remainder will be settled in full by you, Mr. Wang Qing, upon completion and acceptance.
Here is a copy of the contract and the quotation.
Wang Qing trembled as he took the thick stack of price lists. He glanced at the total price, 550,324 Dragon Kingdom currency. What a bunch of bastards. Fatty Yang and that old scoundrel Zhu. Wang Qing instantly realized he'd been tricked. Despite all my careful planning, I still got completely scammed. Those two old bastards must have taken the benefits they extorted from Tsinghua and Peking universities and used Wang Qing's name to go on a shopping spree and renovations, then put all the bills on his head. No wonder old man Zhu agreed so readily that all the benefits would go to him. It turns out he was waiting for this. Damn it, 700,000 Chinese yuan, after deducting the cost of appliances and renovations, only 1,000 or so yuan are left. Wang Qing was so angry that he trembled all over. He immediately took out his phone and frantically dialed Yang Sanbao and Zhu Zhiyong's numbers.
Hello, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Hello, the number you dialed is not in service area.
I tried calling more than a dozen times, but all the calls went unanswered. Just as Wang Qing was about to lose his temper, his phone suddenly dinged and received a text message from Zhu Zhiyong.
Wang Qing hurriedly opened the message, only to see. My dear disciple, are you surprised? Unexpected? No need to thank your master and your uncle Yang too much for improving your learning environment. All the bills are already in your name, you're welcome. Fuck your grandma. Zhu Zhiyong, Yang Sanbao. You two damned old bastards. Wang Qing's roar instantly echoed throughout the entire Xianglan Technical School, startling the workers and wrenching Yuan nearby. Chapter 108 Extravagance and a Dark Shadow.
In the central district of Kyoto, the capital of China, lies the Royal View International Entertainment Club.
The gilded signboard shone with a luxurious light in the night.
2 rows of tall, long-legged hostesses stood at the entrance, their cheongsams slit almost to their waists, and their faces wore standardized yet alluring smiles. Luxury cars were everywhere, and the air was thick with the smell of money and desire. Inside the golden tripod hall on the top floor, Zhu Zhiyong's obese body was almost completely sunk into the soft leather sofa. He was wearing a tattered vest that was out of place with his surroundings, but his small eyes were shining. He greedily scanned the lavish decor of the private room, crystal chandeliers, gold-edged murals, gleaming marble floors, and the peculiar scent of expensive cigars and perfumes in the air.
TSK tisk damn, is this where rich people stay? It's fucking awesome.
He smacked his lips, not holding a wine glass, but a brand new foldable phone with the screen still lit up. He just sent Wang Qing a provocative text message. He quickly and efficiently pressed and held the power button, and the screen instantly went black. He casually tossed his phone onto the velvet-covered coffee table, as if throwing away a hot potato.
Trying to mess with me? Have you even grown all your hair yet? And you want it all? Now it's finally quiet, saves that brat from haggling with me. Zhu Zhiyong muttered, rubbing his hands together, his face puffing up with excitement.
Yang Sanbao sat next to him, looking somewhat awkward, with his hands on his knees, his back ramrod straight, carefully surveying his surroundings. He had never been to a place like this before. Looking at the bottle of wine on the table, which he probably couldn't afford with a year's salary, he swallowed hard.
Boss, is this a good time for us? Yang Sanbao asked in a low voice, his voice a little weak. Suitable. Why not?
Look at your pathetic self. Zhu Zhiyong glared at him, then chuckled. Then he patted Yang Sanbao on the shoulder forcefully. Sanbao, we're heroes for Tsinghua and Peking University today.
We won the game, shouldn't we treat ourselves well? Don't worry, that old bastard Guan Sunhai will pay. But is this really such a swindle for Wang Qing? Won't he? What a joke.
I'd like to see him dare to jump.
Zhu Zhiyong's originally loud voice became somewhat weak.
At this moment, the door to the private room was gently pushed open. A stronger scent of perfume wafted in first, followed by a still attractive madam in a high-slit sequined dress, smiling as she walked in, followed by a long line of beautiful women. Instantly, the entire private room seemed to be illuminated by the beauties. Tall, fair-skinned Western women, passionate and fiery Latin beauties, striking Central Asian beauties, gentle and charming Eastern women, and even 2 dark-skinned, radiant, and stunningly beautiful women. There were 20 or 30 women of all shapes and sizes, each with their own unique charm, standing in a neat row, their faces adorned with professional, sweet smiles and a slight bow.
Good evening, Mr. Zhu, Mr. Yang.
All the girls are here.
Which one do you like? The madam's voice was sickeningly sweet.
Zhu Ziyang's eyes widened instantly, his mouth opened slightly, and he almost drooled. He jumped up from the sofa with a whoosh, his little eyes wide open, like a country bumpkin visiting the Grand View Garden for the first time, his gaze sweeping from the first to the last, and then back again. He felt his blood rushing to his head, and subconsciously reached into his crotch, his face flushed with excitement, his heart pounding with joy, and he couldn't wait any longer.
My goodness!
This scene, this quality, is so much better than those brothels he usually sneaks into, like Yangchunle and Xiaoxiang.
Seeing his naive and unsophisticated demeanor, the madam's smile widened, and she asked again, Mr. Zhu, which one have you taken a fancy to? We can select a few to accompany you for drinks and karaoke. If I don't sing, what else can I do but drink? I'm a gentleman.
Zhu Ziyang hurriedly explained, looking a little embarrassed, which made the row of beauties in front of him cover their mouths and laugh. The madam, naturally worldly wise, suppressed a smile as she looked at Zhu Ziyang's eyes, which were about to bulge out. Yes, Mr. Zhu is clearly a model man.
Which one have you taken a fancy to? I can introduce you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziyang waved his hand abruptly and shouted with boundless pride, Choose? Choose my ass.
Only children make choices.
I want them all. Keep them all.
Yang Sanbao spat out the mouthful of wine he had just drunk, coughed violently, and his face turned bright red. The madam was also taken aback for a moment, clearly hearing such a request for the first time, but her professionalism made her quickly put on a smile. Oh, Mr. Zhu is so generous.
No problem.
Girls, hurry up and serve the two bosses well. The group of beautiful women immediately surged forward with giggles, like a colorful tide, instantly engulfing Zhu Ziyang and Yang Sanbao. The air was filled with fragrance, and he spoke softly and gently. Zhu Ziyang had two women on his arms, and he couldn't stop smiling. Yang Sanbao was at a loss, his body stiffened and his face as red as a monkey's bottom as the two girls sat down close to him. Zhu Ziyang and Yang Sanbao exchanged a glance, one with a smug and lewd expression, the other with an awkward yet inexplicably excited look, and they both burst into laughter. Zhu Ziyang stood up first, with two beautiful women on his left and right, and instructed the woman standing alone to say, I'm happy today, give me a song, I want to sing Tian Mimi. Come on, Sanbao brothers, and you bunch of cuties, cheers.
Let's drink until we drop. At the same time,
the top floor of the Heji Group headquarters building, the most upscale office building complex in the center of the capital city of Longhua.
Inside the chairman's office, the atmosphere was completely different from the decadent luxury of Yujing International. The word gloomy would not be an exaggeration.
Lu Jianan stood outside the heavy mahogany door, like a child awaiting judgment. Although she was dressed in an exquisite dress, she showed none of her usual liveliness and playfulness. Her small hands nervously gripped the hem of her dress, and she kept her head down. The office door wasn't closed properly, and the suppressed conversation inside drifted out intermittently, each word like a hammer blow to her heart. Chairman, there's still no definite news about the young master. The other party is very clean. The Security Bureau has been investigating for more than half a year, but the clues have almost all gone cold. A deep, hoarse male voice was filled with exhaustion and helplessness. This year's sales of pills have plummeted by 40% year-on-year. This is mainly because Ebang Group launched a new and more potent healing pill called Yudi-1, which, according to actual testing, is more than 1.2 times more effective than our Heji Huichun Dan. And their body-boosting pill has a short-term strength enhancement effect, exceeding our Divine Harmony pill by 1.5 times, and the side effects are significantly fewer.
Another voice, trembling, reported even more brutal market data. And
a middle-aged man in a sharp suit nervously swallowed.
An aged voice rang out, the sky won't fall, cough cough after a violent coughing fit, go on, tell me. Chapter 109 Family Dilemma.
Inside the chairman's office, on a large hospital bed, lay an elderly man with various tubes inserted into his body, next to sophisticated life-monitoring instruments. His hair was sparse and gray, his face was sallow, and his eyes were sunken. The eyes that he forced open while listening to the report still retained a trace of his former sharpness and authority.
He is Lu Jihe, the founder of Heji Group and Lu Jianan's grandfather. Lu Jihe's violent cough made the middle-aged man even more nervous. It was truly inappropriate to add insult to injury while the chairman was already seriously ill. But what could he do? He paused for a few seconds, then opened his mouth and said, About the core professors at the RD Center, Professor Guo resigned last month to go to Ibang, and Professor Li was in a car accident on his way home from get-off work 2 weeks ago and is no longer with us. The National Security Bureau has intervened, saying it was an accident.
Even Professor Yu, who researches elixir formulas, received threatening phone calls, and just yesterday someone threw a pig's head at his home as a bloody warning. He was so frightened that he submitted his resignation today. The middle-aged man's words added a chill to the already gloomy atmosphere. Lu Jiha was stunned for a long time, then moved his lips with difficulty, his voice weak but clear. Was it Yibong who did it? He was asking about the cause of death of his eldest son, Lu Jianan's uncle. Chairman, currently, there is no evidence pointing to Yibang. Before and after the young master's incident, Yibang's senior management all had clear alibis. Furthermore, we conducted a thorough investigation through the Security Bureau and private investigators into the financial transactions and personnel relationships of all Yibang executives, and found nothing suspicious. More importantly, the method of murder to silence witnesses is not their style. Our struggle has been going on for many years, the deep voice replied first. Chairman, the situation at the Weapons and Equipment Department is even worse. Someone continued to report when Lu Jiha did not respond. 30% of our high-end custom orders have been cancelled. Several long-term partner teams specializing in dungeon runs, such as Biaolan and Tongsu, have terminated their contracts with us. Even the group's main weapon and equipment forging engineers have been poached with high salaries and jumped ship to Yibang's weaponry center. The middle-aged man in the suit immediately added, "We tried everything, even offering double the market rate, but almost no one was interested. It's like someone is deliberately draining our foundation." Then silence fell over the room. One bad news after another, like a cold tide, tried to drown the old man on his sickbed, a man who had once been a powerful figure in the business world. Lu Jiha slowly closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently a few times. The monitoring equipment emitted a slight alarm, and the medical staff next to him immediately rushed forward to make adjustments. He waved his hand weakly, indicating that they didn't need to be nervous. A profound sense of powerlessness and exhaustion overwhelmed him. Only 6 months had passed since he fell ill, just 6 months. First, his son died mysteriously, and then this series of combined blows struck precisely at the lifeline of the Heiji group. Elixirs, equipment, personnel, the opponent came on strong, well prepared, and their financial and technical support seemed to appear out of nowhere, catching him off guard. Who exactly is the enemy? Is it really just their old rival, Yibang Group? Where did they get such abundant financial resources and rapidly advancing technology? Everyone, get out. I want to be alone. The old man uttered a few words with extreme exhaustion, his voice so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. The office door was gently pushed open, and several senior executives of the group filed out with somber expressions. When they saw Lu Jianan standing at the door, they merely nodded slightly, their eyes filled with complex emotions, before hurriedly leaving. Lu Jianan took a deep breath, carefully pushed open the heavy door, and went inside. A strong smell of disinfectant and medicine hit her. Lu Jiha's eyes were tightly closed, as if he were asleep, but his slightly trembling eyelids showed that he was not asleep. The idea of valuing sons over daughters was deeply ingrained in his mind. He was a strong-willed man who worked hard to raise his 2 sons, hoping they would inherit the family business. Unfortunately, his eldest son died tragically, and his second son Lu Jianan's father was just an ordinary person who could barely maintain the family business. He had originally hoped that his 2 grandsons would awaken powerful professions, but one failed and the other only reached E rank. In the end, this heavy expectation had to fall on his granddaughter, whom he had somewhat neglected. He was unwilling to accept it. Was the enormous Heiji group really going to be handed over to a girl? And a girl whose mind seemed to have completely abandoned any thought of leveling up and becoming stronger. In the world of professionals, without a strong professional to steer the ship, one's life's work and wealth are nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Looking at her grandfather's thin face, Lu Jianan felt a lump in her throat and weakly asked, "Grandpa, are you feeling better?" This simple greeting seemed to ignite the resentment in Lu Ji's heart. He seemed to have found an outlet for his extreme frustration. Lu Jiha abruptly opened his eyes, his cloudy pupils instantly filling with bloodshot veins and rage. He roared with all his might, "Good? What's so good about it? Go and level up. Go and hone your combat skills through real battles. But you good for nothing, all you do is fiddle with those useless pills and tinker with those pieces of scrap metal. Do you think those things will make you stronger? Can you protect the Lu family's legacy? Who will Heiji rely on in the future? Have you thought about that?" The voice was hoarse yet sharp, scraping across Lu Jianan's ears like a knife. Lu Jianan was stunned by the sudden roar, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. "Grandpa, What do you mean, you? Look at yourself. You're not at all like an heir. How did our Lu family produce such a heartless, unambitious child? Your uncle has passed away, and neither of your two cousins has any usable jobs. Finally it's your family's turn, you and your father get to stand up for yourselves. Lu Jihe's insults grew increasingly harsh, his pent-up emotions and despair for the future causing him to speak recklessly, his words becoming extreme and hurtful. Lu Jianan felt that her grandfather's scolding was indeed a bit excessive. She had only come to visit. The grievances in her heart made her tremble slightly. She stared blankly ahead, her ears filled with Lu Jihe's insults, letting the vicious words pierce her already fragile heart. As Lu Jihe's rant grew increasingly agitated, he struggled to raise his arm, his fingers trembling slightly. Get out! Get out of here! You good for nothing! Looking at her grandfather's ferocious and unfamiliar face, Lu Jianan's heart shattered completely. She suddenly pulled a folded piece of paper from her pocket, slammed it onto the bedside table, and cried out, "Yes, I'm useless." After saying that, she turned around and ran out of the office crying. Lu Jihe coughed violently from anger. Looking at the crumpled paper on the bedside table, he became even angrier. He grabbed it, crumpled it into a ball without even looking at it, and threw it hard towards the door. What a misfortune for my family! What a misfortune for my family, he roared, then suddenly vomited a mouthful of dark red blood, which splattered onto the white quilt. Chairman! The doctors and nurses waiting outside rushed in with a start, and in a flurry of activity, they quickly set up emergency equipment and managed to stabilize his condition somewhat. The ward fell silent again, with only the regular beeping of the medical equipment. Lu Jihe lay limply on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Sending Lu Jianan to Xianglan and asking his old friend Zhu Ziyong to protect her was the only thing he could do at the moment. After all, the enemy was lurking in the shadows. He closed his eyes wearily, and suddenly, the note Lu Jianan had left behind flashed through his mind. Then, he suddenly froze, and subconsciously raised his trembling hand with difficulty, pointing to the crumpled paper ball on the ground by the door. The head nurse next to him paused for a moment, then quickly went over to pick it up, carefully unfolded it, and handed it to the old man. The paper listed the medicinal ingredients, refining process, effects, and so on. The handwriting was slightly childish but exceptionally earnest. At the top were 5 characters: blood-burning soul-igniting pill. Chapter 110. I almost got nagged to death by you. The rooftop of the main building of Xianglan Technical School is like an airtight steamer in the summer heat. Even though it is September, the night breeze only brings waves of sticky heat. The smell of cement dust left from daytime construction had not yet dissipated, mixed with the strange odor of old floorboards that had been dried in the sun, and it went straight into my nose. Wang Chang and Renqing Yuan were sleeping on the floor, on the rough, scorching cement ground, with only a thin straw mat under them. Mosquitoes buzzed around my ears, waiting for the right moment to bite, and the sounds of swatting and scrambling to my feet filled the air. Qing Ji ear, I'm saying. Renqing Yuan's voice was weak and listless, filled with the irritability caused by the heat wave. Can we stop suffering like this? There's construction downstairs, lots of dust, lots of mosquitoes, and it's as hot as a sauna. I know a small hotel in the university town that's only 50 yuan a night and has air conditioning. Can we make do with that? Wang Cheng had his back to him, eyes closed, brows furrowed, and replied irritably, no money. What the hell are you talking about? Renqing Yuan sat up abruptly in excitement. You're willing to spend tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan on school renovations and appliances, and you're trying to play the poor card with me? You're kidding me. Then he said somewhat pleadingly, Brother Qing, I'm not trying to be mean, but where did you learn this stinginess from? From the principal and the others? How can you treat your own brothers like this? If Xu Ziyang and Yang Sanbao hadn't been mentioned, Wang Qing's anger at being tricked so badly would have flared up again. He suppressed the urge to curse, turned his body to the other side so that the back of his head was facing Renqing Yuan, and clenched his teeth. Those 2 old bastards. Using my name and spending my money, a full 700,000. Now I only have a small change left. He wished he could drag those 2 out and beat them up right now. Seeing that he remained silent, Renqing Yuan assumed he was in the wrong and continued nagging, oh my god, only 50 yuan. You're such a stingy boss. You're not trying to get me to qualify, are you? At worst, it'll be 25 each, but I'll only have 30 left. This place is no human being. Smack! Renqing Yuan swatted another mosquito on his leg, muttering, look. Brother Qing, please. Wang Qing also wanted to go to a small hotel, but he only had a few hundred yuan on him. He didn't know how long Yang Pengzi and Xu Hundan would hide, or when the renovations would be finished, and Ling Yu and the others were still in the hospital. Before Renqing Yuan could finish speaking, Wang Qing shifted his body, as if to tell him that there was no room for negotiation. Ren Xingyuan was getting anxious. Boss, my good brother, I really can't take it anymore.
Let's go to a hotel. I'll figure something out today, you can handle the rest.
Before he could finish speaking, he saw Wang Qing's body suddenly stiffen. Ugh! A suppressed groan, as if squeezed from the deepest part of her throat.
Ren Xingyuan was startled.
In the dim light from the distant city neon lights, he saw Wang Qing's body stiffen in an extremely unnatural posture, his back muscles spasming violently.
Brother Qing, what's wrong? Did you get heat stroke? Or were you scared by the 50 yuan?
Ren Xingyuan leaned over and reached out to pat him. Just as his hand was about to touch Wang Qing suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils contracting sharply in the darkness, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. In his field of vision, a distorted, prehistoric creature phantom, covered in grotesque bone spikes and thick carapace, flashed by. The thing exuded an aura of extreme ferocity and hunger. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable, excruciating pain from the deepest part of the spine erupted. It felt like a red-hot iron had been plunged deep into his bone marrow, and was still frantically stirring and piercing. Intense pain instantly swept through every nerve ending in my body.
Wow! Wang Qing couldn't control himself at all.
His body trembled violently, and he suddenly arched his back, spitting out a mouthful of scalding hot blood that splashed onto the hot cement floor, quickly turning it dark red.
Holy crap, what's wrong? Don't scare me, I won't go then.
Ren Xingyuan was so frightened that he jumped back, his face turning deathly pale.
Qing, brother Qing? What's wrong? I'm easily frightened. We can talk things out, there's no need for this. In an instant, Ren Xingyuan realized something. Could it be that you suffered internal injuries from hitting Jiang Wanqing today and have been enduring it? Why didn't you say so earlier? We could have gone to the hospital right away.
Wang Qing had no time to pay attention to him. The excruciating pain in his spine was almost tearing his consciousness apart. Although the phantom of the prehistoric creature had disappeared, the terrifying sense of oppression and the icy hunger remained. He instantly realized it was the system, that damned founding Titan system.
Immediately afterwards, a system notification sounded. Warning! Host inaction, lethargy, and lack of ambition detected. Currently, the number of Titan adapters is only 1 Linyu. The founding Titan's consciousness fragment shows signs of awakening.
To prevent the host's brain tissue from being consumed by instinct, please immediately find and bind to the next Titan compatible. Mandatory task issued. Within 1 week 167:59:59, a second suitable candidate was successfully bound. Punishment for failure: consciousness is erased, and the body becomes nourishment for the founding Titan's resurrection. A cold, emotionless virtual notification sound resounded directly in the depths of his mind, while a bright red, constantly jumping countdown floated in his consciousness.
Less than a week. Wang Qing's face froze instantly.
The terror was like ice water poured over his head, making him feel cold all over. Even the excruciating pain in his spine seemed to be frozen for a moment.
Eradicate? Become nutrients? Ugh! An even stronger pain surged again, more intense than before.
His body twisted violently out of control, almost curling into a ball. He vomited several more mouthfuls of blood, veins bulged on his forehead, and cold sweat poured down like a stream, instantly soaking his already sweaty vest.
My God, brother Qing.
Big brother, don't scare me, what's wrong with you? Ren Xingyuan was completely panicked, circling around Wang Qing helplessly, wanting to reach out to help him, but afraid of hurting him. His voice was so anxious that it was almost crying.
Water, water.
Wang Qing suddenly felt unbearably thirsty, and his contorted body kept roaring.
Ren Xingyuan was so anxious that beads of sweat were dripping down his forehead. Hearing this, he said, "What, water? Brother Qing, hang in there, I'll go down and get you some water." Hang in there.
He scrambled and stumbled toward the rooftop entrance, his footsteps thumping and disappearing into the stairwell. Taking advantage of this brief moment of solitude, Wang Qing endured the inhuman pain, desperately concentrating his mind and trying to mobilize the faint but condensed qi within his body, as well as all his physical energy, to suppress the intense pain that had spread throughout his entire body. His body trembled slightly. He suddenly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes tightly, and took deep breaths. A few minutes later, when Ren Xingyuan ran back breathlessly carrying a bottle of mineral water, he saw that Wang Qing had slowly sat up and was leaning against the low wall at the edge of the rooftop. Although her face was still as pale as paper, with bloodstains at the corners of her mouth and rapid breathing, her eyes were open, and although fear lingered in them, she had regained some clarity.
Brother Qing, water. Are you all right? Renqing Yuan quickly handed over the water, his voice still trembling. Wang Qing took the water bottle, his hands trembling slightly.
He managed to gulp down a few mouthfuls, the icy water sliding down his throat and slightly suppressing the surging smell of blood. He exhaled a long breath of foul air, which smelled of blood, glanced at Renqing Yuan, whose face was full of worry and lingering fear, and forced a smile that was more like a grimace, then said in a hoarse voice, "I'm just teasing you."
Cough. Now you know how damaging your words can be, right? I almost got nagged to death by you.
Renqing Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Wang Qing was trying to comfort him and prevent him from blaming himself too much.
He stuck out his tongue sheepishly, still shaken, and said, "Damn, that scared me to death. Brother Qing, what you did just now was terrifying."
Just then, the headlights of a car flashed across the dark rooftop, followed by clear footsteps and faint sobs from downstairs.
Renqing Yuan looked puzzled. Who could it be so late? Chapter 111 Desperate Measures.
The rooftop of the dangerous building in Xianglan.
Renqing Yuan curiously leaned over the edge of the rooftop wall and looked down.
Just then, a luxury car drove away, and Lu Jianan, with her head down and shoulders shaking, staggered upstairs. The ground was a mess due to construction, with debris piled up, but she seemed not to see it, wading through the dirt and almost tripping several times.
Then, a loud bang came from downstairs as the door slammed shut. Renqing Yuan turned his head blankly to look at Wang Qing. "Xiao Nan Nan is back? Didn't she say she was going home and wouldn't be living at school? It seems, she even cried?"
Despite the lingering pain in his spine, Wang Qing recalled that Lu Jianan had said she was going home when she left the hospital, and a thought stirred within him.
What's wrong with Xiaonan? Why is she crying like this?
He struggled to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
"Let's go down and take a look." The two went down from the rooftop and walked to the door of Lu Jianan's dormitory. Faintly, they could hear wailing coming from inside. Wang Qing glanced at Renqing Yuan, then raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Get out. All of you get out. Don't bother me."
Lu Jianan's shrill scream, thick with a nasal tone, immediately came from inside, accompanied by the dull thud of something hitting the door.
Wang Qing frowned, then gave Renqing Yuan a wink. "It means it's time for you to use your special skills." Renqing Yuan immediately understood, cleared his throat, and began his most proficient form of persuasion. "Hey! Little Nan Nan, Lu the Beauty. It's me, Renqing Yuan, and Brother Chang. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll help you. I'll help you scold them, give them a good dressing down. Did those cowards from Tsinghua and Peking University come and bully you because you were alone? With Brother Qing here, what are you afraid of? They're just a bunch of defeated opponents. Tell me, and I'll go and get them back." Seeing no movement inside, but with the crying continuing, Renqing Yuan asked, "Is something wrong at home? Or have your cousins stolen your things again? Or is it because your parents found out you came to this lousy school, Xianglan, and they're criticizing you? I understand all of that. Look at me, I don't care what others think." The crying inside subsided a little.
Wang Qing gestured for Renqing Yuan to continue. He shook his head smugly and continued.
"Hey, did you see that when you came in today?
Brother Cheng not only bought appliances for everyone, but also specially hired a renovation team.
If you're not sleepy, come down and take a look."
His words were completely nonsensical and based entirely on guesswork, but his strength lay in his loud voice and continuous output, a constant buzzing. The crying inside gradually subsided, then intensified into angry shouts. "Renqing Yuan, shut up!
What do you know? If you yell again, I'll go out and tear your mouth apart. Hey, no, open the door and let's talk. It's so hard to keep it all inside. Brother Chang is here too. He's got a lot of ideas, maybe he can give you some advice." Renqing Yuan continued to ramble on. Perhaps it was simply unbearable to listen to Renqing Yuan's ear-piercing voice. I doubt anyone could stand it. Perhaps hearing that Wang Qing was also outside, the dormitory door was suddenly pulled open from the inside with a loud bang.
Lu Jianan's eyes were red and swollen like peaches, her face was covered in tears, and her hair was somewhat disheveled. She glared angrily at the two people outside the door, especially Renqing Yuan. "Are you done talking?
If you're done, then, get out, stop babbling."
Her gaze swept over Wang Qing, noticing his unusually pale face and a small, dark red bloodstain at the corner of his mouth that he hadn't wiped clean. She paused in her curse, her tone unconsciously softening. "Get out of here."
Wang Chang leaned against the doorframe, trying to keep his voice steady. "You're home now? Did something upset you?" He tried to sound empathetic and experienced, saying, "I knew it. The food in a wealthy family is hard to eat. It looks glamorous on the surface, but who bullied our young lady? We'll help you take care of them. Just say it, why keep it bottled up? It'll make you feel better, won't it? Lu Jianan looked at the two men with teary eyes.
One was annoying, but his eyes were genuinely anxious. The other had a frightening expression, but his tone was calm and carried a gentle persuasiveness. She wasn't a scheming person to begin with, and with all her pent-up grievances and anger having nowhere to go, her mental defenses crumbled the moment the two of them got involved. Her little mouth twitched, and tears fell again. With a sob in her voice, she began to pour out her grievances. They all bully me. Grandpa scolded me for being useless, saying I'm not ambitious, that I can't protect the family business, saying my dad is useless. My uncle died and no one could take his place, our business was suppressed, we can't sell any of our pills or equipment, everyone says I'm a jinx to the family. She spoke haltingly and incoherently, but Wang Chang and Ren Qingyuan still managed to understand her. Something terrible happened in Lu Jianan's family, and this little princess suffered an immense injustice at home.
Wang Qing, do you know? Our family has always planned for my eldest uncle to inherit the family business. I've never been valued since I was little. All the good things went to my older and younger cousins. I just like researching pills and manufacturing equipment. People say I'm not doing anything productive. Lu Jianan's mood began to calm down somewhat, and she continued, I hadn't thought about anything at all, I just wanted to do what I liked. Who would have thought that my uncle would suddenly die, and my two cousins, one an ordinary person, the other only E level? Wang Cheng naturally understood the dangers involved. A family without a powerful professional is like a 3-year-old child carrying a gold nugget, parading around in the marketplace. He frowned, listening intently, but the urgent countdown in his heart was ticking away. He needs to find the next giant adapter as soon as possible, and Lu Jianan is undoubtedly the closest and most likely target at present. Perhaps Lin Yu's display of immense power in her giant form is what attracts her? He waited until Lu Jianan's crying completely stopped, then asked somewhat guidingly, do you feel neglected? Have you been wronged? He chuckled, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. People like Xing Yuan, who climbed up from the bottom, are used to it. Sometimes I can't even remember what my parents look like. An orphan, yet I'm still alive, aren't I? At least you still have a home to go back to. He paused, watching Lu Jianan gradually calm down, and then said, actually, Lin Yu's family is not well off either. Her mother passed away early. You see, although she is taciturn, she is incredibly strong inside. Especially today's giant transformation completely terrified those bastards from Tsinghua and Peking University. Once you gain immense power, let's see who dares to look down on you. Lu Jianan was stunned by what he said. Wang Qing felt the time was right, and an idea suddenly popped into his head. If we can help her resolve her family's troubles, especially the cause of her uncle's death, this favor might make it easier to persuade her to accept the giantification contract. Once the thought crossed his mind, he couldn't stop himself, especially when he saw Lu Jianan's trusting yet expectant eyes. He blurted it out in a moment of smugness. Sigh, don't cry. How about, we help you look into it? Let's see what really happened with your uncle. Lu Jianan suddenly raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears, looking at Wang Qing as if she had grasped at a lifeline. Really? Brother Qing, can you help me? Absolutely. Ren Qingyuan immediately patted his chest and enthusiastically agreed as soon as he saw an opportunity. Don't worry, Xiaonan, with Brother Cheng here, nothing will go wrong. Who is Brother Qing? He's the top scorer in the college entrance exam, his IQ is definitely high enough. In fact, wasn't it him who led us to beat Tsinghua and Peking University's kick? Well, anyway, he was awesome. Solving cases through deduction is a piece of cake. I'll definitely get to the bottom of it and leave those family members who look down on you speechless. Wang Qing suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a pit, and a pit he had dug himself. He really wanted to cover Ren Qingyuan's foul mouth right then and there. I just had this idea on a whim, wanting to find a reason to get closer to the relationship so that it would be easier to bring up the contract later. This case sounds complicated and dangerous. Is it something I can just take on so easily? He wanted to try to salvage the situation by saying something like, I'll do my best, or let me find out what's going on first, leaving room for negotiation. But Lu Jianan's hope had been rekindled by Ren Qingyuan's words, and the light in her eyes shone again. She nodded vigorously, yes, I believe in Brother Qing, thank you. As long as this can be done, everything else is negotiable. Wang Chang was speechless. This naive girl believed it so quickly? Shouldn't she have hesitated for a moment? Chapter 112 The Strange Family. Looking into Lu Jianan's completely trusting and expectant eyes, Wang Qing swallowed back the words he was about to say. Damn it, Renqing Yuan has really put us in a tough spot. The arrow is on the bowstring, and we have no choice but to fire. That darn countdown is still ticking in my head. He could only force a stiff smile and say, let's find out the situation first. Yes. The crime-solving team is officially established. Haha, upon hearing this, Lu Jianan's face instantly lit up with a smile, and she announced it loudly. So, Wang Cheng and Renqing Yuan moved their sleeping quarters from the sweltering rooftop to the relatively clean and cool floor of Lu Jianan's dormitory laboratory that night. Wang Qing lay on the cold floor, enduring the occasional throbbing pain in his spine, pondering something. He then took out his phone, sent a text message to Zhu Xiong, and finally fell into a deep sleep, utterly exhausted. There was no other way. There was less than a week left. He figured he might as well try anything, first finding a way to help Lu Jianan, then looking for an opportunity to propose the giant contract, he thought vaguely. Meanwhile, in a dark alleyway in Kyoto, a tall, slender man in a sharp suit, with a magnetic voice, handed a heavy brown paper bag to a flustered man dressed in jeans. Here's the final payment. Take it. Leave Kyoto immediately and never come back. The man in the suit spoke calmly, yet with an undeniable air of command. The cowboy took the bag, opened it, and glanced at the bag full of Chinese yuan. His face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy and greed. He nodded repeatedly, "Don't worry, boss. I know the rules. I'll disappear right now, I guarantee no one will find me. Your wife and kids are already waiting for you in Japan. The car is arranged, it will take you directly to the dock," the man in the suit added, pointing to a black sedan parked in the shadows at the alley entrance. The cowboy thanked him profusely, clutching his money bag, and eagerly climbed into the car. The car slowly drove away from the alley entrance and merged into the nighttime traffic. The man in the suit stood there, silently watching the car disappear into the distance, a cold and eerie smile playing on his lips. About 10 minutes later, on the highway leading to the port area, the black sedan suddenly burst into a huge fireball. The deafening explosion tore through the night sky, and the vehicle instantly disintegrated into a pile of burning, twisted scrap metal. In the firelight, the man in the suit standing in the shadows of the overpass in the distance had an even deeper and colder smile. He straightened his tie, turned, and disappeared into the darkness. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Lu Jianan, with red eyes but high spirits, shook Wang Cheng and Renqing Yuan awake. Get up, get up. The crime-solving team officially starts solving cases today, she announced, her face still bearing the tear stains from last night, but her eyes were unusually firm. Then she blinked her two big eyes and looked at Wang Cheng. What should we do next, Brother Cheng? Renqing Yuan rubbed his eyes and sat up, then looked at Wang Qing with a blank expression. Wang Qing was half asleep when he heard Lu Jianan's words and his head suddenly felt like it was going to explode. How could he possibly know how to solve the case? He didn't even know Lu Jianan's uncle's name, the exact date of the incident, or how it happened. He reluctantly took out his phone, wanting to see if that old bastard had replied. The screen lit up, displaying only a concise message from Zhu Xiong, "Okay." Wang Cheng stared at the word "good" for a few seconds, stunned. Did this old guy find out something? Or is he playing a riddle again? But inexplicably, the word "good" calmed his anxious and flustered heart a little. Sigh, let's try anything, even if it's a dead end. He took a deep breath, trying to appear calm, and put away his phone. Let's go to your house first. We'll get a basic understanding of the situation first. Throughout the journey, Lu Jianan sat in the taxi, eagerly recounting the news she had overheard outside her grandfather's door the previous night. How were the group's businesses suppressed? How did the pharmaceutical and equipment departments suffer heavy losses? How did key personnel suffer successive incidents or betrayals? Who are the rival groups? And the National Security Bureau's investigation into the mysterious death of her uncle, Lu Hemming, has made no progress. Almost all leads have gone cold. Wang Cheng listened in silence, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. The situation was far more complicated and dangerous than he had imagined. This is by no means a simple business competition or accident. There must be a powerful force behind it precisely eliminating the pillars of the Heji group. Lu Hemming's death was probably just the beginning. He fell into deep thought, feeling immense pressure. After getting off the car and arriving at Heji Manor, Wang Cheng immediately sensed that the atmosphere was clearly off. Although the servants still greeted Lu Jianan respectfully, their eyes flickered, carrying an indescribable sense of estrangement and observation. Lu Jianan took the two of them directly to the group executives and security chiefs she had met the day before,
wanting to inquire about the specific itinerary and details of the day her uncle Lou Hemming had the accident.
However, the process was extremely difficult. They either weren't there, or they were vague, or they simply stated that this was a case handled by the National Security Agency and they had no authority to disclose more information. After asking around, they got almost nothing. They probably saw that the young lady had brought 2 friends, who were just kids and couldn't possibly solve any cases, so they just gave them a perfunctory response. Just as the question was being asked, Lu Jianan's father, Lu Heian, came out of his small office which was located in a secluded corner on the first floor of the main house. Hearing the noise, he asked the servants who were cleaning who had come. The servant remained silent, instead rolling his eyes at him with an indifferent expression, and didn't utter a sound. Lu Heian wasn't angry at all, seemingly used to his position in the family. He picked up his beloved snuff bottle and went outside. He had just stepped outside when he saw Lu Jianan and the other 2 looking flustered, and asked them what was wrong. "Jianan, what's going on? Why are you making such a racket so early in the morning? Grandpa just went to sleep, don't disturb him." Lu Heian was a middle-aged man with a gentle and even somewhat timid appearance. He was dressed in casual clothes and kept playing with an antique snuff bottle in his hand. Rather than a group general manager, he seemed more like a leisurely and wealthy idler. Upon seeing her father, Lu Jianan immediately ran over and said happily, "Dad, I didn't bother Grandpa. I've formed a crime-solving team. We need to find out what happened to my uncle. These are Wang Chang and Ren Xingyuan, my classmates. They're here to help me." Her voice was filled with pride and anticipation. Lu Heian paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Wang Chang and Ren Xingyuan. He didn't show any particular expression, just nodded slightly, seemingly not taking the term crime-solving team seriously at all, thinking it was just children's play. He said gently to Lu Jianan, "Jianan, your intentions are good, but the National Security Bureau can't find anything out about this, so don't make things worse. Listen to me, take your classmates out to have fun, and don't disturb everyone's work." After saying that, he patted Lu Jianan on the shoulder, turned around and went back to his office to continue fiddling with his gadgets. Wang Qing keenly noticed that from beginning to end, the several attendants standing beside him and the security chief who had just been questioned all treated Lu Heian with extreme indifference, even with a hint of barely perceptible disdain. Lu Heian told them to go check if the old man had been woken up. The man replied, "Yes, General Manager," but didn't move, his eyes glancing elsewhere. Lu Heian seemed to be used to it and didn't feel embarrassed at all. He actually turned around and went to take a look. This second young master of the Lu family, the current general manager, seems to have no authority in this family at all, and even the servants don't seem to take him seriously. Wang Qing's heart sank. This house, inside and out, exuded an eerie atmosphere. Investigating Lu Jiming's cause of death proved far more difficult than he had imagined. He only had less than 7 days left. Chapter 113 Zimo. Wang Cheng and Ren Xingyuan stood facing each other in the luxurious yet desolate hall of Heji Manor, a sense of powerlessness welling up within them. Everyone else treated them like children, offering no clues whatsoever. At this moment, Wang Qing felt his head was spinning even more. Just as he was frowning and at his wit's end, a clear and magnetic female voice came from the doorway. "Oh my darling Nan Nan is back? Why didn't you tell your mother beforehand?" Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a wealthy woman adorned with jewels walk in. She looked to be in her early 40s, very well maintained, with fair and firm skin, and wore a well-tailored Nishan luxury suit. She was carrying several luxury shopping bags with huge VL logos on them. Her makeup was exquisite, and her long, chestnut-colored wavy hair swayed gently with her steps. The diamond studs on her earlobes sparkled with dazzling light. This person is Lu Jianan's mother, Liang Lingling. Liang Lingling spotted Lu Jianan immediately, tossed the bag she was carrying onto the sofa, and rushed over with open arms. "Let Mom see." "Oh my darling, is the school food not very good? I told you to go to Tsinghua or Peking University, which have much better conditions, instead of that crappy vocational school. Your dad, that good for nothing, didn't even have the courage to talk back to your grandpa. My poor little darling." She completely ignored Wang Qing and Ren Xingyuan, who were standing to the side. She took Lu Jianan's hand, looked her up and down, and then eagerly took out a dress from one of the bags, unfolded it, and held it up against Lu Jianan. "Look, Mom just bought this for you, it's a limited edition. Do you like it? I think this color really suits my baby's skin." Lu Jianan immediately looked embarrassed and whispered, "Mom, my classmate is here." Liang Lingling then seemed to have just noticed Wang Cheng and Ren Xingyuan. Her gaze swept lightly over them, a polite but distant smile on her lips, and she nodded slightly as a greeting.
But she didn't ask Lu Jianan why she brought her classmate home, nor was she interested in knowing who the two young people were. Her attention immediately returned to Lu Jianan and the new things she had bought. "Oh, Nan, come here quickly, Mom bought you a few necklaces and bracelets, all the latest styles. Come upstairs with Mom and see if it fits and looks pretty." With that, she grabbed Lu Jianan, who kept looking back, and pulled her upstairs. Helplessly dragged by her mother, Lu Jianan only had time to give Wang Qing and Ren Qingyuan an apologetic look before her figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs. In the large living room, only Wang Cheng and Ren Qingyuan remained, along with a few servants who were cleaning. No one came up to offer them a glass of water, nor did anyone ask them why they were there. The two were like two forgotten statues, standing out starkly in the luxurious yet cold environment. "Brother Qing, what should we do? Should we wait for her?" Ren Qingyuan seemed unable to hold back his words any longer. "Quiet down, let me think." Wang Qing simply closed his eyes, leaned back on the sofa, and carefully recalled all the fragmented information he had gathered today: the group's predicament, his uncle's mysterious death, the security bureau's fruitless investigation, his family's strange attitude, the servants' evasive answers. However, these fragments were scattered and disorganized, and could not be pieced together to reveal any valuable clues. Ren Qingyuan initially looked around, but later he also started yawning out of boredom. Time passed slowly, and more than an hour went by. Just when the two were almost asleep on the sofa, Lu Jianan finally arrived late. She changed her clothes, no longer wearing the casual outfit that allowed her to move around easily, but a well-made, ladylike dress with a full skirt, a delicate ribbon tied at the neckline, and a pair of small Mary Jane shoes. This outfit made her look more like a sheltered, naive rich girl. Lu Jianan blushed slightly, awkwardly tugged at her skirt, and explained, my uncle just brought it over. My mom insisted I change into it, saying it looks better this way, and she really wants me to wear this back to school." Brother Qing. Lu Jianan walked up to Wang Qing and asked expectantly, "You've waited so long, have you thought of anything? Have you found any clues?" Wang Qing inwardly groaned. What did he know about handling cases? But looking into Lu Jianan's clear and trusting eyes, he could only steel himself, trying to maintain a thoughtful expression, and vaguely replied, "Well, the situation is a bit complicated, but everything is under control. I guess we need more details." Just as Lu Jianan's eyes lit up and she was about to ask for more details, Wang Qing's old cell phone suddenly rang sharply. Wang Qing instantly felt that this was heavenly music, and his savior had arrived. He immediately took out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and saw it was an unknown number, but he pressed the answer button without hesitation. I'm Wang Qing. Okay, we'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Wang Qing's eyes lit up, and he stood up abruptly. "Let's go, there's progress." To the Heji Group headquarters. Wang Qing and the other two stood beneath the towering skyscraper that gleamed in the sunlight. Ren Qingyuan tilted his head back, his mouth agape, and muttered, "My goodness, this building, how much is it worth?" "Xiao Nan, your family is incredibly wealthy." Wang Qing was also surprised, but he remained calm. He glanced at Lu Jianan, who seemed a little uneasy, guessing that she probably didn't come here often. Before long, a middle-aged man of medium build, wearing a wrinkled jacket and looking somewhat slovenly, walked over with a cigarette dangling from his lips. His eyes were sharp, yet carried a hint of laziness and barely perceptible impatience, and his chin was covered in dark stubble. He quickly glanced at the three men, his gaze lingering on Wang Qing for a moment. He casually tossed the cigarette butt on the ground, stomped it out, and revealed his teeth, which were yellowed from smoke. "Which of you is Wang Qing?" "I am Wang Cheng." "You must be Captain Wan?" Wang Qing stepped forward and said politely. When Ziming scratched his somewhat greasy hair, inwardly cursing Director Yen of Jianghai City for what was wrong with him, insisting that he bring 3 college students who hadn't even grown up yet to handle this kind of case. It was simply absurd. "Sigh, what can I do? Director Yen is his senior from school. I managed to get away with it." He didn't show much on his face, only replying in a stiff tone, "Yes. Director Yen told me. Let me lay down 3 rules first. You 3 little kids, just follow me. You can only watch and listen. No questions are allowed, and you're not allowed to offer any opinions. If you break the rules, you're out of here immediately. Understand?" Although the words were harsh, Wang Qing still nodded with a smile. "Understood, thank you, Captain Wan." Ren Qingyuan was getting a little angry at his attitude and was about to retort when Wang Qing stopped him with a stern look. When Ziming glanced at the 3 of them with a disdainful look, then turned and walked into the building. Wang Qing and the other 2 quickly followed. Chapter 114: A Thick Fog of Mystery Part 1.
When Zimming led the three directly to the upper floor via elevator, and Captain Wen skillfully led them into an office. Sitting in the office was one of the middle-aged men whom Lu Jianan had reported to Lu Jiha while eavesdropping outside the door last night. He was dressed in a sharp suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and had a thin face, but he looked very capable. When the middle-aged man saw Captain Wen and then glanced at Wang Qing and the other two behind him, especially when he saw Lu Jianan, his brows immediately furrowed, and his face revealed his undisguised disgust. "Captain Wen, what brings you here again? Didn't I explain everything in detail at the security bureau?" Then he instantly changed his tune. "Oh, miss, what brings you here too?" Although Lu Jianan had come to her own company, her expression was a little unnatural since it was her first time there. She naturally recognized the middle-aged man in front of her. He was the man her grandfather and uncle referred to as her right-hand man. Hello, Uncle Zhong. We've come to." The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't say them, whether she was afraid that her grandfather would scold her for being silly or something else. Upon seeing this, Captain Wen immediately put on a businesslike smile. "Manager Zhong, please don't take offense. This young man is a victim's family member and is very concerned about his uncle's situation. That's why they found me. They want to hear some details from you, as someone who experienced it firsthand. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously. Could you please try to recall them again?" As he spoke, he gestured with his eyes to Lu Jianan beside him. Lu Jianan nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. A barely perceptible hint of tension flashed across Manager Zhong's face, followed by a touch of helplessness. He pushed up his glasses, his tone becoming more subdued, but still revealing impatience. Okay. Actually, there's really nothing to say." He gestured for them to sit down and chat. Seeing Wen Zimming and the others sit down, he said with a look of reminiscence in his eyes, "That day was the company's monthly commendation dinner for the sales department. General Manager Lu was in a good mood and did drink a few more glasses than usual. After the dinner, his driver took him home. Who could have imagined? Sigh, such an accident happened. Manager Lu has always treated me well. With this happening, not only me, but the entire company is heartbroken." Then he pulled out a few tissues from the tissue box on his desk. "The most pitiful one is the old chairman. He's so old and in poor health, a white-haired man sending off a black-haired man." He started sobbing as he thought of the sad things. He wiped away his tears, his expression turning indignant. "The most despicable one is Ibang Group. It seems they planned this all along, launching a full-scale attack at this moment. Captain Wen, I think you should focus your investigation on them." When Zimming smiled but didn't reply. He casually asked, "Manager Zhong, who knows Mr. Lu's schedule for the day? Or is the dinner schedule fixed?" Zhong Shiqing crumpled the tissue he had used to wipe his tears into a ball and said calmly, "The monthly dinner is a company tradition. The time and place are basically fixed, and many senior executives and key sales personnel know about it. There's nothing special about it, is there?" Wang Qing suddenly interrupted. Even though Captain Wen had told him not to express his opinions, he couldn't help but ask. "Manager Zhong, as far as I know, General Manager Lu, Mr. Lu Hamming, is a professional of considerable caliber with physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people. At an ordinary banquet, even if you drink a few more cups, how could you easily get so drunk that you pass out? This seems a bit illogical." Wang Qing spoke very quickly. Manager Zhang was visibly taken aback when he heard this, and only then did he turn his head and notice this seemingly ordinary young man. A barely perceptible flicker of emotion flashed in his eyes, and he stammered, "Well, alcohol tolerance varies from person to person, doesn't it?" He paused for a moment, then continued, "It's possible that Mr. Lu was genuinely in a good mood that day, and everyone was drinking the same kind of wine. I remember that everyone drank quite a bit that night. But Mr. Lu usually has a high alcohol tolerance. I don't really know the specific reason. Perhaps I'm not feeling well?" Captain Wen smiled, gave Wang Qing a sharp glare, but didn't press the matter further. Instead, he changed the subject. "Manager Zhong, you just mentioned that Ibang Group's offensive is very aggressive, taking away a lot of market share from Heji? And it seems that many of your group's core technical personnel have either left or encountered accidents? Isn't it a bit too much of a coincidence that so many misfortunes have happened at once?" Manager Zhong's expression instantly turned serious and calm. He adjusted his glasses and asked, "Captain Wen, do you mean there's a spy within our company?" He paused again, then raised his voice slightly. "You can't just say things without evidence." He immediately stood up, peeked outside to see if anyone else was there, then quietly closed the office door and quickly returned to his seat. He glanced at Lu Jianan and said in a low voice, "To be honest, the chairman has already considered this matter and has organized people to conduct an internal investigation. As for how the investigation is going, I'm sorry I can't tell you the truth. Head with something this big happening, anyone with a brain knows there's an internal problem. I bet the spy in your company is at a pretty high level. But these are all your own business. Our security agency is only concerned about whether spies are involved or plotting." Before Wen Ziming could finish his probing question, Manager Zhong interrupted, "Captain Wen, what do you mean? Are you implying there's a spy among our company's higher-ups? As for whether the spy leaked company secrets, of course we'll hold them accountable. You should focus on investigating General Manager Lu's matter properly." His tone carried a clear sense of dissatisfaction and an indication that he wanted to be dismissed. Wen Ziming naturally understood the meaning behind his words, and licked his dry lips. I was just curious." "Well then, we'll wait for your company's internal investigation." He squinted at Manager Zhong, knowing that asking any further questions would likely lead to the same answer, so he stood up. "Okay, thank you for your cooperation, Manager Zhong. We won't bother you any longer." Before leaving the office, Wang Qing glanced at Manager Zhong out of the corner of his eye. He noticed that Manager Zhong looked slightly flustered, and something seemed off. He forced himself to leave with the others. After watching them leave, Manager Zhong leaned his head back in his office chair, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then exhaled a long breath. He then stood up and picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Zhong Shiqing. Wen Ziming from the National Security Bureau just arrived. Brother Cheng, is something wrong?" In the elevator, Renqing Yuan looked at Wang Qing, who seemed to be deep in thought, and asked curiously. Wang Qing ignored Renqing Yuan's words and turned to ask Lu Jianan what she thought of Manager Zhong. Lu Jianan didn't think so much about it. "Manager Zhong is an old hand who helped my grandfather build his business. He's been with us since I was born. He's a very good person, and he's been extremely loyal to my grandfather and uncle." "Oh, so Brother Qing suspected," Renqing Yuan blurted out as he realized what was happening. Wang Qing immediately covered his mouth. "Shut up." "What? What are you two doing?" Lu Jianan hadn't realized what was going on. "Before there is any evidence, we cannot tell Lu Jianan about the suspect. Besides, Wang Qing only thinks that Manager Zhong is a bit strange. What if Lu Jianan hears this and does something rash? Wouldn't that alert the suspect?" From beginning to end, Wen Ziming observed coldly. A slight smile played on his lips. This little fellow named Wang Qing seemed quite clever, didn't he? At least he knew how to read people's expressions. Chapter 115, A Thick Fog, Part 2. After exiting the elevator, I arrived at the entrance of the company. Wen Ziming impatiently took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Before the smoke even filled his lungs, he asked with interest, his breath steaming from his mouth, "Wang Qing, where do you think we should go next?" Renqing Yuan and Lu Jianan both turned to look at him upon hearing this, while Wang Qing paused for half a second before saying, "Go to Ibang Group." Okay, let's go to Ibang Group." Wen Ziming then tossed his cigarette on the ground after taking a deep drag, his expression suddenly turning stern. "Remember the 3 rules I told you about, no next time. Otherwise, hee." Wang Qing nodded somewhat embarrassedly. The 4 hailed a taxi and soon arrived at the headquarters of Ibang Group. Upon entering the headquarters building, Wang Qing and his group discovered that, compared to the somber atmosphere at Heji Group, Ibang Group was bustling and full of energy. The receptionist initially tried to stop them, but after Wen Ziming revealed his identity and insisted, they were eventually led to the chairman's office. After bringing over a few cups of tea, the receptionist informed Chairman Sima that he was in a meeting and asked him to wait a moment before turning and leaving. Wen Ziming wasn't in a hurry. Seeing the ashtray on the table, he started smoking again. Seeing this scene, Lu Jianan couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Coming to her own company, she couldn't even get a glass of water. The stark contrast between the 2 work environments made Lu Jianan feel anxious. She's not smart, but she's not stupid. Wang Qing glanced at Lu Jianan, who seemed a little sullen, but didn't offer any words of advice. Instead, he grabbed Renqing Yuan's ear and whispered, "Don't keep spouting nonsense. Without evidence, all suspicions are just empty talk. If word gets out, Lu Jianan will have something to say about it." Renqing Yuan listened attentively to Wang Qing's teachings. About half an hour later, the door to the chairman's office was pushed open, and an attendant invited Wen Ziming and the others in. Wen Ziming straightened his clothes and followed the attendant into the chairman's office. Sima Yu, the chairman of Ibang Group, is a sprightly old man with a ruddy complexion and a full head of white hair, but his eyes reveal the cunning of a businessman.
He was sitting behind a huge mahogany desk when he saw Wen Ziming and the others come in. His face was expressionless, and he did not get up to greet them.
Lu Jianan whispered to Wang Qing and Rinqing Yuan that Sima Yu was Sima Yunfeng's grandfather.
Sima Yu had clearly anticipated their arrival, and merely glanced at the four of them. Before Captain Wen could even ask, he spoke up, his tone even tinged with sarcasm. Captain Wen, you're here because of Lu Hemming, aren't you?
I know what you want to ask.
I can tell you clearly that his death has absolutely nothing to do with me, Sima Yu, or the Yibang group. The old man didn't gesture for the four of them to sit down instead. He sat behind his desk, almost as if he were reprimanding his subordinates.
Wen Ziming ignored all of that.
Without being invited, he sat down on the office sofa, crossed his legs, and unceremoniously gestured for Wang Qing and the others to sit down with him.
Excuse me, Chairman Sima, I'm just here to get a feel for the situation. It won't take up much of your time.
Wen Ziming's tone became less friendly. Sima Yu leaned forward slightly, his gaze sweeping over the group again. I've said everything I needed to say.
If you have no further questions, then please see them out. I have many things to attend to.
Seeing that the old man was about to kick him out, Wen Ziming's expression also turned awkward. Chairman Sima, if you have nothing to hide, why are you in such a hurry to get rid of people?
Sima Yu's expression changed, and he laughed out loud. Very well, then I'll take a little longer. Whatever questions you have, I'll answer them to the best of my ability.
Wen Ziming unceremoniously took out a cigarette from his pocket, and without caring whether there was an ashtray on the coffee table, lit it himself. Chairman Sima, Mr. Liu of Heji Group just died, and the chairman is critically ill.
Heji Group is immediately besieged. What a coincidence. What do you think?
Sima Yu looked at Wen Zimo, whose tone was forceful and who had no manners whatsoever, and a hint of anger flashed across his face. Captain Wen, even your director Li probably wouldn't dare to sit around with his legs crossed and smoke so casually here.
Wen Ziming ignored his anger, exhaling a smoke ring. How about I have Director Li come over and ask you? He's him, and I'm me. Don't try to pull any other strings with me. You. Sima Yu frowned in anger, instantly suppressing his emotions. All right, I'll tell you then.
He calmed himself down and then said with a hint of threat, if I wanted to make a move, I would have done it the very day Lu Ji and that old man fell ill.
That brat from the Lu family would probably be dead by now.
The business world is like a battlefield, but Yibang uses open strategies and above-board business tactics. As for our recent market moves, they are the culmination of our group's long-accumulated strength. The plan was set long ago and has nothing to do with whether Lu Hemming is dead or alive. We will proceed as usual whether he is dead or alive. He paused, his tone turning disdainful. It's nothing more than suspicion that we planted a spy among Heji.
Which large corporation doesn't have a few corporate spies? With thousands of employees, staff turnover is perfectly normal. Could it be that old Lu didn't plant a spy in our company? Captain Wan, instead of wasting your time here with me, why not go and investigate other leads?
Upon hearing this, Lu Jianan's face flushed red, and her fists clenched tightly. She was clearly quite angry and was about to retort when Wang Qing grabbed her arm and gestured for her to calm down. Wen Ziming threw the cigarette butt on the ground without any hesitation, stood up, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Chairman Sima, since you've put it this way, we were indeed being presumptuous. I'll relay to the Security Bureau when I get back that Director Li wouldn't dare act this way in front of you, so that the younger officers will all show you and Yibang Group more respect. After saying that, he completely ignored Sima Yu's ashen face and turned to walk towards the door.
My goodness, that's awesome.
Wen Ziming's performance greatly shocked Wang Qing and the other two, especially Rinqing Yuan, who had always boasted that he could get by with his words, only to find out today that he was just a frog in a well. When I left Yibang Group, it was already getting dark. Wen Ziming squatted on the steps of Yibang Group and lit another cigarette. In the swirling smoke, he looked at the three burdens who had followed him all day and whom he found quite repulsive, especially Wang Qing, who had been silent but whose eyes were always thinking. He exhaled a smoke ring and asked Wang Qing in an annoyed tone, Kid, you've been following me all day and haven't said a word.
Tell me, what's your opinion? Don't tell me you didn't see anything.
Wang Qing glanced at Lu Jianan, then said to Rinqing Yuan, take Xiao Nannan to the hospital to see Lin Yu and the others first.
I'll be there shortly. Go buy some fruit or something. Don't you miss your yin yin too? Rinqing Yuan looked up and saw Wang Cheng blinking repeatedly. He understood what was going on and pulled the reluctant Lu Jianan into a taxi. Kid, you're pretty observant. Wen Ziming said, watching the car drive away. Wang Qing didn't reply. Xiaonan was too immature, it was always better for her to know less. Chapter 116 Dark Under the Lamp. As dusk settles downstairs at Ibang Group, the streets are bustling with people and vehicles. At this time, the employees of Ibang Group had also finished get off work. They glanced at the two people sitting on the steps of Ibang Group's gate from time to time. One of them was blowing smoke rings from time to time, and the other was staring blankly at the cars passing by on the street. Wen Ziming seemed completely unhurried, quietly awaiting Wang Qing's answer. He was secretly calculating that if the kid couldn't come up with anything within the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, then there was no need to continue taking them along. This team leader is completely pointless. Just as he thought of this, he saw Wang Qing slowly raise his head, turn to face him, and look somewhat calm. Captain Wen, I just find it strange. How could an S-level professional, attending an ordinary company dinner, die in what appears to be a simple car accident because of drunkenness? This is utterly unreasonable. I've never heard of an S-class professional getting drunk so easily. Although I don't drink, one of my classmates, Dong Kaier, is always drinking. When have I ever seen her unconscious? Furthermore, such a bizarre manner of death is somewhat unbelievable. Captain Wen raised an eyebrow, a hint of appreciation appearing on his face for the first time. Oh? Continue. Wang Chang looked at Wen Ziming, who seemed somewhat interested, paused, organized his thoughts, and then continued. Then there's only one possibility, they were drugged. Wang Qing stared at Wen Ziming, unsure of his own deductions, but seeing Wen Ziming remain silent, he knew his analysis was correct, and his confidence instantly returned. There are pills that can render an S-rank professional unconscious without any effect, but those are not easily obtained by ordinary professionals, so you brought us here to test Ibang, right? Wen Ziming tossed the cigarette butt on the ground, watching the smoke rise, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Continue, what else did you discover? Wang Qing was surprised that both of his deductions were correct. He paused for a moment and said cautiously. Now, if we find the person who administered the drugs, the case will naturally be solved. If the drugging occurred at a banquet, that would be the most direct scenario. But that was an internal banquet of the Heji Group, where the drinks and food were all standardized. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, who would have the ability or opportunity to drug only President Liu? Moreover, the subsequent investigation did not seem to find anything unusual. His voice trailed off. If it wasn't at a banquet, then only. Captain Wen clapped his hands, a cryptic smile spreading across his face. Hey kid, you've got a quick head. That's impressive, no wonder old Yen recommended you. Hearing Captain Wen's praise, Wang Qing raised his voice slightly. If no traces of drugging are found at the banquet, and General Manager Liu did indeed exhibit unusual behavior, then the problem is very likely. Before heading to the banquet, the only people who can access his food and make him feel completely at ease are his family members or people he is extremely close to and trusts. Haha, you're a quick learner, you even thought of that. But he immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm. However, we have also investigated carefully. As an S-level professional, Liu Hemming has extremely strong physical fitness, almost never gets sick, and pays great attention to his diet. According to the investigation, he had lunch with his family on the day of the incident. In families like the Liu's, meals are usually handled by someone special, and everyone else ate there without incident. It seems there wasn't much opportunity to commit the crime at home. He lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, flicked off the ash, and looked at Wang Qing, whose face was blank, his eyes becoming deep. He muttered to himself, this is getting interesting. It seems the waters here are much deeper than I thought. Ring ring ring, the phone's ringtone suddenly broke the unspoken silence between the two. Wen Ziming, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, took out his phone from his pocket. What? Say it again. Okay, I'm coming right away. Then he stood up and said, you brat, are you afraid of dead men? Come with me again. The initial disdain in his words had long since vanished. Wang Qing seemed still lost in thought, replying, what's there to be afraid of? Wang Qing followed Wen Ziming in silence until the taxi finally stopped in front of a building with a cold, hard style and straight lines. Unlike the dazzling buildings of Heji or Ibang, the gray exterior walls here exude an unquestionable authority and solemnity. The badge of the Dragon Kingdom's Security Bureau hung at the entrance, and the people coming and going were in a hurry, most with serious expressions. An invisible sense of tension and low pressure seemed to permeate the air. As soon as they entered the courtyard, a group of people of all kinds were standing at the entrance of the duty room, anxiously explaining to the security personnel that something had happened. In the lobby, the cold marble floor reflected the stark white lights, and a faint smell of disinfectant mixed with the odor of paper and ink filled the air.
Before Wen Zimming could even stand up straight, a young subordinate in a security agency uniform came running over anxiously. "Captain Wen, you're finally back.
What's the rush? Get to the point."
Wen Zimming continued walking towards the inner passage without stopping.
"Found him.
The truck driver who hit and killed Liu Hemming has been found."
The subordinate spoke very quickly, his breathing somewhat unsteady. Wen Zimming abruptly stopped, his eyes sharpening. "Where is he? Where is he? Take me there now."
The subordinate glanced subconsciously at Wang Qing, who was clearly not very old, standing next to Wen Zimming, and hesitated.
"We're all on the same side, stop dawdling, let's talk as we walk." Wen Zimming waved his hand impatiently.
The subordinate didn't ask any more questions and immediately turned around to lead the way, reporting rapidly. It was found on the elevated expressway near the abandoned Yongxin chemical plant in the west of the city. The car and the people inside were almost completely burned.
Witnesses said the vehicle suddenly exploded while driving. Because it was burned so badly, it was only now that the identity was initially confirmed.
The documents left in the car confirmed that it was the person we were looking for.
Why did it only come to light now that something happened so late at night?
Wen Zimming frowned and quickened his pace. "We initially thought it was a vehicle fire, but because the car suddenly exploded, other vehicles on the road couldn't avoid it, resulting in many injuries, and the fire was so intense that almost nothing was left."
Identity confirmed? It's Li Mao, the missing truck driver?
"I'm 90% sure that Li Mao committed a crime a few years ago, and his DNA is in the system database.
We're currently doing the final DNA comparison. What about the road surveillance footage? Where was the last place they appeared?"
"It has been reported that the car was traveling on the elevated road near the factory, but its destination is currently unknown. All we know is that it exploded after traveling for about 10 minutes.
What about the surveillance cameras near Factory Road?"
The subordinate shook his head helplessly. "There are no surveillance cameras near Factory Road."
What did the technical department say from their initial investigation? How could the car have exploded?
"It was burned so cleanly that it's hard to say exactly why. But we can't rule out the possibility that an explosive device was deliberately planted, although we haven't found any evidence yet." Wang Qing had been silently listening to their rapid-fire conversation. The facts had already proven that Liu Hemming had indeed been murdered, and that the killer was meticulous and extremely cruel.
Should I tell Liu Jianan all that I know? Chapter 117: The Mastermind. Wang Qing followed Wen Zimming and the others, quickly walking through the long corridor and taking the internal elevator down.
The surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees, and the lights became even colder and whiter. Finally, they stopped in front of a heavy metal door with a cold sign that read Forensic Identification Center Morgue. Pushing open the door, a wave of cold air, mixed with disinfectant, some kind of chemical reagent, and a faint smell of burning, hit him, instantly giving Wang Qing goosebumps. Inside, the lights were on, and several forensic doctors and technicians wearing white coats, masks, and gloves were busy around two stainless steel morgues. Although there were many people, a deathly chill lingered. On the two beds were two charred, almost inhuman figures, black, twisted, and shrunken, barely recognizable as human. The skin and muscles were carbonized and cracked, revealing the equally charred structure underneath, from which the indescribable smell in the air originated. On the chest of one of the corpses, there seemed to be a remnant of a special materials carrying strap, with some unburnt, stuck together paper ash underneath, vaguely showing that it had once been bundled together. Wang Qing felt a churning in his stomach, a strong nausea rising in his throat. His face turned pale, and he forced back the acid that welled up in his mouth. His Adam's apple bobbed violently as he forced himself to look away, but the visual shock and smell were already deeply etched into his mind.
Wen Zimming seemed oblivious to Wang Qing's unusual behavior.
He skillfully took the mask and gloves handed to him by his subordinate, put them on, picked up the tweezers, and stepped forward to carefully examine the two charred corpses. The technique was professional and calm. Male, physique matches Li Mao's characteristics. The other one should be an unlucky fellow, he muttered to himself, carefully examining details such as the mouth and fingers. The burnt body was too thorough. As a layperson, I couldn't find any trace of residual energy. The time of death was around 1 a.m. The forensic doctor added, "Captain Wen, as you can see, the cause of death was severe burns. Judging from the shape and the partially burned edges of the remnants on the chest strap, it was most likely used to carry cash, and there must have been a considerable amount." When Zimming examined it for a while, then shook his head helplessly and threw away the tweezers, it was handled very cleanly. Apart from knowing that they may have taken the money and then been silenced, no useful clues were left. Just then, another technician pushed open the door and reported, Team Leader 1, the technical team has made a preliminary assessment. Abnormal traces of metal melting and trace amounts of chemical residue were found near the engine of the vehicle wreckage, strongly suggesting that a small-time bomb or remote-controlled bomb was installed, with the power just enough to destroy the vehicle and silence witnesses, but not to spread too far and attract more attention.
When Zimming's eye sharpened, the exact location of the explosion?
On the elevated expressway in the East District, vehicles are traveling from southeast to northwest, their destination unknown, and they are still.
Map, give it to me right now.
When Zimming interrupted immediately, disregarding where they were.
A subordinate quickly handed him a tablet and pulled up an electronic map of Kyoto. When Zimming's finger swiped rapidly across the screen, locking onto the explosion point and the elevated highway route. Factory Road, onto the overpass, head in this direction. He pointed at the map, his mind racing. That's right, it should be the direction leading to the port. It seems they finished their business, took the money, and were preparing to leave Kyoto by sea, but were silenced halfway there. He abruptly removed his mask and gloves, and decisively ordered, splitting into two groups immediately. One group, go find Li-Mao's family members right away, and also determine the driver's identity as soon as possible. The other team, get me the surveillance footage from all entrances and intersections around Factory Road, from 10 to 20 minutes before and after the explosion. Check every single vehicle. The focus should be on vehicles that might be heading to Heiji Group and Iban Group. Yes. The subordinate accepted the order and immediately turned to go out and make the arrangements.
Seeing this, Wang Qing stood there stunned for a long time.
Why would a professional go to such lengths to kill someone and cover up their crime?
There is only one conclusion: the mastermind is an ordinary person without a job, and he did it himself.
Meanwhile, in a penthouse luxury apartment on the other side of the city,
a woman in a well-tailored dark suit is standing in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the neon-lit cityscape. She was tall and well-proportioned, with her long, wine-red hair neatly pulled back, revealing her fair and slender neck and a well-defined, slightly aloof profile. He held a delicate stemmed glass between his fingertips, inside which swirled a small amount of blood-red wine. After the New Age, the production of real wine decreased sharply, making it extremely rare and expensive, and only the wealthy and powerful could afford it. She calmly dialed a number, and the call was quickly answered. Hello, Chairman Sima, her voice was calm and carried an undeniable sense of control. We've taken care of the technical support you needed and the people you needed to deal with. We've cleaned up the mess. Those useless people at the National Security Agency are probably still headless flies by now. Simayu's respectful, even slightly obsequious, voice came from the other end of the phone. That's wonderful, thank you so much for your help. Please rest assured, I will handle the rest perfectly. This time, we will definitely swallow the fat piece that is Heiji Group whole, and we will not let you down. The woman took a small sip of the expensive red wine in her glass, a cold smile curving her lips. I hope so. Remember, I want things to be clean and efficient, leaving no loose ends. Understood, please don't worry. Please give my regards to the president. After hanging up the phone, the woman downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. Her expression twitched slightly, whether from the bitterness of the wine or from things going too smoothly, it was hard to tell. Her gaze remained fixed on the dazzling lights and bustling activity outside, lost in thought. Knock knock. Come in. She turned to look at the door, where a burly man in a suit and tie walked in, a hideous scar running diagonally from his forehead to his mouth that was particularly noticeable. Everything has been taken care of, Vice President Ogura. The magnetic voice reported in a very low voice, tinged with timidity. Ogura Nagar nodded, remaining thoughtful. She walked to the sofa, sat down, and skillfully picked up a cigarette from the coffee table, lighting it. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, he finally spoke, his voice extremely calm. Brother Ono, the matter of Professor Lee from the Heiji Group wasn't handled perfectly. You're considered a veteran in the company, yet you left a loose end. Although the driver's situation is now resolved, that old fox from Heiji seems to have already noticed. Sweat beaded on Ono Murakami's forehead. He looked at the curvaceous woman before him, swallowed nervously, and didn't dare to say a word, afraid of saying the wrong thing. Ogura Nagaki tossed his cigarette into the ashtray, crossed his arms, and said, What do you think that old fox Heiji will do next? Ono Murakami wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looking at the question in Ogura Riki's beautiful eyes, he could only swallow again. Vice President, I think you're overthinking it. Iban is taking the lead right now, and you personally provided Iban with our technology. The investment amount was transferred to Iban Group through multiple companies, and these companies have no financial dealings with us.
Most importantly, these funds are clean, even the security agency can't trace them back to us.
Then he suddenly changed the subject. I just feel that Sima Laogue is not that reliable.
Will he keep his promise?
Ogura Nagai glanced at Ono Murakami, her voice turning cold. These are not your concerns.
Just focus on your own job.
Her eyes suddenly turned cold.
If you make another mistake, be careful, your life. Chapter 118 The Good-for-Nothing Lu Haiyang. Heji Manor, second floor of the main residence.
Lu Haiyang paced back and forth in his bedroom like a caged beast, almost wearing the expensive wool carpet to shreds. His brows were furrowed in a tight knot, fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, his hands wrung nervously, and he muttered unconsciously to himself, his whole being enveloped by a tremendous sense of fear and unease. In stark contrast to him was Liang Lingling, who sat in front of her dressing table. She was wearing a silk robe and seemed to be in a great mood. She was carefully patting expensive serum onto her face in front of the mirror, humming an unknown tune, and lightly tapping her toes to the rhythm, looking completely relaxed and carefree. The humming sounded increasingly grating to Lu Haiyang, like needles pricking his taut nerves. He stopped abruptly, his chest heaving violently. Suddenly, he grabbed the snuff bottle he cherished most and polished to a shine on the table and smashed it to the ground. With a crisp crack, the snuff bottle shattered into pieces.
Stop singing. Be quiet.
Lu Haiyang let out a low growl filled with suppressed fear and anger. Liang Lingling paused only slightly, glancing coldly at the broken objects on the ground and her distraught husband through the reflection in the mirror. Her face remained completely calm as she continued to focus on her hydration routine, even maintaining the same tune she was humming, utterly ignoring Lu Haiyang's breakdown.
I fucking told you, stop singing. You filthy woman. He continued to vent his fear, roaring at Liang Lingling. I sent you away 1,000 miles away, you are silent and black and white.
In this silent era, perhaps we shouldn't love each other from too far away. Liang Lingling raised her voice provocatively, completely ignoring Lu Haiyang's insults. This disregard completely ignited Lu Haiyang's pent-up emotions. He rushed over and swept all the bottles and jars of high-end cosmetics off the dressing table. The sounds of shattering glass and splashing liquid filled the air, and a strong artificial fragrance instantly filled the air. Liang Lingling finally stopped what she was doing. She looked at the mess on the floor, slowly turned her head, and stared coldly at her husband, who was acting like a madman. Her face first showed surprise, then turned into extreme contempt, and finally she squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth: coward.
I'm a coward? Yes. I'm a fucking coward.
Lu Haiyang's voice trembled and choked with sobs, as if the words had struck a nerve.
But do you know what Dad talked to me about today? He asked me where I was the night my older brother had the accident. He actually suspects me. He thinks I murdered my older brother so that Xiao Nan could rise in status. Damn it, my own father. Is it really just because I'm not a professional? Haven't I suffered enough in this family? How can they suspect me for this? Damn it.
He became increasingly agitated as he spoke, until he was almost screaming. The immense pressure and fear caused him to completely lose control. He crouched down, buried his head in his hands, and sobbed like a child. He suspects me.
My new father suspects I killed my older brother.
Looking at her husband's vulnerable state, Liang Lingling's contempt deepened, but a fleeting unease seemed to also pass through her heart. She threw the remaining cotton pad on the ground in a fit of rage, her voice shrill: serves him right.
That bastard Lu Hemming, how many years has he oppressed our family? And his 2 good-for-nothing sons, when have they ever given us a second glance? Now it's all good, it's like heaven has eyes. They're all dead. Now only our little Nan is a super professional. Let's see how arrogant the eldest son's family can be now.
That old bastard of yours always thinks of my eldest brother's family when it comes to getting the best things, completely ignoring us. How much have I put up with all these years?
You shut up.
Lu Haiyang suddenly stood up, raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and raised his hand as if to hit him. Instead of dodging, Liang Lingling stretched her face forward, her tone full of provocation and contempt. Hit me.
Go ahead and hit me. Lu Haiyang, are you even a man? Is that all you've got? Besides smashing things at home and taking your anger out on your wife, what else can you do? Ha! I just wanted you to keep your voice down. I was afraid they would hear us. Lu Haiyang glanced timidly at the door.
Hey, I must have been blind to fall for such a coward like you.
Are you still afraid at a time like this?
At worst, let the old man kill us all.
Ancestor, keep your voice down. Lu Haiyang's raised hand trembled violently, and finally fell limply to the ground.
He couldn't continue, and could only fall into despair again, sobbing, his shoulders shaking. But Dad already suspects me, what should I do? Look at your pathetic self. Liang Lingling looked at his hopeless state, feeling both angry and helpless. Her tone softened slightly, but it was still barbed. You wouldn't even dare kill a chicken, let alone a human? Kill your own brother? Who would believe that? If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. This old man is just confused from his illness, making baseless accusations. Lu Haiyang slumped to the ground, as if all his strength had been drained away, only repeating, he suspects, he suspects. Liang Lingling sighed helplessly, and finally squatted down, hugging her husband's trembling shoulders. She lowered her voice, carrying a complex emotion, a mixture of sarcasm and empathy for both of them struggling in their families as non-professionals. Honey, who are we? We're just amateurs. We may look like the young masters and mistresses of the Lu family, living a life of luxury, but how much have we suffered in this wealthy family? When has my brother's branch of the family ever truly respected us? She paused, a fierce glint of desire flashing in her eyes. As long as the old man is gone one day, all of this will belong to our Nan. We didn't do it, so what are we afraid of? Let them investigate. Once Nan is in power, I'll remember all those who bullied us and looked down on us. They'll all pay the price. Lu Haiyang raised his tear-blurred face and looked at the rare light in his wife's eyes, a light mixed with tears and an almost obsessive expectation. Let's just go about our business. Don't take it to heart. Look at me, I'm just doing what I need to do. Once this is over, everything will be ours. He seemed to understand, but not quite, and nodded blankly as if grasping at a straw. Liang Lingling helped the good-for-nothing up, then walked to the door, picked up a broom, and began cleaning by herself, tears streaming down her face. He muttered to himself, Lu Hemming, you bastard, God has finally opened his eyes. She gripped the broom even tighter, and because of the force, the broom head made a constant scratching sound when it touched the glass shards. Seeing his wife's toughness seemed to temporarily dispel some of the fear in Lu Haiyang's heart, but it also brought another kind of indescribable chill. Lu Haiyang was lying on the sofa, his breathing a little unsteady, as if he had used up all his strength in the venting just now. He thought about his wife's words, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Chapter 119 is truly brilliant. After agreeing on a meeting time with Wen Ziming for the next day, Wang Qing left the security bureau without stopping. He sat in the taxi on his way back to Shanglan Technical School, the neon lights outside the window flashing by, illuminating his pensive face. The screen of my old phone was always lit up, and the browser and history were filled with search results for Rebirth Group and Heji Group. He quickly browsed through the two companies' histories, equity structures, main businesses, financial reports, and market competition reports in recent years. When Wang Qing saw an old news article from several years ago that clearly stated that Heji Group is one of the largest suppliers of elixirs and advanced individual weapons and equipment to the Lv.4 military, and has a deep cooperative relationship, his finger suddenly stopped. The Chinese military, one of its largest suppliers. Since the beginning of the new era, strange beasts have continuously invaded our homeland, shrinking the area where humans can live to less than 1/3 of what it was before the new era. The 6 passes and 3 gorges of the world became the last line of defense for the 3 countries to jointly resist the invasion of alien beasts. Wang Qing turned off his phone screen and fell into deep thought. The identity of Heji Group is too special. This means that Heji is not just a business empire, and its stability may even involve something deeper. If Lu Hemming's death was indeed a conspiracy, then the motive was probably far more complex than simple business competition or family infighting. He was lost in thought when the driver reminded him, "Hey buddy, we've arrived at Shanglan Technical School." Wang Qing mechanically paid and got out of the car, still calculating something in his mind. He walked into the campus of Shanglan Technical School, and sure enough, the construction team was quite fast. The originally muddy passageway was now mostly covered with square bricks. To his surprise, Ren Qingyuan and Lu Jianan were not asleep. The two were sitting on the steps of the lobby on the first floor, seemingly unaffected by the humid air and the mosquitoes. As soon as they saw Wang Qing, they immediately got up to greet him. "Brother Qing, you're back. Has Captain Wen found anything?" Lu Jianan asked impatiently, her big eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. Wang Qing looked into her eyes, finding it difficult to speak, but ultimately decided to reveal part of the truth. He took a deep breath and tried to speak calmly. "Well, there's been progress. The truck driver who hit your uncle has been found. However, he's dead, and his truck and he were burned on the way out of Kyoto." "What?" Lu Jianan exclaimed, her face turning pale instantly. Ren Xingyuan was furious upon hearing this and jumped up, shouting, "Damn it! This is clearly murder to silence a witness." Before Wang Qing could continue, he angrily cursed, "I bet it was those bastards from the Sima family who did it. Damn it, that grandson Sima Yunfeng is no good either, like father, like son. I'm going to find them and settle the score." With that, he was about to rush out. "Qingyuan, come back here. At your current level, forget about going to Ibong, you'd have a hard time even defeating Sima Yunfeng. Calm down." Wang Qing grabbed him, his voice serious. "We currently have no evidence to prove that it was Ibang Group or the Sima family who did it. Captain Wen and his team are also investigating with all their might. You should stop causing trouble." Ren Xingyuan stopped in his tracks and said self-deprecatingly, "It's all my little Kai Kai's fault for not agreeing to cultivate with me, otherwise I would have beaten Sima Yunfeng's face black and blue." Wang Qing ignored him and let him ramble on. He turned to look at Lu Jianan, whose body was trembling slightly, and said in a soft but firm tone, "Nan, I know you are very angry and sad. But you need to stay calm, especially in times like these. Trust the National Security Agency. They won't wrong an innocent person, but they will also never let a bad person go unpunished. The truth will definitely be revealed." Lu Jianan bit her lip and nodded vigorously, her eyes reddening, but her gaze held a newfound determination. Looking at her, Wang Qing suddenly remembered a line often mentioned in the detective novels he had read in his previous life: often, the biggest beneficiary is the person most suspected. Currently, Lu Hemming is dead, the chairman is critically ill, and the Heji group is in dire straits, while Lu Jianan, as the only daughter of the second wife with a rare profession, seems to be the biggest beneficiary in the future. Furthermore, given the earlier deduction that the murderer might be an unemployed ordinary person, and possibly one of Lu Hemming's closest confidants, a thought popped into his head uncontrollably, sending a chill down his spine. He hesitated for a moment, then began to ask tentatively, seemingly casually, "Nan, how was your uncle to your family before? Did you have a good relationship with him?" He's not good at all." Lu Jianan immediately pouted. "He and Grandpa have always favored my cousins since we were little. Especially my grandpa, he always gives the best things to my uncle's family. When I was little, my cousin would often steal my toys and bully me, and my uncle never did anything about it. What's worse, he would often call my father a good-for-nothing in front of me. My grandfather was like that too, but my father didn't seem to care at all. After all, he was unemployed and didn't really want to get involved in family matters." Wang Qing seemed to be thinking about something, then tentatively asked, "What about Auntie? Is she also unemployed?" Lu Jianan nodded. "What about your maternal grandparents? What do they do? Are they professionals too?" "My maternal grandparents are just ordinary people, but they run a foreign trade company in Kyoto, and the business seems to be quite large. Now it is mainly managed by my uncle. My uncle is such a good person. Although he's only an E-level professional, he's very good at business and he's very fond of me. He often brings me nice things." Wang Qing glanced at Lu Jianan's expensive limited edition clothes and recalled a scene at home. Then, unhurriedly, he continued to press, "So, who taught you such amazing knowledge of pills? You're the most talented person I've ever met when it comes to pills." Wang Qing's praise made Lu Jianan's face flush slightly, and her previous unhappiness seemed to vanish. I've loved going to my family's lab since I was little. I found all those reagents and materials so interesting. I gradually learned by reading and taking notes." As Lu Jianan answered, she suddenly blinked, her mind unexpectedly jumping to another conclusion. Her cheeks turned orange-red, and she muttered softly, "Xingji'er, why are you asking so many questions, is it?" Her voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible, and she lowered her head shyly, fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Wang Qing felt a little guilty for his probing, fearing it would arouse suspicion, but he didn't expect that this silly girl's thinking had completely gone astray. Ren Xingyuan, who was standing nearby, immediately caught the opportunity. He nudged Wang Qing with his elbow, winked, and whispered, "Brilliant, Brother Chang. Absolutely brilliant. By helping our little Nan solve her problem, you're deliberately building rapport. I really need to learn from you." Ren Xingyuan's thoughts had already flown to Kyoto Hospital. Hearing Ren Xingyuan's strange words, Lu Jianan blushed even more and said, "Brother Qing, if you can really help me find out about my uncle's affairs, I might consider accepting your advances." After saying that, she turned around and ran upstairs to her dormitory like a frightened little rabbit. Wang Chung stood there dumbfounded, completely unprepared for the conversation to end in this way. Ren Xingyuan's constant nagging continued in his ear, "Awesome, Brother Qing. I'm really impressed,
I have to remember that trick.
Wang Qing ignored him, staring blankly as the cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly echoed in the depths of his mind once more.
Warning.
Remaining time for the mandatory task, 6 days, 0 hours, and 01 minutes. Chapter 120. Old Lu the Butler. Shanglan Technical School, in front of the dangerous building. Renqing Yuan completely ignored Wang Qing's changing expression and continued to ramble on like a disgusting fly. He clung to Wang Qing's shoulder and continued talking. Wang Qing slapped his hand away impatiently. Get lost, stop talking nonsense. He shook off Renqing Yuan, remembered the important matter, and asked with a serious expression, by the way, how are Lin Yu and Feng Shiran doing today? Renqing Yuan paused for a moment, then casually replied, Sister Lin Yu and the others are recovering quite well.
It's just that Sister Lin Yu asked about you since you weren't here.
Then his eyes lit up with smugness. I told her everything about how you were sick last night. I said that my brother Qing is really something. He was injured while fighting Jiang Wanqing, and he only coughed up blood at night.
He wasn't feeling well, so he couldn't come. Damn it, who told you to say such nonsense?
Wang Qing cursed, glaring at him. Then he recalled the terrifying scene on the rooftop last night, his heart tightened, and he slapped Renqing Yuan on the back of the head. You're the one who's uncomfortable, stop talking nonsense.
Renqing Yuan stuck out his tongue. Wang Qing was now even more eager for Lin Yu's reply, and then asked, what was your sister Lin Yu's reaction? What did she say?
Sister Lin Yu, she didn't say anything, she just sighed, but I patted my chest and assured her that you're healthy enough to kill a bull right now. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart.
Nothing was said that night. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Wang Qing was woken by his phone ringing.
It was Wen Ziming, who said succinctly, at the school gate, see you in 5 minutes.
Wang Qing called Renqing Yuan and Lu Jianan, and they rushed to the school gate.
A dirty, old-fashioned black sedan with mottled paint and even a deformed hood was parked on the side of the road, its exhaust pipe still sputtering out thick black smoke. Wen Ziming leaned against the driver's side door, a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his mouth. His eyes were tired, bloodshot, and the stubble on his chin seemed thicker and messier. He exuded a strong smell of smoke and a sense of decadence from staying up all night.
What are you standing there for? Get in the car, he urged in a hoarse voice, and opened the car door.
The three of them immediately climbed into the car. The interior was cramped and filled with an indescribable, complex smell that was a mixture of tobacco and some kind of spoiled food. Lu Jianan raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, remaining silent, afraid that if they noticed her disgust, they would abandon her.
Captain Wen, where do we go next? Wang Qing asked anxiously.
Wen Ziming tossed the half-smoked cigarette to the roadside and started the car. The old engine roared laboriously as he steered the car shakily along the road.
He said somewhat impatiently, hedgy manner, and then yawned. Ha? Going to my house again?
Lu Jianan's expression changed instantly upon hearing the destination, her small hands unconsciously clenching the hem of her clothes, her heart filled with surprise.
No. Something bad has happened again?
I vaguely remember that after my uncle's accident, the security agency frequently came to my house.
They've only had a few days off. Could it be, the security bureau has a new lead, or are they suspecting?
Wang Qing glanced at Lu Jianan, whose expression had changed slightly, and wanted to explain, but he didn't know where to start, so he could only obediently shut his mouth.
I just hope that my guesses yesterday were just wild speculation.
The car bumped along the way and finally stopped again outside the grand gate of Heji Manor. This time, when Ziming didn't wait for any notification, he simply showed his credentials and led the three of them inside. Upon seeing the security bureau's credentials, the servants' attitude completely changed. They dared not obstruct the way and could only jog ahead to lead the way. Wen Ziming had a clear goal and went directly to the old steward of Heji Manor. The steward, Lu, was quite old. His hair was neatly combed but almost entirely white, and his face was covered with deep wrinkles. However, he stood ramrod straight, wearing a crisply starched black steward's uniform. His eyes were cloudy but carried the caution and scrutiny of an old-fashioned servant. He was a distant relative of the old man, and had lived in the Lu family for most of his life. He had been by Lu Jiha's side since he started his own business, and was also an old man of Heji.
Grandpa Lu. Lu Jianan recognized him naturally and greeted him softly.
The old butler merely gave a cold through his nose, his gaze sweeping over her with obvious impatience before turning to Wen Ziming and bowing slightly. Sir, what brings you here? Wen Ziming showed his ID again, then took out a voice recorder from his pocket and pressed the switch.
Then he asked directly, did Lu Hemming have lunch with his family on the day of the accident? Who was there at the time?
The old housekeeper seemed to have mentioned it once before to the National Security Agency, and the agency had also explained it multiple times during home visits. However, he remained very cooperative with Wen Ziming's investigation, wearing a friendly smile, a stark contrast to his attitude when responding to Lu Jianan. He replied politely, "Sir." That noon, apart from the chairman being unwell and having lunch in his room, and Miss Lu Jianan not being home, all the other family members ate in the dining room.
They all ate the same food. Did anyone else experience any unusual reactions after consuming it? Wen Ziming asked calmly. No, everyone is fine. Why are you asking this all of a sudden?
The old butler answered with certainty, his kind face changing slightly.
Ignoring his changing expression, Wen Ziming continued to press, how was Lu Hemming's health that day? Did he show any signs of illness or discomfort?
No, the young master has always been in good health, and he didn't seem to have anything unusual that noon. His expression continued to change.
What was the atmosphere like during the meal? Wen Ziming asked casually. Atmosphere?
It's all right, just like usual. The old butler paused, a hint of barely perceptible disdain showing on his face. After a few seconds of hesitation, he said, if I had to say something's a little different.
Tell me quickly, what's different? Wen Ziming asked eagerly. Butler Lu glanced at Lu Jianan next to Wen Ziming and moved his head slightly.
It's just that the second young master, Sai, I don't know what's wrong with him. He was crying and restless during the meal, which spoiled the mood for everyone.
Crying and sobbing? Wen Zimo keenly noticed this detail. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianan's expression clearly turned grim.
Butler Lu, seemingly unconcerned, continued, yes, at that time, the eldest young master and young mistress were halfway through their meal when the second young master came in crying.
This instantly killed everyone's appetite. The eldest young master even got angry, saying they couldn't even eat in peace.
Then the second young master went back to his room alone without saying a word.
Wen Ziming thought for a moment, so Lu Heian didn't eat lunch that day? Right? Do you know why? Lu Jianan instantly tensed up, and Butler Lu nodded. It's probably because the second young master was reprimanded by the chairman before.
I remember the chairman was very angry that day, but we servants shouldn't ask too many questions about the specific reasons. The old butler spoke in a flat tone, but when he mentioned Lu Heian, his disdain seemed to deepen. He had already realized that the security agency suspected there was something wrong with the food, and immediately added,
Sir, you don't suspect there's something wrong with the meal, do you? That's absolutely impossible. The Lu family has very strict rules. We servants eat what the young masters and ladies finish. Waste is strictly prohibited. Wen Ziming stared at Butler Lu's expression, slowly nodded, and said nothing more. Lu Jianan, standing beside her, grew paler and paler. She wasn't stupid hearing this, she finally understood completely what the security bureau suspected. The problem might be at home, with the person closest to her. This thought sent a chill down her spine and made her feel incredulous. Her body trembled slightly.